Just as you were crossing the street, a luxury car hit you at 350 miles per hour, sending you flying. A few drops of blood happened to splash onto the oval-shaped stone pendant hanging on your chest. The moment the stone came into contact with the blood, a strange glow flashed and vanished instantly. Young one, considering our fateful encounter, I shall now impart to you all the knowledge I have accumulated in my lifetime. I hope that after receiving these gifts, you will perfectly carry on my legacy. Do not disgrace the name of me, the blazing supreme immortal emperor. As soon as the voice faded, the beam of light suddenly erupted, surging violently into your mind. Ah! You slowly regained consciousness on the hospital bed at Zhonghai City People's Hospital. A girl beside you lowered her head with a guilty expression, her small hands nervously clutching her skirt. I'm really sorry, she said. I just got my driver's license yesterday, and today was my first time driving. I shouldn't have been going so fast. You vaguely remembered that you had run a red light first. Although the girl was also at fault for speeding, it wasn't entirely her mistake. Moreover, if it weren't for this girl, you wouldn't have obtained the inheritance of the immortal emperor. Not only was your body unharmed, but it had also become incredibly robust due to the immortal emperor's legacy. To put it into perspective, you could probably kill 10 oxen with a single punch. Even though you hadn't started cultivating yet, your physical abilities were astonishingly powerful. Watching you sit up effortlessly, the girl covered her mouth in shock. You had been hit by a car and thrown so far, yet you seemed completely unharmed. As you were about to get out of bed, she quickly asked with concern, shouldn't you rest a bit more? Are you really okay? Don't worry, you started to say, but then hesitated as you remembered your tuition fees were still unpaid. If you claimed you weren't feeling well, you could probably squeeze some money out of this girl after all. Her demeanor and attire clearly marked her as a wealthy heiress. But then you reconsidered. With the supreme inheritance of the immortal emperor now in your possession, all you needed was a bit of cultivation or a few strokes of miraculous medical skill to make money. Why bother scamming her? Just as you were about to say something, the girl stepped forward, took your hand, and placed a black bank card in your palm. I'm really sorry about today, she said. There's 500,000 in here, the password is 6 sixes, consider it compensation. Whether you're hurt or not, I take responsibility for this incident, so please forgive me. Holding the bank card in your hand, you froze for a moment. After all, if this had happened to anyone else, seeing that you were unharmed, they wouldn't have been so responsible even if they offered compensation. It certainly wouldn't have been 500,000. After introducing yourselves, you learned her name was Tang Yingying. You said goodbye, turned around, and quietly left the hospital room. Walking down the hospital corridor, you pulled out your phone to link the bank card. Just then, a burly man rushed up the stairs and slammed into you with full force. Caught off guard while looking at your phone, you staggered back. Frowning, you lifted your icy gaze to the muscular man in front of you. The man glared at you angrily and cursed, "You fucking blind or what? Daring to block my way." Hearing this, how could you hold back? With a forceful slap, you sent the burly man flying several meters away. Though you hadn't yet begun cultivation, your physical abilities enhanced by the immortal emperor's legacy already surpassed those of an ordinary person by more than tenfold. The man crashed to the ground, rolling several times in pain, howling in agony. Several people who were about to come upstairs froze at the sight. What the hell just happened? With an indifferent expression, you walked up to him and delivered another kick. With a crack, the man's left leg bone shattered before he could even react. The next second, he let out a blood-curdling scream like a slaughtered pig. Moments later, sweat beaded on the man's forehead as he turned pale, staring at you with terrified eyes. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he scrambled several meters away, terrified you might crush his other foot. He never expected you to be so ruthless, and by now, he was utterly petrified. What are you doing? This is a hospital who gave you the right to assault people? Just then, a tall woman in a white lab coat, around 25 years old, walked over with a frosty expression. It's Dr. Yi. Someone in the crowd immediately recognized her and exclaimed. The moment her name was mentioned, a wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the onlookers. She was none other than the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Rushuang, the top disciple of the renowned miracle Dr. Wang Qingshan. Dr. Yi? Not only had she flawlessly inherited her master's medical skills, but she had also surpassed him. Hearing the title Dr. Yi, you glanced at Yi Rushuang, furrowing your brow slightly, but not a trace of fear stirred in your heart. Yi Rushuang walked up to the robust man, bent down to examine the injury on his left foot, and after a moment, her brows furrowed deeply. She then turned her head to look at you, a flicker of disgust flashing in her eyes. You actually crushed his leg. What grudge did you have against him? How could you be so brutal? Hearing that the leg was crushed, the surrounding crowd gasped in shock, their eyes widening in astonishment as they stared at you. This guy is really ruthless, they murmured. Upon hearing that his leg was shattered, the robust man on the ground paled instantly. He looked at Yi Rushuang with despair, pleading desperately for her to save him. Yi Rushuang glanced at the bystanders and signaled for them to carry the patient to the operating room first. Then, she turned back to you, her voice icy. You did this to him. You're the one primarily responsible, understand? Not only that, but according to the law, if you can't obtain his forgiveness, you could very well face criminal detention. So what? You sneered coldly, not bothering to explain anything as you turned to leave. You still had to pick up your girlfriend at the high-speed rail station and had no time to waste here. As for that man earlier, you considered yourself merciful for not killing him outright. Crushing one leg was letting him off easy. Daring to provoke the successor of the Immortal Emperor? He deserved far worse than death. Seeing you about to leave, Yi Rushuang's face darkened. Stop right there. Don't think I won't hit a woman. You'd better shut up, or you'll be the next one with broken legs. You turned your head and gave her a cold glance, the icy gaze instantly sending a chill down Yi Rushuang's spine. From childhood till now, she had never encountered such a bone-chilling stare, and upon meeting those eyes, she found herself utterly convinced by your words. This punk is really bold, daring to speak to Dr. Yi like that? Several men started cursing and moved to block you, but the next second, they were dumbfounded. Within just a few breaths, you had vanished from the doorway 30 meters away. Damn, what kind of speed is that? A sprint champion? They exchanged bewildered looks, their expressions filled with shock. Yi Rushuang also froze for a moment, clearly startled by your incredible speed. After leaving the hospital, you checked the time on your phone and thought to yourself that your girlfriend probably still had some time before arriving. So, you found a public restroom and began your cultivation. The technique inherited from the Immortal Emperor was called a divine level technique, and coincidentally, it was extremely compatible with your body, making the cultivation process incredibly smooth. Sitting on the toilet bowl, Yi Feng's eyes were slightly closed. Between the rise and fall of his chest, many heaven and earth spiritual chi swam over in a surge, forming a vortex-like shape around his body. It kept rotating, then turned pure and inhaled into his body. It turned into the spiritual energy needed by himself. The path of immortal cultivation was hierarchical. From low to high, it was divided into chi refining, foundation building, Jindan, Yuaning, God transformation, void refining, harmonization, Mahayana, and transitioning to heavenly hijack. After crossing the heavenly tribulation, one ascends from the cultivator to become an immortal, becoming a member of the immortal world and possessing enviable immortal power. The grades of immortals, from low to high, are Earth Immortal, Human Immortal, Spirit Immortal, True Immortal, Shin Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Dala Golden Immortal, Immortal Monarch, Immortal Venerable, and Immortal Emperor. Immortal Emperor is the apex of the immortal realm, the peak of strength and status, the supreme existence, infinite magical power, unfathomable, ruling aside of heaven and earth, like a god overlooking the living beings, omnipotent. Dab. 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 In less than 10 minutes, as a steady stream of spiritual chi surged around him, it was inhaled into Yi Feng's body. He was like a suction pump that inhaled all of this spiritual chi into his body and refined it into pure spiritual energy. The spiritual energy within his dantian continued to grow, and his realm climbed step by step. Chi refining first layer, chi refining second layer, chi refining third layer, chi refining fourth layer, chi refining fifth layer, chi refining sixth layer. In just 10 minutes, he had sucked up all the aura within a 10-kilometer area. He advanced to the 6th level of chi refining realm. This kind of speed was astonishing. One had to know that Earth's aura was relatively thin, and its purity was not comparable to the immortal cultivation realm at all. Even those demonic figures who cultivated in the immortal cultivation world would never be able to ascend 6 levels in a row within 10 minutes. Cultivating from the first level of chi refining to the 6th level was simply impossible for an ordinary talented immortal cultivator to achieve without 4 or 5 years. To be able to cultivate from an ordinary person to the 6th level of chi refining realm in 2 years' time, one could be considered an extremely talented genius. Yi Feng's cultivation speed at this level was due to the transformation of the Immortal Emperor's inheritance and that supreme divine level technique. The current him didn't have to use any methods to quench his muscles and bones. It was because his current physical realm was already at the absolute peak of the chi refining level. Swords and spears were invulnerable, and water and fire were invulnerable. If he reached the foundation establishment stage, he would be able to catch a missile with his bare hands or body, and even if it was a nuclear bomb, under the condition of full spiritual power, it would not be able to hurt him a single bit. Of course, if he reaches the Jindan stage, the strength of his physical body will reach its peak. On this planet, no hot weapon would be able to hurt him. For him, the Golden Dan was not that far away. Although cultivation became more and more difficult the further he progressed, he was the inheritor of the Immortal Emperor, so his cultivation speed was still unquestionable. It was as little as a week, at most 2 weeks. If this was placed within the immortal cultivation world, it would definitely be called an extremely terrifying cultivation speed. Certain cultivators at the 9th level of chi refining have a lifespan of 100 years, but there are still a lot of people who fail to break through to foundation building, and they end up with regret. Therefore, talent, technique, perseverance, and level of effort all determined how a cultivator's upper limit would be. Phew! Yi Feng exhaled a long breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes, which flashed with golden light. Divine sense instantly spread out to 100 meters away. All the wind and grass, short skirts and beautiful legs, were all in his eyes. Is this the power of an immortal cultivator? Feeling the power that was panting inside his body, a few wisps of amazement flashed through Yifeng's eyes. He tried to use his spiritual power. But the first time he used it, he was not yet skillful, and an accident caused the spiritual power to leak out. Boom! The wall next to him instantly collapsed, and in a flash, it revealed several men who were still using the toilet, revealing their naked butts. At this moment, they were squatting on the ground, holding a cell phone in one hand and a tissue in the other. All of them were staring at each other with wide eyes, confused to the extreme. What's the situation? Who did this? Just when they hadn't figured it out yet, Yifeng was unable to hold back a dark laugh and immediately turned into a white light and rushed out of the toilet. Yifeng came to the road. Looking at the busy streets, his heart was slightly emotional. From now on, he was an immortal cultivator. Immortal cultivator, ah! In the past, it was such a far-fetched dream. But now he had realized it. He was also the immortal emperor's heir. The road ahead was not destined to be ordinary. From now on, he would leap over the Dragon Gate, ushering in a life that would change the world. Who would have thought? A poor boy from the countryside can also encounter this kind of heavenly things, realize the life only in the novel reversal. I don't know if it's just bad luck or a lucky man favored by the heavens. But no matter what, he was no longer an ordinary person, but a powerful immortal cultivator. As long as he cultivates hard, maybe in the future he could become a legend like Master. For him now, what money, fame and fortune are all at his fingertips. Yifeng took out his cell phone, glanced down at the time, thinking that his girlfriend was almost there. So he waved his hand and stopped a cab at the roadside and headed to the North High-Speed Railway Station. Chapter 4, Lin Wan'er. Jianghai City. The exit of the high-speed rail North Station. In front of an advertising sign, there stood two girls. Neither of them were very old. Only 18 or 19 years old. The girl on the left, with delicate features and a beautiful face, about 1 meter 6'8" or so tall, her body is convex, and her skin is fair and delicate. Her wear is very simple, white aesthetic shirt, head wearing a grey sun hat, smooth black hair falling shoulders, slender waist, revealing a section of pink and white lovely navel, ultra-short jeans set off a pair of long and attractive legs, wearing a pair of youthful and lively white sneakers. The young girl next to her, although her face is quite inferior to her, but her body and dress is extremely sexy and hot. Both people's face value was very high, moreover, one sexy type, one quiet and gentle type, very attractive to people's attention. Many men and women can't help but look slightly sideways, what's more, directly forward to hit on, ask for contact information. But all were rejected by the two women. Next to the two, there are two small suitcases. The blazing sun was pouring down, and some beads of sweat were seeping out from the corners of their foreheads. The young girl in sexy clothes looked at the road with cars coming and going, her face gradually becoming a bit impatient. Wan'er, your boyfriend hasn't come yet? My legs are getting sore from standing. Chang Xiaoling pinched her sore legs and said. It should be soon, he just called me and is already on his way. Lin Wan'er glanced at her and pointed to the chair under the billboard behind her and said. Xiaoling, why don't you take a seat first? Forget it, you've said he's arriving, I'll just wait a little longer. Chang Xiaoling looked at the 40-degree weather displayed on her cell phone and sighed helplessly. Wan'er, actually we don't need to wait for him to pick us up, we're taking a cab anyway, we might as well take a taxi ourselves, standing here suffering from this, I'm becoming an ant in a hot pot. Saying that, she looked at Lin Wan'er and gave another snickering smile. I don't really care, you're a young lady, if you get a tan, what can you do? What kind of 1,000 gold miss, don't talk nonsense, I'm no better than you. Lin Wan'er blanked her. The former Lin school flower, with white skin and long legs, beautiful looks, and a good family background, the suitors are all lined up from here to outside the province, but still not 1,000 gold miss off. Chang Xiaoling covered her mouth and laughed, then frowned again and couldn't help but ask. Are you still with that Yifeng? Yes, what's wrong? Lin Wan'er looked at her. It's him again, I thought you broke up with him long ago. Chang Xiaoling's face was a bit ugly, once she thought of Yifeng's shabby background, she was fighting for her own bestie. This girlfriend of hers had a good family background, a good figure, and her looks were so top-notch. Surprisingly, she would be with Yifeng, who looks just like that, and has no father or mother, and his family is poor. I really don't know how these two actually came together. Wan'er, although it's said that persuading peace is not persuading separation, I still have to remind you, the status gap between you and Yifeng is too big, a woman who is strong and a man who is weak, it's impossible to last long. And we're about to go to college, entering college is equivalent to half a foot into society. Not to mention that this is still Jianghai University, Jianghai is a first-tier city, maybe there are a lot of rich boys inside the university, with your looks, you will definitely find a better one, with him, you won't be happy. Xiaoling, what kind of words are you saying, do you mean, you want me to abandon Yifeng? Lin Wan'er's tone went cold. Pretty much. Chang Xiaoling didn't take into account her cold down tone and nodded her head. Yi Fong, he's at best a good academic achiever, in front of reality, he's not worth mentioning at all.
How is it not worth mentioning?
At the very least he can find a stable and good job.
Lin Wan'er frowned. Good job? Thinking?
Chang Xiaoling smiled disdainfully. Nowadays, aren't there a lot of postgraduate doctoral students?
There are still a lot of people who can't find a good job.
Besides, in this Jianghai where the center of the city is so intoxicated with gold and the price of housing averages 50,000 a square foot, what kind of good job do you think will be able to buy a 3-room house in a few years, or even a dozen years?
A 3-room house is at least 100 square meters, right?
Let's not talk about within the center area, let's just say that the price of a place a little bit on the edge is at least 30,000 or more a square meter, and just based on 100 square meters, it would be at least 3 million. Of course, maybe there are activities or something, that would also be at least 2 million.
Do you think with Yi Feng's condition, how long will he be able to earn these $2 to $3 million after he comes out of society?
Chang Xiaoling's words made Lin Wan'er fall silent. Indeed, with Yi Feng's condition nowadays, it was indeed difficult to buy a nice house in Jianghai. However, she didn't care. She and Yi Feng truly loved each other, Yi Feng loved her, and she loved Yi Feng.
She believed in love. In today's society, besides love, there's really nothing else that's worth anything. At least she thought so. Xiaoling, I don't think so.
After a moment of silence, Lin Wan'er looked at her and shook her head, saying seriously, "You're right, Yi Feng, it's true that his condition is not very good right now, but right now he's only 19 years old, he's very young, he still has a long way to go in the future, there's a lot of time, I believe that he's capable, he'll definitely have some achievements in the future. Taking a step back, even if he can't do it, there's still me to support him behind, no matter what difficulties he has, I will unconditionally go to help him, with my family conditions, those are not problems." "Yes, with your family conditions, helping him is no problem."
Chang Xiaoling nodded slightly and continued to snicker.
"But I think, as a man, why should he let a woman help him? If he has his own skills and is able to give you the security of a happy life, I would be able to be impressed with him, but then, he's a big man, he still has to rely on a woman to support him behind the scenes, to be honest, I really look down on him. Moreover, even if you were willing to help him, would your parents be happy with that?"
Enough. You're really nagging, stop talking.
Facing Chang Xiaoling's chatter, Lin Wan'er's face was unhappy and she directly interrupted her, tilting her head away and no longer paying attention to her.
"Humph. What I said is the truth, okay, and you still think I'm nagging and don't know what's good for you."
Chang Xiaoling grunted in anger at the situation, and at the same time, her heart added a trace of dissatisfaction towards Yi Feng. Her own good girlfriend, treating this man better than herself.
I really don't know what's so good about this Yi Feng.
Seeing that she was still sulking, Chang Xiaoling pulled her hand and said, Alright, it's me who's talking too much, I'm kind of witness to your relationship with Yi Feng, I don't know where Yi Feng practiced his good fortune in his previous life to meet such a good girlfriend like you." Saying that, she clenched her fists again and said viciously, "If he dares to treat you badly in the future, I will help you teach him a lesson."
"Don't worry, he won't."
Lin Wan'er was amused by her. Just at this moment, a black Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of the two.
Inside the car.
"I'll go. Big brother, look, that sister in white isn't bad looking. This appearance and temperament, it's many times better than all those vain, heavily made-up schoolgirls." The stout, somewhat lewd-looking man in the co-pilot's car looked at Lin Wan'er with two glowing eyes and marveled. Then he looked at Chang Xiaoling next to him and said with wide eyes again,
"Big brother, this one is not bad either.
Although she doesn't look as good as the girl in white, her face value isn't bad either, and besides, her body is too hot. I can't stop drooling from looking at it." After saying that, he shifted his gaze and looked at a man in a suit in the driver's cab, wiped his mouth and asked tentatively,
"Big brother, do you want it?"
"Too.
Of course I want it." The suited man looked at Lin Wan'er, his eyes straightening.
A hint of incandescence appeared under his eyes, he licked his lips, took a few breaths and urged,
"Hurry up. Open the window, call both of them up. Okay, big brother, look at me."
The lewd lanky man hemmed and hawed, then opened the window, stuck out his head, and smiled at both Lin Wan'er and Chang Xiaoling as he asked, "Where are the two sisters going to play?"
Chapter 5, Sun Luo Group.
In the face of this person's inquiry, Lin Wan'er didn't even look at him. However, Chang Xiaoling was different. As she looked at the other person sitting in a Mercedes-Benz, a flash of amazement flashed through her eyes, and she hurriedly responded with a smile.
"We're going over to Jianghai University." Jianghai University?
When the burly man heard this, he was even happier in his heart, so it was a college student.
College students are good. College life is good.
He turned his head to the man in the suit, suppressed his excitement and whispered, "Big brother, they are college students.
Going to Jianghai University. College students?"
The man in the suit's eyes lit up, and the corner of his mouth curved up into an arc.
"Not bad.
You tell them that we happen to be going to Jianghai University, so we can send them on our way."
"Okay, big brother."
The burly man nodded and looked at Chang Xiaoling again and said,
"You guys get on the car, we happen to be going over to Jianghai University, we just happen to be able to take you on the way, don't worry, no money." "No money?" Upon hearing no money, Chang Xiaoling's heart was delighted. Zhanghai University was at least a dozen kilometers away from here. Besides, this is a Mercedes-Benz. Don't need money to get a ride, and it's still a luxury car. Thinking about it is exciting. Honestly, she has never sat in a Mercedes-Benz before. How could she let go of the opportunity now?
So she reached out and grabbed Lin Wan'er and said with gusto, "Wan'er, we're so lucky, we met a good person today, we can get a free ride, let's hurry up and get in."
Do you think there is such a good thing?
Lin Wan'er gave her a blank look and said in a bad mood,
I really don't want to scold you for being stupid.
"Have you read all these years in vain?
Believing their bull? Aren't you afraid that they'll sell you out? Seems like hay."
Hearing that she was going to be sold, a trace of nervousness arose in Chang Xiaoling's heart and she could only sigh.
Forget it then, let's wait for Fong to come. How's it going?
Have you guys considered it yet? Seeing that they looked like they were discussing, the lanky man asked with some impatience.
Thank you for your kindness, someone has already come to pick us up. Chang Xiaoling smiled apologetically and politely refused. Someone came to pick you up? The lanky man asked again with a frown. Your parents or? My best friend, her boyfriend.
Chang Xiaoling pointed to Lin Wan'er next to her.
Boyfriend?
The burly man frowned deeply and turned his head to look at the man in the suit.
Big brother, what should we do? That pretty little sister already has a boyfriend and is coming to pick them up later.
That little sister looks so pretty, and that dress looks to be worth a lot of money. I'm afraid her boyfriend, his status won't be low.
He mentally sighed. Why don't we just forget about it?
Forget it. The man in the suit sneered. It was not easy to meet such a beautiful girl, he did not want to give up.
What's wrong with having a boyfriend? How strong can a college student's boyfriend be?
Moreover, these two women, at a glance, are not Shanghai locals, which means that the boyfriend is also from out of town, and the odds are that he is also a college student. Since it's a college student, it's a chicken feather to be afraid of. The corner of his mouth swung into a conspiratorial smile. Women all like money, let alone college students who are better at cheating and can't stand the temptation. You go directly to ask them how much they are willing to accompany us for a night.
Okay, big brother. The burly man smiled lewdly and nodded, and then asked loudly to the two Lin Wan'er. Hey! You two, how much are you willing to accompany us for a night?
Once these words came out, not only the two of them, Lin Wan'er and Chang Xiaoling, even some of the people passing by on the side froze. With strange faces, they looked at the two young girls. They looked young, tender and beautiful, but they didn't realize that they were out for sale. Facing the strange gazes around them, the two girls blushed in shame.
Wan'er, let's go.
Chang Xiaoling blankly glanced at the lanky man in disgust before pulling Lin Wan'er and the suitcase next to her out of here.
Hey! How come you're leaving? The lanky man froze and asked the man in the suit.
Big brother, they left, what to do?
Of course it's chasing after them.
The man in the suit's heart tightened and hurriedly drove the car to chase after them, fearing that the duck in his hand would fly away. A woman of this caliber could not be met more than a few times in a lifetime.
If he could get his hands on one, it wouldn't be easy.
He had this confidence.
Because he has money. Next to the two women who drove here, the man in the suit drank. Get off and stop them. Good Lu, big brother.
The burly man quickly jumped out of the car, a bad smile looking at the two beautiful girls. Don't be in a hurry to go, well, my big brother still want to explore life with you, finished and then go is not too late.
His lanky body blocked the path of the two girls, the skin smiled and said. You, this person has a problem, right? Said no need. Still pestering us for what? Hurry up and get out of the way. Chang Xiaoling's temper also came up and roared nonchalantly.
He, a horse with a strong temperament, I like it. The burly man's smile intensified, and after scanning over Chang Xiaoling for a moment, he cast his blazing gaze to Lin Wan'er on the side. Looking at this stunningly beautiful fairy-like figure, he was instantly enraptured, and nameless evil flames rose from his small abdomen. To be honest, he had played with many women, but this was the first time he had seen this kind of pure beauty. With just a touch of light makeup, it was breathtakingly beautiful, enough to compare the vast majority of those first-tier stars. And this body is not worse than the woman next to her, belonging to the golden ratio. If you can have fun with her for a night, then it will not directly ascend to heaven. Just when he was masturbating in his mind, the man in the suit had already gotten out of the car and came in front of the three of them. The lanky man hurriedly moved aside two bodies. Big brother. The man in the suit looked about 37 or 88 years old, with a hawkish nose, about 1.7 meters, and average looks. But looking at his dress and temperament, as well as the expensive watch on his wrist, he looked like the kind of successful person, should be some big company executive or something, worth at least $1 million or more. He looked at the two women, quietly swallowed his saliva, and then revealed a smile that he thought was gentle and unobtrusive. My name is Wang Chang, I hold the position of the head of the sales department of the Moro Group. I'm very lucky to have met two beautiful ladies today, and I'm in a very pleasant mood, so I'm very interested in making friends with the two of you.
Moro Group?
Lin Wan'er and Chang Xiaoling frowned. It was the first time they came to Zhanghai City and they weren't clear about the situation here. Nor did they know how big the Sun Luo group was.
But other than the two of them, some of the rest of the people passing by immediately revealed a look of surprise when they heard about the Sun Luo group. He's actually someone from the Moro group. And it's still a supervisor position. With this status, I'm afraid the annual salary won't be less than $1 million, right? $1 million?
Less, at least $2 million or more.
$2 million? Are you kidding? It's just a supervisor, is it that much?
Che, a frog in the well.
Do you know the status of the Moro group in Zhanghai? What position?
It's in the top 20 of all the groups in Zhanghai.
With a market capitalization of nearly $50 billion, it's a 100% big company. The people there were not even worthy of lifting their shoes. I'll go. Top 20? $50 billion market capitalization? Is that so exaggerated?
Many people around stopped their feet and exclaimed with shocked faces. At the same time, their expressions changed as they looked at Wang Chang. Especially the very few women who were dressed in revealing clothes, their eyes were even more glowing, itching to squeeze into Wang Chang's body. If they embraced such a big leg, they would directly enjoy the blessings in the future. And then, they placed their envious gazes on Lin Wan'er and Zhang Xiaoling. These two had already been spotted by Wang Chang. It was just a matter of nodding their heads, and they would be able to receive Wang Chang's support.
Maybe they would even be able to work in the Moro group. How many people could only dream of this? Hearing the people around him exclaiming and boasting, Wang Chang was very satisfied. He looked at the two women with a spring in his step and laughed. Two beauties, just making a friend, you won't even give this face to Wang Mao, right? Chapter 6, Tu Nima Terrifying Ah.
After knowing that Wang Chang was so powerful, Chang Xiaoling's heart was also somewhat moved. But then, she was shaking her head violently, glancing at Wang Chang and said, Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, we still have things to do, so we'll take our leave first. After saying that, she pulled Lin Wan'er to leave in a roundabout way. Both Wang Chang and the burly man were stunned, and the other onlookers froze as well.
What kind of situation was this? According to reason, shouldn't they directly pounce on Wang Chang after knowing his background? Why did they leave? It didn't make sense. Lin Wan'er looked at Chang Xiaoling with some surprise and couldn't help but ask, Xiaoling, what's wrong with you today? Don't you like rich people the most? Chang Xiaoling nodded. Right.
I do like rich people, but I also have a bottom line. That person doesn't look like a good person and is almost 40 years old. He must have a wife at home. I don't want to be a mistress. Saying that, she shook her head again. If he was a young and rich handsome man, I could still consider it, but this kind of lewd and greasy uncle is even better.
It's disgusting to look at.
As long as there's money, you don't care how old he is.
Lin Wan'er snickered and laughed. Bah! It's only really good to be young and talented.
Chang Xiaoling said rightfully.
Big brother, are you just going to let them go? They're also too much to put you in your eyes.
The burly man said somewhat unwillingly.
Of course not.
Wang Chang shook his head. He was also not willing to let the fat meat in his hand just slip away. His face was gloomy and said, Call someone, even if it's a tie them to my bed for me.
Okay, big brother.
The burly man nodded, looked at the direction the two women left, the corner of his mouth hooked, took out his cell phone and started calling people.
10 minutes later,
Fong finally arrived at the exit outside the North Station.
After paying for the cab,
he directly called the most expensive Express Deluxe special car on his cell phone. For a distance of more than 10 kilometers, the price was 506. It was expected to arrive in 3 minutes at the earliest.
After placing the order,
he thought in his mind that he would go to the antique market later, use his divine sense to find some treasures to sell for money, and then use that money to buy a house and a car.
Money this thing.
As long as he wanted to, he could make $1,000 or $8 million at any time. Although he could now fly with a sword for a short time, he would save as much as he could. Furthermore, he hadn't familiarized himself with it yet, so he still had to find a chance to fly. Otherwise, if he accidentally flew very high and accidentally fell down, then he would really be hiccuped. He is now invulnerable to swords and spears, yes, but it doesn't mean he carries the fall. If it was only 100 meters high, with his current strength, he could just jump without any problems. But if it was beyond 100 meters, it was unclear. Taking advantage of this time, he called his girlfriend. Hey Wan'er, I've arrived, where are you guys?
We're in.
Lin Wan'er was just about to reply, but the next thing on the other end of the phone was the sudden sound of her and Chang Xiaoling's terrified voices. Who are you guys?
What are you guys doing? Let go of me. Beep.
Then, a busy sound came from the other end of the phone.
Ka-ching.
Yifeng's face suddenly changed, and the cell phone on his palm was instantly crushed into pieces. Immediately, a terrifying aura rushed up from his body. The wind was so strong that the advertising sign next to him was directly washed into obliterated powder by the huge energy.
Who the hell dares to touch my woman? Seek death. In the next second,
he turned into a white light and rose into the sky.
The people below were stunned. Oh my god. Was that a human just now? How can it fly? Crap.
I was recording a video just now and I just happened to capture the scene. Look at it, you guys. It's really a person. He flew away directly. Crap. A man holding a cell phone to take a selfie looked at the replay of the video, so shocked that he sat on his butt on the ground, his face full of shock and incredulity. Next to a road, a white SUV was parked. Next to the SUV, two big men grabbed two unconscious girls and were about to squeeze them into the car. These two young girls were Lin Wan'er and Chang Xiaoling, while a strange light flashed on Lin Wan'er. On both of their faces, there were blood-red slap marks. Obviously they had been beaten just now. There were people passing by from time to time. But those people, one by one, they didn't dare to come forward to help. They even deliberately stayed at a distance to watch the show, fearing that they would be noticed by the two burly men. The two big men put the two women into the car and burst into an evil laugh. Ha ha ha. These two chicks look wow, especially this one, she's too damn good looking. Lousy has never seen such a decent beauty in my life, I kind of can't help it, I want to play with her so much. That's right. But it's a pity, they are the women that Big Brother has his eye on, otherwise I would have enjoyed it. Another big man sighed as he licked his dry lips as he looked at the absolutely beautiful Lin Wan'er and the fiery figure of Chang Xiaoling. However, just as they were about to close the car door, a white light descended from the sky. Then, a white-clothed silhouette was revealed in the crowd's field of vision. Only to see him raise one hand with a terrifying suction force that directly sucked the big man who was closing the door into his hand. Fong grabbed the neck of this big man, his gaze lifted to the two unconscious figures inside the car, and instantly his eyes flashed with killing intent. Ka-ching! The big man was originally terrified and was just about to say something when Fong crushed his neck. Bang! Fong discarded the big man on the ground like a dead dog. This scene. Not only those who were watching from afar and those who were passing by were dumbfounded. Even the other big man, whose eyes exploded in fear, panicked and ran into the driver's cab, wanting to drive the SUV and hurry away from here. But Fong merely stretched out a finger and then gently scratched it. The front of the buggy to the driver's cab was split in half with a large portion of the rear. By the time he reacted, Fong had already arrived in front of him. Boom! Fong slapped his palm and the windshield directly shattered with a loud bang. Then with a big hand, he sucked the big man's neck firmly in his palm. Oh! The big man was gripped by Feng's neck, he felt like he was going to suffocate, his face turned red, and he struggled desperately but to no avail. Dare to touch my woman? Who instructed you? Feng's voice was cold to the bone. The big man's heart was shaken and he was just about to say something, but Feng was out of patience and directly performed the soul search technique, then he crushed the big man's neck and threw him on the ground. Gulp! The people who saw this scene were so scared that they shivered. Hurriedly, they turned around and ran, fearing that they would be caught by this devil, Feng. Was this a human or a ghost? Not only did he descend from the sky, he could also instantly move, he could also slap the windshield with one palm, and kill without saying a word. It was too damn scary. Chapter 7 Terrifying Big Man. Damn! Dare to move my woman, Moro Group Wang Chang? Oh, you have already taken the way of death. Feng's face was gloomy and horrible, and his eyes were as cold as knives, emitting a creepy chill. No longer thinking much, he quickly came to his unconscious girlfriend's body. However, when he saw his girlfriend, he was slightly stunned and a strange color suddenly crossed his eyes. Immediately, he hugged the two girls and turned into a white light and flew into the sky. On the ground, some people who were still hiding at the walls and peeking. Seeing this scene, they were all almost stunned into fools. Each one of them was shocked, like seeing a ghost. There are immortals in this world that only exist in legends. The sky has changed, the sky has changed. While Feng was sending the two women back to the rental house, a video of a suspected immortal flying into the sky quickly swept through the streets of Zhanghai City. It even made it onto the hot news, and many people were stunned, their hearts filled with disbelief. However, after a large portion of people reacted, they thought that it was fake. It was a special effect, a lie. However, this video of just a few seconds was viewed differently in the eyes of certain big shots. Somewhere on the outskirts of Zhanghai City, there stood a huge manor. Within the manor, more than a dozen villas are neatly planned and arranged. In front of each villa, there is a small park with swimming pools and fountains, and countless luxury cars stay in the open space in front of each villa. Here is the #1 family in Zhanghai City? The Lu Family. Report. Master, just now, a magical video has exploded on the internet, do you want to take a look? A subordinate of the Lu family rushed into the villa hall, holding a laptop, and asked to an old man who was resting with his eyes closed on the sofa in front of him. This old man's aura was very powerful just by sitting there without saying a word. He was the head of the Lu family. Lu Tianjiang. Hearing his subordinate's words, he slowly opened his deep eyes, lifted his eyelids, and faintly said, "Bring it up." Yes. The subordinate hurriedly placed the laptop on the long table in front of the old man. Then clicked play. After the video footage was played, one could only see a white-clothed silhouette on the screen, and in less than a second, it turned into a white light and flew out of the screen. It was breathtaking. Hiss. The old man's pupils shrunk slightly, and he hastily slid the mouse to repeat the viewing. After watching the slow playback a dozen times in a row, he finally couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. What level of powerhouse is this? It can actually fly? Simply unheard of. Family Master, we've also encountered sect master powerhouses, it seems like they can't fly either, right? That subordinate swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said. When I look at those comments on the internet, they all say that this video was spliced with special effects. So I'm guessing. It shouldn't be true. After all, I've never heard of a martial artist who can fly. No, it's not spliced. Lu Tianzhang shook his head. He was very sure that from the dozen or so times of slow playback just now, there wasn't even the slightest trace of splicing and editing. So, this video was real. Tiger, do you know the realm above Zhongshe? Lu Tianzhang looked at him and asked. Above Zhongshe? Sun Hu froze at his words and then shook his head. I've never heard of it. But Family Master, shouldn't the Sovereign Master realm be the pinnacle of martial arts? How is it that there is still a realm above the Sovereign Master? Lu Tianzhang was silent for a moment, his gaze complex. I'm not too sure about this. However, I once heard an old friend of mine mention it. Patriarchs are not the apex of martial arts, there are even more powerful characters above the patriarchs, and it is said that that level has already transcended the realm of martial arts, and is able to utilize the power of the heavens and the earth, and their strength is incomparably powerful. With the power of heaven and earth? So bullish? Sun Hu's jaw dropped, and his mouth was so wide open that he could have stuffed down an egg. This had completely refreshed his perception of martial artists. He was 32 years old this year, and was now in the middle stage of external force. After more than 10 years of training, he was already able to utilize his external force with ease, and his physical quality far exceeded that of those professional boxers. Alone, he could easily take on 5 or 6 strong adult men. The path of a martial artist is highly hierarchical and is divided into the following realms: external strength, internal strength, and harmonization strength. Huan Jin was also known as the martial grandmaster, capable of releasing internal energy outwardly and killing people invisibly. This kind of martial artist has a strange martial will, and can already vaguely feel the infinite aura of heaven and earth, and with the help of their own martial will to attract the aura of heaven and earth, but that's all. Martial arts master is a legendary figure in the martial arts world, in the entire country of China is a rare existence. And this kind of character, generally are famous, in the martial arts world is almost a household name. Looking at Sun Hu's shocked expression, Lu Jiangtian shook his head and sighed. As you know, a martial Dao patriarch is already an extremely terrifying existence in the martial Dao realm. Terrifying as it may be, it can't fly yet. This person in the video, his strength may have already exceeded beyond the martial Dao sovereign, but the name of that realm is unknown to me. Prepare the car later, I'm going to find old man Yi to ask him properly, perhaps he'll know more. Okay, Family Master. Sun Hu nodded, and after thinking about it, he asked again. Family Master, then this person in the video, should we send someone to check it out? Never check. Lu Jiangtian's face changed slightly as he said in a deep voice. This kind of big shot usually likes to be quiet. He doesn't like to be disturbed. If we accidentally provoke him and make him unhappy, our Lu family will probably be buried in his hands in an instant. Is it that terrifying? Sun Hu drew in a breath of cool air. More powerful than a martial arts grandmaster, how terrifying that kind of character is, think about it yourself. Lu Tianjiang let out a light laugh and shook his head before he stopped paying attention to him and got up to walk towards the study. Go! Sun Hu gulped a mouthful of saliva a little nervously, and after being stunned in place for a few moments, he hoofed it to prepare the car according to Lu Tianzhang's instructions. Chapter 8. This person is too scary. Fongjing neighborhood. Inside Yi Feng's rental house. Placing his girlfriend and Chang Xiaoling on the sofa, Yi Feng looked at the red marks on his girlfriend's face with heartache, while he had already scratched that Wang Chang on the death list in his mind. He hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy to treat the injuries on Lin Wan'er's face. In a short while, the red marks on Lin Wan'er's face had disappeared and became rosy. After treating it, he didn't care about Chang Xiaoling next to him. The red marks on Lin Wan'er's face were already gone, but the red marks on Chang Xiaoling's face hadn't dissipated. This stinking used to obstruct him from being with Wan'er. For the sake of being his girlfriend's best friend, it was already good enough to save her back. As for dead or alive, Yi Feng didn't want to care. Looking at his girlfriend who hadn't woken up yet, Yi Feng tenderly carried her to the bed, then covered the quilt and placed a kiss on her forehead. In his mouth, he murmured, "Don't worry, Wan'er, I will definitely kill that dog. If you dare to touch my Yi Feng's woman, you must be thwarted." Yi Feng's face flashed with viciousness, then he walked out of the balcony and jumped down from the 16th floor balcony. It so happened that this scene was seen by one of the neighbors, Wang Chang, on the next balcony. He was immediately dumbfounded, his heart jumped, and with a nervous mood, he hurriedly leaned over to the edge of the balcony to look down. At this look, he was even more dumbfounded. He only saw that Fong had already landed on the ground and was slowly heading towards the entrance of the neighborhood, looking like nothing was wrong at all.
Am I blind?
Wang Chang froze there, stunned. At this time, his wife Lu Lan came over from the house, patted his head and asked,
"What are you doing?"
Wang Chang immediately came back to his senses and turned around to see that it was his wife, so he hastily reached out and pointed across to Yifeng's balcony and stammered.
"Wife.
I just saw Yifeng jump from here."
"What? Yifeng jumped off?"
Lu Lan let out a cry of shock at his words, and then hurriedly looked down the balcony, but saw that there was not a single silhouette in the open space below, and frowned.
"Old Chang, you're not kidding, right? You said Yifeng he jumped, where is he? How come I don't see him?"
"He's gone," Wang Chang said back.
"He's gone?
Where did he go?"
"Already walked out the door of the neighborhood." "Out of the doorway?"
Lu Lan was stunned, then grabbed Wang Chang's ear and said angrily,
"Mother-er. Are you kidding me? You can jump down from here and still walk out of the entrance of the neighborhood unharmed? Do you think this is reasonable? Ouch. Ouch."
Wang Chang spread his hands and said with a face full of innocence, "Wife, I don't think it's reasonable either. But I saw it with my own eyes. I was just sunbathing here and I really saw Yifeng jump from here.
There's no such thing as a lie. I'll believe the hell out of you."
Lu Lan gave him a fierce blank look and turned around to walk into the house.
"Hurry up and roll in for dinner."
"Oh, good," Wang Chang hurriedly responded. He frowned and scratched his head, his mind repeatedly recalling the scene just now. He felt how it was like it was real. But how could it be explained if it was real? Was there really such a person in this world? After thinking for a while, he slapped his thigh.
"Right. There's still surveillance down there, won't I just go and check it out?"
So he thought that he would go check the surveillance when he finished eating to see if it was really as he saw it.
10 minutes later, Yifeng hitchhiked to the entrance of Moro Group.
Looking at the high-rise building, Yifeng's eyes were all ice-cold. Like a ghost, he rushed into the gate. The speed was so fast that even the doorman didn't notice. Entering the lobby on the first floor of the group, Yifeng came to the front desk and asked to a front desk lady,
"What floor is a sales department supervisor called Wang Chang here in your place?"
The receptionist lady looked at Yifeng and responded with a smile.
"Excuse me, sir, may I ask who you are for Supervisor Wang Chang? Is there an appointment?"
"I am his father.
There is an urgent matter to find him, hurry up and tell me where he is,"
Yifeng said expressionlessly.
"What? His father?"
The receptionist was obviously stunned. Yifeng's appearance was only 17 or 18 years old. How could he be Wang Chang's father? She immediately reacted, thinking that this person was here to make trouble. Her eyes flashed with disgust, her voice turned cold and said,
"Sir, no matter who you are, you just can't go in without an appointment.
Please also leave this place." Yifeng just laughed lightly at the words. Immediately, he stretched out his big hand and grabbed the front desk lady's neck and lifted her up.
"Sir, you. What are you doing?"
The receptionist lost her color and desperately resisted, but Yifeng's hand was as firm as a vice, and no matter how she twisted her body, it didn't help.
"I'll give you one last chance again. Tell me the whereabouts of Wang Chang, or else."
Yifeng's words were cold. At this time, many people surged around. When they saw the scene, their faces were startled, and 3 of them rushed up to angrily rebuke Yifeng.
"Who are you? How dare you make trouble in the Moro Group?" Bang! Bang! Bang!
Yifeng casually slapped his palm, and those 3 people were directly sent flying more than 10 meters away, and the glass door at the entrance was directly shattered by the 3 people.
The entire audience sucked in a breath of cool air.
The looks towards Yifeng changed. That receptionist originally thought she was relieved that someone had come to save her, but after seeing this scene, she was trembling with fear and finally said in a soft manner, "Sir, Supervisor Wang Chang is on the 13th floor, his office is at door number 5.
Bang!
Yifeng let go of his hand and the receptionist lady fell to the ground,
looking at Yifeng with a terrified expression.
If she had known that this person was so ruthless, she should have told him earlier. It was just a shift, there was no need to provoke this kind of ruthless person. Yifeng turned around and walked towards the elevator. The onlookers beside him saw this and made way, none of them dared to come forward to block.
"Just kidding, this person is definitely practiced. A slap to fly 3 people, boxing champions are afraid that they can't do it. This person is too scary."
Yifeng sneered in his heart at this.
"With great strength, doing things is to be decisive and fierce, others will be convinced, and the road will be much smoother."
Now he was fearless of anyone.
Even if the police came, it would be the same.
As the heir of the immortal emperor, he had this backbone and strength. Just as Yifeng was heading to the 13th floor. On the other side, Wang Chang was stunned in the cell monitoring room. He wasn't wrong, Yifeng had really jumped down from the upper floor.
And it wasn't even a little bit.
The angle of the surveillance just happened to capture Yifeng descending from the 6th floor to the ground. Although what he saw was not the 16th floor, he dared to be sure that Yifeng jumped down from the 16th floor.
It was too damn unbelievable.
He couldn't believe his eyes. At that moment, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and took the surveillance video, intending to go back and show it to his wife.
He wanted to prove that he was not joking. This is true. Chapter 9 Fong Yun Hall. Bang!
After Yifeng arrived at the 13th floor, he kicked open the door of office number 5 in front of the astonished gazes of the crowd. He originally thought that Wang Chang was in here, but when he came in, there was not a single figure.
Not here? Yifeng frowned. He walked to the desk and sat down. At this time, 2 youths rushed in and chided him. Who are you? Why did you break into Supervisor Wan's office? Puff.
Yifeng was silent, but a wave of pressure was released, and the 2 youths couldn't withstand it and directly knelt down. They were at a loss, completely unaware of what was going on.
How did they kneel themselves? The other men and women who were working also ran over, but when they ran over, they saw that these 2 were kneeling down to Yifeng. They were stunned. Face to face. What's going on here? Just now, these 2 were not still aggressive and ran in to rebuke the kid? How did they kneel down in the blink of an eye?
The crowd was completely puzzled. Those 2 youths really had a hard time speaking. They wanted to get up, but they always felt an inexplicable pressure pressing down on them. They just couldn't get up.
What is going on here? Could it be that teenager?
The 2 men's gazes coincidentally looked at Yifeng behind the desk.
The heart was 10,000% shocked.
At this moment, Yifeng had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth as he looked at the 2 men with a calm gaze and coldly asked,
Where is Wang Chang? Where did he die? We don't know, Supervisor Wang didn't come today.
The 2 youths realized that this teenager was not ordinary, and their hearts were instantly a little nervous.
Don't know?
Yifeng threw out a slap in the air. The 2 youths were directly slapped out and hit the wall outside the door and kept spitting blood. The crowd was so shocked at the situation that they took a few steps back. However, not a single person stepped forward. Not only did Yifeng's might subdue them. Even when these 2 were beaten, they were all gloating with a look of pleasure in their hearts. These 2 were Wang Chang's relatives. Relying on their relationship with Wang Chang, they hadn't bullied them much in the company. In the past, they were bullied and suffocated without any solutions. They had long hated these 2. Now that these 2 were beaten so badly, they couldn't mention how happy they were. Even when they looked at Yifeng, there was still a lot of good feelings in their hearts. He was simply God, removing harm from the people. Yifeng naturally did not know what these people were thinking. He only knew that he was not happy in his heart and could not get the answer he wanted, so of course he hit them. At this moment, the 2 youths covered their chests, looked pained, and fainted in a short while. Yifeng shook his head and suddenly remembered something. His eyes scanned the desk. A moment later, he pinched a hair strand with his hand, about 20 centimeters. This grifter is quite good at enjoying himself, playing with flowers like that even in the office. Yifeng sneered and threw the hair strand away, picking up another hair on the keyboard that was only 4 centimeters long. This should be Wang Chang's hair. The corner of Yifeng's mouth hooked. The Immortal Emperor's inheritance had many arts, and the tracking art was one of them. He pinched this strand of hair and with a flash of light in his hand, he instantly knew where Wang Chang was currently located. He slowly got up. The next second, stunned the crowd outside the door. They only saw Yifeng turn around and turn into white light to break through the wall behind him and fly down. They were dumbfounded and ran to the side of the wall that was broken through to watch, but they saw that Yifeng had already disappeared. Heavens! He jumped down? There was another big shock in their hearts. Ward hair. This was the 13th floor. Meanwhile, inside a hotel room, Wang Chang was sitting on the sofa with the lanky man and swiping a short video. A few moments later, Wang Chang looked at the time and frowned. He looked at the burly man next to him and asked with a gloomy face. Ah Chang, it's been half an hour, why haven't those 2 you sent come yet? They wouldn't be secretly enjoying themselves first behind Laozi's back, right? Impossible, right? Li Chang sniffed and froze, then looked at the time and secretly thought that it was indeed a bit long, so he called those 2. Hello, the phone number you have dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Li Chang wondered. How come the phone can't be reached? What? Can't even get through on the phone? Wang Chang's face became more and more gloomy. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that those 2 had betrayed him and secretly got into it with those 2 girls. Otherwise, how could it be possible that they hadn't come until now? They had all gotten a room here and stayed for more than half an hour. He didn't want to wait any longer. After making a few more consecutive calls and still not getting through, Li Chang's face became incredibly ugly. Big brother, what you said is really possible. Those 2 girls, one is beautiful beyond words, and the other has such a hot body and dress, maybe they couldn't help it and secretly got it on first. To be honest, if I were in their place, I wouldn't be able to hold back, it's just human nature. Common sense, your sister. Those 2 people were sent by you, if they betrayed me, you don't want to be good either. Wang Chang was so angry that he slapped Li Chang's cheeks red, then said coldly. If you can't even tell the difference between primary and secondary, what does Laozi need them for? When I return to Wind and Cloud Hall to report my cousin, I will definitely break them into pieces. Hearing the wind and cloud hall, Li Chang's face changed greatly, and he was so scared that he quickly knelt down.
Big brother. I was wrong.
I didn't know they were so unstable. If I had known, I wouldn't have said anything to send the two of them to arrest people. 1,000 wrongs are their faults, it has little to do with me. The third master of the Wind and Cloud Hall was Wang Chang's cousin, but he knew how powerful the Wind and Cloud Hall was. There were a lot of powerful characters inside the Wind and Cloud Hall. Especially that Hall Master. He had once seen that Hall Master split a 30-centimeter marble slab with one palm. You know, that could be done with bare hands. And it was still 30 centimeters. If it was up to him, he wouldn't be able to break even 3 centimeters, not to mention 30 centimeters. He knew what that meant. He had once participated in a boxing competition and won the top 10 in the province. But he asked himself that he wouldn't last a single punch in front of the terrifyingly strong Wind and Cloud Hall Master. Right. One punch and he would be beaten to a pulp. It was evident how terrifying his strength was. Humph. Seeing as you have followed me for so long, I will give you another chance. Wang Chang snorted coldly and crossed his legs. My patience is limited. Before 10 o'clock tonight, no matter what method you use, you must send those two girls to my bed. Do you hear me? No problem, big brother. I'll personally go out this time, there's absolutely no problem whatsoever. Li Chang nodded his head repeatedly while letting out a sigh of relief. His back that had been drenched in cold sweat just now. The name, Wind and Cloud Hall, gave him too much pressure. This kind of power. It was simply more terrifying than being caught by the police after breaking the law. Wang Chang's face eased a bit, then slowly lit a Chinese, swallowing clouds and fog up. However, right at this moment. Bang! With a loud bang, the door panel was directly violently kicked away, and the kicked away door panel happened to smash on Li Chang, who had just gotten up. Ah! Li Chang screamed miserably and fainted. Chapter 10, Big brother, don't kill me. What's going on? Who is it? Wang Chang's face changed slightly, his gaze cast towards the doorway, a bad premonition in his heart. At this moment, a white shadow rushed in from the doorway, and immediately Wang Chang felt himself flying. Bang! With a loud bang, Wang Chang's body hit the ceiling and fell to the ground again, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. He felt like his body was falling apart, the pain was unbearable. He lifted his head with difficulty, only to see a slender white-clothed teenager standing opposite him. The teenager was looking at him with an icy gaze. Who are you? I have no grudge against you, you. Wang Chang swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yi Fong. Your name is Wang Chang, right? I am. What's wrong? It's right if you are. Yi Fong immediately exuded icy killing intent, and with a cold smile, he used his finger as a sword and chopped through the air. The spiritual energy turned into a white train, like a sharp long sword chopping towards Wang Chang. Swish! Put! Before Wang Chang could react, his left arm was chopped off, dripping with blood. Aha! My hand! My hand! Wang Chang's face instantly turned white, rolling around on the ground in pain, blood flowing all over the place. Seeing that he was about to faint, Yi Fong pointed out with a finger, and an imperceptible spiritual force sealed his wound. Immediately, while Wang Chang was panting heavily, he chopped out another finger. Swish! Wang Chang's right arm was also sliced off. Ah! Wang Chang let out another miserable scream as the intense pain caused his body to start trembling. He looked at Yi Fong with a terrified expression, his teeth chattered and he shivered. Who the hell are you? You ordered someone to make a move on my girlfriend and you don't even know who I am? Yi Fong stepped on his leg and pressed down hard. The sound of bones cracking came out, causing him to bare his teeth in pain and scream again. You are the boyfriend of those two girls? Wang Chang exhaled with difficulty as he shook his head, his voice panicked. No. You're a college student, how could you possibly possess such terrifying strength? One must know that even those powerful martial artists from the Wind and Cloud Hall did not have the ability to chop off an arm through the air. How on earth did this teenager do that? Seeing that Yi Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent, he could only say stiffly. You can't kill me. My cousin is the third hall master of the Wind and Cloud Hall. If you kill me, the Wind and Cloud Hall will not let you go. Heh, I don't care if you're a Wind and Cloud Hall or a dining hall and bathhouse. Anyone who offends me must die. So, you go to hell. Yi Feng stopped talking nonsense, and with one foot, he directly stomped Wang Chang into a blood mist. This scene. It just happened to be seen by Li Chang, who woke up in a daze. His pupils shook violently and his spine went cold. He hurriedly covered his mouth and was too scared to utter a single breath. Yi Feng naturally sensed Li Chang waking up and turned around, his icy gaze gazing straight at him. Li Chang was shaken, his heart was in his throat, kneeling down and quickly kowtowing to beg for forgiveness. Big brother, don't kill me. I don't know him, don't kill me. Nima, stomping a person hard. This kind of heaven-defying strength. Even the master of Wind and Cloud Hall couldn't do it, right? He had thought that if he humbly begged for forgiveness, Yi Feng should be able to let him go. You were involved in this matter, you still want to live? Fong sneered devilishly, and the air around him was filled with a chilling killing intent. Gulp! Hearing this, Li Chang violently swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Feeling the cold killing intent in the air, he couldn't help but shiver. A great sense of fear surged through his heart, and he could no longer care about his dignity as he fell to the ground and bawled his eyes out. Big brother! Please spare me. I have an old man and a young man. Besides, he instructed me in that matter. I didn't want to do this. You can go now. Fong suddenly spoke faintly. Upon hearing this, Li Chang's heart rejoiced, thinking that Fong had spared him, so he quickly kowtowed. Thank you, big brother, for not killing me. However, just as he got up to leave, a fist-thick white light instantly passed through his chest. His body was violently stunned, and then he stared with wide eyes, his face filled with unwillingness as he fell down. Didn't you say you'd let me go? Idiot, what I said was that you can leave. Fong slapped Li Chang's corpse with a palm and then immediately struck two spirit flames, burning the blood on the ground to a crisp. In a short while, even the pungent fishy odor disappeared. After burning the bloodstains, Fong released his divine sense again and destroyed all the 3 or 4 pinhole cameras in the room. After doing all this, Fong then calmly left the hotel as if nothing had happened just now. Fengqing District. Inside a bright room. Wife, see, I didn't lie to you, right? Fong really jumped off the balcony and nothing happened. Wang Chang said as he handed the video to Lu Lan, who was sitting on the sofa. After incredibly watching the video, Lu Lan was stunned for a long time, and then said in shock. Old Chang, I'm not dreaming, am I? No. Wang Chang said. Then how can this be explained? Lu Lan was stunned. She couldn't believe that a person could jump from the 16th floor and still be unharmed. Unless Fong was a ghost. Otherwise it was absolutely impossible. Even though the evidence was in front of her, she couldn't believe it. Alas, I don't know, it seems that I can only ask little Fong later. Wang Chang sighed. He also felt that it was impractical. But with the facts in front of him, he had to believe it even if he didn't. What else could be done? At the same time, next to them, inside Yifeng's rented house, the two women, Lin Wan'er and Chang Xiaoling, woke up from their sleep. Wan'er, where is this? We shouldn't have been given that, right? Chang Xiaoling clutched her chest and ran to the bedroom, looking at Lin Wan'er with a nervous face. Lin Wan'er wasn't as flustered as she was, but blinked her beautiful eyes flatly, her gaze being swept around the room, finally stopping at the bedside table. She smiled faintly. Xiaoling, don't be nervous, we are inside Yifeng's house. Yifeng's house? Chang Xiaoling froze, her eyes looking around. How can that be? Weren't we captured by 2 big men? How did we suddenly come to Yifeng's house? Look, here is a photo of me and Yifeng. Lin Wan'er said as she pointed to a photo placed on the bedside table. Chang Xiaoling froze when she took a look at it. Sure enough, it was a photo of Yifeng and Lin Wan'er together. That's not right, then where's Yifeng? Where did he go? Chang Xiaoling frowned. Should have gone out for something. Lin Wan'er put on her shoes and got out of bed, the corner of her mouth slightly raised. It just so happens that he's not here. Xiaoling, you have to help me later. Help what? Chang Xiaoling looked at her doubtfully. You'll find out later. Lin Wan'er smiled mysteriously. Chapter 11 One Pin Peak Magical Artifact. After Yifeng left the hotel, he navigated to the nearest antique market in the neighborhood. It was just over 2,000 meters. A few minutes of hitchhiking and he was there. He was going to pluck some treasures there, part of which he would use to sell for money, and part of which he would use to make magic weapons. Mana weapons, as the name implied, were instruments that possessed mana, both attack-type and defense-type mana weapons. There were many types of magic weapons, and the most practical ones were the defensive ones. Attack-type magic weapon can only be used by immortal cultivators. Ordinary people can't use it, because ordinary people can't store and use spiritual power, so they can't drive the magic weapon to give effect. This was not the case with defense-type magic weapons. As long as the maker sends spiritual energy into it and then carves a formation to preserve it, the user only needs to wear it or place it on his body, and the effect can be triggered when he is attacked by the enemy. Therefore, even ordinary people could use defensive magic weapons. Yifeng planned to make one for each of his girlfriend, his 3 good brothers, and the orphanage's head grandfather. In this way, it will be able to protect their safety from any accidents. This thing is much better than those insurance or whatever. In addition, wearing this kind of defensive magic weapon, you can also enjoy the nourishing care of spiritual power, have the effect of prolonging life, driving away disease and nourishing the face, preventing aging, in short, all the benefits and no harm. Yifeng's location was the area north of the city center, the North District. There were several antique markets in the North District, and Yifeng came to one of the most famous and crowded antique markets in the North District. This antique market was called Bei Wang Antique Market. As soon as Yifeng entered the Bei Wang Antique Market, he felt the bustle of the place. People were coming and going, many of them came to try their luck at Taobao. However, Yifeng saw most of the people here are in their 30s and above, and did not see a few young people. Estimated that those young people should not be rare these things at Take the money to come here to touch the odds of this golden egg, might as well go to the nightclub bar shopping mall to go to the dashing pleasure. Fong walked inside, looking around, only to see that this place is like a huge square. The ground is arranged in different categories of large and small vendors. These vendors, most of them are laying on the ground, with a very large cloth pad underneath. The top of the cloth is put all kinds of strange and bizarre things, stained with a little bit of dust and placed there. It really seems like a long time to precipitate the antiques. Fong has a divine sense, able to spy on all the false, true or false. He just a little perception will be able to quickly know. However, this huge workload is also considered to be a bit of a drain on mental energy, but cannot last too long. After 10 minutes have to rest for a few minutes to recover. Fong walked in the market while releasing his divine sense to perceive the various types of exotic treasures on these stores. There were fake and real ones, and Fong bought 7 or 8 value for money items in a row. These things he bought for a few $100s, turned to the connoisseur, can be sold for tens of thousands or even more than 100,000 high price. However, although these things can be sold at a high price, but even suitable for him to make magic weapon thing is not one. Fong shopped for several round trips and shook his head from time to time. It seemed that there was nothing here that he could make a magic weapon with. Good thing he bought a dozen antiques all the way carefully selected. They are not big, they are all jade ceramics. A nylon bag is only loaded with a third of the way. Now he does not have a storage ring. Take some things is a bit of trouble. Fong thought to go back and then make a storage ring. In the future to load things are also more convenient. However, just when Fong was fully loaded and planning to leave this place. His eyes were guided to a corner store in front of him. There was a white-haired old man sitting there. The old man's eyes were slightly closed. Next to his body there was a rectangular mysterious thing wrapped in black cloth, and above the green cloth in front of the old man there were several things, among which there was an iron bracelet, which was less conspicuous compared to the things next to it, but it was just like that. But it made Feng's heart move a little. Feng released his divine sense to feel it, and when he swept to that iron bracelet, his eyes lit up. As expected, it was not what he expected. This iron bracelet actually had spiritual energy attached to it. It was a magic weapon, but it looked as if it was sealed. Feng quickly stepped forward, his dark eyes gazed closely at the iron bracelet on the pavement, releasing his divine sense to inspect it, and instantly spied a faint yellow light flickering inside the iron bracelet. Seeing this yellow light, his heart moved slightly. It was indeed a magic weapon. And by the looks of it, the grade wasn't low, reaching the peak of the first grade. The grades of magic weapons were divided into 1 to 7 grades. Each grade was represented by a different color. First to 7th grade, in order, is yellow, purple, blue, green, black, red. 7 colors represent. The first grade is yellow, the second grade is purple. And the one level above the magic weapon is the spiritual treasure. Spiritual treasure, this thing on earth, don't even think about it, it simply can't exist. Returning to his senses, Feng asked to that white-haired old man. Old grandpa, how do you sell this iron bracelet? As soon as Feng's words fell, the white-haired old man slowly opened his eyes and looked up at him. It was also the moment the old man looked up that Feng keenly sensed that there was a mysterious energy promoting at the old man's dantian, and he was able to affirm that it was not spiritual energy. Could it be that this earth also had the kind of martial arts experts in martial arts novels? Although this old man was a bit uncomplicated, he was full of unconcern. This amount of strength was nothing to him. Moreover, his attention was on that iron bracelet, the rest had nothing to do with him. The old man lightly glanced at Feng with some surprise in his eyes. Little brother, I don't see you as a mortal. You can even read this thing. Old grandfather fallacious praise, I just see this thing is quite good looking. Wanna buy this thing is not just iron bracelet? What's there to see and understand? Feng smiled lightly on the surface, but in his heart, he inexplicably muttered. This old man could also know that this thing is not simple, not right. How would he know it? Magic treasure this earth, should no one know it? Of course, back up a million steps. If the old man knows that this is a magic treasure, then how could he take out to sell it? So the old man definitely didn't know. Feng was certain that the old man just knew that this thing was a bit uncomplicated, but actually had no idea what it was, so he asked someone else. He wouldn't be stupid enough to say that it was some kind of magic treasure. It wasn't like he was stoning himself and raising the price. The old man sniffed oddly and glanced at Feng. You really don't know what this is? Feng looked at the old man. In his heart, he thought that this old man was afraid that it was not as simple as selling something, selling a thing and still poorly asking. He shook his head slightly and his tone became a little impatient. Not I say you, why do you have so much nonsense? I just see this thing looks good. How do I know what it is? Are you selling or not? If not, I'm leaving. In that case, then I won't sell it. The old man shook his head and said. Hey. Feng froze and frowned. Old man, is this interesting to you? Aren't you putting this thing here just to sell it? You won't sell it to me if I don't know what he is. What the hell kind of operation are you doing? His patience is limited. If this old man really won't sell it to him, he'll just take the thing and throw the money away, whatever. Anyway, this thing he was bound to get. He was not willing to give up such a magic weapon. It was so hard to find. And this iron bracelet happens to be a defense-type magic weapon. Go back to unlock the seal, and then recarve a magic array can be given to Wan'er protection with. In 2 days, it will be Wan'er's birthday, so it's a good time to give it to her. Chapter 12, Jiao Cultivation. Thousands of years to become a dragon. Don't be in a hurry, little brother. I don't talk about money with this thing, I only talk about fate. If you can recognize this thing, then it proves that we have fate, and I've just met this person I want to meet. The old man still smiled bashfully. He wasn't stupid. From the moment he saw Yi Fong staring at this iron bracelet all the time, he understood that this person must know something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so many shiny things lying around and would only want an inconspicuous iron bracelet. This kind of bracelet made of iron is not jade, silver, or gold. Generally, no one would want it. Yi Fong was stunned listening to this and thought up in his heart. Since this old man wants to know so much about this iron bracelet, then he can just explain a few sentences. Anyway, said nothing. It is just that he also wanted to ask this old man from where to get this iron bracelet. Where there were treasures, there would definitely be no shortage of good things. This thing is called a magic weapon, but it actually doesn't serve any purpose. Even if you know it, it's useless. Yi Fong said. A spell? Really? Upon hearing this unfamiliar word, the old man's brow but frowned a little. Of course, to tell you the truth, this magic weapon is already damaged. You don't have much use in holding it anyway, just sell it to me cheaply. Yi Fong nodded slightly and said. Looking at Yi Feng's serious look, the old man chose to believe it, and after thinking about it, he said. This thing once saved my life. It used to be useful to me before, but now it's no more, so that's why I said I'll be willing to sell it. But before I sell it, I'm very interested in understanding what exactly this is. Thank you for clearing up my doubts. Tell you what, I wasted your time just now. Count this thing as a gift from me, no charge. After the old man finished speaking, he bent down and picked up the iron bracelet, handing it to Yi Fong. After receiving the iron bracelet, Yi Feng's face then revealed a smile. This old man was a man of his word, quite bold. He put the iron bracelet into his pocket and then turned his gaze to the old man, inquiring curiously. Old grandpa, can you tell me where you got this thing from? The old man froze. I can't quite remember, but I do remember the approximate location. That's fine, where is the approximate location? Yi Fong asked. It seems. The old man recalled. It seems to be Yingying City. There is a temple there, but more than 10 years have passed. I can't remember what it's called. It should have been a fluke there. Yingying City? Yi Fong was slightly stunned. This was exactly where his old home was located, the orphanage, where he grew up and studied. Having stayed there for a full 15 or 16 years, he had already developed strong feelings for it, and it was like his home. Is there anything special about that temple? Yi Fong once again inquired. Characteristics? Well. The old man pondered for a moment and suddenly remembered something. I remembered, there was a dragon and a phoenix there, both carved out of wood. I was impressed when I saw the site back then, so I have that much of an impression now. Good. Yi Fong nodded, then stretched out his right hand and pointed it at the old man's right shoulder. The speed was very fast. Before the old man could react, Yi Fong quickly clicked 3 times, then withdrew his palm. The old man was stunned, his face was a little wary. What do you mean by this? Don't panic, since you gave me something and told me the origin of this, I naturally won't treat you badly. Yi Fong said indifferently. I just saw it, some kind of toxin sealed in your body. This kind of toxin is very peculiar. If it's an ordinary person it can't be dissolved, but it's a small thing for me, seeing as you're not a bad person, so I'll help you dissolve it by the way. I go. It's still really gone? Lao Zi felt the condition of his body and suddenly stood up in shock. He looked at Yi Fong, and his ancient and unperturbed face suddenly became excited, then he smiled and arched his hand and said, Little brother is really not simple. Being able to know what this iron bracelet is proves that you are extraordinary, looking so young, but having such heaven-defying medical skills. Old me admires it. Nah. Little brother, truth be told, this toxin in my body is indeed extremely difficult to deal with. It has trapped me for a long time, and from time to time, my life is in danger, and now you have actually helped me to dissolve it. I really don't know how to thank you properly. How about this? Everything I have on this cloth is sent to you. Although it's not worth a lot of money, it's still a token of my appreciation. Please do accept it. The old man looked happy. Yi Feng's face was quite plain. Just now, although it was just something he did casually, in reality, it was not so simple. The poison that the old man had been hit by was similar to the poison of a certain kind of jiao, and the jiao poison was very ferocious and different from ordinary snake poison. Snakes cultivate for 500 years to become jiao, and jiao cultivate for 1,000 years to become dragons. It could be seen that the jiao had cultivated for at least 500 years, and this toxin was far from being comparable to the ordinary 5 poisons on Earth. So without his strike, there really weren't many people in this world who could resolve this toxin. The old man wouldn't have lasted more than half a month if he didn't have a strong energy support in his body. The spiritual energy of an immortal cultivator was able to easily dissolve most of the toxins on this earth. Just now, he seemed to have just casually made a little bit, but in reality, he had also input a little bit of spiritual energy into it, scrubbing and removing those toxins. For the old man's gift, Yi Fong was not polite at all. Quickly put the green cloth on a dozen antique utensils all into the nylon bag, held in the hands of Weighing. The weight is not light, more than 100 pounds is there. These things look like the year is not low, perhaps add up to sell a 3 or 4 million. Plus he just bought those things, all together, sell more than 10 million won't be a problem. With this kind of money, it would be easy to buy a car and a house. And also don't need to continue to rent a house. Every time you go out, you don't need to take a taxi, directly buy a house around the school, live with your girlfriend, and then buy a car. In this Shanghai city, with a car, traveling life is also a little more convenient. Old grandpa, those things are pretty good, thanks. Yifeng slightly lifted the nylon bag and said with a smile. Little brother is really polite. To say thank you is also the old man thank you is, if it is not you out of the poison, I'm afraid that the old man cannot last long. The old man sighed quietly. Looking at Yifeng's medical skills at such a young age, he was shocked in his heart. Suddenly he had the intention to make friends, and when he saw that Yifeng wanted to leave, he hurriedly inquired. Little brother, wait, I haven't asked you about your name yet. Yifeng could see the old man's intention to befriend, but he didn't want to befriend strangers at will in case of people with bad intentions. Although he was not afraid, but he still could not avoid attracting some trouble when he met this kind of person, so he shook his head and said. There is no need, just now is just a transaction, Ping Shui meets only, if it is the fate of the Jianghu, it is not too late to meet again. Chapter 13 Accidental Collision. Alas, that would be a shame. The old man let out another sigh and watched Yifeng leave the place. Waiting until Yifeng's back completely disappeared. His vicissitude eyes, only then did he move slightly, his body was just stunned in place, silent and speechless, not knowing what he was thinking about. Soon. Yifeng walked out of the market, took out his cell phone and glanced at the time. It was almost 5 o'clock, immediately to the time for dinner. I don't know if Wan'er has woken up yet. Yifeng was thinking about whether to call his girlfriend to come out for dinner. At this time. Girlfriend, however, called first. Hey, Wan'er. Yifeng picked up the phone and his tone became gentle. Yifeng, where are you now? Lin Wan'er's sweet voice came out. I'm outside, I just went to do something for a while, it's almost dinner time. Wan'er, do you guys want to come out for dinner? Yifeng asked with a smile. Ida, I was planning to call out to you. Lin Wan'er said with a smile, afraid that he would have something to refuse. Her tone was mixed with a few points of anticipation. Just now, Xiaoling and I came to a restaurant and ordered food. This store looks pretty good, it's called Yummy House, it's here on the second floor of Baida Plaza, why don't you come over directly now? We are waiting for you here. Okay, the second floor of Baida Plaza, right? I'll be right there. Yifeng nodded, came to the curb and took a taxi to Baida Plaza. Inside the car, Yifeng pondered. He planned to go buy a house first after dinner, and after he bought the house, he would go buy a car. Solve the food, clothing, housing and transportation first, after all, school will start in a week. He had promised his girlfriend that the two of them would go to college together and never part. Even if he became an immortal cultivator, he would never go back on his word. Still in the cab, halfway there, Yifeng's phone rang again. It was his good buddy Su Feiping, who had studied together in the second middle school of Jinling City. This person was a spontaneous and unruly prodigal son by nature, treating his good friends and brothers quite boldly, had helped Yifeng more than once, and always thought of him when there were good things to do. Hey, Feiping, long time no see. Yifeng asked with a smile. At the same time, in his heart, he thought that this brother hadn't contacted him for a good half a month, and thought that something had happened. He had forgotten about it instead. Earlier, he heard that this kid didn't intend to continue his studies after graduating from high school. It seems that he is engaging in entrepreneurship. The location is also Shanghai City. He came here for a few days. He forgot to go and take a look. Hearing Yifeng's voice, Su Feiping immediately smiled happily. Ah, Fong Zi, recently too busy, have forgotten to call with you, but a little miss you, right? Words you arrived in Shanghai City yet? To the point, but I'm here in the North District of the city center. You're over there in the West District, right? Yifeng laughed. Not bad, my side is the Western District. Far is not far nah, it just so happens that I am free today. Where are you? Later I will come over to pick you up. This time, I must treat you to a meal. Su Feiping also said with a smile. Today? Yifeng frowned, he couldn't bear to refuse, and was a bit worried. Just now Wan'er called me to dinner. I promised her, I can't be absent, right? Alright, it's rare for you to get together with your girlfriend, so I'll invite you to dinner another day. But you can't refuse me again at that time. Su Feiping nodded, his tone slightly lost. Immediately afterward, he seemed to have thought of something else and continued. Right, you're about to start school, right? Have you raised all the tuition fees yet? I will transfer 10,000 to you first, not enough to say ah. After saying that, without waiting for Yifeng to refuse, he quickly hung up the phone. Looking at the hung up phone, Yifeng froze, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. This kid, before helping me is not enough? Although the previous money he had returned as much as he wanted, but those favors, they were all remembered in his heart. This buddy, compared to some of his own brothers, are many times better. Yifeng secretly put these in his heart, thinking to return these favors later. He was not the kind of person who knew favors without repaying them. When he came to Baida Plaza and got off the car, Yifeng tidied up his clothes and then walked in towards the main entrance. After entering the interior, Yifeng came to the second floor and came to the door of the Yummy House restaurant, and just as he was about to walk in, a clear female voice came from behind him.
Ha! Yifeng, such a coincidence. Meeting you again.
Yifeng turned his head at the sound, only to see Tang Cherry, dressed in a white dress, greeting him with a smile.
Obviously.
She was also strolling here for shopping.
It happened to meet up with himself. It's quite a coincidence.
Yifeng smiled lightly and was just about to walk into the restaurant when Tang Cherry walked up and called out to him again.
Are you better from your injuries?
There was a slight hint of worry in her words. Because she always felt. Yifeng couldn't be fine at all after being hit by such a fast car, otherwise it would be too strange. Moreover, she felt sorry for Yifeng. If she didn't drive so fast, she wouldn't have hit Yifeng. Yifeng was so young, if she killed or maimed him, not to mention how sad Yifeng's family or friends would be, even she would blame herself so much that she would leave a shadow for the rest of her life.
There's nothing wrong with me, didn't I say so before?
Besides, you also compensated me for the money, this matter has long been cleared up, you don't have any heart burden. Hearing Yifeng say this, Tang Cherry's tense heart was considered to have relaxed a lot. Her eyes swept the restaurant signboard, faintly smiled, and asked,
Are you going to eat here?
Yes.
Yifeng nodded. Are you the only one? Tang Cherry asked again.
There's also my friend. Yifeng said back. Oh, then you go ahead and eat, I won't bother you. Tang Cherry said with a smile and left.
She hadn't eaten dinner yet.
Just now, she had wanted to invite Yifeng to dinner by the way, but when she heard that Yifeng had a friend waiting for him, she dismissed the idea.
Meanwhile, inside the restaurant,
on the seats for four by the glass window, there were two girls sitting. One was sweet and gentle looking and the other had a hot and sexy body. These two were Lin Wan'er and Chang Xiaoling. The two were waiting for Yifeng's gap in boredom, but they happened to see the scene outside the restaurant where Yifeng was laughing and talking with Tang Cherry. Since the glass of the restaurant was specially constructed, the outside could not see the inside, while the inside could see the outside. Therefore, the two of them happened to see the scene of Yifeng chatting with Tang Cherry. Lin Wan'er hadn't thought much of anything, thinking that it was just former classmates suddenly meeting and greeting each other, but Chang Xiaoling next to her was adding fuel to the fire. Wan'er, look, that woman is not bad looking, wow, look at what she's wearing, it's all designer labels. At least tens of thousands of dollars.
Yo, she even smiled at Yifeng, she wouldn't have a heart for Yifeng, right?
These words made Lin Wan'er's heart feel very unnatural, and she even became a little wary of that girl. Because she rarely saw Yifeng would smile at other women. Could it be that the relationship between the two of them was not simple? Chapter 14 Birthday Gift. Just as she was ruminating in her mind, Chang Xiaoling jabbered again from the side. Honestly speaking, although Yifeng this person doesn't have much money. But he's a person, right? He's a little handsome. It's still possible to attract some young girls in love. Also, Wan'er, look, Yifeng even smiled at that girl, it means he has a good feeling. You have to be careful, well, I think you should either open your mouth and break up first. Otherwise, when Yifeng gets hooked up with her and leaves you behind, it will be too late for you to regret it. Don't be ridiculous, they should just be ordinary friends, Yifeng wouldn't see one and love another. Lin Wan'er glared at her, her face was like frost, somewhat angry. Also, don't say those words that interfere with my relationship with Yifeng in the future, or I'll never ignore you again. Although the words were said this way, but in her heart, some uneasiness surged vaguely, as if she was afraid that her most important thing would be taken away from her. She was right to believe in Yifeng, but who can say? People are not gods, hearts change. Okay, I won't dare anymore, okay? Seeing that she looked like she was really angry, Chang Xiaoling hurriedly smiled curtly. Seeing her converge, Lin Wan'er's face eased a bit. At this time, Yifeng walked over. He sat across from the two and looked at Lin Wan'er with a smile in his eyes. Wan'er, sorry, I'm late. Lin Wan'er nodded slightly, and after slowing down her undulating thoughts, she got up and sat on Yifeng's side, leaving Chang Xiaoling sitting alone on one side. Chang Xiaoling blankly glanced at her without a good mood, then looked at Yifeng, and couldn't help but secretly say in her heart with contempt. My good girlfriend. What exactly do you see in this guy? Liking it so tightly. He doesn't seem to have anything particularly outstanding, right? Other than being a little bit handsome, what else is valuable? No father, no mother, no power, and still grew up in an orphanage, just going to school at this Jianghai University. Even if his academic performance is good, he'll just be a wage earner when he gets out of the society in the future. To house no house, to car also no car, even the tuition fees for school also have to scramble for summer vacation jobs. Your family conditions are so good, how will you look at him such a pauper? Could it be that so-called bull false love? That's really ridiculous. How much is love worth? In front of the reality of life in the future, it will eventually be broken. So, finding a partner or to find a family is the best, otherwise in the future you can only follow the poor man to live a lifetime of hard life. She truly hoped that Wan'er could find a man who would give her a happy life, not a destitute man like Yifeng who had nothing. If she followed Yifeng, she would not be destined to be happy in the future. At this time, the waitress came. She smiled at Lin Wan'er and inquired, "Hello ma'am, may I start serving the food now?" "Aha!" Lin Wan'er nodded slightly. "Alright, please wait everyone, the reserved 12 dishes will be here soon." 2 minutes later, the 12 dishes were served one after another and set out on the dining table. At a glance, there was a wide array of dishes, the aroma slowly drifted out, and the color of each dish looked very enticing. Like what hot and sour bubble pepper tender bullfrog, spicy curry prawns, spicy crispy ribs, explosive spicy grilled fish. Each dish looks like it's worth a lot of money. Looking at these dishes that wouldn't add up to less than $1,000, Yifeng slightly froze and secretly pondered in his heart. What day is today? He looked at Lin Wan'er in confusion. Lin Wan'er smiled sweetly at him, then took out a delicate little bag from behind her, then quickly handed it to Yifeng. "Baby, happy birthday." "Sent to you." "Sent to me?" Yifeng was confused before he suddenly remembered that today was his birthday. "Open it and take a look." Lin Wan'er smiled sweetly. "Good." Yifeng nodded, moved in his heart as he opened the white bag and took out an exquisite box inside. "Wow! Isn't this a Vacheron Constantine?" Chang Xiaoling's eyes were immediately stunned and she gulped and said, "I do know the luxury brand of this kind of watch. It said that the cheapest would cost more than $80,000 to $90,000. The general price is over $100,000 to $200,000. Wan'er, how much did you pay for this? You're giving this to Yifeng?" "Xiaoling. What are you talking about? It's not as expensive as you said." Lin Wan'er's heart tightened and she blinked at Cheng Xiaoling, signaling not to talk nonsense. Afterwards, she looked at Yifeng and said with a slight plea, "Don't listen to her, this didn't cost much, I looked good, so I bought it for you, this time you can't refuse me again." Yifeng smiled faintly, his heart had long understood something, reached out and stroked her soft hair, saying, "Fool, since this is your intention, of course I will accept it." After saying this, he opened the exquisite box, took out the dazzling gold-encrusted mechanical watch inside, and wore it on his hand. He looked at the complicated and dignified mechanical dial and laughed. "Wan'er, thank you for the gift, this watch is very nice, I like it very much." He was not stupid, and knew some information about luxury brands. He could tell that this watch was expensive, but since his girlfriend gave it to him, he couldn't refuse. If it was in the past, he might have refused. Because he simply couldn't afford to return this kind of big gift. But now is different. He had money, and there were ways to make more money. So, not only would he give Wan'er a happy life in the future, but he would also give her more precious gifts on every holiday. "It's good that you like it, I was afraid that you wouldn't like it." Lin Wan'er's heart was relieved. This was the first time Yifeng was willing to accept a gift from her. In the past, when she wanted to give him gifts on various holidays, she just refused to accept them, just like an elm brain. She didn't know which tendon was enlightened today. No matter what, as long as Yifeng accepts the gift, it's not in vain that she carefully selected a good gift for so long. Cheng Xiaoling opened her mouth and swallowed back what she wanted to say. At the same time, her hand behind her back quietly put a delicate orange box back into her pocket. She was silent for a moment and looked at Yifeng, her eyes dodging as she said dryly, "Ahem, so what? Yifeng, happy birthday." "Thanks." Yifeng was a little surprised that she would also say happy birthday to herself, but he still temporarily put aside the unpleasantness between the two in the past and nodded. Alright, let's eat. Come on, today's birthday boy will eat this biggest piece of braised pork first." Lin Wan'er smiled as she picked up a huge piece of braised pork and placed it in the bowl in front of Yifeng, the aroma sizzling. "Don't look blank, clip one for you too, okay?" Lin Wan'er laughed again and pinched a piece of braised pork for Cheng Xiaoling, who was giving her a blank stare. "That's more like it, I thought you forgot about me as your best friend." Only then did Cheng Xiaoling reveal a smile and happily ate. However, just as the three of them were talking and laughing as they ate, not far from them at a dining table, a man wearing a duck-tongued cap withdrew his gaze from looking at Yifeng and the others, took out his cell phone and dialed a call. "Hey, Shin Xiao. Chapter 15 Antique Master. What? It's that kid again? He's still pestering Wan'er?" The voice of Shin Xiao on the other end of the phone was gloomy. "Isn't he clear about the last warning? A toad is worthy of eating swan meat. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless, you asked for it. Go and send people, I limit you to tie that kid over to me before 12 o'clock today. Remember, don't let the news leak out, don't let the police in Zhanghai find out about us." "Yes, Xiaoshen. Guarantee to complete the task." After that duck-tongued man hung up the phone, he glanced at Yifeng's and their direction, then pulled down his hat and quickly left the place. Yifeng sighed. After he finished his meal, he found an excuse to sidetrack Cheng Xiaoling and then took Lin Wan'er to the nearest large antique store. He had bought so many antiques before, so he definitely had to sell them. As for how much he could sell it for, it was unknown in his mind. Because he didn't know anything about antiques, but he could tell at a glance if they were real or fake. So, Sell antiques or go to this large organization to sell to rest assured.
Here at least are some connoisseurs.
Of course. There may also be some specializing in pitting people. But he is not afraid of being pitched. This large antique store is called Jubooj, covers a large area, exquisite decoration, not to mention the fame, in this square miles are the most famous existence. It is said that there is an antique master, in the antique industry is very loud, deep attainments, extremely good at antique age, material, as well as authenticity appraisal. Seeing that Fong mysteriously brought himself to this Jubilee Pavilion antique store, Lin Wan'er was a little confused.
What are you bringing me here for? Could it be that you want to buy antiques?
Wrong guess, I'm not trying to buy antiques, but sell them.
Fong shook his head. Selling antiques?
Lin Wan'er looked at Fong and swept from head to toe, then frowned.
Then where are your antiques?
Don't be in a hurry, I've already existed the things inside in advance, when they finish appraising, I can collect the money.
Fong said indifferently. Really? How much can I sell it for then?
Lin Wan'er asked curiously. About $10 million or so.
This, so much? Are you kidding?
Lin Wan'er's small face was shocked, her heart somewhat disbelieving.
When have I ever lied to you?
Fong laughed and immediately pulled her hand to walk inside. A minute after the two of them entered the treasure-gathering pavilion, 7 more people walked in. At the head of the group was an old man in a Tang suit, next to the old man was a girl in a white dress, and the other 5 people were tall and big bodyguards. If Fong was here, he would have recognized the girl in white dress.
Not bad, it was Tang Cherry. The old man in a Tang suit was her grandfather, the head of the Tang family in Jianhai City, Tang Hong.
Tang Hong extremely loved to collect all kinds of antiques, heard that today's treasure pavilion held an antique auction, so today to come here to see if you can come across their favorite things. So, she also followed her grandfather to join in the fun. After all, antiques this thing is very wonderful, before always listening to grandpa to explain all kinds of knowledge of antiques.
So over time,
she is also quite interested in this. It just so happens that today is the annual antique auction again, just some boredom, come here to pass the eye.
Grandpa, I've heard that there's an antique master in this treasure pavilion, do you know him? Tang Cherry Blossom asked. Tang Hong laughed as he walked.
Of course I know each other, old friend. He also likes to collect antiques, the two of us are sort of like-minded. In the past, when I collected antiques, I would also go to him for appraisal, so as not to encounter fakes. His appraisal ability belongs to the master level, in the entire Jianhai city, no one can compare to him. Tang Cherry said with some surprise.
So powerful? Then in terms of appraisal ability, wouldn't no one be able to match him?
That's natural, in Jianhai City, with his ability, if he calls it second, no one dares to call it first.
Tang Hong nodded and said. Since Grandpa has said so, then I'll have to meet him later. Tang Cherry Blossom became even more curious.
On the other side, Fong brought Lin Wan'er into a large and bright room, and a grade 1 appraiser had already been waiting here, warmly greeting Fong and the two of them as they sat down. Antique appraisal ability was divided into 4 levels. First level appraiser, second level appraiser, third level master, fourth level master. Level 2 to level 3 is a watershed, which is required to be assessed in a specialized institution, and cannot be faked. This first level appraiser who entertained Fong had a quite conspicuous small sign hanging on his clothes. The sign said Huaxia Tasting Society General Assembly, and there was a small star embedded underneath. A star. It means that this person is a first grade appraiser. Already able to appraise most of the ordinary antiques, and then a little more complex and difficult will need a second level appraiser to appraise. Appraiser this industry, Fong is slightly heard of. The higher the grade of the appraiser, the higher the prestige and status. And the ability is composed of several aspects. First, the material identification of antiques, such as metal, ceramics, jade. The second is the identification of the age of the antique, basically judging from the style and craftsmanship. The ancient and modern craftsmanship is completely 2 different crafts. Third is the authenticity of antiques identification, generally through the details of observation or other technological means to assist in judgment. To the authenticity of this aspect is the real test of an appraiser's true ability. There is a final point, that is the market assessment. Market assessment is not very important, as long as the establishment of the material of the antique as well as the exact age, generally can be assessed, the accurate data out, each appraiser assessed the price is not bad. Mr. Yi, those antiques you brought before, we have finished evaluating them one by one, and the price has been accounted for, a total of 12,600,000. Once again to confirm, do you want to sell all of these? The appraiser handed the printed bill to Fong and asked with a professional smile. Fong took the bill and glanced at it and nodded. That's right, I want to sell all of them. At the same time he sighed in his heart, earning more than $10 million in one day, this kind of outrageous thing if it was placed in the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Suddenly he felt a bit like he was dreaming, this feeling was a bit unreal. Unlike him, Lin Wan'er next to him was surprised. She came to Feng's ear and asked in a low voice. Where did you get these antiques? How can you sell them for so much money? I plucked them in the antique market. As for why I can sell them for so much money, it's pure luck.
Fong said. Luck? Lin Wan'er seemed to be a bit in disbelief. Which person is lucky enough to be like this?
This is $10 million, not $1,000. Don't worry, this is all by my own ability to find. If you don't believe me, next time to go to the antique market, I can show you 2 hands.
Fong pulled her hand and gently patted it. His face was extremely flat and said.
Looking at this bland expression of his, Lin Wan'er helplessly nodded her head, choosing to believe on the surface, but inwardly she was still a bit unbelieving. It wasn't that she didn't believe it. It was just that without seeing it with her own eyes, it was truly unbelievable.
Normal people would be like this. Wouldn't you be surprised if someone else's ability that had never been revealed to you was suddenly used?
The key was that she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Even if she believed in Yifeng's words, there would always be a feeling in her heart that refused to believe it.
Chapter 16 Master Jia. How long before the auction starts? Fong remembered this matter and asked the appraiser.
It just so happened that he also wanted to go and see if he could be lucky enough to stumble upon a magic weapon or something at this auction. The appraiser glanced at his watch and returned. It starts at 6:30, it's now 6:27, 3 minutes short.
Then where is the location? Fong asked again.
Mr. Yi, it's in the 3rd floor hall. It can accommodate 300 people to watch. The auction hasn't started yet. It shouldn't be full yet. If you're interested, you can go over to have a look later. Maybe you can bump into your beloved treasure? Hearing this, Fong nodded. He happened to have the same intention. If he could happen to come across a magic weapon, it would not be a waste of this trip.
Then, the appraiser added. Mr. Yi, please show us your bank card number so that we can transfer the money to you.
After Fong told the appraiser his bank card number, the appraiser processed it in less than 5 minutes, and the news of the arrival came from Yifeng's cell phone. Lin Wan'er took a look and was stunned, feeling so unreal that she wanted to slow down, so she said, "I'll go to the restroom." After Lin Wan'er walked out of the room, Fong sat lazily on the sofa, and as his eyes wandered around the room, he suddenly noticed a few exhibits placed on the counter in front of him. It was a jade porcelain vase, about the size of his palm, and it looked quite nice with a rounded color. However, he could tell at a glance that it was fake. Scanning over the other jade items, as usual, they were all fakes. He couldn't help but frown. These things were fake. Why were they displayed here? It couldn't be that they were going to be put up for auction, right? After thinking about it, he pointed at the cabinet and asked the appraiser, "Are all the things on there the ones you're going to auction off?" The appraiser glanced at the cabinet and nodded. "That's right, those are the lots we're temporarily storing and will be sending to auction in a short while. Then I'd better advise you not to take them to auction, they are all fake." Fong shook his head. "All fake? This? Mr. Yi, words must not be spoken carelessly." The appraiser's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly put up a gesture of banning, stepping forward and whispering, "These are antiques personally appraised by Master Yang, they can't be fake." How would he believe that Fong knew those things were fake just by looking at them? Not to mention that Fong was not even an appraiser. Even if he was a first-class appraiser, he wouldn't dare to say that it was fake. Because these antiques, all by Master Yang personally appraisal. Even Master Yang has decided that this is true, who dares to question it? Unless this is a higher level of appraisal master set out, otherwise no one dares to question. Fortunately, they were the only 2 people in the office. Otherwise, if this was heard by others, Fong would definitely not be spared from a head-butting accusation. No one could tolerate anyone who dared to question what the master had appraised. "Alright, if you say it's not fake then it's not fake." Fong didn't want to mind his own business, but he was secretly muttering inside. That quite famous Master Yang is nothing more than that. He can't even tell the difference between real and fake, and still calls himself a master. It's really ridiculous. Not long after, Lin Wan'er came back, and Fong brought her back towards the auction venue. He also wanted to try his luck and see if he could run into a magic weapon or something here. The iron bracelet that he got before was a good thing, but it was just one, it wasn't enough. He wanted to get some more. Just as Fong and his 2 men were heading to the auction house, 3 more people came into this room. The leader of the 3 was an old man in black. The old man's face was grim, his hands were behind his back, and the corner of his mouth was subtly hooked with a cold smile from time to time. On either side of the old man were 2 young people, a man and a woman. Upon seeing the arrival of this black-clothed old man, that appraiser's face immediately revealed a look of respect as he stepped forward and arched his hand. "Master Jia, welcome to the treasure-gathering pavilion, please take a seat." The old man who was called Master Jia nodded his head slightly and brought the 2 lonely young men and women beside him to sit on the sofa. The appraiser hurriedly brewed 3 more cups of tea and enthusiastically brought them up. Master Jia's name was Jia Lianshan, also an antique master, and Master Yang's status was on par with that of Master Yang, and even because of his location in the Magic City, his reputation was more than 1 level higher than that of Master Yang's, and he had countless apprentices under his tutelage. It can be said that his words, in the antique world, is very weighty. During the period that the appraiser made tea and brought it here, he didn't say a word till the end. His body sat straight and closed his eyes indifferently, looking as if he was resting with his eyes closed. As for the two young men and women next to him, when they saw the one-star badge on the appraiser's chest, their eyes revealed a few moments of disdain. Although as Master Jia's apprentices, they only had the ability of a first-level appraiser. However, the victory was that they were even younger. And most importantly, they had Master Jia, the antique master, with them. With such an awesome teacher in place, could they still put others in their eyes? Of course not. Unless it was a master-level person, they wouldn't even bother to look at it, affecting their mood. That appraiser naturally noticed the disdainful gazes of these two men and women, and although he was a bit upset in his heart, he didn't say anything. His name was Lu Xian, he was 37 years old this year, and he was only a first-level appraiser. Indeed, he was no match for these two first-level appraisers who only looked 25 or 26 years old. Where's Yang Mu? Jia Lianshan suddenly opened his eyes and asked. Yang Miao was Master Yang's real name. The two men were not far apart in strength, but they had always been at odds in character, neither of them serving anyone. In their careers, they had even been tit for tat, secretly playing fists. This time, when he came to Gathering Treasure Pavilion, he had secretly received the news that a batch of Yuan dynasty antiques appraised by Yang Mu was said to be high-level imitations. As long as this fact was confirmed, then Yang Mu's prestige status would plummet and would even color a stain on his career. This would undoubtedly cause Yang Mu to suffer a huge blow. As soon as he thought of making Yang Mu a target, he couldn't stop feeling good in his heart. Yang Miao, this time, I will make you lose your reputation. The corner of Jia Lianshan's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Back to Master Jia, Master Yang is resting in his office. Lu Xian sniffed and immediately returned. I heard that he recently personally appraised a batch of royal antiques from the end of the Yuan dynasty that will be auctioned off soon, right? Jia Lianshan asked. Lu Xian nodded. Not bad, Master Yang did personally appraise a batch of royal antiques from the late Yuan dynasty yesterday. Saying that, he walked to the side of the counter and pointed to a few types of porcelain on it. These antiques maintain a very perfect color, the best I've seen in so many years. Ha! Jia Lianshan immediately laughed coldly. All of them are counterfeits, of course the color remains perfect. As soon as these words came out, the entire room was instantly silent, as if the air had frozen. Not only Lu Xian, but also the two young and arrogant men and women froze. What? Counterfeit stuff? Lu Xian froze, then lost his smile and said, Master Jia, this is not something to joke about. What, do you think I would look like I'm joking with you? Jia Lianshan's voice sank. This. Lu Xian froze and immediately reacted. Grandmaster Jia and Grandmaster Yang were the same antique masters. Their words carried a lot of weight and it was impossible for them to lie. His heart jumped. Could it be that these antiques were really fake? If that was the case, Master Yang would lose his reputation. At this moment, he suddenly thought of what Fong said just now again. That person also said that these are fake. How did he see it? Is he also an appraiser? Impossible. That teenager looked so young. How could he see something that even Master Yang couldn't see? Chapter 17 Competitive Bidding. Master Jia, wait for a while, I'll go and call Master Yang over. Lu Xian walked out of the room with an ugly face and rushed towards Master Yang's office. Master, are these antiques really fake? Why can't I tell? The man walked up to the counter and held a few antiques and looked left and right and couldn't help but frown. The woman also curiously went up to check and after a moment also shook her head, stating that she couldn't tell. You too will understand if you look carefully at the marks underneath them. Jia Lianshan said. Oh. The two of them sniffed and turned the antique upside down, looking at the traces on the chassis, and were startled a moment later. Master, it's true, this really is a fake. This is obviously a modern craftsmanship when you take a closer look. The man's name was Yingying, and at only 25 years old, he was already a first-class appraiser. The woman next to him is her sister, a year younger, because like him, since childhood, contact with antiques in this area of knowledge, but also specialize in the study of this profession, coupled with Jia Lianshan's careful guidance, so early into the ranks of the first-class appraiser. For Jia Lianshan, these two disciples, he is very satisfied. He is even expected to inherit his mantle, so he is training the two as successors, and all the things that can be taught are taught anyway. Lu Xian hoofed it to the door of Grandmaster Yang's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Yang Mu is currently drinking tea leisurely on the sofa in his office. When he hears someone knocking on the door, he speaks out. Master Yang, it's not good. The batch of Yuan dynasty antiques that you appraised yesterday are fake. As soon as he entered the office, Lu Xian hurriedly opened his mouth. The tone was laced with anxiety. Because he understood the seriousness of this matter. A hallowed antique master would even make a mistake in identification. If this was spread out, his reputation would definitely be ruined. Xian, who told you that those antiques are fake? Upon hearing this, Yang Mu was not in a hurry. Instead he asked with a smile. He was very confident in his appraisal ability. It was impossible that he would make such a low-level mistake as an appraisal error. Unless it was someone who wanted to harm him, creating rumors and slandering him. But he was indifferent in this situation. As long as there was no absolute evidence in front of him, none of it could have any effect on him. Seeing that Grandmaster Yang did not believe it, Lu Xian was also quite helpless because in the past, there were also such cases where some people maliciously slandered Grandmaster Yang. But today was different, being extremely authoritative and at the same level as Grandmaster Yang. What Grandmaster Jia said out of the blue, 9 times out of 10 was true.
Grandmaster Yang, this time, there might really be an accident.
Because this time, it was Master Jia who personally came over to empirically prove it. Lu Xian said with a grave expression.
What? Jia Lianshan has come?
When Yang Miao heard this, his flat face finally produced a slight change. If it was really Jia Lianshan who had opened his mouth to question his appraisal of the antiques that were faulty, then even if he was confident, he was suddenly a bit bottomless.
Because he knew Jia Lianshan's character.
Although the two of them were arch rivals. But would definitely not joke about such things.
His heart was finally surging with a few moments of uneasiness and self-doubt arose. Could it be that yesterday's shipment really had problems?
Let's go, no matter if that batch of antiques is fake or not, I have to appear personally. Yang Miao stood up from the sofa with a heavy face, opened the door and took the lead to walk out.
Lu Xian also quickly followed. At the same time,
Fong and Lin Wan'er had already arrived at the auction house. The scene has begun the auction, there are quite a lot of people, but it is very quiet, without that kind of noisy sound.
The seats are not all full. There were still a dozen empty seats left at the back that no one sat on. Fong took Wan'er and sat on the 2 empty seats in the penultimate row.
After sitting down, Lin Wan'er glanced at Fong with a complicated gaze and thoughtfully asked.
Fong, are you hiding something from me?
Fong thought about it internally for a while and ultimately planned not to tell the matter of him becoming an immortal cultivator first. After all, this kind of thing would be difficult for ordinary people to accept for a while, so it would be better to find a good time before explaining.
No, why would you think that? Fong just smiled gently. Seeing this, Lin Wan'er didn't say anything more. No matter what happened, she still chose to believe Fong without hesitation. At this moment,
Fong suddenly discovered a familiar figure sitting in the first row in front of him. It was Tang Cherry, and next to her sat an old man in Tang clothes who looked extraordinary.
It should be her grandfather.
Time passed by, and the auction finally came to the last few sessions. The host received a box from the Miss Manners. Opening the box, a bright purple light suddenly flashed out.
The crowd was all wide-eyed and somewhat surprised. What is this thing? How could it even glow? To know that
antiques could glow, they were simply unheard of. Seeing the crowd's reaction, the host's lips hooked, then smiled. Everyone has seen it, this thing it can glow, that proves that it's not a mundane item, but a rare treasure that is rare to see in 1,000 years. This thing is called the Dharma Compass. Not only does it have an extremely high collection value, when placed in the room, it also has the effect of refreshing the mind and prolonging life.
The starting price is $10 million, each increase shall not be less than $1 million, start the auction. I bid $12 million. I bid $13 million. $15 million. $18 million.
As soon as the host's words fell, a steady stream of bids rang out from the scene. The vast majority of the people on the scene were very excited about this item.
Although the efficacy of refreshing the mind was not worth mentioning, the 4 words of prolonging life deeply attracted them. And most importantly, this thing can glow. At first glance, it's a very powerful thing. Take it out to debut shall not be doubly dignified?
It would be a pity if this kind of treasure was not taken. Fong, on the other hand, shook his head and did not have a trace of interest in this thing. Because he could see at a glance that not only was this thing not a good thing, it was instead an evil thing. It carried a trace of resentment inside, so it emitted a faint purple eerie glow. Once an ordinary person was tainted by this kind of thing, they would lose their mind, be damaged by the grievances, and in the long run, they would also become idiots.
Whoever gets this thing will be out of luck.
But this matter has nothing to do with him. He not only do not want to care, but on the contrary, lost interest in this auction. Half a day did not wait for what he wanted, then wanted to take Wan'er to leave. But just at this time, a familiar voice made him freeze.
$30 million.
When the price on the spot was set to hover around $24 million, Tang Cherry Blossom suddenly made a bid. She was representing her grandfather. As soon as the people in the room saw that it was someone from the Tang family making the bid, they suddenly quieted down, not a single person continuing to follow the bid. Everyone in Jianghai City knew that there were 4 families that could not be messed with.
First of all, the first is the Jianghai Lu family. The strength is undoubtedly the pressure of Jianghai 3 big families. Reputation can be said to be all over the province. The power is extremely large, even if it is the magic city of those big families or respect to let 3 times. Secondly, there are 3 big families in Jianghai, the Wang family, the Yi family and the Tang family. Although these 3 families are not as strong as the Lu family, but the strength is not to be underestimated, such as if the 3 families together, this kind of strength, even if it is the Lu family also have to respect to let 3 times. From this, it can reflect the monstrous energy of the Tang family. Joking, the Tang family head is sitting here, with the strength of the Tang family, who is present whose wealth can be compared to the Tang family. Furthermore, even if there was money to compete with the Tang family down the line, who would dare? Offending the Tang family and making the Tang family unhappy. The road in the future was destined to become difficult and rugged. Chapter 18, Getting It Wrong. Yifeng looked at the girl's back and frowned. She was going to buy this thing? This thing can't be touched. It could be said that once the resentment inside this thing invades the mind, dementia would be the lesser case, and death would be the more serious case. This girl was young and kind-hearted, and he had met her twice. Yifeng could not bear to see her become an idiot. After thinking about it, he still planned to remind her. If after reminding her, she still didn't care, then it was fate. Yifeng sighed. He would only remind her once. After one time, it would be none of his business. Wan'er, go out and wait for me for a while, I'll take another look and come right away. Good, then I'll wait for you outside. Lin Wan'er gently nodded her head and walked out of the auction house under Yifeng's gaze. Then, Yifeng stood in place and cast a sound transmission technique. Don't auction that compass, it's not a good thing, it will harm you. The sudden voice caused Tang Cherry Blossom to tremble. Where did that voice come from? But this voice is so familiar. She subconsciously looked back and saw Yifeng standing behind her. Yifeng continued to transmit his voice. There are grievances attached to the top of that compass. Once a person touches this thing, they will damage their mind and even turn into an idiot. Turn into an idiot? Hearing this, Tang Cherry Blossom's heart jumped and her eyes were filled with shock as she looked at Yifeng. Why can he speak to me through the air? And by the looks of it, other people couldn't hear it either. How on earth did he do it? After being shocked for a while, she finally chose to believe Yifeng. Because just based on this means of Yifeng's voice transmission through the air, it made her believe in Yifeng's words. What's more, it's just an antique, so what's the big deal if you don't want it? Although it was her grandfather's favorite, she couldn't help but feel palpitations when she thought about how that thing would turn people into idiots. It was better to believe it than not. Grandpa, we don't want this thing. Tang Cherry Blossom said to her grandfather. At those words, Tang Hong froze and looked at her with a puzzled expression. Don't want it? Why? I think this thing is quite good. It still blows and has a high collector's value. Although he was a lover of antiques and loved this thing, he seemed to care about his granddaughter's words, so he inquired. Tang Cherry Blossom directly pulled his hand and pouted, Grandpa, I don't like this thing, it's ugly. So what if it glows? Maybe it's some kind of technology? Have you ever seen an antique glowing before? Besides, it's not scientific. Isn't it? That's true, then fine, we won't continue filming, let's wait for someone else to do it. Tang Hong nodded helplessly. That's what the word said. However, he felt in his heart that since their Tang family had already bid, no one else should bid, so this thing should still belong to him in the end. Tang Cherry Blossom also seemed to realize this problem and sighed helplessly in her heart. Suddenly she thought of something else, and quickly turned her gaze for help towards Yifeng, who hadn't left in time. Yifeng also realized this problem, because he could tell that Tang Cherry's background was not ordinary, and probably had some weight in Zhanghai City, making other auctioneers too scared to bid. After thinking about it, he transmitted his voice and said, just as well, you guys auction it off, and if I have time, I'll help you get rid of the resentment inside that thing. In fact, at this time, he suddenly thought of a good idea. Grudges were actually deteriorating souls. If he could tame that soul attached to it, and then cultivate it and nurture it, he might be able to get a good right-hand man to help him do some things, such as secretly protecting his girlfriend when he wasn't around. After all, the soul is an energy body that belongs to the void, and is difficult to defeat without special means, so being his girlfriend's bodyguard is kind of a no-brainer. Also, if this soul exists for more than 1,000 years or more, then it really earns. Souls are also divided into grades: cultivation of less than 500 years, generally low spirit; more than 500 years, more than 1,000 years or less, is a medium spirit. Above 1,000 years, one would reach the high spirit realm, and even more powerful were the earth spirit and heavenly spirit. That kind of level would be too far away. When a soul level reached the high spirit level, it possessed the strength of a cultivator at the refining stage level, around the second refining layer. That compass looked like it was almost 1,000 years old, and he didn't know what grade that resentful soul inside would be. Yifeng was a bit curious. This sighed. After hearing Yifeng's words, Tang Cherry nodded, and she was relieved in her heart. As for hearing Yifeng say that he was able to get rid of the resentment inside this compass, she was suddenly a little curious. Could Yifeng be the kind of ghost hunting master on TV? No, he looks so young. He looks about the same as me. Tang Cherry Blossom had grown up loving to watch this kind of TV series and novels with ghosts and monsters, and as soon as she heard Yifeng say words like grievances, she naturally and quickly substitutes into it. Then combined with this outrageous operation of Yifeng's voice transmission, there was even a feeling of nervous excitement in her heart. After Yifeng left, that piece of compass was taken by the Tang family without any surprise. Tang Hong held this purple-lighted compass and loved it. He planned to go back and put it inside his room, having the effect of prolonging life. He naturally wouldn't bury it. When the auction was over, Tang Cherry remembered that she had just forgotten to ask Yifeng for his contact information. She let out a bitter laugh in her heart. How could she contact him? Half an hour ago.
Fong was about to walk out of the door of the treasure pavilion with Wan'er when he was stopped by Lu Xian. Mr. Yi, sorry, there is a piece of antique that is wrong. Please come over and deal with it. Fong told Wan'er to wait here and said that he would go and come. Lin Wan'er nodded and sat on the bench at the entrance and waited. Fong followed Lu Xian to the room he came to before. There were a total of 4 people inside the room. They were Zhao Lianshan and his 2 disciples, and the other one was Yang Miao, Master Yang. Yang Miao's face seemed to have aged a few years at this time, because of that batch of Yuan dynasty antiques appraisal mistakes made him suffer a great blow.
Not surprisingly.
After today, his reputation will be in tatters. However, he is now thinking of the most important thing is not this, but that can see through that batch of Yuan dynasty antiques authenticity of young people. To be able to see through the authenticity of the antiques with a single glance, that was at least at the level of a grandmaster, and although Lu Xian said that the man was only 20 years old at most, he still decided that the young man was a grandmaster of antiques, and his appraisal strength had far exceeded that of him and Zhao Lianshan. In addition, in the Fong sold the dozen antiques, there are 3 are extremely valuable top treasure. The year has been more than 800 years of history, or items in the royal family, the price in the present at least 50 million or more, 3 together is more than 150 million. His disciple Lu Xian apparently will be the year identified wrong, resulting in Fong only earned more than 10 million, a loss of about 140 million.
This matter. Fong naturally did not know. Chapter 19. The crowd was shocked.
Although he was able to see the authenticity and age of the antiques at a glance, but the specific value of the words, but the estimation is not quite accurate. As soon as Fong entered the room. Yang Miao was extremely enthusiastic and came forward to entertain him, and when he saw Feng's young and calm appearance, he was even more shocked.
He wasn't particularly shocked if he was just young. The main thing was that Feng's expression looked so calm.
It should be known that both he and Zhao Lianshan were at the level of antique masters and had experienced many things. Their status was extremely high, and the aura they cultivated was naturally very suffocating.
Ordinary people would have a feeling of nervousness when they saw them, and Fong would act so calmly? This made him a bit impressed.
In his heart, he secretly muttered.
Could it be that he was really the youngest antique master in history?
After this thought sprouted in his heart, he couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva, thinking that he would quietly measure Feng's strength later, to see if he really had 2 brushes. Fong, who was being warmly entertained, obviously did not know what was going on and asked in confusion.
Are you Master Yang from the treasure pavilion? Exactly under me. Yang Miao's eyebrows surged, and a bit of arrogance surged on his face. However, very quickly.
This arrogant color on his face turned into a few respectful looks again. Although he guessed that Fong was an antique master, but after all, Fong was able to see the authenticity of that batch of Yuan dynasty antiques at a glance, the respect that should be there must still be there. It was true that he was a bit arrogant. However, once he was faced with someone with more strength, he would immediately become honest and would even humbly ask for advice. After he spilled the beans. Only then did Fong realize that he had lost his hem. He had damn well earned more than 100 million less off. Mr. Yi, please rest assured, this remaining 140 million, we will pay as much as we can into your account inside, but the amount is a bit huge, the time of arrival will be slightly delayed, at most it won't be more than 12 o'clock this evening. After Yang Mu finished, Fong nodded and was just about to leave when he was stopped by Yang Mu again. He intentionally took a genuine item and a counterfeit item to try and get Fong to recognize the authenticity. He just wanted to test whether Fong had this ability to identify antiques. Fong glanced at the 2 antiques lightly and casually said, "Both are fake." Yang Mu froze at his words, threw the fake antiques away and said with an ugly face, "Mr. Yi, this is where you are mistaken, the one I threw away is indeed fake, but this one in my hand is real." Zhao Lianshan came forward and took the antique in his hand and looked at it, nodding his head. "Not bad, this one is indeed real, there is not a single trace of counterfeiting, I can testify to that." At this time, Master Jia's disciple Yingying walked over and said, "Master Yang, you and my master are both antique masters, and this person, at a glance, is a student who is still in school. I can't figure out how you would find him to identify the authenticity of an antique." His sister also walked up and nodded approvingly, glanced at Fong disdainfully and said, "My brother is right, what ability does he have?" She was very displeased with Feng's pretense. "If you don't know, you don't know. Can't you be humble and ask for advice? Still have to say that these 2 antiques are fake, make it look like you know a lot, this time make a fool of yourself, right?" Lu Xianhart also questioned Fong. Is it possible that he was also blindfolded before? Fong did not say anything, just a little hand, Master Jia hand of the antique instantly rupture. Before the crowd could react, Fong held a fragment and said, "Take a good look, what material is this?" Grandmaster Jia picked up the fragment in Feng's hand, and after taking a look at it, he immediately stared with wide eyes, somewhat incredulous. "This is stone?" "That's right, pure stone, porcelain that is highly imitated with stone weighs so much more than ordinary porcelain, don't you all know that?" Yi Feng laughed lightly, as if mocking their ignorance.
It's really a stone?
Master Yang and Lu Xian, several people came forward to check it out. A moment later, they were shocked.
How did Yi Feng know that it was a stone?
If it was by weight, he didn't touch it just now. Grandmaster Jia and Grandmaster Yang were embarrassed as if they had eaten the yellow lutein, and their mouths were all showing bitter smiles. Yi Feng knew the authenticity of this thing just by looking at it, and he also knew that it was made of stone.
On the contrary, as a well-known antique master in the industry, he was not even as good as a teenager. If this were to be rumored, wouldn't it make people laugh their asses off? Through this time, both
Master Jia and Yang Mu both deeply recognized Yi Feng's strength. He can tell the truth from a glance.
This is the antique master.
Both of them secretly sucked in a breath of cool air.
Such a young antique master, too appalling. After Yang Miao was silent for a moment, he suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to Yi Feng.
Patriarch Yi, forgive me for not recognizing him to tie with my eyes, I apologize to you. Jia Lianshan also did not care about his dignity and knelt down. Just a moment ago he had questioned the patriarch's judgment, he really deserved to die.
He couldn't wait to give himself a big mouth. Damn it, the patriarch cannot be insulted, how dare you question it?
Master Patriarch, my name is Jia Lianshan, a native of Mordor, I have offended you more just now, please forgive me. Jia Lianshan spoke sincerely, without the appearance of a towering figure. Lu Xian, Yingying, and Yingying's sister all froze.
They couldn't believe their eyes. Nima! These are two antique masters. Kneeling to this teenager? Worry! What the hell is going on here? And you guys are calling him Grandmaster? What? How is that possible? How old is he? How can he become an antique master? What kind of international joke is this? Especially Yin Yang's younger sister, Yen-ting, looked at Yi Feng with disbelief. She really couldn't believe that Yi Feng could become an antique master at such a young age. She was 24 years old this year, but she had barely made it to the first level of appraiser. As expected. There's no harm without comparison, does this still let people live? Just now she was looking down on Yi Feng for being so young and not knowing anything. But now, she was struck to the core and felt funny like a clown. Chapter 20, Martial Arts Grandmaster. What did you guys just say about the Grandmaster?
Yi Feng frowned, he didn't understand what these two were doing suddenly kneeling down for themselves.
Aren't you Lord Patriarch? Yang Miao looked up at Yi Feng, his heart filled with doubt. Did he not know what a patriarch was?
Jia Lianshan next to him also thought the same. The more he looked at Yi Feng, the less he looked like an antique patriarch, because Yi Feng was too young, simply too young. In the entire history of antique appraisal, he had never heard of a patriarch around 20 years old. Moreover, he had been engaged in this industry for so long, and there were only 3 known patriarchs. Those 3, all of them are not the top of the pyramid, sought after by the world. Their realm has already reached an extremely powerful point. That is the heavenly ability to know the truth from a glance. A tiny antique master like them could not even be comparable to that kind of bullish patriarch. What sect, Master Lord? You've recognized the wrong person. Yi Feng faintly replied back, then gently waved his palm. Suddenly, a soft force lifted up the 2 people kneeling on the ground, Yang Miao and Jia Lianshan. The 2 of them were instantly confused to the extreme, their gazes fixed on Yi Feng, their hearts secretly surprised. What kind of peculiar means was this? It could also lift people up in the void through the air. Against the heavens, ah! Yang Mu and Jia Lianshan's pupils shrunk violently as if they suddenly thought of something almost at the same time. Just as the 2 were about to say something, Yi Feng had already left the room. The 2 looked at each other in disbelief, and after a moment, they shivered their lips together and blurted out. Legendary martial arts powerhouse, Huanjing Grandmaster. What? Huanjing Sect Master? When Lu Xian, Yingying and Yen-ting heard this title, they were instantly dumbfounded on the spot, their hearts shocked beyond words. That's right, holding things in the void is one of the most obvious signs of a martial arts master. Yang Miao exclaimed with a face of adoration and reverence. I never thought that I would be able to meet a martial Dao master in my lifetime, and such a young one at that. Heavens! I have no regrets in this life. Jia Lianshan was also a bit lost in thought and said, It is said that the martial arts world's patriarch has always been a divine dragon. The old man has been wandering around for decades, but he has never seen this legendary martial arts patriarch. This kind of person is no longer an ordinary human being, transcending the realm of mortals, possessing a powerful martial arts strength. For such mysterious and powerful people like them, catching bullets in their bare hands and killing people across the air are nothing more than childish matters. Heavens! This is a man of God, right? Yen-ting stared wide-eyed, opening her small, rosy mouth so wide that it looked like she could stuff down an egg. Both Lu Xian and Yingying were numb with shock. Following the antique master, they had seen a lot. They had also heard about those things in the martial arts world, so naturally, the martial arts grandmaster had heard a little bit about it. In the past, they had always felt that they wouldn't be able to see this kind of character in their entire lives, but now not only had they seen it, but it was also such a young teenager. It looked like he was only 19 years old, right? Yang Miao and Jia Lianshan shook their heads and sighed. The two of them originally thought that Fong, being an antique grandmaster, was already the limit. Who would have thought that Fong would be an even more impressive martial grandmaster? In front of a martial Dao patriarch, an antique patriarch was nothing.
At this moment,
They suddenly had some regrets. Had they known that Fong was a martial Dao sovereign, they would have said anything to go up and flatter him.
it was imaginable.
If this kind of person could reach the martial arts master realm at such an age, the background behind him was definitely too powerful to estimate. Suddenly, they were a bit scared in their hearts.
Fortunately, they were quick to kneel just now.
Otherwise, questioning an antique patriarch might still have room for maneuver, then a martial Dao patriarch would basically have nothing to live for. Because this kind of person had an eccentric personality, killed without blinking an eye, and had heavenly strength, they simply wouldn't put any of the world's rules in their eyes.
In the eyes of strong people like them, they themselves are the rules. Whoever has the biggest fist is the rule.
Yang Miao suppressed the shock in his heart and hurriedly drank at Lu Xian. Then the remaining $140 million should be done as soon as possible. Within 1 hour, you must transfer it to Patriarch Ye's account. In addition, in my personal name, transfer 100 million to him.
Remember, the memo is Yang Mu's gratuitous dedication.
Yes,
Master. Lu Xian nodded and quickly went to maneuver.
Hearing Yang Miao's words, Zhao Lianshan was instantly happy, secretly thinking that this guy was so damn smart that he even transferred an extra 100 million to draw closer to Fong. He was envious to death in his heart and didn't want to lag behind. Then he pretended to be plain and asked,
Ahem, old Yana, you guys have Patriarch Ye's contact information?
Yang Mu nodded proudly,
that's right. Then, can you tell me his bank card number and phone number?
Zhao Lianshan licked his dry lips and nervously asked. He also wanted to get Feng's contact information. If he made a good relationship with this kind of character, his path in the future would be incomparably bright.
Just thinking about it was exciting. But in the next second, Yang Mu poured cold water on him. Yang Miao sneered, you wanna fart eat?
That's our client's privacy, it can't be easily leaked out to others.
It can't be easily? That would be to talk about conditions.
Zhao Lianshan laughed coldly in his heart, and then smiled.
Old Yana, you see we are also considered to have fought for so many years, considered an old friend, right?
Let's put it this way, if you can tell me Patriarch Ye's contact information, how about that batch of Yuan Dynasty antiques matter is over? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, and your reputation won't go down.
Hearing this, Yang Mu hesitated.
After thinking about it again, he decided to refuse. This was because if he told Zhao Lianshan about Feng's contact information, it would be tantamount to revealing Feng's privacy. More than losing his reputation, he did not want to offend a martial arts master. He still knew what to do and what not to do. Just die, customers come first, privacy should never be leaked, that's the rule.
Yang Miao said in a cold voice. Rule's your sister, if you don't want to tell me, just say so.
Zhao Lianshan cursed in his heart and gritted his teeth in anger, but he couldn't do anything about it and could only brush his sleeve away. Waiting for Zhao Lianshan trio to leave, Lu Xian then went up and nervously asked,
Master, is that Mr. Yi really a martial arts master? Nonsense.
Yang Mu coldly snorted, if you don't believe me you can go and try to offend him and see if he kills you or not, and that's the end of it.
Ha!
Lu Xian was so scared that he hastily took a few steps back. Master, don't dare, don't dare.
If you don't dare to be honest, hurry up and do what I say.
Yes.
Chapter 21 Villa 2. Nightfall.
The neon lights of Jianghai City were extremely beautiful, reflecting on the Yunhe River that traversed the city, flashing with a beautiful luster. After Fong came out of the treasure pavilion, he brought Wan'er to Liha Villa area. Liha Villa area belonged to the high-grade villa area, located in the city center area, very close to Jianghai University. When he was on the road just now, he received a transfer of $240 million, of which $100 million was transferred with the note of Yang Miao's gratuitous dedication. Seeing this gratuitous dedication, Fong felt a bit insulted. I have hands and feet, but not disabled. You give money to give money, but also note a dedication 2 words, the old man is a beggar, right? However, on second thought, do not white do not.
How to say is also 100 million. Although accept this money even if owed a favor.
But this kind of thing cannot control him.
This money is your own gift, or gratuitous gift.
If that old man met a crisis, he could consider helping out once.
But it would only be once.
He was now an immortal emperor's heir, an honored immortal cultivator with heavenly strength, and it was already extremely difficult to get him to make a move once. After all, it was only $100 million, for him, he could earn it with a wave of his hand.
So nowadays, he didn't really care about those strings of ordinary numbers.
His goal was to raise his strength, pursue that eternal age, and become a supreme existence like Master. When you reach the level of immortal emperor, you will never die, never perish, and live forever. Pursuing eternal life, becoming an immortal. This was the common goal of all immortal cultivators. He was also the same. Mr. Yi, we have arrived at the Liha Villa area. Look, that huge lake is the Moonheart Lake. What about the villas here? They are all built around this Moonheart Lake. On this road, greenery is also indispensable. The air is fresh, the street lamps are bright, and the tall sycamore trees are spectacular. The whole villa area is divided into 3 plates, which are the inner circle, the middle circle, and the outer circle. That is to say, the closer you are to the inner circle, the closer to the Moonheart Lake. Of course, the price is higher, but the conditions are naturally better. The lake at night to be able to appreciate the moon, after dinner can also take a walk on the lakeside path, blowing the gentle evening breeze, or sitting on the balcony looking at the sparkling lake, and loved ones and friends together with the high talk about life. All of these are the very ultimate pleasant enjoyment. The one who entertained Fong and the two of them was a salesman named Lin Wan'er. He drove a Mercedes-Benz E300 and took Fong and Lin Wan'er driving in the inner circle of the villa area to visit the range. He drove slowly while giving Fong an introduction to the two of them. After the inner circle tour, he intended to drive over to the center and outer circle, and was shouted at by Fong. "No need to go over to the center and outer circle, just look at the inner circle here," Fong said indifferently. Sales Lin Wan'er frowned upon hearing this. "Mr. Yi, although this inner circle is good, but the price is quite expensive, more than double than the middle and outer circles. The lowest needs more than 20 million. Are you sure you want to continue to look at the villas in the inner circle?" "Of course, just look here, price is not a problem." Fong nodded, his face without any fluctuation. But Lin Wan'er beside her couldn't help but frown. According to what Salesley said, the lowest price of this inner circle villa was more than $20 million. And her known Fong sold antiques sold more than $12 million, then how can not afford to buy a? Is it hard to just make a down payment? She wanted to pay for Fong, but she was afraid that Fong would not be willing, and after thinking for a moment she chose to remain silent. Forget it, let him be. Anyway, there is still need to cover the bottom. Fong, on the other hand, didn't know what she was thinking. He now had a total of $252 million. It was easy to buy just one villa. So he didn't care how expensive the villa here was. How much more expensive could it be? More than $200 million? Alright Mr. Yi, since you insisted on asking to see only the inner circle, then let's start by looking at the inner circle at the end of the row. For Yi Feng's request like this, Lin Wan'er could only nod his head in agreement. Looking at Yi Feng's age and attire, although he didn't think that Fong could afford to pay for the villa in the inner circle, once he saw the latest model of this year's Vacheron Constantine that Fong was wearing on his hand, any doubts disappeared into thin air. He had a certain understanding of those luxury goods, and this watch that Fong was wearing was worth $2,680,000. So, based on this, he thought that Fong might be an extremely low-profile rich kid, plus that temperament to the end was very plain-looking, very different from others. In addition, he also felt that the beautiful young girl next to Fong was very unusual. The face value was extremely high, not to mention that temperament dressed properly as a rich girl. He guessed that this young girl should be from a certain big family, and the heritage of that big family perhaps not worse than the 3 big families in Shanghai. "How many villas are there in this inner circle?" Fong asked. Lin Wan'er introduced. "Mr. Yi, there are a total of 20 villas in this inner circle, respectively numbered 1 to 20, although these 20 villas are all near the Moonheart Lake at the same distance, but 1 to 20 villas' overall decoration style is different, and the location of each villa is strictly planned. For example, the location of the first villa is better than that of the second villa, and the access is more convenient. Definitely all value for money. Absolutely all of them are value for money. Until now, a total of 20 villas have been sold. 12, there are still 8 left. The row numbers are 15, 13, 12, 8, 7, 5, 4, 2. Lin Wan'er made a suggestion. "If you want to choose, I recommend that the 15th or 13th villa would be better, and price-wise, it's also relatively affordable, none of them exceeding $45 million. Just look at the second villa," Fong said indifferently. Since villa number 1 had already been sold, there was only number 2 to choose from. According to Lin Wan'er, the ones that were ranked higher would have a better location, and since he had the money, he would naturally choose the best. "WH? What? Mr. Yi, are you sure you want to see villa number 2? Lin Wan'er was in a trance of disbelief. Fong didn't even look at the other ones and directly chose the second villa, so rich and generous? Or is it just a look? Or from high to low? Yes, just look at the second villa, if possible, direct full payment." Fong said indifferently as if he was waving his gold around. "Full payment?" Lin Wan'er stared wide-eyed, secretly thinking that Fong being able to say this meant that it was definitely not simple. He was suddenly secretly excited in his heart. If he could really make the order for villa number 2, then his commission would be too much to imagine. Soon, he calmed down again and felt that it was a bit unrealistic. Even if Fong was really the son of a rich family, would he be able to pay so much money? Although villa number 2 is not as expensive as number 1. But it still costs $89,999,000. It was almost $90 million. A rich kid, even if his status is high, shelling out 20 to 30 million at once is already tops, right? Lin Wan'er also some do not believe that Fong can buy the second villa. After all, she and Fong together for 3 years, cannot know Feng's economic situation? She guessed that the second villa would cost at least $60 million.
If it was more than $60 million, even if Yi Fong spent the entire $12 million, I'm afraid that even the down payment would not be enough, right? Chapter 22 Heavenly Realm. Not long after, the car stopped in front of the second villa. Li Yuan showed the salesman's ID, the butler opened the villa, and Yi Fong walked in. The area of the second villa is very large. The house has a minimum of 2,500 square meters. The yard covers an area of less than 1,500 square meters. Rockery pool garden are standard. Inside, the decoration is also very luxurious, absolutely afford the price of $90 million. After visiting the upstairs, Yi Fong took out a black bank card and said, "Not bad, I'm satisfied." Swipe the card. "Are you for real?" Li Yuan's pupils shrunk, his breathing became rapid. At first he was still a bit skeptical, but he took the bank card to go through the formalities, and at the moment of successful swiping, he froze. "Nima, there is really $90 million, this is the real young master ah." Lin Wan'er was also a bit surprised, her astonished gaze turned to Yi Fong, wanting to say something but holding it back. Suddenly thought of something like, her face, but gradually dimmed down. Could it be because of that woman? Thinking of the beautiful girl she saw outside the restaurant today, her heart felt a little bad. Judging from that girl's dress and temperament, her status was not ordinary, perhaps the daughter of some big family. After memorizing the girl's appearance, she later made a special effort to look up those famous big families in Jianghai City on the internet. This checked, but found that the girl was actually Jianghai City Tang family's daughter, named Tang Cherry Cherry, also only 19 years old, and she is the same age. Take out 90 million is not a problem at all. If it was really Tang Cherry Blossom who had given Yi Fong so much money, she didn't dare to imagine to what extent their relationship would be good. "Fong, just now Xiaoling sent me a message, saying that there's something she has to do, I'll leave first ah." The more Lin Wan'er thought about it, the more confused she became. Trying to restrain the complex emotions of her wild thoughts, she casually found an excuse to leave in a hurry. Looking at his girlfriend's back as she left, Yi Fong didn't say anything and didn't notice anything, thinking that it was just a normal thing, so he didn't think that much. After completing the formalities, the second villa was his from now on. Just go back and bring the luggage and stuff over. After buying a house, the next step is to buy a car. Just after walking out of the Liha Villa area, Yi Feng's cell phone rang with a message ringtone. Opened his cell phone to see that it was Su Feiping who transferred $20,000. Su Feiping also sent a sentence. "Fong, happy birthday. What to eat, what to buy, what? I have the fact that is not able to go, sorry, cannot accompany you, next time must find the opportunity to make up back, and you and your girlfriend to be happy, go have fun oh." Yi Fong looked at the message, smiled, and did not receive the $2 million, the heart received on the line. Next, not long. Another two good friends called to wish him a happy birthday, but also sent a red envelope. Yi Fong replied thanks one by one. In fact, even after becoming an immortal cultivator, he is still the same Yi Fong, only the future trajectory has changed. He was no longer the poor boy from before, no one looked up to him except his good friends. The current him had a strong backbone to do anything. In fact, the only thing he regretted is that he never met his real parents in person. So what if he had extraordinary strength, but he still didn't even have parents, brothers, family, and friends? He grew up without parental love, which was the only and most needed void in his childhood. Though without the company of those relatives that ordinary people should have. But at least, he still had the love of his life. His clearest goal now was to raise his strength, then carry his beloved beyond the mundane and pursue eternal life. Jianghai City, Yi family. Lu Tianjiang had been delayed due to some matters, and it was now almost 9 o'clock before he came to the Yi family to look for Yi Lao to inquire about certain matters. Sitting across from Yi Wanwan, who was the old Yi family head, Lu Tianjiang asked seriously after a few homely words. "Old Yi, I won't beat around the bush, I actually came today to specifically ask you about the matter above the Martial Dao Sovereign." "Above Martial Dao Sovereign?" Yi Wanwan froze at his words, and after a moment of silence, he laughed. Hee, old Lu, when did you start studying this stuff? As far as I know, even the secular realm of a Martial Dao Sovereign is extremely difficult to see, and you're still thinking about the realm above a Martial Dao Sovereign? Have you watched a video that's been very hot lately? Lu Tianjiang asked without answering. What video? Yi Wanwan was puzzled. Lu Tianjiang took the laptop from Sun Hu and pushed it in front of Yi Wanwan. Take a good look, this might greatly surprise you. Surprise me? Oh, just a video circulating on the internet, is it that impressive? Yi Wanwan couldn't help but let out a light laugh, then slid the mouse and clicked play. However, when he finished watching it, his entire being was bad. He stood up excitedly. This is the legendary Heaven Realm, Heavenly Man. Heaven Realm? Lu Tianjiang's eyes moved slightly. This was the first time he had heard of this realm, and he was very curious in his heart. Don't get excited, sit down and speak slowly. Yi Wanwan took a deep breath, then exhaled and sat down, slowing down for a while before saying. The Heavenly Realm is the realm above the harmonized Power Master, and people in this realm are also known as Celestials. Once one reaches this realm, they will be able to step on the void and fly through the heavens.
But this kind of realm, I unintentionally saw it on top of an ancient book inside the Martial Arts Association in the capital, and at that time, I was shocked and still a bit unconvinced because I thought it was impossible for a martial artist to fly even if they were more powerful. But this video clearly showed me that people can really fly. Lu Tianjian was shocked to hear that. Can fly ah? How was this a celestial being, afraid of being an immortal? He thought about it and continued to ask. Then how much stronger is this kind of celestial realm powerhouse compared to a martial arts master? Yi Wenduan frowned in silence for a moment, then said. Martial Dao patriarchs are the apex of the known martial Dao world, able to release their internal energy outwardly, killing people invisibly, and their means are incomparably powerful, whereas I'm not sure about the heaven realm anymore. But still, I can estimate and imagine, all can fly, then how powerful should the strength be? That's why I'm guessing that a martial arts master wouldn't last more than a single move in front of a heaven realm powerhouse. Couldn't even last a single move? That's impossible, isn't it? Lu Tianjiang was a bit incredulous. He had seen the strength of a martial Dao sovereign with his own eyes. It was extremely terrifying. Even a large truck loaded with goods would be able to be slapped over with a single palm under a full force strike. If a heaven realm powerhouse could kill a martial Dao master in a single move, then how powerful should it be? Such heaven-defying powerhouses were truly terrifying. It was possible to imagine that. If their Lu family had messed with such a strong person, they would definitely be easily annihilated. It's scary to think about. The strongest person in the Lu family was only an inner-strength martial artist, and there was no martial grandmaster, so how could he fight against the even more formidable heavenly realm powerhouses? Chapter 23 Yi Family Crisis. Looking at Lu Tianjian's ugly expression, Yi Wenduan seemed to have seen what he was thinking and laughed. You don't have to worry too much, these kind of strong people usually don't come out of the world easily. As for this heaven realm powerhouse within the video, it's most likely that he's coming out to take a look within some ancient sect, and won't stay in the world for long. The eyes of the strong only have the enhancement of strength, and are not very interested in the rest. Of course, if they were really interested in the things of the secular world, they would have long ago started to kill the four directions, causing the secular world to be in turmoil. That's true, we don't need to worry too much about anything. Even if we do, it's useless. It's not like we can stop them anyway. Lu Tianjian laughed bitterly. Yi Wenduan let out a light laugh and said, we can't stop this kind of powerhouse, but don't forget that our country of China is also guarded by powerful people. Although on the surface these powerhouses aren't revealed, but without their secret best efforts to guard them, those hidden martial arts powerhouses wouldn't have behaved so peacefully. Yes, it's thanks to those guardian gods of China that the martial arts world didn't become a mess. Lu Tianjian nodded his head. Then, his face turned grave as if he remembered something. By the way, I don't know if you've heard, but the Martial Arts Association is getting a new president tomorrow, and it's rumored to be a martial arts patriarch. A martial arts grandmaster? Yi Wenduan's heart sank violently as he frowned and asked, is it from the capital? Lu Tianjiang nodded, that's right, it's from the capital, and he should be known to you as well. Who? Yi Wenduan picked up the water cup and took a sip. Chao Qianzhou. What? It's him? The water Yi Wenchen had just drank sprayed out directly, his face full of incredulity. Seeing him react like this, Lu Tianjiang couldn't help but smile. You still remember him, huh? Humph. Of course I remember him. Yi Wenchen's face was gloomy as he heavily slapped his palm on the table with a loud bang. This old thing caused me so much misery in the first place. If it wasn't for him, how would my only grandson have been captured? Just thinking about this makes me angry. If it wasn't for him finding a good master, how would my Yi family have fallen to this state? Alas, that's true. Lu Tianjiang couldn't help but sigh as he remembered those old stories. I think at the beginning your Yi family was so brilliant, but because of that one thing, it fell to Jianghai City here. He is the originator of that thing. If you don't hate him, that would be strange. By the way, that grandson of yours who was taken away in the beginning, hasn't there been any news about him until now? Lu Tianjiang asked. Yi Wenduan was stunned and sighed like he was hanging his head. Alas, it's all about the sad past, don't mention it. It wasn't like he hadn't searched, mobilizing all his contacts, but after so many years, there was still no news. Maybe she's long gone. Bitter, his poor grandson, just 2 years old, was captured by others, so far life and death unknown. He really hated. If it wasn't for that Chao Qianzhou, his Yi family would still be the famous #1 family in the country. Unfortunately, everything was ruined that night. Dead and wounded. There is not much blood left in their Yi family. He came to Jianghai to replace the former Martial Arts Association president. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as taking over. Perhaps he came prepared. Lu Tianjiang solemnly said. After all, it was a martial arts grandmaster. Even if it was as strong as his Lu family, they would have to avoid it for the time being. Not to mention that it wasn't just a martial Dao sovereign. There were countless powerful martial artists within the Martial Arts Association, adding up to a strength far more terrifying than a martial arts master. Not only could they not afford to mess with the Lu family, even if the Lu family and the 3 great families of Jianghai were merged together, they still couldn't afford to mess with them. He wants to come and borrow the name of the Martial Arts Association to find an opportunity to eradicate our Yi family. Yi Wenduan smiled coldly. He did not know what Chao Qianzhou was thinking. In the past, it was Chao Qianzhou who was ordered to the capital and didn't have the chance to come here to overthrow the Yi family. Otherwise, how could the Yi family live so peacefully in the world? Old Yi, don't worry, if he dares to lay his hands on your Yi family, he will have to ask my Lu family if they agree first. Lu Tianjiang stepped forward and patted Yi Wanwan's shoulder, his face icy cold. Yi Wanwan gave him a somewhat grateful look, then breathlessly shook his head and sighed. No, your Lu family can't intervene in this matter. His target is me. Even if it's your Lu family, it will be difficult to block his attack. After all, he is a genuine martial grandmaster, an existence at the apex of martial arts. And even if he doesn't dare to do anything to your Lu family as the president of the Martial Arts Association, but if he is pushed to the brink, he won't spare your Lu family in the future. Lu Tianjiang fell silent, not knowing what to say. It was true that Chao Qianzhou had the Martial Way Association's restrictions and could not easily make a move against other secular families. However, the capital was so far away from here. If Chao Qianzhou wanted to make a move against any family, the strongest people in the capital city would not be able to come over in time, and even right afterward, with his status as a martial arts grandmaster, it was unlikely that he would receive any harsh punishment. Nowadays, we can only organize our clansmen to move out of Jianghai City long before Chao Qianzhou comes here. Yi Wanwan let out a long sigh. Lu Tianjiang glanced at him with a complicated gaze, and after a moment, he also sighed. For this kind of thing, he didn't have any good solutions, it could only be so. On the other side, Yi Fong turned left and right and still bought 2 cars. A Ferrari Rafa, with all kinds of options and whatnot, was top of the line, worth $30 million. And the other one was a bit more low-key. It was a 4-seater Rolls-Royce Phantom, priced at just over $8 million, the same top-of-the-line version. That Rolls-Royce Phantom he let the staff drive to the Liha Villa area, while he drove the Ferrari Lalafa back to the previous rental house. While taking the luggage, by the way, he picked up his girlfriend to live with him in Liha Villa. All the way to the windy and clear neighborhood. The security guards at the gate are scared silly when they see this Ferrari. I drop mom. Which big shot is this? He hurriedly pressed the remote control to open the retractable door, and when the Ferrari drove in, the security guard saw Yi Fong sitting in the driver's seat. He was stunned on the spot. Yi Fong he recognized. Wasn't he a college student who was about to start school? How could he afford to drive such a luxurious sports car? He originally thought that Yi Fong was just renting it, however, after he took a picture to identify the model, he was completely dumbfounded. This is actually the legendary Ferrari Rafa? It was said to be worth tens of millions of dollars. Crap! Now the car rental agency also have this level of luxury car rental? He couldn't believe it and opened the car rental software to check, but he couldn't see the Ferrari Rafa at all, only the ordinary kind of Ferrari with a few $1,000,000. He was dumbfounded, completely and utterly dumbfounded. A scary thought suddenly surged in his heart. Could Yi Fong be a disciple of some big family, out for training? Thinking of this possibility, he directly gave himself a big mouth. Damn it! If he had known that Yi Fong was a real young master, he would have gone directly to flatter and lick him, and he would have saved himself decades of detours. He was in pain, beating his chest and regretting. But there was no use in regretting. If he wanted to flatter now, Yi Fong might not even pay attention to him. The opportunity does not wait for anyone. Chapter 24 Mysterious Attack. After Yi Fong returned to the rental house, he did not see Wan'er and Chang Xiaoling. While he was organizing his luggage, the doorbell rang. Yi Fong walked over and opened the door to see that it was Uncle Wang Chang from next door. When he first came here, Wang Chang had even helped him fix the water pipes, and was considered a good person who had helped him. Wang Chang's wife, Lu Lan, also known as Auntie Lu, had sent him a lot of things she had made for him to eat. Both husband and wife are good-hearted and simple good people. He knew that Wang Chang was also a laborer working in Jianghai City, and that life was not easy, and even so, he still managed to find time to help himself. It's Uncle Chang, what's the matter? Yi Fong smiled faintly and waved his hand. Don't stand outside, come in and have a cup of tea. No. Wang Chang shook his head and said after thinking for a while, little Fong, I want to ask you something. What is it? Yi Fong asked. Is something wrong with your body? Nothing, what is it? Sure there isn't anything? Like where does it hurt or something? No, I don't hurt anywhere. Yi Fong said, picking up a glass wine bottle next to him and gently squeezing it. Wow! The glass wine bottle directly shattered. Wang Chang stared wide-eyed, his face full of surprise. This power is also too terrifying. It's good to be fine, it's good to be fine. Wang Chang eventually didn't say anything about Yi Fong jumping from the upper floor. After Wang Chang left, Yi Fong cleaned up his luggage and called Wan'er. Hey, Wan'er, where are you? I'm picking you up, pack your bags and go stay at Liha No. 2 Villa. Lin Wan'er was sitting with Chang Xiaoling at a chop store by the river at the moment, drinking. Her face now still had some tear marks on it, obviously she had shed tears just now. After receiving Yi Feng's call and listening to his words, she was silent for a moment and said back. Fong, I'm not used to living there, you go, I'll just live in a rental house with Xiaoling.
How can that be? The rental house is so small, you are even more unaccustomed to living there. If you really don't want to live in the villa, how about I help you guys to book a 5-star hotel room? Fong did not hear the haggardness in Wan'er's tone, instead he asked with some concern. His girlfriend was his soft underbelly, he wouldn't let her suffer anymore. That rental house of his was so small, how could he live with 2 people? No need, if you want to move there, just move there, don't mind us, we can get used to living there. Lin Wan'er still politely refused, but her tone was getting choked up. She didn't know what was wrong with her, she was always imagining things, her heart was aching, and tears couldn't help but slide down the corners of her eyes. Fong keenly heard that something was wrong, and hurriedly asked with concern. Wan'er, what's wrong with you? Why do you feel like crying? However, just as he finished speaking, the phone was hung up. This side. Cheng Xiaoling's eyes were complicated as she looked at Lin Wan'er, who was covering her mouth and crying, and her heart was very unfavorable. Wan'er, what's wrong with you? Have you encountered something difficult and tell me about it? I don't even know how to care for you when you're crying. Cheng Xiaoling let out a light sigh, then reached out and stroked Lin Wan'er's head, comforting her. Don't cry, tell me anything unpleasant, it will hurt more if you say it. Seeing Wan'er keep crying and not speaking, she frowned and asked. Did Fong bully you? Lin Wan'er shook her head, it took her a long time to stabilize her emotions, her delicate cheeks slightly whitened, she inclined her head to look towards the Yunhe River which was illuminated by neon lights at night, wiping away the teardrops from the corners of her eyes. Don't you care, I'm fine. How can you be fine? How could you cry if you're fine? Cheng Xiaoling's eyes flashed with a flash of worry, and then her face flushed as she said. I'm your best friend, your matter is my matter, say it and you'll feel better. Lin Wan'er thought for a long time before she said somewhat weakly. Xiaoling, I feel like Fong might like someone else, and the 2 of them don't seem to have a shallow relationship. What? There is this? Cheng Xiaoling immediately exploded, her own best friend liked Fong so much, but Fong dumped her best friend? How could she tolerate this? Just when she wanted to break into a rage, Lin Wan'er added. Xiaoling, don't be anxious, this is my own guess. You guessed? Cheng Xiaoling froze, then said with some confusion. Why did you guess like that? I don't think Fong is that kind of person, right? The way he looks at you I can still feel that he loves you. Really? Hearing that Fong loved her, Lin Wan'er was stunned for a moment and turned her head to look at Cheng Xiaoling, a few moments of hope rising under her eyes. Of course, I can tell that Fong loves you. Cheng Xiaoling nodded and took out tissues from her bag to wipe her tears. Lin Wan'er took the tissue, lowered her head in silence, the suspicion in her heart towards Fong gradually reduced by a few points. At the same time, Fong, who was in the rented house, looked at the phone that was hung up, and his heart was vaguely a little uneasy. He always felt that Wan'er's state today was a bit off. But again, he didn't know what was wrong. Could it be that she is sick? No, I have to go find her and take a look. Fong pulled his suitcase out, and by the way, he helped Wang Chang and his couple pay the rent for 5 years at the landlord's place, as a way of thanking them for taking care of him before. Anyway, this amount of money is not painful for him. The landlord was quite surprised, which person's rent is paid for 5 years at once. Also, this is more than $100,000. This teenager can actually pull out so much money at once? It's true that you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. After going downstairs, Fong then walked towards the parking space. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, and his eyes looked toward a darkened front. After hiding for so long, it's time to come out. Feng's tone was flat, with a wisp of coldness in it. For some reason, there would always be some foolish chanting who wanted to harm him. Could it be for wealth? At this moment, the 6 strong men hiding in the shadows were confused when they heard Fong shouting at them. What's the situation? They thought they were hiding so well, how did Fong find out? Could it be that someone had leaked the information? Doubtful though they were, the task explained by the boss still had to be completed. They walked out from the darkness, all with a cold smile at the corner of their mouths. The leader was a man with a scar on his face, he looked at Fong with a grim gaze and sneered. Kid, although we don't know how you found out about us, but we would like to advise you one thing, as a human being, you have to learn to look at yourself, don't think of a toad eating swan meat, because you don't deserve it. Shoo! Fong flexed his fingers. A tiny white light rushed out, and the scarred man instantly fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and he couldn't believe that he died just like that until he died. He couldn't even figure out how he died. Chapter 25, anyone who messes with him has to die. Seeing their leader suddenly and inexplicably fall to the ground, the remaining 5 people were dumbfounded. Incorrect. What's going on here? Who did this? After they froze for half a day, they coincidentally turned their gazes to Fong in front of them. It was him. It must be him. There was no one else here except him. But this kid didn't look more than 18 or 19 years old, how on earth did he do it? Fong raised his palm and gently pressed it. Bang! 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 A row of kneeling sounds rang out loudly, and all 5 burly men were pressed to the ground by an inexplicable pressure.
They immediately revealed a face of horror. The gaze they looked towards Yifeng as if they had seen a ghost, shivering and shivering.
How on earth did you do that?
Yifeng looked at them coldly. Who sent you here? The 5 people looked at each other, no one answered. The corner of Yifeng's mouth hooked, he raised his hand again and pressed, all the leg bones of the 5 people ruptured, but before their screams could come out, Yifeng struck out with a strong wind, and all the 5 people were knocked out. He walked forward and pressed his right palm on the head of one of the strong men and performed the soul search technique. Soon, all the information that this strong man knew was received by him. But unfortunately, this strong man had no idea who the originator behind the scenes was. Yifeng frowned and looked at the body of the scarred man. This person should be the leader of these 5 people, this person must know more, he should not have killed so quickly. Yifeng's eyes flashed with icy killing intent, and the temperature around him seemed to drop by 10 degrees. Although he didn't know who wanted to harm him, but he definitely couldn't stop like this. Anyone who messed with him had to die. A spirit fire popped out and all 6 people on the ground were burnt to ashes. After killing 6 people, Yifeng's face was emotionless. Those who had malicious intent towards him, this was the price. It was not worth sympathizing. Yifeng came to the front of the Ferrari and after putting the suitcase into the front trunk, he dialed Chang Xiaoling's number. He felt that Wan'er's current situation was very wrong, so he didn't call Wan'er. First of all, he had to inquire about Wan'er's current location before he could go to Wan'er. On the other side inside the big stall, Chang Xiaoling saw that it was Yifeng who called and glanced at Lin Wan'er who was there with her head down and not speaking. After thinking about it in her heart, she walked to the side and took the call.
Where is Wan'er with you? I'm coming over now. As soon as the phone was connected, Yifeng directly asked. Red Star Stall. Chang Xiaoling returned in a cold voice. How is she now?
Just now, listening to the voice felt very wrong.
Yifeng asked worriedly.
She cried just now, cried very sadly.
Cried? What in the world is going on? Could it be that someone bullied her?
Yifeng's voice was anxious. The corner of Chang Xiaoling's mouth curled up. I didn't expect you to have a time when you were in a hurry.
It's not because of you. If it wasn't because of you, would Wan'er be sad like this? Because of me?
Yifeng was puzzled. What did I do? This still need to ask. Must be you and which girl hooked up when happened to be Wan'er saw it. In addition to this, what else is there? People in the Do Heaven is watching. You still dare not admit it.
Chang Xiaoling sneered.
She seldom saw her best friend cry. However, this time because of Yifeng's reason to cry like this, she will not give Yifeng a good face.
Yifeng's face sank.
I'm warning you, don't just slander people. Where have I hooked up with another girl? I am devoted to Wan'er, I only love her, it's impossible for me to fall for someone else.
Chang Xiaoling was slightly stunned.
She didn't expect Yifeng to say such words.
Could it be that he really didn't hook up with other women? Or was Wan'er mistaken?
Although there was still some suspicion in her heart, because Yifeng was able to say this, at that moment, the suspicion in her heart towards Yifeng was still a little less. As long as Yifeng was still in love with Wan'er, she didn't worry about anything. Wan'er was her best friend, she didn't want to see Wan'er sad.
After hanging up the phone,
Yifeng's face was a bit surprised.
Chang Xiaoling's words made him immediately understand what was going on.
Wan'er should have misunderstood something about herself.
Could it be because of Tang Cherry?
When he thought about it, he only knew that he had only seen one girl during this period of time. Other than her, there was no one else.
Could it be that Wan'er saw him when he met Tang Cherry Blossom? If that was the case, then it would really be an oolong incident.
Wan'er was a girl who believed in love a lot, so she would be very sensitive to this kind of thing, and a little misunderstanding was normal. If this was put on herself, it could also be like this. Just ask yourself how you would feel if your object and another person of the opposite sex were talking, laughing, and chatting indistinctly. He intends to explain clearly to Wan'er face to face, otherwise Wan'er will keep on suspecting, and will have to explain later.
He walked up to the car and
started the Ferrari Rafa towards the Red Star stall.
Inside the Red Star stall,
Chang Xiaoling looked at her cell phone, walked next to Lin Wan'er and softly said,
Wan'er, it's getting late, we should go back. Go back.
Lin Wan'er had just gotten up, when a few people came head-on and stopped in front of the two of them. Several people were drunk. At the head of the group was a bald fat man with a dragon tattoo on his hand, and next to him were a few small youths with the appearance of street punks. They were also drinking here just now, and because they were having too much fun chatting, they didn't pay attention to the two people who came to Lin Wan'er and Chang Xiaoling. Just as they were about to settle the bill and leave, a yellow-haired little brother suddenly glanced at them and exclaimed,
Crap! Big brother, quick look, those two women good positive point. I Lu a bean. That white shirt sister is a fairy down to earth? This is also too good looking it. Simply excellent. The
bald man looked at him with contempt. The eyes seemed to say, look at you that have not seen the world look. The bald big man originally didn't care, but several of his little brothers were shocked and saying words like so beautiful and whatnot. He frowned, and after taking a sip of his drink, he looked in Lin Wan'er's and their direction. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but when he did, he immediately looked straight in the eyes. Having already drank the wine, that primal desire became stronger and stronger. At this moment, when he saw this kind of superb beauty, he couldn't help but have a violent reaction, and something seemed to swell up underneath his body. Arriving in front of Lin Wan'er, he sniffed the scent in the air fiercely, his lustful eyes staring straight at a certain place. Immediately, he smiled and stretched out his salty piggy hand, wanting to touch Lin Wan'er's body. Lin Wan'er quickly moved back a few steps, while a flash of disgust flashed across her eyes. Cheng Xiaoling's body crossed and stopped in front of Lin Wan'er, shouting, "What do you want? What for?" The obese man laughed coldly, the horizontal flesh on his face couldn't stop shaking as he reached out and grabbed towards her body, laughing lewdly. "What are you saying? Of course it's to you." He thought to himself, although this girl doesn't look as good as the one with the white shirt, but she is also considered a beauty, and this body is too wow and too hot, I wonder what it feels like to use it. Cheng Xiaoling's face changed slightly, and she even took a few steps backward, clenching her teeth in anger. These people all had tattoos on their bodies, they looked like notorious gangsters in society, not to be messed with. She was afraid that these people would be impulsive and hurt herself in Wan'er. She forced herself to resist the urge to curse and said, "I advise you not to mess around, this is now a society of law and order, I don't think you guys want to go to jail, right?" "Jail?" That yellow-haired little brother sneered. "Not so small in guts. You dare to talk to our big brother like this? Do you know who our big brother is?" "Who?" Cheng Xiaoling's heart was vaguely uneasy, the other party was so arrogant, they must have a very deep background. If that was the case, their situation would be dangerous. Chapter 26 King of Soldiers Gujio. Listen up, our big brother's name is Wang Mahu. He's the tiger of this area. Under the hands of the brothers have 70 or 80, in this area, who see our boss are all around the road, no one dares to mess with. If you dare to call the police, our big brother will not let you go. That yellow-haired little brother said proudly. In fact, he has exaggerated. This gangster group of them is only about 10 people, belonging to the small gangster ranks, there are not 70 or 80 at all, and they have to take a detour when they meet a more powerful gangster group. The reason why he said so, is to scare these two little girls. Although they are arrogant and domineering, do not put others in the eyes, but also ordinary people only, also afraid of jail. However, in order to hold on to the beauty, scaring them was the best thing to do at the moment, and it wasn't a loss in any way anyway. However, with this scare from him, Cheng Xiaoling really believed it. Nervous in her heart, she turned back to Lin Wan'er and asked, "Wan'er, what should we do? Should we call the police?" Lin Wan'er looked at these 7 or 8 punks who had thoughts about her, nervousness was there, but after all, it was a society of law, even if she was nervous there was nothing else she could do at the moment. Next to them. At the very least, there are a dozen or so customers, but they are all stranded there watching the show, not one of them stepped forward, so she directly took out her cell phone, ready to call the police. "Big brother, she seems to be calling the police." A junior brother called out. "Knowing that it's calling the police, then why don't you hurry to stop her?" Wang Mahu slapped his big hand on his head and drank. Oh, good. That little brother greeted the other 2 men and walked towards Lin Wan'er. They had evil sneers on their faces, thinking in their hearts that they just happened to take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage. This girl was too beautiful. They had never seen such an innocent and extremely beautiful girl before, and their hearts were about to burst with joy. Just touching this girl's hand would be worth it in this life. The closer they got, Lin Wan'er had only just entered the number and hadn't even dialed it yet. Cheng Xiaoling saw that the situation wasn't right and hurriedly pulled her back towards the back. But not far behind was the fence, and below the fence was the cold, dark river. There is really no way to retreat. Among those customers who were on the sidelines. Although there were a few people who had the idea of saving a beauty, but when they saw that there were 10 of those gangsters, they immediately dismissed this idea. They are not stupid. The other side of so many people, and is notorious for nothing afraid of the gangsters, their own rush up is not to send death? Looking at these onlookers are indifferent, the rest of the gangsters stayed in place even more rampant, more and more bold. They licked their lips and surrounded towards the fiery figure of Cheng Xiaoling in a colorful manner. The corner of Wang Mahu's mouth was hooked, his face full of arrogance. "All of you, be gentle with your hands, whoever dares to hurt the 2 beauties, I'll make him look good. Don't worry big brother, we will treat the 2 beauties well, Gij." Nearly 9 punk youths surrounded towards Lin Wan'er and the 2 of them, evil laughter emanating from everyone's mouth. These laughs were so disgusting in Lin Wan'er and Cheng Xiaoling's ears. They couldn't hide anymore. At this time, the stall owner rushed over and stopped in front of the 2 women, squeezing out a smile and said, "Brothers, give me face, let these 2 girls go." After all, it was within his own store, he had to maintain the safety of his guests as much as possible. Moreover, he couldn't bear the thought of these 2 girls encountering poisonous hands. The yellow hair at the forefront slapped a big mouth on the chop shop owner's face and angrily cursed. "Who the hell are you? You want us to give you face? Even if our tiger brother gives it to you, do you dare to take it?" The boss covered his face, dared not speak in anger, but he was also really scared by their overbearing behavior. After thinking about it, he sighed in his heart, and helplessly got out of the way.
The other party was too many people to mess with. Chang Xiaoling's heart sank. Even the boss's obstruction was useless, but they now had no place to hide. What should they do? Is it possible that they are going to be sullied by these street punks today? The more she thought about it, the more desperate she became. Lin Wan'er is also some regret should not come to this kind of place to take a break. Who knows that the punks here are so arrogant that they are not even afraid of the law. Just at this moment, a burst of eager footsteps came. Everyone couldn't help but look over, only to see 10 strong men in suits running over, then standing in a row. Each of them was about 1.9 meters in height, with a huge head. Standing in a row was like a tall city wall, with a great sense of oppression. The 9 thin and weak gangsters froze and couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Wang Ma, who also looked at these strong men in Western clothes suspiciously, for some reason, he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. A bunch of street punks, how dare they hit Miss Lin? Outside the rowdy, there was a strong voice that came out. As the voice fell, 10 strong men in suits immediately made way. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, a black-clothed middle-aged man walked in. This middle-aged man's skin was bronze in color, his hands were leisurely behind his back, his pace was slow, and on his ordinary-looking face, he carried a murderous aura that could only be found on the battlefield. He seemed to be carrying an inexplicable pressure on his body, making the hearts of the entire crowd in the arena jump up and down nervously. Who was this man? Why was he emitting such a powerful aura? Soldier King Gujio. Lin Wan'er's face changed slightly. Wasn't this Shin Mukin's man? How did he come here? Shin Mukin, the second youngest member of the Shin family in Magic City, and this middle-aged man was Shin Mukin's right-hand man, Gujio. He once served as the leader of an army of 30,000 troops, leading the army to victory in many battles, and was later known as the King of Iron Company soldiers. Not only that, Gujio was also a late-stage martial artist with the ability to kill a man with 10 steps, and it was said that only one person could easily fight 40 to 50 adults single-handedly. The title of King of Soldiers was not just a title. Lin Wan'er had seen this man's strength before, so she was a little afraid of him. Gujio smiled faintly. Ms. Lin, don't be afraid, my young master has instructed that your business is our business. A group of jointed punks even dared to have thoughts about Miss Lin. It's really unforgivable, so it's up to me to teach them a lesson for you. Lin Wan'er didn't reply. Compared to these punks, she was actually more afraid of Gujio and Shin Mukin, and didn't have an ounce of goodwill towards them. Who are you guys? Wang Ma, who instantly sobered up quite a bit from his drunkenness and asked somewhat nervously. Do it. The corner of Gujio's mouth hooked upwards, waved his hand, and the group of big men in suits behind him all rushed towards those punks and Wang Ma, who. You guys? Wang Ma, whose face was shocked, obviously did not expect the other party to directly take action without saying anything, and those of his juniors were also in a state of panic. They were all skinny-armed and skinny-legged youths. Where were they the opponents of these well-trained tall and strong bodyguards? In less than a minute, the 9 gangster youths and Wang Ma who were beaten up and fell to the ground, wailing. The onlookers were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe. They wanted to leave the place, but they were afraid that they would be noticed by these ruthless people, so they stayed where they were. The stall owner thought that these people were familiar with these 2 girls, and his heart had just breathed a sigh of relief when Gujio turned his gaze to him again. How do you work as a boss? Miss Lin was almost bullied by these punks in your place. What did you do? Give me a beating. The stall owner was startled and quickly begged for mercy. Big brother, it's not that I don't care, but I can't afford to care. Ha! Gujio smiled coldly, without the slightest intention to spare him. Those strong men in suits aggressively surrounded towards him. The stall owner was so scared that he fell backward and almost fainted. Chapter 27, The Apex of Martial Dao, Patriarch Descends. All right. Lin Wan'er's face turned a few points colder as she spoke out. This has nothing to do with him, so don't hurt him. The 10 strong men in suits stopped their steps, their gazes looking at Gujio at the same time, as if asking for opinions. Gujio nodded his head and said indifferently, since Ms. Lin said so, then you won't be punished this time. Thank you. The stall owner was relieved and got up to thank him repeatedly, then he ran away without looking back. Miss Lin, our young master has an invitation, let's go. Gujio smiled and made a gesture of invitation. It's Shin Mukin? What is he looking for me for? Lin Wan'er frowned, annoyed in her heart. Gujio laughed. Miss Lin, you're asking, our young master Shin hasn't seen you for so long, naturally he misses you and wants to catch up with you. Catching up? Lin Wan'er laughed coldly in her heart. She knew best what kind of person Shin Mukin was. That was simply a vicious wolf in a mask, a dirty hypocrite. I have nothing to chat with him, you guys go. Gujio just looked at her very calmly, without a single movement. Those strong men in Western clothes were the same, standing still, as if treating Lin Wan'er's words as air. Chang Xiaoling carefully came to Lin Wan'er's side and asked in a low voice. Wan'er, who are they? Are they familiar with you? Lin Wan'er's face was serious as she lowered her voice and said, don't ask too many questions, they are not good people. As soon as you have the chance opportunity to leave this place, don't hesitate. What then? Can we still leave here unharmed? Chang Xiaoling's face changed abruptly. She didn't expect that the crisis had just been lifted, and here came another one that was even more troublesome.
Gujio made a wink, and the 10 strong men in suits understood, and after nodding slightly, they surrounded towards Chang Xiaoling aggressively. Seeing that the situation was not right, Chang Xiaoling hurriedly pulled Lin Wan'er backward, her heart tensed while she drank.
Don't even come over.
Gujio glanced at Chang Xiaoling flatly before looking at Lin Wan'er and smiling in a harmless manner. Miss Lin, I've made my words clear, why do you refuse to listen? My young master doesn't have any malicious intent, it's nothing more than just wanting to invite you to drink tea, chat, and catch up on old times.
Don't worry, it's no big deal, you can go back after the chat, it'll be quick.
Moreover, I think you also don't want anything to happen to this friend of yours, right?
Threats. A naked threat.
Gujio's words meant that if he didn't follow them, they would make a move against his bosom friend Chang Xiaoling. Lin Wan'er clenched the palms of her hands deeply, her eyes filled with a cold light. Although these people, were afraid of their own identity and didn't dare to really make a move on themselves, but they were able to make a move on Xiaoling without any fear, it was too much. Another strange light suddenly flickered on Lin Wan'er's body, and her face, which was originally somewhat angry, was suddenly calm. Afterward, she clenched her teeth, as if she had decided something, and said coldly, "Let Xiaoling go, I will go with you."
Wan'er, you can't go with them.
Chang Xiaoling was anxious and took out her cell phone and said viciously, "The worst thing is to call the police to arrest them. I don't believe it, in broad daylight, they still dare to forcefully arrest us?
Want to call the police to arrest us? If you have the ability, you can report it."
A strong man in a suit sneered and stepped forward to grab Chang Xiaoling's clothes.
"Don't touch me. Do you really think I don't dare to call the police?"
Chang Xiaoling was startled and hurriedly dodged backward, while the fire in her heart grew stronger, immediately covering her original fear. She didn't believe it. Nowadays it's a lawful society, what can these people really do to her?
Really a fledgling little girl who doesn't know the dangers and evils of society.
Gujio let out a cold laugh in his heart and immediately drank. "Do it. Invite Ms. Lin's friend to Xiaoshin first." This time, Xiaoshin gave a deadly order to get Lin Wan'er back no matter what methods he used, but on the premise that he could not move Lin Wan'er or harm her. Originally, if it was just Lin Wan'er alone, there really wasn't much he could do. But now, there was a friend that Lin Wan'er cared a lot about here, and as long as he tied up this girl, he didn't believe that Lin Wan'er wouldn't immediately go back with him. And that's exactly how things were going to be. It was true that their tying up Chang Xiaoling would force Lin Wan'er to go see Shin. But they would never have imagined that a teenager who would terrorize the world in the future would be arriving here soon. By then, was their doomsday, and it would be too late for regrets. It's over, they really want to arrest me. Chang Xiaoling realized that she might be finished and simply pushed Lin Wan'er away. "Wan'er, run. Get out of here first, then go call the police." Lin Wan'er froze. She didn't think that her former girlfriend who loved vanity and had a big personality would take the lead in protecting her in a life and death crisis. Heart touched at the same time, determined not to let Xiaoling accident. This matter is all because of their own, their target is also precisely their own. Their goal is to force themselves to give in. "Okay, you guys are tough. Shen Mukin, I'll remember this. I will definitely return the favor in the future." Lin Wan'er shouted. "Stop it." Immediately, she looked coldly at Gujio, who was holding his hands in triumph, and said expressionlessly, "I'll go with you." The moment the words fell, those burly men in suits immediately stopped in their tracks. They were now only less than 2 meters away from Chang Xiaoling, and they were afraid that if they were a second later, Chang Xiaoling would be caught. Chang Xiaoling first let out a sigh of relief, then looked at Lin Wan'er with worry.
"Wan'er, do you really want to go with them?"
Lin Wan'er nodded helplessly and sighed. "There's no other way at the moment, I can't just watch you get captured by them with my own eyes. If I go, at least my life won't be in danger. If you get captured, it's hard to say if you'll live or die."
"Let's go, Ms. Lin."
The corner of Gujio's mouth hooked, his face was very pleased. At the same time in his heart, he thought that this time, after completing Shinxiao's mission, Shinxiao would definitely praise him fiercely. Lin Wan'er was angry in her heart but couldn't say anything, she could only swallow her breath helplessly. Who called this place Jianghai City? She was unfamiliar with the place. In a short period of time, she simply couldn't call for help. However, right at this moment, an old voice came over.
"Humph. The Shin family's people dare to be so reckless? Even my young lady dares to grab me?"
Before the person arrived, the voice arrived first.
"A Wanjing Zongshi."
Gujio suddenly changed color. He hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound, only to see an old man wearing a gray robe, walking slowly over with his hands behind his back. The old man's pace seemed casual, but one step was 7 or 8 meters. In less than 5 seconds, he had already arrived in front of the crowd from the road outside the chop shop.
"Lin Chuxiu. Surprisingly, it's you."
Gujio's pupils shook and his voice trembled a little. How could he not have expected that Lin Chuxiu, as a martial arts master, would follow Lin Wan'er to Jianghai City?
Hadn't Xiaoshin gotten the news earlier that Lin Wan'er had come to Jianghai City alone? When did Lin Chuxiu come? Could the rumors be wrong?
Gujio's heart sank. His realm at the moment was the late stage of inner strength. He almost had no rivals in Jianghai City, but in front of the martial arts master, he really didn't have a single chance of winning, and even saving his life was an extremely difficult thing to do.
I'm afraid that he won't be able to leave peacefully today. Chapter 28 Crushing. Lin Shusho arrived in front of Gujio, who was tense, his heart tensed to the extreme. Martial Dao Sovereign. These 4 words were like an iron vice choking his heart, making him unable to calm down for a long time. To be able to make even his inner strength martial artist this tense, it was evident how terrifying the martial Dao patriarch's name was in the martial arts world. Someone from the Shin family? Lin Shusho swept his gaze morosely at Gujio's group and nodded with a cold smile. You guys are really bold. How dare you take advantage of our Lin family's absence to bully my lady? Say it, how do you want to die? Gujio's heart tightened as he hurriedly explained with a smile, Patriarch Lin, this is a misunderstanding, we're just following the young master's order to invite Miss Lin to catch up on old times. Just catching up? Lin Shusho clearly didn't believe it, and after a cold snort, Gujio was forced to kneel on the ground by the pressure he released. Gujio's face changed drastically and he hurriedly said, Patriarch Lin, rest his anger, there isn't a single falsehood in what I said, I didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, just ask Miss Lin. After saying this, he secretly made a wink towards Lin Wan'er, looking like he was pleading with Lin Wan'er to put in a good word for himself and let Lin Shusho let himself go. Lin Wan'er only laughed coldly at this. She looked towards Lin Shusho and said, Elder Lin, they were sent here by Shin Mukin to try to force me to go to Shin Mukin. Since Shin Mukin's methods are so despicable, there is no need for you to keep your hands off them, there is the Lin family to back you up if anything happens. Yes, miss. Lin Shusho nodded and looked at the group of people in front of him, creepy killing intent instantly flickering in his already ice-cold eyes. Daring to bully their own young lady so blatantly, the Shin family was getting more and more arrogant. Lin Wan'er, in order to avoid her best friend seeing the bloody scene, pulled her hand and left the place first. After seeing the young lady leave, Lin Shusho looked at Gujio and coldly said, Aside from you, all these men of yours must die. For the time being, I'll leave you with a dog's life, waste your own hands, and go back and tell the Shin family's brat that if he dares to have crooked thoughts about my lady again or use underhanded means, I'll personally go and take his dog's life. After saying that, he waved his palm. 10 thin white lights shot out, and those strong men in suits who were originally so nervous that their legs were shaking were hit, their bodies shook violently, and then they fell straight backward. 10 people died in the blink of an eye, and all those melon eaters who were watching the battle were scared out of their wits, pulling their legs and running towards the outside of the chopping block. Lin Shusho ignored those people and instead looked at Gujio, who was already pale and trembling with fear, and coldly said, I'll give you 10 seconds, waste your own hands and get out of here, otherwise, die. Yes, yes. Gujio trembled as he nodded his head, facing the martial Dao patriarch. He didn't have any thoughts of resisting at all. After clenching his teeth, he slapped his hands fiercely towards his shoulders, the sound of bones breaking resounded, and his hands were instantly wasted and went limp. He was in pain, his face was pale and cold sweat was pouring out. In his heart, although he was furious, he still stiffly gritted his teeth and said, Thank you for Patriarch Lin's kindness of not killing. After saying that, he left without looking back. At this moment, the chop shop was empty except for Lin Shusho, who was just about to call someone to clean up the scene. But at this time, woo! A red Ferrari suddenly drove up outside the row gear. After the Ferrari stopped, a white-clothed teenager came down from the car and walked towards the inside of the row gear. Fong came to the door of the row gear and Lin Shusho walked out. Lin Shusho thought that Fong was just an ordinary person who wanted to come to the chop store to drink and eat barbecue, so he said to Fong lightly, This place is already closed, go somewhere else. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the chop shop. Wait a minute. At this time, Fong suddenly voiced out, but Lin Shusho was unimpressed and took it as a whisper, not stopping his steps. Instead, he continued to march forward. What kind of person was he? He was a martial arts master that was feared in the martial arts world. An ordinary little doll was just that, asking himself to stop he was going to stop? However, he had only just taken a distance of a few steps. Suddenly, a suffocating pressure enveloped him, and in just an instant, he was surprised to find that his body could not move. What was the situation? Lin Shusho was shocked in his heart, completely losing the calm demeanor he had before. He was very clear about his own strength, although he was only at the early stage of harmonized power, but even worse, he was still a martial arts grandmaster, the apex existence of the martial arts world. Even if a grandmaster of the middle stage of harmonized power and above were here, the pressure released would not be able to lock him down directly to the point where he could not move. Since even a powerhouse like a peak sect master couldn't control himself with his mighty pressure, just what kind of existence could make him unable to move? He even suspected Fong, who had just walked in, but after thinking about it, he felt it was unlikely. This kid had a clean look, a look of 18 or 19 years old. Even if he had stepped into the path of martial arts, he couldn't be stronger than his Huanjing Zongshi. Therefore, he directly ignored Fong, secretly thinking that there must be a certain strong person hiding in the dark who had made a move. What level was it? Could it be above Huanjing? Thinking of this possibility, his heart tightened. It seemed that there were still experts in this Jianhai city. However, when he looked back in disbelief, he saw Fong slowly walking towards him. How could that be? How was this kid not restrained by that horrible pressure limit? Just as he was surprised, Fong faintly asked. Those 10 corpses inside, did you do it? Lin Chuxiu froze. How did he know that there were corpses inside? And, surprisingly, he even knew specifically that it was 10. That side is obviously a dead zone from here. Is this kid opening his heavenly eyes? Ask you, just answer. Fong finished, the pressure steeply surged. Lin Chuxiu could not withstand kneeling down, cold sweat. As strong as he was actually pressed down to his knees by only a wisp of mighty pressure. This young teenager at a young age actually turned out to be a heavenly realm powerhouse that is many times stronger than himself? Chapter 29 Love Only You. He really couldn't believe it. Even their incomparably deep Lin family didn't have this kind of strong person. He sucked in a mouthful of cool air and his pupils trembled as he looked at Fong. When did the martial arts world produce such a demonic figure? How come I haven't heard of it? Could it be someone from that place? Thinking of this, he suddenly realized that if it was really like this, then everything would be explained clearly. My lord, I killed those 10 people inside. Lin Chuxiu trembled as he said. He couldn't help but speculate in his heart. Could it be that this heaven realm powerhouse was a helper of the Shin family? Impossible. The Shin family's strength was even lower than the Lin family's, so how could they possibly send out a powerhouse of this level? A heavenly realm powerhouse was so terrifying that it could easily destroy the entire Shin family, not to mention that the Shin family couldn't possibly have the energy to call on a heavenly realm powerhouse to help them. Just as he was thinking in his heart, Yifeng's face sank. How was it possible for a good stall to close so quickly? It was obviously business hours now, and Wan'er and Chang Xiaoling were nowhere to be seen inside, only those 10 corpses. He had reason to suspect that his girlfriend had most likely suffered a poisoned hand, and the murderer was the old man in front of him who had strength beyond that of an ordinary person. Thinking about this, Yifeng's eyes became even colder. It seemed that in this world, people with transcendent strength did exist. However, this kind of transcendent mortal who seemed to be able to kill ordinary people in seconds, his strength was still too far from himself. Fong could feel that he was about to advance again and reach the 7th level of chi refining. Right now, he hadn't started to enter the cultivation state, and his speed was so fast. Then, if he started to cultivate, how fast would his speed be? He must have cultivated for one night and would directly soar to the foundation establishment stage, right? Fong no longer thought much and raised his hand towards the downward pressure. Put. The enormous pressure caused Lin Chuxiu to soar out a mouthful of blood. He felt like he was almost suffocating. The feeling of death enveloped his heart. He was tense to the extreme and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. My lord, I don't know where I have offended you. Please show me. Even if I die, I will die with understanding. Fong frowned and seemed to think of something, slowly stopping his hand. Lin Chuxiu felt like he had walked through hell and kept gasping for air. After he slowed down, he incomparably honestly knelt in front of Fong, in front of someone stronger than himself. The face of a patriarch was nothing. He thought about it, although he didn't know why this person wanted to kill himself, but perhaps moving the background behind him could make the other party spare his life, so he said, My lord, I am a member of the Lin family of Mordor, Lin Chuxiu, can I? He wanted to say that he would give the Lin family a face and not kill himself. Fong heard this but frowned and said coldly, Magic capital Lin family? Did I ask you this? Lin Chuxiu froze. Then what did your honor want to ask? My girlfriend and her best friend were inside the Red Star stall just now, and now the people inside are nowhere to be seen. I'm only asking you one thing, did you move them? Fong said icily. One thing that was strange was that if his girlfriend was the one who had an accident here, then there would be her scent anyways, but he couldn't sense it. Although this old man had the strength to easily kill ordinary people, he definitely did not have the ability to make people disappear immediately. Lin Chuxiu immediately felt that he had been wronged. He had just killed a few strong men, he hadn't even touched any female. So he hurriedly explained, My lord, I didn't put my hands on any of the women inside the chop shop just now. Other than the 10 men inside, everyone else has already left the place safely, so I assure you that there is absolutely nothing wrong with your girlfriend. I am innocent. Oh? Is that really true? Fong believed a few points in Lin Chuxiu's words. Who this old man wants to kill, he doesn't care. As long as he didn't lay hands on his girlfriend, it's fine. At that moment, he took out his cell phone and called his girlfriend, only to learn that they have returned to the rental house. It turned out to be an oops. Learning that his girlfriend was safe, Fong was slightly relieved. Indeed, he had wronged the old man. If he had not been patient just now and directly used the soul-searching technique, I'm afraid that this old man has now become demented. Alright, no more business for you, feel free. After Fong finished speaking, he drove the Ferrari to leave the place. Looking at Fong leaving, Lin Chuxiu lay back on the ground after the robbery and let out a long breath. He was also finally relaxing his body that was tense from tension. This teenager was just too terrifying, unexpectedly possessing heaven realm strength. A heaven realm powerhouse, it was truly terrifying as hell. But it was fortunate that it was a misunderstanding, otherwise it was still a question whether he would be alive now. 11 o'clock at night. Zhanghai City Center, inside a certain luxurious villa. What? None of the people sent out came back alive?
After listening to Gujio's report, Shin was so angry that his arm trembled. The red wineglass in his hand angrily threw at Gujio's body. Even after being hit by the wineglass, Gujio didn't dare to say a single word, he just obediently knelt on the ground. Shin took a deep breath and was silent for a moment, suppressing the anger that was about to erupt. He said,
"Don't tell me that even the person who went to kill that kid Fong didn't come back."
Gujio lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong and nodded his head. "That's right, none of them came back, they couldn't even be contacted, I guess that they were probably dead." Shin was stunned and couldn't help but laugh in anger, his right hand kept pounding the table.
Hee, so to speak, there are even people secretly protecting that kid?
Gujio nodded and said, "It should be like this, those 6 people I sent are all well-trained assassins, if they accomplish their mission it's impossible that they haven't come back by now, and I installed locators on them, and the locators are now deactivated, which means that the locators have already been destroyed by someone."
Doesn't this mean that the most likely person to install helpers around Fong is Lin Wan'er?
Shin face gradually turned grim. "It should be her, today we went to look for her, we were all set to bring her back, who knew that Lin Chusho suddenly popped up, not only did he kill our people, he also wasted my hands."
Gujio gritted his teeth and said.
With his hands ruined, his strength was naturally greatly reduced, and although he could still be cured, the after effects afterward were inevitable. He could be said to hate Lin Wan'er to the bone. "Lin Chusho is arrogant, not only did he kill 10 of us and waste my hands, but he also..."
Gujio wanted to say something. "And what?" Shin face was gloomy.
Gujio was silent for a moment and said, "And he also said that if young master you still dare to have crooked thoughts about Ms. Lin, he will come to your door to take young master's dog's life."
"What?"
Shin eyes almost spewed fire as he clenched his fists and sneered.
"Good Lin family, good Lin Chusho.
Lin Wan'er, don't think that you're fine just because you have a martial arts grandmaster to protect you. I've endured this for so long, do you really think that this young man wouldn't dare to tear his face off with you?"
Gujio. Subordinate is here.
Go contact the second provider and tell him that I have something to ask for his help.
Yes, young master.
Gujio retreated, Shin gloomy cheeks slowly turned calm, then uttered 2 sounds. Immediately 2 sexy beauties walked in from outside the door. Shin wrapped his arms around the 2 women one by one and sat down on the big soft sofa. A cold smile floated up at the corner of his mouth. "Fong, this time, I'll see who else can save you." On the other side, Fong returned to the rental house and came to Wan'er. He didn't hesitate to hug Wan'er, and in order to dispel the doubts in Wan'er's heart, he said with deep emotion,
"Wan'er, you have to believe me. I only love you alone.
In this life and in this world, apart from you, I love no one." Hearing these words, Lin Wan'er's delicate body was stunned for a moment, and her heart was touched. She was finally letting go of all the doubts in her heart, her white hands tightly hugged Yifeng's waist, her head resting on Yifeng's chest, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Me too, Fong, in this life, I only love you.
Hee, you two treat me like I don't exist."
"Oh, I'm being fed by the dog food you guys are spreading." Chang Xiaoling covered her mouth with a cheeky smile, before turning her head to no longer look at the 2's intimate interactions, with a smile clearly hanging on her face, but for some reason, a strand of sadness was quietly crossing her eyes.
Chapter 30 Confession of Identity.
Seeing Wan'er happy, as her best friend, she was naturally extremely happy.
In fact,
in this materialistic era, it was really hard to meet this kind of love again. Although she was a materialistic woman and loved money, she didn't have a bad heart.
Compared to money, she values feelings more.
Since she was a child, her parents divorced. Since her father married her stepmother, she has become cold. The bad-eyed stepmother to see her not good always scolded her and bullied her, and even once, at the age of 8, she was kicked out of the house for 3 days and 3 nights without food for no reason, and living on the street, starving to unconsciousness by the passers-by to the hospital before they were lucky to be alive. Even then, her father did not say a word for her, not to mention any concern, but also accused her of being useless, not half as well behaved as her sister. At that time, she was particularly disappointed in her father, and also completely dead. From childhood to adulthood, she was a child who lacked a mother's love, so all along, affection and friendship was something she greatly desired. Because of her family, her character gradually became quiet, and she was not good at dealing with others, even resisting strangers. It was not until she met Lin Wan'er that she regained her confidence and became cheerful. It was Lin Wan'er who gave her friendship and made her realize what the joy of friendship was. She treats Lin Wan'er as if she were her own sister. She can't see Wan'er suffer a single grievance. That's why before, for the sake of Wan'er's happiness, she repeatedly prevented Wan'er and Yifeng from being together. But now she finally understood and knew that she was wrong. True love, no matter how much it was blocked, it was useless. At this time, she was thinking that even if Wan'er and Yifeng died, she was afraid that they would want to die together. Sighing in her heart, Chang Xiaoling knew that this place could no longer accommodate her. Even if she could stay, she could not stay here. After simply packing her bags, she said goodbye to Wan'er. "Wan'er, now I see that Yifeng is really good to you, he truly loves you. Seeing you guys love each other so much and seeing you happy, I am relieved. Just I hope, you guys have to live well in the future, don't fight and make a bad scene." Cheng Xiaoling looked at Yifeng again with a complicated gaze, and after a moment of silence, she sighed.
Alas. Yifeng, I'm sorry. In the past, it was me who was wrong, always blocking you and Wan'er, not wanting you to be together. Now I kind of understand, the two of you have deep feelings. With my skills, it's impossible for me to separate you even if I keep blocking you. So, please treat Wan'er well in the future, and I hope you try to give Wan'er a better life. However, if you treat her badly, I won't let you off the hook either. Alright, so I won't bother you guys anymore, I'll leave first. After saying that, Cheng Xiaoling resisted the urge to shed tears, opened the door with her suitcase, and walked towards the door. Lin Wan'er hurriedly went forward and pulled her hand, asking worriedly. Xiaoling, where are you going? Isn't it fine to be here with me?
Cheng Xiaoling forced a smile and broke away from her hand, saying. Wan'er, you guys are boyfriend and girlfriend, it's not convenient for me to be here, besides I don't want to disturb you. Just don't worry about it, I still have a bit of money, it's not a problem to rent a random house to live in. Let's go, bye. Yifeng's face was complicated, he opened his mouth, wanted to say something but still didn't make a sound, chose to remain silent and watched Cheng Xiaoling leave the rented house. Lin Wan'er was slightly stunned, looking at her best friend's slightly lonely back as she gradually left, her eyes couldn't help but get a little moist. Xiaoling is her best friend, don't look at the surface of the greatly grinning, a gold-digging woman's appearance, in fact, more than anyone else's feelings, more fragile than anyone else, in the most dangerous time will not hesitate to stand in front of their own, sad time will not say, will only use the cheerful way to cover it deeply in the bottom of the heart. Lin Wan'er gently sighed. With this farewell, the chances of meeting in the future would be few and far between. Looking at Wan'er's unwilling look, Yifeng also couldn't help but sigh. Before, he was angry with Cheng Xiaoling. However, since embarking on the path of immortal cultivation, he realized that his state of mind seemed to have changed. Gradually, there was less impatience that existed in the past, less childishness, and more composure and decisiveness. Although Cheng Xiaoling used to block himself and Wan'er, he knew that Cheng Xiaoling was not doing it maliciously, she was doing it for the sake of Wan'er's happiness. Furthermore, her heart was not bad, and she had never undermined herself or scolded herself. There was no deep hatred between the two. After thinking about it, Yifeng said to Wan'er. Wan'er, if you don't want to give up on her then take her to the villa, anyway it's big there, it's nothing to have one more of her. But, she won't agree. Lin Wan'er's eyes swirled with worry, although Xiaoling she seems to love money, in reality, she has a stronger sense of self-esteem than anyone else, if I do this, she'll think that we're giving her a handout.
Wan'er, are you wondering why I have so much money to buy a villa when I sold the antiques for only $10 million?
Yifeng suddenly changed the topic and said. Not expecting Yifeng to suddenly ask this, Lin Wan'er was first stunned and then nodded slightly. She did want to know, since this time she met with Yifeng, she felt that she was getting more and more puzzled by Yifeng, she felt as if Yifeng wasn't the same Yifeng as before, as if he had changed into a different person. To tell you the truth, actually those money were given to me by someone else. Yifeng laughed, of course, I know you won't believe that others would send me money for no reason. Spiritual energy surged in his palm, and a wisp of white flame suddenly rose up, suspended in his palm with a blazing temperature, frightening Lin Wan'er so much that her face changed greatly, and she took a few steps back in a panic. Shock crossed the bottom of her eyes, covering her mouth, incredulously looking at Yifeng, immediately stepping forward, worriedly asking.
Ah Fong, what's going on? How could your hands give birth to flames for no reason, aren't you hot?
Yifeng's face was calm and smiled. Wan'er, this is a spirit flame, capable of burning everything in the world, it's not something that can be compared to an ordinary flame. Perhaps you still find it hard to believe, but this is the truth. Also, my identity is actually not simple, I am an immortal cultivator. Being able to fly up to the sky and enter the ground, what with a sword breaking 10,000 laws and opening mountains and breaking rivers are all idle. Listening to these inexplicable words, Lin Wan'er was a bit confused. As the daughter of a big family, she knew about martial artists, but what the hell was an immortal cultivator? This kind of strange word she had never heard of before, but it sounded like it was very powerful.
Come on Wan'er, I'll bring you to feel what it's like to fly in the sky.
Yifeng smiled and wrapped his arms around Lin Wan'er's waist and opened the glass door of the balcony. The hazy night color came into his eyes. Wan'er looked up at Yifeng's face, recalling the wisp of strange flame in Yifeng's words just now, and said incredulously.
Fong, you're not really going to fly, are you? That's right, not only am I going to fly, I'm going to take you up with me.
Yifeng nodded his head and smiled, then his whole body's spiritual energy surged, and with a gentle leap of his feet, the two of their figures rose up towards the sky.
Chapter 31 Elevation, 9th Level of Qi Refining.
In the blink of an eye the two of them reached several hundred meters high in the air. With Yifeng's current strength, he was able to fly briefly for about half an hour or so, although it wasn't long, it was enough to bring his girlfriend to experience flying.
Coming into the air, Lin Wan'er looked at the illuminated Zhenghai city below and was greatly shocked. Was this the feeling of flying?
It was nothing like the feeling of taking an airplane. Being high in the air, not only was she not afraid, instead, she had a few moments of joy. Flying freely, this feeling was just too wonderful.
Fong, am I dreaming? It feels so unreal. Looking at Wan'er's dull gaze, Fong kissed her on the cheek and laughed. Is this real now? Ha! You, so annoying. The real touch caused Lin Wan'er to quickly react and her cheeks instantly turned red with shame. Wan'er, you're so beautiful. Looking at Lin Wan'er's absolutely beautiful face, Fong said with love. Lin Wan'er's face turned even redder, but her heart was gorgeous and indescribably sweet. Not long after, Fong brought Wan'er to the top of the Liha Villa area. Wan'er, look, I've arrived at the Lihi Villa area, let's sleep here today. Lin Wan'er nodded her head with a red face and softly mumbled. Fong smiled as he descended downwards and soon arrived at the entrance of the second villa. Lin Wan'er reached out and stroked Feng's cheek and said, Ah Fong, I'm too unbelievable, you're actually so powerful. She was naturally talking about Fong being able to fly. As far as she knew, even the most powerful martial arts masters couldn't fly. Was Fong really an immortal cultivator? Even if it was hard to believe, she had to believe it because it was a fact that she had seen with her own eyes. After seeing how powerful Fong is, she is naturally very happy, because this is her boyfriend. In the past, there will always be people who say that Fong can't do it, and she is always afraid that the gap between her and Feng's status is too big to be opposed by her parents, but now she is not afraid of it. Fong is so powerful, I'm afraid that mom and dad will be impressed by him. The housekeeper saw Fong through the surveillance and rushed over to open the door. The housekeeper was a middle-aged woman named Wang Li, although her looks were very ordinary, but because she had been managing large and small affairs in this kind of high-end villa for many years, her temperament was considered to be very good. She walked over with a smile and bowed. Young Yi, Mrs. Yi, welcome home. Hearing the three words Mrs. Yi, Lin Wan'er's cheeks were red again, like a ripe apple. It was very tempting and one could not help but want to take a bite. Fong nodded and holding Lin Wan'er's hand was about to go in. But suddenly a surprised voice came over. Fong? Is it really you? Fong and Lin Wan'er turned their heads at the same time to look, only to see a golden Porsche 911 slowly traveling over on the road. The driver's side was none other than Tang Cherry. The Porsche steadily stopped and she excitedly ran in front of the two of them, Fong. She looked at Fong, her eyes curved into a crescent moon and she said with a smile. Fong, I didn't expect to meet you here, do you live here too? Yes, I live in Villa number 2. Fong nodded, he obviously also didn't expect Tang Cherry to live here as well. Villa number 2? Looks like you just moved here today, right? Before this villa was all empty all the time with no one buying it. Tang Cherrypick said happily, what a coincidence, I live in Villa number 1, we'll be neighbors from now on. Seeing this beautiful girl appearing in front of Fong again, Lin Wan'er's eyes flashed with a touch of vigilance and her heart lifted up. She clutched Feng's arm tightly, fearing that something was going to be taken away from her as if it was. Fong naturally understood what Wan'er was thinking. He didn't intend to chat much with Tang Cherry. After nodding politely to Tang Cherry, he prepared to take Wan'er into the villa. At this time, Tang Cherry Blossom noticed Lin Wan'er on the side and sighed in her heart, what a beautiful girl. She couldn't help but ask, Fong, is she your girlfriend? Lin Wan'er sniffed, her right hand wrapped around Feng's arm tightly, then came close to Feng's cheek and kissed it, as if she was swearing sovereignty, looking at Tang Cherry Blossom and said. That's right, I'm his girlfriend. Tang Cherry, being a woman as well, naturally saw the trace of hostility in Lin Wan'er's eyes. She smiled without taking it seriously and complimented from the bottom of her heart. Fong, your girlfriend is really pretty. Spinning around, she stretched out her hand to Lin Wan'er and smiled. Hello, let me introduce myself, my name is Tang Cherry, nice to meet you. Lin Wan'er shook her hand and returned with an expressionless face. My name is Lin Wan'er. Ms. Lin, you're really pretty and graceful. Can we make friends? Tang Cherry asked with a smile. Can. Lin Wan'er nodded. Originally she wanted to refuse. However, for this very polite and beautiful girl, how could she not develop the slightest bit of hostility in her heart? Great, Sister Lin, you look so pretty and graceful, can I call you sister? Tang Cherry Blossom blinked her big beautiful eyes and asked. As you wish, it's getting late. Fong and I will go back to bed first, you also rest early. Lin Wan'er held Feng's hand and walked towards the villa. Tang Cherry Blossom was smart, she actually knew that Lin Wan'er was wary of herself, but she didn't think anything of it. She didn't have any thoughts about Fong, she was just interested in Feng's amazing ability, that's all. After watching Feng's two backs disappear, Tang Cherry shook her head and smiled as she turned to leave. After Wan'er fell asleep, Fong came to the balcony on the second floor alone and began to cultivate. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi surged into Feng's body like gurgling water, and after absorbing some more spiritual chi, his strength had another boost. 2 hours quickly passed, his realm came to the 9th level of chi refining, only one step short of reaching the foundation establishment stage. After reaching the foundation stage, he would be able to fly in the air for a longer period of time, and his strength would be even higher, and his physical body would reach a very strong level. Even if he were to carry a missile attack, he would be able to remain unharmed.
Only, if you want to rise to the level of hard resistance to nuclear bombs, must be raised to Jin Dan, in order to enhance the strength of the physical body to the extreme. At that time, unarmed catch nuclear bombs has been a piece of cake. Yifeng slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stood up. He could feel that his body possessed even more spiritual energy than the 6th level of qi refining before, and his strength had more than doubled, and if he reached the foundation establishment stage, he was afraid that it would be a geometrical increase again. However, the spiritual qi in this area is also absorbed almost. It seems that tomorrow we have to change the place to continue to cultivate, to see if we can break through the foundation establishment in one fell swoop. Yifeng suddenly remembered that he had not done something important. Now he had to process the iron bracelet artifact that he had obtained earlier to make it a truly powerful artifact and give it to Wan'er as a body protector to ensure Wan'er's safety. Chapter 32 Wan'er's background. After another half an hour had passed. It was already past 1 o'clock in the evening. Yifeng finally carved the iron bracelet with the spell formation. Now the iron bracelet was no longer in its original form, but it turned into a golden color, and it looked dazzling even in the night. Yifeng looked at the golden bangle in the palm of his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, it has perfectly restored the category of a peak first-grade magic weapon. It should be able to block attacks below the 2nd level of qi refining. Although Earth's aura is there, it is relatively much thinner and far less dense than the immortal cultivation realm. There shouldn't be any other immortal cultivators in existence, so with this golden bracelet in place, Wan'er will hardly be in any danger. It was logical that with the thinness of Earth's aura, Yifeng's cultivation speed would be very slow. But the truth was different. What Yifeng possessed was the Immortal Emperor's Inheritance technique. This technique was extremely strong and was able to inhale spiritual qi in a radius of nearly 10 kilometers while cultivating, whereas an ordinary immortal cultivator would only be able to inhale a radius of just 100 meters. Reiki belongs to the energy of heaven and earth, and is born from all things in heaven and earth. The closer the area is to dense vegetation and rare areas, such as forests and mountains, or highland areas, the wider the coverage of Reiki is, and the density is also higher. The city area is far less covered with aura than the forest and lake area. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhanghai City is surrounded by hilly areas with numerous forests, just by absorbing the spiritual qi to cultivate, Yifeng could not absorb it so fast. The night quickly passed. The next morning, Yifeng got up at 8 o'clock. At this time Wan'er had not yet woken up. The housekeeper had already prepared a nutritious breakfast for Yifeng. After Yifeng finished his breakfast, he went to the 2nd floor balcony and started cultivating. Cultivation was completely stabilized. If he wanted to go further and reach the foundation establishment stage, he would need to absorb a much larger amount of spiritual qi. Now he could only go elsewhere to cultivate in areas with abundant spiritual qi. There was no way that the amount of spiritual qi within the city was really too low. Even if the speed of cultivation is explosive, without the support of spiritual qi, it is just futile. Luckily, aura would be generated autonomously between heaven and earth, and after it was sucked up, it would be regained with the passage of time. Not long after, Lin Wan'er woke up from her sleep. She came to the balcony and wrapped her arms around Yifeng's neck from behind, her petite body leaning against him. "Fong, you got up so early, why didn't you yell at me? How boring for you to be here alone." Feeling the softness behind him, Yifeng pulled Lin Wan'er's white and flawless hand, kissed it and laughed. "How can I bear to shout at you? Sleeping for a while longer is good for the body. Anyway, school is not in session now, sleep as long as you want, right, as a relaxation." Lin Wan'er nodded and smiled. "You don't say, I just remembered, there are still 6 days to start school. I really miss the days we went to school together before. It was the happiest time for me, this time our university life. I am even more looking forward to it." Saying this, her face suddenly dimmed a few points, and she sighed softly. "I don't know if Xiaoling slept well last night. She always has nightmares, almost every time. It's only when I coaxed her to sleep peacefully." Yifeng said, "Wan'er, if you really don't feel comfortable with her, just go and see her later. In the end she is just a girl. She is not familiar with life in Zhanghai City. Except for you and me, there are not a few friends who know her, so she will easily be bullied by others." "Alright, I'll go and take a look at her later." Lin Wan'er nodded her head. Yifeng took out the golden bracelet from last night from his pocket. "Wan'er, this you take with you. This is a magic weapon I made. It can protect you." "A magic weapon? Does this really work?" Lin Wan'er was a little curious as she caught the golden bracelet handed over by Yifeng. Yifeng laughed. "If you don't believe me, throw it down from here and see." Lin Wan'er nodded and walked to the edge of the balcony and threw it down. When the golden bracelet was about to touch the ground, it suddenly erupted into a light golden colored circular protective cover. As under the protection of the protective cover, the golden bracelet just hovered in mid-air, unharmed. Lin Wan'er covered her mouth in surprise. This thing is so amazing." Yifeng laughed. "See, this is called a magic weapon. It's also called a body protection magic weapon. It's extremely strong in defense. With this thing, even a gun can't help you." "This is a magic weapon?" Lin Wan'er was even more surprised. "I can't imagine that there's such a thing in this world. Fong, it seems like you're still really an immortal cultivator. You actually had to make even this kind of thing."
She was indescribably shocked in her heart. Born in a big family, she had seen a lot of powerful martial artists, and she had seen the means of killing people in the air, but she just had not seen this kind of magical thing. It was the same as watching a sci-fi movie. Having seen so many abilities of Yifeng, Lin Wan'er gradually accepted the seemingly outrageous fact of being an immortal cultivator. Yifeng added, "Wan'er, about this matter of me being an immortal cultivator, you shouldn't just tell others. Even your closest people can't do it, because it's easy to cause some unnecessary trouble. Of course, no matter what the trouble is, I can solve it. It's just that it's better if you can avoid it." Lin Wan'er's face became serious and nodded. "Okay, without your permission, I won't tell anyone else." After thinking about it, she added, "Fong, you've told me your secret, and you've become so capable, so I can safely tell you my background." Yifeng froze at his words. Wan'er's background he had never heard of, he only knew that it should be very powerful. He was quite curious about it. "Actually, I am from Magic City. My family is none other than the Lin family, one of the 3 great families of Magic City." Magic City Lin family? Yifeng frowned. This seemed like he had heard of it somewhere. Where exactly was it? Suddenly, he remembered, the old man that he met at the Red Star stall last night was none other than someone from the Lin family of Magic City. At that time, Yifeng did not think about it, but he did not expect that the old man with extraordinary strength was actually someone from Wan'er's family. "Wan'er, within your family, is there that kind of martial arts expert who can easily beat up ordinary people violently?" Yifeng asked. "Martial arts expert?" Lin Wan'er was slightly stunned. "Are you talking about martial artists?" "A martial artist?" Yifeng muttered. "Is that kind of person just called a martial artist? Hee, quite interesting. Wan'er, tell me about it. What are the class divisions of these martial artists?" Yifeng asked. Lin Wan'er thought for a moment and said, "I don't know much. I only know 3 martial realms. One is external strength, the second is internal strength, and the third is harmonization strength. I'm not sure about above Huanjin. Huanjin is also known as the martial arts master. It's so powerful that it can easily kill people 10 meters away. It's scary." After hearing this, Yifeng thought for a moment, stood up and took Wan'er into his arms. "Wan'er, do you know, cultivating immortality is the pursuit of eternal life. When I find a way to be able to take you along with me in the future, I'll take you along with me to cultivate immortality. That way, we'll be together forever." He is also very distressed. The Immortal Emperor Inheritance has all kinds of immortal cultivation knowledge, but only does not have the method of how to take others to cultivate immortality. Perhaps, only when the strength to become stronger before you can slowly know it. Yifeng didn't want to look young after a few hundred years, but Wan'er had already turned into a skeleton. Hearing Yifeng's words, Lin Wan'er's face was stunned. Eternal life? Is it really possible to live forever? She also wanted to be with Yifeng forever, but the road ahead was still unknown. How could she know what would happen in the future? People can't escape old age, sickness and death, tomorrow and accidents who don't know who will come first, and in the world, there really exists immortality immortal? Chapter 33 Invitation. The sun slowly rose, the warm sunlight sprinkled down on the balcony, making both Yifeng and Lin Wan'er feel incredibly warm. Yifeng reached out to block the blinding sunlight for Wan'er. "Wan'er, do you have something to do later?" I want to go see Xiaoling later. She's alone. I'm still a bit uneasy about her." Lin Wan'er said, her hands wrapped around Yifeng's neck, gazing into his eyes, smiling faintly. "Fong, after I come back after pacifying Xiaoling, will you accompany me to go out and have some fun together? People haven't played with you for a long time." "Fine, I'll accompany you wherever you want to play." Yifeng touched her head and smiled gently. He had thought of going to the western district of Jianghai City today, because the spiritual qi over there had not been absorbed yet, and went there to absorb the spiritual qi to see if he could break through to the foundation establishment stage in one go. Moreover, the place where his good brother Su Feiping started his business was also there, so he went to see him by the way. But since Wan'er wants to play with her, let's put this matter aside for now. Anyway, fly over there and you'll be there in a flash. Seeing Yifeng agree to accompany her, Lin Wan'er's eyes were filled with joy and she smiled happily. "Baby, you're so nice." Gently nodding on Yifeng's face, Lin Wan'er ran away with red cheeks. Looking at Wan'er's happy appearance, Yifeng shook his head with a smile and waited for Wan'er to finish her breakfast and leave the villa. Only then did Yifeng intend to go out for a walk and in the meantime, cultivate by this lake. The lake also has the existence of spiritual qi. The lake also belongs to the nature of a thing, can generate its own spiritual qi, although less is less, but better than nothing. After all, mosquito again small is also meat. Yifeng slowly out of the door, but see the door outside the path. There is a white dress woman with her hands behind her back, standing there waiting for someone. This person is Tang Cherry Cherry. Seeing Yifeng come out, Tang Cherry Cherry quickly walked over, smiled and waved her hand in greeting. "Yifeng, good morning. Something wrong?" Yifeng glanced at her and asked bluntly. He didn't want to get too entangled with other women, because there was only one heir in his heart, and he couldn't tolerate anyone else. No matter how good-looking other women were, no matter how capable they were, they still couldn't get into his eyes. Tang Cherry Blossom felt the deliberate detachment in Yifeng's words. Her face was stunned and she somewhat awkwardly squeezed out a smile and said, "Yifeng, have you forgotten what you said yesterday?
Didn't you say that there was something wrong with that compass? I came today specifically to ask you to go to my house. My grandfather happened to be there, and that compass is by his side.
Oh, it's this matter.
He had forgotten about this matter. Yifeng nodded. He was also thinking of taking a chance yesterday to conquer the evil spirits inside the compass for his own use.
Alright, it just so happens that I'm also free right now. Take me to take a look.
Tang Cherry Blossom nodded and led the way in front. Before long the two of them arrived inside the hall of Villa Number 1. Tang Cherry's grandfather, Tang Hong, was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, his eyes closed tightly, his chest heaving together, his hands constantly making strange gestures, looking like he was practicing some strange martial arts. Yifeng, his divine sense probed out, at once saw Tang Hong Dantian. There is a stream of air surging, that is a kind of energy, for him is not very strong, but because of this kind of energy, Tang Hong's strength has far exceeded the category of ordinary people. Looking carefully at this energy, Yifeng found that this energy was a bit messy, probably because the gongfu he practiced was faulty, causing damage to his meridians, so the old man's face looked a bit white, and his breath was not very stable. The intensity of the fluctuation of that messy airflow energy was not very strong, and Yifeng was able to accurately determine that this old man, his strength was much weaker than that old man from the Lin family yesterday. This old man should also be a martial artist, right? He just didn't know what level he was. Yifeng was still not sure what the strengths of the external strength, internal strength, and chemical strength martial artists were. He also did not know how many levels there were in total. Wanting to solve these questions, perhaps he could ask this old man.
Grandpa, look who I brought here. Tang Cherry pulled Yifeng to Tang Hong's face.
Hearing his granddaughter's voice, Tang Hong exited his cultivation state and opened his eyes to look at the two. His gaze lingered on Yifeng, and after looking up and down suspiciously for a moment, he frowned and asked. Sakura, who is he? Grandpa, his name is Yifeng, he's my friend, this time I invited him over specially to help you.
Tang Cherry returned. Help me? What can a little doll like him help me with? Tang Hong couldn't help but laugh out loud at his words.
He thought his granddaughter was joking with herself. Don't joke, Cherry Blossom, there's nothing I can let him help with, let him go, I have to continue my cultivation. Tang Cherry Blossom, however, stomped her foot in dissatisfaction. Grandpa, where am I joking with you? Yifeng is very powerful, don't you know? That compass you shot yesterday has a problem, it will harm you. Yifeng has a way to help you solve this problem.
Oh? That compass I took yesterday looks pretty good, where is the problem?
Sakura, are you being tricked? There are a lot of bad guys nowadays, especially tricking simple girls like you. Tang Hong's complexion became serious all of a sudden, and as he spoke, he even glanced coldly at Yifeng, thinking that Yifeng was the crook who cheated his granddaughter. He didn't think there was a problem with that compass of his. No, Grandpa, he's not a liar. Grandpa, don't slander people at will, okay? Tang Cherry Blossom was so anxious that she immediately spoke out in defense. At the same time, she passed over an apologetic look to Yifeng, telling him not to be angry. Alright, Cherry, I'm very busy, I don't have the time to play with you, take this person and leave.
Tang Hong was obviously impatient, thinking that his granddaughter was just fooling around.
Yifeng suddenly said at this time, Elder Tang, you're sick.
What did you say?
Tang Hong changed color explosively, he couldn't believe that even a little brat would dare to speak out against himself and say such words.
Tang Cherry's face changed drastically. Yifeng, what are you saying?
She didn't expect Yifeng to say such words, and at the same time, she was worried that her grandfather would be furious and hurt Yifeng.
Yifeng's face was flat. I said you have a physical problem, can't you hear me? Or are you not even clear about your own physical condition?
Tang Cherry Blossom's eyes went black and she almost fell over.
Grandpa's body having an old problem was something that was known to everyone, just ask around and you'd basically know.
Your words are right, but it's the wrong way to say it. Grandpa's biggest taboo is others saying this in front of him. You're not deliberately provoking Grandpa. Tang Hong's face sank. Yifeng's words made him very angry. He wanted to be angry, but after thinking about it, he still endured. As the head of the Tang family, he didn't want to argue with a little brat, so he waved his hand and said, Sakura, let him go.
Chapter 34, Thanks to Lord Yi.
Go? Thinking that there might be a Gao spirit present inside that compass, without subduing the Gao spirit, how could Yifeng easily leave?
In the next second, he directly erupted a wisp of pressure.
Puff! The mighty pressure was like 10,000 pounds of force, and Tang Hong was instantly pressed to his knees, his face full of questions and incredulity. He was both shocked and puzzled, and, wanting to attempt to raise his head, he couldn't.
He was dumbfounded. What's going on here?
Tang Hong's heart was shocked. This kind of pressure he had once experienced in front of a martial arts grandmaster, and now that he was experiencing this feeling again, it was very suffocating. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels felt more like they were going to be squeezed by the terrifying pressure. It was so difficult that it felt like his body was going to explode. This pressure released by Yifeng only targeted Tang Hong, belonging to the locked release.
So Tang Cherry Blossom didn't feel anything.
Seeing her grandfather actually kneel down towards Yifeng, Tang Cherry Blossom was dumbfounded.
Master, what are you doing?
Watching Tang Hong about to faint when he couldn't bear it, Yifeng withdrew about 90% or so of his mighty pressure, and only then was Tang Hong able to raise his head with difficulty. Raising his head to meet Yifeng's icy gaze, Tang Hong instantly understood what was going on, and his pupils drastically shrunk. This person is actually a martial arts master. No! How could there be such a young martial Dao sovereign? It wasn't like he hadn't seen a martial Dao patriarch before. Those patriarch powerhouses were invariably old men with gray hair, and now this patriarch standing in front of him would be so young. Want to avoid trouble, say what words are useless, everything is still rely on strength to speak. Yifeng naturally understood this, and if he could use his strength to avoid some trouble, he would not talk too much nonsense. Absolute strength could only conquer everything. Duh, Lord. It was my eyes that failed to recognize him. I didn't know that you were a noble patriarch, Lord, please punish me. Tang Hong was trembling, his heart turning over. His attitude at this moment could be described as a 180-degree turnaround, becoming very respectful, and even the emotion of not putting Yifeng in his eyes just now had completely disappeared. Just kidding. The one who knows the time is the best. Knowing that the other party is a grandmaster, how dare you disrespect him? What was it if you weren't looking for death? Grandpa, what did you just say? He's a sect master? Tang Cherry Blossom's face changed. If she had just treated Yifeng as a friend, her eyes calm and without waves, then now the way she looked at Yifeng was like a mouse encountering a cat, with an extra hint of fear and a chill in her heart. As a member of the Tang family, how did she not know about martial artists? Martial arts masters were like gods and goddesses in the sky, making people fearful. A few years ago, she had followed her grandfather to the capital to participate in a certain conference, and was fortunate enough to meet the legendary martial arts master. At that time, her grandfather was already at the late stage of the internal energy. Her grandfather's strength was something she had seen before, it was particularly powerful, but in the face of that martial arts master, he couldn't hold out for more than a single move, and it was because of that one time after that, her grandfather's body had become much worse than before, and he often had to be stabilized with medication in order to keep his life. Now, seeing the martial arts master again, she was both shocked and scared. Grandpa's body was already very poor, although still a martial artist. But now, it was difficult to fight off even an ordinary early-stage internal force martial artist, let alone meeting an even more terrifying martial arts grandmaster. Trying to resist the attack of a martial arts master was simply delusional. Just now, she was afraid that her grandfather would hurt Yifeng, but now she was afraid that Yifeng would hurt her grandfather. She was worried beyond measure. Tang Cherry bit her lower lip, and for the sake of her grandfather, she gathered her courage and rushed to Yifeng's side and knelt down, her eyes red. Yifeng, I apologize to you for my grandfather, please don't hurt my grandfather, okay? He's not in good health, he can't withstand a single blow from you. Looking at his granddaughter kneeling down for him, Tang Hong's heart was extremely hard to bear. Fearing that Yifeng would be unfavorable to Sakura, he hardened his head and kowtowed to Yifeng. My lord, it was me who offended you just now. Everything is my fault, kill me if you want to. Please don't hurt Sakura, she is innocent. The martial Dao patriarch was a superpower in the martial Dao world, the top of the pyramid. Not only was he powerful, but he also had the absolute power of life and death. There had been a saying circulating in the martial Dao world that a patriarch could not be insulted. Just now, he had disrespected Yifeng, so he would only end up dead. Yifeng looked at the two men kneeling in front of him, his face was unperturbed. This was the kind of treatment and oppression that only the top powerhouses had. If he didn't have a strong strength, how could these two kneel in front of him? Not only do you need to have strong strength, you also need to be ruthless in your actions for others to be in awe. Otherwise, having great strength and still letting others step on your head to take a? Who would want to be a ninja turtle? Yifeng stretched out his right hand and slapped towards Tang Hong's chest. Tang Hong's face shook, and then he closed his eyes as if his heart was dead, thinking that he was going to be finished. No! Tang Cherry's face changed drastically, so anxious that tears were falling down, wanting to go forward to stop Yifeng, but she didn't even have the strength of a martial artist, so how could she touch Yifeng? Bang! Before she could touch Yifeng's body, she was bounced by an invisible energy and flew several meters away. Fortunately, this energy seemed to be a little soft and did not hurt her. Only 7 or 8 steps back, Tang Cherry had stabilized her body. She worriedly raised her head to look ahead, her heart nervous to the extreme. Yifeng, that palm actually did not want to hurt Tang Hong's intention, but instead the palm contains a soft spiritual power surging. When slapped on Tang Hong's body was only slightly shaken. Yifeng slowly retracted his hand, lightly behind his back. Tang Hong felt very obvious, his body was very comfortable, even the internal force that had been unable to mobilize before instantly became incredibly smooth and mobilized freely. Only then did he suddenly realize that Yifeng's strike had not harmed him, but had instead helped him. The stubborn disease that had plagued him for so long had actually been cured by Yifeng's palm. Tang Hong excitedly opened his eyes and kowtowed a few times towards Yifeng. Many thanks for your help, Your Excellency, Mr. Tang can't thank you enough. Seeing that her grandfather was fine, Tang Cherry breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking about what her grandfather had just said, her heart was startled and she asked uncertainly. Grandpa, do you mean to say that Yifeng, he cured you? That's right, Lord Yi helped completely cure my illness. Moreover, it seems as if I've been stuck in this realm of late inner strength for many years, as if I'm about to advance as well. This is all thanks to Lord Yi. Tang Hong's heart was greatly relieved. Although he didn't know why Yi Feng had helped him, he was still very grateful to Yi Feng. Chapter 35, Begging for Mercy. Really? That's great. Thank you, Yi Feng. I didn't expect you to cure my grandpa's disease that hasn't healed for many years. I'm so thankful to you. I don't even know how to return the favor. Walking up to Yi Feng, Tang Cherry Blossom was nervous and happy. Her speech was a bit incoherent. Tang Hong frowned, almost growling as he chided. Really no big deal. Who told you to call Lord Yi by his name, just like me? Shout Lord Yi. Tang Cherry Blossom's face was stunned. Grandpa had barely yelled at himself since he was a child, and only nodded in resignation, looking at Yi Feng and opening his mouth, just about to shout out the 3 words Lord Yi, but Yi Feng waved his hand. Alright, don't talk about nonsense and stuff, Master Tang, take out that compass you shot yesterday. Alright, Lord Yi, please take a seat. I'll go get it now. Sakura, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and make tea for Lord Yi. Tang Hong hurriedly nodded and did as he was told, while also giving a serious command to his granddaughter. Okay, Grandpa. Tang Cherry Blossom slowed down, and after signaling Yi Feng to sit down, she hurriedly went to make tea and then respectfully served it on the table in front of Yi Feng. Lord Yi, please drink the tea. For her to address her like this, Yi Feng frowned. It felt weird, not really used to it, and not good to listen to. Don't call me that, just call me by my name. Yi Feng said. Tang Cherry Blossom nervously lowered her head. I don't dare, you are a noble patriarch, I can't call you by your name, it's a big taboo. Yi Feng looked at her nervous appearance and instantly felt a little amused, while the corner of his mouth curled slightly. He was bored now anyway, and planned to tease her a bit. In that case, my shoes are a bit dirty, you come and lick them clean. Yi Feng said, crossed his legs and pretended to lift his left foot, as if he really wanted her to lick it clean. Ha! Tang Cherry Blossom instantly panicked and took a few steps back. Her face flushed red, clenching her pink fists and clenching her teeth, she said sadly. Lord Yi, even though you're a Grandmaster, you can't humiliate me like this. Hee, did I say that I am a patriarch? Yi Feng wasn't going to tease her anymore, waved his hand and laughed. Alright, just teasing you, don't be afraid, I'm not a sect master, relax. Hearing this, Tang Cherry's heart was slightly relieved, her face eased a bit, but her heart still had a hint of vigilance towards Yi Feng. Because Yi Feng was an existence that even Grandpa couldn't afford to mess with. If he really wanted to do something to himself, then there really wasn't a single thing he could do. I've said there's no need to be nervous, I'm not a bad guy, do I look like a bad guy to you? Yi Feng looked at Tang Cherry, whose face was slightly white, and said somewhat helplessly. What he advocated for this person was that, if people don't offend me, I don't offend them, if people offend me, then they will be executed. As long as they were his friends, he would treat them well. No one messes with him, get along well, then everyone will be fine. Tang Cherry blossomed with a complicated expression. To be honest, she had always treated Yi Feng as a friend before, but now, after learning that Yi Feng was a martial grandmaster, she no longer looked at Yi Feng with the eyes of an ordinary person. Now, she only had fear and awe for Yi Feng. Not long after, Tang Hong walked over with the compass. At this moment, the compass was still emitting a purple light, but it was a bit pale and not as shiny as before at the auction. A light instantly flashed in Yi Feng's eyes, and when his divine sense opened, he immediately saw through the scene inside the compass. Inside the compass there is a dark purple mist. This mist is the soul, looks like it is sealed inside the compass. The energy of this soul seemed to have reached the high spirit realm. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth hooked. Sure enough, his judgment was not wrong, the level of the soul attached to it had reached the high spirit realm, and its strength was comparable to an immortal cultivator at the second level of the chi refining stage. However, because this soul was not an ordinary soul, but a grievance spirit. A grudge spirit was a soul that had generated a grudge, and because of the existence of a buff-like grudge, in the same level, the strength was much stronger than an ordinary soul. However, it is extremely difficult to subdue a soul with a grudge, unless the submissive strength far exceeds that of the grudge spirit, and the grudge spirit is beaten into submission, otherwise, not only can it not be subdued, but it may also be killed in return. Once a soul reaches the high spirit realm in the millennium of cultivation, its intelligence will become extremely high. When an immortal cultivator with the same strength fought against it, if he wasn't careful, he would be put on the spot and would lose miserably. Yi Feng smiled coldly. His current realm was the peak of the 9th level of chi refining, just one step away from entering the foundation establishment stage. His strength was directly crushed. There was only one way for this resentful spirit to end up, and that was to be brutally beaten by him and then refined into a puppet. Lord Yi, I wonder what's wrong with this compass of mine. Tang Hong was also curious. Clearly this compass had been emitting a purple glow. It looked like a treasure. How could there be a problem? Although his heart thought like this, he didn't dare to question Yi Feng to his face. Asking like that was undoubtedly asking for death. The problem can be big. Yi Feng sneered and took the compass from Tang Hong, shaking it in his hand. If this thing is kept by your side, you won't live for more than half a year. What? Tang Hong and Tang Cherry Cherry were both shocked and looked at each other.
Lord Yi, what the hell is going on here? Just this little gadget can still kill me. Tang Hong swallowed his saliva and asked. Not only can it take your life, even your soul will be devoured by it in time. Looking at the two men's jaws dropped, Yifeng continued. The reason why this thing is glowing is because there is a ghost present in here. As long as this ghost is subdued, the problem with this compass will be able to be eliminated. Saying that, he placed the compass on the table. Yifeng placed one hand on top of the compass and his spiritual energy was released. Ah! The moment the spiritual energy entered the compass shook violently, while a mournful scream was emitted from inside, sounding very creepy. Tang Hong and Tang Cherry Cherry's scalps went numb, and they were so frightened that they retreated several meters away. This was a ghost? This kind of thing actually did exist in the world? Under their shocked gazes, Yifeng looked like he had grabbed something and yanked hard. A mass of purple mist was yanked out from inside the compass. At the same time, the mass of purple mist let out a painful howl, as if it had been tortured by Yifeng and was a little scared. Just now, Yifeng had executed the supreme divine power, which specialized in dealing with void energy bodies like souls. This supreme divine ability very much restrained the soul. In just a moment, it caused the resentful spirit inside this compass to be in pain. A hoarse voice came from inside the purple mist. Please, let me go, I am willing to submit. Yifeng laughed coldly. He had already dragged the resentful spirit out of the seal. If he let go of this resentful spirit now, maybe this resentful spirit would immediately escape, and then he would have to make himself go through more effort. That would not be cost effective. He didn't know the resentful spirit's delaying tactics. In order to avoid trouble, he simply directly wiped out the resentful spirit's consciousness and refined it into a puppet. Don't struggle, it's your honor to refine you into my puppet. Yifeng said. He was about to completely obliterate the consciousness of this grudge spirit and refine it into his puppet. The grudging spirit obviously panicked. It didn't expect Yifeng to kill it. Please, my lord. Spare me. As long as you spare me, I swear that I am willing to absolutely submit to you and never have a second thought. Chapter 36 Lui Shui. Hearing these words, Yifeng frowned and hesitated. In fact, there was a drawback to the puppets that were refined to become by obliterating the soul consciousness. Without a soul to control the puppet, it was like a dull and godless object that could only be controlled by itself and could not act on its own. This made it quite troublesome as one would need to control the puppet every time one used it, nor could one instruct the puppet to follow or protect anyone. On second thought, taking in this grudge spirit was a good choice. However, in order to be on the safe side, it was still necessary to sign a master-servant contract with it, so as to prevent the spirit from disobeying commands. Grievous spirits are not ordinary souls. Not only are they intelligent, they are also very cruel. Even if they are of the same kind, they will kill each other, because the spirits have already been invaded by grievances, and they are prone to go off the rails and disown their relatives. Alright, be honest, don't move. After Yifeng finished speaking, the grudge spirit really did stop struggling and didn't move around, honestly hovering in mid-air. Tang Hong and Tang Sakura quietly watched without disturbing Yifeng. Their hearts had turned over, completely refreshing their perceptions. If it was before, they would never have thought that there were souls that existed in the world. Wasn't this something that only existed on TV or novels? Who knew that the real world also had them? Too incredible. Tang Cherry Blossom couldn't help but think chillingly at this point, whether she would also become a ghost after death. Watching the ghost come down honestly, Yifeng also did not talk nonsense, probed out his left hand and extracted a strand of the ghost's soul mark in the air, then bit his finger and dropped a drop of blood on that strand of soul mark. After the fusion of the two, Yifeng made a few more strange gestures, and then passed that strand of soul imprint back into the purple mist, and at that moment, a dazzling golden light flashed out from within the purple mist. Ah! Another ear-piercing scream came out from within that purple mist. After a few moments, the miserable screams came to an abrupt end. Thinking that Yifeng had killed that ghost, Tang Hong's nervousness melted away and he walked over to Yifeng, asking, "My lord, is this settled?" Yifeng shook his head. "It's not dead yet." "What? Not dead?" Tang Hong's heart tightened as he hurriedly took a few steps back, his eyes gazing intently at the cloud of purple mist suspended in midair. In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the ghost was so strong that Lord Yi couldn't help it? Yes, even if Lord Yi is still powerful, it is only a martial artist, but this ghost is visible and cannot be touched. How to fight? Unbeknownst to him, he had underestimated Yifeng, who had not only signed a master-servant contract with the ghost, but had also released a purification spell to dissolve all the grievances in the ghost's body. Although the strength of the spirit would be greatly reduced, it was the only way to accomplish a more effective contract signing. The grievous spirit's grievances were very strong. Because of the interference of the grievances, the soul state was unstable, and even if the contract was successfully signed, it would easily be invalidated. Furthermore, Yifeng also wanted to see what a soul that had been cultivated for 1,000 years was really like in life. After the grievances were lifted, the original appearance would also be lifted, so naturally, he would be able to see what the soul looked like in life. 1,000 years ago, such a long time, that counts as a very old ancient person. Maybe it was a white-haired, stooped old man, or maybe it was a child. Through that hoarse voice just now, Yifeng judged that it was most likely a woman, and it was still very young. It was at this moment that the purple mist suddenly flickered, and in just a few seconds, it transformed into a woman with long hair up to her waist and an extremely beautiful face. Even though she was in a soul state, it was possible to see that the woman was wearing a red veil. Next to them, Tang Hong and Tang Cherry Blossom couldn't see the woman in the soul state because they were ordinary people without divine sense. The two of them just saw that the purple mist flickered a few times and then dissipated, thinking that the ghost was taken care of by Yifeng, and they were relieved and glad that it was finally resolved. Yifeng possessed divine sense and was able to clearly see the woman's appearance at this moment. He knew that this soul could be a woman, but he did not expect it to be such a young and beautiful woman. In fact, what surprised him the most was not the woman's beauty, but rather how the woman died and how she became a resentful spirit form. At this moment, the woman's eyes were all bright, clear and pure, completely unassociated with the previous evil form of the grudge spirit. In the Immortal Emperor Inheritance, Yifeng had drawn on a lot of knowledge. The conditions for the formation of a grievance spirit had to be formed by extremely dense and huge grievances. This woman, what exactly had she encountered in her lifetime to form such a huge grudge? Even if she had been assassinated, it would be impossible for her to have such a large grudge. Unless one had encountered something extremely unjust and had fallen deep into a realm of extreme despair, only then would it be possible to create such a huge resentment. Master. The woman's beautiful eyes moved slightly when she saw Yifeng's appearance, then she bent down and saluted Yifeng. She knew that Yifeng was a super strong person, she was not a rival, and now that she had signed the master-servant contract, she couldn't feel the temperament of this person, Yifeng, and was afraid that if she accidentally annoyed Yifeng she would beat her soul to death. Yifeng sniffed and nodded slightly silent for a moment, said, "What is your name?" Looking at Yifeng, there was no color in Lu Ishue's eyes as she mechanically replied. "Master, slave girl's name is Lu Ishue, from now on, you are my master." Lu Ishue. Yifeng nodded. He did need this kind of soul powerhouse to do something for him right now. Just looking at her mute and dull face, he couldn't help but ask, "Can you tell me about what happened to you before your body? Looking at your appearance, you should have been a good girl in life, right? I'm curious, why did you form such an evil, resentful spirit?" "Master, I..." Hearing Yifeng talk about this matter, a flash of pain flashed in the bottom of Lu Ishue's eyes as painful memories surged into her heart. Her face hesitated, as if she was somewhat reluctant to mention the past. "Alright, if you don't want to talk about it then forget it, I won't force you." Looking at her, she seemed to have something to say. Yifeng did not break the pot to the end to pursue the matter. He was not an evil person, this woman had no enmity with himself, there was no need to make things difficult for her. What he originally envisioned was to find a helper to do things for him, and it was obvious that this woman's strength had already reached his requirements. Hearing Yifeng say this, Lu Ishue's eyes moved slightly, a trace of gratitude welled up in her heart and she whispered, Thank you." Chapter 37 Remodeling Flesh Body. It was at this time that Yifeng suddenly remembered the tragic experience he had as a child, and his gaze gradually lost focus. Growing up without a father or mother, without any support, he was only 3 or 4 years old. He was beaten by vicious traffickers until he was bruised and forced to beg on the streets, and after exhausting all his value, the traffickers stripped him of all his clothes and mercilessly threw him in the cold seawater after breaking his legs. Originally, he was bound to die, as if favored by God. Because of heavy rain, the sea water level surged, washed him to the shore. Was a kind soldier uncle saved. The soldier uncle sent him to the hospital, and after knowing his experience, he had compassion, so he spent a lot of money to invite the most famous orthopedic surgeon in Yingying city to cure his broken legs, so that he could stand up again. Originally, the soldier uncle wanted to adopt him, but unfortunately, the soldier uncle accidentally died in a car accident. No one to rely on, he was also adopted by the orphanage. In the soldier uncle's funeral, he cried for a day and a night. The soldier uncle is like his regenerative parents, gave him life. Without the soldier uncle, he may have already died, which will have the present Yifeng it. This matter. Only he himself, deeply buried in the bottom of his heart, even to his very good grandfather Lin Wan'er, do not know, he has not said. Precisely because this was also a sad memory, so when he thought of this, he was very sad, and felt incomparable sorrow for that soldier uncle. Yifeng slowly came back to his senses, inexplicably sighed and said to Lu Ishue, There's no need to thank me for anything. I know that you must have encountered certain injustices in your lifetime to form that huge resentment. Since you and I are both poor people, why should I make things difficult for you? Hearing these words, Lu Ishue was stunned for a moment. She keenly observed the flash of sorrow in Yifeng's eyes, and thinking about what Yifeng said just now, her heart couldn't help but well up with a few moments of sadness, and the corner of her mouth overflowed with a bitter smile. Are they both pathetic people? At this time, Tang Hong walked over with a smile and looked at Yifeng and asked, My lord, has that ghost been eliminated by you? Yifeng just nodded slightly without making a sound. Worthy of being a Grandmaster Lord, it's just awesome, the ghosts were easily solved by you. After bragging a few words, Tang Hong pulled out a black and gold bank card from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Yifeng. Patriarch Yi, thank you for curing me, here is $1 billion, please accept it.
Fong was silent and calmly received the card inside his pocket without even glancing at it. It was as if $1 billion was like a stone on the side of the road in his eyes.
Tang Hong was also convinced by Fong.
$1 billion without even a glance, worthy of being a big shot. Although the Tang family was rich, he asked himself that he couldn't be as calm as Fong. Watching Fong walk towards the outside of the hall, Tang Cherry hesitated for a moment and finally chased after him, but stopped halfway, looking at Feng's back, her hands folded behind her back, her heart pounding wildly, seemingly a little nervous.
Fong.
She finally gathered the courage to shout. Fong stopped at the sound of his words, turned back to look at her and asked,
"What's wrong?"
Tang Cherry Blossom's heartbeat accelerated as she gritted her teeth and trotted to less than half a meter in front of Fong, and was silent for a moment. Then, she took advantage of the fact that Fong had turned his head and wasn't paying much attention. Quickly coming forward, she kissed Fong on the cheek, her pretty face turned red, and she lowered her head and said,
"Thank you, Fong."
After saying that, she bit her lips tightly and turned around to run away. Fong was slightly stunned, then shook his head helplessly. The scene of his granddaughter kissing Fong just now was naturally seen by the sharp-eyed Tang Hong. He grinned and looked at his granddaughter who had returned and said, Cherry, do you like patriarchy?" Tang Cherry Blossom's cheeks flushed crimson as she shook her head in panic. I'm just thanking him for curing Grandpa's illness, there's no other meaning, Grandpa, don't think nonsense." Tang Hong, however, put on an expression of I understand you and said in a serious tone,
"Sakura
Grandpa can remind you, opportunity doesn't wait for anyone, Lord Ye's talent and strength is rare in the world, there aren't many people like him in the world, if you like it you must fight for it, at least don't have any regrets. If you miss it then you've really missed it, it's too late for regrets." Tang Cherry Blossom lowered her head, her fingers twisted together with force, biting her red lips tightly and said, "Grandpa, he already has a girlfriend, it's impossible for us, and I don't want to destroy them." Tang Hong was silent for a moment, shaking his head with a complicated expression and sighing. "Since that's the case, then try to befriend him in the future, even if you can't draw him into the Tang family, you can't make an enemy of him."
"Okay Grandpa, I know." Tang Cherry Blossom nodded gently and quickly ran back to her room.
Tang Hong stood in place and pondered for a long time, and finally, as if he had thought of something, dialed a phone number. After Fong exited Villa number 1, he came to the lakeside path walking like a stroll. Lu Shui, who was in the state of soul, followed behind and didn't say a word. Her curious eyes kept surveying those buildings and constructions around her, her heart was both shocked and puzzled.
What dynasty is it now?
The changes were really great. She wanted to ask, but looking at Feng's silence, she didn't dare to ask.
Fong walked to a bench and sat down, and after a moment of silence, he said in a calm tone,
"You don't have to be afraid, although we are master and servant, I won't do anything to you."
"Really?"
Lu Shui's beautiful eyes lightly trembled as she looked at this teenage powerhouse, and for a moment, she had mixed feelings in her heart. She thought that Fong took her as a slave to force her to do something else bad, so she didn't have much good feelings towards Fong from the beginning. She was not willing to hurt others, but as a slave, she had to be slaughtered. There was no freedom in terms of anything and it was not up to her to decide, so what could she do if she wasn't willing to do it? Perhaps the only way to be relieved was to commit suicide.
Of course.
Fong nodded slightly, his left hand resting on the armrest of the chair, tapping rhythmically. Frankly speaking, what I had wanted to do in the beginning was to take in a soul with an okay strength to do things for myself, only.
But what?
Lu Shui's eyes gazed tightly at Fong. Having been betrayed and framed by many people, she had originally stopped trusting anyone a long time ago, but this teenager in front of her gave her a very different feeling. He didn't seem to be as bad as she had imagined. "I won't hide it from you, although I, Fong, am decisive in my actions, but I am not a heartless person. Those who mess with me won't have a good ending, but if they are my friends, or those who have helped me, I will help them without any hesitation." Hearing these words, Lu Shui slightly froze, a strange feeling surged in her heart. Looking at Feng's gaze seemed a little different, a few more points of appreciation in her gaze. I didn't expect that at such a young age, his mindset was different from all other people his age.
Fong looked at the sparkling lake under the sun, and after a moment of silence, slowly said, "I think we can make a deal between us."
"What kind of deal?" Seemingly not expecting Fong to say this, Lu Shui couldn't help but ask curiously. "Follow me for 3 years, help me do things for 3 years, and after 3 years, I will help you remodel your flesh to help you resurrect," Fong said with a calm face. This was also considered to be his own plan. He was able to tell that this woman should have a kind heart. If he forced her to do things that made her unwilling to do things, she might choose to commit suicide rather than obey. If he chose her to commit suicide and her soul was dispersed, then the master-servant contract would also be dissipated, and it would be more than worth the loss at that time. Only by first gaining her favor and then throwing out something that she coveted would she willingly do things for herself. Overall, forcing would only be counterproductive, and willingness would serve a better purpose.
Remodeling the flesh?
Hearing these 4 words, Lu Shui suddenly trembled with excitement and asked incredulously,
You can really help me remodel my flesh?" Chapter 38, Soul Realm. After spending a long and lonely 1,000 years in this soul state, how could she not want to remake her physical body and resurrect it? If she could really remake her physical body, she would be willing to do whatever she was asked to do. Yi Feng's deal. The temptation for her was just too great, so great that she couldn't even refuse it. Of course, I never lie. Yi Feng said with confidence. The reason why he said that he would reshape her flesh in 3 years was because his current strength was not enough. Remodeling the flesh body would require the God transformation stage at the very least, because remodeling the flesh body would require a flame that burned everything, and after reaching the God transformation stage, the spirit flame would receive a major upgrade, thus achieving the ability to burn everything in the world. Although the current spirit fire could also burn most of the things in the world, almost the effect of burning everything, but certain extremely precious magic treasures or ancient immortal items that existed for thousands of years were still difficult to burn through. Because of those things, they are already considered the very best of the very best, belonging to the ranks of the supreme treasures. Lu Ishui was silent for a while and said, "It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that I've heard that reshaping the physical body requires a flame that burns everything. It's not something that can be compared to ordinary flames. This kind of flame, do you have it?" Whoosh! The corner of Yi Feng's mouth curled up, slowly stretching out his right palm, releasing a wisp of spirit fire. The blazing incomparable temperature caused Lu Ishui's face to change greatly, and she hastily retreated backwards. Only after withdrawing a distance of more than 10 meters did her panicked expression slowly calm down, her gaze fixed on the white wisp of flame in Yi Feng's hand, and she exclaimed in shock. This terrifying temperature, you actually have the legendary divine fire. How is this possible? Oh? You recognize this flame? Yi Feng was a little surprised. This was not an ordinary spirit fire that he had, this spirit fire was an extreme spirit fire that was unique to the Immortal Emperor's inherited technique. Although they were all called spirit flames, the extreme grade spirit fire had already surpassed the category of ordinary spirit fire and was not something that could be compared to ordinary spirit fire. A normal ordinary immortal cultivator could only release spirit flame when they reached the foundation establishment realm, but it was only a low-grade spirit flame, and at most, it could only be used for ordinary alchemy or casting weapons. But the quality of his extremely high-grade spirit fire was not the same. Even if it was the Shin iron, which was ranked as one of the top 3 hardest in the immortal cultivation world, it wouldn't be able to hold up for 10 seconds on this extremely high-grade spirit fire. If it was an ordinary low-grade or mid-grade spirit fire, even if it burned for 100 years, it might not be able to melt the Shin iron. This shows how domineering the extreme-grade spirit fire is. Extreme-grade spirit flame was so overbearing. Lu Ishui nodded and said, "Of course I recognize it. Before I was sealed, I once went to the Soul Realm, which is vast and boundless, with countless strong people, and it was only there that I came to know about these things." Soul Realm? What is that place? Yi Feng froze. Even in the Immortal Emperor Inheritance, he had never heard of the term Soul Realm. Could it be that? Is the Soul Realm the place where souls gather? Could it be that this Soul Realm is on Earth? Lu Ishui returned. That place is the gathering place of almost all souls, and there are many powerful souls, the strongest of which is said to have reached the heavenly saint realm, while a high spirit level like me can only be considered the weakest of the bunch. Could even a high spirit level soul only be considered the weakest? Yi Feng was considered an eye-opener. A high spirit realm soul was at least equivalent to an immortal cultivator at the 2nd or 3rd level of chi refining realm, and its strength was extremely not bad. However, this kind of strength could only be treated as a small soldier in the soul realm. Then how strong was the most powerful one? How is the strength of a soul in the heavenly saint realm? Yi Feng asked. Lu Ishui shook her head. I'm not too sure about the exact strength, but I know one thing, the soul powerhouses of the heavenly saint realm are already able to remake their flesh on their own, but I'm puzzled that they don't do that. Remodel their fleshly bodies on their own? Yi Feng's face became a few points heavier. Wasn't this an ability that only cultivators at the God transformation stage had? The souls of the heavenly saint realm unexpectedly already possessed the strength of the God transformation stage. If he ran into them, then there was not a single chance of winning. Thinking of this, Yi Feng asked in a deep voice, "Where is this soul realm, do you know?" Lu Ishui shook her head. "I don't know the location of the soul realm. At that time, when I broke through the middle spirit, some other high spirit realm souls found me and brought me to the soul realm, otherwise I didn't even know that there was such a place." Hearing this, Yi Feng frowned and pondered. This soul realm didn't know if it was on Earth, but if it was on Earth, there should be very powerful soul fluctuations that caused frequent earthquakes to occur in various places on Earth, but the Earth was so calm, with earthquakes only occurring in a few places. In that case, the soul realm shouldn't be on Earth. It was part of another parallel world, just connected to Earth by a channel. Then how did you return to Earth? Yi Feng asked. Lu Ishui shook her head with 2 confused eyes. I don't know, I remember that day, there was a white light that suddenly descended on me, the white light pierced my eyes and I couldn't open them, and when I opened my eyes, I returned to Earth. Looking at her did not seem like she was lying. Yi Feng thought about it and asked again. By whom were you sealed in the compass? This question was actually quite important. To be able to seal a Gaoling, the strength was at least at the 6th level of Qi refining, and if there was really someone with the strength of the 6th level of Qi refining on Earth, then it meant that there were even more powerful and strong people who existed. Yi Feng's brows wrinkled. It seems that he has to seize the time to cultivate. Today he must break through the foundation establishment and strive to break through to Jindan within a week. Chapter 39 Perfect Love. Lu Ishui pondered for a while and said, I seem to have been sealed inside the compass by a strong person at the peak of the heaven realm. He is very strong, ridiculously strong. Yi Feng froze for a moment. Peak heaven realm? What realm is that? Master, don't you know even if you are so strong? The heaven realm is the realm above harmonization power. Lu Ishui frowned in confusion. It was reasonable to say, how could a strong person like Yi Feng not know about the realm of the heavenly realm? Is the realm above the zone, Master? Yi Feng pondered for a moment and asked without answering, what about above the heaven realm? And what realm is it? Although Lu Ishui was puzzled, she still answered. The realm above the heavenly realm is the holy realm. I'm not sure about anything further up, but Master, I'm curious, what level of strength have you reached? The heaven realm? Or the saint realm? Neither. Yi Feng shook his head in denial. He was right, he was not a heaven realm saint realm in the first place. He was an immortal cultivator, the heir of the blazing extreme immortal emperor, and how could the martial artists on earth be compared to immortal cultivators? The difference between a martial artist and an immortal cultivator was like an egg touching a stone. Immortal cultivators are of course above other supernormal abilities. Cultivating immortals is immortal that never fails. Can other supernormal abilities cultivate into an immortal? Even if the strength is strong, but in the relentless change of the years, will eventually look old, turned into dust. Regardless of how to struggle, and how powerful in life, the last will still be reduced to the long river of time, a few small insignificant waves only. The martial arts practitioner is practicing internal force, the internal force cultivated by the martial arts practitioner. Compared to the spiritual force of the immortal practitioner, there is obviously no difference between overrate and shake a big tree. The two could be described as worlds apart. Yi Feng thought for a long time, then stood up and let out a long breath, his eyes flashing with confidence. Screw the heaven realm, saint realm, or heavenly saint realm. In my eyes is nothing but farts. I am the immortal emperor's heir. Even if it's an immortal cultivator of the same level, in front of me, it's still unbeatable. Because my bottom card, more to unfathomable. Lu Ishui looked at this calm young man who didn't quite match his age. Her heart was a little marveled, and she even had a certain premonition. He might be a good master, there should be no mistake in following him. Besides, he was only so young, and his talent and strength were so outstanding, no one could estimate his future achievements. Perhaps it is also possible for him to reach that kind of realm. Thinking of this, Lu Ishui couldn't help but show a hint of yearning in her eyes. Time passed very quickly. An hour later, Wan'er returned. It was summer at the moment, and it was around 10 in the morning. The sun was already shining on the earth, and the temperature was slowly rising. Just after entering the villa, Wan'er then quickly went upstairs to take a shower and change her clothes, then spent a little bit of time putting on a touch of light makeup. Then she excitedly walked downstairs and pulled Yi Feng's hand, wanting to go out and play with him. But Yi Feng touched her head and said, Wan'er, I'm sorry, I can't accompany you to go out to play in the morning. Ah? Why? Didn't you all promise me? Lin Wan'er was a bit lost. Her original good mood had disappeared. She had prepared for so long, but she waited for a sentence that she couldn't go. But fortunately, Yi Feng said that she could go in the afternoon, so her mood got much better. Alas, suddenly there are more things that I have to deal with. Wan'er, you will understand me, right? Yi Feng tenderly stroked Wan'er's hair and said with an apologetic face. Wan'er nodded her head obediently and smiled sweetly. It's fine, after all, who hasn't had an emergency yet? I understand you, go ahead. I'll wait for you at home. Looking at her this kind of understanding, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a softness in his heart, reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist, ignoring her shy struggle to forcefully take her into his arms, patted Wan'er's back and said, Wan'er, it's good to have you. Lin Wan'er's pretty face flushed, her afterglow glanced at Wangli housekeeper who was there cleaning, her earlobes were slightly hot, she raised her jade hand and gently whacked Yi Feng's chest, and said in a low voice and pouted. Aya, between you and me still need to say this why. Let go of me first, there are people watching next to me. Yi Feng froze at his words, turned his head to look over, and saw Wang Butler who was clearing the desktop. Butler Wang was very smart. After seeing their ambiguous scene, he was busy handing Yi Feng a reassuring look, and then slipped away towards the outside of the hall. There's no one this time. Looking at the shy and beautiful girl in his arms, Yi Feng said with a smile. Nasty. You're so bad. Wan'er blankly glanced at him, pretending to be angry on the surface, but in her heart, she was both nervous and excited. Alright, I won't tease you anymore, I have to go. Yi Feng smiled, lowered his head and kissed Wan'er's slightly hot soft little earlobe, then loosened his hold on Wan'er and turned around to leave. Wan'er was briefly stunned, then she hurriedly ran forward to pull his hand. Her heart seemed to be worried about something, her hand unconsciously gripped much tighter. What's wrong? Yi Feng smiled and rubbed her hair.
Lin Wan'er gazed at Yi Feng's eyes without blinking, pursed her red lips, and after a moment of silence, asked,
Fong, do you love me? What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly asking this?
Yi Feng froze and couldn't help but smile.
Just answer me, you said, do you love me?
Yi Feng held Wan'er's small white hands, his gaze locked with her deeply.
I love you, of course I love you. I love you alone in this life, I will love you for the rest of my life,
oh no, it should be a lifetime, love you forever.
I'll never leave you.
Hearing these words, Lin Wan'er's eyes slightly reddened, her heart seemed to be surging with countless warm currents, she hugged Yi Feng tightly, tears could no longer be suppressed from flowing out, this was not sadness, but tears of emotion. Getting Yi Feng's affirmation, she has never been so happy as today, never been so happy as today. To be able to grow old with her lover, to love each other forever and ever, then what is everything worth?
Fong, I love you too. I want to love you forever. Even if the sea withers and the earth ends, even if I die, I won't leave you.
Hearing Wan'er's words, Yi Feng was stunned and his heart suddenly moved.
What is the harm in dying if you have this lover?
He also hugged Wan'er tightly, feeling her warmth, as if he never wanted to let go. Lu Shui quietly watched the scene from the side, her eyes were infatuated. Once upon a time, she also had a passionate love, but that was a miserable, broken, despairing love. Experienced a miserable love, she had long ceased to believe in any kind of love in the world, but today, she has died grey cold heart, but suddenly was Yi Feng two people's sincere love to touch.
Could it be that? Is there really a perfect love in the world?
After embracing for an unknown period of time, Yi Feng and Wan'er parted with nostalgia. Yi Feng held Wan'er's hand and said, Wan'er, don't worry, besides you, no woman will enter my heart, at most, she can only be a friend.
Well, I believe in you.
Lin Wan'er nodded her head with tears in her eyes, standing still for a moment. Just like this, she watched Yi Feng leave the villa, until her back completely disappeared from her eyes, before she let out a sigh. Ah Feng, I hope you can grow up quickly and become incomparably strong.
Otherwise, my family's people, they...
After Yi Feng left the villa, he flew towards the western district of Zhanghai City. The western district was close to the mountain range, and there was a lot more spiritual chi than the northern district, and this time, when he traveled to the western district, not only did he want to break through his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage first, but in addition, he also wanted to refine two kinds of things. One was to refine a spatial ring, and the other was to find something that could store souls to refine a magic weapon. Although now that Lu Shui was able to follow him around, it seemed like nothing was wrong, but the soul was still a soul after all, it was a Yin object without a trace of yang qi. So it was hard to be present in the daytime for long, it would consume soul power. Soul power is the origin of the soul, vital. If the soul power dissipates, then want to recover basically impossible. Moreover, once all the soul power is dissipated, it means complete death, and there is not even a chance of reincarnation.
Chapter 40 Advancement.
Unexpected joy, new ability. Flying to halfway, Lu Shui's face became paler and paler. She looked at Yi Feng and wanted to speak. After thinking, she finally said, I'm sorry, Master, I'm now a soul body. The yang energy is too heavy in the daytime. In daylight it will constantly consume my soul power, so I may not be able to follow you all the time during the day. Please understand, Master.
I know.
Yi Feng nodded slightly. With your current soul power, approximately how long can you support yourself during the day?
Lu Shui returned, about an hour. Only 1 hour?
Yi Feng frowned slightly. 1 hour was neither long nor short, but it was not an easy task to find a magic artifact that could refine the storage of souls within an hour. Right now, Yi could only advance to the foundation establishment stage first, and after the range of divine sense was increased to a distance of 1,000 meters, he would then gradually look for the whereabouts of magic artifacts capable of storing souls.
3 minutes later.
Having already reached the western district, Yi Feng landed down towards the roof of an abandoned rotten building that was deserted. After landing, Yi Feng began to cultivate, crazily drawing in the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi.
Ka-ching!
Half an hour later, a click sounded inside Yi Feng's body, as if something had broken through the barriers. Then, a rich 7-colored stream of light erupted from Yi Feng's body and shot straight into the sky. In a flash, the sky and earth changed color, dark clouds came over, the ground was gray, it looked as if it was going to rain. Pedestrians on the road, people who were out running and climbing mountains, saw the suddenly darkening sky and thought it was going to rain. They all hurriedly ran indoors. But when they saw the clear weather forecast on their cell phones, they were immediately puzzled.
Why is this damn weather forecast so inaccurate? At the same time,
in the middle of a certain luxurious villa in the western district, a gray-suited old man violently opened his eyes, his gaze looking somewhere in shock as he gulped his saliva.
This might, could it be that a sect master powerhouse is about to advance?
He hurriedly stood up and dialed several calls out in a row. Those who answered the calls all exclaimed in shock, revealing unbelievable expressions.
Rubbing. Dab.
Yi Feng's entire body was enveloped by 7-colored light, and countless warm auras around him surged into his body. His breath gradually drew up, and after a few seconds, it suddenly skyrocketed.
After another 10 minutes, the The seven-colored light had disappeared. Yifeng exhaled a long breath and slowly opened his eyes, and it was at this moment that two golden beams of light suddenly erupted from his eyes. The beams contained a terrifying amount of energy, and in a mere fraction of a second, the beams instantly pierced through the building a few hundred meters away. I didn't expect this promotion to go straight to the middle stage of Foundation establishment. I originally thought that it would only go to the early stage of Foundation establishment. This should be considered an unexpected blessing. Feeling the majestic power in his body, Yifeng's eyes leapt with light and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Not only that, after reaching the Foundation establishment stage, he activated a new extraordinary ability, the Demon Breaking Ray. Being able to shoot through everything in the world, even precision steel plates up to 100 meters thick could be easily pierced through, and the effective distance was nearly 300 meters, destroying everything at such a long distance. It was simply terrifying as hell. Congratulations, Master, for advancing again. Master is so powerful. I can feel that Master's strength is more than twice as strong as before. Lu Ishuwei smiled. She was also shocked in her heart about this terrifying promotion of Yifeng, which person upgraded so fast, and by the looks of it, it seemed like he had risen more than one level. This talent of the master, it's too terrifying. Yifeng smiled gently. This promotion is beyond my expectation. It's also considered an unexpected pleasure. Alright, now I'm going to set out to look for magic artifacts that can store your soul, so that you don't lose your soul power by being exposed to daylight for a long period of time. I'm sorry for your trouble, Master. Lu Ishuwei nodded, some gratitude in her heart. As a slave, she was surprisingly able to be thought of by her master. Although she didn't have the luxury of being cared for and valued, but who wouldn't want to be cared for? All people need security. She as a weak woman is also like this, looking forward to being cared for, don't want to be used as a tool. That is the same as what is the difference between death. Yifeng's body suddenly exuded an unrelenting momentum. I'm a very simple principle. The enemy is clear. As long as it is my friends, or my men, no one want to bully, but on the contrary, if it is my enemy, will not stop until death. Lu Ishuwei's eyes moved slightly. At this moment, she felt that this master had followed the right person. At least it wasn't the kind of person who was only interested in profit, and it was worth it to do anything for him. Having reached the Foundation establishment stage, the divine sense is able to spread out to 1,000 meters away, enhancing the range by a whole 10 times more. Of course, if he was able to reach the Jindan stage, his divine sense would be upgraded again, growing to an exaggerated 10,000 meters away. Once Yifeng's divine sense was opened, his entire body leapt up and flew through the air at a rapid speed. As he flew, he used his divine sense to look for magic artifacts that could store his soul. Because of the huge enhancement of his divine sense, in less than a minute, Yifeng found a trace of a soul-storing magic weapon. Yifeng slowly landed on the ground and swept his gaze towards the front. This place looked extremely different from other places, like an academy but not an academy. It covered a huge area, and even the 4 words on the plaque were so imposing that if an ordinary person saw it, they would not be able to help but be shocked. Martial Arts Association. Yifeng looked at the 4 big characters on the main door with dragons and phoenixes. His brows frowned slightly, and he whispered in a dark voice. Could it be that this place, is it an academy specially established for martial artists? With this thought in his mind, Yifeng put his hands behind his back and slowly walked towards the door. Lu Ishuwei followed closely behind. She was also constantly looking around curiously. Arriving in front of the main gate of the Martial Arts Association, there were 2 disciples of the association guarding the gate. Seeing Yifeng, a stranger, walking over, they were instantly alert and asked, "Who are you?" Yifeng didn't answer. He just lightly glanced at the 4 words of the Martial Arts Association above him. Then he glanced at the 2 disciples of the Martial Arts Association who were so trashy that they couldn't be any more trashy, and said with a calm face, "Call out your strongest person here to come and talk." What? So arrogant? Looking for a fight, right? The 2 gatekeeper disciples were first stunned, and then reacted with a sudden surge of anger. Their figures moved, wanting to give this ungrateful kid a little color. Puff. But they had only just taken a step away when they were covered on the ground by a sudden monstrous pressure. The 2 people were on the ground at the moment, unable to move at all. Their faces were shocked, and their hearts felt incomparably appalled. This young man in front of them was actually a sect master powerhouse. The 2 people were not stupid. After knowing that this was a patriarchal master powerhouse that they couldn't afford to mess with, they immediately transformed a humble attitude and loudly begged for forgiveness. Duh, Lord, spare our lives. It's us who have eyes but don't recognize him. We know we're wrong. Please don't forget the little man's fault. Let us go. The 2 men were lying on the ground and couldn't move, so the way they begged for mercy looked extremely funny. Yifeng slowly withdrew the pressure. After the pressure was lifted, the 2 watchman disciples let out a sigh of relief as if they were relieved, and climbed up from the ground in a lousy manner, carefully glanced at Yifeng, and hurriedly arched their hands and said, "Thank you, Senior Sect Master, for not killing me." Their hearts were incomparably shocked. In addition to the president, Zhanghai City actually came to another martial arts sect master, and also so young. At such a young age, he is already a sect master powerhouse. Such a terrifying talent. Is he a demon?
I'll give you 10 minutes to call out your strongest person here and bring him to me, otherwise, I will step on this place. Fong said with an unchanged face.
What a big mouth. Even if he was a martial arts grandmaster, didn't he know that this was the Martial Arts Association?
The two disciples looked at each other in disbelief, neither of them expected this person to be this rampant. It's not like the Martial Dao Association didn't have strong people at the sect master level sitting around.
We recognize that you are very strong. But what exactly is your background that dares to say that you've stepped on the Martial Arts Association? With your background? Even if you were a member of one of the 4 super families in the capital, I'm afraid you wouldn't dare to say such a thing, right? Although they thought this in their hearts, they didn't dare to disobey the words of the patriarchal powerhouse and hurriedly turned around and ran in to report. Chapter 41, Second Kill. Master, is this really storing soul stuff in here?
Lu Shui asked as she looked towards the entrance of the Martial Arts Association.
Fong didn't even raise his eyelids and said indifferently.
I've already sensed it. There is a kind of stone that can store souls inside, named Soulstone. Soulstone is different from space magic artifacts. It not only stores and protects the soul, but also has a great nourishing and repairing effect on the soul. Soulstone has a strong attraction to the energies of the heaven and earth. The soul will multiply its speed if it is in the Soulstone inside to cultivate and will grow by leaps and bounds in a day. I originally thought that this Jianghai city might not be able to find a magic weapon to store the soul, so I was thinking of looking for that kind of ordinary magic weapon to make a simple space magic weapon. However, reality will always give me some unexpected joy. The soul stone is the best thing for storing the soul. With the soul stone, you will be able to cultivate inside it. Within half a month, you will be able to raise another level.
Lu Shui covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock, you can raise another rank in half a month? The effect of this soul stone is too heaven-defying, isn't it?
Then, her face complexed,
but master, actually you don't need to get such a good thing for me.
This thing is certainly very good, but it's definitely not easy to get it. I don't have any requirements for this, just use a space magic weapon or something to simply cope with it.
He.
Fong, however, could not help but let out a light laugh, his gaze looking towards Lu Shui, his cold eyes revealing a strong force.
Since it's my person, how can I use something simple to cope with it? If you want to use it, then use the best.
You just follow behind me, there is no need to care or think much about anything else. No matter how rough the road ahead is, I will step on everything. After saying that, an overlord's chi emanated from him, and the air around him instantly distorted and hummed as if emitting a submissive, mournful sound. His entire person was now like an unstoppable sword, carrying a mighty aura that shook the world, looking down on the multitudes of beings and going forward.
At this moment,
even the heavens and earth were eclipsed, as if recognizing that he was the protagonist of the world. Lu Shui's entire body was stunned, her gaze lost in thought as she looked at the young and tender handsome teenager in front of her. She was deeply shocked by the aura emanating from Yifeng's body. In Yifeng's body, it was as if she saw the calm confidence and calmness that only a superior person could have. She found that in Yifeng's eyes, there seemed to be a sharpness in his eyes at all times, as if that sharpness was able to break through all the mire and obstacles, overwhelm everything in the world, and be invincible. Outside the gate of the Martial Arts Association, from time to time, there would be sons and daughters of the association passing by. Most of these people were external strength martial artists, and whenever they passed by Yifeng, they would take a curious look. At this moment, Yifeng had his hands behind his back, his eyes were slightly closed, the whole person stood straight, his breath was introverted, incomparably quiet. This state gave people a very unusual feeling. Some people even stopped to watch for a while. They were all surprised that Yifeng was able to stand for so long, and his body didn't move a single bit. It was really powerful. But curiosity was curiosity. Most people just took one more look and left. At this time, another group of people walked out from inside the gate. In the center of this group of people was a young man who was surrounded by clusters. The man's face was handsome, his body was slender, a white robe with his handsome face, as if he was a noble and elegant son of a worldly family. Some of the female disciples who came and went had their eyes swooning the moment they saw him. Wow, it's Prince Chao Bai. He's so handsome. It's really him. It's rumored that he's already entered the inner strength level at the age of only 25. Is this true or not? Of course it's true. He's the chairman's son. What's fake about that? Most of the ordinary disciples immediately became formal when they saw Chao Bai, and one by one, they hurriedly greeted him respectfully. A white-clothed youth looked at Chao Bai, who was surrounded by the crowd, and with envy crossing his eyes, he couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being the chairman's son, his talent is too strong. I originally thought that I was extremely good when I entered the late stage of external energy before the age of 30, but compared to him, alas, I really can't even compare to him. Someone patted the white-clothed youth's shoulder. You also do not be discouraged. After all, he is a person from the capital. Not only is the talent, even the cultivation resources are not ours to compare. We ordinary disciples honestly cultivate on the line. With him then what for? As long as the efforts, I believe that one day will become a supreme strong man. Chao Bai in the crowd's boasting under the heart is also extremely pleased and happy. A long time have not had this kind of feeling, being embraced by the feeling of ing really good. Before in the capital kind of demonic place, he has to be careful everywhere, but never had this kind of treatment. Now in Jianghai City, he borrowed the prestige of his father's martial arts master, can be said to be the wind get wind, rain get rain, the days are extremely comfortable. Everyone who passed by and saw him would respectfully call out to him as Chow Xiao. He loved this feeling. However, when he walked out of the doorway, he realized that there were several people in front of him surrounding a white-clothed teenager. When the few people who were surrounding Yifeng saw Chow Bai, they immediately went forward and saluted. "Good day, young Chow." Chow Bai nodded his head in a lonely and arrogant manner, ignoring these few people and instead casting his gaze on Yifeng in front of him. The corner of his mouth hooked, waved his hand, a yellow-haired little brother next to him nodded, sneered and stepped forward, raised a slap towards Yifeng's body. At the same time, his mouth also cursed and said, Hey, kid! You're blocking Chow Xiao's path, why don't you hurry up and get out of the way?" At this time, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, he just faintly looked at the yellow-haired little brother's eyes, the yellow-haired little brother's body instantly stiffened, the hand was still waved in mid-air, so the eyes fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, and kept convulsing. Seeing this scene, everyone present froze. What is the situation? This kid was actually an expert? Chow Bai's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of surprise in his eyes, even his strength of early stage of inner strength didn't see how this kid moved his hands. This person also seems to be an internal force expert, looks so young, the talent is even stronger than him. I didn't realize that Jianghai City still has this kind of wizards. Chow Bai's mouth slowly hooked. Oh, internal strength, so what? My father is a martial arts master, you hit whose person is not good, dare to hit this young man, so many people watching, if I let you off easily, where is my face? He's an inner strength martial artist, all of you give me a go. As long as you catch him, leave the rest to me. Chow Bai coldly shouted before smiling coldly and wrapping his arms around him. Just now, that yellow-haired little brother was at the early stage of external force and was defeated by Yifeng with a single strike, so he guessed that this person should be at the early stage of internal force. The 7 people next to him were all mid-stage external force martial artists, and their combined strength was about the same as that of an internal force martial artist. As long as these 7 juniors dragged Yifeng down, he could easily defeat him. The 7 disciples were a bit surprised to learn that Yifeng was an internal force martial artist. At this moment, when Xiao Xiao gave the word, they immediately surrounded towards Yifeng in a furious manner. Watching them trying to make a move against their master, Lu Shui couldn't bear it anymore. Her pretty face was covered with frost. "Master, they dare to disrespect you, let me teach them a lesson for you." Yifeng shook his head. "No need, your soul power is weak now, you should not consume your strength, otherwise you will be even more vulnerable, and follow me, everything is with me." It had to be said, although he was decisive in killing, but the way he touched people's hearts was quite impressive. Lu Shui's face was moved, so moved that she was about to cry. Yifeng put his hands behind his back and lifted his foot to gently step. Boom! Terrifying energy fluctuation showed an arc spraying out, the ground instantly cracked, dozens of cracks spread to 10 meters away from the square at an astonishing speed. The many disciples who were watching the show were instantly shocked and retreated. Ah! 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 As 7 miserable screams rang out, the gazes of everyone present, including Chow Bai, looked towards the direction of the screams, and for a moment, all of them were wide-eyed and froze on the spot. Only to see that the 7 external strength disciples who had just rushed towards Yifeng had all collapsed on the ground, vomiting blood, and died at this moment. The puddle of blood on the ground made the air filled with a pungent and unpleasant blood odor, making people want to vomit. This kind of scene could only be described as very tragic. Chapter 42, If the Yi family is not extinguished, I can't rest in peace. At this moment, everyone was thinking in their hearts that, is this the strength that an internal strength martial artist can possess? Without even moving his body for a single moment, he had easily killed 7 middle-stage external force martial artists in seconds. This is unbelievable strength. I'm afraid that even a peak inner strength martial artist wouldn't be able to do it, right? While everyone was shocked, Chow Bai came back to his senses and looked at Yifeng with a gloomy face. He didn't expect that this kid would still have this kind of strength. However, from the moves that Yifeng had just sent out, he decided that it should be a skill, or a martial art. He had suspected that Yifeng was a martial Dao sovereign, but quickly rejected it. It wasn't like he hadn't seen a martial arts master's internal energy release before. Internal energy didn't look like this. The best explanation was a martial skill. Martial skills. It was very rare in the whole country. Even he didn't have any martial arts skills. Because not only were martial arts very rare, they were also extremely difficult to cultivate and required a very high level of enlightenment. Although it is difficult to cultivate martial arts, but once cultivated successfully, it will have a terrifying increase in strength. This kid is really lucky, actually able to cultivate martial arts, and the power is also so strong. However, martial arts have a cooling off period, and martial arts consume a great deal of one's own strength. Chow Bai sneered. In other words, this teenager's strength has been consumed not much, he can now just casually move his hands, can dry over him. Oh, so what if you have martial arts skills? Do you still have room to resist? Let's see how I'm going to take you down. Chow Bai's eyes flashed with a touch of smugness, one hand behind his back, raising his chin, striding towards Yifeng without the slightest hint of panic. looking at Xiao Bai walking towards him. Yi Feng was slightly surprised, not expecting him to rush to his death. Just when he was about to slap Xiao Bai to death, Xiao Bai suddenly sneered.
Kid, I admit that you are very strong.
I also know that what you just used was a martial skill. If my guess is right, the energy in your body has been drained after using such a powerful martial skill, right?
Martial skill?
Yi Feng was slightly stunned. He quickly understood, and could not help but laugh in his heart. This fool was so naive as to think that he had used up all of his bottom cards.
Unbeknownst to him,
that attack just now was just a drop in the bucket for him.
If he wanted to,
it would be easy for him to destroy this huge martial arts association with a lift of his hand. When Xiao Bai saw that Yi Feng didn't say anything, he thought that Yi Feng was afraid, and became even more complacent in his heart. He was about to say something else, but Yi Feng raised his palm and a terrifying suction force instantly erupted from his palm. Xiao Bai was directly sucked over. He was grabbed by Yi Feng's neck and easily picked up like a chicken. Xiao Bai's face was shocked. He didn't understand what was going on at all, and hurriedly struggled hard, trying to break free from Yi Feng's bondage. But he used all his strength, but it was useless.
Seeing this scene, all the remaining disciples present were all dumbfounded.
He actually dared to lay his hands on Xiao Xiao.
Could it be that? Isn't he afraid of being retaliated against by the chairman?
The chairman is a martial arts grandmaster. Even if you are strong, can you still be as strong as a martial arts grandmaster? Xiao Bai's face gradually became blue and purple. The feeling of suffocation rushed into his mind. He felt like he was going to die. His heart finally panicked and he hurriedly said to Yi Feng, Don't kill me. My dad is the president of the Martial Arts Association.
He's a martial arts grandmaster. If you kill me, he won't let you go.
Because he was being choked by Yi Feng, his voice was a bit hoarse, but his words carried a threatening meaning. Hearing the Martial Arts Association president, Yi Feng's eyes moved slightly. Bang! He let go of his hand and kicked Xiao Bai into the door of the Martial Arts Association. The iron door instantly dented. Xiao Bai screamed in pain. His entire body was squeezed inside the iron door. He felt as if his internal organs and even his ribs were crushed. The pain tore through his heart and his face turned white. He simply regretted it to death.
Damn, what kind of ruthless person did he mess with?
If he had known that this kid was so ruthless, he wouldn't have messed with him. This is good. The body is definitely wasted. Xiao Bai's resentment increased greatly in his heart, full of anger with no place to vent it. He just wanted to say something, but when he saw Yi Feng walking over, he hurriedly swallowed back what he wanted to say.
Yi Feng looked at him indifferently and asked, You are the son of the president of the Martial Arts Association? Not bad. My father is none other than Martial Dao Patriarch Zhao Qianzhou.
Xiao Bai thought of using his father's martial arts patriarch's prestige to scare Yi Feng, so that he would know what to do and let himself go. Otherwise, if he was kicked by Yi Feng again like this, he would be designated to be finished.
Did I ask you this?
Yi Feng kicked out again. This time Xiao Bai was directly kicked out of the door and flew into the Martial Arts Association. Those disciples in the back, all of them swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and their hearts could be said to have turned over, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. At this moment, the gate had been hardened and pierced through a large human-shaped hole.
Nima!
Just what kind of force can directly kick the 5-centimeter thick iron door to rot?
Put!
Xiao Bai slammed heavily on the ground and sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, his face pale.
This kid doesn't speak of martial virtues.
He raised his head with difficulty and glanced at Yi Feng outside the door, and then he received a double roll of the eyes, threw his head back and fainted. Yi Feng's kick force control was exquisite. Not only kicked Xiao Bai half dead and fainted, but also did not directly kick him to death, leaving a breath. This breath was the important bargaining chip to rightfully raid the property of the Martial Arts Association later on. After seeing clearly the despicable character of these people from the Martial Arts Association, his goal changed.
The things he wanted were not just soul stones.
There was also this entire Martial Arts Association. At the same time, Martial Arts Association, inside a luxurious and wide room. Two figures sat across the table. An old man in his 70s and a middle-aged man in his 50s or so. The two were Martial Dao Patriarch Lin Chuxiu and Zhanghai City Martial Dao Association President Zhao Qianzhou. The two were currently talking and laughing, not knowing what they were talking about. After talking about some family matters, Lin Chuxiu was silent for a while and then suddenly asked, I'm afraid that you left the capital this time and came to Zhanghai City to serve as the president of the Martial Arts Association. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as serving, right? With your character to come to this kind of place, if my guess is right, your purpose is the Yi family, right? Could it be that you are still thinking about that matter from before? Zhao Qianzhou's face clouded over as he raised his hand and pounded the table, smiling coldly. This opportunity to come to Zhanghai, I have waited for a full 10 years. Now only one step away from destroying the Yi family. This time, I will not let them go. If the Yi family is not annihilated, I can't rest in peace. Lin Chuxiu sighed. Alas, I didn't expect that the feud between you guys would last until now. I'm quite surprised. However, I don't care about your feud, but what I want to tell you is that Zhanghai City is not as simple as you think.
What does this mean?
Zhao Qianzhou frowned. At this moment, Lin Chuxio's face suddenly sank. Elder brother Chao, there's actually one thing I haven't told you yet. I hope you won't be surprised when you hear it.
Oh? Something that can surprise me?
Chao Qianzhou was slightly stunned, then he picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea, laughing lightly. To be able to make the always calm and collected you say such words, I would like to listen to it. Speak up, what exactly is the matter? Lin Chuxiu paused and said with a grave expression on his face.
Just last night, I ran into a Heaven Realm powerhouse within Zhanghai City.
What?
Heaven Realm? The tea Chao Qianzhou had just sipped into his mouth directly sprayed out, exclaiming in shock.
Look at you, you said not to be surprised, but I didn't expect to still be surprised like this. Lin Chuxiu shook his head helplessly and silently pulled a piece of paper from the table and wiped his clothes that were splashed wet by the tea. Oh, sorry.
Chao Qianzhou smiled awkwardly, took a few paper towels and wiped the table clean, shocked. This news is too explosive. I really can't help it. You quickly tell me, did you have any friction with him?
There was friction, but... Lin Chuxiu frowned, wanting to stop talking. The matter of being abused yesterday was really a bit difficult to talk about.
But what? Elder Lin, don't dilly-dally, just say it. Chao Qianzhou was in a hurry.
He seemed to be very interested in the topic of the heavenly realm.
Chapter 43 Whoever dares to make a move against you is my enemy. This Heaven Realm powerhouse is very strong, ridiculously strong.
I don't even have a single chance to resist in his hands. Lin Chuxiu let out a heavy sigh, revealing a disheveled face. As a veteran powerhouse at the Zhongshu level, he was so strong that he had almost never lost a battle against someone at the same level, and it was precisely because of this that it created a stance that he had always been aiming for nothing. However, all the condescension and self-confidence he had accumulated over the years had all vanished and disappeared in front of that teenager yesterday. Moreover, facing that teenager, he actually produced a
sense of powerlessness that he had never had before.
That's right, is the feeling of powerlessness.
A Heaven Realm powerhouse was as terrifying as this. Not even a chance to resist? This is too strong, isn't it?
Chao Qianzhou, on the other hand, was so shocked that he was dumbfounded, his mouth wide open, unable to say a word in half a day. Although he had never seen a Heaven Realm powerhouse, he had been confident that as a harmonized Power Master, even if he couldn't defeat a Heaven Realm powerhouse, he should still be able to resist for a few moments, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't even have a chance to resist.
Is a Heavenly Realm powerhouse so terrifying?
After being shocked for a long time, he then looked at the ceiling inside in a daze.
Alas, I don't know if I still have a chance to reach that level in this life.
Looking at Chao Qianzhou's disoriented appearance, Lin Chuxiu couldn't help but let out a light laugh, crossing his lips and teasingly saying, "You are afraid that you don't have that chance, at your current age, can you still live to that time?" Chao Qianzhou froze at his words and then glared at him fiercely.
Look at what you said. If I can't live, can you still live? Besides, my current strength isn't much worse than yours, are you so sure that I won't reach that level?
Lin Chuxiu shook his head and laughed lightly. I don't know if I can reach the Heaven Realm level, but I advise you to take it easy. Right now there are Heaven Realm powerhouses infesting Zhanghai City. Don't go and foolishly look for the Yi family's trouble, or else if things get too big and provoke that Heaven Realm powerhouse, you'll be in for a treat.
So what?
Chao Qianzhou snorted coldly, somewhat unconvinced.
Behind me is the entire Huaxia Martial Arts Association. Even if I can't defeat that Heaven Realm powerhouse, would he still dare to kill me?
That's not necessarily true.
Lin Chuxiu sneered.
It's true that you have the Huaxia Martial Arts Association behind you, but the headquarters that can pose a threat to a Heaven Realm powerhouse is in the capital, 100,000 miles away from here. He can kill you if he wants to. Do you have any room for resistance?
Or do you think that afterward, the Martial Arts Association would go and offend a Heaven Realm powerhouse for your sake?
Lin Chuxiu's two consecutive questions directly caused Chao Qianzhou to freeze. Lin Chuxiu was right, he indeed couldn't afford to mess with a Heaven Realm powerhouse.
With the pride of a Heaven Realm powerhouse, what if he threatened the Martial Dao Association with himself and killed himself in a fit of rage?
Even if the Martial Arts Association might help him avenge himself afterwards.
But with his life gone, what's the use of revenge?
Chao Qianzhou was a bit frustrated, but after thinking about it, he suddenly laughed.
Lin Chuxiu frowned. What are you laughing at?
Chao Qianzhou resumed his usual calm and collected manner and hooked his lips and laughed.
So what if it's the Heaven Realm? It's not like I'm going to mess with him. Can he still come to me for no reason? Moreover, my grudge with the Yi family has nothing to do with him?
This old man Lin of yours is really bad enough, almost scaring me from going to the Yi family. Chao Qianzhou placed a tranquilizer for himself and poured another cup of tea for Lin Chuxiu and said seriously, I don't care, tonight you have to accompany me to drink without getting drunk. Lin Chuxiu, however, smiled oddly and nodded his head. Okay, but you have to bring out those collector's edition of yours for me to savor, otherwise I will rely on you and not leave.
Chao Qianzhou froze for a moment, then laughed and whacked him.
Good you Lin drunkard. I said why did you suddenly take the wind out of your sails to come to my place today? It turns out that you are craving for my wine.
Who doesn't know that you, Xiao Qianzhou, love to collect all kinds of good wine? We are all friends. Do you not even want to give your friends wine to drink? Lin Chuxiu grinned. He loves two things in his life. The first one is to cultivate martial arts, the second is to drink. It is not too much to say that he is addicted to wine. Xiao Qianzhou was a bit helpless and was just about to say something when a sharp knock sounded outside the door. Chairman, Chairman! Something big is wrong. The voices of the two watchman disciples came, and Xiao Qianzhou frowned and droned with a displeased expression. What's the matter with panicking? I usually teach you not to be in a hurry and to be calm. Have you all turned a deaf ear? Get your emotions in order before you come in. Hearing these words, the two disciples outside the door immediately quieted down. Only then did Xiao Qianzhou take a sip of tea and slowly said, "Come in." After saying this, he looked at Lin Chuxiu again and shook his head helplessly. They are all fussy disciples. I've made you laugh. The two disciples opened the door and walked in. Xiao Qianzhou looked at them and asked, "Speak, what is it?" One of the disciples was the first to reply, "Chairman, there is a martial arts master outside. He is very arrogant and said that he is limiting you to having to get there within 10 minutes or else he will step on our martial arts association." What? Outrageous! Hearing this, Xiao Qianzhou became furious and heavily slapped the table to get up, and with a loud bang, the table split in pieces and fell to the ground. President, calm your anger. You taught us, don't be hasty in everything, be calm. The two disciples were startled and hurriedly bowed their heads. Composure? Others are stepping on our heads and you're telling me to be calm? Xiao Qianzhou was so angry that his chest kept rising and falling. His face was blue as he clenched his fists. Although he was angry, he didn't lose his mind. After slowing down, he said in a deep voice, "What does that martial arts patriarch look like? What's his name?" "Name we don't know, but he looks young." Xiao Qianzhou froze for a moment and said disdainfully, "Young? How young can a martial Dao patriarch be? You guys aren't teasing me, are you?" The two disciples' faces tightened and they shook their heads repeatedly. "No, no. President, he's really young, and he's very strong. He just released a wave of mighty pressure and crushed us to the ground. That kind of terrifying pressure, we have only ever felt it on you." Xiao Qianzhou frowned. If that was the case, the other party's strength was on par with his own. He alone did not have the certainty of defeating an opponent of the same level. After thinking about it, he looked towards Lin Chuxiu and said in a deep voice, "Elder Lin, come with me to take a look." Lin Chuxiu, however, did not move a muscle and snorted, "Hee, what do you want me to go for? Could it be that you're not sure of defeating him and are afraid of him?" Having his mind revealed, Xiao Qianzhou's old face turned red and he clenched his teeth. "As long as you join me in dealing with him, I'll give you 1/10 of those wines in my collection." Lin Chuxiu's heart stirred and secretly laughed, waiting for you to say this. "Is this true? Seriously? Lying to you is a dog. Good, I'll go with you." Lin Chuxiu stood up with a big smile and coldly grunted, "I happen to also want to see who dares to cause trouble in the Martial Arts Association." After saying that, he patted Xiao Qianzhou's shoulder and said, "Don't misunderstand me, Xiao Xiao old brother, I'm not doing it for that wine of yours, I mainly want to simply back you up. Whoever dares to make a move against you, that's my enemy." The corner of Xiao Qianzhou's mouth twitched, his heart slandered. "Dead old man. Who doesn't know your crooked mind? If I don't have so many good wine as a bargaining chip, who would have invited you, this big Buddha?" Thinking like this in his heart, he said on the surface, "Let's go Lin Lao, let's go and meet that mysterious sect master." After Xiao Qianzhou finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed out of the door. His speed was so fast that it blew a violent strong wind, whooshing and ringing. The door was almost washed down. Seeing this, Lin Chuxiu also followed with his hands behind his back and soon disappeared, leaving only two surprised disciples in the room. Worthy of being a martial arts master, this speed is also too amazing. Chapter 44. Both kneeling down, the entire room was petrified. Soon after, Xiao Qianzhou and Lin Chuxiu both arrived at the gate. At this moment, Xiao Bai, just like this, quietly collapsed in a pool of blood. If it wasn't for the fact that his chest was still slightly heaving, one would have thought that he was a dead man. Seeing this scene, Xiao Qianzhou, his face suddenly changed, madly rushed forward. Looking at his son's miserable appearance, he was grief-stricken. "Ah! My son, ah! Who did this?" Xiao Qianzhou's eyes were scarlet and his face was incomparably hideous. Under Xiao Qianzhou's violent shaking, the Xiao Bai finally slowly opened his eyes. See, in front of him is his father. His heart suddenly great joy, because of the excitement, and keep coughing up, and coughed out a few mouths of blood, face more and more pale. Xiao Qianzhou saw this and bent down, embraced his son, his face as gloomy as ink, gritted his teeth and asked, "Buyer, who did this? Dad let him die without a burial place." "Dad, it's him." Xiao Bai reached out and pointed at Fong outside the door, his face grudging. "Dad, you must avenge me. I feel like my legs are already ruined. I want him to die." "Don't worry, Dad will definitely make his life worse than death." Xiao Qianzhou put his son down and slowly got up, his eyes swept towards Fong in a grim manner and his foot stomped hard. Boom! The concrete ground around 3 meters in circumference instantly cracked. The cracks were 5 or 6 centimeters deep. This one kick was enough to prove how angry he was right now. Those disciples outside the gate saw that it was the president, their faces were joyful and all of them ran over. After saluting Chao Qianzhou, then all of them looked at Fong with righteous indignation and anger. President! It's that person who brutally injured young Master Chao Bai. Please be sure to avenge young Master Chao Bai. Defend the majesty of my martial arts association. At this time, the two watchman disciples who had reported the incident ran over and pointed at Fong. President, he is the martial arts master we were talking about. After saying that, when they saw Chao Bai, who was covered in blood on the ground, they immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air. What happened to young Chao? Who did this? The other disciples beside them told the two about what had just happened, and the two were shocked to learn that it was Fong who had done it. This time, this teenage sect master was completely at loggerheads with their martial arts association. Unexpectedly, this teenager had not only injured Bayer, but was also a martial arts sect master. Chao Qianzhou was quite surprised in his heart. Looking at Fong, who was standing there with his hands behind his back, calm and relaxed, his eyes were like knives, he couldn't wait to immediately pluck Fong 1,000 times. But his reasoning forced him to calm down. Being able to become a martial arts master president, his city naturally could not be underestimated. Knowing that the other party was a martial arts master, he couldn't just rush forward like this. Under the same level. In terms of single combat, he didn't have much of a chance of winning, and he wouldn't do anything he wasn't sure of. Chao Qianzhou sneered. However, I don't have the intention to fight alone. Thinking like this in his heart, but when he turned his head to look at Lin Shuxiu, his entire body froze. At some point, Lin Shuxiu, in the midst of the crowd's astonished gazes, had already knelt on the ground, shivering and sweating coldly. At this moment, Lin Shuxiu's heart was like waves of shock. He could never have imagined that the mysterious sect master was the same heaven realm powerhouse from yesterday. This is the end. Fong had already seen him walking out with Chao Qianzhou and would undoubtedly think that he was in league with Chao Qianzhou. Therefore, he had to hurriedly kneel down and try to beg for forgiveness, so that although he didn't know if it would work or not, but at the very least it was the only way to survive. But when he was about to say something, Chao Qianzhou walked to him with a face full of confusion. Elder Lin, are you crazy? Why are you kneeling down? Get lost. Otherwise don't blame me for turning my back on you. Lin Shuxiu drank in a low voice. What did you say? Chao Qianzhou was stunned and looked at him incredulously. What are you playing at? At this critical time, Lin Shuxiu suddenly fell ill. He was simply furious and directly reached out to yank Lin Shuxiu. Elder Lin, hurry up and deal with that kid with me. Don't you want my treasured wine anymore? Lin Shuxiu cursed Chao Qianzhou's stupidity in his heart. Can't you see that I'm already kneeling on the ground? This hint is not obvious? The other party cannot afford to mess with At this moment, Fong was expressionless and slowly walked over with his hands behind his back. His steps, in Lin Shuxiu's opinion, every step was like the steps of the god of death. He was so scared that his heart was about to jump out. He hurriedly got up from the ground, then he exploded all his strength to push Chao Qianzhou away, quickly rushed to Fong, and knelt with a thud. He lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong, bent his body and shivered. My lord, my lord. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. 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 Petrified. Unbelievable. How could they not know Lin Shuxiu's strength? That's a martial arts master-level powerhouse. An existence that was admired by millions of people. Nowadays. Yet, he was kneeling in front of others like a pug, as wretched as he could be. This is the reality? At this time, they cannot even believe their own eyes, without exception that is dreaming, but pinch the stomach, the pain makes them completely believe that this is the truth. Chao Qianzhou at this moment, even if he was stupid, he suddenly understood something. Although Fong looked frighteningly young, he didn't believe that it was the legendary Heaven Realm powerhouse no matter what, but the facts were in front of him. Lin Shuxiu's nature he knew. Highly arrogant, even a peak Zongshi powerhouse wouldn't want to make him kneel and tremble like this. Excluding peak Zongshi, then the strength of this teenager can naturally be guessed. Heaven. Realm. These two words were like nuclear bombs constantly bombarding his mind, and he was on the verge of being dumbfounded into a fool. Puff. Chao Qianzhou came to Fong in a panic and knelt down without hesitation just like Lin Shuxiu. In front of absolute strength, any grudges have disappeared cleanly. His only thought now is to live, try to do everything to live. His son's life was not as important as his own, and he deserved to be beaten by a Heaven Realm powerhouse. He knew his son's playboy character, no need to think to know that his son first messed with the other side in the first, otherwise, the other side how would be out of no reason to hurt people? It is not easy to cultivate to the level of martial arts master, pay the hardship only know themselves. No strong person is willing to die in the middle of the road, unless it is a person who wants to die. Chapter 45, we'll roll immediately. Seeing this scene, everyone was confused. What was the situation? Two martial grandmasters were actually kneeling down to a teenager? They couldn't believe it. What kind of person was this teenager? Without even making a move, he had scared the two sect master powerhouses into kneeling down. Could it be someone from the capital's super family?
The disciples had brainstormed that Yifeng was from one of the super families in the capital, and his status was not low. No wonder the strength was so strong, so it was someone from the capital city super family.
However, how would someone from a super family come here? Puff. 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 In the next second.
Except for Chao Bai, who had already been stunned by his anger, all the disciples of the Martial Arts Association present knelt down towards Yifeng in unison, a row of kneeling voices that resounded endlessly. Yifeng looked at Lin Shuxiu with interest and asked,
"What is your relationship with him?"
When Yifeng said him, he was naturally referring to Chao Qianzhou next to him. Chao Qianzhou's complexion changed slightly as he nervously looked at Lin Shuxiu, secretly thinking, he shouldn't betray me, right? Lin Shuxiu was also nervous in his heart. After a quick thought, he returned with a serious face.
"Back to your lordship's words, I'm not acquainted with him.
His business is his business, and I'm not concerned. No matter what your lordship wants to do, I won't frown half a bit." Clever, still knows to draw the line in a hurry.
Yifeng nodded slightly.
Since this was the case, for Wan'er's sake, it was possible to consider letting Lin Shuxiu go. Originally, he was thinking that if Lin Shuxiu was also in league with the Martial Arts Association, he would do it all together. However, considering that this old fellow was a member of the Wan'er family, he gave him a chance.
Since he was so sensible, then he wouldn't bother with him. "Lin Shuxiu, you're selling me like this? Where is your conscience?"
Chao Qianzhou looked at Lin Shuxiu with an unbelievable face and exasperation. Lin Shuxiu's heart was a little embarrassed, but he chose to remain silent, thinking in his heart, out of earshot, out of mind. Chao Qianzhou was practically about to vomit blood in anger, but he still held back from cursing out, quietly glanced at Yifeng's expression and carefully asked,
"My lord, was it my son who angered you just now?"
"If it is, then I have nothing to say. Even if you kill him, I have no opinion." The faces of the disciples were stunned as they looked incredulously at Chao Qianzhou. Lin Shuxiu was also incredulous in his heart when he heard this and couldn't help but admire it. This guy even betrayed his own son in order to survive, really ruthless. Seeing that Yifeng was still indifferent, Chao Qianzhou couldn't guess his mind, so with a fluke, he opened his mouth again and asked, "Sir, you see, my son has already been like this, or this matter is settled. I am willing to compensate you for the mental damage, as long as you are satisfied, just name a number." He thought, as long as it was something that could be solved with money, that was not a matter, because the Martial Arts Association could be short of everything, but just not short of money. Yifeng's lips slowly rose at his words.
"Since you have said so, fine. I don't want much, just give me this Martial Arts Association."
"Fine, Martial Arts Association is just that, no problem." Chao Qianzhou was expecting Yifeng to agree, so he didn't even listen to it, just heard Yifeng agree and then nodded quickly with a happy face, but suddenly, he seemed to react, his body was violently stunned, and looked up at Yifeng with a face full of consternation, and lost his voice in disbelief.
What? You want the Martial Arts Association? What? Is there a problem?"
Yifeng said indifferently. "This, my lord, I'm afraid this is not possible. You can pay as much money as you want, but this, I can't give away the Martial Arts Association. And I don't have the qualifications to give away the Martial Arts Association." Chao Qianzhou's face was troubled. He had thought of several possibilities that Yifeng would Leoneize him and ask for $1 billion or several billion. But he could never have imagined that. What Yifeng wanted was actually this entire Martial Arts Association. How could he give it? If he gave it out, the general manager would still beat him to death. So he absolutely couldn't agree. Who knew that the next second? Splat! Yifeng directly slapped Chao Qianzhou through the air and sent him flying. Put! Chao Qianzhou flew for more than 50 meters and smashed heavily on the concrete floor, spitting out a mouthful of blood. All the disciples were dumbstruck and shocked in their hearts. Crap! What kind of strength did this teenager have? With just a slap, he had sent the president, who was a martial arts master, flying out of the room. Chao Qianzhou's heart was shocked and he was in a cold sweat. In fact, a moment ago, he still had a trace of doubt, guessing that Yifeng might not have heaven realm strength, and just had some background that made Lin Shuxiu afraid. But he didn't think so now and had been completely convinced. This teenager was indeed a heaven realm powerhouse, too strong, really too strong. A casual slap could send himself flying so far. Simply too strong. Even a peak cultivation of a Zhongshu, under a full force strike, did not have this ability to slap him so far away. Yifeng, on the other hand, did it with ease. What did this prove? It proved that Yifeng's cultivation was at least at the early stage of the heaven realm. However, what he didn't know was, Yifeng's slap was just a random strike. He didn't even use 1% of his own strength, he didn't consume spiritual energy, and he could easily finish off a martial grandmaster with the power of his physical body. After all, a martial artist is a martial artist, not comparable to an immortal cultivator, not to mention Yifeng, who possesses the immortal emperor's inheritance. His strength is not comparable to that of an ordinary immortal cultivator. Not to mention one martial arts patriarch, even if there were 100 or 1,000 more patriarchs. For Yifeng, who was now in the foundation establishment realm, it was just a small matter that could be solved with a wave of his hand. Chao Qianzhou was as small as an ant in Yi Feng's eyes, he could kill them if he wanted to, no need to say anything. Only Yi Feng did not have any grudges with Chao Qianzhou now, his main goal was the soul stones inside the Martial Arts Association. The second was the entire Martial Arts Association. You can take your son, and these disciples and get lost.
Yi Feng arrived in front of Chao Qianzhou with an instantaneous movement and said indifferently.
It was then that Chao Qianzhou climbed up, and his pupils instantly shrank when he saw this terrifying speed of Yi Feng.
Crap! Is this the speed of a Heaven Realm powerhouse? It's impossible to fight. This escape
is also even more impossible to escape. The despair in his heart was incomparable. Facing such a terrifying existence, there was no chance to make conditions.
He can foresee that if he continues to refuse, this teenager will definitely kill him.
With such horrifying consequences bubbling up in his heart, he immediately had a chill down his spine and hurriedly knelt down and shivered, saying, "Dear Lord, we'll immediately roll." Even if he lost the Martial Arts Association now, the big deal was to find a chance to get it back later. After all, it wasn't like the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association didn't have any Heaven Realm powerhouses, only that they hadn't even shown their faces. Such a humiliation, the headquarters cannot possibly not care, he secretly thought in his heart. After today, must go back to the headquarters to report, let the headquarters to send people to teach this arrogant boy. So what if you are a Heaven Realm powerhouse? I don't believe that no one can cure you, can you still be invincible? We'll see. Chao Qianzhou was humble on the surface, but in his heart, he had already secretly memorized this revenge. Let's go. Chao Qianzhou waved his hand, walked up to help his fainted son, and led the disciples of the Martial Arts Association to leave this place in a sorry state. However, while they were gone, Yi Feng struck 2 channels of spiritual energy into Chao Qianzhou and Chao Bai's bodies. Chapter 46 Those Who Obstruct, Kill Without Pardon. These 2 channels of spiritual energy had been injected into their heart veins, and like a time bomb, it would take their lives tonight. Yi Feng quietly looked at the empty interior of the Martial Arts Association and could not help but frown. The people had all left, but for such a big place, someone still had to take care of it. Yi Feng seemed to have thought of something, turned his head to look at Lin Chuxiu, who was still kneeling on the ground, and faintly said, "Get up." Yes, my lord." Lin Chuxiu hurriedly stood up, standing there in a formal manner, not even daring to pat the dust on his pants. "Do me a favor," Yi Feng suddenly said. Hearing this, Lin Chuxiu's face was stunned, wrongly tilting his head and pointing at himself with his finger, uncertainly asking, Me? Nonsense. Besides me, it's you here, who else is it if not you?" Yi Feng couldn't help but give him a blank look and added, "Can it be that you don't want to help? Forget it, I'll go find someone else then." After saying that, he turned around and walked inside the Martial Arts Association. No, my lord, wait. I don't mean that." Lin Chuxiu hurriedly chased after him. To be able to help a Heaven Realm powerhouse, such a good opportunity to flatter, how could he refuse? He couldn't be happier. He patted his chest and assured, "My lord, whatever it is, you can just say it. As long as I, Lin, can do it, I will do it with all my might." Yi Feng nodded slightly and said, "It's not a big deal, this Martial Arts Association is so big, someone has to take care of it. After you are responsible for clearing out those remaining disciples in here, then you send someone to take care of it, get some management or something, and recruit some more people. In the future, this place will be my territory." Lin Chuxiu nodded repeatedly, understood. "Don't worry, my lord, I have a lot of connections, this is a very good thing to do. I'll go do it now. Hopefully you can handle it well, and don't worry about it, I'm a person who makes a clear distinction between reward and punishment. As long as you get things done for me, you won't be treated badly." Yi Feng patted his shoulder and said meaningfully. Lin Chuxiu's face was stunned, then he was ecstatic. It was not easy to make a Heaven Realm powerhouse say so. He hurriedly nodded his head and said, "Don't worry, my lord, I will do it well and satisfy you." After saying that, he left the place with quick steps. Watching Lin Chuxiu leave, Lu Shui, who hadn't said anything, looked at the huge square and said in surprise, "Master, such a large place, it will be yours from now on? Not bad, this is what they voluntarily gave away, don't want it for nothing." Yi Feng nodded slightly and said. Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh in her heart, "Which is what you are voluntarily giving away, it's obviously you forcing others to give you. Such a big square, it's even bigger than the biggest academy we have there." Lu Shui looked at the huge square and lamented. "What dynasty was it in your time?" Yi Feng asked. "Song Dynasty." After Lu Shui finished, she also couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Master, what dynasty are you guys in now? It feels like it has changed so much. So many things I don't understand what they are, and that house, can it actually be built so high?" I'll slowly tell you about these things later, right now it's imperative to go find that soul stone first." Yi Feng smiled faintly, then his figure flashed and quickly headed towards the interior of the Martial Arts Association. At the same time, inside the Li He No. 2 villa, Lin Wan'er was carefully dressing up in front of the mirror. At this moment, she had changed into a white dress, which was very long and beautiful, outlining her already delicate figure even more movingly. A pair of slender jade legs paired with a pair of white noble Valentinos was simply a perfect match, beautiful to behold. Just a touch of light makeup, it is already the country, beautiful as heavenly fairy. At this moment, if a top stream of beautiful female celebrities saw her, I'm afraid that they would also be ashamed of themselves, humbling themselves to the point of being groundless. Her beauty was not ordinary beauty. The stunning face and golden proportioned body that seemed to be carved out by God were as if they had come out of a comic strip, and once they appeared, they would ruthlessly amaze everyone's eyes. She dressed up so carefully, not for any other reason, naturally for the sake of being able to go out and play with Yi Fong in the afternoon. It's almost 12 o'clock, I don't know when Ah Fong will be back. Lin Wan'er glanced at the time on her watch, rested her hands on her fragrant cheeks, sat down on the soft bed with a slightly despondent look, and sighed softly. The bed was so soft and warm, but no matter how warm it wasn't as warm and comforting as the temperature of her sweetheart. At this moment, a cacophony of voices suddenly came from downstairs. Who are you guys? What are you doing here? Hee, if you don't want to die, get out of the way. Our wind and cloud hall is on business, and those who obstruct us will be killed without pardon. What? People from the wind and cloud hall? Hearing these voices, Lin Wan'er's complexion changed slightly as she quickly got up from the bed and came to the door. However, just as she wanted to go and check what was going on, a group of people rushed up from the stairs. There were about 12 people in this group, and each and every one of them was a tall, burly man. At the head of the group was a black-clothed middle-aged man with the 3 characters of the Wind and Cloud Hall tattooed on his arm. His name was Fong, the leader of the 3rd squad of the Wind and Cloud Hall, and the right-hand man of the 3rd Hall Master. From here on, he came here for no other reason than to find Yi Fong. Because their 3 Hall Master ordered, his cousin Wang Chang disappeared, but before disappeared by a young boy called Yi Fong to find the company made a big mess. Yi Fong left the company, went to a hotel, and Wang Chang before this has first entered the hotel, but after Yi Fong entered the hotel, there is no figure, even the surveillance cannot find out what is going on, only Yi Fong will walk out of the hotel. It was impossible for a person to just disappear into thin air, so the culprit was only Yi Fong. After they investigated Yi Feng's information, they came today to arrest Yi Fong back to Fong Yun Hall to question him. Who are you? Where is that kid called Yi Fong? Fong Wu looked at the extremely beautiful girl in front of him and froze for a moment before asking in a cold voice. Who are you guys? What are you looking for Yi Fong for? Lin Wan'er asked vigilantly. Now that Yi Fong wasn't here, she was now in a dangerous situation, but suddenly thought of something. Her eyes looked at the golden bracelet on her hand, and she inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. She had seen the power of this thing before, so the crisis would be much lower. However, this group of big men did not know that they were looking at her with colorful gazes, those evil wolf-like eyes, as if they couldn't wait to eat her alive right away. Boss, it looks like the kid called Yi Fong isn't here. This woman should be his girlfriend. Since we can't catch that kid, let's catch her first. After capturing her, there's no fear that that kid won't come to Wind and Cloud Hall. One of the burly little brothers proposed to Fong Wu. Fong Wu nodded and coldly said, in that case, take her away first. Yes, boss. The 11 burly little brothers hurriedly nodded their heads in joy and responded. They licked their dry lips and rubbed their palms together excitedly, then they couldn't wait to run wildly towards Lin Wan'er. Chapter 47, Disappear completely from this world. They rushed over like tigers, their aura compelling. Lin Wan'er, however, had a flat gaze, without a trace of panic. She smiled coldly and quickly raised her right hand. It was at this moment that Lin Wan'er's right white wrist suddenly flashed with a dazzling golden light. Bang! 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 Those strong men came fast and went back fast. Before they could figure out what was going on, they were catapulted out by a violent energy, ruthlessly hitting the wall and spitting out blood. Rows and rows of bone-cracking sounds rang out, and their ribs were all broken in an unknown number of ways. They were like dead dogs lying on the ground, a large puddle of blood on the ground. It looked like they couldn't survive. When Fong Wu saw this scene, his pupils shrank. This woman was actually a Zhongshu expert. He was so scared that he quickly turned around and was about to flee, but when Lin Wan'er saw this, the corner of her lips hooked and her right hand snapped a finger. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of black-clothed men rushed up from downstairs, surrounding Fong Wu. Fong Wu's face showed panic. He didn't expect this woman to have helpers. However, obviously there were helpers. Why did they let them in just now? Most importantly, as a mid-stage external force martial artist, he had actually sensed a dangerous aura on each of these black-clothed men. This would prove that the strength of these black-clothed men was at the very least peak external force. What exactly was this woman's origin that she was able to summon so many peak external force martial artists over? His face immediately turned ashen, and he fell to the ground in disarray, giving up on the idea of escaping. Lin Wan'er walked up to him, an icy chill flashing across her stunningly beautiful face. Why are you looking for Yi Fong? Fong Wu felt the killing intent emanating from this woman. His body trembled violently and he begged for mercy in a panic. It was our hall master who ordered to come and arrest him. I didn't know. Sister, just have mercy and spare me. I was wrong. I won't dare next time. You don't have a next time. After Lin Wan'er coldly finished speaking, dozens of black-clothed men swarmed up and killed Fong Wu, then carried out all those strong men lying on the ground together. The blood at the scene was quickly cleaned up. Lin Wan'er stood quietly at the railing of the stairs on the second floor, her jade fists clenched tightly, a wisp of cold anger crossing her beautiful eyes. Good Fong Yun Hall, even my man dares to mess with it. Both so, will completely disappear from this world.
Wind in Cloud Hall. Inside the huge manor.
On the martial arts stage, Wang Xian, the third hall master of Wind Cloud Hall, was sparring with the second hall master, Fong Ningji. Both of them were early-stage inner strength martial artists, but in terms of strength, it was second hall master Fong Ningji who was superior.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
After exchanging more than a dozen rounds, Fong Ningji knocked Wang Xian back tens of meters with a heavy punch, and with one hand behind his back, he calmly said, "Brother Xian hasn't made much progress lately, he's almost caught up with me." Wang Xian stabilized his stance, shook his head and sighed, "I don't dare, second brother's strength is beyond doubt, I am truly convinced, alas, I didn't expect that after practicing so hard for so long, I am still not a match for second brother, I am ashamed to be ashamed."
Fong Ningji walked to his side and patted his shoulder.
"Don't be discouraged, you are in the same realm as me, it's just that the skill of martial arts fighting is still lacking a bit, your talent is not bad, I will teach you properly when I have time, practice hard and reach the late stage of inner strength before the age of 50 is not impossible."
"Many thanks second brother, I will definitely practice hard." Wang Xian nodded solemnly.
"By the way Xian Di, today I saw that your entire third squad went out, what did they go for?"
Fong Ningji suddenly asked.
Wang Xian was silent for a while and said, "I won't hide it from second brother, I have a cousin who disappeared and I still don't know if he's alive or dead. I sent people to investigate and found a teenager who hasn't even started college yet who was very suspicious, and I suspect that it was him who killed my cousin, so I sent people to catch him and question him over."
"So that's how it is." Fong Ningji nodded and frowned again, "But I'm a bit puzzled, a teenager is just a teenager, why did you send so many people?"
Wang Xian replied, "It's like this, my cousin has a boxing champion sitting beside him, now even that boxing champion has disappeared along with him, so I suspect that the teenager is not an ordinary person, but an external strength martial artist. It's just that one thing I'm a little bit curious about is how he managed to kill 2 people without being discovered. I sent people to search for that hotel for a long time,
and I didn't even find a hair. Even the surveillance couldn't find the slightest loophole out." Fong Ningji first nodded indistinctly, and then frowned again, staring.
"Something's not right, a teenager is just a teenager, even if he's an external strength martial artist, it's impossible for him to kill 2 people without anyone noticing. I think things might not be that simple, there might be other strong people behind him, and the realm is at least in the late stage of the internal strength and upwards, and he used extremely fast speeds to avoid the capture of the surveillance."
Fong Ningji paced back and forth, rubbing his chin.
"That's why I'm guessing that teenager had at least one late-stage inner strength martial artist behind him to help, otherwise it would be impossible to accomplish this kind of secret room murder, unless he could burn someone to the ground."
Wang Xian frowned and nodded.
"This has also occurred to me, but the outrageous thing is that Ji Feng's time from entering the hotel to coming out was only 5 or 6 short minutes. If that's the case, it's too late in time."
Fong Ningji nodded slightly. "Well, indeed, that's strange."
Just as the two were puzzled, a henchman ran over in a panic.
"No. It's not good.
The 2 hallmasters, just a moment ago, a large group of people broke in, our side has suffered heavy casualties and can no longer hold out."
"What?"
The 2 of them, Wang Xian and Fong Ningji, changed their faces.
"Who dared to come to Wind Cloud Hall to cause trouble? Didn't want to live. Do you know their details?" Fong Ningji asked in a deep voice. The henchman shook his head, back to second hall master, "Subordinate doesn't know." "Then how many people have they come?" Fong Ningji asked again.
"Second hall master, 10 people came."
"What? There are only 10 people and you guys can't resist, are you guys eaters?"
Wang Xian froze for a moment, then he grabbed the collar of that henchman and pulled him up, saying angrily. That henchman was aggrieved and said, "No, third hallmaster, each of those 10 people's strength has reached inner strength, we are simply no match."
"What? 10 inner strength?"
Fong Ningji and Wang Xian's pupils shrunk as they glanced at each other, simultaneously seeing the surprise in each other's eyes.
Chapter 48. Is this a soul stone? You didn't see it wrong, did you? Are there really 10 inner strength martial artists? Wang Xian swallowed his saliva and asked.
The henchman nodded, and as if he suddenly thought of something, a flash of fear arose in his eyes. I advised the 2 hall masters to hurry up and escape. Not only are there 10 inner strength martial artists, there is also a woman with even more terrifying strength among them. She is too strong, and with just one strike, she wiped out all 10 or so late-stage external strength martial artists on our side.
Hearing these words,
Wang Xian was slightly stunned, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed.
Fong Ningji frowned. It's at this juncture, why are you laughing? That henchman also looked at Wang Xian in bewilderment, secretly thinking, could it be that the 3rd hall master has been scared silly upon hearing these news?
Wang Xian laughed coldly and said disdainfully, I've never heard of a woman in this Zhanghai city whose strength has reached above inner strength.
Oh, and 10 inner strength martial artists? Why am I so unconvinced? Could it be that you suspect someone is bluffing? Fong Ningji asked. Not bad, hearing is not believing, seeing is believing. Without ever seeing it with my own eyes, I ran away in disgrace. Wouldn't that make people laugh their asses off afterward? Wang Xian laughed coldly. I'd like to see who dared to break into the Wind Cloud Hall. Second brother, dare you follow me to go and take a look? Alright, just go. Fong Ningji also said with disbelief. I also don't believe that there would suddenly be 10 inner strength martial artists barging through the door. It's not like inner strength martial artists are big cabbages. In addition to a few big families in Zhanghai City, how many more can we find? It must be a misjudgment on the part of these henchmen. It's simply impossible for so many inner strength martial artists to pop up all at once. That henchman's sky collapsed at his words. Everything he said was true, and the two hall masters actually didn't believe him. It's just that, since you guys don't run, I won't accompany you to your death. He thought under his breath and said, Third hall master, second hall master, since you guys insist on going, to be on the safe side, I'll go notify the hall master to come over for support. What's the point of shouting? The two of us are more than enough to handle it. If you're scared, get lost yourself. Don't say you're from Wind Cloud Hall in the future. Wang Shen snorted coldly, and after giving him a despicable look, he took the lead and rushed towards the door, and Fong Ningji also quickly followed. Seeing them leave, the henchman helplessly shook his head and sighed. Alas, those who want to die cannot be stopped no matter what. At the same time, inside the Western District Martial Arts Association, Yi Feng was just about to push the door into a room when he suddenly frowned. He sensed that the magic weapon in Wan'er's hand had been triggered. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth ticked. He wasn't worried about anything. Instead, he was incomparably at ease. The power of a magic weapon made by himself was known only to himself. Not only did it possess defensive capabilities, it also possessed offensive capabilities. With the attack ability, even an immortal cultivator at the first or second level of chi refining would be injured without defense. The defense ability was even more outstanding. As long as it was an attack below the third level of chi refining, it would be able to easily resist and defuse it. Therefore, he wasn't worried about anything happening to Wan'er. He had already told Wan'er about the method of attack. Furthermore, ever since he became an immortal cultivator, he had discovered a secret that Wan'er had been hiding for a long time. He just hadn't been able to dismantle it. This secret was that Wan'er was also a martial artist. And the level wasn't low, it was even stronger than that Lin Shusho. At that time, it dawned on him. In the past, when he was in high school, several people who were hostile to him had been seriously injured for unknown reasons shortly after having an argument with him and had withdrawn from school at a rapid pace. Perhaps this is all related to Wan'er. At that time he realized, has always been in front of him to show a gentle like water girl, behind the scenes is actually still a husband protector demon? Yi Feng walked into a storage room. Inside, on the rows and rows of cabinets, a wide range of items were placed. There were antiques, gold, jade, and a large number of expensive-looking wines. Of course, all these things Yi Feng could not look at. With divine sense induction to the last row of cabinets, squat down, from the bottom of a grid out of a dusty box. The box is not big, only palm size. The dust will be flicked off, revealing the appearance of the golden lines on the decoration. Yi Feng opened the box, and immediately a rich spiritual chi gushed out. Inside lay a stone the size of a fingernail cap. This was precisely the treasure that could carry the soul stone. Is this the soul stone? What a dense energy! There was marvel and anticipation in Lu Yishui's eyes. If she were to cultivate in this, she would probably enter the next realm in less than half a month. She was extremely clear about what this speed meant. A soul cultivated for 1,000 years is a high spirit, and if one wanted to reach the next realm, then one would have to cultivate for an entire 3,000 years. 3,000 years! How long was that? She had already been cultivating tediously for more than 1,000 years. How could she not be excited to be able to greatly shorten her cultivation time? The higher the soul level, the more it improved than just strength. Even the success rate of refining the body would double. Although Yi Feng possessed the spirit flame and promised to help her refine her body after 3 years. However, this was only a verbal promise, but she would not give her hope of resurrection to Yi Feng completely. Knowing a person's face is not knowing his heart. The world was a dangerous place, and people's hearts were unpredictable. For her, no matter how good her relationship with anyone was, she couldn't afford to be on the defensive. Who knew that after 3 years, Yi Feng would really fulfill his promise? After all, refining a body was not a simple matter. To refine a body, excluding other conditions, one's own strength, at the very least, had to be at the Heavenly Saint Realm. Without Heavenly Saint Realm strength, having even stronger flames was useless. It wasn't that she looked down on Yi Feng. Rather, it was too difficult to reach the Heavenly Saint Realm strength within 3 years. It was almost impossible to reach it. The Heavenly Saint Realm was equivalent to a spirit transformation stage cultivator, and the strength was indeed very strong. However, Lu Yishui did not know the true terror of Yi Feng. Yi Feng was not equivalent to an ordinary immortal cultivator. The technique he practiced was the Immortal Emperor's supreme god level technique, and it was also the strongest technique ranked first within the immortal world.
Therefore, Yifeng's strength could not be judged by the regular realm. Right now, Yifeng's cultivation was in the middle stage of foundation establishment, but his overall strength was about the same as a cultivator in the middle stage of Jindan, and he could even fight with a late stage of Jindan. Such a gap in strength across a class and realm that didn't match. When looking at the immortal cultivation world, only Yifeng was able to do it. With this Yifeng's realm, about the early Yuaning stage realm can reach the strength of the early harmonization of God stage. This is still the realm the higher up, the greater the proportionate gap in strength conversion results. And with this cultivation speed of Yifeng, even if it was even worse, within half a month, he would be able to reach the Yuaning stage. At that time, Yifeng refining a body for Lu Yishui was already not any problem. However, the reason why Yifeng would say that it would take 3 years was undoubtedly painting a big cake. It was as if he was looking for a long-term fighter. Yifeng saw the potential of Lu Yishui and might help him accomplish quite a few things in the future. After all, a person's energy was limited. It was impossible for a person to do a lot of things at the same time, unless one was able to split up, but that would require more strength than just Yuaning transforming into a god. Chapter 49. Whoever dares to touch Yifeng, she dares to touch him. Yifeng was a little surprised in his heart as he held this soul stone. This soul stone was protected completely, and he did not know how the people from the Martial Arts Association had gotten this into their hands. To know this kind of superb treasure that conserved the soul, even if it is again extremely rich in spiritual chi place, is extremely difficult to meet. The degree of rarity can even be comparable to 1,000 years Ganoderma lucidum. Millennium Lingji. Needless to say, eating it not only prolongs life, but also greatly helps the growth of strength. The effect is very good. Good things are good things, but eat too much is also useless. Enhance the cultivation of this aspect. The irons still need to harden themselves. Just rely on external supplement is ultimately frivolous. Alright, you can go in now. Yifeng put the soul stone back inside the box, looked at Lu Yishui and said. Lu Yishui nodded. Because she was in a soul state and this soul stone was a treasure for storing souls, she easily drilled in. Once inside the soul stone, Lu Yi felt unprecedentedly comfortable. There seemed to be a gentle energy inside that was very warm. Even the soul power consumed from being exposed to daylight just now was being constantly repaired. A few moments of surprise surged in her heart. Yifeng really didn't lie to her. The soul stone really did have great benefits for the soul. And the benefits were not small. Under the nourishment in here, her cultivation would increase incomparably fast. The thought of being able to rapidly increase her strength excited her, and at the same time, she felt a trace of gratitude towards Yifeng. If it wasn't for Yifeng, she really wouldn't have been able to find such a good thing. Even if she had found it, she didn't know that this thing could also be of great help to soul cultivation. Master, this soul stone is really good. Thank you for your gift. If there is any need for a slave girl in the future, I will certainly go through fire and water. Lu Yishui spoke very seriously. This stuff can't be talked about as thanks, right? Mainly if you are my person, I will naturally not treat you poorly, but on the contrary, if you are my enemy, not only will you not get half of my benefits, I will also beat your soul into oblivion for eternity. Yifeng said with a flat face. Hearing these words, Lu Yishui fell silent. The meaning of Yifeng's words had already been made clear. Now that she was on the same side as Yifeng, not only would she be fine, she would also get a lot of benefits. However, if one day she betrayed Yifeng for some reason and stood against him, at that time, her consequences would be disastrous. As of now, with Yifeng's style of acting, she wouldn't have any doubts. If it really came to that, Yifeng would not hesitate to kill her. Thinking about this, the chills ran down her spine. Yifeng's strength was too terrifying. It was not something that the current her could fight against. Of course, she was not the kind of person who was ungrateful. Since she had been favored by Yifeng, she would never betray Yifeng, much less stab him in the back at a critical moment. She wasn't that kind of sinister villain. She would only return favors and take revenge. Gah! Lu Yishui's eyes suddenly crossed a flash of ice coldness, tightly squeezing her fists. Thinking of sinister villain, she remembered her own once deep blood hatred. Yifeng was very lucky. Not only did he find a soul stone within this wide storage room, he also managed to get 2 additional items that could be used to make magic weapons. These 2 things are exactly 2 rings. The material is pure gold. The age is at least 2,000 years from now. This kind of old antique was able to be stored for such a long period of time, and even the luster of the surface was as new as it was in the beginning. Most importantly, with the precipitation of so many years, these 2 rings already possessed the conditions for making magic weapons. The condition for making a magic weapon was to be able to gently come into contact with spiritual energy. Generally, once ordinary things came into contact with spiritual energy, they would instantly collapse into powder. Let alone gold. Even diamonds. In front of spiritual power, it's still vulnerable. However, the pair of gold rings in front of them, after countless years of precipitation, had created a wonderful resonance with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This change caused these 2 gold rings to possess the ability to contain spiritual energy. As long as they had the ability to be able to contain spiritual energy, Yifeng would be able to craft this into a magic weapon. Whether it was attack, defense, space, there wasn't any problem in making it into any kind of magic weapon that he wanted to make.
Of course, for Yifeng, the most useful was the spatial magic weapon.
That is, the spatial storage ring.
With Yifeng's current strength,
carving precise spatial formations on the golden ring, the storage capacity could reach about 60,000 cubic meters.
What was the concept of 60,000 cubic meters? Take his Villa number 2 for example.
Villa number 2 was 2,500 square meters, the height of the building was about 20 meters, the calculated volume would be almost 50,000 cubic meters.
In other words, 60,000 cubic meters of space was enough to easily fit that huge Villa number 2.
With this kind of huge space, even if one were to ransack a supermarket, it didn't seem like it would be difficult. Putting the 2 golden rings into his pocket, Yifeng planned to come back at night to make the magic weapon. It was about to be 12 o'clock now, and after promising Wan'er to accompany her to play, he couldn't renege on his promise, so as to avoid Wan'er's sadness. As for the Martial Arts Association, it will be handed over to that old man Lin Shusho to manage first. I don't know what he can manage. Yifeng no longer stayed. After walking out of the storeroom, he turned into a white light, rushed into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye.
Fong Yun Hall.
On the ground at the main entrance. A large row of subordinates of the Wind and Cloud Hall, about 30 people, although they did not die, but they are all showing a painful expression, hugging the thighs of the whole body, trembling, but even if the pain, the cold sweat, they froze, did not dare to scream out.
Because next to them, there were 11 people standing. 10 men and 1 woman.
Among them, the one standing at the front, was a stunningly beautiful woman in black power suit. Her hair was coiled behind her head, looking very competent, like a valiant female soldier in general.
This person was no other than Lin Wan'er.
She now had a cold face, ignoring the injured people lying on the ground around her. She had come today with only one purpose, and that was to exterminate the person behind the scenes who had sent people to capture Yifeng. As for the rest of the Wind and Cloud Hall, as long as they didn't take part in the action to capture Yifeng, they could all be considered to be spared, and then let them all become Yifeng's henchmen. Luckily, Yifeng was fine, otherwise, once her anger was ignited, this place would be devastated and no one would survive.
The dragon had reverse scales, touching them would lead to death. All enemies related to Yifeng would be her Lin Wan'er's enemies.
Although she knew that Yifeng was an immortal cultivator, she had to make sure that nothing was wrong and no hidden dangers were left behind. Whoever dared to touch Yifeng, she would dare to touch him. At this time, a peak in her strength old man next to him swept his gaze over those people lying on the ground. His face suddenly looked a bit ugly. He looked at Lin Wan'er again and said in a deep voice, "Miss, since all these people have just seen you strike, shouldn't they all be killed? After all, the family master's rule is that anyone who has seen the strength that you, miss, have displayed, no matter who they are, they must be killed. Do you listen to him or me?" Lin Wan'er coldly swept a glance at him. Her pretty face was as cold as frost, her body exuded an icy and creepy aura. She was simply a different person from her previous bird-like appearance in front of Yifeng. The old man's heart immediately tightened and hurriedly bowed his head and said back, "Of course I am listening to you, miss. Chapter 50 in your next life, don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with. Since you listen to me, shut your mouth. Follow my lead." Lin Wan'er smiled coldly. "Yes, miss. I'll promise not to talk nonsense from now on, whatever you say." The old man hurriedly bent over and smiled. The old man's name was Lin Meng, a peak internal force martial artist, just one step away from being a harmonization force grandmaster. With his strength, he could easily be ranked in the first echelon of Jianghai City's martial arts world. But even with this kind of strength, he didn't dare to make a move in front of Lin Wan'er, not only because of the master-servant relationship, but also because of Lin Wan'er's unfathomable strength. It was even that he couldn't even guess exactly how strong the young lady's strength was, he only knew that it was very strong and terrifying. However, although the young lady's strength was strong, but the family head had said that she couldn't easily show her strength to others until it was absolutely necessary. He really couldn't figure it out. What was the virtue and ability of that kid called Yifeng? To be able to make the young lady who had been hiding her strength make such a big deal to come here to crusade. He was very disdainful in his heart. The person who could be worthy of the young lady, besides the family room, must be even more powerful than the young lady, otherwise, if he couldn't even compare to his own woman, wouldn't he be a little white boy? Obviously, in his heart, Yifeng was not worthy of the young lady at all. Even if he was upside down, he was not qualified. Lin Meng clenched his fists, his face resolute. Find an opportunity, he must let Yifeng that boy know that difficult to retreat, misidentity how noble, not what well-bottomed frog, cats and dogs can be tainted. Right at this moment, Wang Xian and Fong Ningji arrived here. They froze in place dumbfounded when they saw a patch of henchmen lying on the ground. The henchmen just now really hadn't lied to them. They turned their attention to the 11 men on the other side. The most conspicuous one was undoubtedly the stunningly beautiful woman at the front, and the two of them frowned. Could this woman be the one that henchmen said was terrifying? With internal strength? So young? Just kidding. Wang Xian snorted coldly, striding forward and erupting with the ferocious might of an inner strength martial artist.
Who are you people who dare to break into my wind cloud hall openly? I don't think we've ever had any grudges between us, right? Lin Meng was just about to say something, but she was pulled away behind her by Lin Wan'er. Does the mastermind behind the capture of my man have anything to do with you? Lin Wan'er asked in a cold voice. Your man?
Wang Xian froze at his words and frowned.
Could it be that he had sent out the third squad to fail in their mission? Were these people the ones behind that Fong?
Fong Ningji's judgment was correct, that Fong really did have internal force martial artists behind him. In that case, his cousin's death had nothing to do with that kid.
Wang Xian's complexion turned cold, raised his head, looked down at Lin Wan'er and sneered. What are you? A little girl is not worthy to talk to me, call out the adult behind you to come out and talk. Bold. Lin Meng's face suddenly changed and he angrily shouted, Dare to disrespect miss? You're afraid you're tired of living. After saying that, he directly rushed out. Bursting out his full aura of peak inner strength, he blasted his fist towards Wang Xian. Wang Xian, who was still arrogant and cocky, felt this aura and his face changed drastically, just wanting to dodge but it was already too late. Bang! Wang Xian was directly blown away, heavily smashing into the ground a dozen meters away, violently spewing out a mouthful of blood. Fong Ningji's pupils shrank at the sight and he hastily took a few steps back. Wang Xian covered his chest with difficulty and looked at Lin Meng, disbelief showing in his eyes. Originally, he thought that the other party would at most be at the early stages of the internal force, but he didn't expect that he would be at the peak of the internal force. Miscalculation. In fact, the reason why he was emboldened in the face of so many internal force martial artists just now was because they still had the Lu family backing them up behind the Wind and Cloud Hall. Although the Lu family did not have a single martial master, there were as many as at least 20 internal force martial artists. That's right, 20. The Lu family, unlike other families, was a specialized martial arts family, and although they didn't fall behind in their careers, they were still mainly focused on cultivating their martial arts power. While other families, not only do they have to take care of their family's business, they also have to have the martial arts power to defend against other families, and have slowed down their cultivation of martial arts power for the sake of their business, so the number of martial arts powerhouses in each of the families in Jianghai City is far less than that of the Lu family. The reason why the Lu family was able to become the number one family in Jianghai and dominate the area had to do with the number of strong martial arts practitioners. The Lu family is where his backbone lies. Otherwise, with a huge force of 10 inner strength martial artists, it would indeed be a bit overwhelming to resist with just the strength of the Wind and Cloud Hall, and he would choose to avoid the front line for the time being and seek peace with them. Looking at Lin Meng charging over again, Wang Xian was frightened and scrambled backward and drank. Don't you come over. I can warn you, behind us is the Lu family, you can't afford to mess with us. I don't care what family you are, if you dare to disrespect my lady, you'll have to die. Lin Meng stepped forward and grabbed the terrified Wang Xian, waving his huge iron fist, looking to whack him to death. Not realizing that they weren't even afraid of the Lu family, Wang Xian instantly pissed himself in fear and hurriedly trembled and said, Grandmaster, rest your anger. I admit that I was the one who sent people to catch that kid called Fong. I was wrong, I don't dare to mess with him anymore. So it was you. Lin Meng was stunned at his words. This time, Mrs. Goal was exactly the one who sent people to catch the mastermind behind Fong. Since it was the person Miss wanted to solve, he wouldn't dare to kill him just like that. Everything still had to follow Mrs. command. After a cold snort, he threw Wang Xian hard on the ground, incidentally replenished a foot. Pain. Wang Xian grimaced and sucked in cool air. Suddenly smelling the pungent urine odor coming from his shoes, Lin Meng frowned, his face changed slightly, he glared at Wang Xian in annoyance, hurriedly backed up to take off his shoes, cursing. Your grandmother. Disgusting old me. You're the one who sent people to arrest my man? At this time, Lin Wan'er walked up to Wang Xian with an icy face. Wang Xian froze and looked towards this stunningly beautiful woman, secretly thinking that even that peak inner strength had to call her miss, so he couldn't mess with her even more. He hurriedly smiled a few times and nervously said, This young lady, I was wrong. I didn't know that was your man. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have messed with him. Please don't take it personally and let me go. I promise to never provoke him in the future. What do you think? After saying that, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, thinking that a young woman was just a young woman, and that he would definitely be merciful enough to spare himself after apologizing like this. Remember, in your next life, don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with. Lin Wan'er, however, looked at him indifferently, raised her jade palm, and a white light shot out from her palm. Put. Wang Xian's body suddenly froze, a bloody hole was directly pierced through his eyebrow, he stared with his eyes wide open, his eyes were filled with unwillingness and unbelief until his death, as if he didn't expect that she would actually kill herself, and still be so decisive. Bang! Wang Xian's body just collapsed straight down, no longer alive. Fong Ningji's pupils shrank at the sight, his body shook violently, he sucked in a mouthful of cold air, his face turned white, so scared that he didn't dare to breathe. Internal Energy Externalization, Martial Arts Master. Chapter 51. There are masters? I Lu A. This woman is actually a martial arts master.
Fong Ningji looked at Lin Wan'er with a face full of incredulity, her lips trembling slightly, her heart shocked beyond words.
Punt.
He knelt down without hesitation, pointing at Wang Xian's corpse, which had already cooled off to the side. Patriarch. Patriarch Lord, I don't have any relationship with him, I don't know what he did,
I surrender. I am willing to submit to you.
He wasn't stupid, he wouldn't fight them to the death for the sake of his so-called dignity. In front of life and death, dignity was nothing.
Clang.
Seeing him bowing his head in submission with a sense of humor, the killing intent in Lin Wan'er's eyes gradually tightened as she pulled out a sharp short knife from her pocket and casually threw it in front of Fong Ningji, her eyes gazing at him with coldness. To show your loyalty, chop off your own left hand.
This.
Fong Ningji's face suddenly changed, his heart panicked. Seeing him freeze, the corner of Lin Wan'er's mouth hooked up in a teasing manner.
What? Don't dare. Then I'll do it. Fong Ningji's heart instantly drew cold. Although he was extremely unwilling inwardly, the chill emanating from Lin Wan'er's body made him not dare to disobey.
This woman was a martial arts master, killing him was like killing a chicken, and the only thing that would happen if he didn't obey would be death. Compared to dying, he was more willing to live.
Swish.
Fong Ningji unsheathed his sword. At first his hand was still a little shaky, but then he gritted his teeth and with a ruthless heart, his right hand held the hilt of the sword and slashed towards his left arm.
Bang!
At this moment, a white light shot in, and the short blade in his hand was instantly flicked away.
Fong Ningji's face was stunned, and he saw Lin Wan'er slowly walking in front of him. His heart was surprised. She did it just now? But what is the meaning of this? Could it be that she doesn't want to let me go anymore and wants to kill me? Fong Ningji's heart immediately tightened with fear. It's over.
If I had known, I should have listened to that henchman's words and not come over, or at the very least, I would have been able to save a small life.
This time it was really even his life that was on the line.
Looking at him so nervous, Lin Wan'er snorted. That's just it, seeing as your obedience is okay, I'll spare you this time, but
what? Thank you for not killing me, my lord. No matter what you ask me to do, I am willing.
Fong Ningji was overjoyed in his heart, and after letting out a sigh of relief, he hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowed out a few times, respectfully asking. Lin Wan'er was just about to say something, but her brows suddenly furrowed as she turned her head to look in a direction. Only to see that 100 meters away, a black-clothed silhouette was rapidly approaching, and in less than 5 seconds, it had already arrived not far from Lin Wan'er and the others. This person was a middle-aged man, dressed in a black suit, his eyes flashing with sharpness, and his body had an unassuming aura. He was none other than the Hall Master of the Wind and Cloud Hall, Fong Wanli. His cultivation level was at the late stage of inner strength. Calm as he was, he could not help but suck in a breath of cool air when he saw the scene in front of him. More than a dozen middle-stage external force martial artists and more than a dozen early-stage external force martial artists had been wasted, and there were another dozen or so ordinary subordinates fainting on the ground, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. The thing that made him unable to calm down the most was that there was also a third Hall Master at the early stage of inner strength who had been directly decapitated, with a deathly expression on his face until his death. He clenched his fists, and inexplicably a bit of uncontrollable anger welled up in his heart. How many years had it been? He had been in charge of Wind and Cloud Hall for decades, but no one had ever made his Wind and Cloud Hall look like this. This is really outrageous. His eyes looked fiercely towards Lin Meng's side, his face as gloomy as iron, and he was just about to open his mouth to say something. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, bringing with it a tantalizing fragrant breeze, and then, before he could react, he was sent flying by a terrifying energy. Pooh! Fong Wanli's body hit a high wall hard, spewing out a mouthful of blood before sliding to the ground, staggering to stabilize himself. He covered his chest with his right hand and lifted his head with difficulty, looking at the slender silhouette in front of him, his pupils contracting violently. This aura was martial. Martial Wei sovereign? She was actually a martial Dao sovereign. Submit, or die. In just less than a second, Lin Wan'er had arrived in front of Fong Wanli's body, and her cold voice caused Fong Wanli's heart to tremble. This woman, so terrifying. Almost without hesitation, he knelt down, wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, "My lord, I choose to submit." He came quickly and knelt quickly, even faster than Fong Ningji. Shoo! A palm-sized photo flew over. Fong Wanli caught it with his quick eyes. He looked down at the slightly boyish and handsome teenager on this photo. He couldn't help but freeze. Then he looked at the absolutely beautiful woman in front of him in confusion. Remember, this is my man. From now on, you are his people, and you must obey his command in all matters. If you don't obey, I will personally come to you. Do you understand? Lin Wan'er said coldly. Understood. Seeing him is like seeing you. Please rest assured, my lord, from now on, all of Wind Cloud Hall's top and bottom will take him as their leader and follow his orders, at their disposal. After Fong Wanli froze for a moment, he straightened his body and assured with a single word. That's very good, I hope you won't let me down. Lin Wan'er looked at him and nodded, then looked down at the time on her watch. Her face froze. It was almost 12 o'clock, Fong was afraid that he was coming back, he had to hurry back now. With a dashing turn, she waved her hand and led Lin Mang and the others to quickly leave the place. After they left, Fong Ningji and those lying on the ground then let out a long sigh of relief as if they were relieved and climbed up from the ground. They all came to Fong Wanli's front and curtsied. "Hall Master." Fong Wanli nodded, his eyes swept over these mainstays of Wind Cloud Hall, his face complex as he sighed, waving his hand and said, "All go back and rest well. Get your injuries all healed up, no one is allowed to come back until they've recovered from their injuries." "Thank you, Hall Master." The crowd hurriedly responded with grateful arches. The crowd had all left in a short while, except for Fong Ningji who remained in the same place. "Ningji, why aren't you leaving yet?" Fong Wanli looked over at him. Fong Ningji shook his head in sorrow and sighed. "Hall Master, this time, it's Shin who has harmed us, inviting such a horrible woman. And behind her, those are all strong people above the middle stage of the internal force. With such a magnificent lineup, even the Lu family, I'm afraid it can't compare." Fong Wanli nodded his head slightly and said with a grave expression on his face, "Indeed. Although the Lu family has a lot of internal force martial artists, they are basically all at the early stage of the realm, and cannot be compared to these mid-stage and above. Moreover, amongst those who came today, there is at least 1 peak internal force and 3 late-stage internal force. With these 4 alone, we are no match for them. Fortunately, they have revenge and only kill those who deserve it, otherwise, we would have followed in Wang Xian's footsteps." Speaking of this, Fong Wanli couldn't help but let out a long breath. However, right at this moment, another black shadow with an extremely strong aura came rushing towards this side. "Who is it?" Sensing this aura, Fong Wanli's face changed violently as his gaze looked towards the figure. It wasn't, was it? There were still experts? Feeling the suddenly approaching powerful aura, Fong Ningji's heart also tightened, the body that had just relaxed instantly tensed up again, and then without hesitation, he hurriedly protected Fong Wanli in front of him. "Ha ha 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 ha. Older brother Fong, how have you been? How have you been recently?" A pale old laughter transmitted over, resounding endlessly in the ears of the two. Immediately afterward, an old man with a shocking aura appeared in front of the two, his hands behind his back and a faint smile on his face. Chapter 52, I'm so happy. This person was no other than Lin Chuxiu. Crap! Another martial arts master? Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from this person, Fong Ningji's eyes went black and he almost fell over. It couldn't be. Who was he here to take revenge on this time? Elder Lin, long time no see. It looks as if your scenery has not diminished. Fong Wanli arched his hand and smiled. He was quite familiar with Lin Chuxiu. In fact, speaking of which, he had the honor of helping Lin Chuxiu back then, but that was a long story. Fong Ningji looked at Fong Wanli in surprise. Hall Master, you know him? More than knowing him, elder brother Fong even helped me in the past. I count myself as owing him a favor. This is not it. Today I have something good to bring over, something absolutely great. Lin Chuxiu gave a light laugh and said mysteriously. His purpose of coming here today to find Fong Wanli was to let Fong Wanli govern the Martial Arts Association. After all, Fong Wanli's management ability was enough to rank in the top 3 amongst the people he had seen in his life. To be able to make him think so highly of him, it could be seen how outstanding Fong Wanli's management ability was. In addition to letting Fong Wanli manage the Martial Arts Association, he also had to go around the various dignified forces in Jianghai City and convince them to join the Martial Arts Association. Yi Feng is a terrifying Heaven Realm powerhouse. Strong people. What he cares most is face. His idea was to gather as many people as possible from all the big clans to join the Wudao Association so that he could make it big and well known, and make it a big deal, and give Yi Feng a long face. In this way, he might be able to get compliments from a Heaven Realm powerhouse. Thinking about it made people excited. To know. Even as strong as their Magic City Lin family, they did not have a Heaven Realm powerhouse. Not only their Lin family, but even the several other major families in the Magic City did not have one. If they could gather a Heaven Realm powerhouse, what kind of scenery would it be? Taking it 10,000 steps back, even if it was just to make a good relationship, it would be beneficial without any harm. On top of that, he also had another idea that was surging in his heart. That was to take the opportunity to set up Miss and the young Heaven Realm powerhouse together. Miss is so powerful and beautiful, she is more than capable of matching up with a Heaven Realm powerhouse. It's a perfect match. That Heaven Realm powerhouse should also not be able to reject such extreme beauty as Miss. Moreover, the two looked to be about the same age. That young Heaven Realm powerhouse is also quite handsome, tall and handsome, strong and young. I think the young lady will also like it. Lin Chuxiu's heart secretly rejoiced and was a little excited. If they really set up the young lady in that Heaven Realm powerhouse, then who else could their Lin family be afraid of? Even if it was the 4 super families of the capital, they could still touch them. Elder Lin, what is this good thing you speak of? Fong Wanli asked curiously. Lin Chuxiu glanced at Fong Ningji next to him and made a wink. Fong Ningji understood in a second, and immediately took 2 steps back with a sense of humor, squeezing out a smile and saying, "You guys chat, I'll leave first." After saying that, he slipped away. He couldn't wait to leave in a hurry. The pressure he felt in front of the martial arts master was just too great.
so big that it was a little difficult for him to even breathe. "Let's go, Elder Lin, let's go inside and chat." Fong wanly smiled and made a gesture of invitation. "Aha!" Lin Chuxiu nodded slightly and took a step inside. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had already rushed back to Villa number 2. When he entered the lobby of the villa, Lin Wan'er had already changed into a white dress and was waiting for him. Just as he stepped into the hall, Lin Wan'er quickly shed her previous indifference and ran up with a coquettish smile, wrapped her arms around his neck and complained in a small voice. "I said I'd be back at 12. Now it's 5 minutes overtime, you know how bitter I've waited." Yi Feng laughed, and smoothly wrapped his arms around her waist, making it close to his body, kissed her on the ear, and gently asked, "Angry? I'm not, why get angry with you? It's not like you did anything wrong." Lin Wan'er's cheeks flushed crimson, shyly glanced at him, then she hummed softly and turned her head to the side, pretending to be unhappy and said, "It's just that you made me all wait for a full 5 minutes, do you not miss me at all?" "Miss you, my little baby, of course I miss you. If you don't believe me, I can swear to heaven." Yi Feng rubbed her hair and raised his right hand. Just before he was about to swear, he was hastily stopped by Lin Wan'er. For Yi Feng's words, although she was delighted in her heart, she still raised her right hand in a panic to cover Yi Feng's mouth, with a few points of anger in her eyes. "You're so silly, who asked you to swear? I won't allow you to swear in the future. Got it? Okay, I promise I will never swear again." Yi Feng nodded his head with a smile and tenderly touched her head. "I know Wan'er's heart aches for me, swearing an oath is as if you are afraid that I won't have it anymore, as for it." Hearing these words, Lin Wan'er was slightly stunned. She seemed to have thought of something. A flash of pain suddenly crossed her eyes, making Yi Feng not even notice. However, a moment later, she still forced up a smile, buried her head into Yi Feng's warm embrace, and after a long period of silence, she bit her red lips and asked with some uncertainty in her heart, "Ah Feng, can you accompany me to finish college?" Yi Feng froze at his words. If he had been placed in the past, and he had not obtained the Immortal Emperor's inheritance, and had not set foot on the path of immortal cultivation, he would definitely have immediately agreed. But now he hesitated and instinctively wanted to refuse. Because going to university would increase a lot of energy to focus on studying. Of course, as an Immortal Emperor's heir having the ability to forget everything, studying became easy, but it would also slow down his cultivation, so for him, going to university would not only have no benefits, but instead it would still be a burden. Yi Feng wanted to open his mouth to politely refuse, but looking down at Wan'er's pitiful and supplicating eyes, he still softened his heart. "Alright, Wan'er, I promise you." He knew that the reason why Wan'er would pray for herself to accompany her to finish college was so that she could have the opportunity to have time to spend more time with herself. Inside the university, the management was lax, and apart from classes the rest of the time they were basically able to be together. But it was different when they were out in society. There were a lot of things to do, and he also needed to cultivate elsewhere. Wan'er might have realized that the time he spent with her might be getting less and less now, and that was why he was eager to let himself accompany her through college. This way, the two of them would have more time and opportunities to be together. And this was also conducive to the relationship. "That's great, Fong. I thought you would reject me, but I didn't expect you to really agree. I'm so happy." Hearing that Yi Feng actually agreed, Lin Wan'er was overjoyed, excitedly wrapping her arms around Yi Feng's neck. Standing on her tiptoes, she fiercely kissed him on the face, and her stunningly beautiful cheeks instantly flushed red. Looking at Wan'er's happy appearance, Yi Feng also couldn't help but smile. He tenderly stroked Wan'er's head. After a few moments he remembered something and asked, "Wan'er, did you receive the notice? It seems to say that the school will start early, and it will start the day after tomorrow." Chapter 53, Unparalleled Despair. Lin Wan'er was in a pleasant mood, listening to Yi Feng's words. She playfully cocked her head and nodded her head with a smiling face. "I know, good news. Aren't you happy?" Yi Feng was slightly stunned, and nodded his head in response with a forced smile. "Oh, happy. He was certainly happy to be with Wan'er, but the matter of cultivating immortality could not be left behind. He had a vague feeling that he would be able to know the method of bringing Wan'er along to cultivate immortality if he reached the Yingying stage. With the method of taking Wan'er to cultivate, he would be able to take Wan'er in pursuit of immortality and go to that eternal immortal world. Yi Feng's gong method was different from ordinary immortal cultivators. The gong method he cultivated was the #1 gong method in the immortal realm, a terrifyingly powerful and unparalleled existence. Because of the strength of this gong method, which in turn made his physique and spiritual energy fullness to be far beyond that of cultivators of the same level. In other words, if he reached the Yingying stage, his strength would be comparable to the early stage of God transformation. Battling across the ranks was as simple as drinking water. Any cultivator who reached the God transformation stage would be able to initially communicate with heaven and earth's aura, and as long as the heaven and earth's aura was not exhausted, his spiritual energy would never run out. Yi Feng had a feeling that this Immortal Emperor's inheritance, as if it was natural for more immortal cultivation knowledge to pour into his mind as he rose in rank, and all of this knowledge originated from his master, the first person in the immortal realm throughout the ages, and the ruler of all the immortals. Blazing Extreme Immortal Emperor.
And a small white round stone that he had inadvertently picked up in the field was actually the stone of inheritance left behind by Immortal Emperor Blazing Extreme's Huan universe, with a strand of the Immortal Emperor's intention still lingering inside, alive and well.
What are you thinking about?
Lin Wan'er looked at Yi Feng's dazed appearance and reached out to shake her hand in front of him.
Nothing, Wan'er, let's go. I'll accompany you wherever you want to play.
Yi Feng came back to his senses, shook his head and asked with a smile.
I'll think about it.
Lin Wan'er still couldn't decide where to go first after thinking about it left and right, so she just didn't want to think about it and directly pulled Yi Feng's hand and walked outside.
Anywhere.
Anyway, as long as I'm with you, I can go anywhere. Me too, as long as I'm with Wan'er, I'm incomparably happy, as if all my worries have dissipated.
Yi Feng smiled and said. Just you're poor.
Lin Wan'er raised her jade hand and gently whacked his shoulder, shyly lowering her head as the smile at the corner of her mouth gradually deepened. The two of them flirted while walking out of the villa, but when the two of them walked out of the entrance of the villa, there were 10 people lined up in a row, aggressively stopping in front of them. Seeing these people, Lin Wan'er's eyes instantly turned cold.
What are you guys doing here?
Miss, we're not here to find you, but to find him. Lin Meng stepped out and saluted Lin Wan'er before following up by looking at Yi Feng and said with a leathery smile.
What? What are you looking for him for?
Lin Wan'er frowned, anger already in her heart.
Wan'er, you know them?
Yi Feng looked at Wan'er.
Aha!
Lin Wan'er nodded with an ugly face, tightened her arms around him and said in a deep voice. They are people from my family, most likely they are here to find trouble with you. But don't worry, there's me. If they dare to be unfavorable to you, I will never spare them. Yi Feng nodded his head slightly without saying anything, only looking at Wan'er's dantian and frowning in thought. The energy in Wan'er's body was a bit odd. Normally it was as quiet as a pool of water. Even if it was him, he couldn't detect it without using his divine sense. But why did that energy suddenly become manic when Wan'er became angry, and it could be easily felt without divine sense? This energy seemed to be different from a martial artist's internal force, more like some kind of sealed energy, and it took a specific opportunity to trigger this mysterious energy. For example, when angry, it will produce a violent riot, with a very unstable.
Could it be that this energy did not belong to Wan'er?
Yi Feng frowned deeply. The unknown made him a little uneasy. He had to find an opportunity to study it. If this mysterious energy had the potential to threaten Wan'er, then he had to remove it. Wan'er was the only one for him. He had to be cautious and cautious again. Not a bit of sloppiness was allowed, otherwise he would regret it for the rest of his life if something went wrong.
You are Yi Feng, right?
At this moment, Lin Meng looked at Yi Feng with a gloomy gaze and asked. At the sound of his voice, Yi Feng came back to his senses and looked at him with a calm gaze.
So what if I am? So what if it is? We are here to find you today.
Lin Meng smiled coldly, a trace of contempt crossing his eyes. Sure enough, he was a brat, so what even if he was spotted by a young lady? A brat is a brat, but he was still bluffed by his own might to the point that he didn't even dare to say more than a single word.
Looking for me?
Yi Feng frowned, just about to say something, but Lin Wan'er took a step forward, suppressed her anger and said in a cold voice. I'll give you 10 seconds, hurry up and get out of my way. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite.
I'm very sorry, miss. This matter was ordered by the family head himself, and we don't dare to disobey.
Lin Meng spread his hands and said in a difficult manner. I don't care who it is. Even if it's an order from father, you all get the hell out of here immediately, right now. Lin Wan'er was completely enraged, clenching her fingers, her cheeks slightly red with anger. Seeing that her young lady was truly furious, although Lin Meng was a little panicked in her heart, in order to be able to successfully drive away Yi Feng, she still said stiffly. Miss, do you have to take sides with this little white boy? The marriage contract set by the family, don't forget, if you really want to do it for his own good, you might as well hurry up and stay away from him, otherwise, you're just harming him.
Shut up.
Lin Wan'er's face changed slightly when she heard this, and she hurriedly turned her head to look at Yi Feng, holding his hand and explaining.
Fong, don't listen to his nonsense.
I don't have any marriage contract at all, and I don't have any intention of getting married to anyone other than you. He deliberately lied to you in order to get you to leave me. Yi Feng let out a light laugh and wrapped his arms around her willow waist, smiling with a calm face. So what if it's true? Don't forget that your man I'm a cultivator, as long as I don't let go, who dares to snatch you away?
Ah, Fong.
Lin Wan'er's face was stunned, her beautiful eyes gazing at him closely, her heart already moved by these words.
Ha ha ha. Laughing me to death. Still you don't let go who can snatch, miss? Do you have that qualification?
Lin Meng laughed coldly and skimmed his mouth again in disdain. A little kid whose hair hasn't even grown. He's not capable of anything, so he just talks big without any proof. If you have the ability, then become strong. Otherwise, how can you protect my lady?
With your life? You. Pa. In the next second.
Yi Feng slapped him hard in the air and sent him flying out. The smile on Lin Meng's face instantly froze, and his body had flown 100 meters into the air in the blink of an eye. When he was about to land, Yi Feng let go of Wan'er's hand, instantly moved up and threw out a slap. Slap. Lin Meng was horrified, and before he could land and let out a miserable scream, he flew out again. Both of his cheeks were smashed to pieces, and as he flew out, a large mouthful of crimson blood shot out wildly. When Lin Meng landed on the concrete floor like a dead dog, the remaining 9 internal strength martial artists were all dumbfounded in frozen place, instantly sucking in a mouthful of cool air. Looking at Yifeng's long and slender figure that looked like a god of war, he slowly walked over. A huge sense of fear instantly surged to their hearts, their faces became as white as paper, their legs trembled, they wanted to run but it was as if they were immobilized, dense cold sweat like rain seeped out from their foreheads, their hearts were incomparably desperate. Chapter 54, The next family goes to the Yi family. Seeing as none of you have made a sound, break your own legs and leave. Otherwise, die. As soon as Yifeng's words fell, the 9 inner strength martial artists were horrified to see a huge crack about 10 meters long and 1 meter deep directly chopped out by him on the concrete floor in front of them. This. What kind of power is this? The 9 people immediately sucked in a large mouthful of cool air, their bodies trembling, their gazes terrified as they looked ahead at this teenager whose face was always calm as one. This son was as terrifying as this. Right now, they had no hatred for Yifeng, only fear. Puff. Punt. A sound of falling to the ground rang out, all 9 of them gritted their teeth and broke their legs. Then crawled away from here in a sorry state. Yifeng only had indifference to this. If it wasn't for the fact that these people were from Wan'er's family, he wouldn't even bother to talk nonsense, he would directly just kill them and burn them to ashes. Yifeng came in front of Lin Meng who was already too dead to die, looked at his cheeks that had become rotten, sneered coldly, then raised his hand and released a wisp of spirit fire to burn it into ashes, perfectly demonstrating what was called one-stop service. Immortal Emperor's famous words, regardless of anyone disrespecting themselves, there is no need to say anything, just chop. Wan'er, will you blame me if I kill him? Yifeng turned towards Lin Wan'er and asked with a smile. Why would I blame you? It was he who was less skillful than others who saw death himself, no one else to blame. Lin Wan'er shook her head and went forward to take his hand, her eyes were all informed and full of tenderness. Very good, Wan'er, you have understood what it means to be merciful to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Yifeng tenderly touched her head and laughed. Lin Wan'er responded with a calm smile on the surface, but her heart had already turned upside down. The first time she saw Yifeng make a move, it was so strong, her eyes were colorful. If Yifeng reached that realm, maybe. As soon as she thought of this, she secretly shook her head in her heart. It won't be, although Yifeng is powerful, but in terms of the strength shown just now, at most it could only be the heaven realm. It's unlikely that he would reach that realm. If you want to reach that realm, I'm afraid it's harder than climbing up to the sky. If I really reach that realm, I won't be afraid. Thinking of this, she glanced at the side of Yifeng's face and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh with a forlorn face. Immediately, she quickly recovered her smile again and took Yifeng's hand, softly saying, "Let's go. Lunch hasn't been eaten yet, let's go eat first." Woo! At this time, the housekeeper Wang Li drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom to the front of the duo, then stepped out of the car, opened the rear door, bent down and made a gesture of invitation and smiled. "Young Yi, Mrs. Yi, please get on the car." Yifeng and Lin Wan'er nodded slightly and got into the car together. At the same time, in a VIP reception room of the Wind and Cloud Hall, Lin Chuxiu and Fong Wanli were seated across the table. After a Wind Cloud Hall subordinate made tea, he respectfully poured it 7 full for the 2 of them. "Are you saying that you want me to go to the Martial Arts Association as a jurisdiction?" Hearing Lin Chuxiu's words, Fong Wanli frowned, his face uncertain. "What? Isn't this a very good thing? Could it be that you're not willing?" Lin Chuxiu looked at his not-so-good face and asked. "It's not that I'm not willing, but I can't." Fong Wanli pondered for a moment and said. "Why?" Lin Chuxiu was curious instead. "I have some grudges with Chao Qianzhou, the president of the Martial Arts Association. If I went to his place, he wouldn't flay me alive?" Fong Wanli sighed and smiled bitterly. Once Lin Chuxiu heard that it was just this reason, he instantly cracked a smile. "Ha ha ha. Elder brother Fong, if that's all you're doing it for, then you can completely rest assured." "What do you mean?" Fong Wanli was puzzled. Lin Chuxiu explained, because Chao Qianzhou is no longer in the Martial Arts Association, and now the Martial Arts Association is run by another person. Really? If that's really the case. Fong Wanli first froze, then fell silent, wanting to speak again. Lin Chuxiu hated his abrasive appearance and stood up, tapping him on the shoulder and said, "Why are you still silent? Since Chao Qianzhou isn't even in the Martial Arts Association anymore, why don't you just say you're joining?" "I still can't join." Fong Wanli shook his head. "And why is that?" Lin Chuxiu slightly froze, very puzzled. "You said that Chao Qianzhou has a grudge against you. I can understand that you don't want to go, but Chao Qianzhou isn't even there anymore. Why do you still refuse?" "Could it be that you have some bitter feelings?" Fong Wanli nodded and sighed. "Not bad, I do have bitter feelings. I won't hide it from you. I've already submitted myself to the name of a martial arts master. If I were to join the Martial Arts Association again, it would be equivalent to betraying her. That would undoubtedly be asking for death. That's why I can't join." "What's wrong with that? It's just a martial Dao sovereign, I'm not afraid." Lin Chuxiu said with great confidence. If he was the only one, he definitely wouldn't dare to pack his bags like this, but he had a Heaven Realm powerhouse behind him.
Who else is below the Heaven Realm?
If they didn't obey, a peak zone sure powerhouse would have to die if they came.
Fong Wanli was just about to say something when Lin Chuxiu directly interrupted him. Let's just tell you directly.
The new owner of the Martial Arts Association is a Heaven Realm powerhouse. You should be clear about what kind of existence a Heaven Realm powerhouse is. I don't need to say more, right?
What? A Heaven Realm powerhouse?
At those words, Fong Wanli scurried up with wide eyes, his face full of astonishment. Right now that Heaven Realm powerhouse is exactly the time to use people. If you and I were to be first in line to be reused by him, how would our future be in the future? TSK.
I don't need to say more, do I?
Lin Chuxiu said with a smirk. The words had been said to this point. If Fong Wanli still disagreed, he had no other way. He wanted to help Fong Wanli and had already done enough to be benevolent. After all, this kind of good opportunity didn't come along every day, and to miss it would be to really miss it.
I agree to join. Fong Wanli's face was filled with excitement, and he nodded his head almost without hesitation. Heaven Realm powerhouse, that's a Heaven Realm,
What an honor it was to work for a Heaven Realm powerhouse. Moreover, he had long heard that there were even more awesome existences above the martial Dao patriarchs, and as a martial artist, he certainly enjoyed dealing with the strong, not to mention doing things for a Heaven Realm powerhouse. Even if it was to be a dog, he would be willing to do it. Moreover, after joining a force founded by a Heaven Realm powerhouse, it would be the equivalent of having a super powerful backstage, and with this layer of backstage, even that mysterious female sect master just now could be fearless. Of course. That was also limited to being fearless within the Martial Arts Association. After leaving the Martial Arts Association, one should still be afraid. Alright, since there's such a bullish administrator like you who agreed to join the Martial Arts Association, I'm completely relieved. Lin Chuxiu patted his shoulder, frowned thoughtfully, and sighed. I'll leave first, and go to the Yi family next.
Alas, that old bone, I'm afraid it's not that convincing. Wait for Elder Lin.
Fong Wanli thought for a moment and said, I have some friendship with Elder Yi, maybe I can convince him. I'll go with you.
Alright, then go together.
Lin Chuxiu nodded. The two of them drank their tea and left the Fong Yun Hall together.
Chapter 55 Lin Chuxiu who seeks his own death. 10 minutes later.
Lin Chuxiu and Fong Wanli arrived outside the Yi family's door. When Yi Wenwan was informed, he personally came out to greet them and brought the two to the parlor to sit down. Dressed in a long, elegant purple dress, Yi Risheng elegantly walked in and bent down to pour a cup of steaming dragon well tea for each of the three. Looking at this woman's beautiful face, Lin Chuxiu's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. It wasn't that he had fallen in love with Yi Risheng, but he felt that this face had a familiar feeling, but he couldn't think of it for a moment. Next to him, Fong Wanli also had this feeling, as if he felt like he had seen similar cheeks somewhere. There was a sudden movement in his heart that, seemingly thinking of something, he quickly pulled out a photo from his pocket. His eyes carefully looked at the handsome teenager on it, and then glanced at Yi Risheng. His face changed violently, and his heart turned over.
How does this feel that even the eyebrows and eyes look so much like each other? Could it be that?
Thinking of some kind of possibility, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart.
Elder Yi, is this your granddaughter?
After not seeing her for so long, she's actually become so beautiful. Lin Chuxiu withdrew his gaze and smiled faintly. Yi Risheng smiled politely. Elder Lin is too kind.
After saying that, she retreated to the side. Yi Wenwan nodded slightly in response as he looked at Lin Chuxiu and Fong Wanli, both suspicious and wary within.
The Yi family and the Magic City Lin family hardly had any interactions.
What were these two doing here all of a sudden? I'm afraid they didn't have any good intentions.
Although he was wary in his heart, he smiled on the surface as if he had met an old friend and inquired.
I don't know what Elder Lin came to my Yi family for.
Elder Yi, I'm a rather direct person. I won't say much about nonsense and whatnot. Our main purpose of coming to the Yi family this time is to invite you to join the Martial Arts Association. Lin Chuxiu finished indifferently, ignoring Yi Wenwan's gradually gloomy face, and inclined his head to look at Fong Wanli.
Fong Wanli understood and hurriedly got up and patted Yi Wenshin's shoulder in an attempt to ease his mood, smiling.
Elder Yi, don't worry, I know what you're worried about. Chao Qianzhou has a grudge against your Yi family, but what I'm about to say is that Chao Qianzhou is no longer in the Martial Arts Association. You don't need to panic.
What did you say? He's gone?
Hearing these words, Yi Wenwan froze slightly, his face slightly easing compared to a moment ago.
He frowned and once again asked with a face full of suspicion. Chao Qianzhou, he just came to Zhenhai City for less than a day and he left?
Right.
To be precise, he was beaten away. Fong Wanli nodded.
Yi Wenwan heard this but suddenly his face darkened and said grimly, how much money did you guys receive from Chao Qianzhou, and you even joined forces to scheme against me?
Fong Wanli's face was stunned as he said with an ugly expression, Elder Yi, what do you mean by this? Are you suspecting me? With our relationship, would I harm you? That may not be possible. Yi Wenwan snorted coldly and said. Chao Qianzhou came to the Martial Arts Association for less than a day and left. Do you think I would believe that? What's even more ridiculous is that you said he was beaten away. Oh, find a reason and not find a better one, but find such a ridiculous and outrageous reason. He's a martial arts grandmaster, and there are numerous martial artists within the Martial Arts Association, with this kind of strength, who can beat him away in Jianghai City. No, Elder Yi, you've misunderstood. Fong Wanli hurriedly shook his head and explained. I didn't lie to you, you have to believe me. It really was someone who knocked him away. And the one who knocked him away was also a Heaven Realm powerhouse. What? A Heaven Realm powerhouse? Yi Wenwen was stunned at his words, and then he continued to sneer. What you're saying is really getting more and more outrageous. Where in Jianghai City do we have a Heaven Realm powerhouse? Even if there really is a Heaven Realm powerhouse, how would he hit the Martial Arts Association for no reason? Tell me yourself, do you think this is reasonable? Fong Wanli instantly choked on his words and was stunned. The main reason was that what Yi Wenwen said was too reasonable. He had an empty mouth again and he didn't even know how to refute it. Humph. Seeing that Yi Wenchen was not giving the slightest bit of face, Lin Chuxio's face quickly sank, crushing the teacup in his hand into powder with a click sound, and then stood up, coldly looking at Yi Wenchen. Calling you Elder Yi is to give you face. Don't think that we wouldn't dare to do anything to your Yi family because of this. I'm putting my words down here today. Your Yi family, you have to go, and you have to go even if you don't. After saying that, a sect master's pressure was violently released. Poof. Yuan was directly pressed back 7 or 8 steps and hit the wall, his body's hot blood surged, and then he sprayed out a mouthful of blood, covered his chest, and his face turned pale. Lin Chuxio only laughed coldly at this. Toast to coaxing, then to punishing. Since talking nicely didn't work, then he would directly threaten to oppress. With his arrogance, he was even repeatedly rejected by a family that didn't even have a martial arts patriarch, although the Yi family was once glorious, but that was only in the past. Now after all, it was in decline, no more than before. He really didn't know what gave Yi Wenchen such stubborn arrogance, that he even dared to dismiss the request of the martial arts patriarch as if it was nothing. This kind of arrogant and stupid person, he really couldn't bear it any longer. Grandfather! Yi Risheng exclaimed out in shock at the sight, rushing forward to support Yi Wenchen, worry showing on his face. There's no harm, I'm not that fragile. Yi Wenchen coughed and pushed her behind him, then he looked up at Lin Chuxio with a cold smile, straightened his chest with a face full of determination and said, Finally you can't help but break the pot? Fine. Anyway, my son and grandson are all gone, the Yi family has no direct bloodline except for my granddaughter, so if you want to kill me, just kill me. I've already lived long enough with these old bones. Grandpa. Looking at her grandfather's back that was both despondent and resolute, Yi Risheng's eyes instantly moistened. It was unbearable in her heart as she gritted her teeth and stood beside her grandfather, looking up at the two Lin Chuxio. Thinking about the despondency and helplessness of the Yi family over the years, thinking about those sad past events, her petite body trembled unceasingly, and then she clenched her fists tightly, her pair of beautiful eyes having turned blood red. I'm telling you guys don't want us to join the Martial Arts Association. If it wasn't for them, my brother wouldn't have gotten into trouble. The matter has come to a head, kill or die as you wish. There is not a single person in our Yi family who is greedy and afraid of death. That's right. There is no one in the Yi family who is greedy and afraid of death. Yi Wenwen was slightly stunned and gave a gratifying glance at his granddaughter, then with a firm gaze he looked towards Lin Chuxio and the two of them and hissed loudly. Even if we die, don't even think of making us join our enemies. You guys just die. Yi Wenwen's voice resounded throughout the entire parlor, deafening. The life and death determination that came out from his tone of voice caused both Lin Chuxio and Fong Wanli to be shaken. Rumble. At this exact moment, the sky suddenly resounded with loud thunder, and a large area of dark clouds densely covered above the Yi clan in an instant. Rumble. A few more thunderbolts rang out, and the Yi family's main electric gate was directly destroyed, the lights were all extinguished, and gloom enveloped every corner of the Yi family. Not long after, the gray sky then rained in torrents, getting heavier and heavier. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Countless raindrops smashed heavily on the eaves of the house. Each drop of rain not only washed away the stains on the ground, but also seemed to be like a heavy hammer hitting one's heart, bringing about a heavy and depressing feeling. Good. This is what you guys said. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Having been provoked of His Majesty multiple times, Lin Chuxio was finally enraged and instantly revolved his internal energy, erupting a powerful aura belonging to a Grandmaster. He was just about to make a move when Fong Wanli's face suddenly changed and hurriedly stopped him. Elder Lin, please be merciful. For the sake of my face, just spare them this time. I don't think they meant to offend you. Humph. Lin Chuxio let out a cold snort, swept a gloomy glance at the two of them, Yi Wenchen and Yi Risheng, and said in a deep voice, You really want to plead for them? Do you know that by doing so, that favor I owe you will be completely erased? Is it worth it to do it for someone as stupid as this? Chapter 56, The Godly Magnificent descends. It's worth it. It's worth it even if I die.
Elder Lin, Elder you once saved my life, he's my savior, there's no way I can watch you kill him with my own eyes.
Fong Wanli clenched his fists and said with a face full of gravity. Alright.
Lin Chuxiu sighed and looked at Yi Wenwan again, snorting coldly.
Since this is the case, I will let your Yi family off the hook.
But remember, when all the other families join the Martial Arts Association, it will be too late for you to regret. Yi Wenwan was slightly stunned at his words, and then he let out a heavy sigh, a miserable and bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
So what if I regret?
Our Yi family regrets a lot of things. Thinking back then, our Yi family was full of loyalty, bent on serving the country, with countless meritorious deeds. In the end, we were still reduced to this situation of languishing and being bullied.
So what if we protect the country and the people? Countless achievements and so what?
In the end, it is still a small pawn used by the country. This kind of heartless country, after the war is over, the first thing it wants to do is not to sympathize with the people, but to make an example of them, and to make the most meritorious, the ones who shed the most blood on the battlefield, miserable, the most heartless emperor's family. The country won't put a loyal minister in its eyes at all, and will only exploit and plunder to its heart's content in order to consolidate its own strength. I have already been completely disappointed with this country. From the time my Yi family lost its only seedling more than 10 years ago, I have already lost any attachment to this world. If it wasn't for the sake of Rufrost to be able to live peacefully in this world and not be bullied, I would have long ago chosen to commit suicide, and how would I be able to linger on in the world?
Hearing these words,
Lin Chuxiu, but his face was full of contempt, disdainful cold snort.
Humph. What's the use of saying so much?
If you want to blame it on your own incompetence. Obviously, a few decades ago, your Yi family still had many talented juniors, and you were still considered to be relatively awesome.
But nowadays, there isn't even a single one who can fight. In the end, it's still you guys who are useless. Waste, waste, waste. Say the important things 3 times.
You guys don't deserve to rise today, and even less in the future.
Elder brother Fong, let's go.
Fong Wanli handed Yi Wenwan an apologetic look and let out a helpless sigh as he followed Lin Chuxiu away.
Grandpa, is our Yi family really going to be finished?
Yi Rusheng looked at her grandfather and asked after watching them leave with a sigh of relief. She was jittery in her heart and felt very insecure. Yi Wenqin couldn't stretch his brows for a long time and sighed after a moment.
Our Yi family is weak, we can't compare to other families,
and that Chao Qianzhou may come to the Yi family at any time to look for trouble. I'm nothing. The Yi family has only one direct lineage left. You can't have an accident. I will arrange for a good person tonight, and you will follow them to leave Jianghai City.
But Grandpa, what about you? What about you?
Yi Rusheng stared closely at her grandfather, worrying in her heart.
You don't care about me. Chao Qianzhou will surely send people to keep an eye on my every move. He won't let me leave Jianghai peacefully. Only you and other Yi family children can have a chance to leave. Besides, I don't want to go.
Have been here for more than 10 years. The big deal is that I'll just ossify myself with this Jianghai bar.
Yi Wenqin was gloomy and sad. The whole person seemed to have aged another dozen years.
After saying this, he left the parlor.
Grandpa, I will definitely not let anything happen to you. No matter what the cost. Looking at Grandpa's desolate back,
Yi Rusheng fiercely clenched her fingers, and even though the sharp nails were embedded in her palm and oozed out a strand of blood, she did not notice the pain at all.
This Wee Square,
a giant commercial plaza, which was almost the largest in the northern district and also one of the plazas with the largest flow of people. After Yi Fong and Lin Wan'er finished their meal, Yi Fong held Wan'er's hand and came inside a luxury LV store with a luxurious decoration. Wan'er first came to Jianghai City, certainly less some shoes, clothes, bags and so on, and the villa within the closet and big amazing, so he not only want to give Wan'er to buy clothes, but also to the closet, shoes cabinet, bags cabinet, some things all through all filled. In addition to these, he also wants to change all his clothes into brand name ones. He would like to try, in the past these in their eyes expensive amazing clothes, pants, shoes, or up in the end what is the feeling? Moreover, he has so much money, put aside not to use is not a fool behavior is what? He could earn money again if it was gone, but there weren't many opportunities to enjoy it. Of course, in his immortal cultivator long years to say, enjoy the day but more to dare not imagine. After Yi Fong entered the store with Wan'er, he directly said to the saleswoman in a faintly ho-hum manner,
"Wrap up everything that is being sold in your store and send it back to my villa."
After saying that, he directly pulled out a black gold card and threw it on the counter.
"First, sir, did I hear you right? Are you serious?"
The saleswoman, who was originally worried about the dismal performance, thinking that she might be fired next month, was instantly surprised when she heard Yi Feng's words. It wasn't that she didn't believe Yi Feng, but to wrap up the whole store, how much would that cost? Even she herself didn't dare to imagine. Under Yi Feng's nod of confirmation, she tremblingly picked up the black gold card on the counter and then calculated the price of the bag on the first showcase. The store is very wide, the light bag showcase there are as many as 10, not to mention the other shoes, clothes, and pants that showcase. The first showcase of the bag almost 80, the cheapest also went to 18,000, expensive more than 40,000. The saleswoman calculated, the price is a total of
3,200,000.
The female saleswoman's entire body was a little trembling, picking up the black and gold card and carefully swiping it on the POS machine. When the sound of successful payment rang out, her entire body was dumbfounded. Her eyes were as wide as copper bells. After a few moments of spinning, she took a deep breath, stabilized her excitement, and began to continue counting the prices of the goods in the other display cabinets. When the electronic sound of successful payments sounded over and over again, an uncontrollable smile appeared on her face. She felt great, fascinated by this feeling, very addictive, and the speed of her hands became faster and faster. She felt like she was going crazy. She was obsessed with calculating the price and then swiping the card to pay. She felt like there was an endless amount of money inside the card, because every time, no matter how much money, she was able to pay successfully, like a bottomless pit that knew no depth. It was too damn cool. When the other shopkeepers saw the scene, all of them were dumbstruck with surprise, just like being petrified. Crap! There is a godly man coming down. They looked at the saleswoman with envy and jealousy in their eyes, and then they looked at Fong with little stars twinkling in their eyes. Lin Wan'er frowned and wrapped her arms around Fong a little tighter. Right at this moment, Feng's heart stirred as if he sensed something and his face shook violently. His gaze hurriedly looked towards a certain direction, then his divine sense opened up, and his perception instantly spread to 1,000 meters away. Only to see that there was a young woman in a purple dress there walking by the bridge with a complicated face, her eyes looking at the river from time to time, her fingers clasped tightly together, biting her whitened lips as if she was hesitating about something. Sister? That is my own sister. Feng's body shook tremendously. There was surprise, and disbelief in his eyes. He profoundly perceived that it was the closest person with the same bloodline as him. It was his own bloodline guide, which meant that the beautiful woman who looked a few years older than him was his sister. Chapter 57. Follow me to pay respects to Lord Heavenly Realm. Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to suppress his inner excitement. Then he opened his eyes and blossomed into a fine light, holding Wan'er's hand with a smile on his face and softly said, "Wan'er, you wait here for a while. Later on, I will tell them the address of the villa to pack those things and send them over. Then, you take my card and pay for the wall." Boom! After saying that, he turned into a beam of white light and rushed out from the wall 20 meters away. Lin Wan'er nodded her head in bewilderment at the words, originally wondering why she had to pay for the wall. Now she finally saw the point. Other than her, the 5 or 6 female sales clerks who were busy packing things away suddenly heard a loud bang and quickly sniffed and looked, and when they saw the large human-shaped hole that had appeared in the wall, they were dumbfounded, revealing a face full of question marks. What's going on? What happened? However, although they were puzzled, they still hurriedly buried their heads and worked hard, usually lazy even if, in front of the super-large customers can behave well billion points. For this kind of god-ho, they are naturally like tight. If not for the fact that he has such a beautiful girlfriend, know that there is no hope, they would have ignored the face of the temptation to scramble. After all, can be in this kind of high-class luxury goods store as a clerk. The posture of nature will not be bad, the straight quite, the warped, but even in the ordinary people are considered a beauty level of them, in front of the fairy like Lin Wan'er, cannot help but be ashamed of themselves, feel like a clown in general, no place to hide. Because Lin Wan'er is too beautiful, the whole body without a flaw, beautiful, breathtaking, they are not limited by gender reasons. I'm afraid they will be unable to help themselves to fall in love with her. At this moment, the rain had long stopped, the sun surfaced in the sky, bringing light and warmth to the earth. But this kind of weather that seems to be so warm and cozy after the rain, but there is a person who is alone blowing the cold wind on the bridge, his hands holding his petite body trembling and marching. Yirisheng's hair was wet and draped in a messy manner on top of her shoulders. Her eyes had lost the color of the past and had become so dull that they were devoid of light, and her delicate face was also highlighted with haggardness, and the whole person was walking slowly on the 1,000-snow bridge like this, and the sunlight fell down, lengthening her lonely shadow. Oh! The sound of the traffic beside her lingered in her ears from time to time, but Yirisheng felt that her heart was incomparably calm, but gradually, her calm heart fluttered uncomfortably, and all of a sudden, it was racked with pain. Looking at the bridge, her mind suddenly surfaced all kinds of unforgettable memories, thinking of childhood, left hand holding mother, right hand holding only 2 years old cute brother's hand, a family of 3 happy walking in the capital of the bridge, that cute brother, while walking, but also while milky voice shouting his sister, every sister called her heart to melt. But all this beauty ended that day when a large group of men in black broke into the Yi family. Almost 90% of the Yi family members fell in a pool of blood. Her mother and younger brother were forcibly taken away, their lives and deaths were unknown, and if it wasn't for the powerful Uncle Li who rushed to save her and her grandfather, otherwise they would have also long since died in the middle of that massacre plan. Oh! Even the strongest woman will always have the time to collapse. Yirisheng finally could not help but fall helplessly to the ground, covering her mouth and sobbing. Her eyes were red from crying, and tears kept overflowing along the corners of her eyes. The world always says that men don't cry lightly, but isn't it the same for women? Women are also very strong, sad not to say, hidden in the bottom of the heart, do not want to bring bad emotions to relatives and friends, and then again bitter and difficult to grit their teeth and hold on. Do not think that every day looks like a smile on the proof of a very happy, but do not know that in the forced smile to cover up the sadness of the heart. Yi family. In addition to the age, the body is not as good as a day. In addition to the grandfather, on her a woman to manipulate the Yi family up and down. In addition to her, no one man can help her top Yi family day, even if the world to the ostracism and bullying. She a weak woman also grit their teeth to hold up the Yi family, thin shoulders, but bear the responsibility of the Yi family pillars. There are also several people passing by on the bridge, looking at the ground crying woman, but none of the care to come forward. There are only that faint glimpse of indifference. Who? The wind on the bridge was very strong, blowing non-stop, blowing Yi Risheng's face red. After she cried for a moment, she was just about to get up. Sister, sister, sister. Right at this moment, a voice with tenderness, with trembling suddenly rang out from behind her, and then a large, warm hand reached out in front of her like the dawn's light, and on the palm of her hand was a clean white tissue. Thank you. She was slightly stunned, and subconsciously thanked him, taking the tissue to wipe her tears and looking up, but she was violently stunned. It was him. Thank you for the tissue. Yi Risheng hurriedly climbed up, bowed her head to hide her embarrassment, and after politely nodding her head in response to him, she was about to turn around and leave. But at this time, Yi Fong pulled her hand tightly, and didn't let go no matter how much she struggled. Yi Fong looked at his sister's crying and swollen eyes with heartache. His heart was incomparably hard to bear. His sister must have encountered something difficult, otherwise it was impossible to cry so miserably. He blamed himself. After raising his strength, he should have hoofed it to find them. Even if he didn't know where they were, he should have kept opening his divine sense to frantically search for them. Even if he drained his spiritual energy, even if he was exhausted, he couldn't give up. He hated himself. Since he was a child, he had never had any relatives, never had any affection. This time, he could not let go of anything. He had to find all of the family, a family reunion. From today onwards, he is no longer an orphan without relatives. Today by chance he met his sister, so the time to meet his mom and dad will still be far away? The thought of being able to meet his mom and dad, who he could only meet countless times in his dreams, made him incomparably excited, and at this moment, even his heart, which was ancient and unperturbed because of his immortal cultivation, trembled along with him. At the same time, a Land Rover traveling on the bridge. Lin Chuxiu and Fong Wanli were sitting in the back row, their gazes boringly looking out the window. Lin Chuxiu crossed his legs and hummed a little song. The target he was going to right now was exactly the Wang family in the Western District. The Wang family should be quite nice to talk to there, unlike the Yi family, so damn uneducated. He secretly shook his head in his heart. When the Martial Arts Association grows into the #1 force in Zhanghai City in the future, he must sideline the Yi family, this kind of ungrateful family, this kind of stupid family. It's annoying to look at it. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a familiar white-clothed figure standing by the bridge in front of him, and his pupils shook. Who was that if not Yi Fong? He was excited in his heart and hurriedly drank. Stop the car, stop the car. The driver hurriedly stepped on the brakes, and Lin Chuxiu raised his hand and patted the drowsy Fong Wanli next to him. Get up in a hurry. Follow me to pay respects to the Heavenly Realm Lord. Chapter 58, Yi, Lord Yi spare your life. Sister don't go, take a good look at me, I'm your brother Yi Fong looked at Yi Risheng with gentle eyes and said with a serious face. Hearing Yi Fong call out for his sister, Yi Risheng was slightly stunned, and the softness in her heart was inexplicably touched. Although this teenager's breath gave her a kind feeling, but she would not believe it so easily. Her younger brother had disappeared for more than 10 years, and the Yi family had searched unwillingly for more than 10 years. How could he just appear in front of her like this? It would be too unrealistic. She was even a bit unable to react. Yi Risheng's hand was pinched a bit by Yi Fong, but she couldn't break free, so she frowned. Can you let go of me first? Fine, pinching hurts you, doesn't it? Sister, I know you might not believe my side of the story, but I will prove it to you. Yi Fong was not in a hurry. Anyway, he had already found his sister and was in a great mood. After letting go of his sister's hand, he seemed to sense something and his gaze looked over towards the left. He only saw Lin Chuxiu walking over quickly, followed by a middle-aged man. Lin Chuxiu's attention was only on Yi Feng's body just now, and now that he had gotten a little closer, he suddenly noticed Yi Risheng next to him, and his body froze for a moment. Looking at the slightly similar faces of the two, the brain began to run at a rapid pace. Both surnamed Yi, could it be? Suddenly, a bad premonition surged into his mind. The heart was completely cold. I told you that when I was in the Yi family, I saw which person Yi Risheng looked like. Dare I say that this person is actually that Heavenly Realm Lord? How can it be so coincidental? For a moment, Lin Chuxiu wanted to cry, and many horrible thoughts and complex emotions emerged in his heart. There was regret, fear, and surprise. But the most was still panic. You know, he had just injured Yi Wenchen in front of Yi Risheng. If Yi Fong and Yi Risheng really had any relationship with this lord's character, he would definitely die today. Puff! In the next second, he was terrified in his heart and directly knelt down on the damp ground, cold sweat seeping out of his forehead as his voice trembled. Yi! Lord Yi, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Fong Wanli in the back froze when he saw this. He was violently shocked in his heart. This teenager was indeed that Heaven Realm powerhouse, otherwise it was absolutely impossible to make even Lin Chuxiu scared like this.
Just that. This teenager actually reached the heaven realm at such a young age? How is that possible? It's actually even more terrifying than that terrifying woman? Good boy.
Worthy of being that woman's man, this kind of talent and strength was simply terrifying.
No one was able to defeat it.
Yi Risheng was confused, seeing Lin Shusho again. Instead of seeing him towering over her, she instead saw him kneeling humbly towards this teenager.
What was this situation?
Yi Risheng looked at Yi Fong in surprise. In her heart she thought to herself, what kind of character is this, actually able to scare a martial arts master into kneeling down and apologizing? Could it be someone from the capital? Looking at Lin Shusho kneeling down, Yi Fong was a little surprised. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Something must be wrong. He frowned and asked.
You are wrong? Where are you wrong? Could it be that I explained that you can't finish such a simple thing? No. No.
Lin Shusho shook his head and spiraled into silence, puzzled in his heart.
Could it be that he still didn't know what he had done? Yi Risheng didn't tell him?
After thinking about it in his heart, he still chose to ask before saying anything. Maybe Yi Risheng didn't know Yi Fong at all and was just passing by.
Right. That must be the case.
Lin Shusho comforted himself, holding on to his luck, pointing at Yi Risheng and asking.
Lord Yi, what is the relationship between this young lady and you? She is my sister. Yi Fong said indifferently.
Yi Risheng's face was a bit unnatural when she heard this, but she didn't retort, nor did she dare to do so. Even Lin Shusho had to be so afraid of Yi Fong. If she refuted Yi Fong, she was afraid that she would provoke a bad end, and in her heart, she could not help but start to get nervous, fearing that Yi Fong was here to arrest her.
I hope he is not coming at me.
She prayed silently in her heart. Unlike Yi Risheng, who was nervous, Lin Shusho's brain went blank after hearing the words.
Finished? This was really over. What exactly are you going to say? If you have nothing to say, hurry up and get out.
Yi Fong was a bit impatient. He still had to hurry to prove his relationship with his sister, who was still doubting him at this time.
Lord Yi, right, I'm sorry. I accidentally hurt your grandfather, please punish me.
Lin Shusho finally chose to confess. Sooner or later it was going to be known anyway. Saying it earlier might still have a chance of survival, albeit a slim one. He knelt on the ground, not daring to look directly into Yi Feng's eyes, like a child who had done something wrong, giving Yi Risheng a blank stare, feeling incredible.
Was this still that towering sect master powerhouse? Was this still the martial arts sect master who had previously pressured the Yi family? What did you say? You hurt my grandfather?
Hearing this, Yi Feng's face changed violently, his eyes instantly filled with killing intent, and he immediately slashed out a finger. Swish! Spiritual energy was like a sharp sword chopping off Lin Shusho's left hand instantly, blood spattering.
Ah!
Lin Shusho's face turned white with pain, his body staggered and almost fainted, his spirit shook and his right hand hurriedly pointed to stop the blood from continuing to spurt out.
Seeing this scene,
Yi Risheng and Fong Wanli were so shocked that their faces changed violently, their hearts appalled.
What kind of injury has my grandfather sustained?
Yi Feng's face was grim as he chopped out another finger. Swish! Lin Shusho's other hand was also neatly chopped off. Puff! Lin Shusho drew cold air in pain and could no longer withstand the pain and fainted, collapsing on the ground.
Gulp! Fong Wanli's face was horrified as he gulped down a mouthful of saliva and knelt down in shock.
Seeing the tragic situation in front of her, Yi Risheng was so scared that her face turned white and hurriedly took a few steps back, covering her mouth, her eyes nervously looking at Yi Fong, her heart already stunned by his strength. Her body didn't dare to move even for a second.
Chopping an arm through the air. He was also a martial arts master? Sister, you don't have to panic.
He dared to hurt our grandfather. Death is not enough. Yi Fong rushed forward and softly comforted, wanting to go pull his sister's hand, but he was afraid that she would faint from shock. Listening to Yi Feng's gentle voice, Yi Risheng's nervousness eased quite a bit. She carefully looked at Yi Feng's face and was surprised to find that it was a bit familiar, as if it was like her father. Her gaze gradually lost focus. Yi Feng turned his head to look at the unconscious Lin Shusho on the ground and directly woke him up with a slap through the air. Lord Yi, spare your life.
I really didn't know that was your grandfather. I accidentally hurt him for the sake of the Martial Arts Association. He would only have minor injuries, nothing major. I'm really wrong. My lord, I won't dare next time.
As soon as he woke up, Lin Shusho cowed out in panic and begged for forgiveness. Even if there was only a slight chance of surviving, he had to fight for it. He simply regretted it. If he had known it would happen today, why did he bother? Now that his hands were also gone, his strength was greatly reduced.
After this incident,
he was already completely scared and honest, and no longer dared to be arrogant in front of others.
Humph. Hurry up and get your ass over to my grandfather's place to apologize. If you don't get his forgiveness, you can go to hell.
Yi Feng sneered. Those who dared to harm his family, he wouldn't let any of them go. If it wasn't for the fact that Grandpa didn't have any major issues, and Lin Shusho happened to be helping him with his business, he would have directly killed them.
Good. Thank you, my lord. Thank you for not killing me.
Lin Shusho was like being pardoned, and quickly kowtowed to thank him.
Don't call me Lord, I'm not your Lord. Yi Fong coldly said, casually striking out a spiritual power to seal his wound, so that he could not die yet for the time being. Yes, thank you, young Yi. Lin Chuxiu cowed out a few more times, and in his heart, he was secretly glad that he had only slightly injured Yi Wenchen, or else the end would only be even more tragic. Thinking of this, he gratefully glanced at Fong Wanli. If it wasn't for him stopping himself, he would have made a big irreparable mistake. After Lin Chuxiu was woefully pulled away by the Land Rover driver, when Fong Wanli saw Yi Fong looking towards him, his heart tightened and he hurriedly waved his hand to explain. Yi Xiao. I didn't hurt your grandfather. I'm on good terms with your grandfather. While looking at him showing a strong desire to survive, Yi Fong frowned. Did I ask you? Fong Wanli hurriedly shut up and lowered his head. Give you half an hour's time, call over the city's most authoritative paternity experts, remember to get the most precise and awesome instruments together as well, no matter how much money you spend, hurry up. Yi Fong knew that any explanation was not as authoritative as the evidence of paternity test in modern society, and his sister would only believe in this kind. After he finished speaking, he slapped a palm in the air towards Fong Wanli. Fong Wanli's color changed slightly when he saw this. Holy, Yi Xiao wants to kill me? However, the next second he was surprised to find that not only nothing happened, but also directly opened up the two veins, all the meridians instantly smooth, the internal force also instantly rose a level, the cultivation actually reached the peak of the internal force. Crap! This is a promotion? Okay Yi Xiao. I'll go right away. Don't say half an hour, 15 minutes is enough. Fong Wanli was overjoyed. He hurriedly promised to go and do as he was told, jumping all the way, simply excited. He had been trapped in the late stage of internal energy for 5 years, but he was actually promoted by Yi Fong with a slap. Yi Xiao is also too powerful, follow him and then get hit with a slap. Can he be promoted to martial arts grandmaster? Just thinking about this. He was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Crap! If I can advance to martial arts grandmaster, I can die for Yi Xiao. Chapter 59. A miraculous scene appeared. Yi Risheng was helpless. Yi Fong had to do a paternity test, and she didn't dare to refute it for fear of what Yi Fong would do to her. At the moment, she just quietly leaned against the bridge railing, her eyes complexly gazing at the end of the flowing river in the distance. Her thoughts were all over the place. Although Yi Feng's tone to her is very good, also did not fierce her, but she is still a little resistant to strangers. She actually also wanted to find her own brother. But, after all, without absolute evidence in front of her, she was never able to believe that her brother, who had disappeared for more than 10 years, had just appeared in front of her. Not only her, I'm afraid that even if her grandfather was present, he wouldn't believe it easily. Yi Fong did look a bit like her father, but there were many people in the world who looked like him. If they could recognize their relatives just based on their similarities, then the world would be one family. About 15 minutes later. Woo! 6 extended MPVs came in a wind and stopped in front of Yi Fong. Then, Fong Wanli was the first to jump out of the car, then turned around and waved his hand and drank. Get off! Swish! 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 A dozen or so people wearing white coats were driven out of the car, and at the forefront was an old man in a white coat with deep eyes, but at this moment, his face was devoid of any trace of color and covered in gloom. Another dozen or so Wind Cloud Hall children came out of the car in a line, surrounding the dozen or so youths in white coats shrunk into a circle so that they could not escape out. Fong Ningji jumped out of the car and kicked that old man in the white coat. Hey! Old man, what are you waiting for? Be numb. Hurry up and call your people to move the equipment down. If you delay things, Yi Xiao won't spare you. The old man snorted coldly, clenched his fists, and extremely reluctantly ordered his students to move the equipment inside the car. The Wind Cloud Hall disciples all moved out of the way, looking fierce as they chided, and those youths in white coats trembled as they nervously ran to carry the equipment. Fong Wanli hurriedly ran to Yi Fong, bent down and smiled. Young Yi, I've invited the people. The old man in the white coat is named Wang Tianan, a top expert in this area of paternity testing. With the best team and instruments, he has a great reputation, belonging to the Taishan Beta level, and is very authoritative in the whole country. With him here, no one will dare to say that the paternity test of you and your sister, Mr. Yi, is false. Yi Fong frowned and coldly swept a glance at him. I asked you to invite people, is this how you invited them? I see how they all seem to have a reluctant look. Fong Wanli hurriedly arched his hand and respectfully returned. I'm not hiding from Yi Xiao. This Wang Tianan has always been impartial, never take bribes, and to find his appraisal, you need to make an appointment in advance, queue up for several days. No matter how much money you give him, he is not willing to come over in person, stubborn as hell. It's really too difficult to invite. No, we had no choice but to kidnap his mother. He is a complete filial son. For the sake of his own mother's safety, he was also forced to come over. Pa! Yi Feng's expression was cold as he slapped him with a palm. Fong Wanli flew backward for more than 10 meters and smashed heavily on the ground, grimacing in pain and sucking in cool air. His cheeks were red and swollen, his face changed slightly and he instantly realized something, then he didn't care about the pain and scrambled forward, kneeling down towards Yi Fong, nervously explaining. Yi Xiao, Yi Xiao. I was wrong. Actually, I had no choice but to do this, and it wasn't my idea. It was my men who did this, and I didn't know it at first. I also agreed to it in a moment of confusion for the sake that you, Xiaoyi, would be able to recognize your sister more quickly, and I beg Xiaoyi to forgive me. Forget it, for the sake of still counting on your heart, hurry up and release the person to me. Yes. I will immediately order someone to release them. Fong Wanli nodded repeatedly and wiped a cold sweat, then shivered and climbed up, walking towards Fong Ningji with a gloomy face. His grandmother. It's all because of your brat's bad idea. Caused me to be beaten by Yi Xiao. I absolutely cannot spare you. Fong Ningji just stared at those white coats' youth-like equipment and did not see his big brother was beaten. He is now back hands, head high with a face of high and mighty. Only Wang Tianan looked at Yi Feng frowned. He saw Yi Feng will wind Wanli slapped away. His heart is a little surprised. Originally he still has a trace of hostility to Yi Feng, at this moment instantly more than a trace of good feelings. At the same time, he couldn't help but think in his heart, could it be that this teenager and these people weren't on the same journey? Hurry up! Hurry up! Don't be lazy! Fong Ningji had just kicked the young man in the white coat to urge faster, then turned around and saw Fong Wanli walking over. He hurriedly patted his chest and laughed. Big brother, how is it? You are relieved. I do things, I guarantee that Yi Xiao will be satisfied. Satisfied you sister. I'll clean you up when I get back. Now hurry up and release Wang Tiannan's mother for me. Fong Wanli was so angry that he slapped Fong Ningji and huffed him to the ground. Fong Ningji covered his red and swollen face and said somewhat innocently, Big brother, what did I do wrong? Don't ing freeze. Hurry up and release them. Fong Wanli turned back to take a look at Yi Feng's indifferent demeanor, ruthlessly pinched his ear and roared. Oh, okay big brother. I'll go and release them now. Fong Ningji's heart tightened. Although he was doubtful, he still hastily did as he was told, and droned at his men. Hurry up and release the people. The dozen or so Wind Cloud Hall disciples were confused, but they still hurriedly ran to carry Wang Tiannan's mother out. Wang Tiannan's mother was sitting in a wheelchair, her face withered and withered. Mom! Are you alright, Mom? Seeing this, Wang Tiannan rushed forward to ask worriedly, looking at his mother's endangered face, his heart ached, and all of a sudden tears flowed out of his eyes in anxiety. Even his dozen or so students were looking at this scene with a despondent face, very distraught. They knew that the teacher's mother was seriously ill and already had a short life expectancy, and now she was being tossed around like this, simply suffering too much. They looked at these Wind and Cloud Hall disciples with hatred again, their hearts filled with hatred. At this time, Yi Feng, however, walked to the front of Wang Tiannan and placed one hand on the head of Wang Tiannan's mother, Zhang Xiaofang, fearing that her fragile body would not be able to withstand it, so he first converted the spiritual energy in his body into 1% of its efficacy and then input it into Zhang Xiaofang's body, rapidly restoring its internal functions for her. In a short while, Wang Tiannan was surprised to find that his mother's originally pale face gradually became rosy and began to have blood color, and the wrinkles were also much less. He looked at Yi Feng with a face full of astonishment. What kind of tactic was this? Then without waiting for him to react, Yi Feng had already finished his treatment. Like this kind of geriatric disease of old age, he only needed to input mild spiritual power to be able to restore it. Not only could he restore the meridians of his legs that had been broken, but he could also continue his life force for at least another 10 years, which was already more than enough. After all, this old granny's age had reached 88 years old, which meant that from now on, she could still live to be 98 years old at the very least. At this time, Yi Risheng also slowed down from her state of disorientation, sighed lightly and turned around. When she saw the scene in front of her, she froze. At this moment, a miraculous scene appeared. Zheng Xiaofang, that is, Wang Tiannan's mother who was still dying just a moment ago, in the eyes of the shocked crowd, unexpectedly stood up directly from the wheelchair, and her face looked at least 20 years younger. Chapter 60, Isn't that first grandson of the Yi family dead? At this moment, the scene was a silence. Yi Risheng was very shocked by Yi Feng's medical skills. This kind of medical skills, even her master called the god Dr. Wang Qingshan is also far less than. Yi Risheng's eyes moved slightly as she looked at Yi Feng's bland demeanor and thought in her heart. Just how many more skills does he have? Not only is he a martial arts master, but is he also a counterintuitive medical and martial arts dual cultivator? At this age both martial arts and medical skills are so powerful, this can no longer be described as a supreme genius, it should be said that it is a demon. Fong Wanli and Fong Ningji were completely convinced by Yi Feng's wonderful medical skills. Gosh, this old lady has been sitting in a wheelchair for at least 30 years and has been declared alive for less than a month, yet now she looks well? And just a touch on the head and she's fine? They couldn't use words to describe the shock in their hearts anymore. One must know that this old lady had all sorts of complicated diseases on her body, almost her entire body anyway. The difficulty of this kind of treatment even divine Dr. Wang Qingshan was at his wit's end, and Yi Feng actually solved it in less than 10 seconds. The two people simultaneously sucked in cool air in their hearts and looked at each other. This medical skill is really Nima heaven-defying. Mom, you're actually able to stand up? I'm not dreaming, am I?
Looking at his mother standing up and still alive, no different from a normal person, Wang Tianan was so excited that he was about to choke. His mother, Zhang Xiaofang, smiled and touched his head, her old voice full of kindness. Child, thanks to you all these years, if it wasn't for you, Mom would have died long ago.
Mom! You were able to speak? I didn't hear you wrong.
Hearing his mother suddenly speak, Wang Tiannan's face was violently stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. The dozen or so of his students behind him were similarly filled with incredulity when they saw this, their hearts turning over. If you say, letting a person who has been paralyzed for 30 years to stand up again is already an extraordinary miracle. But to let a person who has been mute for nearly a lifetime actually be able to speak again, is this something that a human being can do? Looking at all modern medicine, who could cure a mute? Puff. Realizing who the person who had cured his mother of all this was, Wang Tianan trembled and knelt down towards Yi Fong, his face full of gratitude. Including Yi Risheng, the dozen or so students from Wang Tannen's team, and the crowd of Fong Yan Hall, they were all dumbfounded. The famous Tai Shan Beidou in the medical world, a character who was upright and ironclad stubborn, actually knelt down for a young man. This kind of person who would never give up his dignity to kneel even if he was allowed to die, actually knelt down without hesitation. Young Yi, I really can't use words to clearly express my gratitude to you, but I'm really thankful that you cured my mother. I can't thank you enough for this great kindness. If I can be of any use to Wang Tianan in the future, I will do my best, even if it means paying for this old life. Wang Tianan said very sincerely, expressing all the gratitude to Yi Fong in his heart. Now he is already in his 60s, at this moment, he can't help but be so excited that his body is trembling and old tears are spreading. At the same time, many reporters also rushed to the scene at the sound of the news and immediately opened a national live broadcast for the scene. As soon as the live broadcast was opened, in less than 2 minutes, more than 100,000 people flooded into the live broadcast room and saw the scene where Wang Tianan knelt down to a young man. This scene that immediately caused a sensation all over the internet, causing a huge uproar on the internet. For a time, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were flying all over the place and rushed up to the hot search. Shocked. A renowned figure in the medical world actually knelt down to a young man. Many netizens have speculated about who this young man is, who was able to make the medical world's Taishan Beta level experts kneel willingly, and
Wang Tianan actually cried? It can't be by that young man, right?
Once this kind of pop-up came out, all the netizens couldn't sit still, and immediately their hearts rose in anger, wanting to start spraying. However, when things were about to develop in a bad direction, the reporter hastened to explain the causes and consequences clearly for all the netizens. All the netizens came to a sudden realization, and immediately admired the white-clothed young man in the picture, incomparably worshipping him.
Heavens! He actually even revived an old man who was on the verge of death. How did he do that? Crap! Paralyzed for 30 years can be cured? Even a mute can be cured? Where is this divine doctor? I want to see him.
Upstairs. Don't think about it, it's impossible for you to see this kind of divine doctor. Even if you do, he won't be able to cure you, and even if he can cure you, the fees for others to go out and treat you will be exorbitant and sky high, so you won't be able to afford it. That's true, but I so want to know who that little brother's master is. To be able to teach such a disciple, he must be an old godly doctor in the mountains. You stupid birds, the reporter's words. You also believe that young man can't have this kind of medical skill, even if he can cure Wang Tiannan's mother's people, that is at least an old god doctor with gray hair. This man is at most a disciple of that old god doctor, just not much strength. Well, the one upstairs analyzed it well. It seems that this matter is still to be investigated. Yi Fong looked at Wang Tianan kneeling down, his heart had no ripples, and he faintly said, "Get up, you should know what the matter is that I sent someone to find you over." "I know no. Yi Shao, I will immediately start the paternity test for you and your sister. We are the nation's top team, coupled with top technology and instruments. The entire appraisal will take no more than half an hour." Wang Tianan hurriedly climbed up, and when his eyes looked towards Yi Rushen, he froze. Risheng, why is it you? He was astonished, and when he thought that both Yi Fong and Yi Risheng were surnamed Yi, he instantly understood something. Could it be that this teenager was the first grandson of the Yi family who had disappeared for more than a decade? It couldn't be. It was actually him. Wang Tiannan's heart turned over. Yi Risheng smiled and stepped forward. "Good day, Uncle Wang." Very good. It seems that not only did I not come in vain today, but instead I will have to witness the rise of the Yi family in the future. Wang Tianan smiled and nodded, his gaze complex with emotion. "Uncle Wang, what do you mean by that?" Yi Risheng was slightly stunned. Hadn't even started the paternity test, and he was already jumping to conclusions? Yi Risheng quietly glanced at Yi Fong again. Her heart was a little nervous and excited for some reason. He can't really be my brother, right? Subsequently, another soft sigh. Alas, the truth can only be known after the appraisal. Everything depends on God's will. You'll know later. Wang Tiannan smiled mysteriously. He engaged in paternity testing industry for many years. In fact, sometimes just look at the two people's eyebrow bone eye sockets and a few other places of similarity, probably can judge whether it is related, and his intuition has always been right.
Wang Tiannan walked towards 15 of his own students in front of him and said with a grave expression on his face, "All act.
Give me 12 points of spirit, this appraisal. I want the most accurate results and rate, to ensure that the fastest time to identify out.
No sloppiness." After saying that,
after taking a hair from Yi Fong and Yi Risheng respectively, he commanded the students to debug the instrument, and each student started to do their own job and started the appraisal process in a tight schedule. These students are also full of solemn face, completely lost the nervousness just now, quickly turned into a serious work state. Those reporters also hurriedly brought the cameraman behind them to the appraisal process of these people, and directly changed the title of the live broadcast. It was now, shocked. The first grandson of the Yi family, once the head of the capital's super families, who had disappeared for more than a decade, was about to make a strong return.
The moment this title came out, the internet exploded again.
The big families with dignified names in every city in the country were all sensationalized and enthusiastically entered the live broadcast room to watch the show.
At the same time,
in a certain luxurious room in the capital, an eagle-nosed middle-aged man sat on the sofa with his arms wrapped around two beautiful women in revealing clothes, looking at the live broadcast screen with a face full of astonishment.
Isn't that first grandson of the Yi family dead?
Shanghai City Lu family, Wang family, Tang family, three big families of the head of the family and certain members are watching this live broadcast. The heart is also curious. The Yi family hard work to find more than 10 years of the only first grandson, this is finally to find back? Lin Wan'er, who was at the shopping mall, brushing the short video, suddenly brushed to this live broadcast, and when she saw Yi Fong not far from the screen, she froze for a moment,
looking at the title floating in her mind. Could it be that Fong is?
Sister, after the appraisal, you can call me brother, right? Yi Fong looked at Yi Risheng and smiled gently. How much he wanted to hear Yi Risheng call out to his brother. This feeling of having a loved one, only those who have lost or never had one will understand.
I really can't figure out why you are so confident that I will be your sister?
Yi Risheng finally was asking the doubt in her heart. Yi Fong called her sister from the moment he saw her just now. She didn't understand why Yi Fong was so sure.
Yi Fong smiled slightly. Because this is the intuition and affection that only exists between relatives.
Yi Risheng froze and muttered,
"Intuition."
At this time, Fong Wanli looked at Yi Fong and Yi Risheng still standing there, and then with a twitch in his heart, he slapped Fong Ningji, who was dazed next to him, and chided,
"Don't have any eyesight. Hurry up and get a big sofa over here, letting young Yi and his sister stand dry?"
"Okay, big brother." Fong Ningji nodded his head repeatedly. He knew that his chance to perform had come, and hurriedly excitedly sent someone to do it.
Chapter 61, Crying Like a Child. Woo! Soon,
there was a large truck that drove over. The Wind and Cloud Hall disciples rushed to lift the sofa. This sofa is 2.5 meters in length, made of genuine cowhide leather, looks very high class. This is the most expensive one they bought from the biggest home furniture store nearby, spent $66,000. Originally there are staff responsible for lifting, but the Wind and Cloud Hall disciples have to rush to do. The staff is also both helpless and happy to lift the transportation work to them. Originally, this sofa was not very heavy. Wind and Cloud Hall disciples were more than 10, but when they carried this sofa to Yi Fong and Yi Risheng, they gritted their teeth and pretended to be struggling, making people think that they had exerted a lot of effort and looked very hard. Yi Fong, however, saw their small mind at a glance, but didn't break it down, just smiled and patted the shoulder of one of the foremost Wind and Cloud Hall disciples, nodding his head lightly and said, "Good job." That Wind and Cloud Hall disciple was flattered and hastily bent down and nodded his head. To work for Xiao Yi, little brother is deeply honored. In the future, if Xiao Yi needs us, we will do our best and go through fire and water without hesitation. After saying that, he hurriedly made a respectful gesture of invitation. "Young Yi and Miss Yi, please sit down." Yi Fong glanced at Yi Risheng and signaled her to sit down. Yi Risheng rubbed her sore and aching legs. Just now she did stand for a long time. Yi Fong took a look and directly reached out and placed his hand on her knee. With soft spiritual power input, Yi Risheng's legs immediately stopped being sore and aching. She glanced at Yi Fong in surprise. A touch of surprise and a hint of gratitude surged in her eyes. That disciple curtsied again and respectfully said, "Then Yi Xiao, if there is a need later, just shout at us, we will be there at the sound of the voice." Yi Fong nodded slightly and gave a rare faint smile to the outsiders. "Okay, you are very good. Go find your hall master to reward you." "Thank you, Yi Xiao." "Thank you, Xiao Yi. I wish Xiao Yi a long life and an early reunion with his family." That disciple's face was delighted at his words, and he hurriedly nodded his head in response, running away excitedly. The other Wind and Cloud Hall disciples looked at him with a bit of envy and jealousy, and regretted that they didn't go to the front to carry it just now. At the back of this, Xiao Yi couldn't even tap them on the shoulder to praise them. That Fongyan Hall disciple who was praised by Yi Fong even looked back at them proudly as he ran. That expression was like saying, "See that? Yi Xiao praised me, not you guys, are you angry?" When those people saw his dejected gaze, they could only clench their fists and hatefully walk away. At this moment, the appraisal
is in the national live on the tens of millions of people's attention. The tension is carried out. At the same time, outside the Yi family's main gate, a Land Rover had just stopped, and before it stabilized, Lin Chuxiu couldn't wait to jump out of the car, and then with a thud went up and knelt at the bottom of the steps of the gate. He then shouted, "Sinner Lin Chuxiu, come to apologize to the Yi family." The guards at the gate were shocked when they saw this. Wasn't this the patriarch lord from earlier? What did he mean by this? To ask for forgiveness? What offense? Then, when they saw the bloodstains that broke on both of Lin Chuxiu's arms, they were shocked and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Hiss! Just what kind of person could actually chop off the arms of a Zhongshu powerhouse? This was too terrifying. They didn't dare to go forward and ask, and hurriedly turned around and ran into the Yi family's gate to inform the family head. At this moment, Yi Wanwan was sitting in his rocking chair and fell asleep, and a minute later he was awakened by a sudden sharp knock on the door. "Family master. It's not good, something big is going on. What is it? Could it be that the Martial Arts Association is here?" Yi Wanwan opened his eyes in a daze. A sudden trace of gravity came out in his eyes. Thinking of this possibility, he hurriedly sat up straight, unable to stop himself from clenching his fists. "No, family master, it's Patriarch Lin Chuxiu Lin who has come. I don't know what the reason is. He is now kneeling outside the main gate, and seems to be saying something about coming to take the blame. Yi Wanwan froze at the words and was dumbfounded. He had just whisked his sleeves away in an aggressive manner, so how did he suddenly come to the Yi family to kneel and ask for forgiveness again? What in the world was going on here? Lin Chuxiu hadn't been kicked in the head by a door, right? Yi Wanwan was really puzzled, and with an apprehensive mood, he walked out of the room with a grave expression and headed towards the main door. When he was about to walk to the gate, the two watchman henchmen hurriedly ran up to stop him. "Family master, wait for a while, there seems to be something wrong. We guess that there might be a fraud. For him to come over here so unexplained to ask for forgiveness, there must be some reason we don't know about. As for this reason, it must be something extraordinary." The two watchman henchmen were filled with gravity. "There's no harm in it, I won't live much longer anyway, so if there's a fraud, it's also for me to fight it. You guys stay here, don't go out. If something happens to me later, you don't care about me, just run. Run as far as you can. Then find a chance to inform Russian, just tell her to take care of her health and not to come back." Yi Wanwan finished with a sad sigh, then resolutely headed towards the door. The two watchman henchmen froze, looking at the family masters departing back. They were instantly moved to tears, their voices trembling uncontrollably. "Family master." Yi Wenshin already had the determination to die in his heart. However, he had just stepped out of the gate. When Lin Chuxiu saw this, he quickly kowtowed. "Yi Lao. Elder Yi, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hurt you just now, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I know it's my fault, I beg you to forgive me." As he said that, his tears were flowing out. A man's tears are not light, it's just that he hasn't reached the place of despair. He was clear that if he couldn't get Yi Wanwan's forgiveness, even if he had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough for Yi Fong to kill him. Therefore, he had to do everything he could to beg for Yi Wanwan's forgiveness, or his life would end here. Yi Wanwan was violently stunned at his words, and in his heart, he felt somewhat incredulous that Lin Chuxiu would say such words. However, when he wanted to open his mouth to say something, he suddenly saw the shockingly flat and bloody mouths on both of Lin Chuxiu's shoulders. Who did this? In this Jianhai city, who could injure a martial grandmaster? And, moreover, actually cut so flat and smooth. How terrifying a power does this? This have to be. Yi Wanwan's heart could be said to be turned upside down and shocked. "Why are you apologizing to me? Can you just say it straight out? I don't think you would feel guilty to fold and apologize for hitting a person, it's not like your character." Yi Wanwan suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at the old man below who was already crying like a child and asked in a deep voice. Lin Chuxiu's body shook at his words, and that teenager's bland face suddenly appeared in his mind. His heart was immediately horrified, and his whole body tensed up. After thinking about it, he finally chose to clench his teeth and said, "This is because." Chapter 62 Yi War God's Only Son. Halfway through speaking, Lin Chu hastily paused, hesitating in his heart. If he directly said that he came to apologize only after being beaten by Yi Wanwan's grandson, wouldn't that be proof that he had no sincerity at all? In that case, Yi Wanwan would think that he was just scared and not really wrong. It's highly likely that he won't forgive himself. One had to make him forgive himself first. Thinking of this, Lin Chuxiu reorganized his words again and heavily kowtowed a few times, humbly pleading. "Because I'm really wrong, Elder Yi, I realize that being a human being still can't be too arrogant. Look, I accidentally broke my hand just now, this is retribution, punishment sent down by the heavens. Please forgive me. Otherwise the heavens won't forgive me." Yi Wanwan was a bit speechless at once. Would anyone believe you when you say this? You're a martial arts master and you can break both your arms in one fall? Why didn't you break your head?
Yi Wenwan didn't even bother to pay attention to him. In his heart, he mistakenly thought that he had gone crazy, looking at his hands were broken like this, thinking that it was better not to continue to stimulate him, so he shook his head inside. Alright, I forgive you, go away. What? You've forgiven me? You finally forgive me? I didn't hear it wrong. Lin Shuxiu first froze when he heard this and was stunned for a long time, then suddenly laughed out loud in surprise. Ha 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 ha. You've forgiven me, ha 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 ha. You've forgiven me. I don't have to die anymore. Alas, it seems to be really crazy. Yi Wenwan shook his head. He didn't know what had stimulated him. Even a martial arts master could be stimulated like this. It was just too evil. After Lin Shuxiu laughed out loud for a while after the robbery, he watched Yi Wenchen walk inside and hurriedly went forward and shouted, "Yi old man, wait. What is it again?" Yi Wenwan helplessly turned back to look at him. Lin Shuxiu knelt down with a solemn face. "Elder Yi. Thank you very much for your great kindness to me. In the future, the Yi family is my Lin Shuxiu's eternal friend. If the Yi family is in trouble, Mr. Lin will go through fire and water without hesitation. Get up, don't kneel, at least you're a martial arts master, a figure of the martial arts world, it's not too shameful to kneel for an old man like me." Facing these sincere words from Lin Shuxiu, the unpleasantness in Yi Wenwan's heart had long disappeared into thin air, and he bent down to help him up. "I don't dare to dare. How dare I let Elder Yi help me, I can get up by myself." Lin Shuxiu's face changed slightly and he hurriedly stood up. However, right at this moment, a low laughter came over. Ha 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 ha. Yi Wenwan, 15 years. Have you resigned yourself to your fate? Hearing this familiar voice, the Yi Wenwan and Lin Shuxiu both looked over at the same time at the sound. Only to see about 20 people slowly walking 30 meters away. Everyone's aura was not bad, the weakest had reached the peak of external force, and the strongest was at the early stage of the martial Dao sovereign. This martial arts master was 2 steps ahead of the others, walking at the very front, with his hands behind his back and a faint cold smile on the corner of his mouth. Yi Wenwan and Lin Shuxiu's 2 faces changed at the same time. Chao Qianzhou. He actually came. Lin Shuxiu's face sank violently. Now that he had broken his hands, his strength was greatly reduced. He was no match for Chao Qianzhou, not to mention that there were at least 6 mid-range inner strength martial artists watching from the sidelines, and even though the outer strength martial artists were not enough to worry about, they could still delay him for a while. Lin Shuxiu inclined his head and saw Yi Wenchen's tightly clenched hand trembling unceasingly. He suddenly made some sort of determination in his heart and drank at Chao Qianzhou. "Elder brother Chao, I know what you came here for, but I advise you to leave quickly. The Yi family of today, you can't afford to mess with it." Ha 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 ha. Chao Qianzhou sniffed but laughed. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch at the thought of being betrayed by him in the morning. Then with a hint of teasing, he said, "Can't afford to mess with? Good one, can't afford to mess with. In this Jianhai city, there is no one I, Chao Qianzhou, can't afford to mess with. A Yi family that doesn't even have a few martial artists, what can they do to stop me? As long as I give the order, just this group of people behind me can level the entire Yi family. And you, Elder Lin, what happened to your hand? Oh, did you offend another expert? TSK, it's really tragic." After he finished sneering, those martial artists behind him all burst out laughing. Lin Shuxiu's face darkened. "Have you forgotten about that teenage Heaven Realm powerhouse at the Martial Arts Association?" "I remember, what's wrong?" Chao Qianzhou frowned. His face was calm, but in his heart, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Lin Shuxiu smiled coldly, straightened his back, and exclaimed, "To tell you the truth, he is Yi Wenchen's grandson who has been missing for more than a decade, that is, the Yi Baodian who reigned over the entire country back then, the only son of Yi War God." "What?" At this moment, Yi Wenwan, Chao Qianzhou, and the 20 or so martial artists from that martial arts association were all petrified. Scared, right? Get lost if you're scared." Looking at their surprised looks, Lin Shuxiu sneered. "Humph. Don't think that you can scare me like that. If it's true as you said, I indeed can't afford to mess with you. But what if what you say is false?" Chao Qianzhou suddenly sneered. Lin Shuxiu's smile froze. "What do you mean? You think I'm lying to you? Just based on your side of the story, I naturally won't believe it. I've been waiting for this day for 15 years. No matter what, I won't easily give up. I won't swear to be a man until the Yi family is destroyed." Chao Qianzhou unleashed the powerful aura of a martial grandmaster. His complexion showed an expression of determination. "Elder Lin, I advise you to mind your own business. The current you is not my opponent. If not for the previous love, I would never show any mercy. Be a good boy and get out of the way. I'm going to step on the Yi family. If you really touch the Yi family, prepare to suffer that person's revenge." Seeing his stubbornness, Lin Shuxiu growled lowly with a grim expression. Chao Qianzhou's face sank, and then a cold smile hooked out from the corner of his mouth. "I'm a person who has never been afraid of retaliation because the Martial Arts Association behind me is one of the strongest forces in China. I'm warning you, don't always use that Heaven Realm powerhouse to pressure me. I haven't settled the score with him yet after he took away the Martial Arts Association and seriously injured my son.
When I go back and report to the president and send a Heaven Realm powerhouse over, let's see how long he can still get away with it." After saying that, he waved his hand and drank in a cold voice. "Give me on. No matter who it is, those who obstruct will be killed without pardon. Kill." More than 20 martial artists shouted, and all of them erupted their strongest strength, charging towards Lin Chuxiu and Yi Wenchen. Yi Wenwan and Lin Chuxiu's two faces changed at the same time, and their entire hearts immediately sank to the bottom. "Grass! Fight, you guys!" Lin Chuxiu gritted his teeth, dodged in front of Yi Wenwan, and then he was about to charge up. However, right at this moment, shoo! Boom! A white light descended from the sky, the terrifying energy shook out in an instant, and more than 20 martial artists were all sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing heavily into the wall and instantly turning into a pile of flesh and mud. Chapter 63 Your Yi family, you have produced another true dragon. Facing this sudden scene, Yi Wenwan, Lin Chuxiu, and Xiao Qianzhou were all ruthlessly confused. A moment later, only after a few moments did the three of them come to their senses, their faces stiffening at the same time as they looked towards the sky. Only to see a white-haired old man suspended in midair. The old man was dressed in gray robes, his long white hair and robes fluttering under the blowing of the wind. Behind the old man were two blood-colored long knives on his back. His gaze was stern as he looked down. The aura emanating from his body was incomparably terrifying, causing all three people below to feel like they were going to suffocate. Their pupils shook violently, and their hearts trembled tremendously. Feet stepping on the void. This is a Heaven Realm powerhouse. Although the Heaven Realm strong man can only extremely short use their own powerful strength to step in the air and walk, and can only last about 7 or 8 minutes of time, but precisely because of the obvious sign of stepping in the air and walk, you can judge that this person is a genuine Heaven Realm strong man. The martial arts world's master is already the top of the pyramid, belonging to the existence of a phoenix feather, but many martial artists do not know there is a very terrifying realm above the master, that is, the realm of the heavens. Very few people knew about this realm. And what about the strength of a Heaven Realm powerhouse? If a martial arts master was compared to a 200-gram rat, then a Heaven Realm powerhouse was a 4-ton elephant that could easily trample the rat to death with 1 foot. Therefore, for a Heaven Realm powerhouse to kill a sect master martial artist was as simple as stepping on an ant. With such a huge gap in strength, only a harmonized power master and a Heavenly Realm master could kill a Zongshi martial artist. Only this huge gap between a harmonized strength sect master and the Heaven Realm could do it. Even a peak internal force martial artist could not have such a huge gap with a Grandmaster. At this moment, Xiao Qianzhou was simply terrified to the extreme, and his body was chilled to the bone. He never thought that a Heaven Realm powerhouse would suddenly arrive at this critical moment. Didn't he say that there was only that teenager in Jianhai City, a Heaven Realm powerhouse? Where did this old man come from? This old man, just by emitting a pressure, let him feel 1,000 pounds of force on his body, unexpectedly even cannot move. A Heaven Realm powerhouse, terrifying as it is. This person looks surprisingly familiar. I remembered. He is Mad Sword Lu Ao. Yi Wenwan carefully gazed at this old man's face, and after a moment, his eyes suddenly widened as he sucked in cool air and took several steps backward, his beard trembling. What? He is the long-famous supreme powerhouse from 30 years ago, Mad Sword Lu Ao? Not only Lin Chuxiu, even Xiao Qianzhou couldn't help but draw cold breaths, and his scalp tingled upon hearing this. Mad Knife Lu Ao was already a peak Zongshi martial artist 30 years ago, and was still a top 10 top existence on the Chinese Zongshi list. His strength was terrifyingly strong, and his admirers were even spread all over the north and south of the Yangtze River, and now that 30 years had passed, he had actually become a Heaven Realm powerhouse, and his strength, just how strong, just how powerful had he become? Lin Chuxiu was silently thinking at this time, compared to Yi Xiao and this absolute powerhouse who became famous 30 years ago, who was more powerful? I think in terms of real strength. Should still be this old man is better, maybe even directly crushed. After all, in the various Heaven Realm between the strong, there is also a strong and weak points. Lu Ao slowly descends from the sky. If Fong was here, he would definitely be able to recognize him. He was the white-haired old man who had set up a stall to seek the secret of the iron bracelet that Fong had met yesterday afternoon. Fong had also incidentally helped him cure his incurable poison. He had come here today in order to pay back Feng's favor. He had always been like this. The favor of saving his life should be repaid from the spring. He also saw the live broadcast that shocked the whole country just now. Thinking back to that kid's face, he was finally reminded of the legendary figure that once was a person who broke the mountains and rivers alone. Just one person was able to top up the entire sky of the Chinese nation's superpower existence. Looking at the now fallen Yi family no longer has the former glory. Lu Ao heard a sigh. Retrieving his mind, his eyes slowly looked towards Xiao Qianzhou, who was so nervous that his legs were soft, and he faintly opened his mouth. The Yi family is my friend. For the sake of your chairman's favor with me, quickly leave this place, otherwise, these people are your downfall. Senior is right, I will immediately roll. Feeling the pressure on his body disappear, Xiao Qianzhou let out a huge sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly as he turned around and ran.
While running, he looked at those elites of the Martial Arts Association that were already too dead to die. A chill ran through his heart and he felt immediate pain. He lost his wife and his army. This time if he went back and the chairman knew about it, he would definitely open his ass up. When Chao Qianzhou had run out of sight, Lu Ao slowly turned to look at Yi Wenchen and Lin Shuxiu. Yi Wenduan and Lin Shuxiu's faces tightened. Facing such a strong person, they didn't dare to move at all. As for just now when Lu Ao said that he was a friend of the Yi family, they didn't even hear it clearly because they were nervous, so their hearts were lifted at the moment. There's no need to panic, Yi Lao, I have no ill will towards you. Lu Ao finally showed a hint of a smile on his face, as if he had seen a good friend. He walked up and patted Yi Wenduan's shoulder. Yi Wenduan had a flattered look on his face. He didn't expect that this heaven realm powerhouse with terrifying strength would treat people so gently. He even thought that he was dreaming. It was so unreal, and what he also knew was that in the past, his own son had a past with this person, and now he even didn't pursue the matter? What the hell is this situation? First, Lin Shuxiu had changed his attitude drastically to apologize, and now a heaven realm powerhouse was helping their Yi family to resolve the crisis. What on earth is going on here? He was simply puzzled. You may be puzzled as to why I'm helping you guys. I won't hide it from you. I owe your grandson a favor, and now that I've saved your Yi family's life, it's time to pay it off. Lu Ao thought about that teenager's superb medical skills and could not help but feel a burst of emotion. Such a legendary figure, he must take this opportunity to make good friendship. In the future there may be a great use. So the first step to make friends, naturally, is to make good relations with that teenager's own grandfather. In the future, if there is a request for him, with this relationship, it is also considered to be much more convenient. Ye old man, come all the way here, don't you invite me in to have a seat? Looking at Yi Wenduan who was dumbfounded, Lu Ao smiled lightly with a jest. Yi Wenduan immediately reacted, suppressing the complex thoughts in his heart. He hurriedly made a gesture of invitation and laughed. That's natural, senior, please come in. Forget it, the task I came here for is considered complete. There are still some things to go do at this moment, so I won't stay much longer. Lu Ao shook his head and finished, patting Yi Wenduan's shoulder, sighing with deep emotion. Your Yi family, you have produced another true dragon. Ah. Senior, what does this mean? Yi Wenduan froze at his words, somewhat confused. Let me remind you, go watch the recent #1 hot search livestream and you'll understand. After Lu Ao finished speaking, he turned into a white light and disappeared in an instant. Live broadcast? What do you mean? Yi Wenduan frowned. Right at this moment, the two watchman henchmen from earlier ran out from the Yi family gate, one of them holding a laptop with an anxious face. Family Master. Something big has happened. Chapter 64, Making a Big Profit. What is it? Yi Wenduan turned to look at them. One of his men handed him the laptop, his voice trembling with excitement. Look, Family Master. The young master that we have been searching for over 10 years is finally coming back. Yi Wenduan shuddered at the words, his eyes looking towards the live broadcast on the screen, and when he saw the title of the live broadcast, and then saw his granddaughter in the screen, as well as the young man next to him, he was immediately stunned. Thinking about Lu Ao's words just now, he suddenly realized something. At this moment, his body suddenly trembled with excitement, his hot tears filled his eyes, and his hand holding the notebook kept shaking. My grandson. Is it finally going to be retrieved? Quickly prepare the car. To the Qianxue Bridge. Hearing the family head's words, two of his men hurriedly complied and ran to the garage to drive. Lin Shuxiu was silent, his gaze briefly lost in thought for a moment before he left alone towards the Land Rover hitchhiking in the distance. At the same time, Thousand Snow Bridge. Because the paternity test was being conducted here, in order to ensure the stability of the test and absolute silence, it was necessary to control the huge flow of traffic so that it flowed to another bridge. Fong and Tang didn't have the right to clear the traffic. Wang Tiannan called his son, the director of Zhanghai City's General Traffic Bureau, over. 20 traffic police work together to direct, will pass here all the vehicles intercepted, make it backward, let them pass from another bridge. Spending about 10 minutes to clear all the vehicles, and learning that the grandmother was saved by Yi Fong, Zhanghai City's General Traffic Director Wang Yingying ran to Yi Fong and knelt down in front of him, thanking him from the bottom of his heart. Young Yi, thank you for saving my grandmother. A great favor is not appreciated. If there is anything you need in the future, just call out to me. Whatever it is, I will try my best to solve it, and I will never refuse. Yi Fong nodded slightly, signaling that he could get up. Wang Jinggang hurriedly stood up, seemed to think of something, his face then became odd, he looked around, clenched his teeth, and finally nervously approached Yi Fong and said in a low voice. Yi Xiao, your medical skills are so superior, can I ask you for one thing? Of course, don't worry. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, I won't let you cure me for nothing, as long as you can help me cure my persistent disease, I can give you a thing that you are very interested in. Oh? Something that interests me? Tell me. Looking at his mysterious appearance, Yi Fong was somewhat curious. There really weren't many things in this world that could interest him. This thing is. Wang Jinggang was silent for a moment and said with a serious face. 10,000 years snow crystal ginseng. What did you say? How many years? Yi Fong, who was originally calm, couldn't help but be shaken inwardly at this moment when he heard the words 10,000 years.
Other than him, the
Lui Shui inside the soul stone couldn't help but cry out in shock when she heard this. To know how precious and rare 10,000 years of ginseng, generally 100 years are rare, 1,000 years is even rarer, difficult to meet, even if met is also priceless, not to mention her snow crystal ginseng, ginseng in the very best, the most important is still 10,000 years of quality. Such a treasure has absorbed 10,000 years of aura, the body's aura is contained to a very scary realm. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth hooked. If he could obtain this 10,000-year-old snow crystal ginseng, then he was confident that he could directly break through to the late stage of foundation establishment, and then conjugate the Dan and advance to the Jin Dan stage.
Young Yi, it's 10,000 years. A real and true 10,000 years.
This is something I got by fluke on top of the highest mountain in China, Snowplant Peak. The H has reached 10,000 years, it is the very best treasure among ginsengs.
Okay, I know.
Yi Fong nodded slightly, then pointed a finger on Wang Jinggang's belly. Soft spiritual energy was inputted into his limbs and bones. Wang Jinggang immediately felt so many warm currents flowing in his body, very comfortable.
3 seconds later, Yi Fong withdrew his hand and faintly said, "Your illness has been cured." Wang Jinggang was surprised, "Is this cured?" "Young Yi, it seems like you haven't asked me what kind of disease I am suffering from."
Yi Fong glanced at him faintly. "Just that Tai disease, why do you need to say it? I know it without looking, just understand it yourself, don't say it to embarrass yourself."
"This? Me? I actually really got better."
Wang Jinggang heard the words first, face red, then carefully feel a bit, eyes instantly reveal incredible surprise. The following actually really feel, and he also felt incomparable comfort in the back. Now he felt his dragon essence, even if once half an hour a second without stopping does not have any problem. He instantly had a great joyful face, and was so excited that he knelt down again. "Thank you Xiaoyi, Xiaoya's medical skills are truly exquisite. In the future, if you need anything, just call me, I will be at your service and offer my life for you." Yi Risheng looked at Wang Jinggang kneeling down to Yi Fong twice in a row. The shock in her beautiful eyes was not hidden at all. This time, she was really unable to use words to describe the shock in her heart.
What kind of character is Wang Jinggang?
That can not only be the director of the General Administration of Transportation, but also the Provincial Public Security Department Director. Wang Jingwan's own brother. The power to look at the whole country is also one of the largest. It can be said that with this relationship, as long as it is not involved in a major criminal case, in the city of Jianhai can almost walk sideways.
Alright, you get up.
Remember your 10,000 years snow crystal ginseng and send it to Villa number 2 in Liha Villa area. After Yi Fong finished speaking, he didn't say anything more and started to rest his eyes. Okay young Yi, because that snow crystal ginseng I stored in other hidden places, it's a bit far from here, but it can be delivered this evening at the latest.
After Wang Jinggang respectfully finished, he turned around and left.
Fong Wanli and Fong Ningji both stood about 10 meters away from Yi Fong, leaning against the bridge railing.
Fong Ningji looked at Yi Fong, who was not far away, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Big brother, I would love to ask, what exactly is the origin of this young Yi? You said that he is a heaven realm powerhouse, stronger than a martial grandmaster, but just how strong is he?" Fong Wanli glanced at him as he heard this, a sneer curling out of the corner of his mouth. "Don't worry about what origin.
As for strength, let's put it this way, for a little karami like you, Yishao can beat several thousand of them with his bare hands."
"What? Thousands?" Fong Ningji's face was stunned, then he skimmed his mouth and couldn't help but laugh. "Big brother, you really know how to joke.
Although my strength isn't very good, but no matter how bad it is, it's still an inner strength martial artist. Even if it's a martial arts grandmaster, it's not possible for one person to single-handedly challenge 100 inner strength martial artists. Anyway, I don't believe it. If Yishao can beat 1,000 of me, I'll directly eat."
"If you want to eat it, then you can eat it." Fong Wanli glanced at him disdainfully.
"Don't blame me for not reminding you, Yishao is a serious heaven realm powerhouse. I just witnessed him completely abusing Lin Shuxiu, who is a martial arts master, and both of Lin Shuxiu's hands were chopped off by Xiao Yi. Even so, he didn't dare to put up a single fight. This is the terror of a heaven realm powerhouse."
"This is the terror of a heaven realm powerhouse. Crap. Really? Elder Lin's hand was chopped off by Yi Xiao?"
Fong Ningji was instantly filled with surprise and sucked in cool air.
Is a heaven realm powerhouse so terrifying?
If you don't believe me, you can go and try to see if Xiaoyi has that ability. Anyway, I have reminded you, I won't accompany you if you want to make a fool of yourself."
Fong Ningji hastily shook his head. No.
I wouldn't dare to disbelieve your words, big brother. Since you said that Elder Lin had both his arms chopped off by Young Yi, then I'm curious as to why Young Yi chopped off both his arms? Fong Wanli was silent for a moment and laughed coldly.
That's to say he's stupid.
It's just that he likes to go wild. When he's unhappy, he still beats others and bullies the weak. This is not, went out without reading the yellow calendar, injured Yishao's grandfather, so he was forced by Yishao to apologize to Yi Lao. Yishao said that if he could not get Yi Wenwan's forgiveness, he would directly kill him.
Speaking of this, Fong Wanli secretly celebrated. Luckily I have a good relationship with Yi Lao. Otherwise I would have to be victimized by him as well. Fortunately I wisely stood on Yi Lao's side in the beginning, and now it seems that this wave is really earning a lot of money. It's still Big Brother, so smart. Fong Ningji hastily patted a horse's ass, and Fong Wanli smiled smugly at his words. It was at this time that Wang Tiannan's team had finally completed their appraisal. Most of the people who were watching the live broadcast were inexplicably nervous, waiting with bated breath for the moment when the results were revealed. Chapter 65, All This Suffering is Worth It. It took 25 minutes to finally complete the appraisal. Wang Tiannan was satisfied with the speed. It was a lot faster than before, and today was considered to be an overperformance for once, breaking the previous fastest record. Looking at the results on the 99.99% of the PI index, he smiled with relief. His own guess is really right. Yi Risheng and this Yi Xiao is indeed a biological sibling relationship, not half false. The reporter watched expert Wang Tiannan smile, and hurriedly ordered the photographer to cut the camera to Wang Tiannan. Honorable expert Wang, may I ask if the results are already out? Can you let the tens of millions of viewers in my live stream take a look? The reporter's words fell on deaf ears as Wang Tiannan just came in front of Yi Feng and Yi Risheng with a smile on his face and laughed aloud. Congratulations Young Yi and Miss Yi, you are reunited. As soon as these words came out, the entire room was silent. Including Wang Jinggang, the people of Fongyun Hall, and the tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, they were all stunned. Inside a certain luxurious room in the capital, a middle-aged man stood up with a face full of incredulity, his eyes staring blankly at the live broadcast. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Isn't he already dead? How could he still be alive? Could it be that those people spared him? The middle-aged man looked gloomy. However, a moment later, he seemed to have reacted, and sat back on the sofa full of unconcern, holding the two sexy women with both hands. The corner of his mouth slowly hooked out a cold smile of disdain. Hee hee, so what if there are fish that escaped the net and came back? The Yi family is no longer the Yi family that it once was. In my eyes, they are still ants, not enough to worry about at all. The small Yi family, a snap of the fingers can be destroyed. Zhanghai City Tang family. Grandpa, I told you how Yi Feng's back is so familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere. Turns out, he's Uncle Yi's son. Sitting on the sofa, Tang Cherry watched the live broadcast on the TV and came to a realization. Next to him, Tang Hong suppressed the shock in his heart, listening to his granddaughter's words, and asked curiously, Cherry Blossom, it seems like you were less than 5 years old at that time, right? Have you seen that Uncle Yi? Haven't seen it with my own eyes, but Sister Risheng took me to see Uncle Yi's glory wall. It was full of Uncle Yi's photos and the medals of honor that covered the wall. Uncle Yi was great. I adored him. He was like a hero guarding the future of China's country. It's just a pity that, in the end, alas. Saying this, a touch of sadness and regret flowed out of Tang Cherry Blossom's face. Thinking back to that domineering figure wearing armor and holding a golden lance, Tang Hong couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh and said, Yi War God is indeed someone who deserves to be honored by all of us in Huaxia. Without him, our country of Huaxia would have already been occupied by those foreigners more than 10 years ago. Apart from him, there was also the group of men under him. All of them were incredibly brave. It's just a pity that after his fall, they all seem to have lost their backbone, unwilling to continue guarding Huaxia and chose to return to hiding silently. Speaking of this, Tang Hong couldn't help but lament again. This teenager is worthy of being the son of Yi War God. I feel like he is like him everywhere. Just this 19-year-old martial arts master alone has already surpassed the title of the youngest 22-year-old martial arts master set by Yi War God back then. This teenager's achievements will never be below Yi War God. Perhaps those who follow Yi War God know that his son is still around. I'm afraid that they will also regain their confidence very soon and return to the hegemony of the world. At that time, with their support, the Yi family's return to the #1 family in China will not be far off, but I'm only afraid that, as they have returned to the field in seclusion, they have cut off all worldly dealings, and it will be difficult to learn about this. Tang Hong shook his head again inside. Hearing these words, Tang Cherry Blossom was stunned, her heart moved, and then asked, Grandfather, then do you know where those people live? What, do you want to go tell them? Because of him? Tang Hong looked at her, seemingly reading her mind. Tang Cherry Blossom's face was stunned, her cheeks betraying some redness. She bit her lip and shook her head. I don't want to. I'm just curious, Grandpa, don't think too much. Alright, I won't think too much. Tang Hong nodded slightly, his expression complex. To tell you the truth, I also don't know where those people live. If I want to know, there's only way to go to the capital to find that organization to find out. Moreover, I'm afraid that the true secret of the Yi War God's fall is only known to those people. Hearing this, Tang Cherry Blossom's eyes moved slightly, as if she was thinking about something. In the western district of Zhanghai City, inside a certain office, Su Feiping was bored and brushing short videos when he suddenly swiped to this extremely hot live broadcast, and when he saw Yi Feng in the picture, he was shocked. Crap. Bullish ah. Feng Zi is actually on TV. Ha? He's actually the young master of the Yi family in Zhanghai? Crap. Isn't this something out of a novel? It's actually happening in reality. After being with him for so long, I didn't realize he was such a bully.
But fortunately, he finally found his family and is no longer that lonely orphan. Alas! Every time I see his lonely figure at New Year's Eve, it's very bad taste. Saying this, he smiled, heartily happy for Yi Fong.
Jinling City. Inside the happy orphanage.
Grandpa Li Qingshan, the headmaster, also saw the live broadcast and was also moved to tears. Little Fong, this child has been suffering since childhood. This is finally going to get rid of that kind of hard life. He has traveled all the way. Finally it is to this moment of reunion of relatives. Not easy. Little Fong, in the future, must be cheerful. Grandpa help you to be happy and healthy forever. No worries.
After murmuring, is to turn off the TV, took a tissue to dry the tears of moving.
Dumbly looking at the appraisal results in her hand, Yi Risheng's delicate body suddenly shook violently, and then, she was just like this, stunned for a long half day, and finally muttered as if in a dream. "I've found my brother is back, my brother, he's back.
Grandpa, brother is finally back."
She excitedly turned around and looked at the young man with a face like a crown of jade and a straight posture. Her eyes instantly became moist, and she immediately went forward and hugged him fiercely, her voice trembling. "You are my younger brother, you are the younger brother that I have been looking for more than 10 years. Happy to cry for a while, she up-tilted her head, reached out and stroked his tender cheeks. The corners of her mouth raised a happy smile, seemed to think of something. Eyes suddenly flashed a touch of heartache. "Brother, have you lived well these years? It's all my sister's fault for not trying to find you for so many years. I'm afraid I've made you suffer a lot. But don't worry, younger brother. Sister will never abandon you in the future, even if it means death." She had never been as happy as she was today. All this suffering was worth it. The joy of being reunited had filled her heart. The sourness and helplessness of the past were all completely washed away by the joy. This scene. The tens of millions of people in the live broadcast room were suddenly in an uproar. At this moment, everyone's expressions were different. They were touched, shocked, and unbelievable. While this was going on, another Maybach was slowly traveling from the end of the bridge. 20 traffic policemen instinctively wanted to stop it, but when Wang Jinggang saw the license plate number, he instantly understood what was going on. His face changed slightly, and he hurriedly shouted to stop them, allowing this Maybach to pass in smoothly. Chapter 66, A Punch to Open the River, Shocking the Nation. "Brother, it's Grandpa coming." Seeing that Maybach, Yi Risheng held Yi Feng's hand and laughed.
"Grandpa."
Yi Feng froze for a moment, then expectation came out in his eyes. He had never seen what his grandfather looked like. The Maybach slowly stopped. Yi Wenshin could not wait to jump out of the car. 2 steps in front of Yi Feng, looking at Yi Feng's face, he was stunned for a long while, and then forced to hold back the feeling of excitement to have to shed tears, went forward to embrace Yi Feng, and pretended to be smooth and gently patted Yi Feng's back. "It's good to be back, it's good to be back." All the excitement and elation was in the short words. After more than 10 years, the last bloodline of their Yi family had finally returned. What else could make this more exciting? "Grandpa, Grandpa." Yi Feng felt the embrace of his biological grandfather, and a fire in his heart felt like it was ignited with great warmth. This is the feeling of a loved one. For some reason, looking at his grandfather's vicissitudes of face, he was somewhat stuck in his throat, wanting to say something but somewhat unable to say it. Inexplicable emotions intertwined in his heart. Recalling everything in the past, he suddenly had the urge to shed tears, but he held back. Don't look at him, only 19 years old, but he has endured a lot. Of people at this age have not experienced things, what the separation of life and death, human warmth and coldness, he has experienced. But the only thing he had not experienced was the kinship of the bloodline. Once a person lacks something, they want to have something. This is the unchanging truth and human desire. After talking with his grandfather and sister for a few minutes, Yi Feng learned that the Yi family used to be the #1 family in China, but it was victimized by others to the current situation of languishing. His eyes were instantly as cold as an ice cellar, and he hooked his hand towards the reporter, who and the photographer rushed over when they saw this. "Yi Xiao, congratulations on your successful reunion with your family. May I ask, what is your mood at this moment and what are your feelings?" the reporter asked. Facing tens of millions of people in the live broadcast, Yi Feng's aura changed, like a sharp sword full of killing intent, and he coldly said, "I have rejoined the Yi family and will definitely lead the Yi family back to its former glory. I'm here to remind everyone that in the future, if anyone dares to hit the Yi family's idea, no matter who, no matter what background you have, no matter how honorable your status is, I will definitely let you die without a burial place. Also, any person or family that has harmed the Yi family in the past, as long as they obediently roll over to the Yi family, I will only kill those who deserve to be killed. Otherwise, on the day that I pay a visit, that will be the time to exterminate their 9 clans." As soon as this hegemonic statement came out, everyone in the live broadcast room trembled and were severely stunned. Without waiting for them to react, Yi Feng turned around, his palm surging with a terrifyingly huge amount of spiritual energy, and then he threw a punch towards the Yunhe River. Rumble! Accompanied by a sound like a thunderous roar came out. The river that was 80 meters deep directly splashed up a terrifying 100 meters high, like a super huge wall. The scene was very amazing. Everyone was even able to directly see what the bottom of the river looked like. Bang! 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 Another sound rang out as many fish, shrimps, and other freshwater creatures fell in heaps from the air onto the Thousand Snow Bridge, and everyone was stunned. Gulp! Including everyone in the live broadcasting room, those present who were watching more thoroughly and shocked couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva, their hearts turned upside down in shock, as if they thought they were dreaming. What kind of power is this? Nuclear bomb? Really horrible. When Yifeng's words just came out of his mouth just now, in a luxurious room in the capital, a middle-aged man holding two sexy women heard Yifeng's words and sneered with a face full of disdain. What an arrogant brat. Who does he think he is? Even his father didn't dare to say such words back then. He a brat still really dare to say it, really as a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. I'd like to see, how are you going to lead the Yi family on the road to glory, you? Crouch. When he saw the power of Yifeng's punch, the whole person was stunned and dumbfounded, stood up with wide eyes and burst out foul language repeatedly. Snap. 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 He slapped the two women next to him several more times. The touch was real, and only after confirming that he hadn't dreamed, did he swallow a mouthful of saliva, and trepidation came out of his eyes. This son should not be messed with. Immediately, he hastily made a call and drank. Hurry up. Send an airplane, yes, just this evening, no matter what, I must rush to Jianhai City. Right, then inform the other clans, those who didn't watch the live broadcast hurry up and watch the replay, the capital city is going to change. Jianhai City. A villa room. Shen Mukin, who saw the scene that was just broadcast live, the whole person was dumbfounded. He threw himself several slaps, until the redness and pain hit his face, only then did he confirm that he was not dreaming. Afterwards, he seemed to think of something, sucking in cool air repeatedly, looking at a dumbfounded henchman next to him, anxiously jumped up, fiercely kicked him and drank. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go shop the second confessor back. If he rushes to that horrible kid and reports the identity of the Shin family, I'll be damned too. The henchman hurriedly slowed down at his words and quickly ran out of the room. Shan Mukin leaned on the desk with a trembling body and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I didn't expect that brat to actually possess such terrifying strength. That is definitely not a power that a martial arts master can possess, I'm afraid. Even the legendary Heaven Realm powerhouses can't do it, right? What exactly is his existence? The thought of stronger than the heavenly realm, his heart was violently shocked, very much have 9 points of uneasiness, do not dare to stay here more, even things are not packed, then scrambled to run out of the villa, driving a sports car sped away. Jianhai City, Lu family. Lu Tianzhang, who was watching the live broadcast on the sofa in the hall, felt that his entire body had gone numb when he saw the super strength displayed by Yifeng. After a long half day, he slowed down and looked at Sun, who was even more dumbfounded than him next to him, took a deep breath and said, Ahu, come on, punch me. I'll see if I'm dreaming. Sun, who was stunned at his words and smiled bitterly, Family Master, I don't dare. Fight if you are told to. Hurry up. Lu Tianzhang impatiently droned. All right then, Family Master is offended. Sun, who gritted his teeth and punched towards Lu Tianzhang, but he only used 20% of his strength. Bang! The punch hit Lu Tianzhang's chest, but Lu Tianzhang frowned as if he didn't feel it. You didn't eat, huh? There's no force at all. Use all your strength. Sun, whose face stiffened, so he had no choice but to use all his strength to throw a punch. Bang! Lu Tianzhang was unprepared and took 2 steps back, his face suddenly changing. This is not a dream. Jianhai is about to change, the Yi family is about to rise. Let's go, prepare a generous gift. Follow me to the Yi family to visit that terrifying teenage powerhouse. Yes. Chapter 67, Shin family's second provider. On the Thousand Snow Bridge. Hiss. After everyone froze for a while, all of them sucked in cool air, and the sound of cold air being pumped out sounded like a ventilator on the bridge. This amazing hand of Yifeng's had been floating back and forth in their minds, making it unforgettable for all of them, and I'm afraid that even if they slept at night, they would be awakened by it. Yingying looked at Yifeng woodenly, took a deep breath, wanted to ask something, but in the end chose to remain silent. But even though the silence was silent, he was so excited inside that he couldn't help himself. The original dead heart rekindled, Yi family, as if it really wants to rise again. Yi Risheng looked at Yifeng, there was both surprise and appreciation in his eyes, as well as a hint of delight. He really is becoming more and more like Dad, I just don't know if he can surpass Dad's achievements, I think he should be able to surpass. Although she didn't know how her brother possessed this kind of strength, she was sincerely happy for him. The more powerful he became, the prouder she felt, because they were family. Grandpa, sister, why didn't you answer me just now when I asked you about Mom and Dad? Tell me honestly, did something happen to them? Yifeng thought about it and asked in a calm manner. From the time he asked about his parents' situation, he noticed that his grandfather and sister's complexion was not right. At that time he vaguely guessed what was going on, and his heart inexplicably tightened. Could it be that he is not alive? Yifeng sighed bitterly in his heart. Originally thought that he was about to see Mom and Dad, but in the end, he still cannot see. It's He was a little lost in his heart, but still hoped that Grandpa and sister can give himself a good answer. Even if his parents are missing, then at least he will still have a chance to find them. If no longer in the human world, then basically there is no chance, unless the fairy robbery to become an immortal. There is the hope of resurrecting people, but that is also slim. Alas, Fong, you have to be mentally prepared. In fact, your parents are no longer alive. Yi Wenwan sighed with a sad face. Hearing these words, Yi Feng's body stiffened, his feet staggered back a step. Although his heart was sad, he still quickly pulled himself together. The corner of his mouth smiled bitterly. Sure enough, still left. There is no such thing as perfection in this world, and there will always be regrets, but is this something that can be avoided? Grandpa, then. How did Mom and Dad die? Yi Feng clenched his fists. He very much wanted to figure out the cause. It was about the life and death of his own parents. If they were victimized, then no matter who it was, he would not let go. Even if it was the descent of the heavenly Tao, he would have to kill a piece of heaven and earth. It's better to go back and tell you first. When the time comes I'll show you something and you'll understand. Yi Wenwan was silent for a moment and said. Yi Feng nodded, his face calm as he said. That's fine, Grandpa, sister, you guys go back first. I still have a little something to take care of. I'll come later. Good, we'll leave first. Yi Wenwan nodded. Nowadays he didn't have to worry about anything with the strength that this grandson had displayed. Although he didn't ask Yi Feng what realm he was in, he was able to vaguely guess that it was at least the heaven realm, because he had never seen the power of a full force strike from a strong person of the heaven realm, so he simply didn't know how strong a full force strike from a strong person of the heaven realm actually was. Brother, whatever you want to do just go ahead and do it. Sister will support you, no matter what you need. You will only sister a word. Sister will spare no effort to be your strong backing. Yi Rishang arranged the somewhat wrinkled collar for Yi Feng, smiled gently at him, and after saying that, she followed her grandfather to take the Maybach and left. After seeing the Maybach leave, all the people gathered around and knelt down towards Yi Feng in unison, all with respectful faces. Young Yi, we are willing to submit to you. We will be at your disposal in the future. We definitely don't dare to have second thoughts. These people all knew what the most powerful thing in this world was. Besides the national army's hot weapons, it was the powerful martial artists. With the strength that Yi Feng just showed, even if it is the martial arts world has been the reigning Huanjin master, also can't compare to him 1/10,000. At this moment all the people on the scene, no matter how honorable the identity, how famous, how strong the background, in front of this horrible teenager, will be eclipsed, out of reach. Yi Feng was strong and extremely young, his future achievements were immeasurable. They were smart enough to know that Yi Feng was not only strong, but also had heaven-defying medical skills, and crucially, as long as he didn't make any mistakes, he would treat his own people very well, so following such a master would be the best and wise move. At this moment, those few reporters were dumbfounded. If not for the fact that the camera was smashed by those fish and shrimps just now, this scene would definitely be another huge wave of shock if it was put on top of the whole network broadcast. Yi Feng's gaze calmly scanned the people kneeling in front of him, his hands were behind his back, his face indifferent as he nodded his head. Yes, this recent period of time is when I am using people. If you all perform well, I will not treat you poorly, but if any of you dare to betray me, then sorry, no matter who you are, no matter where you are, even if it's at the ends of the earth, I will still find you and wipe you out. Do you all understand? Understood. The crowd hurriedly nodded respectfully in response. Who? Yi Feng gently waved his hand, and the soft breath directly helped all the people kneeling on the ground up. The crowd was again shocked. Young Ye's strength was really extraordinary. This could no longer be explained by modern science. Just as the crowd slowed down and each of them talked and laughed, exchanging their experiences of joining Yi Xiao's disciples and how they would follow Yi Xiao to soar in the future, an old and loud voice suddenly came out. Kid, dare to snatch away the woman my young master has his eyes on, you are really tired of living. The crowd froze at the words and looked towards the source of the voice, only to see a black-clothed silhouette sneering as he walked from the end of the bridge at an extremely fast speed. A step of 10 meters, Martial Grandmaster. The crowd froze again, but at this moment, they did not have much shock. What they had was only the expression of looking at the poor man. Fong Wanli felt the aura emanating from that old man and frowned. This person's aura seemed to be even stronger than Lin Chuxiu. Who exactly was this person? Did he not know that Yi Xiao was here? Surprisingly, he also dared to come here to die. The black-clothed old man named Shin Han, the devil's capital Shin family's second worship, the cultivation of the middle stage of Huanjing, stronger than Lin Chuxiu, is the devil's capital famous character. He is cruel by nature, died under his hands are not less than 1,000 people. He is strong and cruel, and never spares any of his defeated men. Either killed or abused. He was famous for being a cold-blooded killer, killing without blinking an eye, so he was also known as the Cold Devil, causing many martial artists to be scared of him and avoid him. When he came here, it was still half an hour ago. He stopped by to have a meal. He didn't watch the live broadcast at all, and he didn't see Yi Feng's punch to open the river just now. Otherwise, even if he was given 100 guts he wouldn't dare to come. Do. When he was about to approach Yi Feng's group, the phone in his pocket rang. He took out the phone. It was an old-age phone. Looking at the top, it was a call from one of the young master's men. Thinking that it was urging him to hurry up and kill Fong, he directly hung up the phone impatiently. His eyes lifted up and coldly swept ahead. His body shape moved again and quickly jumped and swept towards Feng's side. The corner of his mouth revealed a venomous smile, and his speed accelerated a few more points. Kid, you're dead. Chapter 68. 3 Terrifying Auras. Kid surnamed Ji, why don't you roll over and die? Shin Han shouted in a cold voice as he sped. Watching him gradually approaching, the dozen or so sons of wind in Cloud Hall's faces changed, and all of them stopped over. How dare you, Yi Xiao is here. Who are you, how dare you shout here? Leave quickly. Otherwise we'll be rude to you. They said this on their lips, but in their hearts, they were scared to death. If it wasn't for the presence of a strong person like Yi Xiao behind them, they wouldn't dare to stop a martial grandmaster. Tisk, just with you guys you dare to stop me? Go to hell. Shin Han's eyes turned cold, his body filled with killing intent, his feet did not decrease in speed, and he was about to rush in front of the crowd of Wind and Cloud Hall disciples. Feeling the pressure of the martial Dao Patriarch level, a dozen or so Wind and Cloud Hall disciples' faces changed slightly, wanting to escape, but it was already too late. A flash of despair suddenly arose in their hearts. Fong wanly gritted his teeth and directly rushed up. But he had only just taken a step, but he violently froze in place, looking ahead in surprise. A few seconds ago. Shin Han grinned a cold smile. He loved to see others panic. But just as he was about to land, his body suddenly froze, and his entire body was just suspended and blocked in mid-air, unable to move at all, as if he was controlled by something. The killing intent in his eyes suddenly decreased, his face changed greatly. The whole body strength also froze, cannot move a little. This is exactly what is going on. At this time, Fong put his hands behind his back and slowly walked over. Poof! He approached within 10 meters of Shin Han, and with every step, one of Shin Han's limbs would explode and blood would rain down. First the left hand, then the right hand, then the left leg, and finally the right leg. Hearing one limb explode after another, the entire audience couldn't help but feel their scalps numb and a tremor. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. 4 steps. 5 steps. Poof. Put. Poof. In less than 10 seconds, all of Shin Han's limbs burst, leaving only his head and upper body, and even the small head underneath had burst, and a large area of shocking crimson blood flowed on the ground. Vomit. Where had the 20-odd traffic policemen ever seen such a scene? Their stomachs were uncomfortable and they directly clammed up and vomited. The others weren't much better. Wang Tiannan directly closed his eyes not seeing. Wang Jinggang was dumbfounded. Feng Wanli and Feng Ningji were both sucking in cool air, their mouths exclaiming that Yi Xiao was bullish. Is this a heaven realm powerhouse? Really? Too strong. Simply too strong to be perverted and terrifying as hell. Hiss. The intense pain caused Shin Han to almost faint. He was so white with pain that he was sweating coldly, but his body was still blocked in mid-air, unable to move. He hadn't even reacted to the fact that his limbs had exploded, and his heart was already terrified to the extreme. It's all come to this. Even if he was stupid, how could he still not know who did all this? Besides this calm-faced teenager in front of him, who else could it be? However, he was so young. How could he be so strong? Shin Han's eyes gulped in fear. To actually be able to block himself in mid-air, what kind of unimaginable means is this? Heavenly realm? Or is it that realm? Thinking of that realm in the legend, he shook his head frantically in his mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Such a young heaven realm powerhouse was already a devil. If he reached that realm, then. Without waiting for him to think more, Feng was about to step forward to perform the soul-searching technique. He would like to see who was going to deal with himself. Since he made the intention to provoke himself, then he should be prepared for the extermination of his clan. Looking at Feng walking towards him, Shin Han's face was shocked and subconsciously trembled. Don't you come over. I am the Shin family of Mordor. Halfway through his sentence, he stopped his mouth in a hurry, as if he realized that he had said the wrong thing. When Feng heard this, he frowned. Mordor Shin family, could it be that Shin family's second youngest, Shin Mukin, who wanted to target himself at every turn in the past? Bang! After performing the soul search technique, Feng got all the information that Shin Han knew, and directly slapped Shin Han into a bloody mist through the air. Swish! A spirit fire stroke out, the blood on the ground instantly burned dry, even the smell of blood disappeared. The scene was as if nothing had ever happened. After doing this, a cold aura flashed in Feng's eyes. Magic City Shin family, Shin Mukin. At this moment, the Shin family and Shin Mukin had already entered his death list until the Shin family completely perished. If he wanted to blame them, he should blame them for their own destruction. It was thought that the last attack by the 6 strong men should be Shin Mukin's handiwork. Watching the scene that just happened, the crowd on the bridge was frozen for a long time before they came to their senses. Wang Jinggang suddenly had a heartbeat and stood out, facing the crowd and said, everyone saw it, it was that person who struck first just now. Yi Xiao was only acting in self-defense. This matter ends here. Please make sure to keep it a secret. Whoever speaks out, he. Saying that, his eyes looked at those few reporters. Those few reporters shivered and hurriedly covered their mouths, assuring one after another.
We promise to keep our mouths shut and never talk nonsense." After saying that, they slipped away.
Watching them leave, Wang Jinggang's eyes moved slightly. He hurriedly turned around and jogged all the way to Yifeng. With a respectful smile on his face, he asked,
"Young Yi, do you need me to send someone to send you back?"
Yifeng slightly shook his head.
"Shoo." In the next second, it turned into a white mane and disappeared in the blink of an eye from the crowd's view. The crowd was again astonished and filled with incredulity. "Crap! Young Yi can still fly." Fong Wanli slowed down, coughed a few times and said to the crowd,
"Since all of you have submitted to Xiaoya's disciples, then we are a part of it, so let me just tell you all, do you know about the Martial Arts Association in the Western District? That place is now Yixiao's territory, and Yixiao is now going to form a group of forces. And I was appointed by Yixiao as the general management. Now there are not many people, need to recruit people, but then, want to enter there is not so simple, and not anyone who wants to join can join. If you want to join, there must be a threshold." Saying this, he paused slightly. The crowd's eyes glowed, and they couldn't wait to ask, "What threshold? We want to join." They were all convinced by Yifeng's powerful strength and medical skills, and greatly admired Yifeng. If they could join the force he founded, then they would have this extremely strong backing. Now every one of them present wanted to join, even those traffic police were no exception. Who doesn't want to have a backer to follow in the future, and their status will rise? The threshold is, pay a fee to enroll. The enrollment fee is $10 million. After thinking about it, Fong Wanli said with his hands behind his back. His current expression even had a little bit of smugness. To be able to have the honor of being Yixiao's agent, he couldn't mention how excited he was in his heart. $10 million? But what if we don't have $10 million? Those 20 traffic policemen's faces turned ugly when they heard this. They adored Yixiao. They really wanted to join the forces that Yixiao had formed. However, they were just ordinary wage earners who followed Wang Jinggang. Their monthly income was only 6 or 7,000. It was impossible for them to come up with this $10 million. This. Fong Wanli froze and thought about it, then blurted out again. "Let's do it this way, since you all sincerely want to join and are the first batch of people to submit to Yixiao, it's directly free. But your masters don't lack money, they can't be free. After all, as you all know, power formation also requires funds. I hope you can understand." After saying that, he looked towards the two of them, Wang Jinggang and Wang Tiannan. The meaning was already obvious. Wang Jinggang looked at the excitement of these underlings of his. He smiled with his father again and said, "We'll directly offer $1 billion. The extra is considered a filial tribute to Xiao Yi." "Oh? 1 billion? Upon hearing this, Fong Wanli's eyes lit up and his heart secretly rejoiced. He had pulled in $1 billion in one go. Xiao Yi would definitely praise himself fiercely. Thinking of this, he looked towards his group of men in a happy mood, and with a wave of his hand, he said in a bold and horizontal manner, "Yours are also exempt. Everyone will be a member of Xiaoya's banner from now on. With Xiaoya's leadership, I believe that we will soon become one of the most bullish forces in the Chinese country, and maybe even surpass the capital's 4 super families. Let's all cheer together." As soon as these words came out, Feng Ningji and all the disciples of Feng Yunhao were so excited that they jumped up and down in excitement. There were also those traffic police, Wang Jinggang and Wang Tiannan's father and son, who all laughed happily. At the same time, outside the Yi family's door, there were countless luxury cars parked and crowded with many people. People from the rest of the 3 big families in Jianghai City all came with heavy gifts to congratulate and pay a visit to that terrifyingly strong young Yi. In the air somewhere, there were 3 terrifying auras flying towards Jianghai City. Chapter 69, Wan'er, You Can't Hide It From Me. Inside the Yi family's innermost compound, more than 20 tables were set up and a large banquet was held, with many dignitaries from Jianghai City and bigwigs from all walks of life coming. In the past, although the Yi family was considered one of the 4 great families of Jianghai, it was ranked at the bottom of the list in all aspects, and even if a banquet was held, there would never be so many famous bigwigs coming over to support the party. But today, not only did a lot of famous people come, they all brought precious gifts, the cheapest of which was $10 million to start with. Chairman of Sunshine Group, Wang Yingying, presenting a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. Luo Fong Group Chairman, Lu Mingfu, gifting a night pearl worth $20 million. Lu Tianjiang, head of the Lu family, presents 20 sets of Jianghai villas worth $1 billion. Tang Hon, head of the Tang family, presents a limited edition unique sapphire necklace worth $500 million. Wang Jining, head of the Wang family, presents a set of Yin Shiqing's authentic paintings worth $180 million. The chants of the gift recorders came out over and over again, resounding through the Yi family. Most of the people who were famous figures or representatives of forces in Jianghai City entered the Yi family banquet one after another. The first time they came in is that they have come to the Yi old master's face to celebrate his recovery of the grandson. After the Yi family soaring, the green cloud is just around the corner. One by one to finish. Also did not forget to touting flattering hope that in the future more friendly exchanges. In the future, it all depends on the Yi family to bring them up.
In the face of these people's boasting and flattering, Yu Wenwan smiled from ear to ear, not to mention how scenic, as if he saw the glorious Yi family of the past again. All of this. It was all because the true dragon of their Yi family had returned. If it wasn't for his capable grandson, these human elves wouldn't have come to the Yi family so easily to curry favor. One would only gain the respect and recognition of others when they were capable. Otherwise, without ability, one could only be bullied by others, and one would be speechless even to retort. Lu Tianjian was also heartily happy for him, and went forward to pat his shoulder and laugh jokingly. Don't forget your brother when you get rich in the future. Yi Wenwan nodded and smiled back. That's natural, I'll never forget that at the time of the greatest crisis, it was you, the Lu family, who helped the Yi family a great deal, so that the Yi family didn't collapse. Lu Tianjian shook his head and sighed. I'm just doing my little bit, or your granddaughter is capable. I have to say, she's really a strong woman, but children and grandchildren are blessed by their children and grandchildren. A little bit of suffering is a blessing. At least all the efforts are worthwhile. In the future she can also be easier, after all. Now the Yi family, but there is a more powerful man backing up. Saying that, he smiled broadly and lightly punched Yi Wenwan's shoulder. Thinking back to his own bullish grandson, Yi Wenwan can't help but reveal a face full of pride. The past Yi family suffocated for so long, finally is able to ruthlessly export gas. He believed that with Fong leading the Yi family, in the future, it would definitely rocket up 90,000 miles and recast the past glory of the Yi family. There was still a possibility of surpassing the Yi family's once most glorious moment. At this moment, Yi Risheng changed into a blue dress, elegant and beautiful. She slowly came to her grandfather's side and asked with a smile. Grandpa, most of the famous ones in Jianhai City have already arrived. Now should we give our brother a call to call him back to preside over the big picture? After all, our current glory was won by him, and the main purpose of these people coming to the Yi family is also him. Yi Wenwan nodded. He said that he still has some things to deal with, and I don't know if he's finished dealing with them, so you should call and ask first. There's no rush. Okay, Grandpa. Yi Risheng nodded, then dialed Yi Fong. Da. Brother, are you free to come to the Yi family now? As soon as the phone was connected, Yi Risheng asked with a smile. Sister, I'll be able to come in about 10 minutes. I just returned to the villa with my girlfriend, and I'll come right away to deal with some things. Yi Fong said back. Okay, huh? Your girlfriend? Brother, you have a girlfriend? Yi Risheng's eyes moved slightly at the words. Right, sister, I've been dating her for 3 years now. Our relationship is very good. Not bad, brother. Can you bring her over to show her sister later? It's okay, sister. Wan'er, she just said she wants to come visit you guys too. After hanging up the phone, inside Li He number 2 villa. Yi Fong sat on the sofa and took out the 2 gold rings that he had taken in the morning, preparing to make space rings, also known as storage rings. This was very simple to make. All that was needed was to use spiritual energy to carve space spell formations on the rings. 3 minutes later, Yi Fong successfully carved a space spell formation on the gold ring. Now it was possible to store things. The method of using it was also very simple. Wear it on your finger and use your mind to store and store items. Yi Fong put one of the gold rings on the index finger of his right hand, then got up and walked upstairs to Wan'er's room. Looking at Wan'er, who was dressing up, he personally put the remaining ring on her right index finger and explained with a smile. Wan'er, this is the space ring I made. The space inside is 60,000 cubic meters. You can put whatever you want. The method of use is like this. After patiently explaining the usage method to Wan'er, Lin Wan'er was in awe. This thing surprised her even more than Yi Fong becoming an immortal cultivator. It was too amazing. Fong, you're so powerful. You can even make this thing. It's worthy of you. Lin Wan'er complimented with an adoring smile. Wan'er, in fact, you are also very powerful. Yi Fong smiled faintly. But it sounded like there was something in his words. Lin Wan'er was slightly stunned at his words. Could he have seen it? Wan'er, you can't hide it from me. Watching her froze, Yi Fong touched her head and smiled. Besides, then again, even if you have the ability to protect yourself, you will always be my baby, and I will always protect you and won't let you suffer any harm. Wan'er, that special ability of yours can actually be used all the time, right? Facing Yi Feng's inquiry, Lin Wan'er could only confess with a bitter smile. I didn't expect that I was still seen by you. You're right, I do possess a special power, which is very powerful and terrifying. I have also relied on it a few times, but this power doesn't seem to belong to me. Only specific conditions can trigger it. Hearing these words, Yi Fong, however, smiled slightly with a calm face. In fact, from the beginning, I also found out that something was wrong with you, but at that time, I didn't care too much about it and didn't notice it seriously, but now I finally figured out what's going on. This is actually considered your own power, only. Chapter 70, 3 Unexpected Guests.
Only, this is a very odd physique. This physique and general physique is not the same. It is not fully awakened. That is to say, you only trigger its power in order to play out its power, and this trigger condition is to save up anger. Save up to a certain value of anger. Only then can you temporarily stimulate its power. Moreover, temporarily unlocking this physique's power. When you temporarily unlock this physique's power, your mind and spirit will also follow some changes. It's as if you're being manipulated by this physique, but not completely manipulated. You can still have the initiative, however, it will unconsciously interfere with your spirit, and when you have the power that it brings to you at the same time, you won't become as rational as you are right now, which is undoubtedly very unfavorable to you. This kind of physique's weird point is here. It has a big flaw. I can vaguely feel that it contains the active consciousness of killing. After stimulating the physique, it can gradually change you, enhance your power at the same time, and even eat away at your body until your consciousness is completely erased. So it's best for you to stay away from anger lately. I'll think of a way to solve this physique. The solution shouldn't be too difficult. Method: the solution shouldn't be too difficult. Yifeng's expression gradually became serious. He actually had a foolproof solution right now, and that was the 10,000 years snow crystal ginseng from Yingying. The medicinal effect of the 10,000 years snow crystal ginseng was very amazing, and there was no problem in removing the defects of Wan'er's physique. However, Wan'er's kind of physique possessed instability, and the medicinal effect of the 10,000 years snow crystal ginseng was simply too powerful and violent. It might cause this physique that carried a sense of killing to feel the danger of dying and recoil, thus damaging Wan'er's sanity. Therefore, the safest way was to use one with a milder medicinal effect. 1,000-year-old level spirit ginseng would be best. Yes, it was spirit ginseng. It was 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng that was nurtured by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Not Lingji. Lingji's medicinal effect is a bit worse. After listening to Yifeng's words, Lin Wan'er was deeply enlightened. She sighed with emotion. Ah Fong, you're too powerful. Even my own understanding is not so clear. You're right, I can feel myself being dominated by some kind of consciousness when I use this power. When the power subsides, my head will still hurt for a while, but for some reason, as soon as I'm by your side, my head instantly stops hurting. Wan'er didn't know, but Fong knew that this was because he had been using gentle spiritual power to nourish Wan'er's body so that he could allow her to embark on the path of immortal cultivation in the future. The most important thing in immortal cultivation was to change the physique first. One had to be able to withstand the tyrannical aura of the aura, so that it could be transformed into the spiritual energy one needed, and be controlled at one's will. Lin Wan'er was silent for a moment and finally chose to tell Fong something. She bit her red lips and clasped her fingers in her palm and said, Fong, I don't want to hide it from you anymore. In fact, I have a marriage contract with the capital city's Qin family's great young man, but this marriage contract was forced by the Qin family. Even my father had no choice but to do it. The Qin family is one of the 4 great super families in the capital city, with an extremely strong power base. But don't worry, even if I die, I won't marry him. Capital city Qin family? Fong froze for a moment when he heard this, then full of unconcern, he stroked her head and asked with a soothing smile. Wan'er, you didn't tell me about this before. Was it because you were afraid that if I got excited and went to them, they would be unfavorable to me? Lin Wan'er lowered her head. Yes, I was just afraid. Don't you know that I'm an immortal cultivator? Why are you still afraid? Fong asked gently. Lin Wan'er buried her head into his arms and whispered. Fong, I know you are very strong, but you are even more powerful. That is also a person. They are very scary. There are countless powerful martial artists. You are only one person. Even the strongest power will always run out. That's why I'm afraid. Don't be afraid, you have to trust me. When anything happens, I'm here, no matter who it is. As long as they mess with me or you, they will die without a burial place. That Qin family you mentioned, I'll go to meet them tomorrow. If they have the sense to break off the marriage contract, there's nothing. If not, I don't mind letting them all disappear. Fong coldly said. Well, I believe you. However, you must also make sure to protect yourself. Remember, if something happens to you, I will also accompany you. After Lin Wan'er finished speaking, she raised her head, wrapped her arms around Yifeng's neck, and quickly kissed him. Feeling this sweet and warm and soft, Yifeng's body instantly tingled. This marvelous feeling that could only be felt when one was with the person they loved. This ambiguity lasted for 3 minutes. Lin Wan'er's head was slightly tilted back, her lips were parted, a pair of beautiful eyes looked deeply at the man in front of her, and in just 2 seconds, she lowered her head with red cheeks. The corner of Yifeng's lips rose slightly, gently touching her head. Wan'er, get ready, later you will go to Yi family with me. Good. Thinking that she was going to meet Yifeng's family, Lin Wan'er's heart was inexplicably nervous. Originally she had already dressed up, how to look good, but it just felt as if there was something that hadn't been done right. Magic City Lin family. Sitting on the sofa in the hall, after watching that amazing live broadcast just now, Lin Yanghong, the Lin family's head of the Lin family, looked at the ceiling with shocked eyes and muttered. This son is truly a heavenly talent, if only Wan'er could be able to be with him. Alas, it's just a pity that there's already a marriage contract with the Qin family, they can't afford to offend. At this time, a subordinate below voiced out. Family Master, there is news that the young lady is now with a poor boy, they seem to be in love.
What?
Hearing this, Lin Wan'er's complexion changed slightly, coldly glaring at him, he burst into a rage.
Since you know that Miss is with a poor boy, why don't you send someone to separate them?
But Family Master, they have a deep bond, it's not good for us to separate them. Moreover, you also know that if Miss gets angry, none of us will have any good fruit to eat, whether we can come back or not is still a question.
That henchman couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as his heart trembled at the thought of what Miss would look like after she got angry. Miss angry, but then the master of the house in front of the He stopped? What's the point of stopping? Not purely send death it.
Alright, you group of waste, their own family Miss are so afraid, is she still able to kill you not? Lin Wan'er swept a glance at him with hatred, then stood up, his face gloomy. The news that Wan'er is with a poor boy, none of you should spread it, otherwise if the Qin family knows about it, our Lin family will be in deep trouble.
Yes, Family Master.
Tomorrow, I'm going to personally make a trip to Jianhai City.
At the same time, Yi family in Jianhai City.
Inside the compound, it was bustling with activity as people from all forces were talking to each other about something. But no matter what they were talking about, the topic they were talking about could never be separated from that Yi Xiao with his terrifying strength. Shoo! 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 It was at this moment that 3 uninvited guests descended into the sky above the Yi family. Boom! 3 powerful pressures instantly enveloped the entire Yi family compound, and everyone's hearts jolted as they couldn't help but look towards the sky with great alarm.
Chapter 71, Red Dragon Society. Where is that newly returned boy from the Yi family? In the sky. 3 old men looked down on the crowd below with disdainful gazes.
Afterward, in the crowd's astonished gazes, they slowly landed inside the Yi family's compound.
In a split second,
the overwhelming pressure made the crowd feel like they were suffocating.
The crowd looked at these 3 old men with powerful auras and their hearts tightened.
Who were they?
So powerful, could they be experts from the capital?
As the crowd thought. The 3 old men came from the Red Dragon Society in the capital. The Red Dragon Society was a large force that was almost a household name in the capital, and there were so many experts within the society that even the 4 great super families had to be respectful to them.
The 3 old men were all elders of the Red Dragon Society. Their cultivation was at the early stage of the Heaven Realm, and their names were Yingying, Yingying, and Zhending. The purpose of coming here this time, it was to recruit Yi Fong, who had shown his supreme talent, into the Red Dragon Society. Because they guessed that Yi Feng's strength was most likely at the early stage of the Heaven Realm. As for the punch that opened the river on the previous live broadcast, although it looked bullish and more powerful than any ordinary Heaven Realm powerhouse, in their opinion, it was nothing more than the use of a martial art of a very high level. They thought that Yi Feng was only less than 20 years old. Even if his talent was no longer heaven-defying, at most he would only be at the early stage of the Heaven Realm. Because in the history of the martial arts world, the youngest Heaven Realm powerhouse recorded also reached 22 years old, but that kind of absolute demon, as early as a few hundred years ago, died early, for no other reason, is too conceited. Without fear of displaying the sharpness of the other forces cannot be sought, so they sent a strong man to directly wipe out the person. The reason why the Red Dragon Society had sent 3 Heaven Realm powerhouses to draw Yi Feng in was to take him under their wing as much as possible. If Yi Feng did not agree, then they would have to forcefully capture him back. If capturing him back didn't work, even if they wiped him out, they couldn't let this kind of demon fall into the hands of other forces, so as not to threaten the Red Dragon Society in the future. Apart from the rest of the 2 who only wanted to take Yi Feng under their wing, Yingying had his own little thoughts. He felt that this Yi Feng could not be this outstanding even if he was Yi Boshan's son. 19 years old at the Heaven Realm. This could scare people to death even if he said it out loud. So he guessed that Yi Feng must have some extraordinary secret in his hands, and this secret was the key to quickly raise his strength, and the thought that after getting this secret, he would still be able to raise his strength in his lifetime, and there was also a possibility that he would step into that realm as a result, he was excited to no end. Where are you guys being asked? Where is that kid called Yi Feng? We're from the Red Dragon Society, we're pressed for time, hurry up and tell him to come out and meet us. He had his hands behind his back, his gaze arrogantly scanning the people in the courtyard, his tone extremely arrogant. Facing this kind of strong person, and still a full 3, the hearts of the crowd were all very nervous. Yi Wan'er had also heard of the Red Dragon Society's reputation, and knew that these 3 people were most likely Heaven Realm powerhouses. Now that Fong wasn't here, no one was a match for these 3 old men, and he didn't want to anger the other party, so he stiffly stepped forward and arched his hand. The 3 adults are not in a hurry. Fong is not in the Yi family right now, he is still. Bang! Before he could finish his words, he was sent flying with a slap from Yingying. Bang! Pooh! Yi Wenchen crashed heavily into the high wall of the compound, his body was sunken into the wall, his face was pale, and he sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, staining his clothes red. Seeing this scene, the crowd was instantly frightened and startled. Grandpa!
Yi Rusheng's complexion changed drastically, and after angrily glancing at Yunhee, he immediately turned around and wanted to go up to check on his grandfather's condition. Bang! Seeing that even a female doll dared to look at himself angrily, Yunhee frowned and slapped out another palm, directly sending Yi Rusheng flying out as well. Put! Yi Rusheng was even worse than Yi Wenchen because she had no martial arts cultivation, ruthlessly slamming into the wall and spewing out a large mouthful of blood, her body falling softly to the ground, her ribs broken in an unknown number of ways. Bastard! Lu Tianjian, Tang Hong, and the few people who saw this instantly became furious in their hearts. They clenched their fists angrily and stared at the overbearing Yunhee, cursing in a low voice. Yunhee quickly sensed their angry gazes, and with a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth, he threw out a few more palms. Bang! 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 Lu Tianjian, Tang Hong, and Tang Cherry were all slapped and sent flying out, hitting the wall and fainting, their lives and deaths unknown. The crowd immediately turned white with fear and panic. Too arrogant! These three people were too hateful, they even beat people without saying a word. What heavenly reasoning! A bunch of, I'll be honest, whoever dares to look at me with that kind of eyes again, I'll make his life worse than death. Yunhee let out a cold laugh, his gaze proudly looking at the crowd, openly looking at everyone present, causing everyone to tremble, and all of them didn't dare to move at once. People from a small place like this really do owe it to themselves to clean up, or else they won't even know whose fists are hard. Looking at these people who were so nervous that they were trembling, Yunyan could not help but sneer. They had always done things like this, to see whoever was disobedient and displeased was to fight. Previously, they had been suffocating in the capital for too long, always being abused by the president, and now, the thrill of bullying people made them feel incredibly comfortable. Among the panic-stricken crowd, Wang Jining, the head of the Wang family, was looking at the fainted Yi Wenwan several people with a gloating expression. Their Wang family was already at odds with the Yi family, and had always fought tit for tat and openly. This time, the Yi family's true dragon had returned and was about to rise. He was envious and jealous, very jealous. But there was no way out. Yi family possessed Yi Fong, who was stronger than a martial arts grandmaster. To sit in the town, he, the Wang family, could only soften and endure his stifled feelings to come to the Yi family to flatter and please the Yi family. Although he had just kept touting Yi Wenwan on the surface, in his heart, he was extremely unhappy. Now that he saw the Yi family suffer, he couldn't mention how pleased he was in his heart. Oh, so what if you have a marvelous grandson? Do not know what is called. The wind will destroy the wood show in the forest? Your Yi family is finished today. Shoo! At this moment, in the sky, two blood-colored blades flew towards Yunhee's trio with the sound of cutting through the air. Their faces changed. One after another, they operated their Dantian True Chi to open a circle of protective shield on themselves in an attempt to resist these two blood-colored long knives. Bang! The blood-colored long knives landed on the three people's protective shield, which was instantly shattered. The three people quickly retreated a dozen or so steps back, and the two long knives deeply pierced into the concrete ground, bringing up a wave of raging ripples that rushed all of the people in the courtyard down to the ground. Yunhee's trio quickly looked up, and when they saw that white-haired figure in the air, their faces instantly changed, gritting their teeth, their voices shrill and low. Mad sword. Lu Ao. Lu Ao's gaze coldly looked down at the Yunhee trio below. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile, his figure slowly landed down, his palms stretched out, and two blood-colored double knives quickly flew into his hand. Lu Ao's aura emanated from his body. It was actually almost equal to the aura emitted by the three Heaven Realm powerhouses of Yunhee together. The rest of the people in the compound rose from the ground and hurriedly backed up, shrinking to the corner of the wall. Some of them, after slowing down, hurriedly ran to check Yi Wenwan and their injuries. You Red Dragon Society people really have nothing to worry about. What kind of nerve did you come to Jianghai City for? Lu Ao's double swords were behind his back as he looked at Yunhee's trio and asked with a frown. Humph. Lu Ao, we don't have the time to play with you, we advise you to mind your own business. Last time, the matter of you killing one of our Red Dragon Society's Heaven Realm powerhouses hasn't been properly settled yet. Yunhee grunted with anger in his eyes. That's because he's not as skilled as others, he's just looking for his own death, kill and be killed. What's there to say? I, Lu Ao, never explain to others when I act in my life. Lu Ao laughed loudly and coldly. Immediately, he quickly pulled out the double knives behind him. The true chi in his dantian surged crazily, and his body shape leapt forward at a rapid speed. He waved his dual knives towards Yunhee's three people, and three terrifying knife chi suddenly shot out. Chapter 72. Who gave you the guts to dare to come to the Yi family to spread your wildness? Humph. Let's go together. Yunhee gave a cold shout, and the three of them rushed forward like lightning, and after using their true chi shields to rigidly block these three knife chi, their bodies churned with chi and blood, and they retreated a dozen or so steps backward in a hurry. Their hearts sank, worthy of being mid-Heaven Realm powerhouses. Just one strike nearly caused their three early Heaven Realm stage to be unable to resist. In the next second, their figures quickly flashed and they went forward to fight with Lu Ao. Bang! 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 In less than 10 seconds, the four of them had already fought a dozen moves against each other. Lu Ao's countenance was bland to the end, looking very relaxed. On the other hand, Yinhe's trio was getting more and more strained the more they fought. Although their martial arts skills came out in unison, their moves were majestic and vast, and they looked strong and terrifying to outsiders. However, their level was always one level lower than Lu Ao, and the gap in strength was obvious. If it wasn't for the combined strength of the three of them, they wouldn't have been Lu Ao's opponent at all, and it wouldn't have been possible for them to hold out for such a long period of time. Now both sides are just barely tied. If they continue to fight, the three of them will surely exhaust their strength and lose. The hearts of the people hiding in the corners of the wall turned upside down. Is this a duel between Heaven Realm powerhouses? It was truly too terrifying. It's over. At the 36th round, Lu Ao's dual sword suddenly shook, and raging sword chi majestically erupted, instantly shocking Yinhe's trio to fly out, furiously spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Damn Lu Ao, is it necessary for him to go against us for a Yi family? Yinhe's trio stabilized their stance and their faces became very ugly. With this Lu Ao around, it seems like they won't be able to see that Yi family kid today. But when they just had the idea to leave. Swish! 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 Another dozen or so silhouettes rushed into the Yi family with an imposing presence. Those hiding in the corners felt the terrifying aura emanating from this group of people and their faces were startled again. How come there were experts coming again? Is it a foe or a friend? Ah, it's really lively. Yinhe, Yunyan, Yunding, what kind of wind blew your Red Dragon Society people here as well? The black-clothed old man at the very front had an astonishing aura and faintly swept a glance at the wretched Yinhe trio with a snort. This old man was named Jiang Nanshan, the vice president of the Capital City Martial Arts Association. His cultivation was in the middle stage of the Heaven Realm, second only to the president of the Martial Arts Association, and his strength was so strong that he was able to rank in the top 20 in the capital city. There are 12 martial arts masters beside him, 6 of them are peak masters, 6 are late masters, and 1 early master is Chao Qianzhou, who was scared away by Lu Ao before. At this moment, Chao Qianzhou's face no longer carried fear. Instead, he had his hands in his pockets and was full of smugness. In the morning after Fong snatched away the Martial Arts Association, he immediately reported to the Capital Martial Arts Association General Assembly, saying that a teenage Heaven Realm powerhouse had appeared in Jianghai City and snatched away the Martial Arts Association's branch, requesting the above to send someone to support him. He originally thought that the above would only send over early-stage Heaven Realm powerhouses, but he didn't expect that Jiang Nanshan, who was the vice president, would be sent over. To know. This vice president, his cultivation was at the middle stage of the Heaven Realm. His strength was incomparably strong. With this vice president, he finally didn't have to be afraid of Lu Ao and that teenage Heaven Realm powerhouse anymore. Even more. He could also snowball his former shame and ruthlessly take out a mouthful of bad anger. Jiang Nanshan, I didn't expect you to actually come as well. Yunhe's eyes lit up as he laughed out loud. Just in time to come. I know that your martial arts association definitely also wants to take in that kid called Fong, so do we, the Red Dragon Society, but now we've encountered a problem. This Lu Ao wants to block us. Anyway, we have the same goal. How about cooperating to finish him off first? Oh? Mad Sword Lu Ao is also here? Jiang Nanshan froze at his words and turned his head to see that he actually saw Lu Ao sitting not far away drinking and eating meat. He immediately narrowed his eyes slightly. This Lu Ao was also in the middle stage of the Heaven Realm. Yinhe was right, the main purpose of their martial arts association coming here was to take in that brat Fong. Their president had seen Yifang's talent. Of course. If pulling him in doesn't work, he would also directly kill him to prevent him from falling into other forces. Looking at Lu Ao, he looked a bit gloomy. He was clear about his own strength. Lu Ao stepped into the middle stage of the Heaven Realm has been several years, and he just stepped into the middle stage of the Heaven Realm. The strength is naturally not comparable to, if he himself and Lu Ao battle, I'm afraid that the victory rate is less than 50%. Therefore, it was undoubtedly quite cost-effective to cooperate with someone from the Red Dragon Society. After weighing things up in his mind, he looked towards the Yinhe trio and nodded his head in recognition. Yes, I'll cooperate with you guys. Settle Lu Ao first, then we'll think about pulling in that demonic brat. All right. In that case, we'll go together. Yunhe's 3 people were overjoyed at his words, and as soon as the words left their mouths, they rushed towards Lu Ao together. Buzz! Lu Ao's double knives flew out. Yunhe's 3 faces changed. They knew that the power of these double knives was really horrible. They hastily dodged. It was not easy to dodge the double knives. Lu Ao took advantage of their inattention, instantly rushed forward, and slapped a palm towards Yunhe's head. Yunhyuk's face changed. It's over, carelessness. Bang! However, right at this moment, a black-clothed figure instantly appeared in front of him, blocking the blow for him. It was none other than Jiang Nanshan who had struck. Yunhe's trio breathed a sigh of relief and then sneered as they attacked towards Lu Ao. Lu Ao, who was dealing with Jiang Nanshan's attack, cursed in a low voice when he saw the scene. Despicable and shameless. Bang! The combined strength of the 4 directly blasted Lu Ao away. Lu Ao violently spat out a mouthful of blood and flew for more than 20 meters before collapsing heavily on the eaves of the house, his face pale.
Even if he was strong, he was only in the middle stage of the Heaven Realm. After all, he couldn't defeat the combined strike of 4 Heaven Realm powerhouses. Moreover, at this moment, the true chi in his dantian was already depleted. He could no longer support him to continue fighting. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ao, who asked you to stop us, you asked for it. Today, we are going to kill you, go to hell. Yunhe's trio instantly became full of godly energy and exploded their whole body strength towards Lu Ao to kill him. Bang! When they were about to reach Lu Ao's body, suddenly another grey-robed old man quickly stopped them. Put! Although that old man is also a Heaven Realm powerhouse, but only the early stage of cultivation, cannot block the combined attack of the 3, hard to resist the attack of the 3, he flew backwards several meters away, just landed in Lu Ao next to the look of pain covering the chest, constantly coughing up blood. Looking at this old man, Lu Ao's face changed slightly, endured the pain and strongly supported his body, said in a deep voice. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to leave first? That old man coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood and laughed bitterly. Hee hee, you ran too fast and didn't wait for me. I still have something that I didn't give you, and I was thinking of chasing after you to give it to you, but I didn't expect you to be seriously injured. Alas, I can't watch you being beaten and see you dying, right? You. Lu Ao sighed helplessly, what a silly teammate. However, despite being in this desperate situation, his face did not look the least bit fearful, instead it was as if he had some kind of bottom card. That grey-robed old man swept a glance at the 4 Heaven Realm powerhouses in front of him and looked at Lu Ao, his heart ached and he couldn't help but sigh in annoyance. Old Ao, why are you doing this? This Yi family is in trouble and it's none of your business, you have to get involved in this mess, is it really necessary? Whether it's necessary or not, you'll know right away. Lu Ao calculated the time in his mind, and the corner of his mouth suddenly revealed a strange smile. The grey-robed old man was confused, not knowing what he meant by that. Rumble. Right at this moment, the sky suddenly changed color and thunder exploded. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a giant thunderbolt the thickness of a bucket swiftly struck down. Crack! The thunder landed on Yunhe, who was smiling smugly and coldly, and before he could react, his entire person instantly turned into scorched dust in the sky. Heaven Realm powerhouse, dead. Who gave you the guts to dare to come to the Yi family to spread your wildness? I swear here today that anyone who messes with the Yi family, no matter who it is, will have to die. The cold voice suddenly resounded through the clouds, blasting in the ears of everyone in the Yi family, causing their hearts to tremble violently. Chapter 73, No One Can Run Away. Who was it? The pupils of Jiang Nanshan, Yunyen, and Yunding shrunk as their minds shook tremendously. They looked towards the upper part of the gloomy sky in unison, only to see that a golden sunlight slanted down through the center of the dark clouds, while there were 2 silhouettes steadily suspended inside that golden sunlight. Their bodies were illuminated by the sunlight with a golden light, just like the gods, which was astonishing. These 2 people were a man and a woman. Everyone below looked dumbfounded for an instant. Looking at these 2 people, several Yi family children hurriedly surprised Yi Wenchen, Yi Risheng, and Lu Tianjian by shaking them out of their stupor. Looking at those 2 golden silhouettes in the sky, At this moment, everyone's face changed. There was surprise, shock, and horror. Those who were surprised were Yi Wenwen, Yi Risheng, Lu Tianjiang, Tang Hon, Lu Ao. Those people. He finally came. The people who were shocked were those big brother figures from all the forces, and Lu Ao's best friend, the grey-robed old man Meng Haolei. The people who were horrified were Yunyen, Yunding, Jiang Nanshan, Chao Qianzhou, and the Martial Arts Association's various patriarchal-level martial artists who had seen Yunhe, a Heaven Realm powerhouse, being struck by lightning and reduced to ashes. Looking at the slender white figure in the sky, Yunyen, Yunding, and Jiang Nanshan were all stunned. Was this that Yi family brat? How could he be so strong? Just one strike actually managed to kill a Heaven Realm powerhouse in seconds. Jiang Nanshan asked himself that he wouldn't be able to do it even if he were elevated to the late stage of the Heaven Realm. Is that kid still human? With such terrifying strength and talent, he was simply not human. Killing a Heaven Realm powerhouse in seconds. None of the people present were able to do it. Even if the Lord President himself was present, there was nothing possible. This proves that the strength of this Yi Fong. At the very least, it was the peak of the Heaven Realm, and there was even a possibility that it was that realm. A few people finally panicked but then thinking about the power behind them, they forced themselves to calm down and tilted their heads to look intently at the 2 silhouettes in the beam of sunlight. Kid, we admit that you are strong. But don't be too arrogant, you can't kill us either, behind us is. Yunyan spoke in a deep voice, and before he could finish his words, a white aura instantly struck his body. Boom! His entire body instantly exploded into a roiling mist of blood, spilling out into the Yi family compound. Gulp! Yunding was shocked at the sight, and after gulping down a mouthful of saliva, he turned around in a panic and skipped away. The other party was not afraid of the background behind them at all, so what else was there to say? It was important to run for their lives. At least there were countless strongmen and presidents to protect them when they returned. 2 Heaven Realm powerhouses had died at once, and now there were only 2 Heaven Realm powerhouses left here, him and Jiang Nanshan, so if he didn't run away at this time, when would he run away? He really regretted to death. Had he known that this kid was so strong, he said nothing to follow along. Even if he was beaten to death by the chairman, he wouldn't come. Swish! He had just flown out less than 100 meters away when his body suddenly froze, stopping in mid-air and unable to move. Subsequently, a terrifying pressure like that enveloped him, as if 10,000 pounds of huge force was pressed on his body, and the feeling of being squeezed was very uncomfortable. His face blinked into a pig liver color, feeling like his body was about to explode. No! Don't kill me! My lord, please spare my life. It was not easy for me to reach the Heaven Realm. I really don't want to die. Yingying was terrified and immediately let out a miserable scream. That miserable scream made everyone within the Yi family compound's scalp go numb. Yi Wenwan, Yi Russian, and Lu Tianjian looked at the white-clothed silhouette in the sky. Their hearts turned over. He was actually this strong. These people still underestimated Yi Feng's strength. Even if it was a super strong person from the capital, it was surprising that he could directly kill and finish off in seconds. His limit. Exactly where? Bang! In the sky, Yi Feng looked indifferently at that Yingying who was crying and begging for mercy. His face didn't move at all. His palm gently clenched and directly pinched and exploded Yingying into a rain of blood in the sky through the air. Another Heaven Realm powerhouse fell. Hiss! Sounds of sucking and cool air rose and fell within the Yi family compound. Seeing this scene, Lu Ao, Meng Hale, Jiang Nanshan, Chao Shenzhou, as well as the various martial arts sect masters of the Martial Arts Association, they finally couldn't help but frantically suck in their cool breaths, and their entire bodies went numb with shock. Lu Ao was shocked. He originally guessed that Yi Feng was at most in the late stage of the Heaven Realm, but he didn't expect to directly kill 3 Heaven Realm powerhouses in seconds with ease. Although these 3 were only at the early stage. However, even if it was an unusual peak Heaven Realm powerhouse, it was impossible to do it so easily. His eyes gazed in amazement at the figure in the sky with white clothes and a world-beating figure displayed all over his body, and he couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. At the same time, a strange color surged out of his eyes. He finally smiled. In these 10 years or so, he had finally gambled right for once. At the corner within the Yi family compound, Wang Jining, the head of the Wang family, was filled with incredulity. He clenched his fists in a deadly grip that. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could this kid be this strong? Those 3 were Heaven Realm powerhouses. Heavenly Realm powerhouses, and they were killed in seconds? It was as simple as stepping on an ant. He was so jealous that he couldn't wait for the person who killed the Heaven Realm powerhouses to be his son. Why does the Yi family have such a top-level demon? On what grounds? Why don't my Wang family have it? He was screaming madly in his heart. He was going crazy. By this moment, how could Jiang Nanshan not know that this teenager with terrifying strength, relying on his own powerful strength, was not afraid of any threat from any force at all? He was afraid that even if he spoke out the reputation of the Martial Arts Association now, that boy would not let him off easily. Jiang Nanshan gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. It had come to this. There was only this. Puff! Strong as he was, he still put down the dignity belonging to a Heaven Realm powerhouse and knelt down. Punt! Punt! Another row of kneeling sounds rang out as the rest of the Martial Arts Association knelt down. Chao Shenzhou was already so scared at this moment that his face was pale and his soul was unsettled. In his mind, he kept silently chanting, "Can't see me, can't see me. Lord Yi, please be kind enough to spare us. We actually have no ill will towards the Yi family. The only ones who injured your loved ones were the people from the Red Dragon Society. It has nothing to do with us." Jiang Nanshan raised his head to gaze at the white-clothed figure in the sky and said in a deep voice, looking at them trying to beg for mercy and leave. Lu Ao, however, snorted coldly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up, and arched his hand at Yi Feng in the sky. "Young Yi, you should not trust them. Their purpose today is to capture you back to the Capital Martial Arts Association. Now they know that they can't be defeated and they are going to beg for forgiveness. If we let them go like this, wouldn't we be letting the tiger return to the mountain?" Yi Feng's gaze faintly swept towards him when he heard that. His eyes suddenly moved slightly and it was him. He was actually injured. Could it be that he was the one who protected the Yi family just now? Quickly retrieving his thoughts, Yi Feng coldly looked at the crowd of the Martial Arts Association below again and coldly laughed. "I said that anyone who messes with the Yi family has to die. Today, one of you will be counted as one, no one can escape." After saying that, he pressed his palm downwards. Pang Bai's spiritual energy instantly transformed into a giant palm that covered the sky and landed with an unrivaled strong gravity. Chapter 74 Blood Dragon Mountain. Run! Seeing this scene, the Jiang Nanshan's pupils suddenly contracted and he shouted, wanting to get up and run away. But the next second he was dumbfounded that his body was actually suppressed for some reason, unable to move even a single muscle. He panicked, finally panicked. His eyes watched in horror as the great palm of the sky pressed down. His heart was beyond despair. The rest of the Martial Arts Association patriarchs were also desperate and sweating coldly. They were also covered in place by the terrifying pressure, unable to move, and couldn't run a bit at all. Xiao Qianzhou regretted to death. Had he known that this Yi Feng was strong to such a degree, he said nothing to offend him again. But what to say, everything is too late. Rumble. The giant palm blasted down the cover without mercy, and the terrifying spiritual impact instantly blasted a dozen or so people from the Martial Arts Association, including Jiang Nanshan, into pieces. It's over. The energy aftermath slowly dissipated, and the entire world seemed to fall silent. The dark clouds quietly dispersed and sky also regained its brightness. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded and petrified. Yi Feng slowly descended from the sky with Wan'er. When he saw that his grandfather and sister were both injured, he immediately changed his face, then without sparing any spiritual energy, he quickly cast a healing array. The soft spiritual energy instantly wrapped around Yu Wenchen, Yu Risheng, Lu Tianjiang, Tang Hon, Tang Sakura and several others, and the injuries on their bodies were recovering rapidly. Luckily it wasn't a very serious injury. Yi Feng came to his sister's body and reset the broken and misplaced ribs in her body, then he personally inputted the soft spiritual energy and started repairing the injuries. In just less than a minute's time, a few people's faces instantly turned red and looked like they had recovered quite a bit. After this incident, Yi Feng had come to a profound realization. An insurance method must be used so that the Yi family would be safe and sound in the future. Then, the main step was to first make a giant defense formation in the Yi family first, which could be attacked or defended, and would not be afraid of sneak attacks from powerful enemies. Then, form a group of powerful forces. The main purpose of this group of forces was to protect the Yi family. To form a powerful force, it is necessary to cultivate a large number of powerful martial artists. Cultivating martial artists, he has a way to make some pills to quench the body, forcibly elevate some ordinary people to the martial artist realm. And making pills would have to consume a large amount of materials. The materials for making pills were expensive, and the cost was not small. Without tens of billions of dollars, it would not be possible to cultivate many martial artists with some strength. It seems that maybe we can gather some wool from the people who came here today. Yi Feng knew that. These people were all masters who were not poor in money. However, he would not directly rob, but willingly let these people send the money over. After exchanging a few pleasantries with his grandfather and sister, Yi Feng brought Wan'er over again. Wan'er looked at Yi Feng's grandfather and sister, her stunning face reddened a little coyly as she politely bent down and smiled. "Good day, Grandpa, good day, sister." "Brother, is this your girlfriend? So beautiful." Yu Risheng's eyes flashed with amazement. What a beautiful girl. Being praised by Yi Feng's sister, Lin Wan'er smiled and shyly buried her head into Yi Feng's arms, while Yi Feng smiled and tenderly embraced her. Yi Wenduan also smiled and nodded. "Fenger, you two are really a good match. Grandpa is looking forward to the moment you get married. I wonder, do I still have a chance to hold a great-grandson, huh?" "Grandpa, there is definitely a chance. You are in good health now, you can't say such unlucky words." Yi Feng laughed. The family reunion was naturally a happy one, while these surrounding bigwigs from various powers were looking at them with mixed feelings. Who would have thought that the Yi family, which had fallen out of favor for more than a decade, would still have a moment to rise again? And all of this was all because of this teenager who was only 19 years old. He is really excellent. At this time, Lu Ao walked over and looked at Yi Feng and laughed. "Ah, young Yi, goodbye. I didn't expect you to be so strong at such a young age. I really admire you." Yi Feng sniffed and looked at him with a thoughtful gaze. Yi Wenduan hurriedly said, "Little Fong, you don't know, Elder Lu saved us twice, and he was injured because he saved us." "I know." Yi Feng slowly nodded his head and walked towards Lu Ao, then patted his right hand on his shoulder. "Thanks a lot." After saying that, a soft spiritual energy nourished the injuries within Lu Ao's body, and the gentle and comfortable feeling caused Lu Ao's body to tremble. He looked at the teenager in front of him with surprise on his face. Worthy of being a demon. Even if his strength is strong, this top-notch medical skill that is rare in this world is also very admirable. A great favor is not appreciated. Count me Yi Feng as owing you a favor. In the future, if you need my help for something that doesn't go against my heart, I will unreservedly help you once, but only once. Lu Ao's eyes moved slightly at his words, waiting for these words from him. "It just so happens that I have something I want to ask you to help. I have a close friend whose father is suffering from a terminal illness. I know that you have excellent medical skills. Can you help me save his father?" Lu Ao thought about it and said, "Just this?" Yi Feng slightly froze, then frowned. "May as well tell you, my favor is very precious, but you use this favor to help others. Is it worth it?" "Worth it." Lu Ao solemnly nodded his head. He is a sentimental person. His friend's business is his business. Anyway, he is now alone traveling the world. Besides his friends, there is nothing worth staying. "Alright, leave a contact information. I will go and cure your friend's father's disease when I have time." Yi Feng said, seemed to think of something else and asked, Right, there is one thing I forgot to ask you. Weren't you poisoned by the Jiao Dragon before? Where is this Jiao Dragon? After exchanging contact information with Fong, Lu Ao thought about it and said back. That Jiao Dragon is in Blood Dragon Mountain, but... Saying this, his face froze. If you want to go there, then I advise you not to go, because that augur will soon transform into a dragon. Transforming into a dragon? Fong stared at the words and then his eyes moved slightly. He had originally thought of seizing the Jiao's inner elixir. The inner dan of the Jiao contained a huge amount of energy, and apart from fueling cultivation breakthroughs, it could also be used as a source of energy for the drive of the spell formations, and serve as the eye of the formation, so that the spell formations would be able to exert their power all the time. His current strength breakthrough had 10,000 years snow crystal ginseng. He didn't need Jiaodan to break through, and Jiaodan didn't help his cultivation enhancement that much, so using Jiaodan as the formation eye of the spell formation was the best. But then again, if the Jiao really succeeded in transforming into a dragon, then the value of the inner dan would be extraordinary. There's no need to worry so much, let's get right to it. Where is Blood Dragon Mountain? Chapter 75, Would his son be bad? Not many people know the location of Blood Dragon Mountain, but I have it firmly in my mind. It's a few dozen kilometers away from Ikuan Town. Ikuan Town is already out of the province. It's at least 2,600 kilometers away from here. My close friend's father, who is suffering from a terminal illness, is exactly in Ikuan Town. When do you plan to go, Yi Xiao? If it's tomorrow, we happen to be heading to Ikuan Town. At that time, if you go with me, by the way, you can treat my best friend's father's illness, then I will take you to Blood Dragon Mountain. Lu Ao paused for a moment and then whispered. Truth be told, the Blood Dragon Mountain is extremely well located, gathering many heaven and earth energies, breeding all kinds of rare heavenly materials. If you want herbs with high vintage, there is no doubt that it is a very good place to obtain them. Oh? Blood Dragon Mountain also breeds all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures? Yi Feng's heart stirred when he heard that. He wondered if there was any 1,000-year spirit ginseng there that removed Wan'er's physical defects. 1,000-year spirit ginseng was extremely rare. Even a 100-year portion was hard to find, let alone one that had grown for more than 1,000 years. Have you seen any 1,000-year-old spirit ginseng there? Yi Feng asked. Lu Ao thought back and nodded his head. There is. When I passed by there, I saw several spiritual ginseng plants, and judging from my years of experience, the vintage is definitely not less than 1,000 years. Several plants? Yi Feng stared fiercely. What kind of treasure land was this that could produce so many 1,000-year-old spirit ginseng? Could it be a spiritual vein? Or maybe it was a spiritual mountain? When he thought of this possibility, his heart immediately surged a little. He was an Immortal Emperor Inheritance, able to fight over the levels, and his cultivation would have required more spiritual chi, and just the thin spiritual chi emitted by this kind of mountains, rivers, and forests would not be able to satisfy him at all. The further one cultivates, the more enormous the aura one needs. That is to say, after cultivating in a place to a certain extent, without the aura to support it, it is difficult for the realm to continue to improve. A place exists and the spiritual chi is limited. Sucking a place, the more to the back of the more insufficient to support his cultivation. The demand for spiritual chi is too large. There is not much spiritual chi exists, even if it is to change the place of cultivation. If there is no more huge pure spiritual chi, also cannot solve anything. It was as if the size of the aura that existed in this Jianghai city was a small pond, while the aura he needed for his upgrade was going to be the amount of a large lake, or the amount of an ocean. Although the production of large-scale spiritual gathering array can constantly converge heaven and earth spiritual chi, but the convergence of spiritual chi also need a certain amount of time. The higher the realm, the more little effect. Spirit veins, on the other hand, were different. Spiritual veins were large spiritual chi storage areas that had been formed after thousands or even tens of thousands of years of precipitation. The aura within the spirit vein is not equivalent to the ordinary aura in the secular world. Ordinary aura is thin, not high purity, while the spirit vein is not only abundant aura, but also very pure. The quality and density of the spirit vein is far more than the ordinary aura. Absorbing and cultivating, the speed of upgrading will naturally be super fast. Not only that, around the spiritual vein is the best environment for the growth of spiritual plants. Absorbing the spiritual chi of the spiritual plant growth is extremely rapid, and the evolution speed will also be significantly accelerated. The spiritual chi contained in the various spiritual plants is also very considerable, and the purity is extremely high. It is much better than just relying on absorbing the thin spiritual chi. If he could really obtain a spirit vein, even if it was a small one, along with that 10,000-year-old snow crystal ginseng, it would be able to directly allow him to step into the Yingying stage. If he reached the Yingying stage, that would be equivalent to the early stage of God transformation, or possibly even the middle stage of strength. By then refining the soul's body would already be simple. Even those extremely powerful thermal weapons on Earth would be just like scratching an itch for him, and he would have nothing to fear at all. He hadn't reached Jin Dan yet. And when he reached Foundation Establishment, he unlocked the demon-breaking ray that could penetrate everything. If he reached the Jin Dan or Yingying stage, he didn't know what new transcendent abilities and immortal cultivation knowledge he would obtain.
The Immortal Emperor's inheritance, in fact, didn't inherit all of it at first. The various abilities were gradually getting stronger as his strength level increased, and the more he knew, the broader his sea of knowledge became. The reason why he didn't know other low-level immortal cultivation techniques right now was because of his low rank. He hadn't unlocked the memories of the various individual pieces of knowledge in the Immortal Emperor's inheritance. As long as the rank was raised up, more immortal cultivation knowledge would be unlocked, and only when the strength was strong and the tolerance of the sea of consciousness was raised would it be easier to digest and absorb some of the difficult points. Immortal Emperor is the commander of multiple parallel universes in the world, belonging to the apex of existence, knows everything and knows nothing. The amount of knowledge is extremely vast. Those huge and horrible things, if they are all instilled inside Yifeng's mind at the beginning, I'm afraid that the sea of consciousness won't be able to withstand it, and it will directly collapse and explode. Looking at Yifeng thinking about something, Lu Ao couldn't help but laugh bitterly again. The Blood Dragon Mountain, where the energy of heaven and earth converge, is the perfect treasure land for cultivation. I wanted to go there to cultivate. Who knew that accidentally intruded into the Jiao's territory, was attacked by it. That Jiao cultivation almost 1,000 years of time. The strength is very horrible. I'm not a rival at all. It's a tail whip. It is easy to whip me away a few hundred meters. Fortunately there is that iron bracelet to protect me. I was wounded to escape, but did not expect that the tail could also be able to do the same thing. But I didn't expect that the Jiao tail can release poison. I used the true qi in my body to forcefully suppress the Jiao poison, and managed to survive for 2 months. If you didn't cure the Jiao poison in my body, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Yifeng came back to his senses and nodded. Let's go to Blood Dragon Mountain together tomorrow. You lead the way and help cure your friend's father on the way when you pass by Ikuan town. He thought that it would be good to return this favor on the way, so as to avoid a long night's sleep. He didn't like to owe others favors for too long, and it was naturally better to be able to return them earlier. Okay, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, I will send a special airplane over. See you then. Lu Ao sniffed and nodded. After saying that, he turned around and pulled Meng Haolei, who was still dumbfounded on the other side, to leave. After walking out of the Yi family, Meng Haolei then couldn't help but ask, Old Lu, how exactly did that teenager cultivate? How did he become so strong? I really can't understand it. Lu Ao shook his head and sighed. What else can I say? Everything is talent. That person is so strong. Do you think that his son would be worse? That's also true. Back then, if it wasn't because of that incident, with Yi Boshan's strength, how could something happen? Alas, it's really the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward the waves of the past. Now it's the world that belongs to the younger generation. Meng Haolei shook his head, suddenly glanced at the bewildered Lu Ao and smiled in relief. Returning to his senses, Lu Ao helplessly shook his head and smiled. This old bones in the future will stop. Less worry. Don't tired body. Your father's disease wrapped in my body. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Still wrapped in your body? Oh, don't ing brag. My father's disease I am clear. Don't need you to manage. I myself will find someone to cure him, although the hope of curing is very slim. Meng Haolei laughed and laughed, but his face was gradually despondent, turned his head and quietly wiped up his tears. Lu Ao see this heart secretly laugh. Oh. Wait until tomorrow, see not happy to die you. Under the sunlight, the two people's shadows were gradually stretched, the figure gradually far away, disappeared at the end of the road. Chapter 76, Passing on the Legacy for 1,000 Years. Yifeng stood at the same place thinking. When he breaks through to Jindan stage tonight, tomorrow he will go to Blood Dragon Mountain to seize the Jiao Dragon's inner Dan, then see if there is a spirit vein present. If there is a spirit vein. First, I will raise my cultivation level significantly, and then I will scavenge the rare medicinal herbs and spiritual plants of the Blood Dragon Mountain. As for the Qin family in the capital, postpone going. First for Wan'er to solve the defects of the constitution is the most important thing at present. However, before going to Blood Dragon Mountain, he also had to set up a defense formation in the Yi family, and without a suitable formation then he could only set up a simple low-level formation first. But at this time, Yifeng, however, suddenly thought of something and the corner of his mouth arched. Right. Isn't there still Lu Yishui? Taking her as the formation eye for the time being was also a good choice. It seemed that she could be entrusted to be the formation eye for the time being, and after obtaining the Jiao Dan, she could be removed. After all, as the eye of the formation, is not able to move around, can only stay inside the formation to roam around. In fact, it's not really an aggravation. Lu Yishui stayed inside that compass for such a long time, isn't it also the same over? It was also time to let her play some role. Slowly withdrawing his thoughts, Yifeng again placed his gaze on the bigwigs of the various forces present. When they came into contact with Yifeng's gaze, these people tightened up and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, their hearts suddenly a little nervous. Just kidding. He had killed 4 Heaven Realm powerhouses in seconds by himself. With such a terrifying strength, could they not be nervous? Moreover, now even if Yifeng told them to die, they wouldn't dare to disobey. Yifeng looked at everyone except his grandfather, sister, and Wan'er with a calm gaze and said indifferently, I intend to form a force, with the Yi family as the leader. The name of this force will be called the Yi Alliance for the time being. If you are interested, you are welcome to join at any time. Of course, to join the Alliance there must be a threshold. You can call out to your loved ones to join together. The threshold fee of 10 million per person. I won't force you to join, all by your own will. Want to add on? Don't want to add, don't add. But I have to remind one thing, after joining the Alliance everyone is unified. Naturally, there are difficulties with have the same blessings, whoever was bullied, and if there is something that even the experts I train can't cope with, I will personally come out. In short, as long as you join the Alliance, Fong, will never treat you badly. Treat you all badly, but there is also a covenant. All members of the Alliance are not allowed to violate any of the regulations formulated by the Alliance. If there is any violation, or those who betray the Alliance, they will all be killed without amnesty. As soon as these words came out, the crowd immediately had complex faces. Then, all of them whispered something to each other. After only a few moments of effort, everyone's opinions were in agreement. All felt that this matter was feasible. With such a powerful Alliance Master, they would definitely follow him in the future. Furthermore, if they did not join, they might be sidelined by the gradually growing Alliance in the future, and that would be even more of a loss than a gain, so it would be better to follow along with them as the ship rises, and they were all willing to join the Alliance in the face of absolute benefits. Even if it was because of the fact that Yi Xiao had such a powerful strength, they would also join. Without hesitation. Joining the Alliance would mean having Yi Xiao's blessing, which would provide a great guarantee of safety. After all, Yi Xiao's strength was obvious to them, as if he was a god. No one could defeat him, even if it was more than Yi Baodian back then. Have you all considered it clearly? 3 minutes later, Yi Fong asked flatly. Considered it clearly, we are all willing to join the Yi Alliance. Alliance Master. From now on, we will be members of the Yi Alliance. The crowd kneeled down, with respectful faces, and shouted in unison. The sound of the drink was so great that it was close to catching up with the school's radio. Very good, from now on, everyone is a member of the Yi Alliance, no matter who. If you want to move the Yi Alliance, first ask me, Yi Fong, if I will answer. Yi Fong said. A terrifying pressure came overwhelmingly. The crowd was all rushed and tumbled to the ground. This was still under Yi Feng's control, otherwise, just a single pressure could make them go up in smoke. The crowd hurriedly climbed up in shock, their faces becoming even more in awe. Allied Lord was truly as terrifying as hell. Yi Fong thought of something else and suddenly said. Right, there is one more thing. I have a good brother in the Western District. He is starting his own business, but the situation is not too optimistic lately. I don't want to see him having a bad time. The words are already here. You guys should know what I mean. At these words, the crowd looked at each other. In their hearts, they thought that Yi Xiao's brother is in trouble. If they curry favor with Yi Xiao's brother, wouldn't that be currying favor with Yi Xiao in disguise? How could they let go of such a good opportunity? One after another nodded their heads and said, Understood. Xiao Yi, don't worry, we know what to do. Well, in that case, let's all disperse. All other matters go to Fong Wanli, he will resolve them himself. The crowd answered and left. The large Yi family compound, in the blink of an eye, only the 4 of them were left with Yi Fong, and all of a sudden, it was much emptier and quieter. Yi Fong walked next to his grandfather and sister Wan'er and said, Grandpa, sister, I'm going on a long trip tomorrow. Today I will set up a good defense spell formation in the Yi family. This spell formation can protect your safety. Before I don't come back, don't leave the Yi family for half a step. Just call out to your men to do something. Wan'er, you too, you follow your sister to stay in the Yi family first. I have killed the people from the Red Dragon Society and the Martial Arts Association. They are sure to come back with more people. Although you are a bit strong, you can't defeat those Heaven Realm martial artists, so wait here for me to come back. Yi Fong thought, when he came back from the Blood Dragon Mountain this time, he would go and destroy the Red Dragon Society and the Martial Association. Any person or force that was a threat to his family, he would not let go, no matter who it was. Lin Wan'er took his hand and bit her lip. Fong, you're going away tomorrow, can you make it back the day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow, but school is about to start. She was actually reluctant in her heart, not wanting to be separated from Yi Fong for such a long time, and deliberately used the excuse of school starting to make Yi Fong come back faster. Don't worry, Wan'er, I can definitely make it the day after tomorrow. If it's fast, I should be able to come back tomorrow night. I won't make you wait too long. Seeming to see what Wan'er was thinking in her mind, Yi Fong gently rubbed her head and soothed her. As soon as he thought of the day after tomorrow, Yi Fong thought of Wan'er's birthday. At that time, he would make sure that Wan'er had the happiest day. That's good, I was afraid that you wouldn't come back for a few days. Hearing this, Lin Wan'er quietly let out a sigh of relief, but her right hand still clutched Yi Feng's palm tightly, as if she wanted to feel more of his warmth. Yi Rusheng gently pulled Wan'er's hand and smiled. Sister Wan'er, you don't have to worry about anything, brother, he is very strong. I believe in him, there is nothing in this world that can pose a threat to him. In the future, he will definitely make a name for himself and become famous. Even, make this heaven and earth tremble for him. Ha ha ha. Fonger, feel free to do whatever you want to do. Come with your heart, your grandfather and your sister will always support you. However, Fonger, although you are strong, but after all, you are too young, Grandpa still has to remind you, no matter what, remember to act according to your strength, safety is the most important. Yi Xiaoduan very comfortably patted this very outstanding grandson. His heart was both happy and despondent. In fact, he wanted his grandson to be very strong, but he didn't want him to be that strong. People are red and there is a lot of right and wrong. Showing too much of one's sharpness is ultimately not good for oneself. If a person showed too much brilliance and excelled too much, it would be easy to attract the jealousy and attacks of others. Without absolutely overwhelming transcendent strength, it was very likely to attract huge trouble. As the former head of the #1 family in the Huaxia country, there were many things that he had some understanding of. In fact, the most terrifying ones in Huaxia were not the 4 superfamilies in the capital. Rather, it was those that ancient clans and ancient families that were hidden from the world and inherited for nearly 1,000 years. Chapter 77, The Hidden Facts. Don't worry, Grandpa, I will pay attention to safety. Yi Fong nodded slightly. But in his heart, he did not care. Although there were powerful martial artists on this earth. However, they were still too weak for him, so he didn't need to worry at all. Of course, he could not rule out the existence of stronger ones. But who is he? He is a cultivator who has received the inheritance of the Immortal Emperor. He is not an ordinary cultivator, he has many cards and means. Even if there is a Jindan stage cultivator coming, he can still not be afraid. It is not that he is crazy, but his character has always been so. Cautious is there, but in front of the absolute strength, he feels that there is no need to hide worry about anything. He does not like to be coy. Dealing with others is to be decisive and strong. Let others afraid, let others fear. Never let others think that you are good to get along with, good to bully, just from you to try to take advantage. That kind of behavior is undoubtedly very stupid. People only stand tall, only know what to do, or what not to do. It was soon time for dinner. The hall of the Yi family. A large table of delicious food was set up. As the family gathered, there were naturally countless words that they wanted to talk about. Yi Wenwan and Yi Risheng had been asking Yi Feng about his experiences over the years. Yi Feng's face was calm as he recounted the ups and downs. The two men's faces kept changing, and when they heard it in the end, they both sighed with self-condemnation. I didn't expect my brother to live such a miserable life these years. First he was abducted and forced to beg, and then he was broken and thrown into the sea. Good thing that someone saved you, otherwise, we are afraid that we can't see each other again for the rest of our lives. Listening to those painful experiences of her brother, Yi Risheng was heartbroken. Her eyes instantly turned red and cried with self-reproach, wiping her tears non-stop with a tissue. Yi Wenshin held back his tears and contained his grief. Although on the surface he looked no different than usual, only his face was a bit more somber, but inside he was extremely uncomfortable. This is his own grandson. I didn't expect to have these tragic experiences. As soon as he heard about Fonger's tragic past, he felt like his heart was being cut with a knife. The pain was unbearable. Grandpa, sister, don't be sad, I'm not good. After the storm is the rainbow. Although the road has some twists and turns, but not just walk over. At least I'm no longer a child's mindset. After sharpening, the mind has become more mature. Yi Feng's face, from the beginning to the end, with a hint of a smile, as if he had never happened those things. But in fact, did he really not have the slightest feeling? Actually, no. Ever since he was a child, he had only been good at using a smile to cover up those painful memories. Sitting next to him, Lin Wan'er held his hand tightly in her jade hand, and her eyebrows couldn't stop frowning. Yi Feng, these painful experiences, never even told her, do not dare to imagine, this kind of painful dark memories, has been held in the heart will be how difficult. Looking at Yi Feng's face with a consistent plain expression, the tip of her nose was slightly sour, and she suddenly felt great admiration in her heart. He really is so strong. After finishing the meal, Yi Wenwan brought Yi Feng to a wide and bright room. Coming into this room, Yi Feng suddenly froze. On the large wall in front of him, there were medals and certificates hanging all over the place, as well as a picture of a man. Is that my father? Looking at those photos, that handsome man with a magnificent body, his heartbeat even seemed to jump half a beat slower. Fonger, I think you should have already seen it. That's right, the man on those photos above is none other than your real father, Yi Baodian. He was also the Chinese war god who once reigned supreme, causing countless people in China to fear and worship him. Memories couldn't stop pouring into his mind. Yi Wenwan's eyes were complex as he kept sighing. Your father is great, he is the guardian god of Huaxia. In order to guard Huaxia and dedicate his whole life, his glorious deeds are almost all pasted on this wall. These medals, all of them are obtained by spilling his blood on the battlefield. The older generation of our country, there is almost no one who doesn't know him. He is the hero of Huaxia, and also, my pride. When he said the last sentence, Yi Wenwan's voice was heavy and heavy. Even though he had always maintained an ancient and unperturbed face, he couldn't help but choke up with old tears as he said this. Looking at the wall full of medals, Yi Feng froze his mind for a moment, slowed down his complicated emotions, clenched his fists and asked, Grandpa, my dad, what exactly did he die of? Was he killed on the battlefield, or was it something else? He secretly decided in his heart that, even if his father died in battle, he still had to find out the culprit who started the war and get rid of it. If it wasn't the war, how could something happen to his father because of it?
In fact, your father's matter, even I am not too clear. When the state issued a notice that he died in the war for the country, they not only did not send the remains or ashes back, but also only sent a few million pension to the Yi family to work hastily. Even if I break the pot to ask to the end, they also refused to tell the whole story. Saying that, Yi Wanwan's face quickly turned gloomy, as if he was very dissatisfied with the result. He wasn't dissatisfied with the pension, but rather with this attitude of theirs. A country's greatest merit died. Those people not only looked like they were not grieving, but also vaguely gloating. Those people's various behaviors were undoubtedly very wrong. But with more suspicions, he didn't have the evidence and didn't dare to go against the country. Because at that time, even if the Yi family was stronger, it could not withstand the huge country. Not to mention that even the top pillar of the Yi family was already gone, so what could they take to fight? Yi Fong sniffed but laughed coldly. Oh, a few $1 million to settle the matter? They think quite beautifully. If it wasn't for my father, the Chinese nation would have been destroyed. On their attitude, can they afford to pay for my father for so many years? I think the truth of the matter must not be so simple, and so find a time, I must find on the national leadership to ask clearly. If they deliberately cover up certain facts, I will never spare them. Hearing these words, Yi Wanwan froze slightly, then could not help but sigh. Fomara, you'd better not be too impulsive. You're very strong. They may not dare to do anything to you, but this is a country, a whole country's power. With just one person, no matter how strong he is, it's not possible to shake. You have to know that people have to bow down when they're under the eaves of a house. Grandpa, you don't have to worry. My strength is beyond your imagination. If my father's death is related to the country, I won't spare them no matter what. So what if it's against the entire country? As long as they are the ones who harmed my loved ones, no matter who it is, they all have to die. Yi Feng's aura suddenly changed, and now, it was as if he was like a supreme sword with an unrivaled sharpness, causing Yi Wanwan to be stunned. Afterwards, he shook his head helplessly. Also, the children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Let him go. Gazing at his father's photo on the wall, Yi Feng seemed to think of something else, frowned slightly, and asked, Right, Grandpa, what about my mom? And where is she? Chapter 78, Yi family will be blown to the ground. Hearing this, Yi Wanwan was silent for a while and shook his head. I'm also not sure if your mother is alive or dead right now. That night, a large group of powerful black-clothed men broke into the Yi family and carried out an inhumane massacre. Your mother and you were captured in the chaos, and the most likely ones to capture you and her are the 4 super families of the capital. When the Yi family was almost wiped out, the ones who gained the most benefit were the only ones who had the most to do with it, and they are the most suspected. Secondly, it's the state. They may also want to get rid of our Yi family as a thorn in their side. After all, the growing Yi family will gradually threaten their leadership position. The 4 super families. After hearing these words, Yi Feng pondered for a while, frowning. In that case, they are most likely to be the murderers of that massacre, and also the most likely forced to know the whereabouts of Mom, right? Not bad. Yi Wanwan nodded. They are indeed the most suspicious, but there is one family that can be ruled out, and that is the Li family. The Li family's people rushed to the Yi family at the critical moment that night and saved me and your sister, otherwise, we would have fallen in a pool of blood long ago as well. Hearing these words, Yi Feng slightly froze, then after a few seconds of silence, but suddenly coldly laughed. No, Grandpa, precisely because of this, I on the contrary feel that they are even more suspicious. Oh? Why? You have said that those men in black were sneak attacks. Since the Yi family's people were too late to react, how did they, the Li family, know about it? This. Yi Wanwan's face was stunned. It seemed like such a reasoning. It happened at night, everyone else had already gone to sleep. How could the Li family's people suddenly come to the Yi family to save him and Russian? Could it be a cover-up? Or was there some other purpose? But the relationship between the Li family and the Yi family has always been very good, and the Li family's son and his own son is as close as brothers. How would it harm the brother's family? Things seem to be getting more and more wrong the more I think about it. A cold aura crossed Yi Feng's eyes. Grandpa, no matter who it is, as long as it is suspected, I will not let go. What happened to Mom and Dad is not normal. No matter what, I want to see people alive, and I want to see corpses dead. Zhanghai City. Inside a high-class cafe. Family Master, since we have arrived in Zhanghai City, should we go and inform Miss Now? A henchman, who was standing respectfully next to a middle-aged man who was drinking coffee, suddenly asked. No need for now, later first follow me to pay a visit to Yishao. After visiting Yishao, then go and give that dangling hair that is pestering my daughter. Saying this, the corner of Lin Yonghong's mouth hooked up into an arc, a cold light in his eyes. Understood, family head, with you here, even if the young lady is no longer willing to separate from him, there's nothing that can be done about it. That henchman immediately nodded his head in response. It was at this moment that an old voice suddenly entered the ears of the 2. Family Master. The 2 men turned their heads at the sound, only to see Lin Shuxiu, who had already broken his arm, stagger over, his face incomparably pale. The people around them who were drinking coffee couldn't help but show a look of pity when they saw this old man in such a miserable state. This old man was pitiful. Arriving in front of Lin Yonghong, Lin Shuxiu had a disheveled face and bowed his head. Family Master, I'm sorry, I've disgraced you. Who did this?
Seeing Lin Chuxiu in this miserable state, Lin Yonghong immediately became a little angry and asked in a deep voice. Daring to injure a member of his Lin family like this, he really ate bear heart and leopard gall.
Hurry up and say. Dare to injure my Lin family's people, I will make him look good.
Lin Yonghong slammed the table and drank. The people next to him were startled and couldn't help but look at him in surprise. What was this man's temper for good reason? Lin Chuxiu sighed with a helpless bitter smile.
Alas.
Family master, it's all because I made a fool of myself and messed with Ying's grandfather, which made me into this state. But fortunately, by a fluke, I was able to obtain Ying's grandfather's forgiveness, and that's how I was able to save my life.
What?
Lin Yonghong was slightly stunned and frowned, as if he had guessed something, and asked gruffly.
Yingyi? Which Yingyi are you talking about?
It's that newly returned Yingyi of the Yi family, one of the 4 great families in Zhanhai City, a heaven realm powerhouse. Lin Chuxiu said back.
Hiss. Lin Yonghong gently sucked in a mouthful of cool air, then his tone changed and he sneered. Then it's fine. It's you who sought death, who made you offend Xiao Yi. It's good that you didn't die.
The henchman next to him couldn't help but secretly slander. The family master had just said that he would make the other party look good, but he didn't expect that his face would actually become so fast.
Hee, the family master's lesson is right.
Lin Chuxiu smiled sourly. Alright, later I'm going to go to Yi family to visit that young Yi, you go with me. After all, you are also a person of Lin family. I, as the family head, have to apologize for you. At that time, you will kneel for me for a night in Yi family. If young Yi didn't forgive you, you don't go back to Lin family. After Lin Yonghong finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to him and drank coffee alone, trying to dispel the boredom in his heart.
Yi family.
After taking a walk with Wan'er in the large Yi family's backyard garden to disperse their minds, Yi Fong intended to order people to purchase some talisman paper and flags as a way to set up a large defense spell formation. The eye of the formation had already been determined, and it was Louis Shui who would act as it for the time being. But at this time,
Fong Wanli hurriedly arrived at the Yi family.
Running to Yi Fong in a hurry, Fong Wanli panted. It's not good, young Yi. When I was bored and logged onto the darknet today, I found that your photo has been put up on it, and someone has issued a huge bounty wanting to kill you.
Oh? How much is the reward? Yi Fong asked curiously. 100 million. Only this much? Yi Fong frowned. Fong Wanli's face was stunned and he was a bit speechless.
This was $100 million.
What do you mean it's only this much? Can you find out who posted the reward? Yi Fong asked again.
This darknet is very privacy-oriented. Without superb hacking skills, it's impossible to find out a shred of any user's information, so there's not much I can do.
Fong Wanli was a bit embarrassed. Then what do I need you for?
Yi Feng's tone went cold. It wasn't that he was afraid of the people from the darknet hunting him down, but he wouldn't let go of anyone who wanted to deal with himself and his family.
The small darknet was nothing more than a group of assassin organizations. What could it do to him? Fong Wanli instantly broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this and hurriedly knelt down.
Yi Xiao, I know that there is a very awesome hacker big brother. With her hand, it will definitely be able to help you. Only
what? Only. Boom.
Fong Wanli was just about to say something, but the sky was suddenly filled with the ear-piercing roar of an airplane. He raised his head to look, but he found a civil aviation airplane with rolling smoke descending rapidly in the direction of the Yi family, and it looked like it had a malfunction and was falling.
Fong Wanli's pupils immediately contracted. Crap! Isn't this finished? Young Yi, let's hurry and run.
Falling at such a fast speed, the Yi family will definitely be blown to the ground.
Chapter 79, Is this the power of an immortal cultivator? Hearing the growing roar of
Yi Wenwen, Yi Russian, Lin Wan'er, and a few of the Yi family subordinates ran inside the Yi family compound, looked up at the sky, and their faces suddenly changed drastically. An airplane had crashed, and the target was none other than the Yi family. If such a fast speed were to hit the Yi family, the impact could be imagined how terrifying it would be.
Go! Hurry up and go! Yi Wenwen shouted at the crowd immediately.
Yi Rusheng and Lin Wan'er's faces were also anxious as the two hurriedly ran forward, wanting to go pull Yi Fong to escape from here.
Brother, danger! Run! Fong, get out of here!
They ran while shouting. But at this moment, Yi Fong was deaf to the voices of the two of them, or maybe it was the increasingly violent roar that covered up their cries. Yi Feng's gaze was very calm as he watched the out-of-control, on-fire airplane getting closer and closer, without moving a single footstep. In such a dangerous situation, what everyone wanted was to hurry up and escape from here. And his heart was still as calm as water, without any waves.
At the same time, on the airplane,
the captain, co-pilot, and most of the passengers were unconscious due to the intense weightlessness. However, one of them, a beautiful woman in a black shirt, was relying on her strong martial arts strength and barely managed not to pass out from the weightlessness. She gripped the handrail tightly with both hands, her long slender fingers all white from the extreme exertion. She was so tense that sweat oozed from her forehead as she prayed silently in her heart.
I can't die. If I die, what about my mom?
I hope God will bless me and keep me safe. If there is someone who can save me, I will repay him, even if the possibility is very slim.
Gradually,
closer and closer to the ground. Her heart collapsed, and her eyes were thick with despair. Could I, the shadowless empress, die like this?
On the ground.
Fong Wanli saw that Yifeng had not yet left, anxious, went up to pull him, but froze and could not pull half a point.
Yi Shao. Quickly go ah. If you don't go, it'll be too late. Fong. Hurry up and go.
Seeing that the airplane was getting closer to the ground, but Yifeng was still standing still, Lin Wan'er panicked for a moment, her eyes reddened with anxiety and tears flowed out, wanting to rush over, but she was tightly pulled by Yi Risheng.
Sister Wan'er, let's go first.
Brother, he is so strong, he should have a way to leave. We are ordinary people, so let's not go and drag him down. Yi Risheng gritted her teeth and forcefully pulled Lin Wan'er, who was already hoarse, and rushed out of the Yi family compound with tears in her eyes, heading outside the Yi family. To be honest, although she had witnessed her brother's strong strength, how could she, as an elder sister, not be worried at such a time of life and death?
However, they couldn't help much by staying here.
With his brother being so strong, his escape speed was unknown how many times faster than theirs.
The only thing to do now was to pray. Stop. Just when the plane was only about 200 meters from the ground,
Yifeng slightly raised his palm towards the sky, the terrifying spiritual power poured out, straight into the sky, almost instantly wrapping the plane. The plane was originally falling at an extremely fast speed, but when it was wrapped by the spiritual power, it was suddenly stunned, and just stood still in the air. The airplane suddenly stopped falling, and the passengers inside were shaken awake, revealing a bewildered face.
What's going on? Am I already in heaven? No. How can I feel pain?
A passenger with blurred consciousness used his hand to feel downwards, then with a heavy grip, he accidentally pinched his balls, and immediately turned white with pain, sucked in cool air, and screamed. Some of the passengers who had not yet slowed down, were shocked by this ear-piercing scream and immediately came back to their senses, looking at each other. Some were dumbfounded when they saw that the airplane was still in mid-air but standing still.
Crap! Am I dreaming? Why isn't the airplane moving? Crap! Didn't the plane crash just now? Am I hallucinating?
Inside the first-class cabin.
Great Mayor, we're fine, the plane stopped falling.
A young man in a suit said excitedly to a middle-aged man next to him. That middle-aged man named Zhou Chang, the mayor of Jianghai City, a few days ago outside the office, today took the plane back on the way. The plane inexplicably went out of order, the engine began to catch fire, and then fell down at speed. Seeing the airplane did not fall towards the ground, his heart is finally a sigh of relief.
Luckily, he was almost going to meet his wife. He still has a wife and child waiting for him at home. If he were to die here, what would they do? Inside the cockpit,
Captain Tang Haowen is sitting paralyzed in the pilot's seat, breathing heavily, with an expression of having survived the disaster. But, when he saw the rolling smoke still coming from the airplane, his heart immediately sank again.
Cough.
The co-pilot covered his sunken chest and coughed, looking left and right. He suddenly realized something strange and said incredulously,
Captain, obviously the airplane is no longer starting. Why is it staying in mid-air? Is this such a principle?
Tang Haowen also noticed the strange phenomenon and was astonished.
How is this possible? Am I dreaming? It's not right. Does this make sense? How could an airplane fly through the air without starting? And it's still hovering in the air, not moving a muscle. Is that scientific? Does it make sense? It's like his father opening the door for his grandfather. It's outrageous. At the same time,
the first person in the hacker world, the Shadowless Empress, however, felt a mysterious energy surrounding the airplane. The position she was sitting if leaning right next to the window, she carefully sensed the source of the mysterious energy with her unusual perception, and her eyes looked towards the ground.
About 200 meters off the ground,
she vaguely saw a silhouette with one hand raised upwards, and these mysterious energies originated from the direction of that person. Her pupils suddenly shrunk, disbelief filling her eyes.
What kind of strong person is this? Surprisingly able to stop a high-speed falling airplane directly in mid-air from across the air? On the ground,
Fong Wanli, Yi Wanwan, Yi Risheng, and Lin Wan'er all saw this scene and were all petrified with shock. The two girls, Yi Risheng and Lin Wan'er, were also surprised that they covered their mouths with their hands.
Gosh!
This was an entire civilian aircraft of about 80 tons falling from the sky at a rapid speed.
You have to know.
If you know that such a heavy thing fell from several thousand meters in the air,
the impact force would be a terrifying 8 million newtons. And that's all it took? Without even touching it? What kind of terrifying strength does this require?
Lin Wan'er's eyes were filled with color.
What kind of strength has Ah Fong reached? This kind of tactic is simply unheard of. I feel like I can't see through him anymore. Is this the power of an immortal cultivator? If this is the power of an immortal cultivator, then what is a martial artist in comparison? I'm afraid it's not even a hair's breadth, right?
Yi Wanwan's heart was shocked beyond measure.
Fonger's strength.
I'm afraid he can catch a missile with his bare hands. With this kind of strength, if we give him another 10 years of time to develop, I'm afraid he'll have the qualifications to fight with one of the countries. Of course, this is only second to a small country with a weak military. If in front of a nuclear weapon with amazing power, even stronger strength would eventually become as fragile as a piece of paper. Give it to me. Fong yanked through the air, and the plane that was 200 meters in the air was directly pulled closer to the ground at an astonishing speed, and the people inside the plane all tumbled over, vomiting non-stop. Wow! When the plane was only about 50 meters away from the ground, Yifeng's entire body rose up into the sky, hovering in mid-air, and with another fling, he threw the plane towards a square in the air, and the whole plane smashed towards the square again. Chapter 80. That person seems a little familiar. The people inside the airplane were all bloodless with fear, and their heartbeats were about to come out. The airplane was a great success, and the people inside the airplane were all bloodless with fear. What's going on here? Wow! Some sharp-eyed people but suddenly saw a person on the ground flew up, but did not wait for them to be shocked for a long time, their stomachs turned over, vomiting violently. Fortunately, when the airplane was about to hit the ground heavily, Yifeng swung out a piece of spiritual power to cover the ground, and the airplane was like it had hit the top of cotton, and after it stopped, it bounced a few times. Fortunately, the people inside the airplane were not in any trouble, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, one of them, a man in black clothes, had a slight change in his complexion, and after the door of the airplane was open, he quickly rushed out, intending to leave the place in a hurry. At this time, Yifeng appeared in the square with an instantaneous movement, then grabbed the man in black in mid-air with a single grab in the air. Ooh! Oh! That black-clothed man's neck seemed to be strangled as if his face turned red, his body hung in mid-air, and he kept twisting his body to try to break free from this mysterious bondage, but there was nothing he could do at all. He then looked at Yifeng in front of him with a horrified expression, trembling and wanting to say something, but Yifeng was gently tugging, pulling him in front of him, not giving this person the opportunity to commit suicide, directly casting soul-searching techniques. Client, Mr. Shin? After searching his soul, Yifeng sneered. Oh, surname Shin, who else could it be besides Shin Mukin? 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 Since you want to die so soon, then, I will destroy your Shin family first. If you want to kill me, I'll let you taste the taste of losing your loved ones and let you die in despair and pain. Bang! Yifeng already knew where the base camp of this assassin organization was, and after sneering, he directly slapped the black-clothed assassin who had turned into a demented person into a bloody mist. Benefactor. At this time, a black-shirted woman jumped down from the airplane and came to kneel down in front of Yifeng. Yifeng looked at her faintly and realized that this woman was actually a martial artist with notable strength, and should have reached the Zhongshe realm. However, he didn't care too much about it, Zhong masters were ants in front of him. To this woman, he didn't want to pay attention to her at all and turned around to leave. Benefactor wait. Seeing Yifeng leaving, Zhao Yingru hurriedly got up and blocked in front of Yifeng. Yifeng frowned, what are you doing? Benefactor, I just sworn that no matter who saved me, I will repay him properly, because you saved me, therefore, I must repay you. Zhao Yingru said firmly. Heh, you repay? What can you repay me for? Yifeng shook his head and smiled, not intending to have too much interaction with her. Benefactor, I'm very useful, my name is Zhao Yingru, nicknamed Shadowless Empress, I'm proficient in hacking technology, in this world, besides my late master, if I call myself second, no one dares to call me first. Zhao Yingru said with a serious face, fearing that Yifeng would not believe her, she hurriedly took out a laptop from her satchel and then said. Benefactor, as long as it's anything on the internet, no matter what you want to do, I can solve it for you. Oh? Hearing that this person was actually the #1 person in the hacker world, Yifeng immediately got a hint of interest and asked. Do you know about the dark net? Knew about it, Benefactor. Do you want to inquire about a certain person? As long as you reveal a shred of information about him, I can find the address where he is for you. It was at this time that Fong Wanli arrived late. Seeing Fong Wanli arrive, Yifeng pointed to Zhao Yingru. You tell her about that reward post on the darknet. Tell her to find out that reward poster for me. Fong Wanli nodded and looked at Zhao Yingru next to him, froze for a moment, frowned and asked. May I ask who you are? Me? My name is Zhao Yingru, nicknamed the Shadowless Empress. Seeing that Fong Wanli was one of Yifeng's people, Zhao Yingru responded faintly, or else she didn't even give a damn about him. Shadowless Empress. You are the Shadowless Empress? Fong Wanli sniffed with some disbelief. What? You question me? Zhao Yingru frowned, somewhat displeased. Fong Wanli shook his head and laughed with some scorn. Hee, Empress Shadowless, that's the #1 person in the hacker world. Empty words without proof, who knows if you are. Besides, you are so young, I don't believe it. What? You? Seeing that he didn't believe it, Zhao Yingru was furious, then she took a deep breath, forced herself to hold back her anger, and looked at Yifeng, arching her hand in a respectful manner. Benefactor, I will now immediately find out the person who posted your reward on the darknet. Don't worry, very soon. After saying that, with a cold look in her eyes, she maneuvered her laptop, her fingers tapping on the keyboard so fast and dazzling that Fong Wanli felt that his eyes were going to be dazzled.
Nima. This keyboard tapping can be so fast? It couldn't have been a haphazard knock, right?
Still not quite convinced, he shrugged his shoulders and looked at Yi Fong.
Young Yi, I think she is just lying to you. It's better not to waste time on her.
You have to know that the Shadowless Empress is the #1 person in the hacker world. Her skills are so powerful that she is even able to invade state secrets. This woman looks like she's only 26 or 27 years old, she's just too young, and could never be the legendary Shadowless Empress.
Hearing this, Zhao Yingru glared at him fiercely, and her patriarch aura was instantly released. Hiss. Martial arts patriarch? Sensing this aura, Fong Wanli's face changed slightly and he quickly took a step backwards. He was shocked in his heart that, crap! How is it that martial Dao sovereigns are appearing like great cabbages these days? This woman was actually a martial arts master, and she was also so young. Where could he, who was only at the peak of internal force in his 40s, put his face? By this time, the people on the airplane had already slowed down from vomiting and walked out shoulder to shoulder. Assistant Shaoli helped Mayor Zhou Yicheng to walk down from the airplane.
After walking off the plane, Shaoli inadvertently glanced at Yi Fong in front of him and suddenly frowned.
Mayor, why do I feel like that person seems a bit familiar? Chapter 81. What do I want? Or you guess it. Oh, familiar? Your friend or relative?
Zhou Yicheng casually asked, looking at Yi Feng's back in front of him but full of disinterest.
Not like my friend. Shaoli's brows tightened more and more.
After thinking carefully in his mind for a while, he really couldn't think of anything, patting his head in wonder and muttering to himself.
Can't remember. What's going on here? I'll go. Isn't that the man who opened the river with one punch?
The new young master of the Yi family. I didn't expect to run into him here. Those passengers who walked out.
Some recognized Yi Feng's identity.
Among those of them, some had seen that live broadcast, while others had not. After all, not everyone would be bored to swipe the short videos to watch the live broadcast.
Some people instead liked to read novels or play games to pass the time.
Moreover, that live broadcast was not long, and those who had seen it were only impressed and shocked by the punch that opened the river.
But they didn't remember much about Yi Feng's appearance.
So to be able to recognize Yi Feng at a glance meant that they were attached to Yi Feng's looks.
The only people who could be interested in a man's looks were women. The ones who recognized Yi Feng.
It was several female passengers. Their eyes were twinkling with little stars when they looked at Yi Feng. Leaving aside whether the ability to open a river with one punch was real or fake, just based on Yi Feng's looks and identity, they were in love with him. In their hearts, they couldn't help but envision that. How happy it would be to be with such a handsome and golden rich man.
Right. Mayor, I finally remembered.
Listening to the comments of the people around him, Shaoli slapped his thighs, suddenly remembering something and quickly said, no wonder I feel he's a bit familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. So he's that Yi youngster who's newly returned from the Yi family.
Mayor, didn't you also watch the live broadcast before?
He actually possesses the heavenly ability to open a river with one punch. That means that he's even stronger than a martial arts grandmaster. In that case, the fact that the airplane we were traveling on was unharmed from the accident until now is because he saved us, otherwise, we would have long since turned into ashes and flown away. Speaking here, Shaoli looked at Yi Feng in front with a grateful face.
It was him who saved us?
Zhou Yicheng froze for a moment at his words, feeling so unreal. It was as if his brain was somewhat dead. He had seen the martial grandmaster before, and his strength was roughly clear.
It was strong, frighteningly strong. But what the hell was above a martial Dao sovereign?
An existence stronger than a martial arts master. He didn't dare to imagine how strong it would be. Anyway, he couldn't afford to mess with them.
In China, as long as a martial artist doesn't do something illegal and unreasonable,
the police generally will not control the martial artist. Not qualified to control is one aspect, the main thing is that cannot control.
And, even if the tube,
for martial arts master this level, can easily dodge bullets expert, the police have no use for them. Martial artists have a special organization responsible for managing them. If a martial artist commits a crime, the police cannot care, but must report the offending martial artist to the special department.
The special department would handle it. Who?
Zhou Yicheng let out a long breath as shock flashed in his eyes and said,
in that case, he actually relied on the power of one person to intercept the airplane from the sky? The reasoning is correct.
But I think he should have relied not on his own strength, but on something else. As for what it is, I don't know. Anyway, no matter how strong a martial artist is, it's impossible to stop an airplane, even if he can open a river with one punch.
Shaoli pondered back.
His knowledge was limited to the level of a martial grandmaster, and he had never seen a strong person at the heaven realm level.
Go! Come back with me first and prepare to visit and thank him again. It's all messy and puking right now,
Zhou Yicheng said as he glanced down at his messy clothes. Shaoli nodded and helped the mayor leave the place.
Ta-da-da-day. Zhao Yingru was fully focused on the keyboard without a hint of sloppiness. After about half a minute, she dropped the keyboard with her last finger and stood up, holding her chest. Done. So fast? Fong Wanli froze for a moment, then couldn't help but skim his mouth. Fake it. That's the dark net. Even if the Shadowless Empress came, it wouldn't be possible for her to be so fast. Although because this person had displayed the strength of a martial grandmaster, he was already mostly convinced in his heart that this person was most likely the Shadowless Empress. But then again, hacking skills were another aspect that was irrelevant to martial arts strength. Without seeing this woman display her powerful hacking skills, it was very difficult for him to believe it. And he also thought that it shouldn't be so coincidental to meet the Shadowless Empress. A sleepy person could still send a pillow immediately? Zhao Yingru didn't care if he believed it or not, but smiled as she handed the laptop to Yi Fong and said, Benefactor, I have already found out the specific location of that person right now. He is called Shin. His background is the second youngest of the Shin family in Magic City, and he is in the middle of being inside a hotel in Magic City. That hotel is called the Star Luo Hotel, a 5-star hotel, and the actual person in charge of this hotel is the Magic City Zhang family. Shin is inside the Star Luo Hotel's presidential suite number 1, and the location hasn't moved until now. If you want to go find him, now is the best opportunity. Not bad. Your technique is very good. Yi Fong nodded slightly towards her. Receiving her benefactor's approval, Zhao Yingru's lips rose slightly, and she glanced at Fong Wanli, who was already dumbfounded, with some small satisfaction. No, you're still really the Shadowless Empress, huh? Fong Wanli quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, simply wanting to cry. Although with a strong person like Yi Xiao beside him, right now he wasn't so afraid of Zhao Yingru. But what about after leaving Xiao Yi? Zhao Yingru might teach him a hard lesson when he left Xiao Ye's side. He was only at the peak of his inner strength, so he might be able to show off in front of other inner strength martial artists. But when faced with the venomous beating of a martial arts master, he was no match at all. Only to be completely abused. What's more, this is still a woman, an angry woman. You can imagine what will happen later on. The moment he thought of this, Fong Wanli hurriedly changed his attitude, bent over and smiled fawningly. Worthy of being the Shadowless Empress, this technique is simply heavenly. Who else in the world can compare to you? I really admire you, I admire you to the core. Oh, count on you to know what you're talking about. If you dare to question me next time, just wait for me to settle the score in the fall. Zhao Yingru snorted coldly in her heart, and her face eased up quite a bit. Swoosh. Yi Fong carried his hands on his back and flew back to the Yi family as a stream of light. He was still waiting for a while. Those henchmen who had been sent out to buy talisman paper and flags would be coming back. Going to kill people was not yet urgent. After all, he could not leave this place at will now, so that other martial arts powerhouses would not come back to attack the Yi family. He could only do anything with peace of mind if he had done everything to protect himself first. He couldn't keep bringing his loved ones with him all the time. Seeing Yi Fong fly away, Zhao Yingru further solidified the speculation in her heart. The benefactor was really a heaven realm powerhouse. His talent is also too terrifying. As soon as she thought that she hadn't asked for her benefactor's contact information yet, her heart became anxious and she quickly glanced at Fong Wanli, who was trying to slip away while she wasn't paying attention. Trying to leave? The corner of Zhao Yingru's mouth curled up slightly as she took a step of a dozen meters and rushed in front of him in a few steps, releasing a wave of pressure that directly crushed Fong Wanli to the ground. Hiss. Being pressed down to his knees at once, intense pain came from Fong Wanli's knees, and he shuddered, clenching his teeth and huffing out a few breaths of cool air. He raised his head and nervously looked at Zhao Yingru, shivering as he asked. What do you want? What do I want? Oh, why don't you guess? Zhao Yingru's fingers pinched and clicked as she slowly stepped forward, the corner of her mouth outlined an evil smile. Chapter 82 Nuclear Bomb Test Explosion. Sis. I was wrong. I know I'm wrong, I shouldn't have questioned you, I deserve to die, please spare me. Snap. 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 Saying that, Fong Wanli hurriedly huffed himself a few more loud mouths and kept begging to kowtow and beg for forgiveness. He regretted to death. Just now, why did he want a mouth to provoke her awe? Alas, it must be because Yi Xiao was there and gave too much security, causing himself to drift, and even dared not put a martial arts master in his eyes. A master is not to be insulted. Not only did he insult it, he also mocked it. If this woman wanted to kill him now, he wouldn't even have any room for resistance. For a moment, his heart was tense to the extreme. He was afraid that this woman would slap herself to death if she was unhappy. Pa! Zhao Yingru's palm fell and Fong Wanli instantly had a blood mark on his face and his body flew backwards. Ouch! Rolling several times before stopping, Fong Wanli crawled up from the ground all dirty. His body was in so much pain that it felt like it was going to fall apart. The surrounding passers-by were stunned. This woman is so tough. Practiced? This woman's hand is really ruthless. Fong Wanli scornfully glanced at Zhao Yingru and quietly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he had been beaten up, it was a blessing in disguise.
Luckily, this woman didn't have a killing intent towards herself, or else he would have already died with this slap.
Many thanks to Lord Empress for not killing me.
For the sake of the benefactor, I'll spare your life first. Zhao Yingru snorted coldly, then asked faintly.
Who are you to my benefactor? Back to your majesty, Yi Xiao is my boss, he's a Heaven Realm powerhouse.
Fong Wanli's bite was heavy when he said the words Heaven Realm powerhouse.
Yi Xiao.
Zhao Yingru frowned at his words, then his face chilled.
Listening to your tone, you're unconvinced and want to use your boss to pressure me? Let me tell you, even if you use him to pressure me, it's useless.
I'm not afraid of a Heaven Realm powerhouse, he's my benefactor, I'm asking for his information only to repay the favor. Don't think that just because you're his person, you can pop up in front of me again and again. If you make my mom unhappy, you'll kill as usual.
Fong Wanli's heart thumped. This woman was actually not even afraid of a Heaven Realm powerhouse? Does she have some kind of background? What are you waiting for? Take me to my benefactor's house, I want to see him. Zhao Yingru frowned and stepped forward and kicked him hard.
Yes. Fong Wanli came back to his senses from his daze and screamed twice in pain, then nodded his head repeatedly like a pug and helplessly walked ahead to lead the way for this
Capital City.
Red Dragon Society, inside a luxurious and spacious office. A white-haired old man was sitting on a sofa, leisurely drinking a big red robe. The old man was clearly sitting there without saying a word, but he was vaguely emitting a very domineering aura. It was as if the people who came into contact within 10 meters of him were in the middle of a mountain of swords and fire. Powerful aura. At first glance, he is a world-class expert. At this moment, one of his men knocked on the door.
Come in.
The old man finished his tea expressionlessly, then lazily lay on the sofa, incomparably cozy.
President, the three elders haven't returned until now, I'm afraid. The henchman was about to say something. I'm afraid of what?
But there's no harm in saying. The old man's eyes were slightly closed, his face full of calm. I'm afraid that the mission failed and has died. The henchman lowered his head, his voice trembling.
Dead? Ha 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 ha.
The old man froze at his words, and then he couldn't help but laugh loudly.
Are you teasing me? Those were 3 heaven realms, with the 3 of them united, even I would have to be dragged for a while, how could they die?
The old man was full of disdain. A small Jianghai city, but the poor countryside is just a place, can be out of that outstanding talent of the kid has been very good, but even so, that kid again how demonic, but at most only the early stage of the heaven realm cultivation, there is likely to be some kind of means to forcefully raise up, and that fist to open up the river of the ability to deceive those who do not know anything about the stupid bird, do not know that I've seen through everything.
Oh? I don't know what the president has seen through? The subordinate couldn't help but ask curiously. That kid is just recognizing a relative, do you know why it's being broadcast nationwide?
The old man sneered.
Why? Because he did it on purpose.
Deliberately?
Oh, President, I get it.
He should have planned all of this long ago, placing many torpedoes at the bottom of the river and then detonating them at the critical moment, right?
The henchman guessed with a sudden realization.
Nah. That's a stupid idea you have, that punch of his was indeed real, it wasn't faked, it was just a strike he wanted to utilize to scare certain people. The old man shook his head. The henchman froze at his words, then sucked in a sharp breath of cold air and exclaimed.
Since it wasn't faked, then, wouldn't his strength be even more impressive than you, President? Stronger than me? How is that possible?
The old man shook his head disdainfully and laughed coldly. That kid is quite lucky, I don't know where to pick up a super powerful martial arts, you also know that martial arts are very rare, and can bring their own strength to the extreme, a higher grade, and even be able to play a dozen or more times stronger than their own strength. Martial arts are divided into 4 grades, low grade, intermediate, high grade, and top grade, and are able to bring out the strength of a punch that opens up a river, the strength of a fist. That kid is using the martial arts, at least is also a high-level martial arts, I really do not know that kid where the luck of the dog, even picked up a high-level martial arts, even if it is me, with only intermediate martial arts only, such as that kid caught over, I will have to ask him to see where to get the high-level martial arts, if I got the high-level martial arts, the capital city, who else can be my rivals?
Ha ha ha. As soon as he thought of this, the old man couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's still the president who is bullish.
A single glance saw through that Yi family brat's reality, but President, since he is able to exert such a terrifying strength, isn't sending only 3 early-stage Heaven Realm elders forward to capture him just to send him to his death?
After bragging a bit, that henchman couldn't help but worry again.
Oh, don't worry. After using such a powerful martial art, it will definitely run out of energy, I'm afraid that kid won't be able to use it in a short period of time. The old man laughed with great certainty.
I see. It's still Lord President who is smart. If it were someone else, they would not dare to go and catch that kid so openly.
That henchman hurriedly kissed his ass. But then he frowned again, some uneasiness hidden in his heart, and said,
But President, so much time has passed, and the 3 elders' phones still can't be reached, what should we do?
Upon hearing this, the old man just calmly took a sip of tea, the corner of his mouth hooked.
Don't panic. Wait a little longer. If you're not back by 9 o'clock in the evening, come with me to kill Jianhai and destroy the remnants of the Yi family along with them. Yes, President. At the same time, inside a certain hidden military base, below a large fighter jet, a young man in military uniform was holding tools and doing inspections and maintenance on the airplane. At this time, a middle-aged man with a cold face slowly walked over and gave him a serious command. Be sure to control every step of the details well. The day after tomorrow will be the nuclear bomb test bombing period. We absolutely cannot take it lightly, otherwise, it will be a matter of life and death. Do you understand? Understood, squad leader. You can rest assured that I'll do my job. The young soldier patted his chest and laughed. After seeing the squad leader off, he hummed a little song. It seemed that he had forgotten that the last big screw hadn't been tightened yet and mistakenly thought that he had already tightened it. So without even looking at it, he left the big loose screw behind and took the wrench to tighten the other one. Chapter 83, Traveling to the Shin family in Magic City. After Yi Fong returned to the Yi family. After playing a handful of games with Wan'er on the black, a few of his men came back in a van. The van was filled with red flags, and there were several boxes of talisman paper, at least tens of thousands of them. Fomer, what kind of stuff are you making? Why do you need so many flags? Seeing the piles of flags and talisman paper that were moved into the courtyard, Yi Wanchen asked curiously. Yi Fong explained briefly, and only then did Yi Wanwan come to a realization. It was also unknown what power this spell formation had. It was unheard of for him. Phew. Next, Yi Fong simply waved his hand and hundreds of flags flew up in separate actions and flew towards the surrounding areas of the Yi family, then stood steadily in various hidden corners. Swish, swish, swish. With a stroke of Yi Feng's finger in the air, the talisman paper wrapping box was instantly cut open, and the talisman paper inside flew to the various hidden places of the Yi family under Yi Feng's guidance. This process was said to be very slow. In reality, it took less than 10 seconds. Yi Feng made a strange gesture with his hands. White light suddenly bloomed in his hands. Swish, swish, swish. Tens of thousands of needle-like spiritual energy flew in the direction of those flags and talisman paper. Each flag and talisman paper was inscribed with a formation pattern, and then all of them flashed with golden light, and the entire Yi family was instantly enveloped by a peculiar energy. A huge formation pattern appeared illusorily for 2 seconds before slowly dissipating along with the fluctuations of that mysterious energy. Seeing that scene just now, Yi family subordinates are incomparably surprised. I Lu a bean. Is this the strength of Yi Xiao? So powerful. Simply like magic. No. I should say then magic is even more awesome. Yi Wenwan was also a bit surprised, feeling so mysterious, and asked curiously. Fomer, what is the name of this formation? This formation is called Holy Spirit 10,000 Souls Formation. Yi Feng hooked his lips in a light smile and patiently explained. Holy Spirit 10,000 Souls Formation can recruit millions of ghosts for its own use. No matter if the ghosts are good or bad, they will become well-behaved under the wash of sacred spiritual power, thus protecting everyone within the formation. This was actually a bit of a big statement, but the effect was not far off. This formation was indeed the Holy Spirit 10,000 Souls Formation. However, this formation is also divided into 9 levels. This is only the first level Holy Spirit 10,000 Souls Formation. When the formation is opened, at most, it will only recruit dozens of ghosts to work for the formation. However, once the ghosts are absorbed into the formation, the strength of each ghost will be increased immensely, which will be able to better protect everyone within the formation. Once this formation is opened, except for the absorbed ghosts, no one else is allowed to enter within the range of the formation. Once close to the formation, would be regarded as an enemy by the formation and encounter the formation's indiscriminate attacks. Hiss. Ghosts? Are there really ghosts in this world? Yi Wenwan sucked in his cool breath in disbelief. Yes, Grandpa, there are. Yi Feng nodded and summoned Lu Yishui. Ordinary people couldn't see souls, only after opening their heavenly eyes. Yi Feng pointed a finger to his grandfather's forehead and opened his grandfather's heavenly eyes temporarily. It only lasted for about 10 seconds. Yi Wenwan directly saw a woman in red suspended in the air in front of him. Crap! He was instantly startled and, as if he had seen something terrifying, he panicked and retreated dozens of steps backward, finally falling to the ground. Master! Your grandfather seems to be a bit afraid of me. Lu Yishui, who had just wanted to salute Yi Wenwan, looked at Yi Wenwan's dilemma and cried and laughed a little. 10 seconds quickly passed, and the heaven's eye effect disappeared. Seeing that red-clothed female ghost disappear, Yi Wenwan then breathed a sigh of relief and climbed up from the ground with somewhat trembling legs and feet. Family Master, what happened to you? At this moment, a few subordinates ran over to support him. Just now, they had seen Yi Xiaochun suddenly backing up in panic before collapsing on the ground. There was some uncertainty about the family head's strange behavior. Nothing, all of you go down. Yi Wenwan was at least someone who had seen many big scenes, coughed twice in some embarrassment, and waved his hand in a pretense of calmness.
A few subordinates also had no choice but to scratch their heads at the words, shaking their heads and walking away.
It's probably because this red dress of yours is too much like a certain ghost from a movie.
My grandfather has never seen a ghost before, so it's only normal to be scared.
Yi Feng let out a soft sigh. He was still a bit impulsive.
If he had known that letting Lu Ishui out would almost scare his grandfather out of his mind, he wouldn't have opened the heavenly eyes for him.
I just set up a large formation. You go ahead and act as the formation eye for the time being. Protect my Yi family.
Okay, master.
Lu Ishui nodded and turned around and drifted away. Grandpa, it's fine, just pretend that you just had a dream.
Yi Feng looked at his grandfather who was carrying doubts and went forward to erase his memories from just now, so as not to leave a psychological shadow on his grandfather.
Even if Grandpa was a martial artist, that would still be considered in the realm of ordinary people.
Not having seen ghosts and monsters or something like that, his mental capacity is still a bit poor after all.
Just ask, you an ordinary person. You don't believe in ghosts. But suddenly a ghost popped up in front of you, what would your mood be?
Yu Wenshin froze after being erased from his memories just now, then he patted Yifeng's shoulder and laughed.
Fomer, you are so strong, you should have a very powerful master to teach you, right?
Yifeng fell silent at his words. He did have a master, but that master had only heard the voice, but had never met him once.
Didn't even know what it looked like.
Nor did he know where he was and how far away he was from Earth.
To be honest,
if it wasn't for the inheritance of an immortal emperor master, he would still be an ordinary person, a fatherless and motherless ordinary person with no relatives. Still that tender boy who struggled for his life. Thinking about the days before when he had worked hard for months on a part-time job just to earn tuition fees, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Since he had set up a protective formation for the Yi family, he was also temporarily not afraid of other martial arts powerhouses coming to attack. At least this spell formation would be able to last for about a month. With this spell formation, he could also feel at ease to deal with some other things now.
The Shin family in the magic capital. Shun Muduan.
A cold aura flashed in Yifeng's eyes and the corner of his mouth slowly hooked up.
After today,
Magic City would no longer have the Shin family.
And with this action, he will let everyone know. What would happen if they offended him?
With this warning, the Yi family will be in trouble. Yi family in the future, the trouble will be greatly reduced. And those people who were secretly stupid would also be much more honest. After instructing with Wan'er and her sister, she told them not to leave the Yi family's area for the time being. Then explained to Lu Ishui that from now on, the Yi family is not allowed to enter any more strangers, and if there are those who are unfavorable to the Yi family, they will be directly attacked. At the same time, he also ordered his subordinates to post a notice outside the Yi family's door. Except for those related to the Yi family. Other than those related to the Yi family, no one else is allowed to enter the Yi family's door.
After ordering the matter,
Yi Feng flew into the sky and headed to the Shin family in the magic capital.
Chapter 84. What a good wave of pussy. Shortly after Yi Feng left the Yi family,
2 cars came and stopped outside the Yi family's gate. The doors of the 2 cars opened and
4 people walked down.
On one side were Lin Yonghong and Lin Chuxiu. On the other side were Zhao Yingyu and Feng Wanli. After the 4 people got out of the car, their 8 eyes met.
All of them froze for a moment. Miss Zhao? It's you?
After Lin Yonghong froze for a moment, he arched his hand and smiled.
Hee, Miss Zhao, we are really destined to meet. I didn't expect to be able to meet in Jianghai City, Shadowless Empress. I've heard a lot about you.
You are? Zhao Yingru frowned as she looked at him. It felt somewhat familiar, but she didn't really remember it. She had seen a lot of people, so it was actually normal for her not to remember, but she should have had a meeting. Although her mouth inquired, but in her heart, she did not care much. Today, in addition to the benefactor, no one could make her pay too much attention. Ms. Zhao is really a nobleman who forgets many things. My humble self is the head of the Magic City Lin family, Lin Yonghong.
The corner of Lin Yonghong's mouth tugged, still smiling back.
He was at least a family head of a party, and had a few encounters with Zhao Yingru, but he didn't think that the other party would even forget what his name was. I thought that the other party would recognize him, but I didn't think that he was the clown. Lin Chuxiu next to him squeezed him a bit and asked curiously,
Family Master, what is this woman's origin?
Surprisingly, she deserves this kind of respect from you.
Concentration flashed in Lin Yonghong's eyes as he whispered back.
She is the daughter of the Zhao family, one of the 4 super families in the capital. At such a young age, she is already at the level of martial grandmaster.
And most importantly, she is the #1 person in the hacker world, the Shadowless Empress.
What?
She is the Shadowless Empress? And also a martial arts grandmaster? The daughter of the Zhao family, a super family in the capital?
Lin Chuxiu was stunned.
These 3 identities.
Each identity was enough to shock him, let alone being in the same person.
This woman was so young.
I didn't expect it to be so bullish. He took a deep look at Zhao Yingru, his eyes full of shock.
Ha. Elder Lin, why have you come to the Yi family as well? Are you here to look for young Yi as well? Fong Wanli walked forward, looked at Lin Shuxiu, and asked with a smile. Looking at the bloody wounds at Lin Shuxiu's arms, his heart was sighing with mixed feelings. In fact, he had long guessed that Yi Xiao was a member of the Yi family, knowing it one step earlier than Lin Shuxiu. But because he was nervous, he forgot to tell Lin Shuxiu. So it led to Lin Shuxiu being chopped off both his arms by Yi Xiao. If I had told Lin Shuxiu before he had a conflict with the Yi family, I might have been able to save his arms. Alas, everything is unpredictable. A generation of martial arts master. Surprisingly, he has been reduced to an invalid. It's really pitiful. But poor people will have hateful places, this is considered to deserve it. Wind old brother, it looks like you are smiling happily. Lin Shuxiu immediately looked unsightly and shook his head with a bitter smile. He, truly a person who forgets justice when he sees profit. Not Elder Lin. Fong Wanli's face was stunned at his words and he frowned. What do you mean by that? What profit have I seen and what righteousness have I forgotten? Nothing, just pretend I didn't say anything. Lin Shuxiu shook his head and a despondent sigh fell from his heart. Now that Fong Wanli was able to follow Yi Xiao's men, it would be false to say that he was not envious in his heart. It was only a pity that he had made a mistake of principle and hurt Xiaoye's grandfather. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to make a name for myself now. As long as he got Xiaoye's approval. Even the head of the family would also be impressed with himself. This one is? Fong Wanli looked at Lin Yonghong next to him again, and from such a close distance, he could feel that this middle-aged man actually had an amazing pressure. Feeling it carefully, it was even much stronger than Lin Shuxiu from before. Could it be a late-stage Zhongshu expert? He guessed in his heart. He is the head of my Lin family, Lin Yonghong, 2 levels stronger than me before. His cultivation is at the late stage of Huanjin. Lin Shuxiu introduced with an expressionless face. Hiss. Surprisingly, it's the magic capital Lin family's family head. I'm Fong Wanli, Lin family head, long time no see. Fong Wanli was shocked in his heart and hurriedly arched his hand respectfully. Lin Yonghong just nodded slightly and didn't pay any attention to him. The purpose of his visit today was to pay his respects to the Yi family's Yi Xiao, that young heaven realm powerhouse, and not wanting to waste more time here, he took a step and was about to walk into the Yi family's gate. But at that moment, one of the Yi family's men ran out from inside the gate and stopped him. Young Yi has ordered. Those who have nothing to do with the Yi family are not allowed to enter the Yi family, so please leave first. This. Lin Yonghong's face was stunned, then he laughed and said. This little brother, I'm Lin Yonghong, the head of the Mordor Lin family. It's a long way, it's not easy to come here. In order to pay my respects to Yi Xiao, please go in and inform me. Just say that it's the head of the Mordor Lin family who has come to pay his respects. I'm sorry, people unrelated to the Yi family are prohibited from entering. This is Xiao Ye's order. That Yi family henchman shook his head, still speaking sternly. This. Lin Yonghong froze in place in embarrassment. He didn't expect the reputation of the Magic City Lin family to be so bad in the Yi family. It actually couldn't even enter the door. That's because your background is too weak. Look at this young lady. Zhao Yingru snorted. Spinning around, she walked forward in large strides, a pair of slender white jade hands holding her chest condescendingly, and said to the Yi family's henchman. This young lady is the daughter of the Zhao family in the capital. I want to go in to see my benefactor, please give way. Originally thinking that by reporting his background, the other party would immediately give way. Who knows? Although surprise flashed in that henchman's eyes, he still shook his head and said. Sorry. Anyone who has nothing to do with the Yi family cannot enter the Yi family, this is Young Yi's rule. You. Zhao Yingru instantly froze, some fire surged up, opened her rosy little mouth, wanting to say something but couldn't say anything. She could only snort coldly and twisted her head, expressing the dissatisfaction in her heart. Put. Fong Wanli, Lin Yonghong, and Lin Shuxiu couldn't help but secretly laugh as they watched her deflated appearance. Looking at her just now, she reported her identity in a lofty manner, originally thinking that she would be able to enter the Yi family unhindered. But she didn't expect to be turned away. Thinking about it was a bit funny. Looking at their gloating eyes, Zhao Yingru was about to be furious. If it wasn't for her benefactor's order. If it wasn't for her benefactor's orders, she would have rushed in long ago. Cough cough, all of you step aside, I'm going to. Fong Wanli walked up and smiled with a calm face. The word pretending. He thought about it but still didn't say it. None of us can enter, could it be that you can? Lin Yonghong looked at him suspiciously. It was only then that Zhao Yingru reacted and. Right. This guy was the benefactor's henchman, so he was considered to be related to the Yi family, right? If he wanted to enter the Yi family, there should be no problem. And since she came with him, she should be able to go in together as well. I'm one of Young Yi's men, so I should be able to go in. Fong Wanli put his hands behind his back and his eyes were flat as he looked at the Yi family henchman. What a good wave of pretense. Zhao Yingru secretly sneered in her heart.
Lin Wan'er was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this person to be one of Yingying's men. He had some regrets in his heart that, had he known this? When the other party greeted him just now, he should have gotten to know him well, and maybe he could have followed him in. Now it is too late to say anything. Chapter 85. Please, don't kill me. I know it's wrong. So it's Hall Master Fong. You're Yingying's man. Of course you can go in. Please come in, please come in. Seeing Fong Wanli, that Yi family henchman immediately looked respectful. Fong Wanli was now Xiaoye's right-hand man, so he didn't dare to slack off. If he interfered with Xiaoye's business, 100 of his lives wouldn't be enough to undo it. As soon as these words came out, Fong Wanli immediately smiled in a happy mood, patted his shoulder and said, "You are very good. In the future, when I have the opportunity, I will make sure to say a few beautiful words for you in front of Xiaoye." Many thanks to Hall Master Fong. That Yi family henchman was ecstatic and thanked him in a hurry. He fantasized in his heart that, great! The day of flying high was about to lean towards him. Fong Wanli pointed at the three people next to him, Zhao Yingru, Lin Wan'er, and Lin Chuxiu, and said indifferently, "In that case, these three people are my friends, so don't stop them, let them follow me in." "No problem, since they are friends of Hall Master Fong, then they are friends of the Yi family. Everyone, please come in quickly." "Aha!" Fong Wanli nodded and waved his big hand, looking at Zhao Yingru's trio, hooking his lips and smiling. "Let's go." A smug look flashed in his eyes. That gaze was like saying, "See, without me, none of you can step through the Yi family's door yet." Poof. Zhao Yingru coldly glanced at him, somewhat disliking his villainous appearance. After a cold snort, she wrapped her hands around her chest, and with a single step, she took the lead in stepping into the Yi family's gate. Lin Wan'er knew that it was thanks to Fong Wanli's blessing that he was able to enter the Yi family, so he arched his hand at him and smiled. "Many thanks, brother." After saying that, he stepped into the Yi family's gate as well. Lin Chuxiu walked up and looked at him and, after a moment of silence, he said, "Thanks." After speaking, he turned around and walked into the Yi family. After Fong Wanli froze for a moment, he shook his head and let out a light laugh, also following. Star Luo Hotel. Inside the top floor number 1 presidential suite. Shen Mukin was sitting on the sofa with a young man of a similar age to him, smoking a cigar and gulping down clouds. Behind each of them were women in revealing clothes rubbing their shoulders and massaging them. The young man sitting next to Shen Mukin had a slightly chubby figure and narrow eyes. He was called Zhang Lui, the second youngest of the Zhang family in Magic City. His character was similar to Shin Mukin's, a playboy. All day long he was addicted to eating, drinking and obsessed with women's colors. His face was slightly pale, as if he had been emptied of his body. He slowly picked up a cup of red wine on the table and took a sip, turned his head to look at the ugly Shin Mukin, and couldn't help but snicker and laugh. "Yo, what's wrong with Shin Ershao? Sad face, what, got beaten up? Beat up a fart. In Magic City, who dares to beat me?" Shen Mukin took a hard drag on his cigar, his complexion gloomy. Because of Yi Fong, there was nothing he could do even if he wanted Lin Wan'er anymore. Even more, he had to avoid Yi Fong. He didn't know if the second confessor had given himself up, but hopefully, he hadn't. He was now worried in his heart. There was always a bad premonition. He was afraid that Yi Fong would suddenly come to settle the score with him. But then he thought to himself, that kid shouldn't be able to do anything to himself. After all, how can he say that he is also a member of the Shin family in Mordor, and how can he say that he is strong again? He is still too young, and he is afraid of the law, so he will not dare to kill anyone. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth slowly hooked up, his face also quickly returned to its usual appearance. Hee, Shin Ershao is Shin Ershao, still talking so tuggy. Zhang Lui shook his head and laughed lightly, then took a sip of red wine and remembered something. Right, didn't you run to Jianhai City to find Miss Lin before? Why, you couldn't get her and ran back in your own gray. Hee, don't mention it. What a bummer, that woman doesn't know what's good for her. This young man is so handsome, which point is not as good as that little white boy. If it wasn't for the fact that a twisted melon is not sweet, this young heart is good, I would have gotten him killed long ago. Although his heart was afraid of Yi Fong, Shin Mukin said whatever he wanted on his mouth. Anyway, Yi Fong is not here, afraid of an egg. Zhang Lui froze for a moment at his words and laughed lightly. Yo-ho, this is not like you. In Magic City, who doesn't know that you are Miss Lin's famous first lick dog, licked for so many years, you can't bear to give up your hand like this? Who the hell are you calling a licking dog? Have the guts to say it again? Shin Mukin's face instantly darkened, fiercely stood up, grabbed the wine bottle on the table and was about to smash it at him. Don't be angry, just kidding. Are you as bad as that? Zhang Lui even got up and retreated 2 steps, looking at him with some dissatisfaction. Humph. Said the strong twisted melon is not sweet, besides it's another lousy one, I don't care about it. Shen Mukin snorted coldly, his heart was very unhappy. Picking up a bottle of red wine on the table and pounding it, he drank it clean in less than a minute. Bull. Zhang Lui compared a thumbs up when he saw this, he didn't even dare to directly muffle it in one gulp, and was immediately impressed. Who? Drinking a bottle of red wine, Shin Mukin felt a lot better inside, and his depression was also reduced a bit. But at this moment, the bang! A loud bang came, and the door of the room was directly blown into powder. Who is it? Shin Mukin and Jean Louis both changed their complexion slightly. The other two women in revealing clothes were so scared that they lost their colors and crouched down in a panic, hiding behind the sofa and shivering. Those who could smash the door into powder were not ordinary people at first glance. Ta! Ta! Da! Heavy footsteps sounded. Shin Mukin and Jean Louis saw a white figure walk in. Seeing that unfamiliar face, Jean Louis frowned, somewhat puzzled. While Shin Mukin, who was next to him, on the other hand, as if he had seen a ghost, he was shocked and retreated back and forth. Hey, Shin Mukin, why are you retreating? A brat scared you? Jean Louis suddenly wondered. Even if the other party was a martial artist, then there was no need to be so afraid, right? With the Shin family and Zhang family's martial artists combined, not many people would dare to mess with them in this devil's capital, let alone this young kid in front of him. Zhang Lui turned back to Yifeng, who was walking over, and immediately shouted angrily. Damn, kid. You're looking for death, aren't you? Even my territory you dare to intrude. Bang! However, before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped into a bloody mist by Yifeng through the air, and the smell of blood poured out of his nose in a flash. The two women who hid behind the sofa and saw this scene were so frightened that their pupils contracted and they covered their mouths in panic. Watching his best friend die a tragic death, Shin Mukin sucked in a breath of cool air. Crap! This kid actually really dared to kill someone. It's over, it's over, it's over. This is really barbecue now. In his heart, he regretted it. Had he known that this kid was so strong, he would not have sent anyone to mess with him? Puff! In the next second, Shin Mukin looked flustered and knelt down, his voice trembling as he said, Please, don't kill me. I'm wrong, I know I'm wrong, I don't dare to interfere with you and Lin Wan'er anymore. Chapter 86, You will pay a terrible price for your behavior. Hee, from the moment you sent someone against me, you should have known what would happen. Yifeng smiled coldly and slashed out a finger. Swish! A spiritual force directly chopped off Shin Mukin's left arm neatly, and blood splattered immediately. Ah! Shin Mukin screamed miserably, his face turned white with pain and he almost fainted. Yifeng laughed coldly and another finger was drawn out. Swish! Shin Mukin's right arm was also chopped off, the pain caused him to tremble, and the intensity of the pain caused him to directly faint. Slap! Yifeng slapped him awake with a palm in the air, then used spiritual power to seal the blood opening, so that Shin Mukin couldn't die yet for the time being. He wouldn't let Shin Mukin die so simply, he wanted him to die in despair and pain. Therefore, the Shin family could not stay. When Shin Mukin woke up, he looked at Yifeng with a terrified expression and hurriedly kowtowed as if he were pounding his head. Please, spare me. I really know I'm wrong. I won't dare anymore. You don't know it's wrong, but you know you're going to die. Yifeng's expression was cold, and he pointed a finger at Shin Mukin's lower body. Bang! Shin Mukin's little brother directly exploded, crimson blood staining the crotch. Ah! The heart-rending pain came, and Shin Mukin instantly howled, cold sweat flowing wildly like rain. Ah! You kill me, kill me! Give a pain! Kill me! Having lost the most important thing a man can have, Shin Mukin simply didn't want to live anymore, and was bent on asking for death. Want to die? Oh, don't worry, I will let you die, only it's not that easy. Yifeng sketched a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and a spiritual power shot out to stop Shin Mukin's blood. Pa! Shin Mukin had just fainted from the pain, and was slapped awake by Yifeng again, continuing to endure the double pain torture of his flesh and mind. He was simply worse than death. But he couldn't even die even if he wanted to, he was directly controlled by Yifeng and couldn't move, even biting his tongue to kill himself didn't work. Yifeng walked behind the sofa and coldly swept a glance at the two shivering women. Bang! After wiping their memories and slapping them unconscious, he carried Shin Mukin and broke through the ceiling, flying towards the Shin family. Although he was decisive in killing, he would not kill innocents indiscriminately, only killing those who should be killed, or those who were unfavorable to him or the forces. For example, the Shin family, because Shin Mukin had provoked himself, he had to exterminate it. Otherwise it would be a scourge sooner or later. He would not let go of any person or force that could threaten his family or friends. If there was one, it had to be exterminated. No matter who it is. Bearing in mind the teachings of his immortal Emperor Master. To be merciful to one's enemies was to harm oneself. If he did not completely eradicate the hostile forces, they would surely return in the future and cause more harm to his friends and family. The ancient saying, if you don't eliminate the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. At the same time the Shin family. A piece of peace and quiet. Unbeknownst to them, what awaits them is a bloody storm. Alright, President Yang, it's a deal. We'll take action tonight. Inside the wide and luxurious room, Shin, the head of the Shin family, hung up the phone, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a spiteful cold smile. Hee, Lin family, I'll have to say goodbye to you tonight. While this was happening, There was a sudden noise outside, like the sound of some kind of fight.
He frowned. What's the situation?
Normally, the one-on-one fights of several devotees didn't have this kind of commotion.
He was just about to call for someone to come in and ask what the situation was, when one of his men ran in a panic, looking terrified. Family.
Family Master, a mysterious strong man has killed his way into the Shin family.
In less than a minute, all 3 of the providers were dead.
The disciples up and down the Shin family have also been killed or injured by more than half.
Master, you should run.
That person is too terrifying, he's practically a devil.
What? Outrageous.
I'd like to see who it is that dares to intrude into my Shin family openly, I'll make him look good. Shin instantly got up in a rage at the words. Being overwhelmed by anger, he directly and quickly rushed out of the room. Coming inside the Shin family compound, Shin looked at the ground lying in pieces of corpses and blood flow, suddenly froze in place, his brain was blank. It took a long time before he was able to regain his senses, and his gaze stared blankly towards the sky. Only to see a white-clothed figure hovering there, and on his right hand, he is carrying a wretched figure with both hands completely broken like a chicken.
A Heaven Realm powerhouse?
His heart shook, and then he fixed his eyes and realized that the figure with broken hands was none other than his second son, Shin. His pupils contracted violently. At this moment, Fong, with a calm face, waved his left hand, and with each wave, the Shin family disciples below were directly dead in a row, some were directly cut off at the waist. The Shin family compound was filled with blood and corpses, as if it was a sure hell.
Seeing this scene, scarlet blood red dyed Shin's eyes. He fiercely took a deep breath and,
pulling out his cell phone, he sent out a message, then clenched his fists hard and stared at Fong, biting his back teeth and hissing in anger and hatred.
Who the hell are you? Where did my Shin family mess with you? Why did you make my Shin family look like this? Bang!
As soon as his words fell, Fong directly slapped him into a blood mist through the air, and an ancient pendant that Shin wore before his death fell to the ground and splashed blood. There was a green light that flickered away. Fong naturally noticed.
A summoning artifact, interesting. Ah! Fong, you deserve to die. I will kill you.
Watching his father being slapped into a bloody mist, Shin was so angry that his eyes turned red, his face suddenly twisted up, glaring at Fong with hatred.
Bang!
Fong directly threw him down, which was 20 meters from the ground.
Put!
Shin whole body bones shattered and his internal organs were broken. He sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, his face was pale, his breath was weak, and he only had one breath left.
Young master!
Seeing this, the other few remaining Shin family disciples hurriedly surrounded them.
What an arrogant brat!
You will pay a painful price for your behavior. It was at this moment that a furious roar of extreme anger came from the depths of the Shin family, resounding throughout the entire Shin family.
He is the strongest fighting force of the Shin family coming.
Fong put his hands behind his back and gazed into the depths of the Shin family, the corner of his mouth curved up.
This voice, is the old family master? A few Shin family disciples immediately rejoiced.
The Shin family was saved. The old family master had been a peak Zongshire powerhouse decades ago, and now that he was still alive, he must have already stepped into the ranks of the Heaven Realm, right? With the old family master around. This rampant brat who broke into the Yi family, surely he won't be able to be arrogant for long.
Grandpa is still alive.
Shin face was somewhat shocked and happy, and then his heart was also frantically crying out.
Must kill this hateful kid. Chapter 87 Shin Family, Extermination. Deep within the Shin family,
a gray-robed old man carrying anger stepped into the air and stood 30 meters away from Fang's eyes.
Sure enough, it's the old family master. Great. It's really Grandpa. Great.
Several of the Shin family's children and Shin were all excited. If it wasn't for the fact that Shin had been completely wasted and was temporarily supported by adrenaline, he would have already died.
Kid, I have to say, you're really crazy. But, you've gone too wild. You killed so many people from my Shin family. I need to use your blood today to wash away the shame of the Shin family. Not only that, I will also take your family and friends, one by one. Bang!
Before the old man could finish his words, Fong waved his hand fatally, an explosion sound came out, the old man had turned into a roiling mist of blood, splashing on the bodies of several Shin family's children and Shin below. It was still warm.
Silence. Crow silence.
Inside the Shin family compound, everyone who survived was petrified. Shin was like being struck by lightning and couldn't believe his eyes.
Grandpa died just like that? A Heaven Realm powerhouse was slapped to death?
Such a horrible scene.
Who would believe it? At this moment,
his heart was filled with despair, all his hatred dissipated, and all that remained was despair and monstrous remorse.
Why did he provoke this devil? Why? It's all over now. The whole family was wiped out. Is there anything more desperate than this?
It was him who had victimized his own family.
Oh, you win, you kill me. Shan let out a miserable laugh.
He looked at the blue sky, his face full of death. If he was given another chance, he would never mess with this devil again. Unfortunately, it was fated that his character determined his downfall.
Even if there was no Yi Fong, there was still Lin Fong, Li Fong, Wang Fong. Sooner or later, he would offend someone who shouldn't be offended. This world has always been like this. The weak are the strong. In war, the loser's side can only ever be reduced to a slaughtered fish. Yi Fong coldly looked at Shin Mukin below with endless indifference in his eyes as he lifted his finger and a spiritual energy pie shot out in a surge. When it was about to land on Shin Mukin's body, bang! A white-robed silhouette quickly rushed over, thinking that it could block the strike, but unexpectedly, it exploded into a cloud of blood mist the moment it was hit. Yi Fong frowned. The energy inside that figure just now was even more powerful than the Shin family's old Heaven Realm Master just now, and it was able to rush so quickly to stop in front of Shin Mukin. It was a magic weapon. Could it be that it was not someone from the Shin family? Seemingly sensing something, he raised his head and looked towards the air a few hundred meters away in front of him. There was a white-clothed figure flying over. It was an old man. He originally had a calm face, but when he arrived at the Shin clan's compound and his eyes looked down into the Shin clan's courtyard below, which was already flowing with blood, he couldn't help but let his pupils quake and sucked in cool air. He jerked his head up to look at Yi Fong in mid-air, and his heart shook again. Such a young Heaven Realm powerhouse? How was this possible? His face was filled with incredulity. His name was Wang Wang. He was the second elder of the Magic Capital Martial Arts Association, with an early-stage Heaven Realm cultivation. And the white-robed silhouette that had stopped in front of Shin Mukin just now was the president of the Magic Capital Martial Arts Association, Yang Gu, with an intermediate Heaven Realm cultivation. If Yang Gu was not using a magic weapon that could greatly accelerate his speed, there was no way he could have rushed over to receive that ordinary strike from Yi Fong. What Yang Gu never expected was that he had already fallen at a rapid pace when he couldn't even block Yi Feng's blow. At the same time, Wang Wang, who obviously didn't know that the chairman had died, looked down below with a puzzled gaze and didn't see the chairman's figure, wondering in his heart. Aha! Where is the president? Wasn't he here before himself? How come he was missing? Elder Wang, President Yang has just died. Shin Mukin lay there, looking at Wang Wang in the sky, and said breathlessly. Even President Yang was not an enemy of Yi Feng's one move, so what use was Elder Wang? He didn't have a single expectation at all. What? He's dead? Wang Wang was shocked. Not bad, Elder Wang, you should run. President Yang was directly seconded by that person. A Shin family disciple pointed at Yi Fong in the sky. Wang Wang looked towards Yi Fong with a face of disbelief, his heart turning over. Just now, they had received the distress signal sent over by Shin Yi, the head of the Shin family, to come, and only knew that the other party was a Heaven Realm powerhouse, but not knowing exactly what realm it was, they mistakenly thought that it was just an ordinary early stage of the Heaven Realm. Directly killing an intermediate Heaven Realm powerhouse in seconds, where in the world is this early Heaven Realm? Even the peak of the Heaven Realm couldn't do it, right? What exactly is his strength? It's terrifying. This person is so young and has such terrifying strength. Then there must be an even more terrifying force behind him. Could it be ancient martial sect? However, just as he was shocked, Yi Fong looked at him faintly. Who are you? I'm someone from the Martial Arts Association. My lord, sorry for the disturbance. I will leave now. Wang Wang forced out an apologetic smile and turned around to leave this hellish place. Bang! But he had only rushed out less than 10 meters away when he was slapped into a bloody mist by Yi Fong through the air. Yi Fong smiled coldly. He had already made a mortal enemy after killing so many people from the Martial Arts Association before. Besides, there weren't many good people from the Martial Arts Association. Therefore, all the people from the Martial Way Association had to die. If it wasn't for the fact that the capital city was far away from here, he would have rushed to the capital city to exterminate the Martial Way Association and the Red Dragon Society. It's over. Yi Fong raised his hand and pressed, and terrifying spiritual energy poured out. Rumble. The Shin family instantly collapsed and became a mass of ruins. Flying dust filled the sky. Shin family, extinguished. In a whirlwind. Yi Fong turned around and left. Zhanghai City, Yi family. Coming to the hall of the Yi family. Yi Wenwan learned that there were distinguished guests coming to the Yi family, and hurriedly came over to welcome them with a smiling face. Ordered people to arrange seats for them, but Lin Yanghong didn't dare to sit, and stood in the hall with Lin Shuxiu. Zhaolingru, on the other hand, was not polite and sat down on her but leisurely drinking the hot tea handed over by her subordinates. Lin Yanghong arched his hand at Yi Wenwan and smiled. Elder Yi, may I ask if Yun Yi is here? Fonger left for something just now, and is not in the Yi family today. Yi Wenwan shook his head. Not in the Yi family? Zhao Yingyu and Lin Yanghong both froze. It was so hard for them to come to the Yi family, but they actually weren't there. The two of them looked disappointed and were just about to get up and leave when a stunningly beautiful silhouette ran over. Dad, why did you come to the Yi family? Lin Wan'er pulled Lin Yanghong's hand and asked with a smile. Upon seeing that it was his daughter, Lin Yanghong was violently stunned. What the hell? Why was Wan'er in the Yi family? Could it be that? Thinking of some sort of possibility, he hastily shook his head to dismiss it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wan'er might have heard of Ying's great reputation and specially came to pay her respects. It should be like this. Lin Chuxiu, who was next to him, thought the same thing after he slowed down. Yi Wanduan, on the other hand, was stunned. Wan'er, the Lin family head is your father? Chapter 88, 2 more big shots. That's right, Grandpa Yi, this is my father, the head of the magic capital Lin family. Lin Wan'er nodded. Oh, so it's in-laws. Ha ha, in-laws. Don't stand, quickly take a seat. Yi Wanduan burst into laughter and, going forward, he pushed Lin Yonghong and Lin Chuxiu to sit on the chairs. Lin Chuhong and Lin Chuxiu were both confused for a moment. After slowing down and looking at each other in shock, they sucked in a breath of cool air. The words had been said to this point. How could they still not understand? Wan'er and Yishao were actually boyfriend and girlfriend. Wan'er, what is Yishao's relationship with you? Lin Yonghong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked with some uncertainty. He wanted to hear it from his daughter's own mouth. Otherwise, he was a bit incredulous. Dad, Fong is my boyfriend, we have a good relationship, don't call him Yishao, how strange it seems. Lin Wan'er smiled sweetly and went forward to rub her father's shoulders enthusiastically. Hearing this, Lin Yonghong was shocked and delighted, and then he couldn't help but stroke his chin lightly and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Wan'er, Dad really didn't expect that this boyfriend of yours would actually be the Yi family's great young man, this can scare your dad me. Yi Young actually really with the young lady together, I actually thought of setting up the two of them before, I did not expect really did not expect. Lin Chuxiu was very shocked in his heart. Fong Wanli on the side was dumbfounded. I go. This Lin family head is actually Miss Lin's father. I Lu a bean. All of a sudden the relationship has risen to such a point. Their Lin family to rise. Zhao Ro was also surprised to look at them, she also did not think that this small magic capital Lin family, but also with the benefactor has this kind of relationship. At this moment, Lin Yonghong was happy in his heart. But then, as if he thought of something else, he suddenly frowned and his face became gloomy. What about the marriage contract of the Qin family in the capital? This marriage contract is actually not many people know, but it is a real existence. However, this marriage contract was something he was originally unwilling to do. If it wasn't for the Qin family forcing him, he had no choice but to make a marriage contract with them. Otherwise, he would not have married his daughter to that perverted young master of the Qin family. The thought of the Qin family's perverted young master sent chills down his spine. That young master of the Qin family. I don't know how many innocent women have been killed. He was a beast, even worse than a beast. Rumor has it that once a woman is infected by the Qin family's young master, she will die a horrible death, and the methods are extremely cruel, and it is said that every prey will be tortured to death. It is hard to imagine, those who were subjected to the clutches of the woman will die in what kind of despair pain. The most infuriating thing is that this kind of thing obviously the state has known, actually do not care? The law of the land, is it just for show? Just allow him to continue to do evil? A few decades ago in China, it was not like this. Now it feels like, above the law, are those powerful superfamilies. They simply want to do what they want to do, no matter what kind of heinous crimes committed, the state will turn a blind eye, will not pursue the slightest responsibility. Lin Yonghong sighed helplessly. This country has been corrupt beyond redemption, if it is not reshuffled to rectify a meal. If we don't reshuffle and rectify the situation, and then continue to allow those forces other than the law to do whatever they want, the country will sooner or later perish. Even by those foreign countries that are stupid enough to find a breakthrough, and then crushed it. This was something he was extremely unwilling to see. However, what can be done? He was empty of passion, but he could do nothing about it. Even if he brought the entire Lin family to fight against those forces, the end result would only be self-destruction. Powerless. A deep sense of powerlessness. As a martial arts grandmaster, he was considered by the general public to be the top powerhouse in the martial arts world, very powerful and bullish. But in the eyes of certain great powers, he and the Lin family were nothing more than a fart. Dad, what are you doing in the Yi family? Lin Wan'er asked curiously even though she had already guessed something. Originally, I came to pay my respects to young Yi, but now it seems that there is no need for that. Lin Yonghong squeezed out a smile and said. Looking at the flickering smile on her father's face, Lin Wan'er thought for a moment before snickering and laughing. Oh, so that's how it is, but how can this work? How can there be a reason for an elder to pay a visit to a younger generation? When Fong comes back, how about I ask him to come and pay a visit to you, Dad? Her intention was to make her father happy, but Lin Yonghong's face changed, stood up and shook his head. No, how can this work? He is still a heaven realm powerhouse no matter what, it's not a matter of generation or not, in a world of the weak and the strong, those who are strong deserve to be honored. He. Lin Wan'er looked at her always stern father's frightened appearance, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile sweetly. Alright, Dad, I'm just teasing you, no need to be nervous. Fong is good to his own people, you don't need to be afraid of him because he's strong. Right, in-laws, we're all family, I'll make the call later, I'll let Fong pay you 2 respects. Yi Wanwan went up and patted his shoulder and laughed. This. Lin Yonghong's nervousness eased quite a bit, but the corners of his mouth still revealed a helpless bitter smile. It was at this moment that a henchman ran in from outside. Family Master, 2 more big shots have come outside, one team is from the capital, the other team is the mayor and them, both saying they want to come and pay their respects to Yi Shao. Invite them in. Yi Wanwan didn't expect national-level leaders to come as well. It seems that this time, Fong's prestige is considered to be spread throughout the north and south of the Yangtze River. After that henchman left the hall, Zhao Yingru then stood up and arched her hand towards Yi Wanwan. Elder Yi, long time no see. You are? Yi Wanwan turned his head to look at her and frowned, looking at this woman's face. For some reason, there was a familiar feeling. Late generation Zhao Yingrua, my father Zhao Xianhua. Zhao Yingrua said back. Oh, so it's little Ro. Oh, haven't seen you for many years, you've grown so big, is your father alright? Yi Wanwan immediately revealed a smile. In the past, the relationship between the Zhao family and the Yi family was not bad, especially he and the Zhao family's old man were still life and death buddies, sharing the same pain on the battlefield. It's just a pity that later on, Zhao's old man sacrificed his life on the battlefield in order to protect him, and he felt guilty for many years because of that. Back to Grandpa Yi, father's health is well, quite good. Zhao Yingru nodded and smiled. That's good. Yi Wanwan nodded. Zhao Yingru looked around the wide hall again and asked. By the way, Grandpa Yi, where did Sister Risheng go? Xia, not sure, seems to be in the backyard. That's so. Zhao Yingrua nodded slightly and laughed. A few years ago I came to Jianghai City twice, and gathered with Sister Risheng twice, but unfortunately time was tight and I didn't have time to come over to visit Grandpa Yi. Grandpa Yi, please don't blame me. Chapter 89. The water in here is very deep. Hee, what are you talking about? You have said, something busy can't come over, it's fine Yi Wanwan smiled unconcernedly. Grandpa Yi is so broad-minded, just like a benefactor. Zhao Yingru let out a light laugh. Oh? Your benefactor? Who is it? Yi Wanwan froze and asked. It's your grandson He's my benefactor who saved my life. It's him who saved my life today, otherwise how could I stand here and talk to you now? Thinking of that teenager, a flash of gratitude flashed through Zhao Yingru's eyes. If it wasn't for that teenager saving her life, she would have already died. The kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by the spring. Not to mention the kindness of saving her life. If she didn't repay this kind of favor, she was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to sleep peacefully. You said that Fong saved you? Could it be that you were on that airplane before? Yi Wanwan instantly guessed something. That's right, Grandpa Yi is so smart. Zhao Yingru smiled and nodded. Yi Wanwan nodded and casually asked. I see, but I'm a bit curious, you're a person from the capital, why would you come to a place as far away as Jianghai City? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yingru was slightly stunned, her eyes dimmed in an instant, her eyelids lowered, and she sighed after a moment of silence. I won't hide it from Grandpa Yi, my mom has a serious illness and is now dying. I came to Jianghai City to ask old divine Dr. Wang Qingshan to go and cure my mom, although, the possibility of a cure is not very high. It's Shaolan? What kind of disease does she have? Upon hearing this, Yi Wanwan's pupils trembled lightly, and his brows and eyes instantly hung with a touch of worry. Yi Lan, Zhao Yingrua's mother. It was his brother's daughter, his own niece. However, not many people knew about this matter. Because Yi Lan was his brother's illegitimate daughter. My mother's disease is very strange, even the capital city's major famous medical experts are helpless. My father and I have searched all over the capital city and even around all the famous doctors, but they all think that there is no cure for this disease, saying that I'm afraid that there is no half a month to live. Speaking later, Zhao Yingru's eyes reddened, covering her mouth with both hands, her petite body collapsed powerlessly onto the chair behind her, sobbing hard, her mood was very low. She had been very strong all her life, and had never cried no matter what great difficulty she encountered. But this was the mom who loved her the most. Watching her mom suffer in the hospital bed every day, her heart was like a knife, wishing that the person lying in the hospital bed suffering was herself. But the fate of God. Probably. Her mom, half a month later, will leave her. She is really hard to accept this fact, often in the night no one corner secretly cry. Even her dad. In order to this matter is also worried as if burnt, exhausting efforts to want to cure mom, all day east and west, looking for all kinds of famous doctors, and even sleep is not peaceful, and even the hair in the night are white a lot of good. In the capital city no one can cure your mother? Yi Wanwan sighed. Even the famous doctors in a place like the capital were unable to do anything, so it was basically hopeless. In the previous live broadcast, he hadn't even seen the scene where Yi Fong had demonstrated his heaven-defying medical skills, so he didn't know that Yi Fong possessed very impressive medical skills. However, he had personally seen Yi Fong miraculously cure Wang Tiannan's mother's complicated and serious illness. It was at this moment that Yi Rusheng walked into the hall. The moment she saw Zhao Yingrua, she was first stunned, then she walked forward with a coquettish smile and gave Zhao Yingrua a hug, asking curiously, "Sister Zhao Yingru, why did you come to the Yi family?" Looking at Zhao Yingrua's slightly red eyes as if she had been crying, her eyebrows knitted and a flash of worry crossed her eyes. "Sister Yingru, what's wrong with you? Did you cry just now? Is there something sad?" After saying that, she took out 2 tissues from her clothes pocket and handed them to Zhao Yingru. "Thanks." Zhao Yingru took the tissues and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and after a moment of silence, she said, "Sister Rusheng, I won't hide it from you, my mom is seriously ill, and I came to Jianghai City to ask your master, Divine Dr. Wang Qingshan Wang." "Your mom is seriously ill? Could it be that disease, even those famous doctors in the capital city can't do anything about it?" Yi Rusheng frowned. Zhao Yingru shook her head, her voice gradually choking up. "They were all at their wits' end, and without exception, they determined that my mother wouldn't live for more than half a month. In that case, I'm afraid my master can't do anything about it." Yi Rusheng frowned deeply and sighed before seeming to think of something, her eyes suddenly lit up. "Right. Sister Yingru, my brother's medical skills are very powerful. He might have a way." "Your brother? Is that the benefactor?" Zhao Yingru froze for a moment, shook her head with an ugly face, and sighed. "Sister Rusheng, it's better not to trouble him, he saved my life today, I can't bear to trouble him anymore, moreover, he won't necessarily step in to help me." Yi Rusheng smiled and pacified. "It's alright Sister Yingru, my brother has a good heart, he won't see death to save you, besides, you are my friend my friend is his friend, brother he treats his friends well, he will definitely help you." Zhao Yingru nodded slightly and was silent. Yi Rusheng, she understood, would not lie. To be able to make Yi Rusheng so sure, that meant that the benefactor's medical skills were even more superior than Wang Qingshan's. How was this possible? The martial arts talent was already so terrifying. Could it be that even his medical skills were so powerful? If that's the case, that would mean that he is a dual practitioner of medicine and martial arts. Oh, my god. At the age of 20 years old, both the martial arts realm and the medical field are far ahead of all the major top figures. This is no longer the title of genius. It would be more appropriate to describe it as an absolute demon. 2 minutes later, 2 teams of people arrived in the hall, each carrying heavy gifts. The leaders of these 2 teams. On one side was the mayor of Jianghai City, Zhou Yicheng. On the other side, the head of the Sima family in the capital, Sima Hao. He was the middle-aged man who had rushed to pay his respects to Yi Fong after watching the live broadcast. Other people might not know, but he was able to tell that Yi Fong was definitely more than the heaven realm level. The strength of that punch that opened the river was at the very least the legendary Saint realm. So because of certain reasons, he would have to climb up to the Yi family and defect to Yi Fong. His Sima family, although not as good as the 4 super families, was the largest intelligence network in the capital. Almost anything significant can be known the fastest, and even if you don't know something, it's easy to find out. And even the secrets of the country were slightly known. Even the truth about the death of Yifeng's father more than 10 years ago, he also knew a few things. But he didn't reveal such things to the public. Because the water here is very deep. If he leaked it out, it would lead to doom. Therefore, only after defecting to a powerful force and not being afraid of those strong people in the dark, he dared to tell all the things that happened back then. At the same time, Yi Fong had already returned over the Yi family. Chapter 90. Your own aunt. Yi Wan'er warmly entertained the 2, ordering people to bring tea and water to the 2, moving comfortable seats to sit down. Both of them were greatly disappointed to learn that Yi Fong was not in the Yi family, and after shaking their heads, both of them planned to leave for the time being. But just at this moment, Yi Feng's figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. They were instantly filled with smiles and walked up to greet him. "See you, young Yi." The 2 men saluted respectfully. The mayor of Jianghai City, Yi Fong, was recognized, but he did not recognize Sima Hao next to him. After he nodded slightly, he stopped paying attention to the 2 men and walked up to his grandfather and sister. "Grandpa, sister, Wan'er, I'm back." Yi Fong revealed a rare gentle smile. Only in front of his family and friends would it warm his cold heart. While treating his enemies, he would only have endless indifference. Yi Wan'er, Yi Russian, and Lin Wan'er all smiled and nodded, the sense of security in their hearts increasing greatly. The main backbone had returned. "Dad, Fong is back, don't just stand there, go up and chat with him to warm up your feelings." Lin Wan'er gently pushed Lin Yonghong, who had frozen his body due to nervousness. Lin Yonghong's body was slightly shaken. Immediately, he stood up stiffly and squeezed out a smile, bending down and arching his hand at Yi Fong. "Good day, Yi Xiao. You are Wan'er's father?" Yi Fong looked at him, surprise flashed in his eyes. "Yes, I am Lin Yonghong, the head of the Magic City Lin family." Lin Yonghong nodded, his heart still slightly nervous. Although Yi Feng's breath was introverted at the moment and did not emit any pressure,
But he knew that this was a genuine heaven realm powerhouse. He himself was only at the late stage of Zongshire cultivation. The former could slap himself to death with a single slap, and not knowing clearly how his character was, how could he not be nervous? Uncle Lin, what do you mean by this? You are Wan'er's father. There is no need to be like this to me. If you don't mind, call me little Fong in the future. A smile immediately appeared on Yi Feng's face, and he took 2 steps forward to gently help up the bending Lin Wan'er. This was Wan'er's own father. How could he be slow? The people other than Yi Wenwan and Yi Rushan all sighed in their hearts when they saw this scene. The Lin family is going to rise. I really don't know what kind of luck they had cultivated in their previous lives to be able to give birth to such a daughter and become partners with this future true dragon. It would be a lie for them to say that they weren't envious. Sima Hao couldn't wait to hurry up and give birth to a beautiful daughter to introduce to Yi Feng now, even as a concubine. Unfortunately, he only had sons. There is no such possibility. Lin Yonghong at the moment was flattered. Look, he did not expect this powerful Yi Xiao actually treated people so gently. The tension in his heart also instantly dissipated a large portion. Good. If you don't mind, I'll be called Little Fong from now on. Lin Yonghong smiled from the bottom of his heart. He. Fong, look at how you scared my dad. You have to be responsible. Lin Wan'er covered her small mouth and laughed out, stepping forward to hold Yi Feng's left arm with both hands and ranting. Can you blame me for this? I don't even know your dad. Moreover, I didn't mean any harm to him just now. Yi Feng cried suddenly, laughing. I don't care, you have to be punished. Well, just punish you for kissing me. Raising her stunningly beautiful pretty face, the corner of Lin Wan'er's mouth hooked up in a cunning smile. Fine, my baby. Satisfy your punishment. Slightly hooking his lips in a smile, Yi Feng lowered his head and tenderly kissed her, causing the latter's cheeks to instantly rise in a flash of blush, and while she was shy, she smiled darkly in triumph. Looking at the intimate appearance of the two, Lin Yonghong froze, then even more relieved, the stone in his heart completely landed. Fortunately, Wan'er's relationship with Yi Feng was good, but he was afraid that Wan'er would meet the kind of man who was not good to her and was not responsible. Now he was finally relieved. Just ask. Which father wouldn't want his daughter to be happy and have a good time? The others present at the scene ate a wave of dog food viciously, with different expressions. They all couldn't help but think secretly. What an asshole. Have you guys ever considered our feelings when you show your love? It's simply fancy dog abuse. Yi Rusheng forced herself to laugh out loud. Her brother and sister Wan'er were really sweet. She was also happy that her brother was happy. The Yi family hadn't been this cozy for a long time, and it felt hard-won. If there was no timely return of her brother to the Yi family, then the only thing waiting for the Yi family would be extinction. Brother, can you do sister a favor? At this time, Yi Rusheng suddenly walked up and asked. Yi Feng froze for a moment and looked at her and laughed helplessly. Sister, what kind of relationship are you and I? I'm your younger brother. Just say anything directly. Your business is my business. I'm not afraid that you're not available. As long as it's sister's business, you have to be free even if you're not free. Yi Feng said seriously. Put. Yi Rusheng covered her mouth and laughed. She knew that her younger brother was the best and would definitely not refuse. Brother, you're so nice. What I'm asking you for is to help treat Sister Ro's mother. Her mother has a serious illness. Even the major famous doctors in the capital are at their wits' end. Brother's medical skills are superb. I think there should be a way, right? Yi Rusheng pulled Zhaolingrua in front of her. Zhaolingruo nodded at Yi Feng and smiled somewhat stiffly. Benefactor, we meet again. It's you? I didn't expect such a coincidence. You still know my sister. Since this is the case, there's no reason for me not to help. Yi Feng looked at her and nodded slightly. Zhaolingruo immediately looked happy and said with some uncertainty. Really, benefactor? You're willing to help me? With that, she hung her head again and whispered. But, you have saved my life. I owe you too much. How can I be so mean to trouble you for no reason? Don't think too much. I'm only looking at my sister's face. Otherwise, even if you give more money, I won't step in to help you. Just ask, would you help someone you don't know for no reason? Yi Feng said expressionlessly. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhaolingruo instantly burned her cheeks in embarrassment, then looked at Yi Rusheng and bent down gratefully and said. Thank you, Sister Rusheng. Sister Yingru, don't say that. Yi Rusheng held her hand and said with a smile. You are my best good friend. At first, if it wasn't for you investing $2 billion in Yi Clan's moment of crisis, our Yi Clan would have gone bankrupt. Have you helped me less? Therefore, it's only right that I help you. In the future, if you have any difficulties, just come to me and I will do my little bit to help you. Hearing this, Zhaolingru nodded her head in a moved manner, and her eyes couldn't help but redden. At this time, Yi Wenwan walked over to Yi Feng and said in a low voice. Fomer, let me tell you a secret. Zhaolingruo's mom is none other than your own aunt. Chapter 91, Did I allow you to kiss? Hearing these words, Yi Feng was slightly stunned. Zhaolingruo's mom was his real aunt. Then, in that case, isn't Zhaolingru his own cousin? Thinking of this, Yi Feng immediately activated the bloodline guidance technique. Sure enough, This Zhao Yingru really had the Yi family's bloodline, but it could only be considered as a collateral lineage.
Bloodline guidance technique.
Once it encounters a direct family member, it will generate a violent induction. But if you're a collateral, you won't be able to trigger it, and you won't be able to sense it yourself. This bloodline guidance technique from the Immortal Emperor's legacy is one of the top techniques in the immortal world.
If it was an ordinary immortal cultivator, one would not even think of possessing such a top-quality technique.
There were many spells in the Immortal Emperor's inheritance, and each one of them was the very best in the immortal realm, and their effects were all surprisingly good. There were thousands of artifacts alone that he was currently holding in his sea of consciousness. He remembered that when he was still in the chi refining stage, there were only 100 or so.
As one's cultivation level increased, the
capacity of the sea of consciousness would also expand.
The knowledge in the Immortal Emperor's inheritance would follow suit.
Perhaps it was because these thousands of techniques filled up the volume of the sea of consciousness, resulting in the fact that for the time being, no other feats of immortal cultivation methods had been acquired. After reaching the Jindan stage, the volume of the sea of consciousness would expand further again. I'm sure that by then, a large number of immortal cultivation techniques will follow. Looking at the moody Zhao Yingru, Yi Fong sighed. Just now, he didn't know that she was his cousin, so he had spoken a bit harshly. After thinking about it, he suddenly walked up and patted her shoulder, comforting her with a light smile. Don't worry, there is me, your mom will be fine. Tell me carefully, how is your mom's situation now? If it's not too good, we will rush to the capital tonight to cure your mom. The reason why he didn't directly call out to his cousin, that's because just now his grandfather was telling him in a soft voice. As for why, he could roughly guess what. But this kind of thing, it might not be too honorable to say it in public. Of course, he was not entirely for the face of the Yi family, but many considerations for his cousin's face, so he didn't confess it now. It would be better to say it in private than in front of others. Listening to Yi Feng's suddenly softer tone, Zhao Yingru was slightly stunned, as if she had a feeling of being flattered. She didn't know why her benefactor suddenly changed his attitude, but she didn't think much about it, thinking that it was for Yi Risheng's sake. She didn't expect her benefactor to treat her as a friend. After all, she still owed her benefactor such a big favor that she hadn't paid back, and being able to make her benefactor willing to save her mother's life had already made her very content. She glanced at Yi Fong, a look of gratitude came through her eyes and she bowed her head.
Thank you, benefactor. Hearing the word benefactor,
Yi Fong frowned, feeling a bit awkward, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything more. He still had to go to Blood Dragon Mountain early tomorrow morning. The capital was far away from Jianhai City, and it would take at least 4 to 5 hours to arrive by airplane. Flying over is impossible, less than half of the distance spiritual energy will be directly exhausted.
The Earth's spiritual energy is already scarce, the speed of replenishment is far less than the speed of use.
If the spiritual energy in the body is exhausted, the strength will be greatly reduced. Strength would be greatly reduced, not to mention the time it would take to replenish the spiritual energy, so flying over would be more than worth it.
After thinking about it, Yi Fong called Lu Ao.
He said that he would follow him to the capital at 9 o'clock in the evening, and then he would rush to Ikuan town from the capital early tomorrow morning. Lu Ao immediately agreed and said that he would arrange for a special plane to come and pick him up. Counting the time, Wang Yingying should have sent someone to send the 10,000 years snow crystal ginseng to Villa 2 as well. After going to the second villa and getting the 10,000-year-old snow crystal ginseng, he would try to break through the golden dan. I just don't know if that snow crystal ginseng, as Wang Yingying said, is a 10,000-year-old level. After all, the difference between the effects of 10,000 years and 1,000 years was far too much. Next, Zhao Yingru was brought by Yi Risheng to temporarily stay in a room in the Yi family.
Fong Wanli followed Yi Fong to talk about a few matters regarding the establishment of the Yi Alliance before leaving.
The headquarters of the Yi Alliance was temporarily set up at the Martial Arts Association in the Western District, and then moved over after the Yi Alliance headquarters project here in the Northern District was established. After all, the role of the Yi Alliance's existence was mainly to protect the Yi family's safety and security. It was definitely better to be as close to the Yi family as possible. Zhou Yichang also chatted with Yi Fong for a few moments. Anyway, no matter what he talked about, there was a pleasing intention in his words, saying that if there was anything that he could use him for, just open his mouth and he would do his best to help.
Not long after, inside the hall,
a large portion of the people left all of a sudden. Only Lin Wan'er remained by Yi Feng's side. And Sima Hao, the patriarch of the Sima family, hadn't left yet, looking at Yi Fong with a desire to speak.
What are you looking for me for, say it? Yi Fong gazed at him.
Upon hearing this, Sima Hao looked resolute, and without hesitation, he bent his knees and knelt down, arching his hand. Young Yi, I would like to bring my entire Sima clan to submit to you. Oh. Yi Fong just gave a faint response. Then he stopped paying attention to him and pulled Wan'er's hand to leave the hall. After seeing Yi Fong and the two of them leave, Sima Hao thought about it and eventually planned to find another opportunity to say certain things out. Now was not an opportunity. If he disturbed the sweet life of the two of them now, he was afraid that it would backfire and cause them discomfort. This matter is too weighty, it is necessary to reconsider. This teenager is very strong, but his heart is not known. He no longer thought about it, and directly left the Yi family. Wan'er, I'm leaving tonight, at the earliest. I won't be able to come back until tomorrow night, but it's not certain. Yi Fong and Wan'er held hands and strolled on the cobblestone path next to a small pond in the Yi family.
So fast. Are you leaving tonight?
Lin Wan'er stopped her steps and turned her head to look at Yi Fong, an unwillingness to leave coming through her eyes. The two of them didn't have much time together, originally thought that tonight. Alas, it seemed to be hopeless. Seeing Wan'er's reluctant emotions, Yi Fong smiled faintly. Wan'er, if I promise to accompany you to college, I won't go back on my word.
By that time, won't we be able to spend more time together?
Bear with it, the pain is temporary. After all, I am now an immortal cultivator. I can't delay my cultivation. Moreover, in the future, I will have to bring you, as well as Grandpa and my sister, to cultivate together. The road to longevity is actually not that far away, only that I still need to work hard to move forward.
Aha!
Lin Wan'er nodded her head and sighed slightly with a somewhat complicated expression. What do you want to do? I won't stop you. Maybe I'm too selfish, always thinking of keeping you by my side. In fact, this is rather more unfavorable to your cultivation. So be it. The big deal in the future is to wait, even if you wait until the end of the world. Anyway, it's mine is mine. No one can snatch it away. Hearing this, Yi Fong couldn't help but rub her head in a doting manner. Fool, how could I bear to let you wait until the end of time? Honestly, I can't wait to be with you every day, eat with you, go shopping with you, watch the sunrise and sunset with you. If it wasn't for the sake of cultivating immortality and taking you on the road to immortality, I wouldn't even be willing to leave you for even a single minute or second. Pfft, you're so fleshy. Hearing these words, Lin Wan'er's heart was so sweet that she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh.
Wan'er, later on I'm going to go to Villa number 2, will you go with me? Yi Fong took Wan'er into his arms, smelling the charming fragrance wafting from the latter's hair, and softly asked.
Go! Wan'er obediently buried her head into Yi Feng's warm chest, her heart full of security.
You're leaving at night, I definitely need to accompany you more.
Good, then I'll send a message to Butler Wang. Looking at the bird like her in his arms, Yi Fong felt a little cute, and instantly couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her.
Ouch! Did I allow you to kiss?
I haven't kissed yet. Lin Wan'er looked up at him with red cheeks, and after pouting, her eyes gradually became infatuated as she looked at the face of the person she loved so much in front of her. Thinking that she would soon be parting with him, she finally was unable to restrain her inner love. Her seductive red lips slightly lifted, kissed his lips deeply and closed her eyes.
Yi Feng's body was stunned.
Obviously, he did not expect her to suddenly kiss herself so actively.
Immediately,
he also slightly closed his eyes.
Chapter 92 By virtue of me being your stepmother. After a long time,
Lin Wan'er reluctantly parted, her forehead against his, her eyes were all deep love, and her breath was like orchids. In the future, my kiss can only belong to you. You also have to be the same. Can only belong to me.
Ha, that can be said.
Looking at Wan'er's serious appearance, Yi Fong but suddenly snickered, then let go of her and pretended to run forward.
What did you say? Damn it, you stand still. Quickly take back what you just said. I'm going to get angry.
Lin Wan'er's face changed slightly, then she clenched her silver teeth and put on a vicious demeanor to chase after her. The two of them chased after each other and ran until they reached the gate of the Yi family, and at this moment, the housekeeper Wang Li had already arrived here in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Yi Fong deliberately slowed down his pace and was hugged by Lin Wan'er from behind. Yi Fong felt two soft masses on his back pressing against him.
Hey, got you.
She smiled triumphantly, then bit her red lips.
Tell me quickly. What you just said wasn't true, right?
Saying that, she also reached out and scratched Yi Feng's armpit.
Ha ha ha.
This tawdry operation of hers made Yi Fong couldn't help but laugh, turned around and looked at her who seemed to be a little angry, holding her delicate hand tightly in his palm. His face resumed its serious look. Okay, just teased you, don't be angry, okay? He hadn't teased her for a long time. The last time he teased her was last time. This time, he was going to separate again, so he couldn't help but tease her a bit, not expecting her reaction to be so big. Wan'er's beautiful eyes, still gazing at him angrily, didn't say a word to Yi Feng's words, and then her eyes slightly reddened, tears rolling in her eyes.
What's wrong? Why are you crying?
Yi Feng's face changed slightly, then his heart ached as he hugged her, holding her white tender right hand and lifting it up.
My baby, if you're still angry, just hit me and get rid of your anger, okay?
Put. Instantly breaking into laughter, Lin Wan'er cupped her pink fist and lightly hammered his back, ranting. You really are, don't just take this kind of thing to joke and tease me, okay? I'll take it seriously.
Okay, I promise. I won't joke about our relationship in the future.
Saying that, Yi Fong was about to raise his hand and swear.
What are you doing? Who asked you to swear?
Lin Wan'er's face was anxious and she hurriedly pulled his hand off, glaring at him with some reproach. Yi Fong said with a smile. It's not just an oath, what are you afraid of? I'm still not afraid that you won't believe me. Lin Wan'er reached out and stroked his face with tenderness in her eyes. I believe you. As long as you don't swear, no matter what you say, I will believe you in the future. Seeing her say this, Yifeng's heart warmed and held her tighter.
Wan'er, I will not fail you in this life. Not only in this life, I will only love you in my entire life. Me too. Even if I die, I'll only love you.
Lin Wan'er smiled like a flower, her heart was sweet. Butler Wang watched the two people's sweet confession from the car, and was so deeply touched that he couldn't help but shed small droplets of water, and kept wiping them off with a paper towel. Young Yi and Mrs. Yi really love each other.
She was so envious.
There was still such a loving couple in this world.
It was really rare. Alright, let's get on the car.
Yi Fong directly made a princess hug and carried Wan'er into the car. Wan'er was so shy that she kept pounding his chest, pretending to be angry, but her eyes were full of joy. Young Yi, you and Ms. Lin are really too loving and compatible. Wang Li smiled from the bottom of her heart and gave a compliment. Being praised by others, Wan'er's stunningly beautiful face turned even redder and buried her head deeply into Yifeng's arms and rubbed it. Once Yifeng heard Butler Wang's words, he looked at her and laughed.
Well said. Double your salary this month.
Wang Li was pleasantly surprised and quickly thanked her.
Many thanks to Xiao Yi. Help Xiao Yi and Ms. Lin grow old together and never part.
Well said, double it again. The emotional value of this barrage was so comfortable to hear in Yifeng's heart.
It was quadrupled.
Wang Li heard almost about to pass out with joy, directly in the car bang 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 kowtow, excitement overflowing, excited incoherent don't know what to say, had to say.
Many thanks to Yi Xiao.
I wish Xiao Yi and Ms. Lin a flood of blessings, all the best, good luck, good fortune, and never die.
Somewhere on the street in Zhanghai City. Can't you understand when I tell you to give way to your sister? She didn't just accidentally drop a broken jade pendant of yours, why are you being mean to her?
A middle-aged woman with heavy makeup pulled her voice, nearly scolding a girl in front of her who was only 18 or 19 years old. The girl's body was extremely good, very hot, and her appearance was not bad. She was considered to be a big beauty with more than 8 points, but at this moment, there was a bright red slap mark on her face. If Lin Wan'er and Yi Feng were here, they would definitely be able to recognize who she was. Not bad, it was none other than Chang Xiaoling.
That's not a broken jade pendant. That was the only thought my mom left me.
You guys are so hateful.
Why? Why did you have to join forces to bully me?
Squatting down to carefully pick up the pieces of the broken jade pendant on the ground, Chang Xiaoling sobbed in distress, looking at the large and small two women in front of her as well as a man next to her, her eyes filled with incomprehension and hatred.
Why? Because you're a mongrel without a mother to love you.
Slapping you is to let you learn from your mistakes. If you still dare to be mean to your sister in the future, I will not spare you. The middle-aged woman was Chang Xiaoling's stepmother, Lu Fun, and next to her was her daughter, Zhang Xiaoyi. And the middle-aged man beside her was Chang Xiaoling's real father, Cheng Chao. The three of them had come to find Chang Xiaoling today for the house that Chang Xiaoling's mother had left for her, which was now in Chang Xiaoling's name. Their purpose was to take away the ownership of that house and then sell it for money.
Lu Fun was a bit impatient. Her obese body took 2 steps forward and pulled Chang Xiaoling's hair, spitting.
Little bastard. Hurry up and hand over the real estate license, or I'll make you suffer today.
That's what my mom left me, why should I give it to you?
Hair was pulled painfully, Chang Xiaoling but stubbornly shook her head, struggling to get out of Lu Fun's palm, but the strength is obviously not as big as the obese Lu Fun. After struggling to twist a few times, she can only angrily and helplessly clench the palm of her hand.
On what grounds?
By virtue of me being your stepmother. Lu Fun's eyes went cold, and she then slapped her heavily on the ground, looking down at her. If you dare not hand it over, believe it or not, I'll make it so that you can't even go to school? Even though her cheeks were red, swollen, and painful from the beating, Chang Xiaoling still clenched her teeth and looked at her coldly, not replying. From time to time, there were passers-by who saw this scene, but they didn't come forward to inquire about the cause or help Chang Xiaoling. They just indifferently surrounded there and whispered, all of them looking on with cold eyes.
However, just at this moment,
an imposing Rolls-Royce Phantom drove over. The crowd's complexion changed slightly when they saw this, and they all stepped back, making way for the Rolls-Royce in a panic.
Chapter 93: Arousing the Wrath of the Crowd.
Looking at this domineering Rolls-Royce Phantom, the crowd was suddenly in a heated debate, and the marvel in everyone's eyes was unceasing.
Which big shot is this? But this license plate doesn't look like a big shot's car, could it be some tycoon?
Although in Zhanghai City, especially in the city center,
Rolls-Royce is quite common. However,
generally our ordinary Rolls-Royce, the price is generally less than 7 million.
But the Phantom is not common.
The price is at least 8 or 9 million or more, not worth tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars. Who would go to buy?
This shows that
the people sitting in the car were either rich or noble. The Rolls-Royce Phantom steadily stopped. A white-skirted silhouette quickly got out of the car, came to Chang Xiaoling's side, and helped her up.
Wan'er, it's you.
Chang Xiaoling looked at her in a daze, opened her mouth. Her face was a bit complicated, wanting to say something but still didn't open her mouth. Who hit you? Tell me, I'll help you out. Looking at her best girlfriend's red and swollen cheeks, Lin Wan'er was heartbroken. A wave of anger surfaced on her stunningly beautiful pretty face. Xiaoling was her best bestie, with the best relationship and deepest feelings.
If anyone harmed Xiaoling, she would definitely not let it go. Xiaoling's life was already rough enough. Now she had to be bullied like this.
Her anger was completely ignited, and a certain energy gradually began to awaken within her body. While her aura continued to rise, her cheeks quickly turned cold, and a cold glint appeared in her eyes.
The people around her, for some reason,
felt the piercing coldness all of a sudden and shivered with their hands clasped around their bodies.
It's so cold. Isn't this summer? It's only 8 o'clock in the evening and the temperature is dropping that fast? You guys felt it too? Something's not right. Doesn't this weather app show that the body temperature is still 29 degrees? Why is it suddenly so cold? It didn't seem to be anything just now.
The crowd watching around them froze and shivered, looking at each other with puzzled faces.
Little girl, who are you?
This is our family matter, please don't mind your own business. Lu Fan had just seen Lin Wan'er coming down from the Rolls Royce, and after her eyes flashed with surprise, other ideas suddenly popped up in her mind. She could tell that Cheng Xiaoling's relationship with this pretty girl was not ordinary, and the girl looked too young, so she might be able to blackmail a large sum. As long as this girl had to mind her own business later on, she would just shamelessly demand a huge sum of money to settle the matter. Anyway, this kind of little girl, she could just take her hands off her.
Xiaoling is my best friend, why are you bullying her?
Lin Wan'er's tone was icy cold. If it wasn't for Cheng Xiaoling next to her pulling her back for fear of something happening to her and signaling her not to be impulsive. With her cold personality after stimulating her physique, she would have rushed forward to kill this dead fat lady.
Hee hee, why?
Lu Fan crossed her arms and grinned coldly. There's no such thing as why, I'm her mom.
What's wrong with disciplining her? You want to protect her, right? You can. $200,000.
As long as you take out $200,000, I promise to never pester her again, how about it? When the surrounding people heard this, they immediately looked at her with contempt.
This is not pure blackmail? Really shameless. 200,000. Why don't you go and grab it?
In the face of some people around the finger pointing, Lu Fan full of do not care, as long as you can get money, by people pointing is nothing. If she really gets this $200,000, she will be able to play for a whole year this year. Zhang Xiaoyi also walked up, arms crossed, head held high and shouted. If you have money, hurry up and take the money. If you don't have money, get out as far as you can.
Don't get in the way of our family business. You guys are too much.
Dad, are you really going to let them treat me like this?
Am I still your daughter?
Cheng Xiaoling gritted her teeth and looked at Cheng Chao with a disappointed expression.
Cheng Chao sniffed but smiled coldly and took 2 steps forward to Lu Fan's side. Don't be too self-righteous. My daughter is only one Xiaoyi. You are a motherless bastard. I will advise you one last time. Hand over the real estate license. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless towards you.
Cheng Xiaoling instantly turned pale when she heard this. A biological daughter of her own, in her father's eyes, she was even inferior to an outsider. She was simply broken-hearted.
What a heartless one.
No matter what, it's also a daughter who has been raised for more than 10 years. I really don't know how this father of yours is, even if it's no longer cold-blooded, it's not like this, right?
Simply worse than a pig or a dog. At this moment,
a slender white-clothed figure walked down from the Rolls-Royce Phantom, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. He was meditating just now, shielding his perception of the outside world, and only now did he lift his meditative state. But just after lifting his meditative state, he saw this absurd scene.
That's Yi Xiao?
Seeing Yi Feng stepping out of the car, some of the women around were stunned.
The human heir.
After learning that this teenager was that Yi Xiao whose medical skills were unbelievable, the crowd instantly boiled up. Although some of them had seen the whole process of the live broadcast, they didn't half believe in that punch to open the river, thinking that it was just a show.
But apart from that,
just based on Yi Feng family's young master's identity and heaven-defying medical skills, it was enough to make them very shocked. And more importantly, some of them were informed. Today, most of the bigwigs in Shanghai City who had the honor of being in the Yi family had rushed to the Yi family in droves. And according to the grapevine, those people had already submitted to the Yi family's name, and the Yi alliance was about to be introduced. When such news came out,
no one was not shocked and taken aback. The Yi family is too powerful.
In the future, the throne of the #1 family in Shanghai City will not belong to the Yi family. Kid, I advise you not to mind your own business.
No matter what, this is our family matter, it's not your turn to be an outsider. Cheng Chao's face sank.
If he hadn't seen that this teenager was coming down from the Rolls Royce, he would have broken into a rage. As for Yi Feng's identity, those crowds were too noisy, he didn't hear it at all. Otherwise, if he knew Yi Feng's identity, he would have fled in fear. Crap! This is Yi Xiao, how dare he do this? This is Yi Xiao, how dare he? In the crowd, there were several dissatisfied women who rushed out at once. They were originally Yi Feng's little fans. Where could they stand Cheng Chao disrespecting Yi Feng? When there was one, there was a second. With those few women taking the lead, the rest of the crowd rushed towards Cheng Chao and the others in a furious manner. Let's go!
Daring to disrespect Xiao Yi, they are simply looking for death. Lu Fan, Chang Xiao, and Zhang Xiaoyi's faces changed slightly. What's going on here? They were filled with confusion as they listened to the Xiao Yi that these people were shouting about. They hadn't watched that live broadcast, so they didn't even know that Yi Fong was the Yi family's Yi Xiao. Nor did they know just how terrifying he was. The crowd came like a sea of tidal waves. They finally panicked and hurriedly turned around to escape, but they were grabbed by a few youths who ran extremely fast. Ah! 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 After being caught, the three were not only slapped furiously by the crowd, but also beaten and kicked. The scene was instantly uncontrollable. Yi Fong, Lin Wan'er, and Chang Xiaoling all froze for a moment. Yi Fong instantly understood that these people had learned of his name, which caused the crowd to be angry and teach those three people a lesson. What for? What are you doing? You all want to be arrested for gathering a crowd to fight, don't you? At this time, several traffic policemen rushed over and came forward to scold and pull the group. Chapter 94, The Teenager in the Photo. As soon as they saw it was the police, the crowd quickly quieted down and stopped their movements. At this moment, Lu Fan, Chang Chao, and Zhang Xiaoyi were beaten up and miserable. As soon as he saw the traffic police come over, Lu Fan instantly pointed angrily at these people and cried, "I'm reporting them for maliciously injuring people, hurry up and arrest them." Right. They beat us up for no reason, we are innocent, Uncle Police, absolutely don't let them off. Her cheeks were almost disfigured by the beating. Zhang Xiaoyi looked at the group of people with resentment and anger. The accused crowd, realizing that they had made a mistake, suddenly panicked. It was finished. What to do? If they were arrested and sent to jail, they would be tainted for life. They were too remorseful to do anything about it. Had they known not to watch and follow the nonsense, this time what to say will be finished. Good ah! You gathered a crowd to fight, maliciously hurt people, such despicable behavior is simply unforgivable, go with us to the police station. The cold voice of the traffic police rang out. The crowd was instantly scared. Police uncle, we know we are wrong. We won't dare next time. If you make a mistake, you should be punished, not to mention that you guys are still breaking the law can never tolerate it. Several traffic police officers directly took out handcuffs, and after asking for clarification, they handcuffed the leading few first. Then they swept the crowd and coldly drank. Hurry up and go. If you dare to disobey, you will be dealt with severely according to the law. Ugh. The crowd looked at each other in dismay and all sighed in dismay. However, right at this moment, Yi Fong was slowly walking forward with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "It's only the first time for all of them, there was a reason for what happened, and it didn't cause any serious consequences, so let them go." Several traffic policemen looked over at the sound of their voices. The moment they saw Yi Fong, they immediately trembled, then directly knelt down and respectfully saluted. Yi Xiao. They were all from the group that Wang Jinggang had brought before, and were also the submissive group, so naturally, they were in awe of Yi Fong. Seeing this scene, the crowd was stunned. They all turned their shocked gazes to Yi Fong. I go. Young Yi was too damn bullish. Even the police were so scared that they knelt down. Get up. Yi Feng's face did not change. Yes, sir. A few traffic police hurriedly stood up, then said to the group, "There's no more business for you guys, all disperse, pay attention next time." The crowd was surprised, how could they not know who saved them, and they thanked Yi Fong repeatedly. Thank you, Yi Xiao. Thank you, Xiao Yi. After saying that, they left the place with a shocked mood. Some of them were fangirls who took one step and turned back 3 times, looking at that handsome teenager fondly, with little stars in their eyes. Hell! He is so handsome. These 3 are the culprits for maliciously hurting people, they beat up my friend, you guys should know what to do, right? Yi Fong said. 3 imperceptible spiritual forces shattered the heart veins of the 3 Lu Fan. If Chang Xiaoling was to have no more trouble in the future, the only way to stop the trouble forever was to do so. With these 3 people's character and behavior, it would be a great scourge to stay in the world. Remaining in the world would also be a major scourge. Understood. Xiao Yi, we know what to do. A few traffic police nodded and turned around, looking coldly at the 3 people, Lu Fan, Chang Chao, and Zhang Xiaoyi, who were already scared silly, and went up to handcuff them. All come with me to the station. Gulu. Lu Fan was the first to react, and after swallowing a mouthful of saliva in fear, she struggled her body and defended in dissatisfaction. Police, we're the victims. Why should we be arrested? That's right. We're innocent, police uncle, you've arrested the wrong person. Zhang Xiaoyi panicked. Don't. We become like this, what's the point of arresting us? Chang Chao was very puzzled and twisted his body frantically. He didn't understand, obviously they were the ones being beaten, why were they being arrested? Why was this? Lin Wan'er held Chang Xiaoling's hand and walked over. Wan'er, calm your mind, your current condition is not suitable for anger. Yi Feng said softly as he looked at the agitated energy within her body. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Lin Wan'er's icy look quickly disappeared as she looked at Yi Feng, her eyes filled with tenderness.
Seeing that his daughter seemed to be on good terms with them, Chang Chao's heart moved and he hurriedly said with a pleasing smile, "My good daughter, please beg this Mr. Yi, okay? We know we're wrong, as long as you're willing to beg him to let us go, I promise we'll never come back to harass you again." Chang Xiaoling was silent when she heard this. Wan'er had already explained Yi Feng's identity to her just now. As it turned out, it was the Yi family's youngest member, one of the 4 major families in Jianhai City. It was false for her to say that she was not shocked. She simply could not have imagined that Yi Feng's identity would be so bullish. However, she had never been on good terms with Yi Feng, so how could she beg Yi Feng? Even if Yi Feng would agree, she wouldn't beg. Because she had already seen through her fathers and their faces and was completely disappointed in them. They don't see themselves as human beings at all, there is only exploitation and bullying, other than that, there is no more half of the warmth of relatives. It was as if whether she was dead or alive did not matter at all in the hearts of her father and stepmother. In that case, what was there to say? Just die with this heart. I will never forget every single time you domestically abused Mom. If it wasn't for you, Mom wouldn't have died. I hate you so much, from today onwards, you and I will make a clean break and dissolve the father-daughter relationship. Chang Xiaoling seemed to have made a heavy determination to say these words, speaking excitedly, her chest and body trembling unceasingly. In the past, she had always thought that her father was just confused and treating her badly, but the truth had disappointed her again and again. He simply did not treat herself as a daughter, like a cold-blooded animal, regardless of their own life and death, and even want to restrict her personal freedom. From the time when her mother was alive as alcoholism, gambling, and domestic violence mother, unhappy to beat and scold themselves and their mothers, she is now back. There is a large number of bruises left by her father's stick pumping and flesh wounds. If you uncover to look, all of a sudden it is a miserable sight. She still remembers. She still remembers the moment of crisis when her mother was beaten and sent to the hospital emergency room. She could never forgive her father for his atrocities because she couldn't forgive him, the devil, on her mom's behalf. What did you say? I'm your father. How dare you talk to me like that? Chang Chao was instantly furious, his face twisted and on fire. He rushed forward wanting to teach Chang Xiaoling a lesson. However, he had only run a few steps before he was stopped by the traffic police. Nonetheless, he flailed his hands around, trying to grab Chang Xiaoling, but he accidentally pulled the zipper of Chang Xiaoling's bag and slapped it to the ground after tearing it apart. Wow! The things inside the bag were scattered all over the place. One of them, however, was a palm-sized photo that was very eye-catching. On the photo was a handsome teenager dressed in white. And this teenager was none other than Yi Feng. Chapter 95, What's this about? Seeing this photo, both Lin Wan'er and Yi Feng both froze. After a moment, Lin Wan'er was about to say something. Chang Xiaoling's delicate face flashed with a flash of panic, her heart clenched up, her cheeks were incomparably hot, and she hurriedly crouched down to pick up the things scattered on the ground, including the photo. Lin Wan'er and Yi Feng glanced at each other, a flash of embarrassment flashed in their eyes. For a while they watched in silence, neither said anything. Right, I remembered that I still have to go to the library to return the books. Wan'er, you guys are busy, I'll leave first. Chang Xiaoling hung her head down, not daring to look directly into the eyes of Yi Feng and Lin Wan'er. After she finished speaking, she bit her lip, wrapped her arms around the bag in her hand and ran away as if she were running away. Looking at Chang Xiaoling's back as she ran away, Lin Wan'er was quietly silent, her eyes flashed with different colors and her heart was full of mixed feelings. Yi Feng also did not know what to say. As smart as he was, he had guessed something from the moment he saw that photo, and instantly came to a realization about Chang Xiaoling's strange behavior in the past. Once upon a time, he hadn't thought much about it, thinking that it was just something very ordinary. But now that he thought about it carefully, he couldn't help but think deeply. He remembered that whenever he was sick, Chang Xiaoling would always send him medicine, although it was to send medicine, but there was no good face at all, always with a cold face and a reluctant look, saying that it was Wan'er who asked her to send it. But afterward, when he inadvertently asked Wan'er about it, Wan'er said that she didn't even know that he was sick, which made him a bit depressed at that time. How did Chang Xiaoling know that he was sick, and how did she observe herself so carefully? And the same goes for sending umbrellas for him when it rains. Every time he said it was Wan'er who had asked for it to be delivered, yet he was later surprised to find that Chang Xiaoling had delivered the umbrella to herself, but she herself was drenched, and if it wasn't for the fact that when he went to the toilet he inadvertently saw through the window that she was greatly sheltering from the rain in a corner, he wouldn't even have known about it yet. Also, Chang Xiaoling's academic performance in the first semester was very good, even better than him, and could be called a school bully level. But for some reason, later a few semesters of grades as a decline in regression is very strong, always used the name of poor grades to find him to ask for advice on certain topics. Originally he taught once or twice even if, but later he felt that this is not good, for fear of Wan'er misunderstanding, so repeatedly refused to her, so that she find someone else to teach. However, Chang Xiaoling, shouted at Wan'er to let herself teach her the topics. Because of Wan'er, he had no choice but to agree. Not only that, but there were many other seemingly ordinary and simple but very sweet little things. In the past, he naively thought that she was just thanking himself for teaching her how to do the problems. However, in hindsight, things were not like that.
This, obviously, is a one-sided crush.
However, he did not understand that a crush is a crush. Why do you have to pretend to hate him so much?
Could it be that he really loves and hates him?
No longer care about these things, Fong shook his head fiercely. Will be in the mind of all the distractions scattered clean, slowed down the spirit, face quickly calmed down. In any case, the only person he loved was Wan'er. If Chang Xiaoling really liked himself, he could only be negative towards her. Of course, he had never said that he would be responsible for her, and he couldn't say that he was negative, he just ignored her feelings. For the sake of being Wan'er's best friend, if there is a need to naturally help her as much as possible, but that's all. Several traffic police will Lufan, Chang Chao, Zhang Xiaoyi 3 people away. But only just a few steps out. Lufan 3 people suddenly head tilted, body stiff and fell to the ground, lifeless. Several traffic police looked at each other surprised, although feel very strange, but can only think that these 3 people are scared to death. After all, they cannot take the blame. 10 minutes later. Fong and Lin Wan'er returned to Villa Number 2 in the Rolls Royce. It was dark and stars dotted the lonely night sky. On the way, the two were silent. Neither opened their mouths at first. After arriving at the villa, Fong still didn't speak, but held Wan'er's hand and walked into the villa. When they were on the road just now, Wang Jinggang had sent a message to Fong, saying that the 10,000 years snow crystal ginseng would be delivered here at almost 8:30. It was now 8:20. There were still 10 minutes to go before 8:30. The two of them were sitting on the sofa in the hall, and the atmosphere was a bit strange. Wan'er, what do you think about this matter? Fong suddenly opened his mouth and asked. He did not know what Wan'er had in mind. Wan'er, however, smiled faintly. I don't have any other thoughts, everyone has their own freedom, who they like that is decided by themselves, who can interfere? Xiaoling like you this thing, in fact, I have long seen some clues, but I did not say anything to her, also did not try to stop her. Looking at the bland-faced Wan'er, Fong frowned, a few moments of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then continued to ask. Then she tried to interfere with our relationship, what do you think about that? Don't you hate her at all? No. Lin Wan'er shook her head. Xiaoling is my best friend, why would I hate her? She's not right, instead she's doing the right thing because that's what makes a qualified best friend. What does that mean? Fong was a bit confused. Lin Wan'er's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of tenderness. Because she wants me to live well. Even if she likes you and wants to pursue you, I won't say anything, instead I'll support her, and if she really manages to chase you down, then that's also considered her ability. Fong, you know what? Xiaoling is very good to me, she didn't know my life at the beginning, from the time I approached her, every minute and every second we were together, her eyes were never pure and clean, without any impurities attached, no matter what, she would take pains to be sincere and good to me, she would stand in my point of view for my sake, she's extremely good at hiding her own emotions. Do you think that she's really a money-hungry and you think she's really a money-grubber and a big-hearted person? Wrong, she is actually not that kind of person, see money is the nature of most people, but she pretends to use the love of money, a big grin on the surface character to cover her original character. Because of this, a lot of people want to get close to her on her plotting to do wrong, all of a sudden on the back of a large part of the people. She's already very kind because she's afraid that she'll be used by others and accidentally hurt people she doesn't want to hurt, so that's why she chose to paralyze herself with another personality. Making friends doesn't have to be much, treating each other with sincerity is the most important thing. Xiaoling is one of the few good women in the world, and because of that, I'm willing to be besties and best friends with her. Speaking of this, Lin Wan'er's heart was inexplicably a bit frustrated. Is Xiaoling really vain? Obviously not. She used to often watch Xiaoling go to part-time jobs to do all kinds of work, always because of her young age, being bullied by this person, being bullied by that person, and even some people want to spend money to adopt Xiaoling. Xiaoling directly refused. Xiaoling's experience of those frustrations, she saw it in her eyes. However, she wanted to help Xiaoling very much. However, Xiaoling never accepted her help in the form of money or anything like that. This proves that Xiaoling is not a woman who is greedy for money and casual, but a woman who is not moved by money, and her love for money is all pretense. Compared to money, Xiaoling values friendship more. In Xiaoling's eyes, friendship was more important than money. Wan'er, I actually understand what you said, Xiaoling, she is indeed not a woman who loves vanity, because once I saw a rich second generation inviting her to get into a limousine, she didn't even think about it and directly refused. Speaking here, Fong had a few moments of appreciation in his eyes. Seriously, this kind of person is really uncommon, it's almost hard to meet. That rich second generation is handsome, and gold, and speaks very well. She actually managed to reject that rich second generation's request without any hesitation, it's really marvelous. Fong, can I request something from you? Lin Wan'er asked after thinking about it, biting her lips. Chapter 96 Promotion. Wan'er, do you still need to say please between you and me? No matter what it is, as long as you ask, even if it's picking the stars and the moon, I'll do it. Fong stroked her soft long hair. A gentle smile swirling at the corner of his mouth. Hearing these words,
Lin Wan'er's heart was sweet and the corners of her mouth lifted into a charming smile. Then I'll say it. Xiaoling, she has been living a very hard life. You should also know about her situation. She grew up with her mom who has been experiencing domestic violence from her dad, and when her mom left her later on, her stepmom followed his dad in bullying and ravaging her, and over the years, she's also been avoiding them, and she's hardly ever had a few days of peace. I want to help her very much, but nah, I am only friends with her after all, not considered family. She always refused to accept my good intentions. After all, she is a few months younger than both of us, so I decided that I will recognize her as our sister. Do you think it's okay? Looking at the silent Fong, Wan'er's eyes flashed with anticipation. I think it's feasible. The only way, she won't be able to reject your and my good intentions, and in this way, all the help will be taken for granted. Fong nodded his head in approval after thinking about it. Great baby. I knew you would agree. Lin Wan'er was instantly thrilled and ecstatic, coming forward to hug him, her red lips fragrantly softly printed on his face. With her head slightly tilted back again, her pair of seductive beautiful eyes gazed at that angular, handsome face with extreme tenderness, biting her lips and saying, Fong, I'm a bit impatient. You said that I can't leave the Yi family after you leave, so I'll go look for Xiaoling right now, so that she can stay with me, so that she doesn't suffer from being bullied by others again. Alright, you go. Anyway, you have the protection of that gold bracelet now, and I'm in Zhanghai City, so as long as the distance doesn't exceed a few dozen kilometers, I'll be able to arrive in time. Fong also kissed her on her fragrant forehead. His tone was extremely gentle. Okay then I'm going. Wan'er excitedly ran out a few meters, then looked back at Fong again and waved her hand with a smile. Fong smiled and waved in response. After Wan'er left, it was already 28 minutes past 8. Fong got up and slowly walked to the entrance of the villa. After another minute, at this moment, the sky had completely darkened, and the bright street lamps were still lighting up the road under his feet. Ho ho ho! The evening breeze blew from the lake ahead, warming the air yet feeling very cool and comfortable. Woo! A refrigerated truck drove over quickly and stopped steadily in front of Fong. Young Yi, I sent over the 10,000 years snow crystal ginseng. Wang Yingying jumped out of the car and arched his hand respectfully at Fong. Divine scents scratched through the refrigerated car. Fong, however, frowned deeply and sighed at once, giving him a somewhat unfavorable blank look. Young Yi, did I do something wrong? Noticing that he was blanked by Fong, Wang Yingying tightened his body, thinking that he had done something wrong. You take the thing down and take a look. Before I saw you talking so confidently, I really thought it was a 10,000-year-old snow crystal ginseng. A 2,000-year-old snow crystal ginseng. What can you compare it to a 10,000-year-old one? Fong looked at him and snorted. This. Wang Yingying froze. He didn't even take the thing down. How did Fong know exactly what year it was? Could it be that Yi Xiao has perspective eyes? Impossible. Although his heart was puzzled, he still hurriedly asked the driver to open the refrigerator at the back of the car, and with gloves, he carefully brought the snow crystal ginseng in front of Fong. Look, Young Yi, this is the 10,000 years snow crystal ginseng. Wang Yingying squeezed out a smile and said, Forget it, you go. A flash of disappointment flashed in Feng's eyes, then he shook his head helplessly, not bothering to argue with him about anything, took the snow crystal ginseng, turned around and walked into the villa. Looking at Feng's departing back, Wang Yingying's face became a little ugly. Could it be that this snow crystal ginseng Yi Xiao was not satisfied? Is it really not 10,000 years old? It can't be. That high person won't lie to me. Fong walked into the villa and then he came to the huge balcony on the second floor and sat down cross-legged. Although the snow crystal ginseng was not 10,000 years old and its effect was greatly reduced, but no matter what, it was also a top treasure that had been nurtured for 1,000 years, and the amount of spiritual qi in it was still considerable. At least it would not be a problem for him to advance to the late foundation establishment stage. Although he didn't advance to the Jindan stage as expected, it was still quite good. On Earth, where auras were extremely scarce. If you want to rapidly improve your cultivation, you need to rely on high-quality spiritual plants in areas with abundant spiritual veins and auras. The further you go, the more huge the amount of spiritual qi you need. Of course, the increase in strength will also be a qualitative leap. Absorption began. Fong quickly operated the super god-level technique inherited from the Immortal Emperor. The terrifying suction rapidly drew the spiritual qi within this 2,000-year-old snow crystal ginseng. The 2,000-year-old snow crystal ginseng was originally still emitting a faint white light, but at this time, it was also gradually withering away in a state that was visible to the naked eye. Rubbing. Rub. Feng's aura continued to climb, and the surrounding space was also slightly distorted due to this terrifying aura. Ka-ching. After 10 minutes, a certain shackle in his body was instantly broken as if it was a volcano erupting, followed by a terrifyingly dazzling white light from Feng's body rushing straight into the sky. Rumble. Suddenly the sound of thunder exploded. The sky was suddenly hit by the white light, like an enraged dragon, furious. Immediately there were 3 adult-arm-thick thunderbolts descending from the sky, fiercely splitting towards Fong. Fong suddenly opened his eyes and a flash of golden light bloomed in his eyes.
It was also at this instant that a breath that was terrifying to the extreme spread out crazily, and in less than 10 seconds, it quickly swept to 20 miles away. The people within a 20-mile radius were so shocked by the terrifying aura that spread out that their hearts violently trembled. Their faces instantly turned white, as if they had encountered something terrifying. 10 kilometers away, in the middle of a certain villa, Lu Ao and Meng Hale were instantly startled when they felt this sudden breathtakingly terrifying aura emanating from them. Chapter 97. Everyone's face changed. Lu Ao instantly understood that this must be that teenager breaking through another level, and while his heart was shocked, he couldn't help but secretly admire him. Worthy of being a demon, with such talent, even Yibarian back then couldn't compare to him. Next to him, Meng Hale froze for a moment, but shook his head and laughed lightly. I admit that his strength is awesome. However, he's still too young, and it's easy for a fledgling to be so arrogant that he buries himself early. Lu Ao frowned at his words and said in a bad mood, "Your words are not meaningful enough, huh? If it wasn't for him arriving at the Yi family in time today, you and I would have died there long ago. You don't thank him even if you don't, but you're still saying such unlucky words here, it would kill you to say something nice." Meng Hale, however, was unimpressed as he slowly sat down, crossed his fingers and coldly snorted. "Humph. Did I say something wrong? What I said is the truth of the facts. The past early death of those demons, so many examples are not enough to prove it? Would show in the forest wind will destroy it. He is strong again is ultimately only a person strong, and too young. Do things are not measured. He destroyed today's Martial Arts Association and the Red Dragon Association is cool, but after the cool it, we'll have to bear the Martial Arts Association and the Red Dragon Association's endless retaliation. He is strong again, can withstand those indiscriminate bombardment of the attack? There will always be a time when he runs out of energy, and when he runs out of ammunition and food, if he doesn't have someone behind him to back him up and help him, he will die for sure." Are you so sure that no one is backing him up? Lu Ao suddenly smiled mysteriously. "What does that mean?" Meng Hao frowned, his heart suddenly was thinking of something, his face changed dramatically and he exclaimed violently. "Could it be that? It's them! Clever!" Lu Ao nodded slightly, hooking his lips and smiling. Those people following Yibarian is not a vegetarian although at first they all only served Yibarian alone, but this teenager is also Yibushin's own son anyhow. If Yibushin's son has an accident, can they not care? Indeed, you are right. If they all come out of the world, even if this kid pokes the sky through, it's not a big deal. Speaking of this, Meng Hale wrapped his arms around himself and lay down on the sofa, the corner of his mouth lifting another cold smile. But then, as far as I know, those people are all already living in seclusion, no longer asking about worldly matters. If that brat is truly in a life and death situation, and they don't even know about it, how are they going to help him? So what, just go find them and shout it out. Lu Ao said in disbelief. That's easy to say, Huaxia is so big, do you know where they are? With their strength, if they don't want to be found, who can find them, brother? You're really too naive. Meng Hale shook his head helplessly. Hearing this, Lu Ao also couldn't help but freeze. Hey! It seems to be so reasonable After thinking about it, he but suddenly laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? Meng Hale frowned. I laughed at your stupidity. Lu Ao also sat down, crossed his legs and grinned. You felt that aura just now. That kind of aura, have you ever felt it on another person under the heavens? No. Meng Hale's eyebrows flashed with a strange look before he reacted, his heart snapping. He was so focused on thinking about others being young, but he hadn't thought about what kind of level Yi Feng's strength had reached. Judging from the fact that he had killed a bunch of Heaven Realm powerhouses in seconds earlier, he had at least reached the peak level of the Heaven Realm. He had met strong people at the peak level of the Heaven Realm in the capital. However, just now, he felt that aura, which was clearly a great deal stronger than a peak Heaven Realm level powerhouse. This undoubtedly indicated that teenager's strength had probably reached the legendary Saint Realm. Saint Realm? Thinking about this realm, Meng Hale's eyes flashed with incredulity, his head going into a daze. How was this possible? How old is that kid? To actually be able to arrive at the Saint Realm. To be honest, he had never seen a Saint Realm powerhouse in all the time he had lived. He had only heard of this realm, but had never seen it with his own eyes. He only knew that it was very strong and powerful, and that the strength was completely not something that could be compared to the Heaven Realm. It wasn't just a difference of a great level anymore, but a huge difference between an ocean and a small stream. Go! Let's go and take a look. There is a sudden appearance of a strange phenomenon in the sky. That kid is most likely about to undergo a lightning tribulation. Lu Ao looked at the distant lightning and thundering night sky, his brows wrinkled as he took the lead and swept out of the window, his body transformed into a beam of white awns and disappeared into the sky. Transitioning a thunder tribulation? Suddenly swallowing a mouthful of saliva rolling down his throat, Meng Hale's complexion was a bit dumbfounded, which then turned into a deep shock, and after coming back to his senses, he also rushed out of the window and flew into the sky. At the same time, Many martial artists in Jianghai City also sensed the terrifying aura from just now, and rushed towards the direction of Villa 2. Among them were Lu Tianjiang, Tang Hong, Zhao Yingrui, Fong Wanli, Lin Yanghong, Lin Chuxiu, and them. And on the other side of the dark night sky, a helicopter was rapidly approaching the Yi family's direction, and inside the helicopter, there were several strong auras. Chairman, it seems like someone in that direction has advanced and is undergoing a tribulation. A Red Dragon Society's Heaven Realm Elder looked at the only area that was flashing with electricity and thunder, and the thunder was extremely loud. He immediately guessed what was going on. His face was very surprised. Even Heaven Realm powerhouses had never heard of one attracting a thunderbolt for their advancement. What kind of god was this? The president of the Red Dragon Society, Su Sihan. Naturally, he had also noticed the area where the thunder surged, and his gaze took a deep look into the distance as he pondered. Go there to take a look first, and leave the Yi family's matters aside for now. Yes. The captain nodded in response and maneuvered the plane towards the direction of the second villa and flew quickly. Villa number 2. Yi Feng stood on the balcony, looking up at the 3 thunderbolts that fell from the sky with a disdainful smile. The spiritual energy in his body was very full at the moment. He merely waved his hand, and there were 3 large spiritual energy pizzas shooting out. Boom! The 3 thunderbolts were instantly crushed and turned into nothing with an explosive sound. After Yi Feng advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment, his overall strength had increased by at least 2 or 3 times. His current strength was comparable to an ordinary late-stage Jin Dan, and it was easy to deal with this kind of small thunderbolt. The heaven and earth energies contained in these 3 thunderbolts just now were extremely extraordinary. If it was an ordinary cultivator in the early or middle stage of foundation establishment, he might be able to be entangled in his body, and if he was not careful, he might even be seriously injured. But for him, this kind of energy attack could not even be considered as scratching an itch. Once an immortal cultivation level reaches above foundation establishment, there is a world of difference for every level crossed, not to mention that his strength has crossed a large level. Not to mention the fact that it was only a small thunderbolt that contained the energy of the foundation establishment stage. Even if it was a Jindan stage energy thunderbolt, he would still be able to deal with it with ease. However, if it was the Yuaning stage, rumble. Those 3 thunderbolts just now dissipated in less than 20 seconds. There was another thunderous roar above the sky dome, this time different from the last time. It was 6 buckets level thick thunderbolts that smashed down, charging straight at the direction where Yi Feng was standing. These 6 thunderbolts. Each of these 6 thunderbolts contained a rich energy comparable to a late Jindan stage, and the combined energy was extremely terrifying. Even if an ordinary late Jindan cultivator came, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to resist, and an inadvertent mistake could also be unfortunate to fall here. Looks like Yi Feng's move just now has already angered this side of the will of heaven. The thunderbolt that only Yuaning stage cultivators will endure has been caused to descend. Yi Feng's eyes flashed through surprise. I can't imagine that this aura scarcity of the earth can also give birth to this kind of powerful heavenly way, actually can gather such a huge energy all of a sudden. Good. Very good. The light in Yi Feng's eyes was great. How could he let go of such a good opportunity to upgrade? Then he leapt and swept into the air, rushing towards the 6 huge thunderbolts that were flashing with white awns. At this very moment, below, around the villa area, hundreds of martial artists had quickly gathered, with the weakest being at the early stage of the internal force, and the strongest being at the late stage of the sovereign master. In the sky, there were even a few heaven realm powerhouses jumping out of helicopters, their feet stepping on the void. The gazes of all of them were all coincidentally looking towards the sky above. Only a white-clothed figure was seen running towards those 6 huge thunderbolts without hesitation. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed. Chapter 98. Don't look, he's in the sky. Is he crazy? That's 6 huge thunderbolts. I've never seen such huge thunderbolts before. This thunder tribulation is actually so terrifying, he definitely won't be able to block it. No. Not only will he not be able to block it, he'll turn into ashes. Ashes my ass. Being struck by these 6 huge thunderbolts, he won't even be able to be ash. What a stupid brat. In mid-air, several Red Dragon Society elders had taken on the posture of watching a good show, gloating as they watched the white-clothed silhouette rush towards the 6 great thunderbolts. Su Shirhan laughed coldly in the bottom of his heart, also determining that brat would definitely die. On the ground below, Lu Tianjiang, Tang Hong, Zhao Yingrui, and Fong Wanli's faces all changed greatly. Fong Wanli exclaimed with wide eyes. Is that Yi Xiao? Crap! What is he doing? Trying to fight against thunder alone? This is a total death sentence. Can human strength fight against thunder? It's over. Why isn't Jin so desperate? God bless, I hope he's not going to be alright. Zhao Yingro's 2 pairs of white palms clenched tightly, her eyes filled with worry. It's over. This is finished. Is the Yi family's true dragon about to leave just after his return? Lu Tianjiang and Tang Han's faces were all incomparably sorrowful as they held their heads in their hands and sighed sardonically.
The two people, Luo and Manhwa, who had just rushed here, looked at the night sky. Their faces were also fiercely stunned. Their gazes were horrified as they looked in the direction that Fong had rushed to, their hearts shocked beyond measure. Is he this sending death? At this moment, Feng's figure was extremely fast as he rushed towards the 6 thunderbolts. The thunderbolts were filled with majestic heaven and earth energy. His goal was precisely to absorb this huge energy, thus advancing to the Jindan realm. However, he did not choose to use his spiritual power shield to resist the power of the 6 thunderbolts. Instead, he quickly executed a supreme divine ability from the Immortal Emperor's inheritance. Emperor Dragon Body Refining Technique. This skill was an extremely powerful body refining technique that could be fused with the Immortal Emperor technique that he practiced without interfering with each other and without any repulsive reactions. This body refining technique is divided into 6 levels: Iron Skin, Silver Skin, Golden Skin, Holy Skin, Divine Skin, Immortal Skin. Each level was further divided into 4 grades: beginner, middle, later, and peak. With each level up, the flesh energy and defense would significantly increase. Just for example, at the early stage of Iron Skin, the corresponding strength and defense was the defense and attack power of a 9th level Chi refining cultivator in a state of full spiritual power. And the middle stage is the early stage of foundation establishment. The later stage would be corresponding to the early Jindan stage. The peak corresponds to the late Jindan stage. The early stage of Silver Skin corresponds to the early stage of Yingying. In short, the higher the level. The higher the level, the stronger the body strength. Even after cultivating to the extreme, they can directly use their physical body to cope with the super strong 9-colored thunderbolt of the immortal tribulation. The difference between body refining cultivators and ordinary cultivators was that one had an advantage in melee combat and physical strength, while the other had an advantage in spells and long-range attacks. Body refining was mainly about cultivating the physical body to the extreme and integrating it with the aura with each other. It includes exercising muscles, bones, internal organs, meridians, and skin. In a nutshell, body refining cultivators and ordinary cultivators each have their own advantages and disadvantages, and can't absolutely say which one is stronger. It's mainly the difference between the strength of the rank and the weakness of the rank, and it has nothing to do with the division of the system. If you want to resist this Jindan stage thunderbolt, you have to reach the peak flesh strength of Iron Skin. However, the Immortal Emperor Inheritance had already completed a heavenly transformation of his body. Relying on the quality of his spiritual energy from his own late Jindan stage strength while operating the Emperor Dragon Body Refining Technique, his physical body strength was infinitely close to the peak of Iron Skin. Come on! Looking at the 6 thunderbolts that were getting closer and closer, Fong had already reached the extreme of his own flesh strength that he could achieve at his current stage. Crackle! The 6 thunderbolts accurately landed on Feng's body, and his body was instantly enveloped by dazzling electricity, and the terrifying energy caused the space around him to be violently distorted. At this moment, Feng felt like he was being squeezed like a leather ball. He felt uncomfortable all of a sudden. In such a dangerous situation, he didn't panic, instead he smiled, and with the support of the peak flesh strength of Iron Skin, he quickly operated the Immortal Emperor technique, crazily absorbing these majestic and vast heaven and earth energies around him. Time was flowing by the minute. Everyone was holding their breath as they gazed at the scene taking place in the dome of the sky. Everyone's expression was different. Fong Wanli swallowed his spit, his gaze dull. Young Yi shouldn't be dead, right? What are you babbling about? You are not allowed to curse my benefactor. If you dare to say one more word, I'll smash your head. Zhao Yingru gave him a vicious look, with a creepy black aura rising from her body. Fong Wanli was so scared that he didn't dare to squeak and trembled. In his heart, he secretly muttered in aggravation. Did I say something wrong? That thunder was incredibly powerful and belonged to the power of heaven and earth. Even if a martial artist is strong. Without extreme power, how can they fight against it? Now we can only pray and hope that Mr. Yi is safe and sound. Miracles may happen. But it's like searching for an insignificant grain of sand in the desert, it's extremely slim. He's dead. Absolutely dead. A few people from the Red Dragon Society shook their heads, their faces did not look sorry, instead, they were somewhat sarcastic, mentally mocking that kid's stupidity. This kid is hopeless. It's just a pity that the years of hard work to cultivate a heaven realm cultivation has been ruined, even his life has been taken. The corner of Su Shirhan's mouth hooked into a cold smile, mocking Yifeng's insouciance. Because the distance was too far. None of them could see Yifeng's face clearly, so they didn't know that the person who fought against the 6 Thunderbolts was the Yi clan brat they were dealing with. If they knew, they would definitely be even more delighted. At the same time, Lin Wan'er had already received Chang Xiaoling to the second villa. She had also persuaded her bitterly, and in the end, she really had no recourse, saying that if she didn't come over with her, she would terminate her friendship, and Chang Xiaoling was forced to follow her over. However, her heart was a little nervous, not knowing how to face Yifeng later. Following Wan'er into the second villa, Chang Xiaoling looked around the luxury of the villa, her eyes were full of shock. It was the first time she had seen such a big villa. It was really big. Especially the villa's hall, so wide can run around recklessly in here without fear of bumping into it. Even playing badminton here does not feel the slightest bit crowded. Chang Xiaoling marveled at, Lin Wan'er shouted while walking, but also went up to the second floor to look for once, did not see the figure of Fong. Just when she was wondering, Lu Ao's voice came from the villa compound. Don't look for him, he's in the sky. Lin Wan'er and Chang Xiaoling both froze, then ran out of the villa together and came inside the villa compound. The two of them, Lu Ao and Manhwa, stood side by side in the courtyard, together looking up at the dazzling white light in the night sky. Looking at the two women showing puzzled expressions, Lu Ao heaved a sigh and explained. Yi Xiao's up there, he just collided with 6 thunderbolts, and now I don't know if he's dead or alive. What? Chapter 99, Taking Advantage of His Illness. Lin Wan'er and Chang Xiaoling were struck by lightning when they heard this, their faces suddenly changed, and their brows and eyes were both quickly colored with a touch of anxiety. When Lin Wan'er was looking for Chang Xiaoling, Lin Wan'er had explained to Chang Xiaoling about martial artists, and did not say that Fong was an immortal cultivator, but rather said that Fong was a heaven realm martial artist who could step into the air. Out of her trust in her best friend. Although Chang Xiaoling was greatly shocked and very unbelievable, she still believed Wan'er without hesitation. She was already secretly fond of Fong, but now that she saw Fong in danger, how could she not be anxious and worried? Senior, then what is the possibility of Fong surviving? Lin Wan'er looked at Lu Ao, biting her lower lip, her heart clenched. Chang Xiaoling also looked at Lu Ao, expecting him to say something reassuring. However, Lu Ao slowly shook his head and let out a long sigh. There is almost no possibility of survival, even if he is a saint realm that is stronger than the heaven realm. Thunder is the energy of the heaven and earth, how can the physical body fight against it? Brother Lu is right, knowing that the advancement will cross the thunder tribulation, he didn't arrange for some strong guards in advance, and now he even touches hard with the thunder, that kid is considered completely hopeless. Meng Haolei also sighed with regret. Such a talented young man. Yet he fell in the midst of a thunder tribulation, what a pity. Hearing these words, the Lin Wan'er and Chang Xiaoling's faces both instantly turned as pale as paper, and they fell to the ground powerlessly, their heads going blank. It won't. Nothing will happen to Fong. Stunned for a moment, Lin Wan'er suddenly shook her head vigorously, her 10 slender green onion fingers clasped the ground, all of a sudden rubbing out a few blood traces, as if she was about to go crazy. She screamed miserably, and forcefully bit her pale thin lips to bleed. Her gaze quickly lifted up and looked at the sky, her beautiful white as paper face was full of worry, and her heart kept on praying. Fong is an immortal cultivator, surely nothing will happen. Next to Chang Xiaoling's heart is even more difficult, not only for Fong, but also for Wan'er. She didn't want to see Wan'er this sad. If Wan'er was sad, she didn't feel good either. Her 10 fingers pinched tightly, sharp nails deep into the palm bleeding bright red blood, then she took a deep breath, forced a smile from the back to hold Wan'er tightly, softly comforted. Wan'er, don't be afraid. Feng's good fortune will help him, he'll be fine. Didn't you say, he's a powerful martial artist, he can even fly, he'll definitely be fine. Rumble. Right at this moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the dark sky, and everyone immediately raised their eyes to look. But they were surprised to find that the white-clothed figure was actually hanging in the sky unharmed. How is this possible? Everyone's hearts trembled tremendously and their faces were filled with incredulity. Lin Wan'er and Chang Xiaoling were ecstatic at the sight and stood up in excitement. In the air, Feng's entire body flashed with golden light, and the light quickly dissipated after a moment. His aura at this moment almost climbed to an unrivaled realm. Late stage Jindan. After absorbing the huge energy contained within these 6 thunderbolts, his realm directly soared to the late Jindan stage, just one step away from entering the Yingying stage. However, his current state was unstable, and he had just absorbed this huge amount of energy, so he was obviously still a bit unaccustomed to it. Wow! After all, his cultivation qualifications were still shallow, his experience was still lacking a few points, and the energy he absorbed and advanced to was too fast, resulting in a huge strand of energy overflowing towards the bottom. This energy is extremely terrifying, equivalent to the full force of the late stage of Yingying. If it falls on the ground, at least 10 miles in a circle, all things will instantly turn into pieces. Fong naturally understood all of this. After a slight change in his face, he forcefully sucked that energy back in, but in this way, the sudden huge amount of energy entered the body in an extremely disorderly manner, causing the spiritual energy within the dantian to suddenly riot, and began to run the meridians counterclockwise, and all of a sudden, the energies within the body became unbalanced with each other, violently colliding and becoming uncontrollable. Pooh! Fong violently soared out large mouthfuls of blood. It was a good thing that his physical body was strong, otherwise, under such a terrifying energy rush, it would have instantly torn his internal organs into pieces. However, he was also seriously injured as a result. The spiritual energy in his body was running counterclockwise, extremely disorganized, and he could not function properly for a while, causing him to fall directly from the sky at a rapid pace. Quickly dodge! Seeing this, Lu Ao shouted and slapped Lin Wan'er and Chang Xiaoling both dozens of meters out of the sky with a palm, then followed Meng Haolei as he quickly retreated.
Falling from high altitude at such a fast speed, even a powerful Saint Realm powerhouse would be crippled if not dead. With the body hardness of a Saint Realm powerhouse, with such a powerful impact, he didn't know if he would be able to take it, and after thinking about it, he still decided to go forward and try. You're crazy. Falling down at such a fast speed, you won't be able to catch it. Manhwa anxiously shouted. If it was an ordinary person, he might still be able to give it a try, but this was a Saint Realm powerhouse falling from high in the sky. How could he catch this? We can't just watch him die, right? Luao sighed and looked back at him. Just as well. Big deal, old man will accompany you to go out of your way. Anyway, this life is pretty much lived. If you take it alone, you're bound to die. I'll join you. Manghale's face was grave as he followed and walked forward. Luao looked at him and instantly released a smile. This is the good brother Ah. Lin Wan'er and Shang Xiaoling both looked at Yifeng, who was landing in the air with great concern. Although Yifeng was landing at a rapid speed, he was at the moment rapidly repairing the broken meridians in his body, so that his spiritual energy would return to its clockwise direction and be able to operate normally. President. That person is so familiar. Oh, I remembered. He's that kid from the Yi family. Possessing the strength of the heaven realm, what a great opportunity, ah chairman. He looks like he's injured. Let's kill him while he's sick. On the Red Dragon Society's side, an elder hastily proposed after recognizing Yi Feng's identity. After Su Shirhan froze for a moment, his face quickly grimaced as he nodded slightly and said in a cold voice, I didn't expect this kid to be able to retreat in one piece from Thunder's attack. His strength is already far beyond me. It just so happens that he's injured. In order to relieve my Red Dragon Society of their worries, all of you, get on me and kill him. Yes. The three Red Dragon Society Heaven Realm elders let out a cold smile and nodded in response before swooping down towards the bottom at a rapid speed. Chapter 100, Why are you so stupid? Bang! Yifeng was about to land on the ground when Luao and Manghale released their entire body's true chi to form a relatively soft shield. With a loud bang, Yifeng, with the buffer of this shield, slowed down to a speed of 10 meters per second and crashed into the ground. The concrete ground was hard smashed out into a large pit about 2.5 meters deep. Even so, Luao and Manghale were also surrounded by this rapidly falling impact. The two of them quickly retreated a dozen steps back to stabilize themselves, and a large amount of sweat oozed out from their foreheads. Obviously catching Yifeng just now wasn't easy. But at the very least, under their combined efforts, they slowed down the speed of the fall as much as possible, and with Yifeng's physical fitness, there should be no major harm. I don't know if he was seriously injured. After all, it was 6 huge thunderbolts. The heaven and earth energy it contained was extremely terrifying. To be able to get away without dying was also extremely heaven-defying. Yifeng's eyes were tightly closed, sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the pit. His face was a little pale, and there was still blood at the corner of his mouth. His current situation is still not optimistic. Due to the sudden recovery of a large area of energy, the meridians suffered a certain amount of backlash, resulting in a large area of damage. The energy in the body is still in a state of disorder. In order to stabilize the violent energy, he had no choice but to repair the damaged meridians, such as meridian repair. He will be able to immediately stabilize this extremely dangerous situation. If this energy is not, he overflowed from his body, and is suddenly self-absorbed, without running the Immortal Emperor Inheritance technique fluent inhalation of the body, resulting in energy impulse damage to the meridians, and then lead to the retrograde operation of the spiritual energy in the Dantian. Otherwise, even the thunderbolt couldn't hurt him. Who could hurt him? Sometimes, the biggest enemy is not others, but himself. Kid. Go to hell. The three Red Dragon Society elders had already swooped down, less than 50 meters away from Yifeng, and all three of them had a cruel smile on their faces. Not good. That kid might be seriously injured. He can't move for the time being. We must not let those three succeed. Let's go together and stop them. Luao shouted and took the lead to charge up as a white aura. Seeing this, Manghale also rushed up without hesitation, and together with Luao, they stopped the three elders of the Red Dragon Society. The three Red Dragon Society elders were named Cloud Fury, Cloud Blood, and Cloud Ink. You guys stop the two of them first. I'll go kill that kid. Cloud Fury coldly shouted, and with a twist of his body, he dodged the block of Luao's two men and quickly rushed towards Yifeng. Luao and Manghale's faces changed when they saw this and wanted to go to block, but they were stopped by Yun Blood and Yun Mo. Your opponent is us. The two of them, Yun Blood and Yun Mo, laughed coldly as they sent out their attacks. Luao and Manghale had no choice but to meet the attack. Every time they tried to avoid the attack to save Yifeng, they were stopped by the two of them, Yun Blood and Yun Mo. He. Kid, your time to die has come. The corner of Cloudblood's mouth hooked into a cold smile. The speed of his entire body had accelerated to the extreme, and he slapped his palm down, just less than 30 meters away from Yifeng. No! Lin Wan'er's pupils suddenly shrunk and she clenched her teeth. Luckily, she was not that far away from Yifeng. She quickly rushed to the pit and resolutely used her thin body to block in front of Yifeng. She glanced back at Yifeng. The corners of her mouth revealed bitterness and painfully closed her eyes. Tears steeply overflowed from the corners of her eyes and slid down her delicate cheeks, dripping wetly on that white dress.
Farewell forever, my love. Humph. Simply looking for death. A snicker hung at the corner of Cloud Fury's mouth. This palm he used the full power of his heaven realm cultivation, raging energy lingered in the center of his palm, he vowed to kill Yi Fong in one blow. And this woman in front of him who didn't know how to die, if she was struck by this palm of his, she would definitely be instantly turned into blood mist. Wow wow wow. At this time, a large group of martial artists poured into the number 2 villa compound. Yi Xiao. Miss Lin Wan'er. Benefactor. Fong Wanli, Lin Yanghong, Zhao Yingrui, Lu Tianjiang, and Tang Han's faces changed greatly, and it was too late for them to rush forward. The other party was a heaven realm powerhouse, even if they rushed up, they simply couldn't stop them. However, when Yunshi's palm was about to land on Lin Wan'er was pushed away by a pair of small, white hands with force. Staggering and stabilizing herself, Lin Wan'er's face changed, her delicate body shook violently, and she hurriedly looked back. However, she saw that Chang Xiaoling had already brazenly stood in the pit, blocking Yi Feng's face. And what would greet her would be death. Tilting her head to look at Lin Wan'er, Chang Xiaoling's eyes were reddening, her eyes flashed with strong reluctance, but the corners of her mouth were trying to raise a smile. Wan'er, you guys must be good together, I wish you happiness. No. Lin Wan'er's eyes widened steeply as she raised her right arm, her beautiful eyes flashed with intense pain, but she wanted to rush forward anxiously at this moment, but it was already too late, she could only look at this scene dryly and lost her voice as she cried out in pain. Bang! Yunshi's palm slapped heavily on Chang Xiaoling's body, instantly exploding into a sky full of blood mist, an 18-year-old beautiful girl with a watery spirit, thus falling into the clutches of a heaven realm powerhouse. At this moment, the world was incomparably silent. The world was incomparably silent. Everyone was frozen in place. Lin Wan'er's brain was plunged into a blank, she was lost in thought and stared blankly at the original spot, her complexion already dull. At this moment, her heart was as if it had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, almost as if it was about to shatter. Slapping a beautiful girl to death, Yunshi's face did not have the slightest fluctuation, he only frowned, and his palm did not stay because of the girl's sacrifice, and at this moment, it was already less than a meter away from Yi Fong. Boom! Right at this moment, Yi Fong abruptly opened his eyes, and a ferocious and terrifying aura emanated from him. Pooh! When he came into contact with this chi, Yunshi was instantly bounced out, his body directly crashed through a marble wall that was 50 centimeters thick, and he fell under the street lamp in front of Villa number 2, violently soaring out a large mouthful of blood, his face pale. Puff! Lin Wan'er, who had slowed down, saw that Yi Fong was fine, her heart was first relieved, then thinking about Xiaoling's death, her heart was suddenly like a knife, she was overwhelmed with grief, her face was as pale as brittle paper, and her delicate body was powerless and paralyzed on the ground. Oh, Xiaoling, why are you so stupid? Why Thinking back to the bits and pieces of her time with Xiaoling in her mind, she could no longer suppress the grief within her heart as tears gushed out furiously, covering her mouth and sobbing in distress. Wan'er. Seeing Wan'er fall to the ground and cry, Yi Feng's face changed and he hurriedly went forward to hug her, asking with a worried expression. What's wrong with you? He had now completely fused the huge energy that had spilled out, his meridians had been perfectly repaired, and his entire strength was at the peak of the Jindan stage. His true battle power now was comparable to that of a late-stage Yuaning. Xiaoling is dead. Xiaoling, she's dead. Oh. Lin Wan'er washed her face in tears, her voice was choked, almost hoarse from crying, and her body couldn't stop trembling. Xiaoling was her best confidant, and the two of them were even as close as relatives. But now she had left her forever. It was really hard for her to accept. She was so regretful and blamed herself. If she had known this, she wouldn't have brought Xiaoling to Villa 2, then this tragic outcome wouldn't have happened. What? Xiaoling is dead? Chapter 101, you guys don't come over. Hearing Wan'er's words, Yi Feng's face suddenly changed. Xiaoling was Wan'er's best friend, this death, the blow to Wan'er did not know how big, and may even cause Wan'er to be devastated and disheartened from now on. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists and radiated a monstrous chill. This coldness instantly spread to everyone's heart, causing everyone's face to be shaken. The two elders of the Red Dragon Society, who were fighting with Lu Ao and Meng Haolei, suddenly changed their faces when they felt this aura and looked towards the bottom. When they saw Yi Fong standing there unharmed, their pupils shrank. How dare they continue to stay here, turned around and directly skipped. And how could they not have imagined that? Su Shihan, who saw that the situation was not right, had already fled to dozens of miles away. It's them. Lin Wan'er raised her left hand to point at the Red Dragon Society trio, her eyes blooming with intense hatred. Good, daring me to kill my friends while I'm injured, you all have to die. Yi Feng's complexion suddenly turned cold, and a killing intent rose from him to the sky. In the next second, the figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Yun Blood and Yun Mo, who had only escaped 1,000 meters away, hadn't even waited to catch their breath when a white-clothed teenager instantly appeared in front of them. The moment they saw Yi Fong, they opened their mouths in horror and were just about to say something when they were slapped into a bloody mist by Yi Fong, and even their residual souls were torn into pieces. Two Heaven Realm powerhouses, dead.
After resolving these two old men, Yifeng's body flickered and appeared 1,000 meters away in a flash, looking down at the remaining Red Dragon Society elder, Yunshi, below. Yunji looked at the young man in the air in shock, and just as he wanted to get up, his body stiffened and he suddenly couldn't move. Yifeng instantly appeared in front of him and was just about to slap him down when Lin Wan'er shouted from behind. He is the culprit who killed Xiaoling. Make sure you don't let him off easily. A cold aura appeared in Yifeng's eyes when he heard this. Bang! Yunji's left arm instantly exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Yunji screamed in pain, his face was pale and cold sweat was pouring out. Bang! In the next second, his right arm also exploded. The intense pain caused Yunshi to almost faint, wanting to move but unable to move a bit, he could only suffer in torment. Ah! Kid! You have gone too far. If you want to kill, just kill, why are you torturing old me like this? Cloud Fiend's voice trembled, his face full of anger. Ha! Yifeng's face was cold and indifferent, and after a cold laugh, he directly pinched and burst his little brother in his lower body again through the air. Hiss ah! Yunji huffed in pain, and a large cold sweat oozed out from his forehead. The crowd that saw this scene all couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. Fong Wanli was secretly shocked in his heart and worthy of being Yi Xiao, the means of torturing people are still so cruel and decisive. But it feels so good. This asshole even killed Xiaoya's friend, he deserves to die. He can't be killed so easily. Next to him, Lin Yanghong thought the same thing. Just now, that girl saved his daughter, he was grateful, but at the same time, he also hated Yunshi so much that he couldn't wait to go forward and give Yunshi two big mouths. Bang! Bang! Terrifying spiritual power surged, Yifeng again crushed Yunshi's remaining two legs through the air before sealing the blood-drenched, shocking wounds. After fainting from the pain, Cloud Fury was slapped awake again by Yifeng and continued to grimace as he endured the intense and unbearable pain. Yifeng turned back to look at the almost hundreds of martial artists over there again and said indifferently, "Want to vent your emotions? I'll satisfy you all, one by one. Feel free to slap them until you feel good. Think of all the unpleasant things you've gone through while you're slapping, and slap him hard for me. Don't show any mercy." The crowd was stunned, there was such a good thing? Fong Wanli was the first to rush out. He excitedly rushed to Yunshi, rubbing his fists and looking at Yunshi with a sneer on his face. Humph! I am a member of the Red Dragon Society. If you dare to hit me, I guarantee that in the future, you will be the Red Dragon Society's eternal mortal enemy. Yunshi snorted coldly and looked at Fong Wanli, his gaze fierce and threatening. It was fine for him to be abused by a strong person like Yifeng. As a Heaven Realm powerhouse, with his pride, he was naturally unwilling to be humiliated by this kind of small minion who did not even have the level of a martial grandmaster. Pa! Calling your mom. You've become like this and you're still arrogant to me. Fong Wanli was instantly offended. Yi Xiao had ordered that he could just beat them to death. He thought about the vicious faces of these people, and his anger immediately surged, and he slapped Yunji to the head, so angry that Yunji's face turned red and his veins rippled. LOL. Fong Wanli laughed heartily, the feeling of not using internal energy to whip someone was so damn cool. Snap. 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 Pa. He flung out a few more palms at a fiery speed, each one very hard. A series of loud slapping sounds came out, and those martial artists who saw this scene were stunned. Crap. Watching him whip it all felt great. I'm coming too. We'll come too. Jialing Ruo, Lu Tianjiang, and Tang Hong also quickly ran forward, viciously looking at Yunshi, who had been beaten to the point where his eyes were glazed over. Seeing three more people coming, Yunshi's face changed and a look of panic finally appeared in his eyes. You guys don't come over. He was truly afraid. This kind of humiliation was damn near worse than death. He would rather die than this. Snap. 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 Be honest. Fong Wanli slapped him 3 more times, smacking him extremely painfully. Know this. This was a Heaven Realm powerhouse. For a peak inner strength martial artist to violently whip a Heaven Realm powerhouse, this wave of feet could be blown for years. Although it was thanks to Yi Xiao's blessing that he was able to be so cool, but it was still pretty awesome. At least he was Yi Xiao's man. The more bullish Yi Xiao was, the more excited he was. Whenever he needs people, he can blow. My boss casually beat up the Heaven Realm violently. If you don't submit to it, come and beat me up. My boss will teach you to be a human being. Watching Fong Wanli beating himself so much, Jialing Ruo, Lu Tianjiang, and Tang Hong couldn't sit still, and also stepped forward to furiously whip Cloud Fury. Pa! Snap! Snap! Yunji had never been so desperate after decades of being in the jungle. He wanted to die. The key was that he couldn't even die if he wanted to, being controlled by Yifeng to the point that he couldn't move a bit, suffocating and unbearable. He regretted in his heart, had known that he shouldn't have messed with this big Buddha. Other martial artists also ran over one after another, lining up to wait for the violent beating of Yunshi. Cloud Fury's limbs were broken. At the moment, his body was strangled at half a meter from the ground, a height that allowed those martial artists to easily hit him. Loud slapping sounds rose and fell under the streetlights at night. Every time Yunjia was knocked unconscious, he was woken up again by a severe beating, falling into a cycle of agonizing torture. Fong was not idle at this time. He suddenly thought of something, his eyes steeply lit up, his divine sense instantly spread to 15,000 meters away. Then, his heart moved and his eyes looked somewhere in the air. Chapter 102, Is there really a chance of resurrection? A white moon hung high above the sky. A few hundred meters into the night sky, a remnant of a soul was wandering forward alone. This was Cheng Xiaoling's soul, but its consciousness was already lax and its expression was dull. Feng's figure flashed. A second later, he appeared a few hundred meters in the air. He took out the soul stone, which was the most precious treasure to nourish the soul, and stretched out his left hand. A soft suction force drew Cheng Xiaoling's soul over and sent it into the soul stone. It was good that the time of death wasn't long and the residual soul didn't drift far away, otherwise if it took a little longer, the residual soul would have completely dissipated between heaven and earth. At that time, even Fong would not be able to do anything. Cheng Xiaoling's soul power is extremely weak at the moment, and her consciousness is all disorganized, but fortunately, there is a soul stone which is a treasure for maintaining the soul, so as long as the time of death is not more than an hour, the disorganized consciousness can be slowly recovered, and under the nourishment of the soul stone, in less than a day's time, Cheng Xiaoling's consciousness in her previous life can be awakened back to life. By then, as long as the soul power was restored, there would be a chance of resurrection. The most important step for resurrection. That was for Feng's cultivation to reach the Yingying stage and for the spirit fire to be further upgraded. Then collect 3,000 years or more of spiritual grass and a drop of blood essence of 1,000 years of spiritual beasts, that is, the essence of blood. The 1,000 years of spiritual grass is good to find some, the world is big, there will always be, but the 1,000 years of spiritual beasts well. Thinking of that blood dragon mountain's Jiaolong. Feng pondered in his heart, if that Jiaolong had reached the 1,000-year level, then its essence blood could barely be comparable to that of a 1,000-year spirit beast, and the effect would be quite different anyway. On the contrary, if it didn't reach, then it wouldn't be of any use and could only find other spirit beast. Generally speaking, spiritual veins around the rich spiritual chi, there must be spiritual beasts exist. There are also very high years of spiritual grass around, is also very likely to exist spiritual beasts, but not necessarily 1,000 years level. Spiritual beasts are not like immortal cultivators. Cultivation is extremely difficult. Every 200 years will also cross a small robbery. If you fail to succeed in crossing the robbery, then only the end of the fall. Anyway, no matter what. First, Cheng Xiaoling's soul power would be restored to its peak state, and there would always be a chance to recast his physical body. Without further thought, Feng's body flashed and returned to the ground, coming to Wan'er's side. Looking at Wan'er's demoralized, colorless and dead cheeks. His heart was not feeling good either. He slowly walked up to reveal a gentle smile, calling out to the dull Wan'er. Wan'er. Hearing Feng's voice, Lin Wan'er was slightly stunned. Looking up and touching Feng's gentle gaze, her nose turned sour and she stepped forward to jump into Feng's arms to let out a cry. Oh, Fong, Xiaoling, she really lived a bitter life. Was severely beaten by her own father. She was beaten by her stepmother. You don't know, I accidentally saw her undressing today, and saw the hideous scars and bruises on her back. I told her how she used to avoid me when she undressed, just because she was afraid that I would see her sadness, and those scars seem to be the scars left from a long period of severe beatings, and in such a condition, I don't know how much pain she has to suffer, and those scars are also very difficult to recover. Fong was slightly stunned by what he said. A complex color crossed his eyes. What a strong girl. After he sighed, he gently patted Wan'er's shoulder and suddenly said, Wan'er, don't worry. You and Xiaoling will meet again. What did you say? Lin Wan'er's delicate body shook as she tilted her head and looked at him with wide eyes. To tell you the truth, I have a way to resurrect Xiaoling. Really? Fong, you really have a way to resurrect Xiaoling? Lin Wan'er was so excited that her body leaned back, her hands trembled as she grasped Feng's right arm, her eyes gazing at Fong flashed with anticipation. But then, without waiting for Fong to nod his head, the light in her eyes quickly dimmed again, and she gave a sour smile. Sigh. I know you are comforting me. People can't come back from the dead, even if you are strong. How can you bring the dead back to life? I wish Xiaoling could come back to life. It's all my fault, because I caused her tragic death. Do you know that, Fong? I should have been the one to die. That heavenly realm powerhouse wanted to kill you. I stood in front of you in the moment of crisis, but Xiaoling pushed me away. She herself stood in front of you, and withstood the palm of that heavenly realm powerhouse and flew to ashes. I didn't expect that she would willingly go to her own death in order to save you and I. As soon as I thought that it was because I had brought her here that I had harmed her, I blamed myself very much. I hated myself. If it wasn't for me, Xiaoling, she wouldn't have died. What? You said that Xiaoling, she died in order to save me? Hearing this, Feng's face changed. A flash of incredulity flashed through his originally flat eyes. Afterwards, he gazed with complicated eyes and sighed heavily, feeling very guilty in his heart. It was his poor consideration that, if it wasn't for his carelessness that caused him to be seriously injured and need to repair his meridians in time, otherwise this kind of tragedy wouldn't have happened.
After this incident, he profoundly realized that he must not make the same mistake again in the future. No matter when he can't take things lightly, only after making all preparations can he carry out anything. At the same time, in addition to creating a powerful force, he also had to lead his grandfather, sister, and Wan'er to step into the path of immortal cultivation together. But not everyone is able to cultivate immortality. In addition to having immortal cultivation techniques, they also have to have a physique that is able to withstand spiritual energy. So to improve the physique, it is necessary to use more than 1,000 years of spiritual plants to forcibly refine the body, and then can only initially cultivate some low-level immortal cultivation techniques. As for high-level techniques, even if the use of 1,000 years of spiritual plants to improve the physique is still lacking, the level of the physique is not enough, then you can only temporarily cultivate the low-level techniques first. Although it is a lower-level gongfu. But that was still an immortal cultivator, not something that could be compared to a mere martial artist. Based on his current understanding, he initially determined that the strength of a Heaven Realm level martial artist should be equivalent to an immortal cultivator at the 3rd or 4th level of chi refining. The battle power level should be like this, yes, but one-on-one at the same level, immortal cultivators were invincible. After all, the quality of an immortal cultivator's spiritual energy was not comparable to the true chi cultivated by a martial artist. The difference in power between the two was huge. Wan'er, this can't be blamed on you. World events can't be predicted. Even if you want to blame, then you have to blame those unenlightened villains. Fong gently patted Wan'er's back and softly comforted her. Wan'er, just now when I said that Xiaoling can be resurrected, I wasn't just comforting you, but it's true. I just saved her soul. When I break through a level again, I'll send Xiaoling back to you intact. Feng's eyes flashed with a desire for strength. In fact, the strength of the late Jindan stage was still far from enough for him, wanting to truly have the ability to be fearless of anything and reach the path to immortality. There was only to keep getting stronger. Looking at Feng's serious demeanor, Lin Wan'er's heart was shaken and excitement suddenly welled up in her eyes. Fong didn't lie to me. Xiaoling really has a chance to be resurrected? Chapter 103, Mom is saved. It would be great if Xiaoling could really be resurrected. She longed with anticipation in her heart. After a minute or so, Lu Ao and Manhwa both came to stand in front of Fong. Lu Ao arched his hand and said, Young Yi, the remaining members of the Red Dragon Society have escaped. The one who escaped is none other than the Red Dragon Society's president Su Sihan. His cultivation is at the late stage of the Heaven Realm. What a Red Dragon Society! Feng's eyes flashed with a rich killing intent, and the aura emanating from his body caused a trembling in the hearts of Lu Ao and the two of them. What a terrifying aura! Is this a Saint Realm powerhouse? It was really as terrifying as this. Alright, I know, get ready, we'll head to the capital later. It's time to open up a world for my Yi family. Fong waved his hand and said, Yes. Lu Ao nodded and was just about to leave with Manhwa when he heard Lin Wan'er say to Fong, Fong, the two seniors are really quite good. They even swore to protect you just now. If they hadn't delayed those 3 Heaven Realm powerhouses, you might never see me again. Fong froze at his words, then slowly looked at the two Lu Ao. Thanks to the two of you for your help. No harm, just something in passing, no need to thank you. Lu Ao smiled politely. Manhwa's face was calm, inclined his head to look away, silent and did not say anything, while in his heart he could not help but secretly sigh. This son will become a great weapon in the future. After Lu Ao and Manhwa left, Fong looked at the large bloodstains in the pit in front of him and was silent for a long time. Finally sighing heavily, he pulled Wan'er's hand and came to the front of the crowd of martial artists. Seeing Fong coming over, hundreds of people hurriedly saluted. Yi Xiao. Fong nodded slightly and looked towards Jinshi, who had already been beaten to a pulp over there, and with a calm face, he flicked out a spirit flame and burned it to ashes. Then, looking towards the crowd, he waved his hand slightly. All disperse. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately answered and left. Only Zhao Yingru stayed in place. Let's go, cousin, let's go back to the Yi family first. Fong subconsciously spoke, but Zhao Yingru froze. Benefactor. What are you shouting at me for? Anyway, there was only one heir here besides himself, so Fong simply didn't hide it and looked at her and said, To tell you the truth, your mom is actually my second grandfather's illegitimate daughter, so you are my cousin. The reason why I didn't tell you before was for your sake. I was afraid that you would make a fool of yourself. Ha? Benefactor, you are my cousin? This. Zhao Yingru was confused and it simply wouldn't have occurred to her that she would be related to the Yi family by blood. It was only after a moment that she recovered from her astonishment and opened her mouth slightly with a complicated expression. Benefactor, I. The word cousin. For some reason, she really couldn't open her mouth. Perhaps the identity is still a momentary changeover. Cousin, just call me cousin, there's no need to call benefactor, since you are my cousin, isn't it right to save you? Fong smiled slightly. Good day, cousin. My name is Lin Wan'er, Feng's girlfriend. At this time, Wan'er was the one who stepped forward, extended her right hand and greeted with a smile. Hello.
Zhao Yingying shook hands with her and nodded her head with a smile. Alright cousin, don't be formal, let's go back to the Yi family first. Yi Fong looked at her unnatural complexion, stepped forward and pulled her hand, holding Lin Wan'er in his left hand, and with a whoosh, he flew up to several hundred meters in the air. At this moment, Zhao Yingying was able to clearly overlook the bustling night scene of Zhanghai City, and a strong shock flashed under her eyes. Although a Heaven Realm powerhouse was able to briefly step into the air, they couldn't carry people in flight. Was this the legendary Holy Realm? It was too powerful. This cousin of hers, just how did he reach this kind of strength? She had cultivated hard for more than 10 years and had only barely reached the harmonization power master realm. Yi Fong, who was 8 or 9 years younger than her, had reached a realm above the heavenly realm, which she could hardly reach even in her lifetime. Saint Realm. Looking at the entire capital, there was no one who could reach it. It was unbelievable. She admired Yi Feng's talent and strength to the core. With this kind of strength, even the 4 super families could only be eclipsed. After returning to the Yi family, Yi Fong accompanied Wan'er and comforted her low mood again. Buzz buzz buzz. 10 minutes later, a helicopter descended on the Yi family compound. The two of them, Luao and Manhwa, jumped off the airplane, and after having a sip of tea at the Yi family home, they boarded the helicopter with Yi Fong and Zhao Yingying and left Shanghai City for the capital. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The night was dim, and the rain pattered down, getting bigger and bigger, soon coloring the earth with a layer of grayish rain mist. At 3:30 in the morning, the helicopter arrived within the capital city. At the same time, Zhao family's huge mansion, in the middle of a luxurious room. A middle-aged man dressed in black sat on the edge of the bed, his face had sharp edges and could vaguely see the handsome features of his youth. He was clearly only 48 years old, yet he already had a head full of gray hair. His gaze stayed on the bed, where an unconscious woman lay. The woman was about 46 years old, and was currently lying on the bed with deep-set eyes. Her face was so emaciated that it didn't have a trace of blood, and her lips were even dry and cracked and white, looking extremely pitiful. The middle-aged man's name was Zhao Xianhua, the head of the Zhao family. As the head of one of the 4 great super families, he was atrocious at the moment, and his eyes looked at the woman on the bed with heartache. That was his wife Yilan, the love of his life. At this moment, she was seriously ill, and she had seen all the famous doctors, but they were all helpless. All of them were called weird and terminal illnesses, and they didn't even know exactly what kind of illness it was. He was so anxious about this that he was annoyed with God. How much he wanted his wife to get well, and then open her eyes to look at him and call him a husband. But everything was a delusion, there was no chance. He could only watch his favored wife leave him, but could not do anything. His heart was like a knife, feeling so powerless. The greatest sorrow in the world is nothing more than witnessing the departure of a loved one and not being able to do anything about it. Is there really nothing that can be done? He clenched his fists, his heart both desperate and unwilling. Buzz buzz buzz. Right at this moment, the sound of a propeller spinning reached his ears. Although the room's soundproofing was bullish, who was he? He was a genuine Heaven Realm powerhouse. The ear power was naturally extraordinary. Frowning, he got up and went to open the door, stepping out. Dad! Mom is saved. When the helicopter stayed less than 10 meters from the ground, Zhao Yingying couldn't wait and jumped down, excitedly running towards Zhao Xianhua. Immediately after that, Yi Fong leaped down and walked forward with his hands behind his back. Luao and Manhwa, on the other hand, didn't jump off the helicopter, they just waited there quietly for Yi Fong to finish dealing with things. After all, they still had to rush to Ikuan Town later. Chapter 104 Kill for me. Not a single one will be left behind. Zhao Xianhua frowned. Roar, why did you suddenly come back? Didn't you go to Zhanghai to ask Divine Dr. Wang? Dad, I didn't invite Divine Dr. Wang over, but Zhao Yingying just opened her mouth. Zhao Shin interrupted it inside. It seems like your mom's illness really is something no one can solve. He thought that Divine Dr. Wang didn't have a cure after hearing about his wife's illness, so he didn't come. Dad, don't be discouraged. Zhao Yingying smiled. I didn't invite Divine Dr. Wang, but I invited a Divine Doctor who is even more powerful than Divine Dr. Wang. He will definitely be able to cure Mom, I believe in him. Even more awesome than Divine Dr. Wang? How is this possible? Zhao Xianhua shook his head inside. Zoyer, don't tease Dad. There's no existence that's even more powerful than his medical skills, not even in the capital, at most it's on par. If even Divine Dr. Wang can't take your mom's illness, then it's truly powerless. He looked forlorn and disheveled. Birth, old age, sickness, and death were indeed a great sadness on earth. No one can escape it. Everything was destiny. Yi Fong stepped forward and looked straight at Zhao Xianhua. No matter what happens to my aunt's illness, I can cure it. He had just released his divine sense and swept through the room inside, and already clearly knew his aunt's illness. It's just being haunted by a spiteful ghost. It would be a piece of cake to cure. It seemed like someone was deliberately plotting to harm his aunt, and although he didn't know who it was, if he knew about it. Zhao Xianhua froze at his words, glanced at Yi Fong, and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Roar, is this the divine doctor you hired?
Not to mention, the psychological comfort treatment is quite a handful, but that's about it. Just as he finished speaking, boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Yi Feng's body,
as if 10,000 kilograms of force had come crashing down on him.
Puff!
Even though he was a heaven realm powerhouse, Zhao Xianhua simply couldn't withstand it for a second and directly fell to the ground as his knees went weak. He was shocked in his heart and looked at Yi Feng with a face full of shock.
What kind of realm is this? Surprisingly, a simple wave of pressure covered me on the ground? So terrifying. Senior, forgive me. It's me who was rude, please forgive Senior.
Zhao Xianhua was covered in cold sweat.
Which sect power was such a young top powerhouse? Could it be someone from an ancient martial arts family? Thinking about this, he was immediately terrified and couldn't help but gulp. The pressure that the ancient martial arts family gave him was simply too great.
As the head of one of the 4 super families in the capital, he had never been as scared as he was today.
Zhao Yingying looked at Yi Feng with a worried expression. Cousin, my dad doesn't have any malicious intent, can you let him go? Cousin, don't worry.
I'm just letting my aunt's father be clear about my strength and rest assured that I can cure my aunt.
Yi Feng smiled faintly, then personally went forward to help Zhao Xianhua up. Auntie, quickly please get up.
Zhao Xianhua froze for a moment, as if he thought of something, and asked uncertainly.
Dare I ask your senior's name? Yi Feng. Surname Yi. Could it be that you're Yi Boshan's long-lost son? Zhao Xianhua's tiger body shook, unable to hide his excitement. Not bad. It is precisely my father. Yi Feng nodded his head. Zhao Xianhua's pupils shrank, and then he was so excited that he burst into tears. San Tian. Broken heaven. Did you see that? Your son didn't die. Still alive and well. Not only that, he seems to have achieved extraordinary accomplishments that you never achieved before. If you were still alive in this world, you would definitely feel very pleased for him. Saying this, he reached out and wiped a tear from his face. Auntie, what is your relationship with my father? Yi Feng looked at this agitated look on his aunt's face and secretly thought that his aunt might not have a simple relationship with his father. It was very likely that he knew the truth about his father's death back then. Come in and sit down first. I'll tell you in detail about your father's death back then. Zhao Xianhua smiled faintly at Yi Feng and turned to open the door and walked into the room. Yi Feng and Zhao Yingying followed closely behind. Have a seat. Zhao Xianhua pointed to the sofa next to him, brewed a cup of tea and placed it on the rectangular glass table in front of the sofa. Yi Feng sat down. Zhao Yingying, however, walked over to her mother's bed, looking at her unconscious mother. A flash of pain flashed in her eyes before she squatted down and held her mother's pale and thin palms with both hands. Her eyes reddened. Mom. I've brought my super awesome cousin over. With him here, you'll definitely be able to wake up. Cousin, make way. Yi Feng suddenly spoke. Zhao Yingying was stunned at his words and immediately let go of her mom's hand and took 2 steps back. Shoo. Yi Feng flexed his fingers and soft spiritual energy shot into Yi Lan's brow. Ah. A mournful scream heralded through the room, and it quieted down after 3 seconds. Upon hearing this creepy scream, Zhao Xianhua and Zhao Yingying were both stunned. What was going on just now? Who was screaming? While they were wondering, Yi Feng leisurely took a sip of tea and faintly said, Wake up! Zhao Xianhua and Zhao Yingying were stunned again. The next second they were dumbfounded. They stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes, not daring to believe it. Yi Lan unexpectedly opened her eyes and sat up. Her face was still pale though. But this was someone who had been in a coma for 2 long months. Surprisingly, she miraculously woke up? Zhao Xianhua was stunned in place, rubbing his eyes and looking again to make sure it wasn't a hallucination. He burst into tears of joy and rushed forward to hug his wife excitedly. Wife, you finally woke up. I thought you would never wake up again. A big man who was a man of the heavens and the earth couldn't help but shed tears at this moment. These were tears of happiness. Mom! You finally woke up, I missed you so much. Zhao Yingying was pleasantly surprised and rushed to her mother, holding her mother's hand with both hands as her voice choked up. Husband, Zoe. Yi Lan's eyes were filled with tenderness, her head was still a bit groggy and she fainted again after saying a couple sentences. Wife. Mom. Zhao Xianhua and Zhao Yingying's faces changed. What's going on here? Don't worry. She's fine, she's just lying down for a long time and her meridians aren't smooth. She'll be fine if she rests and eats something to replenish her. Yi Feng's faint voice came. Zhao Xianhua let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement as he walked over to Yi Feng and was just about to kneel down when he was controlled by a soft force. Auntie, there's no need to be like this. That's my aunt, it's only right to save her. Don't call me senior either, that would seem too distant, just call me Fenger like my grandfather. Yi Feng had a smile on his face. Zhao Xianhua was slightly stunned, his heart was touched. A moment later he suddenly laughed out loud and nodded. Good. Fenger, a great favor is not appreciated, this favor is remembered in Zhao's heart. Cousin, thank you for saving my mom. Zhao Yingying walked over with red eyes. If you need anything in the future, just say so.
Not to mention what I can do, even if it means going up a mountain of swords or down a sea of fire, I'll do it. Right. If there's a need in the future, even if it means taking on my entire Zhao family, I'll do it. Zhao Xianhua had a serious look on his face.
And right at this moment,
a violent killing sound suddenly came from outside.
Kill for me. Leave no one behind. Chapter 105, it's ing human. What's going on?
Zhao Xianhua's face changed greatly and he took the lead to rush out the door. Zhao Yingru knew that the situation was not right and frowned. She was just about to rush out, but Yi Fong stopped her.
Cousin, you follow me.
One of those people outside is stronger than your father. If he catches you, you'll be in deep.
Good. Zhao Yingru nodded and obediently followed behind Yi Fong.
Inside the Zhao family residence, there were sounds of killing and screams. A large swath of black-clothed men quickly broke into the Zhao family to massacre them, and during the battle, many of the Zhao family's sons and daughters died tragically in a pool of blood, and this sure a hell-like scene was just like the Yi family back then. Lu Ao and Meng Haolei were injured and retreated to a corner, their faces extremely ugly. They had wanted to help out. However, they didn't expect to be crushed by a late-stage Heaven Realm powerhouse and lost every step. Luckily, that late-stage Heaven Realm powerhouse wasn't aiming at them and didn't have a murderous intent towards them, or else they would have died for sure just now.
Swoosh! Zhao Xianhua was extremely fast, leaping to the place where the Zhao family's children and those men in black were fighting.
Looking at the bodies of the Zhao family's children that were in pieces on the ground, his eyes instantly turned red, clenching his fists as he shouted angrily. Who the hell are you guys? How dare you kill so many people from my Zhao family? Swish swish swish. Those black-clothed men were silent, and at the sound of their voices, they directly killed towards him. Everyone had sharp swords in their hands, they were agile and extremely fast. Seek death. Zhao Xianhua's eyes blossomed with berserk killing intent, his figure suddenly flew into mid-air, probing out his large palm, he slapped it with all his might towards those men in black. Bang! 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 In an instant, the black-clothed men directly died in a row, about 7 or 8 of them, all of them were washed into mush by the energy of this Heaven Realm powerhouse. Seemingly sensing that Zhao Xianhua wasn't to be messed with, the remaining 30-odd black-robed men had their feet stomped and turned around to quickly retreat. How could Zhao Xianhua do as they wished? Blinking, his body stormed and was about to go after them. However, at this moment, an aura that was several times more powerful than him suddenly came crashing down on him. Zhao Xianhua's face was startled. When he looked up, he only saw a man in black flying in at lightning speed. Late stage of the Heaven Realm. His pupils shrank and he turned around. Want to leave? The man in black coldly smiled, his speed steeply surged, accelerating several times at once. He was about to catch up with Zhao Xianhua. The man in black violently poked out his left palm, terrifying energy gathered in the center of his palm, viciousness flashed in his eyes, and with a low shout, he grabbed towards Zhao Xianhua's shoulder. Die! Bang! Before his strike landed, his body felt like it had been hit by something and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood, suddenly flying backwards like a cannonball. Zhao Xianhua twisted his head to look in surprise, but he saw that Yi Fong had instantly appeared in front of the man in black. Who are you? The man in black felt that his internal organs had all shattered, and it hurt so much that he couldn't move his body. He struggled to raise his head and looked at the teenager walking in front of him, and a thick color of horror flashed in his eyes. One strike. Just one strike killed himself in seconds. What kind of strength is this? Without waiting for him to think too much, Yi Fong probed his large palm, grabbed his head, and performed the soul search technique. Martial Arts Association Grand Elder Su Qiong, very good. Martial Arts Association again. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth hooked up in a cold smile and casually throwing down Su Qiong, who was already foaming at the mouth. It seems that this Martial Arts Association is most likely the culprit who massacred the Yi family back then. If that's the case, then he can't stay. Anyone or force that had harmed the Yi family would have to pay a terrible price. This is the Martial Arts Association's Grand Elder Su Qiong? Zhao Xianhua stepped forward and peeled away the black cloth wrapped around Su Qiong's face, his face suddenly shocked. He really didn't expect it. The culprit who had intruded into the Zhao family's massacre was actually the Martial Arts Association, which had always been ostensibly peaceful and peace-seeking. Auntie, as you can see, these are people from the Martial Arts Association. They wanted to exterminate your Zhao family. If it wasn't for me being here, they would have really gotten away with it, choosing this time in the middle of the night to stage a sneak attack. It's really shady. Yi Fong laughed coldly and flicked out a spirit flame to burn Su Qiong's corpse cleanly. After that, he turned around again and grabbed through the air. Bang! 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 Those black-clothed men instantly exploded into a bloody mist, and in less than a second, all the black-clothed men had been annihilated cleanly. Gulp! Even Zhao Xianhua, who had seen many great storms, couldn't help but be deeply shocked by Yi Feng's means. Is this the holy realm above the heaven realm? It was really terrifying. How on earth did nephew Yi reach this realm? Such talent and strength. I'm afraid it's not too much to say that he's the best in the martial arts world in China for the past 1,000 years. Who can compare with him? Dad, you've seen cousin's strength, he's really great. Zhao Yingro walked forward with a smile at this time, looking at Yi Feng with admiration on her face. This man was the most capable one she had seen in all these years, no one could compare. Indeed. Among all the young people I've seen in my life who have been labeled as geniuses, he belongs to the top of the top. Disconnecting the lead, no one can compare. Zhao Xianhua nodded his head in praise, his face shocked. Auntie, cousin, since my aunt is no longer in any serious condition, I'll leave first. Won't you stay for a few days? Zhao Xianhua tried to retain. The corner of Zhao Yingro's mouth also raised a smile. That's right, cousin, there are so many fun places in this capital. I'm sure you haven't been here a few times. Where do you want to go and play? I'll take you there. Yi Feng had cured her mom. She really felt that she was unable to repay him, and since Yi Feng didn't lack anything, perhaps she could only help him a little in some ordinary life's little things. By the way, she still had a top-notch hacking skill. Only. It didn't seem to be of much use to Yi Feng. No need, cousin, I have other things to do, we'll get together again sometime. After Yi Feng finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared. Lu Ao and Meng Haolei looked at each other before returning to the helicopter together. Buzz buzz buzz. The helicopter slowly took off and flew towards the distance at a rapid pace. Witnessing the helicopter leave, the Zhao Xianhua and Zhao Yingro's father and daughter left the spot. At the same time, inside a tea house of the Red Dragon Society, Su Shirhan, who had just returned, still had a heart palpitation and made himself a cup of tea to ease his nervousness. That brat was simply too terrifying. He was actually able to survive the 6 thunderbolts. This is a human being. A ghost is more like it. Chairman, the car is ready, are we leaving the Martial Arts Association now? A henchman knocked on the door. Go now. Su Shirhan was a little panicked in his heart. For some reason he had a bad feeling, that teenager's strength was too terrifying, he had to find the Martial Arts Association to hold on to in order to avoid an untoward encounter. When he stepped out of the door, suddenly, an icy coldness came from behind him. His face was shocked and he was shivering as he panicked and turned back to look. Chapter 106, I'm really innocent. A dazzling white light filled with terrifying energy blasted towards him. He was shocked and wanted to escape, but his body was fixed in place, unable to move half a foot. Despair instantly enveloped his mind. Boom! In just an instant, Su Shirhan's body was annihilated by the white light, not even a wisp of his residual soul was left behind, and he flew away. Until his death, he never knew who the person who killed him was, both suffocating and unwilling. The president of the Red Dragon Society, a super strong person at the late stage of the Heaven Realm, died in such an unexplained manner. In the next second, Yi Feng's figure appeared in the sky above the Red Dragon Society. His face was cold as he lifted his hand and pressed downwards, terrifying energy poured out, and space distorted violently. Rumble! The entire Red Dragon Society was instantly razed to the ground, and a large swath of houses and buildings were reduced to pieces. All the Red Dragon Society disciples had disappeared along with the entire Red Dragon Society without even uttering a scream. Crap! On the helicopter in the air, Lu Ao and Meng Haolei's eyes were about to burst out in shock. Is this the strength of a Saint Realm powerhouse? It was too terrifying. The helicopter pilot was even so scared that his face turned pale, and his hand holding the joystick was trembling madly. Yi Xiao's strength was too terrifying. He easily destroyed the entire Red Dragon Society with a single slap. Who in today's world can do that? With Yi Xiao's strength, I'm afraid that even the country would have to respect and yield 3 times. Only. It's just a matter of respect. After all, now is the era of hot weapons and artillery, not to mention nuclear bombs. Even an ordinary missile could kill Yi Xiao. At least he thinks so. He is just an ordinary person. He has seen a lot of powerful martial artists, for example, Lu Ao, and their cognitive limitations are only at the level of martial artists. So he felt that being able to exert such terrifying strength didn't mean that he could withstand the indiscriminate bombardment of missiles. Flesh was still flesh after all. Not a brick wall. Go! Go to the Martial Arts Association. In the next second, Yi Feng's figure appeared on the helicopter like a ghost. On the helicopter, Lu Ao's 3 people were startled. Cough. Young Yi. Lu Ao slapped his chest with palpitations and let out a bitter smile. Can you not scare us? People can scare people to death. We can't react to you appearing in front of us so suddenly. Meng Haolei nodded with approval, looking at Yi Feng with a somewhat grudging gaze. It's really like a ghost. I think you're doing it on purpose, bent on scaring us. Yi Feng spread his hands indifferently and laughed snidely. Is the mental capacity of you 2 little old men not as good as that of a little brat like me? Lu Ao and Meng Haolei were silent. They were helpless and could only secretly slander in their hearts, count on you kid being ruthless. Mocking us with our age. With these words from Yi Feng, it definitely showed that they were trash, not even as good as a young man under 20. The truth is exactly the same. Who asked this kid to be so demonic? Can this be compared? They were simply speechless. Martial Arts Association's capital city headquarters.
A high tower above the chaise longue, lying a breath extraordinary old man. This place terrain is extremely high, about 50 meters from the ground, is a good place to see the stars and watch the moon. Not only that, here can also blow the air of the leisurely cool wind, in the middle of this hot summer, incomparably comfortable and cool. The old man's name was Han Yalong, the general president of the Huaxia Martial Arts Association, in charge of about 30 branches of the martial arts association in various regions of Huaxia, with a total of tens of thousands of martial artists. It could be said that the power of his martial arts association spread all over the Chinese continent. On the surface, the association is a private individual force, but secretly it is an important manager of the country's control of the provinces and cities. It is responsible for the security of each area and ensures that normal social order is maintained. Once there are other martial artists unrest, burning, and looting to do some illegal things, will be dealt with by the various branches of the martial arts association. It can be said that if the country of Huaxia didn't have a martial arts association, it would all have to fall apart. Alas, why does it feel like today's style is exceptionally cold? Han Yalong frowned slightly, and goosebumps suddenly rose all over his body. At this moment, an ice-cold voice entered his ears. Cold is right. Who is it? Han Yalong's face changed slightly as he got up with a jump, his eyes kept looking around. But this was a 50-meter tower, and there was no one else besides him. Are you the president of the Martial Arts Association? With a flash of white light, Yi Feng suddenly appeared in front of him. Ah! Crap! Han Yalong was startled and accidentally fell to the ground in a slight mess. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from this teenager, he was stunned and dumbfounded. This was a Saint Realm powerhouse? When did the secular world produce such a young Saint Realm? Senior, I wonder who you are. What is it that you are looking for me for? He hurriedly got up and arched his hand respectfully. Kill you. Yi Feng smiled coldly and was about to strike. What? Han Yalong's face suddenly changed, fluttered, and knelt down, trembling as he said, My lord, I don't know where I'm wrong. I don't seem to have provoked you, right? He simply wanted to cry without tears. He stayed in the Martial Arts Association all day long, doing nothing. How did he provoke this kind of strong person? If the people under his hand had provoked this teenager in front of him, he would really be crying out in pain. It was because he had no management rights over the Martial Arts Association at all. It was just a titular president, all matters had nothing to do with him, and the administrator was someone else. My lord, if it is the people of the Martial Arts Association who have offended you, I will apologize to you on their behalf, but this is really not something I can manage, and I've also been trapped here for a long time. Han Yalong stated with a nervous face. Yi Feng smiled coldly. There are no formations or other strong people here. You're a peak heaven realm. Who can trap you? Han Yalong shook his head and smiled bitterly. My lord, I'll be honest, I'm actually just the equivalent of hanging a false name as the president of the Martial Arts Association. There is no real power. If someone under my hand offends you, it's not my business. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng frowned, carefully observing Han Yalong's expression. He did not seem to be lying. Just hanging a name? No real power? Could this old man really be trapped here? Because of what? But I killed many people from your Martial Arts Association. Yi Feng suddenly sneered. If I don't exterminate your Martial Arts Association, that would be burying a big scourge. So you today will not be able to do so without dying. After saying that, a monstrous pressure covered out, and Han Yalong flew out backwards with a spurt of blood. Han Yalong was so shocked that he didn't care about the dirty mess and scrambled to climb up, then knelt on the ground, on the verge of crying in a hurry. Senior, if you want to kill anyone in the Martial Arts Association, I have no complaints. If you want to kill, please don't implicate me. I'm really innocent. I don't know anything. Chapter 107, I can only fall asleep when I listen to your voice. Yi Feng did not reply but asked. Why did you send people to attack the Zhao family? Back then, the Yi family was almost exterminated. Was it the work of the Martial Arts Association? Senior, forgive me, I don't know anything. Those things are really none of my business. I'm just the president of the Martial Arts Association on the surface. Overall, at most I'm just a tag-along. The main people who can drive the Martial Arts Association are the deepest level of the country. Moreover, the ones who ordered those people to go and stage an assault are not even me, but those big shots in the shadows. The reason why I'm sitting here is also something that can't be helped. In fact, I'm also being forced to do so. I'm also a victim. After saying this, Han Yalong's face was filled with bitterness. He had been here for 20 whole years. Apart from eating and drinking, he had almost spent his time on this tower. Hearing these words, Yi Feng was slightly stunned. He could tell that this old man wasn't lying, and there was also heartache revealed in his eyes from time to time, which made him a little curious. Things didn't seem to be simple. People from the deeper levels of the country? Could it be that? Yi Feng suddenly had a guess in his heart. Elder. Senior, please don't kill me. I still fantasize about being able to leave this place and return to my hometown one day. Everything is the work of those who are secretly manipulating the situation. It has nothing to do with me. If your family's people want to pursue the matter, go find them. Han Yalong trembled and begged for mercy, his eyes full of desire to return to his hometown. Yi Feng frowned.
Thinking about so many martial arts associations in the country, exterminating all of them for a time is not a matter. After all, so many martial artists, the volume is here. If they can all be included under the banner, it would be a good choice, and would save a lot of trouble. It would be better to become more valuable than exterminating them all. This old man didn't seem to know about those things done by the martial arts associations. Since this was the case, let him manage those martial arts associations first and use them for himself in the future. After releasing his divine sense to probe, Yifeng's heart moved and the corner of his mouth slowly hooked up. I know why you are trapped here, so it's because someone put a curse on you. Elder. How did you see that? Han Yalong was filled with surprise. He didn't expect that he hadn't said anything and this teenager already knew. It was too terrifying. Was this the might of a Saint Realm powerhouse? Swoosh. A white light shot out from Yifeng's hand. Han Yalong was in a flurry of panic and hurriedly tried to escape, but his body was controlled in place by an unknown energy. He despaired in his heart and directly closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes again in confusion, touched his body and froze. How come I'm fine? But the next time he looked towards his palm, his pupils contracted fiercely. Where's the curse? How did it disappear? The red curse mark that originally existed on his hands disappeared, which surprised him greatly. Could it be, it was him? Han Yalong looked up sharply at Lin Yifeng, his face full of excitement. Elder. Was it you who helped me lift the curse? Who else could it be but me? Yifeng's face was expressionless. It's really you. Many thanks, Senior. Many thanks to Senior for saving my life. Han Yalong couldn't hide his excitement. The curse had trapped him for almost 20 years, and now that it was lifted, he knew very well what it meant. He was free. Finally free. But next, Yifeng's words were like a pot of cold water poured on him. His body went cold. The curse is lifted, but I've given you another one of my curses. In the future, be obedient and give me a good care of the Martial Arts Association. If you do a good job, you will not be short of benefits. If you dare to disobey me, I will immediately let you die. Yifeng's light words contained a powerful oppressive force. After Han Yalong froze for a moment, he nodded with a solemn face and cupped his fists. No problem, Senior. Since you lifted my previous curse, you are my benefactor. Even if you don't say so, I will still lay down my life for you. Remember, from today onwards, the Martial Arts Association will be temporarily managed by you, no matter who dares to disobey you. No need to bold directly kill. As for the black hand behind the country's high level you said, I will personally go to them to dish out. Yi Feng coldly smiled. If the Yi families really had something to do with them back then, he wouldn't mind having the entire country reshuffled in a big way. Han Yalong nodded respectfully. No problem, Senior. Since my curse has been lifted, I don't have any more worries. And it just so happens that I also have some revenge. I should properly settle the score with those people. Yi Feng nodded slightly and turned around, flashing a white aura in place and disappearing. Senior, go slowly. Han Yalong looked at the circle of white ons with a horrified face. This teenager's strength was simply too terrifying. He was at the peak of the heaven realm no matter what, but he was completely abused when he couldn't tell what exactly this person's strength was. However, he wasn't discouraged. Instead, he was somewhat excited. Perhaps this strong person could allow him to get rid of that impending miserable fate later on. After Yi Feng returned to the helicopter, Lu Ao glanced at him faintly, suppressed the strong curiosity in his heart and casually asked. The Martial Arts Association was also exterminated? Manhwa also glanced at Yi Feng without moving, thinking to himself that it couldn't be. Even the Martial Arts Association was exterminated? This is too crazy. Yi Feng, however, shook his head. No. Hee, young Yi, you are finally wise for once. Lu Ao suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Looks like you also know that this Martial Arts Association is not simple? Yi Feng looked at him. Not bad. The strength of the Martial Way Association is intricate and complicated. It is simply not something that can be solved by destroying a branch, and most importantly, the Martial Way Association is an important guardian alliance of the country. It's because the whole country is much calmer with the checks and balances of the Martial Arts Association. Not only that, even those powerful experts from abroad who enter our country are also much more honest because of the existence of the Martial Way Association, not daring to make some trouble. I see. Yi Feng nodded slightly, just about to close his eyes and rest his mind. The cell phone in his pocket rang. Yi Feng looked at the call. Was Wan'er called, thinking how late not sleep, how to call over? Wan'er, what's wrong? Still not sleeping? Receiving the call. Yi Feng's voice immediately softened. Yeah, I thought about you so much that I couldn't sleep. Wan'er's soft voice came out. When Lu Ao and Manhwa, who were next to him, heard this, they immediately looked at each other with odd expressions. Then the two of them covered their ears in a sensible manner. The pilot also turned the helicopter on autopilot mode and then covered his ears as well. Yi Feng couldn't help but smile as he watched their actions. Feng, what are you laughing at? Don't you miss me? You still laugh. Do you feel happy to leave me? Lin Wan'er's voice was a little lost. I miss you too. Wan'er, listen to me, go to bed early, it's good for your body. Yi Feng hurriedly instructed.
I can't sleep, you coax me to sleep. How? Well, I want to listen to you tell a story. I can only fall asleep by listening to your voice. Okay. Once upon a time there was a piece of grassland. On the grassland, Fong had just opened his mouth when he heard the soft breathing sounds coming from the cell phone. Sleeping so soon? Fong gave a helpless light laugh, hung up the phone and looked at the driver and asked, "About when will Ikuan town arrive?" Chapter 108. This is an ancient town, right? Driver Shali quickly and respectfully replied, "Yi Xiao, probably around 8 o'clock will be able to arrive. It's a long way, you'd better sleep first, I'll call out to you when it arrives." Fong inclined his head and looked at him, and found that Lu Ao and Meng Haolei had already fallen asleep. Sleeping soundly and snoring. What was especially funny was that Lu Ao was sleeping on Meng Haolei's feet. Fong couldn't help but frown. Doesn't it stink? Then he shook his head and laughed, then he took out the sheets and pillows that he had put in beforehand from within his storage ring, laid them out, and comfortably slept. In his sleep, it was as if he had dreamt of the ethereal immortal realm, where 10,000 immortals stood in a forest, and there were many flood beasts, and even, he seemed to vaguely see a white-haired man in a golden robe. That man's appearance was blurred, but his aura was incomparably majestic, and he sat pensively on a high seat in a splendid golden hall, while below him were thousands of powerful immortals kneeling and crouching, their demeanor incomparably respectful. At the same time, inside the Capital Martial Arts Association, after Han Yalong was relieved of his curse and regained his freedom, he began his path of revenge. With his hands behind his back, he slowly walked into a council hall. The hall was bright and wide, and dozens of strong martial arts association members were gathered inside. 5 of them had already reached the heaven realm, but only at the early stage. The rest of them were all at peak harmonization power cultivation. Those dozens of people were originally laughing and talking about something, but they suddenly heard footsteps and looked towards the door in unison. When they saw the old man walking in the doorway, all of them had a ray of surprise in their eyes. President? Why did he suddenly leave the Black Tower to come here? The leader of the group, a heaven realm powerhouse named Zhou Tu, looked straight at Han Yalong who walked in, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of teasing. Yo, it's so late, what's Chairman Han doing here if he's not sleeping properly? Han Yalong couldn't help but sneer in his heart as he looked at the group of people with a sneer on their faces. Unexpected, right? The curse on my body is lifted, and what awaits you all will be my crazy revenge. Where does the old man want to go? What do you care? Han Yalong's face was subdued, his body's aura steeply erupted, the pressure that belonged to a peak heaven realm powerhouse spread out, causing everyone in the hall to change their faces. Zhou Tu's eyes sank slightly. He knew about the curse on Han Yalong's body, so he didn't panic at all. Instead, he was still a bit angry. He heavily slapped the table in front of him and coldly shouted, "Unbridled! Han Yalong, without the permission of our management! How dare you come out and wander around? You're really tired of living. If you don't obediently cower in the tower, without our permission, you're worthy of coming to the general meeting room?" The others all knew that Han Yalong had a curse restriction, so they were all emboldened and raised their voices to rebuke. The coldness in Han Yalong's eyes increased as he looked at the crowd and grinned. "Just like to see you guys screaming ferociously. It'll be more enjoyable for me to kill you later." The moment these words came out, the crowd all froze for a moment. Zhou Tu even frowned and said in a cold voice, "Han Yalong, what's gotten into your head today? Have you forgotten the curse on yourself? I'm going to count to 3 and hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, I'll make your life worse than death." Noisy. In the next second, Han Yalong's figure moved, and in a flash, he arrived in front of Zhou Tu and slapped his palm down. Zhou Tu obviously just reacted, his face was furious. Han Yalong was absolutely crazy that he should make a move on himself. However, when he wanted to drive the curse. He saw that the red curse mark on Han Yalong's palm had disappeared. He was instantly dumbfounded. What was going on here? Immediately, deep fear haunted his mind, and it was too late to dodge at this moment. Bang! Zhou Tu's head was struck by Han Yalong's palm and exploded like a watermelon, splattering blood all over the place. Hiss! The crowd's pupils shrunk at the sight, and they violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air. They couldn't believe that Han Yalong dared to strike out and kill. Could it be that he wasn't afraid of death and directly ignored the curse? Just as the crowd was confused, Han Yalong laughed loudly and coldly. "Ha ha ha! It feels so good to be free. You guys wouldn't still think that I'm under a curse? Tell you guys. The curse is long gone, and today I'm going to reshuffle the Martial Arts Association in a big way. And all of you, the management, are going to die." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the crowd changed, and a look of horror appeared in their eyes. What? The curse was lifted? How was this possible? Even if they couldn't figure it out, they didn't dare to stay any longer, scattering in all directions and rushing towards the windows or the door. No one can leave today. Han Yalong's eyes were ice cold, his aura steeply surged, and he quickly rushed out with a gentle leap. Not long after, more than a dozen miserable screams rang out. The crowd in the conference room just now, none of them were spared, all of them were taken out by Han Yalong. However, his road to revenge was much more than that. Inside an airport in the capital, a large passenger plane slowly landed. A few minutes later, a girl wearing a black trench coat walked out from the airport. After she walked out of the airport, she looked at the bustling night city and muttered under her breath, "Dragon Gate." At 20 minutes past 8 o'clock in the early morning, the golden sun broke free from the horizon and slowly rose from the east. The sunlight spilled down recklessly, plucking away the clouds and fog, bringing a peaceful warmth to the earth. Ikuan Town, located in the western part of China's Chuyu province. The nearest first-tier city to Ikuan Town is Tanyang City. Ikuan Town is a small town located in the embrace of mountains, not very extensive. High-rise buildings are basically none, belonging to a relatively remote town. Most of the buildings are ancient, even the road is a stone road. Buzz buzz buzz. The helicopter slowly landed, landing in a small square in Ikuan Town. It was early in the morning, and not many people were coming and going, but 2 or 3 men and women who were running in the morning saw the helicopter landing. They stopped and watched curiously to see what kind of big shot had come here. After all, this is a remote area, helicopters are not common at all. Besides, this helicopter looks bigger than other helicopters. It is not an ordinary helicopter at first sight. Yifeng. Several people stepped down from the helicopter, the fresh air that came to the face, surrounded by a large area of greenery, as if they walked into the field and mountain village. This is an ancient town, right? Manhwa walked in front to lead the way. Yifeng stepped on the age-modeled stone road in the back, looked around the patchwork of ancient wooden houses and said faintly, "Not bad, the history of this town is quite long, about nearly 1,000 years of ancient history." Manhwa nodded back. In the next second, he was sighing. However, even though it's an ancient town, it has too little connection with the outside world. The transportation is very inconvenient, even the power grid isn't connected. Even if there's a cell phone, there's almost no signal here. Chapter 109, How did he know? Then why didn't your father move out with you? Yifeng asked curiously. This old man didn't look like a poor master. How could he let his father live in a place that was extremely backward in this era? Although the air here was good and the birds and flowers smelled good, but when it was all said and done, medical treatment was anything but convenient. One good thing, though. Surrounded by mountains, this place is extremely rich in greenery, and the aura is more than 10 times more dense than the city. Cultivating here will definitely be much better than in the city. However, that's only good for low-level cultivators. For him at the late Jindan stage, even if he sucked this place dry, he wouldn't be able to raise his cultivation level at all. The higher the realm, the more spiritual chi is needed. The more spiritual chi was needed. The only way to drastically speed up cultivation was to have high-grade quality spirit grass, or spirit springs, spirit veins, and so on. Alas! I actually want to pick up my dad and leave here for a better life outside, but unfortunately, the old man doesn't like the hustle and bustle of the big city, and he's getting older, and he's suffering from a serious illness now, so I'm afraid he doesn't have long to live. Manhwa sighed bitterly. People can't escape old age, sickness and death, even if he is not suffering from a serious illness. With his father's age of 85, I'm afraid he doesn't have many years to live. Luo patted his shoulder and laughed. Brother, don't panic, Yishao's medical skills are very powerful. With him here, there's basically no problem in curing your father. By then your father will still be able to live for a few more years, maybe even live a long life. Be optimistic. Oh, optimistic? Manhwa sniffed but shook his head inside. He couldn't help but look back at the tender teenager and thought to himself. This teenager's strength is indeed very strong, but even if he has some medical skills, so what? Can't he still cure his father's various old age illnesses? It wasn't that he didn't believe it, but he had no reason to believe it. Yifeng did not know his thoughts. What he wanted to do now was to hurry up and go to the Blood Dragon Mountain after the cure. Maybe he could stumble upon a few thousand-year-old spirit herbs there, and thousand-year-old spirit herbs also included spirit ginseng. So after having the spiritual ginseng, he would be able to fix Wan'er's weird physique immediately. After getting the dragon in Blood Dragon Mountain, he would take its inner elixir and essence blood. The inner elixir would be used to maintain the Yi family's array operation, while the essence blood, together with the thousand-year spirit herb, would allow him to resurrect Cheng Xiaoling when his own cultivation broke through to Yuaning. He had 3 main goals right now. Those were to raise his strength, solve the problem of Wan'er's physique, and resurrect Cheng Xiaoling. Secondly, there was also the truth of his father's death and who had actually captured his mother, the culprit who had caused the Yi family to almost be wiped out, all of which he had to get to the bottom of one by one. He had forgotten that he had left in a hurry at Zhao's house, and should have listened to Aunt Zhao's words about his father before leaving. It was just a matter of finding another opportunity to ask then. Anyway, the capital had to be visited again. A few minutes later, the 3 of them arrived in front of an ancient style house. Manhwa pushed open the heavy wooden door and took the lead. The 3 of them stepped into the small courtyard. The wall within the small courtyard was made of green bricks, with many firewood placed at the foot of the wall, and a stone table and 3 stone stools placed in the corner of the courtyard. The surface of the stone table was smooth, as if it had been polished by constant age. Auntie Zhang, I'm back, is my father alright? Manhwa shouted towards the house.
Auntie Zhang was the next-door neighbor, almost as old as his dad, but her body was strong, and she was the one who had always helped take care of his father. Of course, Manhwa wanted to give money, but Auntie Zhang didn't want it. Auntie Zhang is a warm-hearted person, saying that they are all neighbors, a favor is nothing. Alas, Xiaolei is back. Hearing the shout outside, Aunt Zhang ran out from the house. She saw Manhwa smile, and then saw Luo Yifeng, two people behind him, frowned, some doubt asked. Little Lei, these two are? Auntie Zhang, these are my two friends. So they are Little Lei's friends. Sit down, I'll go make tea for you. Aunt Zhang smiled and greeted Luo and Yifeng as they sat down at the stone table. A trace of imperceptible color crossed her eyes before she turned around and went back to the house. In the gap between Aunt Zhang's tea brewing, Yifeng released his divine sense and sensed it, and found that there was an old man lying on the bed inside with a weak qi. The old man could be said to be sick all over his body, which belonged to the failure of most of the organs, a very common geriatric disease. These are not the most fatal. The main thing is that the old man's body there is a chronic poison, like someone deliberately give the old man under the same, resulting in the old man's body is not as good as a day, accelerating the old man's death process. Yifeng's heart suddenly moved and placed his perception on an incense on the table next to the bed. There was something wrong with this incense. Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly and he placed his gaze on Auntie Zhang again, watching her secretly put the unknown powder in her pocket into the tea inside the bowl and stirred it. The corner of Yifeng's mouth hooked up a cold smile. This auntie really had a problem. However, he did not say it now, but quietly waited for Auntie Zhang to finish brewing the tea and bring it over. Luo took the bowl of tea, said a polite thank you to Auntie Zhang, blew gently, and was just about to take a sip when Yifeng stopped him. He looked at Yifeng suspiciously, but Yifeng signaled him to keep quiet for now. At this time, Manhwa walked out from the house. He just looked at his sick father. At this moment, his face was full of depression, and from time to time, he was sighing. The father's illness is more serious. It was very difficult in his heart. Aunt Zhang smiled and brought him a bowl of tea. He took it with an expressionless face and was just about to drink it when Yifeng flexed his fingers. Bang! The bowl of tea instantly burst, and the tea splashed down to the ground. Manhwa was stunned. Auntie Zhang also froze. Yifeng slowly got up, with his hands behind his back, and said indifferently, "Inside this bowl of tea, there is a coma-causing poisonous powder." What? The moment these words came out, the air abruptly froze. Manhwa, Luo, and Auntie Zhang all froze. A ray of light crossed Auntie Zhang's eyes. Yifeng keenly detected it. He sneered, raised his right arm, pinched her neck through the air, and gave it a lift. Oh! Aunt Zhang didn't expect this kid to possess this kind of strength. Her heart was appalled. She was pinched to the point that her face turned red and she was about to suffocate. Bang! Yifeng slowly let go, letting her fall from 2 meters in the air before planting herself on the ground. This kind of thing first let her admit it to herself. If he directly searched his soul, these two old men were also still kept in the dark and didn't know. Luo and Manhwa were dumbfounded and clearly hadn't reacted yet. Say, why did you put the stupefying drug in the tea? And that old man inside, why did you poison him? Listening to Yifeng's words, Aunt Zhang's face changed abruptly, and her eyes also immediately revealed a look of fear and anxiety. How did he know? Chapter 110. It's much more than that. Hearing Yifeng's words, Luo and Manhwa both looked surprised. Young Yi, what do you mean by that? Auntie Zhang, she has a good heart. How could she be the one who hurt my father? Manhwa's face was ugly. Right, Xiao Yi, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? This old granny doesn't look like a bad person. Luo frowned, a little puzzled by Yifeng's behavior. This old lady had kind brows. How could she look like the kind that would harm people? Can a bad person be seen from the face? Yifeng sneered, his eyes looking at Manhwa. Go in and take a closer look yourself. That incense placed on the table next to your father, there is no problem, you should be able to sense it. Manhwa froze at his words and turned around in disbelief. He wanted to go inside the house to see if it was true, although he wasn't willing to believe that Auntie Zhang was the one who had harmed his father. But as a Saint Realm powerhouse, this kid shouldn't joke about such things. At this moment, Aunt Zhang hurriedly climbed up to stop him. Little Leia, don't listen to this person, he is a liar. Don't you even believe in your aunt's words? Funny. Yifeng slapped her into the corner with a palm in the air. Only a miserable scream was heard. Aunt Zhang's bones were broken, her face was pale and she covered her chest in distress. But what was suspicious was that she had endured a slap of less than 1/1,000,000th of Yifeng's strength, but she was actually able to barely get up. Luo and Manhwa were both stunned. They did not notice this suspicious point. Instead, they were puzzled in their hearts, obviously not expecting Yifeng to strike again to injure Aunt Zhang. The corner of Manhwa's mouth twitched as he looked at Aunt Zhang with some heartache, and in his heart, he suddenly felt some antipathy towards Yifeng. You don't have any evidence. On what basis can you injure someone so recklessly? Is it just based on the fact that you are a Saint Realm powerhouse? It's too much. Although his heart was unhappy, he still swallowed his displeasure. Even if he was upset, he couldn't show it, or else what awaited him would be a terrifying blow from a Saint Realm powerhouse. However, This unpleasant emotion completely disappeared when he entered the house and carefully felt the incense on the table.
There really was something wrong with this incense.
His face changed slightly. Someone had really used this incense to harm his father, causing him to be unable to get out of bed, and his condition was getting worse. His father was his soft underbelly. Whoever dared to hurt his father was his enemy. He clenched his fists and was furious.
Damn! How dare you harm my father, really deserve to die.
He excitedly rushed out of the house and came to the corner of the courtyard, coldly gazing at Auntie Zhang with a somewhat disappointed low growl.
Auntie Zhang, I really couldn't have imagined that you would be this kind of person. I asked myself that my father and I have never offended you, right? Why did you harm my father?
Aunt Zhang's face changed slightly, a complex light flickering in her eyes, and after a moment, she laughed.
Little Lei, how could I harm your father? Are you mistaken?
If you're mistaken, Aunt Zhang won't blame you.
Oh, it's come to this, Auntie Zhang, you're still pretending.
Manhwa was completely disappointed with Aunt Zhang in his heart, took a deep breath and drank coldly. I respect you as an elder, so I spoke politely to you and put up with it again and again. Don't think that I won't dare to touch you. I advise you to honestly explain why you harmed my father, or else I will be blamed for being merciless. Auntie Zhang froze for a moment, a trace of sinister color suddenly flashed in her eyes, but on the surface, she still smiled and said,
Xiao Lei, everything must be based on evidence. What evidence do you have that can prove that it was me who harmed your father? Good You're still pretending, right?
Manhwa gasped and laughed, grabbing her collar and drinking in a low voice.
Do you want me to bring out that incense for you to testify against?
In the past few months, besides you taking care of my father, who else could have put that incense in my father's house?
Tell me.
Fine. You bring out that incense. I admit that I put the incense there, but I don't believe that an incense can still harm people. The corner of Auntie Zhang's mouth rose in an arc, and she deliberately said this in order to send Manhwa into the house, so that she could take advantage of the opportunity to escape. Manhwa, in a fit of anger, actually let go of Auntie Zhang and rushed into the house to get the incense.
Idiot!
Auntie Zhang coldly spat out 2 words, her eyes flashed with complacency, and then she turned around and jumped over the wall to escape.
Ka-ching!
Unexpectedly, she had only just jumped a meter high when her legs were instantly crushed by a mysterious energy.
Ah!
She grimaced in pain and rolled all over the ground. Manhwa happened to come out to see this scene of Aunt Zhang trying to escape, and he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He glanced at Yifeng, who was sitting by the stone table, and felt some gratitude in his heart. He knew that it was Yifeng who had broken Aunt Zhang's legs, otherwise, Aunt Zhang might have had to escape.
Escape! You flee!
The corner of Manhwa's mouth crossed the grim, kicked at Auntie Zhang, containing anger a wild kick. Auntie Zhang immediately screamed repeatedly, really could not stand it, and hurriedly begged for mercy.
Don't kick, don't kick! If you kick me again, my old bones will be completely ruined. I admit my crime. Hurry up and stop. Just kill them directly.
Don't beat much when dealing with this kind of person. Yifeng faintly swept a glance at Manhwa and said that he himself walked slowly towards the house.
Lu Ao walked to Manhwa's side and shook his head.
Brother, since you know it was her who harmed your father, let's hurry up and settle the grudge. After all, killing a living being is not abusive. Manhwa nodded slightly, looking at Auntie Zhang on the ground, recalling the kind side of Auntie Zhang that she had shown in the past. He sighed long and hard, and after hesitating for a moment, he finally ended Auntie Zhang's life with a slap. After resolving Auntie Zhang, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His heart was inexplicably much more comfortable, and he fell on his butt on the ground, looking at Auntie Zhang's corpse. His heart was full of mixed feelings.
Lu Ao thought he regretted it and went up and patted his shoulder.
There is no need to be sad for someone who harmed you. This kind of person deserves to die. She is not worth it.
Who said I'm sad? Don't you damn well say that.
I'm so relieved in my heart. Manhwa snorted coldly, patted his sleeves and got up, walking towards the house.
Let's go.
Go see how that kid's medical skills are. I guess he must be sad and helpless.
Lu Ao shook his head and followed along into the house.
After Auntie Zhang's death,
far away in a dark cave 10 kilometers away,
an old man in black violently spat out a mouthful of blood towards the front, his face pale.
Damn it! One of my puppets was actually exterminated. Manhwa.
I didn't expect to have my puppet recognized by you, but so what, my puppet is much more than that. The old man muttered, the corners of his mouth suddenly sketching out an oozing smile.
Chapter 111. There is only one way out. Lu Ao and the two of them walked into the house and, seeing the scene in front of them, was instantly dumbfounded.
At this moment, beside the bed, Manhwa's father, Meng Qingzhou, even stood up. His face was still a little bit red, completely unlike a person who had been seriously ill. Manhwa was astonished. Was this the same person as his father who was lying in bed dying just now? How did he suddenly stand up? And he looked very healthy, no different from a normal person. In an instant, he excitedly rushed forward and hugged his father, old tears streaming down his face.
Dad! You finally woke up. Great!
Wan'er, you're so old, why are you still acting like a little kid, crying like what? Meng Qingzhou's face flushed, then pointed to Yi Feng who was on the side. Why don't you hurry up and thank him? Thanks to his excellent medical skills, I woke up, and not only that, I feel that my heart is beating very strongly now, and my whole body is full of strength, as if I can kill a cow with a single punch. Speaking of this, he was full of joy, like a spirited teenager, very inconsistent with his thin and bony appearance. Yi Xiao. Thank you so much for saving my father. I'm so excited that I don't know what to say. I can't repay such a great favor. Meng Haolei knelt on the ground, his eyes looking gratefully at Yi Feng as he spoke forcefully, word by word. In the future, this old life of mine is yours. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Forget it, I'm not interested in your life. If I didn't return your friend's favor, do you think I would help you, a stranger? Yi Feng shook his head. This. Meng Haolei froze. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He took a deep breath, slowly stood up, looked at Lu Ao with a complicated gaze, walked up and patted his shoulder. Brother, thanks. Although it was just 4 words, it contained his endless gratitude. Lu Ao laughed. You kid. What is our relationship? Don't say that in the future. Meng Haolei froze, then laughed out loud, laughing very happily. Ha 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 ha. The short house was filled with laughter. 3 minutes later. Lu Ao said goodbye to Meng Haolei and led Yi Feng towards the entrance of the town. Lu Ao wanted to make sure of the direction of Blood Dragon Mountain. He had made a mark in remembering the entrance of his town. With that mark in place, they would be able to accurately go to the Blood Dragon Mountain. When the two of them walked to the entrance of the town, they saw a group of people surrounding the entrance of the town. There were about 15 people, the leader of which was an old man with white hair. The old man's eyes were shining, he was in high spirits, and his body exuded a thick pressure of a superior. Next to the old man, there are 2 very dazzling young people, a man and a woman. Female looks very beautiful, high ponytail, agile big eyes, tall body, wearing a blue sarong, tantalizing curves without scruples highlighted. The male was dressed in white, with a slender figure, about 1 meter 9 tall, with a handsome face and extraordinary aura. Looking at the old man at the very front, Yi Feng instantly saw through this person's strength. The true chi content in his body was a bit stronger than Lu Ao. He should be in the middle stage of the heaven realm. With this kind of strength, one could think with his buttocks and know that he should be a chief-level figure of some big power. But to him, it was just a fart. He couldn't even count the number of heaven realm powerhouses he had killed on one hand. Surprisingly, it's Lu Yutian, the head of the Lu family in Taimang City. I didn't expect him to actually come to Waikuan town as well, but what is he doing here? Lu Ao gently sucked in a breath of cool air, his face somewhat incredulous. You know them? Yi Feng asked. More than knowing them, I still have a grudge against him. Lu Ao let out a bitter smile. What kind of enmity? A blood feud? You may not believe me when I say it. Lu Ao shook his head and sighed. I was not seriously injured by the Jiao dragon from Blood Dragon Mountain that time. And I was also severely poisoned. At that time, I barely used my true chi to protect my heart and veins, and ran to Taimang City to look for a famous doctor who could treat the Jiao dragon's poison. And Lu Yutian's son happens to be an extremely good at detoxification of the famous doctor. I went to find his son detoxification, but did not think that the poison did not solve away, but also his son to get poisoned. I do not know whether he is now dead or not. In fact, I couldn't do anything at that time. It's none of my business. I didn't do it on purpose. They were so desperate that they said it was my fault. They also sent people to chase me. I was so aggrieved that I ran alone across thousands of mountains and rivers to Jianghai City to avoid their pursuit. Speaking of this, Lu Ao suddenly looked anxious. What can we do? The imprint I left before is over there where they are. If they don't leave, we'll have to wait. Waiting my ass. It's just a tiny little clan. It's just an ant in front of me. Yi Feng was disdainful and, just as he was about to walk over, Lu Ao was in a hurry to stop in front of him. I can't do it, Yi Xiao. I know that you have Saint Realm strength, and their Lu family is not much of a threat to you, but I have heard that the most damaging part of this is that their Lu family is inextricably linked to the legendary ancient martial sect. Hearing this, Yi Feng frowned. Ancient martial arts sect? Is the ancient martial sect very powerful? Looking at Lu Ao's anxious expression, Yi Feng but smiled disdainfully. Very strong. You may not know, Yi Xiao, that there are Saint Realm powerhouses like you within the ancient martial sect, and I guess there is more than one. Lu Ao's face was gloomy. It's obviously not a wise move to make a feud with them, and this Lu family, even more so, cannot be offended. Offending them is the same as offending the ancient martial sect. There are countless strong people within the ancient martial sect. It's simply not comparable to any of the secular clans, even the 4 super families of the capital, or the Martial Arts Association. In front of them, they are all as untouchable as a child. So if I say this much, you should also understand their terror, right? Don't understand. Nor do you want to understand. Yi Feng shook his head indifferently. After he let out a light laugh, he gently slapped Lu Ao away tens of meters, carried his hands behind his back, and walked towards the dozen or so people of the Lu family with a calm expression. Still Saint Realm. What was the Saint Realm in front of him? The strongest person at the peak of the heavenly realm bragged so much, but as usual, he didn't even have the strength of the 6th level of chi refining. He was trashy as hell, and at most, he was barely comparable to the strength of the 5th level of chi refining. In that case, how strong could the Saint Realm be? He is now at the late Jindan stage. His true battle power had directly crossed a large realm to the late stage of Yuanying. Not to mention one Saint Realm, even 100 or 1,000 more. Even if there were 100 or 1,000 of them, they wouldn't be able to withstand the power of one of his palms. Lu Ao was frozen in place, watching Yi Feng walk towards the Lu family's side. In his heart, he thought, it's over. With Yi Xiao's character, I'm sure he's going to fight again. He wasn't worried about Ji Feng's safety, but he was worried that the Lu family will be flattened. Once the Lu family was leveled, then what awaited Yi Feng would be the endless pursuit of the ancient martial arts sects. At that time, there would be only one downfall. That is, death without a whole body. Chapter 112, even if it's a pity, you can only hold it in for now. Family Master, there is a young man walking over there, it seems like he is rushing towards us. A henchman noticed Yi Feng and reminded Lu Yutian. Lu Yutian lightly glanced at Yi Feng who was walking in front of him, he only slightly glanced at him, then he moved his gaze away again. An ordinary person was just an ordinary person, not enough to make him pay too much attention. The pretty young girl next to him, but her eyes looked at Yi Feng with a slight light, and she couldn't help but say in surprise, wow! What a handsome and graceful little brother. Alas! Brother, it hurts, what are you doing? As soon as her words left her mouth, she was whacked on the head by the young man next to her. An ordinary boy, he's got you so mesmerized. How can he be as handsome as your brother? Lu Zhaning's head didn't even deviate a bit, he just looked at her faintly, and just a glance made the young girl honest. Brother, of course you are the most handsome. You are the most handsome in the world. But well, besides you, then only brother Yuqing is the most handsome in the world. Lu Lingsa skimmed her cute little cherry mouth. After praising her brother, a handsome young man with a slender figure appeared in her mind, and the moment she thought of that young man, her heart thumped and her eyes were filled with adoration. Family Master, something's not right. He's clearly coming at us. A henchman's face was filled with vigilance as he looked towards Yi Feng who was getting closer and closer. The place where they were gathered happened to have a small path. Lu Yutian thought that this teenager was trying to cross this place, so he waved his hand and said, all of you make way first, don't block people's path. As soon as these words came out, all the Lu family members, including Lu Lingsa and Lu Zhaning, quickly made a path. Yi Feng froze slightly when he saw this and, obviously, he did not expect them to be so sensible. He had thought that if they did not make way, he would release his mighty pressure to flush them all away, but now it seemed that he did not need to do so. Since they were so sensible, then he didn't bother with them. Stopping his footsteps, he turned back to Lu Ao who was still standing in place and faintly said, still not coming over? Oh. Lu Ao was slightly nervous in his heart, but at this moment, with Yi Feng's order, he could only walk forward with a stiff upper lip. The panic was definitely there. After all, he had a personal grudge with the Lu family, so he didn't expect Yi Feng to help him resolve the grudge. Lu Yutian and his group's purpose for this trip was also the same as Yi Feng's and theirs. It was the Blood Dragon Mountain, because his son had already been lying on the bed poisoned for 2 months, and he was still in a coma. Seeing that time is running out, he heard that there is a place called Blood Dragon Mountain in this area where there is 1,000 years of ginseng, so he wanted to come here to look for the whereabouts of the 1,000 years of ginseng for his son to cure the poison in his body. It was also the first time they had come here, and they didn't know exactly where the directions to Blood Dragon Mountain were. Although they had a map, the display on it wasn't very clear and it wasn't easy to recognize, and just now they gathered here to discuss where to go first. As the head of the family, he originally didn't need to come over personally, but it was rumored that there was a big scaly scow that had cultivated for hundreds of years in Blood Dragon Mountain, which was so powerful that ordinary martial artists wouldn't even be able to get close before they were jerked away, and it was precisely because of this big scaly scow's existence that, in order to ensure that nothing went wrong and to minimize the casualties of his personnel, he had no choice but to personally lead his team over to look for the 1,000-year-old ginseng. As for the grandson and granddaughter next to him, he originally did not allow them to come, but couldn't resist their bitter pleas that they wanted to contribute for the sake of their father, so he had no choice but to let them follow him over. He was very confident in his strength. In his heart, he determined that even if that big augur was even more powerful, he would be able to easily protect the crowd, and even killing that big augur would not be a problem. At this moment, without Ji Feng's voice just now, he originally did not notice Lu Ao over there, but this voice made him involuntarily look over in Lu Ao's direction. If he didn't look at it, it was fine, but when he looked at it, he instantly exploded. His face instantly sank, and his aura, which belonged to the middle stage of the Heaven Realm cultivation, immediately spread out. Lu Ao's face changed and he stopped in his tracks, awkwardly squeezing out a smile. Hee, long time no see, Lu family master. It's been a long time, I've been looking for you for a long time. Lu Yutian looked at him with a cold smile. Grandpa, who is he, why are you looking for him? Lu Lingza fluttered her big beautiful eyes and looked at her grandfather curiously.
Sister, can't you see that Grandpa is angry? Don't ask more questions that you shouldn't. Saying this, Lu Jianing looked at Lu Ao's eyes flickering with morose coldness and lowered her voice to add. He is the culprit who caused Dad's death. What? He's the asshole who caused Dad to lie in bed in a coma for 2 months? Lu Lingsa was violently stunned at the words, then she angrily looked at Lu Ao, fiercely clenched her pink fists and gritted her teeth. It's so detestable. Grandpa, it's all because of him that Dad has become like this. You must teach him a lesson. Lu Yutian was infuriated at the moment, but he didn't lose his mind. The purpose of their trip was to go to the Blood Dragon Mountain to look for the Millennium Ginseng, and it was very likely that they would encounter the rumored Great Jiao, although he was sure that he could defeat that Great Jiao, but it was only when he was at his full strength that he was able to do so. This Lu Ao in front of him, his enemy. He was also a Heaven Realm powerhouse. Although he was 100% sure that he could kill Lu Ao. But he would also consume a lot of power. It takes time to recover from power consumption. If he couldn't fight that big ogre at full strength, he wouldn't have much of a chance of defeating it. After all, he still has so many people to protect, it is naturally better to be able to save more strength. He was sensible, compared to taking revenge, preserving his strength for the time being was the more valuable option. Humph. I'll let you off for now, but don't think that the grudge between us is just written off. Sooner or later, I will make you pay a painful price. Liu Tian coldly looked at Lu Ao, who was smiling bitterly, and after a cold snort, he waved his hand, and then led the Lu family's crowd towards the path ahead to leave. Following behind her grandfather, Lu Lingza skimmed her mouth in dissatisfaction. Grandpa, why are you letting him go? It was so hard to find the enemy who hurt Dad, wouldn't it be a pity to let him go just like that? Even if it's a pity, we can only hold it in for now. The main purpose of our trip is not him, it's the Millennium Ginseng. Lu Yutian said in a deep voice. Vengeance can be avenged any time. But there aren't many chances to find the Millennium Ginseng. If we miss it this time, it might be taken away by someone else. Furthermore, that Blood Dragon Mountain has a powerful Great Jiao. It is said that its strength is also comparable to that of a Heaven Realm martial artist. I want to preserve my peak strength as much as possible. If I waste my strength because of revenge, then it will become extremely unfavorable for the next battle with that Great Jiao. Grandpa is right. It is rumored that there is a great scaly dragon that is cultivated for 100 years in Blood Dragon Mountain, with a huge body size that is about tens of feet long. The strength is extremely powerful. An ordinary harmonization force martial artist would only be sent to their death if they met it. Even a Heaven Realm powerhouse would find it hard to take advantage of its attacks. Lu Jianing looked at his sister, who was still sulking in defiance, and spoke out to explain. All right. What you all say is right. Where are the enemies as important as Dad's life? Finding the Millennium Ginseng first is important. Lu Lingsa nodded helplessly. She had completely understood her grandfather's intention as to why he didn't make a move to strike down the enemy. Chapter 113. It's all brother house handiwork. Looking at the departing Lu family's group, Lu Ao came to Yifeng's side with a helpless bitter smile, looked at the big tree next to him, and then leapt to the top of the tree. After seeing the mark he had carved earlier, he jumped down and pointed to the path ahead and said, Young Yi, the way to Blood Dragon Mountain is through this path. There were 3 paths ahead of the 2 of them, 2 small paths and a slightly larger one. All of them were dirt roads. Because of the rain yesterday, the path was still a bit muddy and the road was slippery. Looking at the path ahead, Yifeng frowned. Take the path? Can't we fly over? Lu Ao shook his head and sighed. No, when I was heavily injured, all the true qi in my body was used to protect my heart veins. I couldn't fly, so I felt my way out from the middle of that large dense forest by myself. Along the way I have made a mark. Follow the mark to go is correct. If flying, the road is covered by a large area of dense forest. Cannot see the mark, it is easy to fly off to other places. This is about 20 kilometers of the distance. Can only walk to go over. Okay. Yifeng nodded slightly and let Lu Ao lead the way ahead. He sensed the changes in Chang Zhao's soul spirit in the soul stone and found that in just tens of hours, its soul power had actually recovered by about half. Worthy of being a soul stone, if another 10 hours passed, maybe the consciousness could follow and recover all of it, in which case, the conditions for resurrection could be greatly guaranteed. 9:30. Western District of Zhenghai City. Inside a certain office in an office building. Su Feiping sat behind his desk, looking at those agreement documents on the table that were being urged to pay compensation, his fingers pressing and rubbing his temples. He sighed and sighed, worried. At this moment, a well-built secretary Wang with gold-rimmed glasses walked in after knocking on the door, his face full of anxiety. Mr. Su, this is really going to be the end. This time, our products were found to be faulty and were seized, demanding a compensation of $5 million, but we already have less than $2 million on our books, and it's almost time for the employees to pay their salaries, so if all of this money is used to pay for the compensation, then so many of our employees won't be able to get their salaries paid. Mr. Su, what should we do? Alas, I don't know what to do either. Listening to the bad news coming in one after another, Su Feiping helplessly hung his head and sighed bitterly. I just wonder. Obviously, the quality of the product has been tested without any problems, so why would someone eat it and get sick? Moreover, how could it be found out that there is a problem? Which step in the end is wrong?
Secretary Wang said with an ugly face, Mr. Su, I think it might be someone maliciously messing with us.
I've also thought about this possibility, but I haven't messed with anyone. And who would target me like this? Su Feiping shook his head inside. Just then, a pair of men and women walked in outside the door.
The female had a tall stature, her age was probably around 22 years old, she was wearing a pair of red high heels, heavy makeup, her chest was full, and relying on her excellent makeup skills, her face value barely reached 6 or 7 points. Next to her was a bald man in his 40s, the man was wearing a suit, around 1 meter 6'3", topped with a beer belly full of horizontal meat and dull yellow skin.
Lily.
Seeing the young woman who walked in, Su Feiping immediately revealed a smile, but when he saw that young Lily was actually intimately holding the hand of the bald man next to her, the smile on his face abruptly solidified, a touch of bad premonition rising in his heart as he coldly questioned.
Yang Lily, what do you mean by this?
The corner of Yang Lily's mouth hooked into a sneering smile. Su Feiping, my lady is here to show her cards to you today. You are a person who is about to go bankrupt. What qualifications do you have to be with me? Break up. If you're not broke, you'll be able to match Brother Hao's leg, but right now, TSK, with you can't match Brother Hao's hair.
That's right, kid.
Lily is now my girlfriend, you give me some ease. If I see you pestering Lily in the future, I'll ask someone to break your legs. Sun Hao sneered, reached out and pinched hard on Yang Lily's buttocks, holding his head high and full of smugness.
Ouch. Brother Hao is really annoying.
It hurts me. Yang Lily gave Sun Hao a pouty glance, her head directly resting on Sun Hao's shoulder. Looking at the two people's intimate appearance, Su Feiping was so angry that his hands trembled and his heart was unbearable. How deep the love was, how deep the pain was.
Young Lily, you've gone too far. I ask myself if I've treated you well. I provide you with food for you to wear, what you want I almost all to you have to respond, but you come to the end of abandoning me not to mention, but also to find such a bald fat man, you are sincerely angry with me? The company's accident, the girlfriend's betrayal, was suppressed for a long time the emotion, Su Feiping finally is unable to hold back the outbreak and roar up. What are you yelling about? If you dare to yell again and scare Lily, I'll let you go out and break 2 legs, believe it or not?
Sun Hao cursed angrily, the fat on his face shaking, his eyes showing ferocity.
That's it. Su Feiping, you punk. What qualifications do you have to yell at me? Your company has closed down, and from now on, you'll be a vagabond. The two of us are no longer in the same world. You don't even deserve to lift my shoes. Young Lily was filled with a sneering look. You guys?
Su Feiping was so angry that his teeth were chattering, wanting to rush forward to teach this arrogant pair of dogs a hard lesson, but he still held back. Hitting people was against the law. Originally the company was in this state, millions of dollars in debt. If he went to jail, then what should his parents do? He does not think for himself, but also for his parents to consider. Next to him, Secretary Wang was also furious as he watched the scene. These two people were really going too far. Looking at Su Feiping's angry and helpless appearance, young Lily smiled smugly.
I'll tell you when it comes down to it. Do you know why your product went wrong? Ha, it's all Brother Hao's handiwork.
As soon as these words came out, Su Fei immediately froze. Young Lily's words, how could he not understand? His heart suddenly surged with endless anger. It was her who betrayed herself, leaking the company's secrets, causing her company to go bankrupt and incur millions of dollars in debt. He was so angry that his head was going up in smoke, and next to him, Secretary Wang was even more filled with incredulity and was so angry that his teeth were itching. When Su Feiping was so angry that he was about to lose his mind. Outside, a large number of Jianghai City's bigwigs and famous group chairmen suddenly came in.
Chapter 114, Kill Him.
Seeing these people pouring in, Su Feiping, Secretary Wang, Young Lily, and Sun Hao all froze.
The chairman of Sunshine Group, Wang Yingying. Chairman of Luo Fong Group, Lu Mingfu. Chairman of Sun Luo Group, Wei Zunqi.
Sweeping his eyes over each of the familiar faces in surprise, Sun Hao's face suddenly changed drastically.
What's going on? How could so many bigwigs suddenly descend here? Could it be that they had gone the wrong way? Right. It must be this right. This is a huge office building with hundreds of companies, big and small.
Perhaps these bigwigs had gone to the wrong place. He would never think that all these people were here to find Su Feiping.
After thinking about it, he let go of young Lily's hand and walked forward with a fawning smile. Hello Mr. Wang, hello Mr. Lu, hello Mr. Wei, hello Mr. Li.
Sun Hao accurately greeted the bigwigs, each of whom could crush him by a street in terms of status and position. Listening to Sun Hao's words, only then did young Lily learn that these people were actually the top 10 and top 20 ranked super bigwigs of the Jianghai City Group. She was so surprised that her mouth opened wide and her eyes were full of color.
There are so many big shots, if you can get close to one of them. Gosh! Couldn't believe how happy it was. Just as she was indulging in her fantasies.
Those big men, however, pushed Sun Hao away in boredom, then smilingly surrounded Su Feiping in front of him.
Hello, Mr. Su. Hello, Mr. Su. Good day, Mr. Su.
The dozen or so chairmen of Jianghai's top groups all arched their hands in greeting to Su Feiping. They didn't wait for Su Feiping, Secretary Wang, Sun Hao, and Yang Lili to slow down from their dumbfounded stares. A man in a suit walked over with a large bag of folders, then took out the documents inside and read them aloud one by one. Sunshine Group invested $600 million in Feiping Food Limited. Luo Fong Group invested $500 million. Moro Group invested $300 million. In less than 2 minutes. There were 15 large groups that wanted to invest in Feiping Foods, and the total amount reached a total of $3,600 million. Yang Lili, Sun Hao, and Secretary Wang were all staring at each other in disbelief, thinking that they had misheard. Su Feiping was even more confused. A face of disbelief looked at these big brothers in front of him. What's going on? I'm going bankrupt, and you guys still dare to invest in me? Inside these people. Every one of them is a big shot in Jianghai City. And these high and mighty people will find him a small company to invest. He couldn't believe it and thought he was dreaming. Besides dreaming, is there such a good thing? He is not clear about his own small company's a few kilograms, what virtue, and how can let so many Jianghai bigwigs personally come to invest? This is almost impossible. Big brothers, are you guys mistaken? I've never invited you guys before? Su Feiping let out a bitter smile and asked with some uncertainty after thinking about it. Listening to Su Feiping's words, Sun Hao and Yang Lili, who were originally astonished, suddenly came to a realization and reacted. I see. These bigwigs must have gotten it wrong. This kid's company had no strength. How could it be favored by so many bigwigs? Absolutely impossible. Yang Lili shook her head frantically in her mind. These bigwigs must be mistaken. She was more than clear about Su Feiping's bottom line. Moreover, she definitely couldn't accept this kind of thing. It was so hard for her to finish taking advantage of the fact that she was going to break up with him, and if this kind of thing was true, she was afraid that she would even regret it to the core. Right. What he said is right. Fellow bigwigs, have you made a mistake? He's my ex-boyfriend. I'm more than clear about his details. For a small company like his that's still found to have problems, you guys mustn't cooperate with him. Yang Lili said loudly, her heart despised. He is a Su Feiping who is going bankrupt. How can he have this kind of energy to call on so many senior general managers to talk about cooperation? Even if he was, it was impossible for the chairman to come over personally. She was afraid that these bigwigs would make a mistake and would really cooperate with Su Feiping. She absolutely could not allow this to happen. Those bigwigs were stunned at the words. Then they all glanced at the woman with contempt. They thought to themselves, what a stupid woman. And how can even a bullish background boyfriend actually do not know it? It's really funny, but also a strong denigration. He has an extremely powerful brother. Just stop your foot, you can make Jianghai City shake 3 times. Wang Yingying looked at Su Feiping smilingly and asked, Mr. Su, do you have a brother named Fong? Yes, why? Su Feiping had just nodded his head when he suddenly understood something, and his expression was abruptly frozen. His heart was shocked and turned upside down. He knew about Jifeng's return to the Yi family, and he also knew that the Yi family also possessed such abilities in Jianghai City. Could these people have been called over by Fong Zi? Then there's no problem, since you're a friend of Young Yi, then we'll never make a mistake. Mr. Su, we have come with a sincere intention to cooperate with you. It's just that after this cooperation, please don't forget to mention us in front of Xiao Yi. We are all members of the Yi Alliance, and helping Xiao Ye's brother is naturally a matter of course. Wang Yingying said smilingly, and the other bigwigs also nodded their heads in agreement with him. It really is Fong Zi. Su Feiping's eyes moved slightly. When he thought of all that Fong Zi had done for him, he was almost moved to tears as he secretly thought in his heart. Fong Zi, I didn't expect that you would still remember me as a brother when you returned to the Yi family and would actually treat me so well. Good brother, I'll remember this favor. I will definitely repay you properly when I have the chance in the coming days. Alright everyone, I'll remember everything you've done in my heart. If I have time, I'll be sure to say a few beautiful words for you in front of my brother. Su Feiping nodded seriously. At those words, the faces of the bigwigs were delighted as they arched their hands and said, Many thanks, Mr. Su. How is this possible? Yang Lili's face was full of incredulity as she shook her head and screamed in disbelief. Impossible. I know Su Feiping's background best. He's just a punk who's about to go bankrupt. How could he possibly know so many bigwigs? This is impossible. Right. There's something wrong with all his products. Big brothers. Don't ever cooperate with him. He'll drag you all down. Sun Hao shouted after him. Wang Yingying frowned. Xiao Li, come here. Secretary Xiao Li walked over and respectfully said, Wang Dong, please command. Wang Yingying pointed at Sun Hao. Contact their company's boss and say that this person is my Wang Yingying's enemy, and if he is still kept, he is equally my enemy. I'm going to block him in the industry. Chapter 115, His Father's Story. Yes. Secretary Xiao Li hurriedly dialed a phone out and hung up a few moments later. Wang Dong, it's done. What do you mean? Dong Wang, what are you doing?
Where exactly did I offend you? Sun Hao finally realized that something was wrong, swallowed his saliva and panicked a bit. Wang Yingying just gave a cold smile and then he followed the bosses to say goodbye to Su Feiping and left the place. Not long after those bigwigs left, Sun Hao, who was frozen in place, had his cell phone ring. He took out his cell phone and looked at the fact that it was his own boss calling, and immediately sweated. It can't be. Mr. Wang really wants to block me? Answering the phone with a nervous mood, he was greeted with a face-splitting reprimand from his old boss. You don't have to come tomorrow. That's right, your cousin is the same, pack up your things and get the hell out of here. Don't let me see you again. Listening to the words of the old boss on the other end of the phone, Sun Hao was as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue, frozen on the spot. A time. Regret, remorse, panic, helplessness, all kinds of complicated emotions intertwined within him, making him unable to calm down for a long time. Brother Hao, what's wrong with you? Who called you just now? Yang Lily hurriedly asked. Even if Su Feiping got lucky and hugged his thigh, she was still able to bring down Su Feiping through Sun Hao's means. That was why she could still be emboldened. But in the next second, Sun Hao was violently raising his head, bloodshot eyes pumping out a slap towards her. Ah! Yang Lily was dazed by the slap, almost unable to find her way around, and after screaming, she covered her cheeks and looked at Sun Hao incredulously. Brother Hao, what are you hitting me for? Even if Su Feiping was lucky enough to get the investment, so what, he's still at your mercy. Take your sister. Sun Hao couldn't stand it, and slapped several times in succession. His face was already purple with anger. It's all your fault. I've been victimized by you. I'm going to beat you to death. What's it got to do with me? Yang Lily was beaten to the point of holding her head, running. Seeing Su Feiping, who was coldly watching the scene next to her, she immediately drank from on high. Su Feiping. I'm ordering you, hurry up and blow him out for me. Or else we'll break up. Sorry, it's none of my business, we've already broken up. Su Feiping shook his head, a cold smile on his lips. The nearby secretary Wang also snorted. You? Yang Lily was instantly stunned and exasperated. Seeing that the hard one didn't work, then she came to the soft one. Pangpong, I was joking with you before. Don't take it to heart, my favorite person is only you. What is he, even you can't compare to him. Saying that, Yang Lily was about to stick to Su Feiping's body. Su Feiping frowned and directly dodged it, a flash of disgust in his eyes. Hurry up and get lost. I don't want to see you again. We won't have any relationship in the future. What? You actually dare to treat me like this? Seemingly not expecting Su Feiping to say this, Yang Lily was filled with disbelief. In the past, Su Feiping had obeyed her, how could he not listen to her? This could not be possible. She really couldn't accept it. Obviously, she had lowered her voice so much, but she still dared to tell herself to roll? I'll roll your ass. Yang Lily was suddenly like a madwoman. She furiously rushed to Su Feiping, her teeth and claws open, wanting to use her sharp nails to scratch his face. Splat! Su Feiping no longer stayed his hand and directly threw out a hard slap. Yang Lily was directly knocked to the ground, her cheeks were swollen, hot and painful. She was simply furious, going crazy, just about to get up, but was pulled out by Sun Hao, who grabbed her legs. Stinking! Let's see if I won't kill you today. Sun Hao's face was full of viciousness and venom. His everything was ruined by this woman, how could he let her go easily? If he didn't torture and beat her 1,000 times, it would be hard to get rid of the hatred in his heart. Feiping, save me. Feiping. I was wrong. I know I'm wrong. Please help me. Yang Lily finally panicked. She desperately struggled to look at Su Feiping and begged bitterly, but the only thing that responded to her was a cold smile. Mr. Su, you're so powerful. Surprisingly, you were able to pull together so many collaborations at such a critical moment for the company, and moreover, it's still the various leading enterprises in Zhanghai City. This is going to be a prosperous time for our company. Secretary Wang smiled and complimented. Su Feiping was silent for a while and left the office. He was going to find Yi Fong. Half an hour later, a small white car stopped outside the gate of Ye's house. He, Su Feiping, stepped out of the car and took a deep breath after closing the door. Looking at the Yi family's gate in front of him, he had mixed feelings in his heart. He did not expect that Fong Zi, who had to rely on him for succor in the past, was actually the young master of such a large family. It was truly unexpected. When he reached the door, he was stopped by the Yi family guards at the door. What kind of person? Please state your identity. Su Feiping gave them the information about his relationship with Yi Fong, and the two Yi family guards were astonished, not realizing that this person was Young Ye's good brother. They didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly made an invitation gesture. Shall Su quickly come in? May I ask the two brothers, Yi Fong, is he in the Yi family? Su Feiping asked politely. Back to Xiao Su, Xiao Yi is not in the Yi family now, he has something to go out of town. The two Yi family guards said back. In that case, then I'll leave you alone for now, let's wait until he returns. Su Feiping sighed, a flash of loss in his eyes. He had wanted to come over to personally thank him, but he didn't realize that Fong Zi wasn't at home. In that case,
Now there was no choice but to leave first. Inside the Yi family compound, Yi Rusheng and Lin Wan'er were sitting on the stone chairs next to the small pond.
Sister Wan'er, can you tell me the story of you and your brother?
Yi Rusheng said with a smile.
Lin Wan'er smiled and nodded. Sister, of course. 10 minutes later,
Lin Wan'er finished telling the story of her and Yi Fong from meeting to falling in love. Yi Rusheng's eyes smiled into a crescent moon. I didn't expect my brother to be able to meet a good woman like you, Sister Wan'er. My brother is really happy.
Sister Wan'er, what do you think of my brother as a person?
Lin Wan'er lowered her head and remained slightly silent for a while, her cheeks slightly reddening as she said.
He's a very good person.
Not only does he treat me well, he also treats the people around him very well. He grew up as an orphan with no relatives to accompany him, and has always grown up within an orphanage, so I've always understood that what he longs for the most is to receive the warmth of his loved ones, and even if it's only for a second, he'll still be very happy.
Sister, do you know what I like most about him?
My favorite thing is his perseverance. He has a tenacious heart, not afraid of any difficulties. As long as he is determined to do something, he will never give up lightly. Yi Rusheng nodded. I can tell that my younger brother is someone who has experienced many great storms. He is the same as Dad, someone who strives hard and perseveres for his goals.
Sister, can I listen to Ah Feng's story about his father? Chapter 116, those two people followed along. Dad's story is a long story to tell.
Yi Rusheng mused for a little while, her eyes dimmed for a few moments before flashing a bright light, gently pursing her lips. Dad is great, he is the greatest hero in my heart. His greatness deserves to be admired by everyone in the country. Even if no one remembers those good things about him, I will remember them for the rest of my life. It took 15 minutes to tell what he knew about his dad. Yi Rusheng sighed, her heart was full of mixed feelings. Regarding her dad's deeds, although she only knew a little bit of it, overall she had also learned about some important events that were incomparably profound to her. The only person she admired most in her life was her dad. Lin Wan'er was shocked by what she heard, her stunningly beautiful face covered in astonishment. It turned out that Ji Feng's dad was so powerful, he was the guardian god of the Huaxia country, sweeping away enemy forces from all sides for the Huaxia country, and defending the peace of the Huaxia country.
Sister, Uncle Yi, he's so powerful, how exactly did he fall? And who was able to defeat him?
Lin Wan'er voiced the question in her heart. Logically speaking, such a scenic and powerful guardian god of the Huaxia country should be difficult to have an opponent. But such a legendary figure actually died young in his 20s, it was really saddening and regrettable. Dad is not only very talented, he is also very hardworking. No matter how windy or rainy it is, he is always practicing martial arts and is always paying attention to the bits and pieces of the Huaxia country. He can be said to have given all of his essence and blood in order to protect the Huaxia country. Precisely because of protecting the Huaxia country at all times, Dad, he was sacrificed on the battlefield. I remember at that time, the 6 countries' allied forces invaded the border. In the battle before this, our country's power is already very weak. First of all, regardless of the military power, even if it's the power of martial arts, our Huaxia country is also far less than the power of those 6 countries united. Those 6 countries came in a fierce manner, it was prepared for it. Even so, Daddy still let his subordinates valiantly fight the enemy. Finally, Dad faced serious injuries and our general's casualties under the cost of the 6 countries' allied forces retreat in a mess. Just after this battle, Dad's body is not as good as a day. At that time I'm still small, do not know Dad suffered serious injuries, and now I realize that he is in front of us, or in fact, is to hold up his body, in order not to let us worry about, until we are in the middle of the war, we will not know the truth. In order to not let us worry, until later Dad once again rushed to the battlefield, and never came back. Even the ashes were not sent back. The loss of Dad's blessing of the Yi family, the status of a day is not as good as a day. In order to guard the country of China, the sons and daughters of the Yi family do not know how many sacrifices, but the loss of the role of the Yi family, the country began to ostracize, targeting us at every turn. After Dad's sacrifice, less than a month, the Yi family fell off the altar from the country's #1 family, barely known as the capital city of the third-rate family. With the passage of time, the Yi family's reputation gradually faded into oblivion. It wasn't until later, when the Yi family was almost exterminated, that it came into the limelight again, but it was only a flash in the pan. Yi Rusheng sighed with a sigh, his eyes dimmed. Anyone has a peak moment, and the reason why the Yi family's glory fell so quickly. It was all because of that indifferent country, their ruthless abandonment, their conniving ostracism. Sure enough, once the benefits are gone, then there are no feelings whatsoever. This world is so realistic. Listening to these words from Yi Rusheng, Lin Wan'er didn't feel good in her heart either. She sympathized with the Yi family. Obviously, the Yi family had done so much for the country, but in the end, they were treated like this. Was this country really so heartless and heartless? It's really too chilling. Who would dare to work for the country? Sister, don't be discouraged, look forward to it. I believe that there will be a time when the Yi family's splendor will be recast once again. Ah Fong, he's very powerful. The moment he returns, the Yi family is about to take off as well. Lin Wan'er gently patted Yi Rusheng's back and smiled faintly at her. She believed in Yifeng because Yifeng was a unique immortal cultivator in the world, an existence that crushed everything. She hadn't seen the strength of an immortal cultivator before. But the Yifeng she saw now was an existence that was invincible, and unrivaled. When he met almost any opponent, he could easily crush them without any pressure. Only then did she realize the horror of immortal cultivators, so it turned out that immortal cultivators were the transcendent existences that were above all things. There was nothing that an immortal cultivator couldn't do. Perhaps Xiaoling was really, as Yifeng said, able to be resurrected to appear in front of her again. If there really was such a day, she would definitely be incomparably happy. The dense jungle. The paths were crisscrossed and extremely complicated. Lu Yutian, Lu Lingsa, Lu Zhaning and the rest of the Lu clan's group traveled through the lush green jungle. The trees here were all very tall, just like the primitive forest, as if they had never been touched by humans. The sunlight outside was very hot, but it was difficult to squeeze into this dense jungle. Under the wide green shade of the trees, it was very cool and shady, as if entering an air-conditioned room. The path in the jungle was a bit muddy and not very walkable. Lu Lingsa's originally white shoes were already stained with mud. Walking was a bit tiring. She directly leaned on a nearby tree and squatted down, gasping for breath. "Grandpa, so tired, can we rest for a while?" "You're tired from this? Walk less than a kilometer, girls are girls. I told you that I would accompany Grandpa on the line. What are you trying to be so strong that you have to follow me here? Now you know that you can't do it, right?" Lu Zhaning clasped his hands on his chest, looked at her with an amused face, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, then he looked at Lu Yutian again, spreading his hands. "Grandpa, you see, I told you that my sister's body is weak. Just now there is a car, she can't stand the bad road, said that motion sickness, this is walking less than a kilometer, are exhausted. She followed, really don't know what is the use of looking for 1,000 years of ginseng, don't count on her, I just hope that she won't be of any help on the line." "Brother! Have you said this about your own sister?" Lu Lingsa glared at Lu Yingying and stood up in a huff. "I'm tired, what's wrong with resting for a while? You're all martial artists, your endurance must be stronger than me. You still have the nerve to talk about me. If I were a martial artist, I would definitely not be worse than you guys. Saying a few words to you and you're still not happy about it. Before I told you not to follow, you had to come, who can blame you?" Lu Zhaning snorted coldly. Lu Lingsa was dumbfounded by her dislike, and immediately pouted her pink and tender little mouth in a somewhat aggrieved and adorable manner. She angrily twisted her head to the side, and suddenly noticed the two silhouettes walking not far behind her. She frowned. "Isn't that those two people just now? What are they doing here?" "Grandpa, look, those two people from just now followed them over." Lu Lingsa pointed ahead and said. Chapter 117 Red Emperor Order. Lu Yutian sniffed and turned around to look over. Sure enough, he saw those two people walking over just now. His eyes sank slightly, but in his heart, he thought quickly. What were these two doing here? And that Lu Ao, knowing that I have a grudge, not hurry to hide far away, actually dare to follow up, is there any dependence not? The more I think about it, the stranger I feel, but I can't figure it out, so I waved my hand and a few of my men walked towards Lu Ao. He wants to send someone to test, this Lu Ao in the end, what is the purpose? What are you doing? Lu Ao frowned when he saw the 5 Lu family henchmen who came in front of him and asked. What for? We still want to ask you. What are you two doing mysteriously following us? Have you gone through our family head's permission? The green-clothed man in the lead had a grim face. Hee, what is it any of your business what I'm doing? Are you the ones who made this road? Get lost. With Fong behind him, Lu Ao naturally wouldn't be polite to them. Here in the wilderness, even if there is a conflict with the Lu family, as long as Yi Xiao stepped in and destroyed all the corpses, who would know? Even if the Lu family behind the behemoth ancient martial arts sect knows Lu Yutian they were killed, will not think that they did it. Since this was the case, it was all the more reason not to be coy. He was also holding his breath in his heart. There was such a good opportunity to exterminate these annoying people of the Lu family without being subjected to retaliation from the ancient martial arts sect. He naturally didn't want to miss it, and he even thought of borrowing Yi Feng's hand to exterminate these people of the Lu family. As long as he destroyed Lu Yutian and the others, then one of his major enemies would be completely eliminated. In the future, he would also be able to clear his head a bit. So you are going against our Lu family? The green-clothed man's voice sank, revealing a threatening intent in his voice. That meant, if you dare to make another arrogant remark, the Lu family will definitely not let you go. Ha! So what if I'm against you guys? I just don't like you guys, hurry up and get out of my way. If you are delaying Yi Xiao's matter, there are you good to suffer. Lu Ao coldly smiled, simply do not eat them this set. Anyway, the two sides have a grudge, so simply be as arrogant as you want. Very well. You are very wild. Lu Ao, don't think you can be so arrogant just because you're a Heaven Realm powerhouse. Our family head is a mid-Heaven Realm powerhouse. Killing you is like killing a chicken. I advise you to kneel down obediently now, otherwise. Before the man in green could finish his sentence, he was slapped by Lu Ao and flew out. Put. The green-clothed man crashed heavily into a large tree, his internal organs were shattered, and after spraying several mouthfuls of blood mixed with internal organs, he fell head first to the ground and died. The man in green was at the early stage of Yingying cultivation, but he couldn't withstand Lu Ao's slap. A Heaven Realm powerhouse is as terrifying as this. The remaining 4 people's pupils shrank when they saw this, and they turned around and ran back next to Lu Yutian and the others. Family Master, Lu Ao, he is too arrogant, he killed us. Before one of his men could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lu Yutian. I saw it all just now. Lu Yutian's face was gloomy, he wanted to strike out and kill Lu Ao right now, but he still tried to restrain himself. It was because he had to preserve his strength as much as possible, not wasting a single moment. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with that big Jiao. Right now, even if he was no longer angry, he could only endure it. Grandpa, he's provoking us like this Do we still have to endure? Lu Lingjia was so angry that her teeth itched, looking at her grandfather with a face full of incomprehension. Lu Xiaoning also looked towards Lu Ao's side with indignation. Grandfather, hurry up and strike to kill this son. Family Master. Please also make a move to strengthen my Lu family's reputation. The other henchmen voiced out one after another. Alright. Go! Lu Yotian's complexion was cloudy as he suddenly let out a loud shout and turned around towards the depths of the dense forest. This. Lu Lingzhe, Lu Xiaoning, and the rest of the Lu family's men froze. After looking at each other, although they were very upset in their hearts, they could only hurriedly follow. Young Yi, this Lu family's men are really arrogant. We're walking our way, but to even presume to stop us and not let us go, it's really ridiculous. While walking, Lu Ao said with a cold snort. Yi Fong did not say anything, he just closed his eyes slightly and walked slowly behind Lu Ao with his hands behind his back. As he walked, he released his divine sense to sense the things around him 10,000 meters away. This path wasn't wrong. He could sense that the spiritual energy in front of him was getting denser. The Blood Dragon Mountain should be right in front of him, but wasn't quite sure. Because Blood Dragon Mountain was still at least 20 kilometers away from here, even his 15,000 meter divine sense range couldn't cover it. He could only walk a few more thousand meters to feel it first, and then fly over once he was sure of the exact location. Deep within a certain mountain range. Inside a dimly lit basement. A middle-aged woman with messy hair and covered in blood was miserably tied up by chains to her limbs. Her face did not have the slightest bit of blood color and was deathly white, which was actually a touch creepy in this dark dungeon. Her face was covered with bloodstains from knife scratches, one eye had already been brutally gouged out by someone, covered by her hair. At this moment, the woman hung her head low, not screaming, and only had a weak breath. Creak! An iron door was open and a man in black walked in, about 1.7 m, with a hawkish nose and a fierce face, holding a sharp knife in his hand. He walked in beside the woman and patted her cheek with the knife, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. 16 years. Your mouth is still as hard as ever. The woman was originally in a coma, but once the man slapped her cheek with the icy cold knife, she quickly woke up, her one remaining eye staring bloodshot at the man in front of her, staring straight ahead like this, not saying a word. Ha! The corner of the man's mouth curled slightly at the sight. Do you need to suffer so much? If you had revealed the whereabouts of the Red Emperor's order earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer so much and become so this way. TSK, it's really pitiful. The man licked his lips and smiled cruelly as he directly stabbed the woman's thigh, accompanied by a scream from the woman. Blood flowed down her thigh to her calf before dripping onto the ground. Squeak! 2 rats ran out from a dark corner and sucked the blood from the ground. Give a pain in the ass, kill me if you want to. What kind of skill is it to keep torturing me? Just die with this heart, don't even think about knowing the whereabouts of the Red Emperor's order. Ha! Even with 100 sharp pains on her body, the woman still held on to her face with a calm expression, and then revealed a maniacal smile. Put! The corner of the man's mouth hooked up, and another knife was stabbed on the woman's other thigh. The blood-drenched wound was shocking to the eyes. This time the woman didn't let out a scream, but instead looked at the man in front of her with those icy cold eyes. The corner of her mouth even showed a hint of sneering disdain. It seemed to be saying, "Is this all you've got?" The man's face was stunned when he saw this, and he immediately became a bit angry. This time did not stab the knife into the thigh, the small knife in his hand flashed coldly, and ruthlessly stabbed the woman's abdomen. Chapter 118 Spiritual Spring. The surface of the knife was sharp, and in the next second, only the sound of piercing flesh was heard, and the 22-centimeter knife was directly inserted halfway into the woman's belly. At that instant, the crimson blood bubbled outward like running water. The woman clenched her teeth as the intense pain caused her to draw cold air. The man looked at the woman's agonizingly uncomfortable expression, and a pleasure-like excitement appeared on his face. That's right. His fetish was that he liked to torture people. The harder the torture, the more excited and insane he became. The man licked the corner of his mouth, the handle of the knife in his hand twisted, and the blade rotated 180 degrees, twisting the intestines to pieces. The woman finally couldn't withstand the pain and screamed out, her lips pale and white. Does it hurt? Ha 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 ha. I just want to make you suffer in pain, do not confess?
I'll torture you all the time. Anyway, I don't believe it. You can keep going, don't worry. I won't let you die so easily. Wouldn't it be cheaper to let you die so easily? Within the gloomy basement, the man's eerie cold laughter kept echoing and resounding, sounding very convalescent. You're dreaming. Even if I die, I won't disclose half a word. Anyway, the family's people are also dead. I have long since lost any thoughts. Kill me if you want to, if you don't you're a coward. After a trace of ruefulness crossed the woman's eyes, she looked at the man in front of her and laughed loudly and coldly, and spat at him fiercely when she finished speaking. Put. Violence flashed in the man's eyes, once again waving the knife in his hand, stabbing into the woman's abdomen. Blood once again flowed all over the place. The woman seemed to have lost too much blood. This time, she no longer had the strength to scream, her head directly hung down limply. The man disdainfully laughed, his eyes permeated with ice cold, and ruthlessly kicked the woman who had already passed out again, before he left. To the south of the Tsonghuang mountain range, a mountain peak with an elevation of 2,000 meters towered into the clouds. It was rumored that this mountain range guarded a huge Jiao dragon, which was ferocious in nature and loved to eat people, making it a nightmare for almost everyone who had heard of it. This scaly dragon is called the Blood Scaly Dragon, and now has 1,001 years of cultivation, successfully evolving from a scaly dragon to a scaly dragon. But even though it is called a dragon, it just barely has the general shape of a dragon, and there is not a trace of the dragon's bloodline in its body. Blood Dragon Mountain was rich in spiritual chi, and countless heaven and earth spiritual chi were converging towards the top of Blood Dragon Mountain. In the depths of the top of this Blood Dragon Mountain, a spiritual spring was actually born. You have to know that this era of the end of the law, heaven and earth aura is a very rare thing. The formation of the conditions are extremely harsh. Want to converge a spiritual spring, not a few thousand years of time, it is impossible to form. In this process, it will be able to promote the spiritual spring around, grew a lot of spiritual plants and herbs, most of the years, are on the level of 1,000 years. Once again, after walking out a few thousand meters and spending about an hour, Yifeng finally sensed the area where the spiritual chi was extremely abundant, and he thought that it must be the right place, the Blood Dragon Mountain. Fly! Yifeng softly shouted and directly rose into the air, flying towards the Blood Dragon Mountain at a fast speed. Seeing this, Lu Ao also flew without hesitation. However, his speed was much worse than Yifeng's, and in the blink of an eye Yifeng was gone. He was also extremely helpless and could only chase after Yifeng in the direction he rushed out. At this moment, the Lu family's group that was walking on the ground happened to see a beam of white light flashing past their heads with a speed that was so fast that it was staggering. The faces of all the people changed. They had seen the flying speed of a Heaven Realm powerhouse, but such a fast speed was obviously not something a Heaven Realm powerhouse could do. That white light shouldn't be a human, right? That white light can't be a human being, right? How can a human being achieve such a fast speed? It should be a supersonic airplane. Just when the crowd was surprised, another white light quickly swept past their heads. Only, this white light compared to the speed of the white light just now, but the difference is too far. With Lu Yu's perception as a Heaven Realm powerhouse, he sensed that the second white light was a Heaven Realm powerhouse, and his strength was estimated to be at the early stage of the Heaven Realm. Could it be Lu Ao? He pondered in his heart and looked back, but he realized that the two Lu Ao who had been following them had long disappeared. It really was him. But, what about that very young teenager? That teenager couldn't possibly fly, right? Although a Heaven Realm powerhouse can fly, it is also to utilize their true chi to the extreme to reduce the weight of their body, and it is impossible to carry a person in flight. So that teenager should have gone back after getting tired of walking. He couldn't sense any aura on that teenager before and thought it was just an ordinary person. Family Master, according to this map, the destination should be just 15 kilometers away straight ahead, no need to go around the bends. A henchman looked at the map in his hand, pointed somewhere ahead and said to Lu Yutian. Lu Yutian frowned at his words. The one just now was Lu Ao right, and the place Lu Ao flew towards was exactly the direction of Blood Dragon Mountain. Could it be that his destination is also in the Blood Dragon Mountain? Thinking that Lu Ao was also suffering from severe poison, he suddenly came to a realization. Lu Ao must have wanted to capture the Millennium Ginseng, too. Thinking of this, Lu Yotian's face sank, then he instructed the crowd. You guys follow the map first, I'll fly over first. After saying that, he flew into the air and quickly chased after Lu Ao in the direction he was flying. Seeing her grandfather leave, Lu Ling's mouth corner hooked, he smiled, directly found a flat ground to sit down comfortably. After walking for so long, her legs are sore to death. Just now when her grandfather was here, she didn't dare to stop for a moment for fear that her grandfather would say that she was useless again. Now that grandpa is gone, her mental burden is instantly gone, and she can rest for as long as she wants. The big deal was that she would let her brother carry her on his back later. Everyone rest for a while. Lu Jianing looked at the somewhat tired crowd and said. When the crowd heard this, they immediately sat down on the ground and began to rest. Although they were martial artists, they would also be tired after a long journey, only it was better than ordinary people. The time came to 11 o'clock. The sun hung in the middle of the sky, and the temperature of the ground gradually blazed.
Blood Dragon Mountain was surrounded by clouds. Even though the sun was no longer blazing, the clouds over Blood Dragon Mountain were always covered and did not budge a step. Fong came at a rapid speed, his divine sense was released and instantly spread to every inch of the Blood Dragon Mountain. The essence in his eyes shone brightly, and a rare trace of excitement surged in his heart. There were as many as 30 or more spiritual plants that were over 1,000 years old, and those that were 500 years old even reached over 100. What was even more staggering was that a small spiritual spring even existed here. The density of that spiritual chi was enough to allow him to break through to the middle stage of Yingying, but it would be a bit difficult at the later stage. However, it was also extremely rare. His crossing over to the mid-Yingying stage was equivalent to an ordinary cultivator crossing over from the late Yingying stage to the mid-transformation spirit stage. Such a huge span would require an extremely large amount of spiritual chi. And the spiritual chi gathered by the small spiritual spring had already amounted to thousands of years. The spiritual chi contained within it was extremely huge. I don't know if this promotion to Yingying will attract a thunderbolt like last time. Perhaps there shouldn't be a thunderbolt this time. But it might be possible. Now, in addition to absorbing spiritual springs, spiritual veins, these can quickly increase the strength of the method, is to have to absorb the heaven and earth energy contained in the thunderbolt. The heaven and earth energy is aura, just than the ordinary aura density to be higher, extremely pure. Do not need to be complicated to turn pure, can be directly absorbed into the body to become their own energy. Thanks to the hegemony of the Immortal Emperor's inheritance, he seemed to have no cultivation bottlenecks, directly absorbing the aura to a certain degree he was able to advance. It should be known that other immortal cultivators, even if they had enough aura to support them, they could no longer absorb a single trace of aura after reaching the bottleneck, which was the so-called talent reaching its upper limit. Chapter 119 Soul Recovery. Slowly landing on the Blood Dragon Mountain, Fong recklessly felt the majestic density of spiritual chi around him. His face was very pleasant and relaxed. This feeling was like being in a fairyland, which was generally comforting. I feel like the cells in my entire body are cheering. This marvelous feeling, it's really amazing. Fong murmured in a low voice, his hands spread out as if he was waving in the wind. After feeling the abundance of spiritual chi for a little while, he slowly walked around, scavenging a large number of spiritual plants and medicinal herbs inside the dense forests of this mountain peak, and just the 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng, he got 5 of them at once. This place was simply a treasure land for spiritual plants to grow. Because of the dense spiritual chi coverage, the spiritual plants that could be seen everywhere here were at least 100 years old. He is not in a hurry to find the blood scaly dragon and the spirit spring. These spiritual plants have a great role to play, especially the ones that are more than 1,000 years old. Not only can they be used to purify the defects of Wan'er's physique, but also upgrade the physique of Wan'er and her family members, paving the way for them to cultivate immortality in the future. In the process of scavenging spiritual plants, Fong sensed that the soul stone was also crazily drawing the rich spiritual chi in the air, and this kind of drawing of spiritual chi had a good nourishment for the soul inside the soul stone. In less than 10 minutes, Fong could sense that Cheng Xiaoling's soul power had unexpectedly recovered to its peak state ahead of schedule. The consciousness seemed to have recovered as well. His eyes moved slightly and he took out the soul stone, his finger gently clicked on it and with a flash of golden light, he released Cheng Xiaoling's soul from inside the soul stone. Cheng Xiaoling, who had just flown out, was still in a state of confusion and bewilderment, as if she hadn't adapted to this soul state. Am I in heaven? Cheng Xiaoling looked at the large expanse of trees and vegetation in front of her while she was suspended in mid-air, confused for half a day before she came to her senses and muttered, "Ugh." After staring ahead in disorientation for several seconds, she finally sighed despondently, a few moments of desolation flashing through her eyes. However, at this moment, a warm and soft voice suddenly sounded behind her. Xiaoling. Hearing this voice that was so familiar that it could not be any more familiar, Cheng Xiaoling's body was stunned, incredibly turned around to look. When her eyes met with Fong, she trembled, and then hurriedly twisted her head to dodge, as if she felt that she was dreaming, and a surging feeling of unreality flooded into her heart. Xiaoling, you read it right, I am Fong. You have now become a soul body, but you can rest assured, before tonight at the earliest, I will be able to revive you. Feng's flat tone was confident. He now possessed countless 1,000-year spirit herbs, not to mention that the Jiao dragon had already surpassed 1,000 years of cultivation, so by taking its essence blood and after he absorbed the spirit spring to advance to Yingying, he would be able to refine the body. By then, Cheng Xiaoling would be able to be resurrected and get a new life. And the same goes for that Lu Ishui. It was time to train super strong people for his forces. With these spirit plants, and making some cultivation enhancing pills, one would be able to quickly raise the strength of a group of people. Enhancing the strength of one's own forces would not only be able to protect one's relatives and friends, but also be able to do things for him very well, or at least meet those powerful martial artists again to be able to deal with them easily and not be completely crushed. Even if he was strong, he was only one person strong. There were always times when he was not there. He could only bring his friends to become stronger as much as possible, and at the very least, he could have the ability to defend himself. Xiaoling, thank you for saving me, I really appreciate it. Yi Fong looked at her, who was a bit constricted, and smiled from the bottom of his heart to thank her. Chang Xiaoling was stunned at his words, and after being in a trance for a while, she seemed to believe the fact that she had become a soul, took a deep breath and shook her head slightly. Yi Fong, you've misunderstood. Frankly speaking, I actually wasn't to save you at all. If it wasn't for Wan'er, I would never have saved you. Don't flatter yourself. Who would be willing to save you? What you should be thankful for is Wan'er, not me. It was she who was the first one to rush in front of you defiantly to block the danger for you. If it wasn't for her, you would have been finished. Her meaning was very obvious. If it wasn't for Wan'er, she wouldn't have saved him at all. Yi Fong could not see that she was being tough. After a helpless smile, he said, "Well, since you have said so, what can I say? It's my own fault." After saying that, he turned around and walked away to continue to capture the spirit plants. Wait. Chang Xiaoling watched Yi Fong leave. A wisp of complexity crossed her eyes. She looked around at the silent woods. A cold shiver ran through her body. Then she gritted her teeth and followed. When Lu Ao rushed to the Blood Dragon Mountain, it was already 10 minutes after Yi Fong arrived at the Blood Dragon Mountain. He landed halfway up the mountainside panting and frowned as he looked around at the dense forest. Where could Yi Xiao be? However, just at this moment, Lu Yutian was flying quickly, then slapped a heavy palm towards his back. Sensing the violent strong wind behind him, Lu Ao looked back and his face changed greatly as he hurriedly sidestepped to avoid it. Rumble! Lu Yutian's palm landed on a small tree, which instantly broke into 2 sections. Lu Yutian, what are you doing? Engaging in a sneak attack. Lu Ao blared at him, furious. Humph. Today you don't want to escape from me, I will kill you today, whoever comes is useless. Lu Yutian snorted coldly, his body turned and attacked towards Lu Ao again. Lu Ao just flew for so long, his strength has long been consumed most of the time, was already a level lower than Lu Yutian, this time there is even no way to resist. Can only helplessly and hastily dodge. But can dodge a moment, but cannot dodge every time. Poof! Lu Ao was hit in the chest, spit out blood and flew out backwards, smashing into a big tree, which was broken. Just as Lu Yutian was about to continue his attack, a terrifying intention suddenly locked onto his body. His mind was violently stunned for several seconds, and when he came back to his senses, his face changed drastically, and he panicked and turned back to look. Chapter 120 He is very strong. Only to see a white-clothed silhouette appearing in front of him at an unknown time, Lu Yutian man was confused. Wasn't this the teenager from before? How did he suddenly appear behind me, and where exactly did that terrifying aura come from just now? He couldn't figure it out. Could it be an illusion? Yi Fong slowly walked in front of him and said indifferently, "Since you injured him, then I declare that the grudge between you two is lifted." If Lu Ao hadn't brought him to the Blood Dragon Mountain, it would have been difficult for him to find such a cavernous place. Such a huge harvest could only be obtained next to a spiritual spring and spiritual vein. And spirit springs and spirit veins are very rare, not to mention this end of the law era. Lu Ao's face was overjoyed at the words. Yi Xiao is just overbearing. Smack him hard. Damn, I've seen them all before. Indiscriminately arresting me, I also have a temper, okay? Lu Yutian thought he heard wrong, a face of disbelief looking at the teenager in front of him. I and Lu Ao's grudge off your kid, what matters? When Lu Yutian anger surged, opened his mouth to say something, Yi Feng's body is suddenly emitted a surge of pressure. He was immediately by this pressure flew out, and fiercely hit a tree. A loud sound came, the tree instantly snapped into 2 sections. As for Lu Yutian, he also only felt his body's chi and blood churning. It was extremely difficult to bear. It took a long time before he slowed down. A look of horror crossed his eyes as he looked at the young man in front with a scornful face and gulped a mouthful of saliva. This son was actually a Saint Realm powerhouse. Heavens! Such a young Saint Realm powerhouse? Don't be so demonic. Suddenly thinking of something, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly climbed up, not bothering to pat off the dust on his clothes. And after slightly organizing his clothes, he walked forward with a smile on his face and arched his hand. Senior, just now there was much disrespect. Please don't blame Senior. Yi Fong looked at him without moving. I'm not a senior. What I said to you just now, do you understand? The voice was calm and light, but it was incomparably loud when it fell on Lu Yutian's ears. His mind was shaken. He hastily nodded his head and smiled fawningly. Understand. Senior's meaning I understand all, is not a small festival. Well, I guarantee that the future will never be pursued again, and even, he can often come to the Lu family to sit down. I personally give him to make tea to drink is no problem. Lu Ao was dumbfounded. Not buddy, a Saint Realm powerhouse scares you like this? That said, don't you have an ancient martial arts clan behind you? And this smile of yours, why does it always feel like something is wrong? Suddenly, Lu Ao looked like he thought of something, associating Yi Feng's age. His face suddenly realized, and he looked at Lu Yutian with some admiration. Worthy of being an old fox, his reaction is fast. I said how your attitude is suddenly so respectful. It turns out to be playing this kind of wishful thinking off. Thinking of this. Lu Ao mouth slowly hooked. But you are afraid that this wishful thinking is going to fall through. Yi Xiao's feelings for that Miss Lin. TSK, if you have the ability to break up the two of them, I really admire you.
Yi Fong looked at this old man with this expression and frowned, a flash of disgust in his eyes. Damn it, what kind of expression do you have on this old man? Why are you looking at me like I'm a treasure? But stretching his hand does not beat a smiling man, he gave him a speechless blank look and turned around to walk away. I don't want to be bothered by it. Lu Yutian farted and wanted to follow up to offer his attentions, but what greeted him was a merciless slap from Yi Fong. Bang! A seemingly soft slap, but directly knocked Lu Yutian out 10 kilometers away. This is called Mian palm. Using a unique technique and force can transport a person to a faraway place. Generally this palm is used to protect others, using a soft spiritual power to cover the whole body of the person who is hit, so this palm will not hurt the person, but instead it can protect the person very well. Yi Fong had no enmity with this old man, he just saw that he was upset and gave him away from himself. But his patience was limited. If that old man was still unrepentant and came to harass himself, then don't blame him for not being polite. In his dictionary, once something was wrong more than twice, then it would never be tolerated. Except for his loved ones, of course. Lu Yutian, who had been sent flying out for 10 kilometers and still hadn't done anything, was directly confused. He froze in place, looking at the emerald green dense forest in front of him, with bewilderment in his eyes. How? What's going on? Where did this give me? Is it still Blood Dragon Mountain? It took Lu Yutian a long time to come to his senses, and at this time, several voices rang out behind him. Grandpa! Grandpa! Family Master! Lu Yutian froze at the sound of the voices, looked back, and was dumbfounded. How far did I fly? How come I saw them? That's not right. How could I have flown so far and nothing happened to me? Thinking of this, he suddenly had a chill down his back. What kind of strength does that boy have? How could he have such a terrifying means? Grandpa, what are you thinking about? Lu Lingza walked up and asked, then frowned again. That's not right, Grandpa, didn't you fly away? How did you come back again? Lu Yutian just wanted to say that he was beaten back by someone, but stopped his mouth after thinking about it. He felt that no one would definitely believe him if he said that, so he simply stopped saying it, and after pondering for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "Let's go." After saying that, he walked towards the back of the crowd. Grandpa, why are you going? You're walking backwards. Lu Lingza turned around and reminded. All go back with me, there's no need to look for the Millennium Ginseng. Lu Yutian droned in a deep voice, he knew that there were Saint Realm powerhouses in the Blood Dragon Mountain, going there by himself would be asking for trouble, even if there was 1,000-year ginseng, then he would definitely not be able to get it. The moment these words came out, the crowd froze. What is the situation? After preparing for so long to come over, saying that they won't go? Lu Yutian looked back and saw that the crowd was still confused, and casually found an excuse to explain. I just fought with that big Jiao, he's very strong, I'm not a match, so don't all go and get killed. Oh, okay. Since Grandpa had said so, Lu Lingza also had no choice but to helplessly shrug her fragrant shoulders, she also happened to be tired of walking, going back is not impossible, it's Dad's poison. As soon as she thought of this, she clenched her fists, a ray of sorrow flashed in her eyes, then heaved a sigh. It seems that Dad is hopeless. Next to her, Lu Jianing was also in a bad mood, her face ugly to the extreme. Grandpa, isn't there even a slight chance to fight for it? I'm a bit unwilling. What can you do if you're not willing? Couldn't you still defeat that big ogre? Go back. My son is burdened with a severe poison, and it's hard for me too, but what can be done about it? Lu Yutian sighed, his vicissitudes of eyes filled with exhaustion and haggardness. Over these 2 months, he was also annoyed to death over this matter, and he really didn't have any way out before he wanted to come to Blood Dragon Mountain to try his luck. But then he met that teenage Saint Realm, what else could be done? This is life. His son's life was too bitter, he had practiced medicine and healing all his life, pulling countless people back from the gates of hell, and now he himself had ended up in this situation. Family Master, perhaps there is a person who can save the young master. His medical skills are awesome. A henchman suddenly spoke out. Who? Chapter 121 Has there been any other augurs beaten? Lu Yotian's spirit shook as his gaze quickly looked at him. To be able to make one of his men say such words, then it meant that it was very hopeful. Even if the hope was slim, then it was still necessary to give it a try. Lu Lingza and Lu Jianing's gazes also looked at that henchman in unison, anticipation in their eyes. When that henchman saw that everyone was looking at him, he was silent for a while before slowly saying, a friend told me that yesterday there was a live broadcast that shocked the entire country, saying that there was a teenager who was none other than the personal grandson of Yi Wan'er, the former head of the Yi family, the #1 family in the capital. He is not only young, but also very powerful, cured the paternity testing industry's top expert Wang Tiannan's seriously ill mother. It is said that even Wang Tiannan's mother's paralyzed legs for a long time were also cured by that teenager. Not only that, that teenager also possesses the ability to open up the river with one fist. However, I feel that should be a fake, even if it's a heaven realm powerhouse, it's impossible for them to do that with one fist to open up the river. So with the Wang Tiannan's expert's reputation in the medical field,
There should be nothing fake about that teenager's medical skills, it's just that ability to open a river with a single punch must be some kind of tactic that was intentionally used to shock others. While saying that, this underling's eyes also flashed a touch of contempt. Still opening a river with one fist, why not fly into the sky? Why don't you catch a nuclear bomb with your bare hands? Net blindly bluffing. Grandpa, I think it's feasible. Lu Lingza was unwilling to let go of any opportunity to save her father. She walked to her grandfather's side and shook his hand, saying, I didn't expect that man to even be able to cure paralysis. With such heaven-defying medical skills, perhaps he can also cure the severe poison in Dad's body. Grandpa, let's go beg him to save Dad, okay? Alright, there's no other way now, big deal, let's treat a dead horse as a living horse. Lu Yutian pondered for a moment before hesitantly nodding his head. Since there is no other good way out, put up a fight and give it a go. In fact, what he thought in his heart was, a teenager only, medical skills again can be good to wear. He does not believe in evil. Later go back and watch the live replay to know that the teenager's several kilograms, and that punch to open the river's ability, if it is a fake, he will be able to see at a glance. Being blown so bullish, I would like to see what you really are. The corner of Lu Yutian's mouth hooked. Blood Dragon Mountain. Yifeng searched all the way up to the spirit plant halfway up the mountainside. When this place is clean, he will go up to search, and then finally kill the Jiao Dragon and absorb the spirit chi within the spirit spring to advance to the Yuaning stage. Today's harvest was full. In just a moment's time, the 1,000-year spirit grass had reached 11 plants. There were more than 30 plants above 500 years old, and the 100-year-old ones were about to go up to 100. The Blood Dragon Mountain covered a huge area. This dense forest could not be seen without using divine sense, and along the way, they also encountered some fierce beasts, such as tigers and bears, or leopards. However, those beasts did not dare to approach when they saw Yifeng, because they felt the top-level bloodline suppression on Yifeng's body from afar, and that feeling made them very suffocated, as if they were ants meeting elephants. Lu Ao followed behind Yifeng all the way, watching Yifeng keep taking those top-quality medicinal herbs. His heart was envious, but he didn't dare to disturb Yifeng. He just silently followed behind and watched. What he didn't know was that there was a soul in front of him that was wandering behind Yifeng. That soul was Cheng Shaoling. Her eyes were always on Yifeng's body, and she quietly followed behind him in silence. Being able to see Yifeng once again made her heart happy, and she might even have a chance to see Wan'er. She just didn't know if Wan'er would be able to see her. She originally thought that after she died, she would never see Yifeng and Wan'er again, who knew that she would still be able to turn into a soul and see them. In fact, this is good. She was satisfied to be able to watch Wan'er and Yifeng live happily ever after. Although she liked Yifeng at the bottom of her heart, she was not greedy. The reason why she had been interfering with Wan'er and Yifeng's relationship before was to test them and make their relationship deeper. But if the two of them really separated just because they said a few words like that, then it meant that they weren't suitable to be together. A love that could separate that was really love? Even if it is, it can't last long. Love is never smooth that are not called love, that is called love money. Cheng Shaoling looked back at Lu Ao. From just now she flew to Lu Ao's body. She has understood, the original only Yifeng can see him, but in this way, she can only see Wan'er by herself, but Wan'er cannot see her. Thinking of this, a trace of sadness was added to her eyes. However, after a moment, she quickly pulled herself together and comforted herself in her heart. It doesn't matter, at least you can still see them, this is enough. After half an hour, Yifeng scavenged all the spiritual plants on the halfway up the mountainside, totaling more than 400 plants, of which there were 16,000-year-old plants, 86 plants that were more than 500 years old, and 336 plants that were more than 100 years old. Before, he wouldn't have dared to imagine that he would be able to get so many spirit plants. With these spirit plants, he would be able to do many things. 100 years of spiritual plants can be divided into two batches, one batch of alchemy, the other batch, and then find a feng shui treasure land to make a large-scale spiritual gathering array, will be planted in the array inside. With the support of the spirit gathering array's constant absorption of spiritual chi, the spirit plant in the formation would continue to grow healthily, and when he took it, as long as he left the roots behind, he would still grow a new spirit plant. Spirit plants are plants that are able to absorb spiritual chi, not equivalent to ordinary flowers, plants, and trees, extremely rare, are bred in places where spiritual chi is extremely dense, and are generally very difficult to meet. If it wasn't for the existence of the spiritual spring here, it would have been difficult for him to find so many spiritual plants no matter what. Feeling these spiritual plants within his storage ring, Yifeng was in a great mood, turned around, walked to Lu Ao's side and asked with a smile. Besides this Blood Dragon Mountain, have you seen any other places where these high-year herbs exist? Or have you been hit by any other scaly dragons? Although he knew that it was not possible, he still chose to ask casually, maybe there really is? Lu Ao's face was stunned when he heard this, and he was a bit speechless in his heart. What do you mean, have I been beaten by any other dragon? Boy, only this one dragon almost killed me, and then another one, I will not be directly dead? Chapter 122 Breakthrough, Early Yuaning. I'm sorry Xiaoyi, other than this scaly dragon, I really haven't met any other scaly dragons. Lu Ao let out a bitter smile.
It's fine, if there isn't one, then there isn't one, I'm just asking casually, you don't need to be nervous. Fong turned around after saying that, and looked up to the top of the Blood Dragon Mountain that towered into the clouds, where the clouds and mist were like a fairyland. It was time to get down to business next. The Spirit Spring. Jiao Dragon's Essence Blood and Inner Elixir. I'm coming. With a single movement of his feet, Feng's figure had appeared 100 meters in the air. Lu Ao was shocked and dumbfounded. This speed was too appalling, right? Immediately, he did not think too much. After regaining his senses, he also followed. He wanted to see how much Yishao's harvest today. Cheng Xiaoling looked at the departing Feng. A hint of panic flashed in her eyes. The surrounding mountains and wilderness, although she was a soul body, but after all, she was a little girl's heart, she would definitely be afraid. But just when her spirit was highly nervous, a soft white light covered her. In just a few breaths, after she was in a trance for a while, she arrived above the top of the Blood Dragon Mountain. Surprised in her heart, she looked at Feng's back in front of her and muttered, "Is he the one who brought me here? Xiaoling, just stay here for a while, I'll go and come. When I'm done, I'll take you back to see Wan'er." Feng finished saying that he was going to rush forward. Cheng Xiaoling but suddenly shouted at him, "Where are you going?" Feng turned back to her and smiled faintly, then his face was a bit gloomy. "You don't need to panic, I'll let that old man stay here so that you won't be alone and lonely. I'll come over when I'm done." He was going to advance to the Yuaning stage later. The terrifying energy fluctuation would also affect the soul body. The reason why he didn't put Cheng Xiaoling back to the soul stone, that was because the soul stone might be evolving now. Only after the soul stone evolved would he be able to put the soul back again, or else there was a chance that the soul stone evolution might take a turn for the worse. This kind of example wasn't uncommon in the immortal realm. Okay. Cheng Xiaoling nodded her head in an unexpectedly well-behaved manner, because she knew Feng must have something important, otherwise his face would certainly not be so grave. When Lu Ao flew up, Feng was no longer here, but just now, Feng had already transmitted his voice to him, saying that he should wait here at this big tree that had been scratched out with a mark. He was a bit bored, and after landing on the ground, he leaned his back against the big tree and took out his cell phone and started to play some single-player mini-games. Cheng Xiaoling saw what kind of game this old man was playing there, and curiously went over to take a look, and found that it was also a game she loved to play, so she watched with great interest. It was a pity that the old man couldn't hear what she said, or else she would have wanted to personally instruct the old man on how to play. After all, this small game was one she often played, and it was also the game she was best at. Deep in the top of the Blood Dragon Mountain, a huge lake was lying quietly. The surface of the lake was very clear, and the lake was surrounded by red flowers. This kind of flower didn't know what it was called. The root stem was very short, and the petals of the flower were bright red. It looked very beautiful, but the more brightly colored something was, the more it might be full of danger. The surface of the lake looked calm, but in reality, there was a hidden crisis. Feng flew at extreme speed, his feet slowly landing on the edge of the lake, his gaze calmly scanning the lake in front of him. This lake was a huge spirit spring. The spirit chi contained in the lake was extremely rich. It was already considered to be in the category of a small spirit spring. If he were to suck up all of the spiritual chi in here, it would not be a problem to advance to the mid-Yuaning stage by projection. It was just that underneath the bottom of this lake, there was actually a mysterious spiritual power that shielded his divine sense from probing. What exactly was at the bottom of that lake that even his divine sense was able to shield it? It was a bit strange. Because the dragon is not at the bottom of the lake, he was able to probe. This dragon has been quietly floating in the lake half of the position. It seems that the bottom of the lake there is something that makes it scornful of things cause it does not dare to approach. Oh, there must be some secret in this lake. Even the divine sense can be shielded. A little interesting. Feng hooked the corner of his mouth and directly sat down on the ground. He planned to advance to Yuaning first, then drain the lake to see what exactly was hidden at the bottom of the lake. If he directly drained the lake water, then he would have wasted the spiritual chi of this spiritual spring, so he didn't do that. Beginning to enter a state of cultivation, a terrifying suction force emanated from within his body, and the abundant spiritual chi within the lake continuously surged into his body, turning into spiritual energy that he transformed into entering inside his dantian. As the spiritual energy inside the dantian continued to grow, the aura of Feng's body also continued to climb. 7 or 8 hours passed very quickly. The Yuaning was born and left the body. It was just quietly suspended in the air, and it showed an extremely strong vitality and spirituality in its body. Feng's realm now came to the early stage of Yuaning, and his terrifying aura caused the air around him to twist and turn. His strength nowadays was more than 10 times higher than before. His face was slightly red. The terrifying flow of spiritual energy in his body made his body extremely swollen. The swelling made it extremely uncomfortable, as if it was going to explode at any time, but fortunately, the strength of his body was already at the absolute top of the Yuaning level. Even if he were to use his body to carry a nuclear bomb hard, there wouldn't be any problem. Without releasing his spiritual power, he was now able to reach a terrifying 100,000 pounds at full strength with his physical strength alone, and with this terrifying strength, even hammering down a building with a single punch would be a breeze, no matter what. Even though he had already broken through to the Yuaning stage realm, the intensity of his aura absorption remained unabated.
The Immortal Emperor's inherited technique was as terrifying as it was. After an ordinary immortal cultivator advanced to a realm, he had to stop cultivating to stabilize his cultivation, but Fong was different. He didn't need to stabilize his cultivation to be able to continue to cultivate and advance after advancing. The reason why the Immortal Emperor's technique was able to be called the #1 technique in the immortal realm was because of its strong cultivation ability and its extremely high stability. However, the requirements for cultivators were also extremely high. The Immortal Emperor's inheritance had changed Yifeng's bloodline level, creating a world-changing change. In this way, his bloodline level was able to be equal to the bloodline level of the Holy Dragon race from the start, and likewise, the rate of increase of his body strength was the same as that of the Holy Dragon race. The Holy Dragon race was a very mysterious and powerful race. Even for immortal cultivators, the cultivation system of the various dragons of the Holy Dragon race was similar to that of immortal cultivators, and under the same level of comparison, the Holy Dragon race was going to directly crush immortal cultivators in terms of both strength and body strength. Of course, this was only generally for ordinary immortal cultivators, and for some other immortal cultivators with higher bloodline grades, it didn't have much of an impact. In short, although Yifeng's bloodline grade was high, there was still a lot of room for improvement. As his cultivation increased, there was still the possibility of another evolution. Above the Holy Dragon race there was the Emperor Dragon race, and above the Emperor Dragon race there was the Divine Dragon race. Chapter 123, Another Breakthrough. Ka-ching! Another hour had passed. Another shackle was suddenly released in Yifeng's body, and he leapt to several hundred meters in the air. Suddenly, thunder and lightning tumbled in the sky, and at the time when a thunder tribulation was about to form, Yifeng's aura spread out violently, and his terrifying aura instantly touched the sky above. Heaven was provoked, immediately angry, but when sensed that this person is the last time that person, originally ready to send the thunder and lightning suddenly convergence and live. In less than 10 seconds, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated and quickly returned to calm. Yuaning Middle Stage. Yifeng's realm at this moment came to the middle stage of Yuaning. This is only the 3rd day of cultivation. This kind of cultivation speed was astonishing. Whether it was a demon in the immortal cultivation world, or a powerful person in control of a realm in front of him, they would all pale in comparison. What does it mean to be a genius? What does it mean to be a demon? If the immortal cultivation world 3 years of infancy is already the world's unparalleled genius, then what should he call the 3 days of rapid infant formation in this era of the end of the law? No words are enough to describe his terror at this moment. If Immortal Emperor Blaze was here, I'm afraid he would be happy for him. The night is late. It was already around 9 o'clock in the evening at this moment. Yifeng was quietly suspended in the night sky of a few hundred meters, his aura slowly converging. He was calming down the fluctuation of spiritual energy in his body that was caused by the success of his recent promotion. After experiencing an energy spillage, he had eaten his lesson and his experience was considered, so now he had reached a new level of mastery over his spiritual power, and was more skillful than before by an unknown amount. Strength was certainly the most important thing, but the control of one's own strength was also extremely important. Including the precision of each release of spiritual energy, as long as the release is just right, it will be able to better save spiritual energy in each battle. This world's spiritual chi is scarce. Don't look at his current cultivation speed, which not only has a component of luck in the Immortal Emperor's inheritance, as well as the cause of the novice period. Below the refined void, cultivation was relatively easy. Many ordinary cultivators, as long as their cultivation talent was a little higher and they spent their entire lives cultivating hard, reaching the God transformation stage was not impossible. However, from God transformation to void refining is a huge bottleneck, and many immortal cultivators are unable to reach this realm until they die, so talent is secondary, and the most important thing is amazing perseverance and strength. The lightning tribulation for advancing to the void refining stage was very powerful. In addition to surviving the powerful lightning tribulation, the physical strength was up to par, but if one could not succeed in vaporizing the Yuanshin, everything would be lost. A strong person in the void refining stage was able to perform Yuanshin voiding, dividing the Yuanshin into numerous bilocations, which were able to fight, and their strength could usually be inherited as more than 50% and less than 60% of the main body's strength. In addition to this, void refining stage cultivators also have initial control over some spatial laws. Instantaneous movement of tens of thousands of meters is already the norm. The most important thing is to be able to cast the domain. Within the domain, can greatly enhance their own combat power, and the enemy cannot rely on instantaneous movement into the domain space. Finally reached Yuaning stage. Yifeng closed his eyes and felt the vastness of the power in his body. His divine sense opened up and instantly covered 100,000 meters away. All the wind and grass could be reflected in his eyes, and an unprecedented feeling of relief instantly surged through his entire body. So refreshing. He felt that his power was incomparably full, as if he was able to break the heavens with a single punch. Of course, this was only a feeling. Having the strength to break the heavens with a single punch was something that even a spirit transformation stage cultivator couldn't do. Even if this world was no worse, then there was still the existence of the heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao is the master of this world, that is, the manager. If someone wants to defy it, it will never tolerate it. The Heavenly Tao is able to quickly gather all the energy of this world. That such a huge sum of energy is so big that it is unimaginably large, that it is feared that even the strongest person of the transitional stage is going to be far less than it is. Whoa! At this moment, a scaly dragon about 30 meters long rushed out from the lake, then roared angrily towards the sky. The auger dragon's body was dark red, and its scales were very hard and translucent, flashing with a cold aura under the moonlight. It seemed to be the one that also sensed the energy being drained from the lake, and even though it sensed the other party's powerful strength, it expressed its inner dissatisfaction as usual. Hee hee, a small Jiaolong, how dare you clamor in front of me? I didn't want to take your life to let you be an ordinary little snake. Since you took the initiative to provoke yourself, then I'll let you not even have the chance to be a snake. Yifeng smiled coldly, his body flashed and instantly arrived in front of the Jiaolong floating on the lake. Ow! When the Jiao dragon saw Yifeng, a blood-colored light flashed in its eyes, it roared, opened its bloody mouth and bit hard at Yifeng. Seeing this, Yifeng just calmly raised his left hand, a light flashed and a circular shield was quickly condensed in the center of his palm. The reason why he didn't directly strike out with a palm was because it was his first time to see this 1,000-year-old Jiaolong and he wanted to test what strength this Jiaolong had actually reached. Bang! The scaly dragon's mouth bit on top of the shroud, like a dog biting a stone, and immediately backed up in pain. A pair of red pupils flashed with bloodlight, staring at Yifeng with both anger and fear. For a while, it unexpectedly did not dare to come forward. It would attack just now, it was because it was overwhelmed by anger, and now that it came back to its senses and knew that it was not this person's opponent, it simply did not intend to fight on, and its huge body twisted quickly, splashing up huge waves before shrinking into the lake and disappearing. Want to escape? Yifeng no longer stayed his hand this time, his right palm aimed at the place where the auger dragon disappeared from the lake and grabbed it through the air. Immediately, a large palm that was visualized by spiritual energy rushed into the water and accurately grabbed the Jiao dragon that was swimming to the bottom of the lake. The dragon was grabbed by this huge palm, the eyes immediately flashed with horror, desperately twisting its body to struggle but to no avail. It flashed a flash of panic in its eyes, and its heart was full of remorse. If I had known just now, I would not have messed with that human. I did not expect the strength is actually so strong. Unfortunately, its regret is of no use. In the next second, its 30-meter-long body was grabbed out of the lake, and it was controlled in mid-air, unable to move. 1,000 years of dashing is really something. With your current strength, you have actually reached around the 8th level of ordinary chi refining. This is a bit surprising to me, but that's all. Yifeng's eyes flashed with a cold aura, and his right palm pinched fiercely. Put! The Jiaolong didn't even let out a scream, its head became a bloody mist. Yifeng's force was controlled just right, it only pinched the head, the huge body and the lower half of the body didn't do anything at all. Swish! Yifeng formed a sword with his fingers and made a stroke towards the abdomen of the Jiao dragon, slicing it into 2 halves, then he reached out and probed through the air, grabbing out the inner Dan at the Jiao dragon's dantian, holding it steadily in his hand. Looking at the blood-red Jiao dragon ended in his hand, the corner of Yifeng's mouth hooked. Worthy of being the essence of the inner Dan that had been cultivated for 1,000 years, the energy inside was extremely dense, and there was no problem using it as the core eye of the formation, and it was able to raise the power of the formation by several levels. Yifeng drew out the Jiaolong's essence blood and put it into a pre-prepared small bottle. Bang! After seizing the essence blood and inner elixir, Yifeng slapped the Jiao dragon's body into a bloody mist. Although the scales on the Jiao dragon's carapace were very hard and served some purpose, but Yifeng thought about it and didn't want it. It was troublesome to make those things, and the fishy smell of this Jiao dragon was very heavy. Even if he had made some defense-type things, the strong fishy smell would be difficult to remove. Yifeng's eyes went back to the lake. The next step was to explore the secrets at the bottom of the lake. Chapter 124. Don't blink, I'll give you a surprise. I didn't expect that even though the spiritual chi inside this lake has been sucked dry by me, there is still an extremely strong spiritual power fluctuation at the bottom of that lake. Yifeng released his divine sense to feel. The energy emanating from the bottom of that lake was not spiritual chi but spiritual power. What exactly was that thing covered by spiritual power? Actually, even his divine sense could not detect it. Could it be a formation? If it is really a formation, the level of the formation must be very high. Only a formation with a very high level can effectively shield the sense of divine sense. Yifeng directly opened his spiritual power shield and leapt down into the lake water. He did not drain the lake. 1. It was not necessary, and 2. If the secret at the bottom of the lake was really a very high-level formation, then leaving the lake water here could still hide that formation very well. Maybe it can be used for oneself? Yifeng rushed into the water and weaved downwards. The depth of the lake had exceeded 200 meters, estimating that at least there were more than 250 meters. This depth was already very deep. Soon, Yifeng had arrived at the bottom of the lake. What met his eyes was a huge circle of white light. This white light was extremely vast spiritual energy. The spiritual power was extremely vast, and it was because of the existence of this huge spiritual power that what was behind that white light could not be detected even by divine sense. However, at this moment, when he got closer, Yifeng could deeply feel the energy that was the functioning of the array. So it's a teleportation array. No wonder even my divine sense is able to shield it. It's just that on this earth someone can create a teleportation array with such a high grade. Looking at the level of this teleportation array, it should be created by a cultivator above the void refining stage, and the vintage of this formation, it's also at least more than 5,000 years old. Yi Fong frowned. This formation was extremely uncomplicated. A formation made 5,000 years ago could still remain so perfect to this day, so the things within the eye of the formation must be even more valuable. I didn't expect that a few thousand years ago, the Earth actually still existed high-level immortal cultivators. Could it be that they came from somewhere else? Looking at the mysterious teleportation array in front, there is a seal in front of the teleportation array. The only way to use the teleportation array is to break the seal. That seal does not look strong, but in fact contains a terrifying energy. If forced to contact the seal, then it will be the seal to a strong counterattack, and each time the counterattack energy will be stronger and stronger. He was sure that he would be able to break the seal, but it would only take some time. Although he was curious about where the teleportation array would actually teleport to, he didn't want to waste time and energy to break the seal now. Anyway, this place was already known. Leaving a seal here, he would come back later when he had time to see the secrets. He wasn't sure where the teleportation array would teleport to, perhaps another world, and that other world might be the immortal cultivation realm, where many immortal cultivators existed. The reason why this place was sealed, I'm afraid it was to prevent those people from teleporting here. Yi Fong shook his head slightly. He was not sure where was behind the teleportation array. If there were really other immortal cultivators existing on the other side of the teleportation array, then the safest way was to wait for his own strength to be raised to the transitional junction stage. Then even if that side of the teleportation array was the immortal cultivation realm, he would be able to be unafraid and even invincible. Returning to Lu Ao and Cheng Xiaoling's side, Yi Fong retrieved Cheng Xiaoling's soul inside the soul stone, then directly pulled Lu Ao with one hand and flew away from Blood Dragon Mountain. The soul stone had shown signs of evolution before, yet it still seemed to be a hair short of evolving. It should have not yet broken through the barrier, and the conditions for evolution might be more than simply absorbing spiritual qi. Lu Ao was stunned. Yi Xiao's flying speed is too damn fast, right? Is this really the flying speed that a Saint Realm powerhouse can have? It's not right. Previously, Yi Xiao's flying speed was very fast, but it didn't seem to be this fast, right? This is advancing again? Crap. Thinking of this possibility, Lu Ao sucked in a breath of cool air. Against the heavens. Is this cultivation speed scientific? Soon, Yi Fong and Lu Ao returned to Ikuan town. The helicopter pilot from before was still waiting here. He had already fallen asleep in the helicopter. When he saw that Yi Xiao and Lu Ao had arrived, he hurriedly got up and sat back in the driver's seat to start the helicopter. Buzz buzz buzz. The helicopter quickly took off and rose into the air, flying towards the distance. Time passed very quickly. The following morning, the sun shone brightly. Around 6 in the morning, the helicopter had slowly landed inside the Yi family compound. Having learned about Yi Fangs and their upcoming return to the Yi family early, Yi Wenchen, Yi Russian, and Lin Wan'er were all standing here to welcome Yi Fang's return. Lu Ao had gotten off the plane earlier, but it was in another province. Just as Yi Fong stepped off the airplane, the three of them quickly surrounded him. Fonger. Brother. Fong. Yi Wenwan and Yi Rishung both wore smiles. The stone in their hearts fell a lot when the backbone of the Yi family returned. Of course, the most important thing was that they missed Yi Fong. Yi Fong had returned to the Yi family with great difficulty, and left again before the stool was even warmed up, so how could they not miss it? Obviously only one day had passed, but Lin Wan'er felt like she had waited for years. Just after Yi Fong got off the plane, she jumped into Yi Fang's arms and lightly knocked on the former's chest, complaining as if she was pampered. I didn't say that I could come back yesterday, really. Let me wait for you for one more night. Not just one night only. Look at your appearance. Do not know thought I have been gone for several years. Yi Fong patted her back and smiled. Yeah, I feel like a year has passed. The days without you are simply like years. Don't you want me? Lin Wan'er looked up, tilting her head to look at him. It's okay, actually it's not very much. Yi Fong pretended to be unconcerned and said, in fact, he also missed Wan'er in his heart. He just couldn't help but want to tease her. Humph. I don't believe it. Lin Wan'er didn't need his set. She skimmed her mouth, slightly lifted her white jade-like chin and laughed lightly. If you have the ability to say that you don't want me, as long as you can't think of me, then I can't think of you, you say ah. Yi Fong was stunned at his words, then smiled helplessly. Of course I want you. How can I not want you? That's more like it. Lin Wan'er nodded with satisfaction. Her eyes smiled into the shape of a nice crescent moon. Then she seemed to think of something, looked down at Yi Fang's stomach, took the opportunity to roar her solid abs twice and asked, "Are you hungry? How about I cook for you?" Come on, with your cooking skills, I'd rather eat roadside stalls. Yi Fong shook his head with some fear. Previously, he had the honor of tasting the dishes Wan'er personally made. It was simply dark cuisine, oozing with blackness. It was hard to describe. Lin Wan'er covered her mouth and bared her smile. Don't worry, you don't know. During the summer vacation, Xiaoling's cooking has taught me a lot. It's definitely not difficult to eat. You just try again. Said, her eyes also showed a trace of expectation, very hopeful that Yi Fong can taste her current handicraft. Did you really learn cooking from Xiaoling?
How many points have you learned from her? Yi Fong asked with amusement in his heart.
Xiaoling's cooking skills had no words. He and Wan'er had seen it. It was very good. It had the caliber of a first-class chef. The dishes she made were very tasty. He didn't know who she learned it from. An 18-year-old girl actually has such strong cooking skills. It is quite admirable. Thinking of Chang Xiaoling, Yi Fong then remembered about resurrecting her. Wan'er, let's not rush about the dinner thing first. Come over here. I'll tell you something. Without waiting for Wan'er to reply, Yi Fong pulled Wan'er, and after saying goodbye to his sister and grandfather, he returned to a room. After entering the room, Yi Fong opened the heavenly eyes for Wan'er, then mysteriously said, Wan'er, don't blink your eyes, I'll give you a surprise, don't be shocked later. Chapter 125, Beginning to Refine the Body. What surprise? Lin Wan'er was curious in her heart when she heard this. In her heart, apart from Yi Fong, no surprise could compare to Xiaoling, how she wanted Xiaoling to come back, but it was a pity that she could never come back. Thinking about Xiaoling, she sighed sadly. However, just at this moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Xiaoling? Lin Wan'er's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief and froze for a moment, pouncing on her, but she instantly hit an empty space. What happened? So it was an illusion. It seems that I've gone crazy thinking about Xiaoling, and I'm hallucinating. Lin Wan'er looked down at her empty hands and smiled bitterly at the corner of her mouth. People can't come back from the dead, what is one thinking? What a ridiculous thing. Xiaoling she left, forever. Tears unknowingly flowed from the corners of her eyes, her heart was incomparably hard to bear. But just at this moment, a voice caused her delicate body to shake violently. Wan'er, it's me, I'm Xiaoling. Turn around and look at me. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Wan'er quickly turned around to look, but she really did see the silhouette she had dreamed of seeing. Was this real? Lin Wan'er was in a trance as Yi Fong walked over and smiled. Wan'er, you've read it right, Xiaoling is now in front of you, only she is now a soul body, without a physical body, you can only see her but can't touch her. Just now I opened the heavenly eyes for you, if the heavenly eyes fail, you won't be able to see her. It took Wan'er a long time to come to her senses, looking at Chang Xiaoling in front of her, tears could not be suppressed. Xiaoling, is it really you? Lin Wan'er's voice was a bit agitated. Chang Xiaoling wore a smile on her face. Wan'er, it's me, it's unexpected, even though I'm dead, we're still able to meet again, I'm so happy to see you again. Xiaoling, at that time, why did you block the blow for me? Do you know that it was really stupid of you to do so? Lin Wan'er was already teary-eyed. Chang Xiaoling fell silent for a moment, her eyes were complicated as she held back her tears and said, Wan'er, even if I die, you can't die. Anyway, I don't have any relatives anymore. You're different. You still have your mom and dad, and your loved ones. It would be a pity if you died. Anyway, no one will remember me if I die. You don't have to be too sad. I hope we can still be the best of girlfriends in our next life. No, you still have me. Who says no one remembers you? Xiaoling, do you know how much I suffered after you left? I thought about you all the time, how I wished I could see you again, but I know that's impossible. I'm really happy that I can still see you now. Although humans and ghosts are two different ways, but at least I can still see you, it's better than never seeing you again. Lin Wan'er wiped her tears. I don't expect you to be able to come back to life and return to me again, but I hope to be able to see you all the time. Can you stay by my side all the time? Wan'er, I'm sorry, please forgive me for not being able to promise you. Because I'm not a human being anymore, I'm afraid that after some time my soul will dissipate with me, and at that time, I will really leave you forever. Chang Xiaoling disappeared from Lin Wan'er's eyes before she could finish speaking. This was the time limit of the heaven's eye arriving. Lin Wan'er's face changed, her eyes slightly flustered. Xiaoling, why have you disappeared? You come out. Don't you leave me. While she was about to collapse, Yi Fong took her into his arms and said with gentle concern, Wan'er, don't be anxious, I'll revive Xiaoling later when I'm ready, and then you'll be able to see her again. Are you telling the truth? Hearing this, Lin Wan'er was slightly stunned before looking up at him with anticipation. Of course it's true, when have I ever lied to you? Don't cry, if you cry again you'll cry ugly. Yi Fong gently wiped her tears and joked and laughed. You're the one crying ugly. Lin Wan'er broke into tears and gave him a blank look, then longed to see Xiaoling again later. Yi Fong was an immortal cultivator, there was nothing outrageous or not, were immortal cultivators not outrageous? Everything was possible. After pacifying Wan'er, Yi Fong began to count up yesterday's harvest. There were a total of 31,000-year-old spirit grasses, 116 over 500 years old, and 388 over 100 years old. Such a rich harvest, before, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Inside the 1,000-year spirit grass, there were 11,000-year ginseng alone. He used up one for Wan'er's physique, then resurrected Chang Xiaoling and used 3 more, leaving him with 7 plants. 3 plants were used for Wan'er and her grandpa and sister to change and strengthen their physiques, so that they could embark on the path of immortal cultivation afterward. In addition to the Millennium Spirit Grass, the remaining 500 years and 100 years can be taken out part of the refining pills, to give a group of people to enhance the strength, to strengthen the power, and then the remaining part of the plant to cultivate. The conditions for resurrecting Chang Xiaoling were 3. 3,000-year-old spirit herbs, a drop of the essence blood of a 1,000-year-old spirit beast, and finally the upgraded spirit fire. He had now reached the Yingying realm, with a battle power equivalent to the unusual transformation of God stage, so his spirit flame was upgraded and evolved to be able to refine his body. Refining a body wasn't that easy, although he had the knowledge of this in his mind. In the end, he still hadn't personally tested it. There would be a chance of failure, and once he failed once, he would exhaust 3,000-year-old spirit herbs and a drop of a 1,000-year-old spirit beast's essence blood. He now only had 7 drops of the 1,000-year spirit beast's essence blood, which meant that he could only fail a maximum of 6 times, and if he failed 7 times, then Chang Xiaoling would have no chance of resurrection. 1,000-year spirit beasts were already hard to find, and this time Lu Ao had inadvertently broken into Blood Dragon Mountain and learned about the Jiao Dragon, so he was lucky enough to go to Blood Dragon Mountain and kill the Jiao Dragon to capture the blood and the inner elixir. Otherwise, there really wasn't much chance for him to get the essence blood of this 1,000-year-old spirit beast. The next step is to start refining the body. Fong walked out of the room and came to the wide backyard, slowly stretching out his palm. The incomparably hot spirit fire suddenly rose from his palm. Chapter 126. Be Our Sister. The blazing spirit fire was extremely hot, as if it were the sun, and it was precisely because of this incomparably hot temperature that it was able to create its ability to refine bodies. It was like refining an elixir, slowly molding it into shape. This required an extremely skillful technique. Without a good technique, it would not be able to refine the elixir, and it was the same with the refining of the body. Fong took the 3,000-year-old ginsengs out of his storage ring and placed them on the ground. Controlling the spirit flame to precisely cover the 3,000-year-old ginseng. The 3,000-year-old ginseng, because of the thousands of years of spiritual qi nourishment, are extremely tough. Ordinary flames, without burning it for a few days and nights, will not melt. And if the spirit fire releases its original power, one touch will burn the millennium ginseng into ashes. However, the temperature of the spirit fire can be controlled by the user at will, and Fong has controlled the temperature of the spirit fire to a degree that can melt the millennium ginseng. But not so fast to melt the millennium ginseng. He quickly took out a small white bottle, took out a drop of millennium dragon's blood, flexed his finger and flicked it into the millennium ginseng that was about to melt. A dazzling red light suddenly erupted, and the rich energy from the center of the red light slowly dissipated. Subsequently, another ball of red light erupted. This time was an even denser breath of life emanating from the red light. It did not dissipate for a long time. The red light spread to the size of a small room, and the red light was so fascinating that one could not clearly see what was going on inside. Refining a body was like kneading a clay figure. By fusing several supreme treasures together and uniting the life force of heaven and earth, one could reshape the physical body. Chang Xiaoling stayed quietly in place next to him, looking at Fong here, not knowing what he was doing, somewhat puzzled. 2 hours passed very quickly. Inside the red light, a crystal clear body slowly emerged. With the protection of the red light, people outside could not see what condition was inside. Chang Xiaoling, however, as a soul body, could see clearly. The silhouette inside that red light, wasn't it precisely her appearance? She was suddenly stunned and recalled what Fong had told her earlier. Could it be that he was really trying to resurrect himself? Is this really possible? Thinking of this, a flash of excitement appeared on Chang Xiaoling's pretty face. Inside the red light, Chang Xiaoling's original body had perfectly reappeared, and unlike before, her face was even more exquisite. If her previous face was only about 8 points, then now it was like there had been a sea change, reaching more than 9 points, and it was believed that casually applying a touch of light makeup could reach a staggering 9.5 points. In addition to the face, the skin is as tender and smooth as a baby, and can be broken. Just body words, compared to the previous kind of hot body, is like optimized some like, at the moment already belongs to the perfect proportion. Seeing this almost perfect body, Chang Xiaoling was stunned. Is this still me? What a beautiful person. It's almost catching up to Wan'er. A trace of sweat oozed out from Feng's forehead at this moment. After all, refining a body was still extremely mentally taxing, and refining a body was something he naturally devoted himself to. The appearance and figure of this new body is not something he can decide. He extracted a trace of Chang Xiaoling's soul force beforehand. The reason why the new body has a significant upgrade compared to the previous, it is because these refining materials are very top-notch. That is to say, because of the strong change of the 1,000 years of spirit beast blood, Chang Xiaoling's physique is now very good, even if it is directly to cultivate the Gong Fu, embarking on the path of cultivation. Of immortality is also possible. The body refining was completed. Fong reached out his hand and drew it, and the soul of Chang Xiaoling next to him was attracted over, and then entered inside the new body to complete the fusion. Chang Xiaoling had just entered the new body and quickly adapted to it. She opened her eyes and was about to get up when she realized that she was naked. Her entire delicate body was exposed, and there was a cool breeze around her, which was a bit chilly. She immediately looked around nervously. Her hands tightly hugged her torso, shivering. At this time, Fong had long left, and a brand new set of men's clothes had been placed on the ground in front of Chang Xiaoling at some point. He had forgotten about this, so he can only first take out the new clothes he had placed inside the storage ring and give them to Chang Xiaoling to put on first. He couldn't let her walk out naked, could he? Cheng Xiaoling slowly raised her head, staring blankly at the set of men's clothes in front of her, warmth welling up in her heart, and then hurriedly put on the clothes with red cheeks. When Yifeng left the backyard, he came to Wan'er's room. As soon as he came in, Yifeng looked at Wan'er, who was looking sad in front of him, and walked up and hugged her.
Wan'er, what's wrong? What is it that you are unhappy about?
It's not Xiaoling, I just saw that she disappeared again. Alas, I don't know if I can still meet her again in the future. Maybe I just had a dream. Lin Wan'er gently sighed, a trace of melancholy flashed across her stunningly beautiful white cheeks. Yifeng smiled and rued Wan'er's delicate and beautiful face.
Wan'er, don't be sad, how about I show you another surprise?
What surprise? Lin Wan'er's eyes lit up. Last time Yifeng said there was a surprise, Xiaoling appeared. Could it be that this time? Recalling what Yifeng had said about resurrecting Xiaoling, she got a little excited.
It couldn't be true, could it? Come with me, I guarantee you'll be surprised.
Yifeng mysteriously pulled Wan'er's small hand out of the room and headed towards the Yi family's backyard.
Following Yifeng to the backyard.
Seeing the familiar figure in front of her, Lin Wan'er instantly wept with joy and rushed up to hug Cheng Xiaoling. Cheng Xiaoling didn't say anything. She smiled and patted Wan'er's back, wiping her tears. After hugging her like this for a while, Lin Wan'er took a step back physically and looked at Cheng Xiaoling, smiling happily.
Xiaoling, it's great that you're back. I thought I would never see you again. He, Wan'er, how could I abandon you? I can't wait to get tired of being by your side forever.
Cheng Xiaoling was also very happy. This scene was like a dream, causing her to be in a bit of a trance. Seeing Yifeng standing not far ahead, she smiled faintly at him.
Yifeng, thank you. What are you thanking for? You saved me once, isn't it right for me to save you?
Yifeng also smiled and walked forward. The three of them chatted like this for a while, and the backyard was filled with laughter. After chatting for a while, Lin Wan'er and Yifeng suddenly straightened up.
Xiaoling, Yifeng, and I have discussed it. From now on, you'll be our sister.
We'll take good care of you.
Lin Wan'er smiled.
In order to be able to help Xiaoling in a legitimate way, only then would it be better to have a reason.
Chapter 127. Yingying.
Yifeng also nodded. Yes, Xiaoling, you have no relatives now. Aren't you lonely without them? Let's do it this way. In the future, I'll be your brother. Why don't you change your name, take my surname, forget about your previous troubles, and start your life with a new identity? He knew that Cheng Xiaoling liked him. It was fine that he didn't know before. There was nothing to get along with, but it was different now. If Cheng Xiaoling was still Wan'er's BFF's identity, that would be a bit awkward for him, so it would be better to use this way to bind Cheng Xiaoling as his sister. In this way, on one hand, he could have a reason to give her help, and on the other hand better handle this awkward relationship without making him and Wan'er feel embarrassed. So by making her his sister, he could better handle this relationship. Cheng Xiaoling naturally understood what the two of them meant. She had been resurrected by Yifeng and the help he had given her was already great. She didn't want to be helped by them again for no reason. After all, they were just friends, and she would not be able to live with it on her conscience if that happened. She also didn't want to trouble them. Xiaoling, just say yes. Lin Wan'er pulled her hand somewhat eagerly. There's nothing wrong with being Yifeng's sister, so that you and I can live together better well. But, Cheng Xiaoling sighed, her heart somewhat moved. Of course she could be with Wan'er every day and still see Yifeng. She quietly glanced at Yifeng's face and realized that he didn't seem to have a repulsive look on his face, which surprised her a little.
Could it be that he wasn't forced by Wan'er? Doesn't he hate me? Never smiled at me before. Indeed.
I used to obstruct the two of them all the time and was very annoying, so how could I dare to expect him to smile at me? Perhaps only by continuing to maintain the obnoxious persona, Wan'er and him can continue to be in love. Thinking of this, Cheng Xiaoling clasped her hands on her chest and snorted coldly, pretending to be condescending.
Who wants to be his sister?
He's only a few months older than me. He's just a little bit rich. What's the point of dragging? I don't care.
Xiaoling, why would you say that? You're not.
Lin Wan'er's face was stunned. She just wanted to say that Xiaoling liked Yifeng, but still stopped her mouth for fear of Xiaoling's embarrassment. Yifeng, however, saw at a glance that Cheng Xiaoling was being mouthy. Just now he had keenly observed the complex emotions that flashed through Cheng Xiaoling's eyes. How could he not guess that Cheng Xiaoling did not want to interfere with his and Wan'er's relationship?
That didn't really need to be a concern.
The reason why he would let Cheng Xiaoling be his sister and then change his name was to avoid this kind of embarrassment. He liked Wan'er, and there was only Wan'er in his heart, and there was only friendship for Cheng Xiaoling. If Cheng Xiaoling was willing to be his sister, he would treat her like a real sister, but the emotions could only be confined to this level of relatives.
Wan'er, it seems like school is starting today, right? What time is it?
Cheng Xiaoling asked as she tried to change the topic.
20 minutes past 8.
Lin Wan'er glanced at the time on her watch and returned sullenly. Xiaoling was good at everything, but she was just too stubborn, and when she was stubborn, she refused to even listen to her words.
I really don't know what to do.
Let her live alone outside. And do not feel at ease, afraid that she will do something else. Seeing that Xiaoling was about to leave, Lin Wan'er bit her red lips and pulled her back, her tone slightly pleading. Xiaoling, just promise me, okay? There's nothing wrong with you being Yifeng's sister. He'll be good to you. He's good to his relatives. Looking at Wan'er's expectant gaze, Zhang Xiaoling was somewhat unable to refuse, but she lightly bit her teeth and resolutely said,
Wan'er, can you not make things difficult for me? You know me, if it's something I'm not willing to do, I won't do it. You're one, stay together well. I'm leaving, see you at school.
However, just as she broke away from Wan'er's hand, another large hand pulled her down. Her delicate body was slightly stunned. She looked back and realized that it was actually Yi Fong. Her heart was incredulous.
Xiaoling, are you so heartless to watch Wan'er be sad? Wan'er is also doing this for your own good, for her good intentions, can't you just condescend to agree? It's not like it's bad for you anyway.
Yi Feng's voice was very light and soft, making it very comfortable to listen to. Zhang Xiaoling bit her lips, her face flashed with a hint of hesitation. If she agreed to be Yi Feng's sister, then she would be able to see Wan'er and Yi Feng every day, and she really wanted to agree so badly, but she just couldn't get past that hurdle in her heart, making it hard for her to choose. How could she let Yi Feng and Wan'er persuade her at the same time? At this moment she felt like she was in a river of happiness, it was really comfortable. Seeing her hesitating, Yi Feng continued. Don't hesitate, it's a deal, from now on you're my sister, I'll treat you like a real sister. Xiaoling, call out brother here.
Brother, no.
Zhang Xiaoling even God made a ghost to open her mouth and shouted. When she reacted, it was already too late. Her face changed slightly and wanted to explain, but Yi Feng suddenly smiled and nodded his head to agree.
Alas! Good sister.
Xiaoling, since you are now my sister, then change your name, start a new life with a new identity, forget about your previous troubles, just call
Yingying? How about it? Yi Feng asked with a smile. Yingying.
Lin Wan'er's eyes lit up as she stepped forward and pulled Zhang Xiaoling's hand, smiling.
That's a good name, Linger, hurry up and say yes.
I heard you promise just now, don't go back on your word.
Zhang Xiaoling was a bit confused. Why did she feel like she was being set up?
She wanted to open her mouth to explain, but she had just called Yi Feng brother again, so she couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Seeing that Wan'er and Yi Feng were both so sincere, thinking that she would be able to see Wan'er and Yi Feng in the future in name only, she weighed the situation in her mind for a long time, and finally nodded her head heavily.
Okay. In the future, I will be called Yingying.
Saying that, she turned her gaze back to Yi Feng with a complicated gaze, then her eyes dodged and she lowered her head, her voice a little twisted.
Brother. Alas.
Yi Feng smiled and nodded his head, happily saying, ha, not only do I have an elder sister, but I also have a younger sister. I'll send someone to change your household registration information under my Yi family, and the three of us will report to school together later. Lin Wan'er also smiled happily and directly hugged Yingying. In her eyes she said, that's great, Linger.
You can finally follow us in name only, now you can't refuse to be with us, right?
Yingying couldn't help but cover her mouth and bared her smile. She was still a bit uncomfortable with her current identity, but as long as she could be with Wan'er she was happy, and she could also see Yi Feng all the time. As long as she could see Yi Feng, she was satisfied, but did not expect anything else. The three of them chatted happily and were in a blissful state, as if they were really a family.
At the same time,
outside the gate of Yi family, a white sedan slowly stopped.
Su Feiping learned about Yi Feng's return and couldn't wait to come, excitedly ran out of the car, and after informing with the Yi family's doorman, he entered the Yi family.